In the boundless darkness, scenes flickered to life, illuminating the world with their radiant glow. That a young man stood there, entranced, his heart awash with confusion and bewilderment. The imagery unfolding before him was all too familiar. On the brink of destruction, the planet Namek bore witness to Son Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan, unleashing his anguish over the loss of a beloved friend upon the tyrannical Emperor Frieza. Amidst the impending doom of Earth, Son Gohan, transcending the limits of a Super Saiyan, channeled the regret of his father's demise into a Kamehameha wave, surging towards Cell. Under his father's encouragement that in the realm of the Kaioshin, where beings from the lower realms had never ventured, the awe-inspiring Super Saiyan 3 clashed with the ancient menace, Majin Buu, in a battle that shook the very fabric of the universe. Each scene depicted was a cherished moment from the young man's beloved anime, Dragon Ball. As he pondered his whereabouts and the reason for this vivid replay of classic Dragon Ball moments, a sultry, mature voice broke the silence. You are about to embark on a journey to the world of Dragon Ball, where you will become the Saiyan you have always yearned to be. Are you not filled with excitement? The young man slightly lifted his eyelids, refraining from a direct response, merely exhaling deeply before finding a corner that resembled a wall and sitting down upon the ground. Setting aside the question of authenticity, what benefit do you derive from sending me to the Dragon Ball world as a Saiyan? You need not concern yourself with that. My reasons are my own. Now, prepare yourself for the adventure that awaits. I'm quite eager for it. As the enchanting voice faded, the young man's consciousness began to blur, the myriad of classic images dimming until the space once again succumbed to darkness. In the seventh universe, on a planet ravaged and deserted, within the ruins of a building, Bardock gazed at the barely alive middle-aged female Scion and the child cradled in her arms, words caught in his throat. The middle-aged female Scion met Bardock's gaze, only to suddenly cough up blood, trembling as she handed the child to Bardock, revealing a gaping wound in her chest. Silence reigned over the ruins. After a long while, as the middle-aged female Scion's hands grew too weak to support herself, Bardock finally came to his senses and accepted the child. What shall you name this child? Let us call him Salodice. Bardock nodded, cradling the child as he exited the ruins. Outside, members of Bardock's team rushed forward. Before anyone could speak, Bardock shook his head. There is no hope left. Only this child has survived. This planet still harbors remnants of life, and those who caused this devastation must be held accountable. Even if we must scour the planet anew, we will hunt down and eliminate those responsible. I leave that to you. I shall take this child back to Vegeta and raise him. I will take my leave first. Having entrusted this compensatory task to his team, Bardock entered his spacecraft, his typically stoic demeanor finally betraying a hint of sorrow and solitude. The female Scion was none other than Bardock's genuine aunt by marriage, Kine. Before meeting Kine, even the death of those closely related to him would not have stirred such emotions within Bardock. As an exceptional Scion warrior, he had always lacked familial bonds, friendships, and love, showing little interest beyond the thrill of battling equal or stronger opponents, much like many of his kin. However, after establishing a family with Kine and spending a considerable amount of time together, he discovered a surprising transformation within himself. He began to harbor thoughts of wanting to protect her for a lifetime and felt sorrow at the injury or death of those connected to him. Is this good or bad? Bardock gazed into the vast, infinite cosmos beyond the spacecraft, softly uttering a few words. Upon returning to Vegeta from this once again ravaged planet, though the journey was not overly long, it was not instantaneous either. Bardock was relieved that the infant named Salodice remained calm and peaceful in his arms, unlike his own son during his infancy, allowing him a moment of respite. As Bardock fell into slumber, Salodice's tightly shut eyes gradually opened a fraction, observing the familiar, yet somewhat foreign face of the man cradling him, his mind swirling. With thoughts, that voice truly sent me to the world of Dragon Ball as a Scion, and I've become a relative of Bardosuke. In hindsight, that voice sounds oddly familiar, as if it belongs to a character within Dragon Ball, or perhaps from somewhere else entirely. Salodice pondered, reflecting on the situation. Thanks to the Scion physiology, despite the adult's soul residing within the infant's form, he felt no headache from the continuous musings. However, Salodice had never been one to enjoy overthinking. He preferred to rely on instinct. Maintaining this level of contemplation for such an extended period was already remarkable given the strangeness of his current circumstances. Enough of this. Since events have unfolded as they have, rather than overthinking, I shall embrace my existence as a scion and deal with any challenges that arise when the time comes. Abandoning his thoughts, Salodice closed his eyes once more. Though he inhabited the body of a newborn, the strength of this infant far surpassed that of his own battered form prior to his transmigration. The power surging from every cell made Salodice acutely aware of the Scion's claim to being a warrior race. In order to adapt to this new body, Salodice relinquished his thoughts and succumbed to sleep. Thus, the journey continued without incident until the spacecraft landed at the port of Vegeta. As the ship settled safely on the ground and the hatch opened, Bardock awoke, his body surrounded by a white aura, carving an arc through the air as he headed towards the nursery. Hey, please ensure this child undergoes the standard procedure. Check his battle power and place him in the nursery. The brief flight concluded swiftly. Ignoring the port staff, Bardock bypassed the guards at the nursery entrance, barging into the nursery and seizing a staff member to hand over Salodice. Recognized for his distinctive hairstyle and notable reputation as a fighter on planet Vegeta, the staff member quickly identified Bardock and suppressed his anger at being forcibly grabbed, cautiously inquiring, "Lord Bardock, who is this child?" "This is the cousin of kind, Salodice. His parents have perished." Though Bardock understood the staff member's inquiry was warranted, he felt a twinge of impatience. Seeing Bardock's demeanor, the staff member's heart raced. He viewed Scions as beings who disregarded their humanity, knowing that incurring their wrath could lead to dire consequences. Even a beating would be a mild fate. Fortunately, Bardock did not harbor such thoughts, which allowed the staff member to breathe a sigh of relief. Swiftly, he grabbed a handheld battle power detector and aimed it at Salodice, activating the device. The data on the detector's display flickered and ultimately stabilized at 1437, which astonished both the staff and Bardock, who was observing the device intently. That a combat power of 1437 is not particularly rare among adult Scion warriors. However, to witness such a figure manifested in an infant is indeed remarkable. The staff, already apprehensive of Bardock, became even more diligent. They swiftly located an unoccupied nursery pod on a high platform, gently placing Salodice inside while operating the equipment at their side. Upon seeing that Salodice had been properly secured, Bardock exhaled softly, refraining from further conversation as he turned and departed with heavy footsteps. After some time had passed since leaving the nursery, Bardock encountered a Scion clad in a cloak, his expression somber and grave. "King Vegeta." Bardock stepped aside slightly and offered a respectful nod. King Vegeta halted, glanced at Bardock, and nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a low grunt before proceeding towards the nursery. As the king of the Scions, he typically would not need to pay much attention to a lower-class warrior. However, Bardock was unlike the others. Even among the noble elite warriors, none surpassed him in combat power. Furthermore, Bardock's respectful demeanor towards his king, coupled with his unwavering commitment to perilous missions, warranted a response from King Vegeta. Lost in his own thoughts, King Vegeta approached the nursery door but did not reach for the handle. He continued forward instead. Noticing this, a guard quickly stepped ahead to open the door for the king, preventing an embarrassing collision. Upon entering the nursery, King Vegeta was greeted by the staff, who paused their tasks to acknowledge him. He waved his hand dismissively, allowing them to return to their duties while he began inspecting the nursery pods one by one, starting from the outermost edge. The Scion population was not particularly large, and King Vegeta completed his inspection of the outer nursery pods in a relatively short time, his expression turning increasingly grim as he ascended the platform. Most Scions were indifferent to the state of their race. Initially, they may have felt discontent at being forced to submit to King Cold and become part of his legion, but after a prolonged period of adaptation, they realized that their actions were no different from before their subjugation, as they continued to ravage other planets, satiating their thirst for battle. However, as king, how could Vegeta resign himself to subservience? He remained fixated on devising a plan to eliminate King Cold and restore his supreme status, yet his own combat power fell short of King Cold's. Thus, he pinned his hopes on the possibility of discovering exceptionally powerful warriors among these children, who alongside his current strength, could provide an opportunity for a surprise assault on King Cold during their great ape transformations. Regrettably, over time, most Scion infants exhibited mediocre potential. Additionally, whether by design or coincidence, many of the robust, noble elite warriors were frequently dispatched to conquer perilous planets, resulting in significant losses. This left King Vegeta without the anticipated number of warriors capable of joining him in an assault on King Cold. It was no wonder his expression was so grim. Frowning, King Vegeta cast his gaze towards the nursery pods on the platform, hoping to find infants worthy of becoming noble elite warriors. Yet, as he examined each pod, his somber demeanor did not lighten significantly. Most infants displayed combat power around a mere 100 points. Even if they reached adulthood, without experiences akin to Bardock's near-death revivals, their ultimate potential would barely exceed 1,000 points. Such combat power, even when transformed into great apes, would struggle to contend with some of the elite troops within King Cold's ranks, let alone engage in an assault on King Cold himself. HM 1437? Whose child is this? King Cold's gaze fell upon the last nursery pod, Salodice's pod. The nearby staff, recognizing King Cold's inquiry, immediately abandoned their tasks, bowing to King Vegeta before responding. This is the child recently brought back by Lord Bardock. The parents were distant relatives of Bardock's wife, Jiren, and are no longer among the living. Upon hearing the staff's response, King Vegeta expressed surprise. That distant relative of Jiren, who was reluctant to take the battlefield, not Bardock's blood relative? Indeed, Lord Bardock himself confirmed it just moments ago. Nodding thoughtfully, King Vegeta inhaled deeply. With a combat power of 1437, perhaps this child might reach a power level exceeding 10,000 upon adulthood, achieving a status akin to Bardock's, which was only second to his own. With a potential surpassing 10,000, a transformation into a great ape could amplify that to 100,000. Excellent. This child must be nurtured according to the standards of noble infants. No, even higher, according to royal standards. There must be no laxity whatsoever, understood? Yes, King Vegeta. Seemingly filled with newfound hope, King Vegeta's previously grim expression brightened as he departed the nursery alongside his guards, heading towards the royal palace. In the skies above planet Vegeta, a woman with blue skin, an alluring figure, clad in a tight red suit and wielding a staff, materialized amidst a distortion of space. Ahahaha! It seems this child has a promising start, nurtured to royal standards. Though her words might seem complimentary on the surface, her tone was laced with mockery. Allow me to add a little something for you. This is a boon from the highest scientific prowess of the demon realm. With a gentle wave of her staff, faint black and purple luminescence flowed into the nursery room, merging with the liquid within Salodice's pod. Her gaze appeared to penetrate the barriers of the structure. Once the luminescence fully blended with the nurturing fluid, she revealed a satisfied smile. With a light tap of her staff against the void, she expanded the distortion behind her, completely engulfing herself and vanishing from this realm. Chapter 2. The Mission and the Encounter with Furisha. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed. After departing from the incubation pod, Salodice, under the arrangement of King Vegeta, was not immediately dispatched to undertake a mission to conquer a planet following a brief training. Instead, he remained on Vegeta's star to continue his training. Although Salodice criticized the Scion training methods, having been separated from the incubation pod, he underwent a combat power assessment, achieving a level of 3845. In the original story, Nappa's combat power during the attack on Earth was only around 4,000 without any outburst. With such combat prowess, he had only faced a few dozen vegetable beings, each with a combat power of approximately 1,000, in actual combat. What purpose did such training serve? Once again swiftly ending the lives of the vegetable beings before him, Salodice let out a deep sigh. While initially, training with the vegetable beings proved somewhat effective, the benefits were not reflected in an increase in combat power, but merely allowed him to regain the fighting skills he possessed before his transmigration. After his body had memorized these techniques, training with the vegetable beings became utterly ineffective. After rinsing off the sticky residue from the exploded vegetable beings, Salodice exited the training room. Lord Salodice, King Vegeta seeks your presence. Just as he stepped out, a scion clad in battle attire, a retainer of King Vegeta, came into view. Without uttering much, Salodice merely nodded and followed in the retainer's footsteps, since he was using the royal training room. The distance to the palace was not far. Even a casual walk took less than 5 minutes. After bowing to King Vegeta seated upon his throne, the retainer did not linger but exited the palace, closing the grand doors behind him. The sunlight was obstructed by the closed doors, leaving Salodice somewhat perplexed. Salodice, I trust that your sparring with the vegetable beings has ceased to yield any results? King Vegeta paused briefly before continuing, seemingly uninterested in prompting Salodice to speak. No need to respond. I am already aware of your combat strength. The reason for summoning you is to assign you a task. A few years ago, a lower-tier warrior lost contact. We presumed he perished during a planetary conquest. However, recently, a group known as the Dale's Legion has emerged in the universe. Led by a scion, several resource-rich planets have been reduced to desolate wastelands following their attacks. King Cold is quite displeased and wishes for us to eliminate this traitorous scion. Our warriors are currently engaged in various planetary conquests, and we had intended to address this matter later. However, I suddenly thought of you. I am entrusting this task to you. Dispose of this insignificant fish swiftly. Without waiting for a response, King Vegeta waved his hand, dismissing Salodice. Dales. Salodice strolled under the sunlight, filled with confusion. Prior to his transmigration, he had frequently watched Dragon Ball's TV series and films, delving into its various settings. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with the name Dales, although the films did not elaborate on how Dales betrayed the Scions. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for over a decade, he clearly understood that not everything unfolds as depicted in the anime. Divergences from the plot were not surprising, especially concerning events from a time never mentioned in the storyline. He was perplexed by King Vegeta's unusual attention towards him. After emerging from the incubation pod, Salodice enjoyed royal treatment, exempt from missions, receiving the finest sustenance and training environment. Even the upper-tier warriors, noble by status, would bow and address him as Lord Salodice. King Vegeta often monitored his combat power and occasionally engaged him in practical training, and now, he personally assigned him a mission. It was known in the original films that King Vegeta had exiled the extraordinarily powerful Broly to a perilous and barren planet, aiming to eliminate him, which subsequently led to the fierce battle between Broly and Gogeta. Although Salodice's inherent combat power did not rival the terrifying strength of Broly, it was still among the rarest in Scion history. Given King Vegeta's suspicious nature, could his existence truly pose a threat to the future reign of his son? Yet, curiously, King Vegeta's treatment of him was nothing short of exceptional. What exactly was King Vegeta scheming? Salodice's mind raced, quickly becoming overwhelmed, prompting him to abandon his thoughts once more. Forget it. No need to dwell on that. For now, let's proceed to test it out. Lost in contemplation, Salodice arrived at the meat distribution center. Jiren's sister. Oh. Little Salodice, what brings you here? Over the years on Vegeta Star, Salodice had spent almost all his time with Bardock's family. Although Jiren was nominally his sister, she cared for him like a mother, while Bardock naturally assumed the role of a father, albeit a quiet one. Having grown up without parents in a temple before his transmigration, Salodice held these two in high regard. Since he was to leave Vegeta Star for a mission, it was only fitting to bid farewell to Jiren. King Vegeta has assigned me a task. I have come to say goodbye. Really? Jiren appeared somewhat surprised, then nodded. Though it's a bit late, Scion warriors are always bound to conquer planets. Jiren's tone was slightly somber. As an anomaly among Scions, she did not relish killing, which inevitably cast a shadow over her words. Salodice chuckled softly. This mission is not an attack on a planet. It's to deal with a traitor among our Scion kin. You should be aware of the lower-tier warrior named Dales, who bears a striking resemblance to Bardock. Jiren, of course, knew of Dales. Bardock's hairstyle was remarkably unique among Scions. Before Kakarot's birth, there were no others in the Scion race sporting the same crab-like hairdo as Bardock. Dales, huh? He asked the one who looks quite a bit darker than Bardock. Doesn't he seem much like a warrior, but rather like a schemer? Do be cautious. I will be vigilant. Well then, Sister Jiren, I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to Jiren, Salodice soared towards the port. Although it was his first mission with no prior accomplishments, Salodice, enjoying the privileges of royalty, was not required to travel in a cramped single-person spherical spacecraft. Instead, he could utilize a two-person disc-shaped ship, accompanied by a designated pilot. However, Salodice declined the offer of a pilot and operated the ship himself as he departed. Clearly, this vessel was arranged by King Vegeta, as the main control computer already contained Dales's current information. Salodice clicked his tongue and began reviewing the data. Glancing over the preliminary trivialities, he surmised that most of this information likely originated from the Cold Legion. Consequently, he disregarded the initial nonsense and focused on the latter details regarding the activities of the Dales Legion. Based on previous observations of the Dales Legion's maneuvers, it could be confirmed that their targets were any life-bearing planets rather than the resource-rich planets included in our military objectives. The prior conflicts were likely incidental. And considering our military's insufficient strength, all advisors believe negotiations could be pursued. Currently, it is determined that the next target of the Dales Legion should be the coordinates 324, 6512, namely the planet MIT. This celestial body is not rich in mineral resources, and it is inadvisable to dispatch forces to instigate further conflict. Salodice stroked his chin and let out a soft chuckle. The advisor of the Cooled Army suggested refraining from conflict. Yet it appears that the Cooled King did not heed this counsel. Even though Salodice is not fond of deep contemplation, it is evident that the Cooled King aims to provoke the Scions. Despite having not watched Dragon Ball before crossing over, Salodice has lived on planet Vegeta long enough to sense the Cooled's palpable animosity towards the Scions. As Salodice gazed into the infinite cosmos, a colossal flagship swiftly approached planet Vegeta. In the fleeting moment as it brushed past Salodice's vessel, he could discern that within the spaceship, aside from the Cooled King, stood a diminutive figure. With a mere glance, Salodice recognized that it was none other than Frieza, the quintessential antagonist from the original Dragon Ball, whose emergence catalyzed the advent of the Super Saiyan. Within a mere 4 months of training, he could match the godly prowess of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, seemingly sensing Salodice's scrutiny. Frieza also directed his gaze towards Salodice's ship. Strangely, the image of the young Saiyan, which he had previously regarded as insignificant, began to etch itself into his memory. Among the myriad of peculiar Scions, this one possessed a relatively normal appearance, unlike the typical Scion who undergoes a rapid transformation into adulthood after a prolonged juvenile phase. Instead, he retained a youthful visage, a rarity among Scions. A subordinate activated a new detection device to assess the battle power of the Scion aboard Salodice's ship. Yes, a voice responded, and the device honed in on Salodice's vessel. Report to Lord Frieza. The battle power of the Scion aboard that ship is merely 500 points? Oh, is it only 500 points? It seems he belongs to the lower echelon of warriors. What is it, Frieza? Why the particular interest in a Scion? Besides the likes of Vegeta 3 and 1. I believe named Bardock. Ho ho ho. Dear father, it is nothing but a peculiar sensation, merely that. However, it must be an illusion, for he is but a lowly warrior with insignificant battle power. Indeed, even the mightiest King Vegeta possesses a trifling battle power of just over 10,000. If he does not transform into a great ape, even your subordinate, Sabadoria, could easily dispatch him. That is true. What a warrior race. The legendary Super Saiyan is but a farce. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Scion left by our ancestors must have been woefully weak. Frieza, remember, you are the strongest among our kind. Even if the Scion race were to truly manifest the legendary Super Saiyan, even the legendary Super Saiyan would fall before me. Gazing towards Salodice's ship, Frieza's words carried a hint of uncertainty, a tremor in his conviction of being invincible in the universe. The flutter of a butterfly's wings sparked a tempest, heralding a profound shift in the course of the Dragon Ball world. And that butterfly was not Salodice, but rather the extraordinary woman who brought him into this realm. This remarkable woman was engaged in perilous research within her laboratory in a certain dimension of the demon realm. To her, Salodice was merely an unexpected pawn, while the blue sludge writhing in the incubation chamber was her true ally. In her vision, it would serve as an unparalleled force to disrupt the endless timelines, achieving the resurrection of the demon realm. Mira, you must grow rapidly. Once you mature, we will possess the power to disrupt infinite timelines, acquire that vast energy, and restore the demon realm. At that time, my brother Dapula shall also be resurrected, and we shall reign over this boundless expanse, becoming the supreme rulers. As for the Scion pawn I have placed, rest assured, his status will never surpass yours. You are my greatest reliance. Within the incubation chamber, the mass known as Mira seemed to comprehend, halting its writhing. Had Salodice witnessed this scene, he would have undoubtedly displayed a rare expression of astonishment. Before his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, he had endeavored to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse without using cheat codes or pirated software, solely relying on skill. He would recognize that the woman who brought him to this world was the main antagonist, Toa. However, at this moment, Salodice was traversing the endless void of space, heading towards the potential destination of Dales, oblivious to all of this. What lies ahead for Salodice remains an enigma. Chapter 3. The first interstellar journey concludes. Will the mission objective be visible upon landing? Although the twin spacecraft operates at remarkable speed, the journey from planet Vegeta to planet MIT remains a considerable distance. Once the novelty of space travel waned, the experience became monotonous. Clearly, Salodice was yet to acclimate to this sensation, appearing somewhat restless in the cockpit. Oh, I recall that the ship can be set to autopilot mode, right? While he was trained as a warrior on planet Vegeta, he had learned some operational methods of technological devices. Rubbing his head, Salodice furrowed his brow, cautiously tapping the control panel, wary of inadvertently triggering an emergency escape or self-destruct sequence. After all, Scions cannot survive in a vacuum, at least not until they possess divine powers. Excellent. The destination is set, switching to autopilot mode. Okay, now, let us engage in meditation to pass the time. Relaxing his body, Salodice closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Having grown up on planet Vegeta after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had not practiced the meditation methods of the Z fighters from the original work. However, relying on snippets of training guidance he had gleaned from watching Dragon Ball before his crossover and through his own exploration, Salodice had devised a meditative technique of his own. Following the teachings of Gohan from the Majin Buu saga regarding energy control, he managed to grasp the manipulation of ki. Although based on the original storyline, it could merely lower and unleash his battle power. He could only vaguely sense others' ki, rather than accurately measure its intensity. This could be deemed an introductory level, far from the profound mastery exhibited by the Iralatrans or even the Namekians and martial artists on Earth who had engaged with ki concepts. Nevertheless, for Salodice at this stage, achieving this level sufficed, though he could not fathom why he was afforded royal treatment, even having King Vegeta occasionally take time to train with him. Salodice would not forget that both the new Broly, capable of contending with Super Blue Wukong, and the old version were envied by King Vegeta due to their overwhelming innate talent, which threatened the future position of Vegeta, who was still in his wife's womb. Although Salodice did not possess a battle power exceeding 10,000 at birth like Broly, at the tender age of 11, he was on the brink of surpassing the 10,000 mark after more than a decade of growth. While this level of power may seem trivial compared to the unfathomable battle powers of the Z fighters and their adversaries decades later, it is worth noting that even among Frieza's forces in 30 or 40 years, how many would possess a battle power exceeding 10,000? Furthermore, at present, even the mightiest Scion, King Vegeta, barely reaches this threshold. According to the original work, King Vegeta claimed to have surpassed his father's and his own vague perceptions in his youth, leading Salodice to estimate the king's power at around 12 to 13,000. Without the need for rigorous training or waiting until adulthood, Salodice was poised to surpass King Vegeta entirely. If the king were to learn of Salodice's rapid growth in battle power, of course, setting aside Salodice's cautious mindset, the fact that Frieza had dispatched his subordinates to monitor his power with a scouter, thus diverting Frieza's attention due to Salodice's suppressed power, was an unknowing boon for him. Salodice entered a profound meditative state, concentrating his mind on every cell of his body, while the chaotic thoughts that once filled his mind dissipated into nothingness. As his focus intensified, each of Salodice's cells began to channel his ki outward. His meditative technique was not merely a mental simulation of battles with formidable foes, but a method of cultivating and enhancing his own ki. This practice combined the teachings of Sun Wukong in the original work, who instructed Biddy Li on guiding ki, with breathing techniques learned from martial arts prior to his journey, further augmented by his expansive imagination and countless practical applications. It was only half a month before his mission that this practice reached its initial completion. A private assessment of his progress over the past 2 weeks left Salodice immensely satisfied, mindful of his still youthful body, and considering the importance of concealing his capabilities. He limited his meditation to 30 minutes to an hour each night before sleep. Even with such modest efforts, his battle power had increased by a remarkable 1,000 points. Now, having distanced himself from Vegeta Star, Salodice resolved to extend his training duration. even though he did not regard the impending adversary, Darls, as a serious threat. He recognized that in a few short years, he would confront a looming threat of annihilation. Unlike those who traversed into the world of Naruto as members of the Uchiha clan, given a decade's time, even without a fraction of power, they could leverage modern knowledge and logical thinking to avert such a crisis. Salodice faced a threat that had seen his entire race and planet obliterated by Frieza. And unlike Itachi Uchiha, Frieza's motives for exterminating the Scions were rather uncomplicated, purely a disdain for their kind. In the face of such a crisis, lacking sufficient power would render his efforts futile. Even if he could escape Vegeta's star, he could not guarantee that Frieza would not pursue him across the universe. Years hence, he would be a mature Scion warrior, not a mere child like Kakarot. Moreover, during his more than a decade on Vegeta's star, the nurturing presence of his mother, Gina, and the guidance in combat from Bardock had established a significant place in his heart, and he could not bear to see those dear to him used as fodder for Frieza's ambitions. However, Salodice remained unaware, or perhaps momentarily overlooked, the latent power within his own body. Had he been able to recall the prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan, perhaps he would not have felt such trepidation regarding the looming sword of Damocles hanging over him. MIT Star, a mere flickering dot on Salodice's electronic map, revealed itself as an extraordinarily beautiful planet upon arrival. The martial prowess of its inhabitants rivaled that of Earthlings, and the planet boasted a history replete with wise and capable leaders. Under the inspiration of one such leader, the planet's scientists ingeniously harnessed Ki as a clean energy source. Fortunate for this leader, the absence of valuable resources on MIT Star meant it evaded the attention of the Kurd army, making it one of the few planets with an ecological environment comparable to Earth. However, the very natural splendor that the people of MIT Star cherished had drawn the attention of the Darls army. At this juncture, Darls had unexpectedly acquired seeds from the spirit tree, fruits of which were said to be fit only for the gods, thus inflating his ambitions. He defected from the Scions, establishing the Darls army with aspirations of universal dominance. Initially cautious due to his own limited strength, Darls sought out unremarkable, barren planets to cultivate the spirit tree. Yet, after consuming several spirit tree fruits and feeling a significant boost in power, he no longer feared overlapping interests with the Kurd army and began seeking planets that were not so barren. After achieving victory in several skirmishes against the Kurd army, Darls's arrogance swelled, and his gaze turned towards the vibrant life of MIT Star. While the quantity of life on MIT Star may not match that of Earth, the latter's remoteness in a corner of the galaxy kept Darls blissfully unaware of Earth's prosperity. Thus, it was only natural for Darls to set his sights on this flourishing planet. Indeed, it was a stunning world, brimming with rich life energy, and it seemed likely that the spirit tree fruits cultivated here would be even more robust than those from prior planets. Emerging from the commandeered spaceship, Darls, bearing a striking resemblance to Bardock, wore a sinister smile as he extolled the beauty of the planet. You are absolutely right. This planet will surely yield high-quality spirit tree fruits, and when that happens, Darls's power will increase exponentially. Following closely behind him were the diminutive Ryuzlaka brothers, eagerly echoing his sentiments, and the stoic Dais. As for Amando and Kakao, who appeared in the anime films, they had yet to join the Darls army. Not only I, but your powers will also see tremendous enhancement. Once we plant a few more spirit trees, what does the Kurd army even amount to? Darls maintained his smile, casually unleashing a ki blast that created a small crater in the ground. He retrieved a spirit tree seed from his battle suit and cast it into the hole. Now, all that remained was to wait for the spirit tree to grow. You must keep those lowly soldiers in check, ensuring they do not clash with the inhabitants of this planet. Prior to our descent, we detected that the combat power of the people here is significantly higher than that of Dai's planet. I do not wish to incite conflict just yet. Understood. The three subordinates responded in unison, returning to the ship to warn the many lowly soldiers who could only unleash ki blasts with the aid of equipment. As Darls gazed at the ground where he had planted the spirit tree, his smile grew increasingly unrestrained, eventually erupting into loud, maniacal laughter. The spaceship is approaching its destination. Prepare yourselves. The announcement jolted Salodice from his meditation. Oh, have we arrived at MIT Star? He mused aloud, rising to his feet and gazing at the massive planet before him, momentarily taken aback. Although he had perused some information about MIT Star during his journey, The reality of the planet starkly contrasted with the descriptions he had read. Even from space, he could observe that a significant portion of the planet had succumbed to desertification. As Salodice surveyed the yellow expanse of this planet, he astutely discerned a singular green point amidst the vast golden terrain. It bore a striking resemblance to the condition of the spirit tree as depicted in the original narrative. It appeared that Salodice had indeed acquired the fruit of the spirit tree and chosen this place as his objective. Yet, one could only wonder if the spirit tree had fully matured. Within Salodice stirred a sense of trepidation for the inhabitants of this world, a sentiment deeply rooted in his soul, unwavering despite his scion identity. Perhaps becoming a scion had indeed intensified Salodice's combative instincts and his yearning for greater power. However, he would never allow such thoughts to disregard the lives of the innocent. He could not permit himself to resort to exploiting the value of innocent lives to augment his own strength. Otherwise, could he still be deemed human? With a dismissive sound, Salodice tapped a few controls on the console, propelling the spacecraft through the atmosphere towards the solitary green spot in the desert. Lord Salodice, a spacecraft is breaking through the atmosphere and heading in our direction. A lowly soldier reported as he rushed out from the vessel, addressing Salodice, who was idly basking in the sun atop the ship. Casting a sidelong glance at the soldier, Salodice sneered. I can see it without your report. If you cannot inform me of developments before I notice them, do not expect to keep your life. Though his tone was flat, the soldier understood it was no jest, and he bowed even lower, repeatedly apologizing. Ignoring the soldier's contrition, Salodice busied himself with a new type of battle power detector, reminiscent of spectacles, which he had procured from the Coeur de Legion. This device was exceedingly useful. Let me assess the battle power of the newcomer. 500? It seems there is no need for concern. Salodice's expression shifted abruptly. It surged to 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 8,848. This appears to be a type of power that can be freely controlled. Inform Salodice to safeguard the spirit tree and relocate the spacecraft. With such high battle power approaching, if they are not targeting us, Salodice would never believe it. Innately scheming, cold-hearted, and indifferent to the lives of lowly soldiers or even his formidable subordinates, he now found himself in a precarious position. The spirit tree was on the verge of maturation, and his current power was insufficient to guarantee victory against an opponent wielding 8,848 battle power. He desired to buy time, hoping to enhance his strength through the spirit tree's fruit after it matured, thereby defeating his adversary. Thus, the spirit tree must not be compromised. Furthermore, if the spacecraft were damaged in the ensuing conflict, he would have no means to reach another planet. This was something Salodice could not afford. As his thoughts swirled, Salodice executed a swift maneuver, landing on the ground, his gaze shifting towards the descending spacecraft. Oh, a standard two-person ship. It appears the visitors are scions. As a scion himself, Salodice was familiar with this model. Is that not Lord Salodice, who, despite being a lower-class warrior, enjoys royal privileges? Has King Vegeta truly deemed it appropriate to dispatch you for an invasion mission? Listening to Salodice's mockery, Salodice did not respond immediately. After landing, he took a moment to stretch before fixing his gaze upon this notorious antagonist from the Dragon Ball cinematic universe. No, I am not here to execute an invasion mission. My objective is you, foul creature. Chapter 4. A disappointing battle, tedious and lowly. The unmasked sharpness and malice in Salodice's words left Salodice momentarily taken aback. Lord Salodice does not seem like a typical scion, one solely reliant on brute strength. At least I do not resemble a sewer rat or a fly atop excrement as you do. Although Salodice, born of scion lineage, valued intellect over brute force, it was evident that he had never been schooled in the art of verbal sparring, and thus fell silent for a time. Eventually, he managed to collect his scattered thoughts, shifting his stance to one poised for imminent attack. It seems that Lord Salodice holds a rather unfavorable impression of me. It appears impossible to recruit him into my ranks. With this realization, Salodice's form flickered several times, tracing a zigzagging path as he launched his assault against Salodice. Unfazed, Salodice remained calm, his mind as tranquil as a vast sea, while his body moved with the swiftness of lightning. Bending his legs slightly, he unleashed a burst of speed that was nearly impossible to track, accurately grasping Salodice's outstretched wrist before stepping forward to deliver a fierce elbow strike to Salodice's chest, intent on eliminating him in this initial encounter. With a barely audible exhale, Salodice pivoted his body to evade the elbow strike, his unrestrained left hand forming a fist that descended like a hammer towards Salodice. As the blow missed, Salodice relinquished his grip on Salodice's wrist and executed a series of flips to create distance between them. Indeed, this battle would not be so easily won. Salodice relaxed his body, slightly bending his legs, raising his left hand to guard his face and positioning his right arm across his chest. He assumed a stance he had practiced countless times, now instinctual, contemplating the situation. From Salodice's sudden offensive, it seemed he intended to determine the outcome with that one strike, a habitual approach. Or was there another reason compelling him to seek a swift resolution? From the readings on the detector, Salodice's battle power was comparable to his own. If the fight were prolonged, would it endanger the spirit tree? Both combatants remained locked in a silent standoff, thoughts racing through their minds while their bodies remained still, vigilant against one another. Salodice possessed far greater patience in battle than in contemplation, and he had no pressing matters to attend to. He could easily endure an entire day and night confronting Salodice without concern. However, Salodice clearly did not share Salodice's leisure. Stealing a furtive glance towards the spirit tree, he abruptly extended a finger. This is bad. With his focus solely on Salodice, Salodice's heart raced as a blinding aura erupted around him. He shot upwards, and in the blink of an eye, a crimson beam pierced through the heart of the afterimage generated by his rapid ascent. This was retaliation. Without hesitation, Salodice conjured a blue energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards Salodice. Instinctively, Salodice sought to evade the energy sphere but halted, opting instead to counter with a similar energy sphere to nullify Salodice's attack. As smoke billowed, Salodice's eyes darted about, on high alert for Salodice to emerge from the haze. The detector emitted urgent beeping, locking on to a specific direction. There. This is not good. Just as Salodice prepared to retaliate, he noticed another blue energy sphere hurtling towards him at high speed, with Salodice's voice ringing out from above. This is the right direction. Descending swiftly, Salodice unleashed a punch, feigning an attack to draw out Salodice's instinctive reaction. Then, leveraging the momentum of his strike, he kicked out with his foot, landing a blow to Salodice's abdomen. Seizing the advantage, Salodice flipped over, his feet landing on the ground again, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks towards Darls. Dares, who had taken a kick from Salodice, ignored the pain in his abdomen and swung his fists and feet to meet Salodice's attacks. In just a few breaths, their fists and feet clashed several times. Bang, 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 bang. The shockwaves from the impacts of their punches and kicks kicked up clouds of dust. But they couldn't get close to the two men locked in a high-speed exchange. Salodice's kick, which had successfully deflected a defense, hadn't been fully charged in its pursuit of speed. Darls, by this time recovering from the pain, gradually shifted from pure defense to a counterattack. Salodice's fist landed on Darls's chest, while Darls's foot struck Salodice's waist. They fought back and forth, from the ground to midair and back again. The more Salodice fought, the stronger the fighting spirit burned within him. His fighting style gradually shifted from intercepting Darls's punches and kicks, and then retaliating to pure, head-on clashes. Salodice was enjoying the fight more and more, while Darls's facial muscles twitched incessantly. Such a beastly fighting style, if used by the weaklings on the planets he had previously conquered, would have been easily and quickly resolved. However, this opponent's fighting strength was not much different from his own. While the spirit tree fruit could enhance fighting power and even eliminate fatigue in the process, it couldn't heal injuries. Although the spirit tree fruit had already formed, there was still no communication indicating that the fruit was ripe. If he were to be injured here, his spaceship, without a healing pod, would not be able to recover quickly, significantly delaying his plan to dominate the universe. Now was not the time for idle thoughts, Darls. Salodice's surging fighting spirit slowly waned when he sensed Darl's hesitation and retreat at the tip of his fist. This momentary halt fueled Salodice's rage. Ignoring the pain in his hand as their fists clashed, he reached out and grabbed Darl's hair with his other hand. Bang! Unexpectedly, Salodice slammed his forehead into Darl's forehead, producing a loud thud. The difference in their physical strength was not significant. Blood seeped from Darl's forehead, and Salodice's was no exception. But Salodice seemed oblivious to the pain. He slowly landed on the ground, wiped the blood from his eye, and licked it. The faint metallic taste spread across his taste buds, further invigorating Salodice, who prepared to launch another attack. Dare's face twitched again, but he managed to utter a sound. Wait a minute, maybe we won't even need to fight. Oh, Salodice didn't continue his attack, raising an eyebrow with interest, signaling Darls to continue. Seeing that Salodice didn't launch another frenzied attack, Darls breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Aren't you curious why I, a mere low-level warrior, have suddenly risen to this level? I can tell you. I possess a treasure that rapidly enhances combat power. He paused, noticing Salodice's relaxed posture despite his lack of expression, and Darls finally breathed a sigh of relief. You were just sent by King Vegeta to eliminate me, this traitor, weren't you? But why are you working for King Vegeta? We fight relentlessly, teetering on the edge of life and death, only to gain nothing in the end. Even after joining the Kurdish Legion, we are forced to obey the Kurdish king's orders, ostracized and ridiculed by the Legion's members. You and I are different from those muscle-bound idiots. With the treasure I possess that rapidly enhances combat power, we can increase our strength without constantly teetering on the brink of death. And if we continue to increase our power like this, even defeating the Kurdish king and dominating the entire universe won't be difficult. Wouldn't it be better for us to enjoy the life of King Vegeta, or even the Kurdish king, than our current existence? Think about it. We roam the universe, not needing to obey anyone's commands or orders. We can kill whomever we want, conquer whatever planets we desire. Everything is in our own hands. What a joyful life that would be. Finally, Darl's face radiated a fanatical and intoxicated expression as he stared directly into Salodice's eyes, enticing Salodice with each word. Come, join my legion, and I can offer you equal status. Then we'll reign supreme over this universe together. Salodice turned his head, his hands trembling slightly, seemingly tempted. Seeing Salodice's posture, Darl's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He was about to add fuel to the fire when he heard Salodice's voice. Indeed, King Vegeta is not a good leader. He won't tolerate any subordinate surpassing his strength. He feared King Cold's power and chose to submit, yet he plotted to ambush and kill King Cold. This not only lacks clear understanding, but also betrays Saiyan pride. As for me, I have no interest in fighting to the death for King Vegeta to consolidate his position and satisfy his desire for dominance. Nor do I want to work under King Cold. Darl's smile widened as he listened to these words. Salodice abruptly turned around, staring intently at Darls, his tone filled with disdain. But what kind of lowlife are you? You dare to talk to me about cooperation, about me joining your legion? A piece of trash who only dares to rely on external objects to enhance his strength, boasting of possessing the wisdom to manipulate others but not realizing it's just a petty, insignificant cleverness. You don't even deserve the Saiyan blood flowing in your veins and your history of conquering other planets multiple times. Don't tell me I have no interest in trampling the weak and wantonly destroying. Even if I were a villain with evil flowing in my bones, I wouldn't choose to cooperate with trash like you. Your spirit tree fruit is almost ripe, isn't it? What are you planning to do with the power you've accumulated? Do you think I can't sense such petty tricks? Dare's expression changed drastically, looking at the data displayed on the detector. But then he calmed down. Although I don't know how you knew that the treasure I possess that enhances my combat power is called the spirit tree fruit. You're wrong about one thing. The spirit tree fruit is ripe. My victory is won. Drink. With Darl's roar, a ring of electric energy descended from above Salodice's head, binding him tightly. Ha ha, taste my deadly ring of energy. You can't break free from this move no matter what. If I detonate it now, your life will be over. Your Excellency Salodice. But I won't do that yet. My men are on their way with the spirit tree fruit. After I eat the spirit tree fruit and increase my combat power again, I'll slowly torture you. A rat in a ditch, a fly on dung, a lowlife. A piece of trash that can't be served properly? TSK, certainly different from those muscle-bound idiots with their sharp tongues, but alas, just as foolish. The blazing white flames surrounding Salodice burned fiercely, yet he couldn't break free from the deadly ring of energy's bindings, causing Darls to burst into laughter. It's no use, Your Excellency Salodice. There's no difference in our fighting strength. Breaking free from the bindings of the death ring is simply impossible. Just stand there obediently, silently counting down to your death. Ha ha! The raucous laughter gradually ceased as a diminutive figure alighted before Dales. My Lord Dales, the fruits of the spirit tree have matured, and their quality is exceptionally high. I believe this will significantly enhance your strength. Upon receiving the spirit tree fruit offered by the small figure, Dales wasted no time. Akin to consuming an ordinary fruit, he devoured it in mere bites. As the spirit tree fruit was swallowed, Dales's muscles began to swell dramatically. An uncontrollable aura is surging forth, indicating the magnitude of his newfound combat prowess. Immersed in the euphoria of his strength augmentation for a while, his muscles gradually returned to their normal state, and the overwhelming aura receded. "How do you find it? Are you astonished by my combat power?" Dales remarked. "Oh, I almost forgot that the noble Salodice lacks this latest portable combat power detector from the Kurdish Legion, rendering him unable to gauge my current strength. I suppose the only option left is for the esteemed Salodice to experience it firsthand." As if surrendering to despair, the fierce flames surrounding Salodice diminished. His lowered head a symbol of hopelessness in Dales's eyes. This realization filled Dales with a sense of pride in his intellect, as he effortlessly turned the tide of the situation from a slight disadvantage to overwhelming dominance. "After my cooperation in this performance, is this all you can muster? What?" Upon hearing Salodice's voice, devoid of any hint of despair, Dales momentarily froze as if a pause button had been pressed. "What a pity. I had presumed that with that face of yours, even the most despicable would possess some semblance of spirit, yet you have utterly disappointed me. When exactly did you develop the illusion that we are evenly matched?" As Salodice uttered these words, the deadly energy ring that had bound him dissipated like snow before the blazing sun. 9,000, 10,000, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000? The combat power displayed on the detector caused a shiver of shock to run through Dales. "Is that so? A combat power of 2,000. This month-long interstellar journey has indeed yielded considerable enhancement. So, have you come to your senses?" There was no time for reaction. Indeed, even after the significant boost from the spirit tree fruit, Dales could not respond to the full force of Salodice's speed and was struck by a heavy punch. Salodice, as if discarding refuse, seized Dales by the collar and hurled him skyward. With one hand aimed at the airborne Dales, disappointment filled Salodice's eyes. What a tedious battle. Perish. The sudden eruption of a blue energy wave, moving at an extraordinary speed, engulfed Dales, who had been unable to muster any resistance, transforming him into a burst of fireworks. With a sigh, Salodice released his grip. A despicable one is still despicable. Even as fireworks, they remain filthy. Chapter 5. The Emperor of MIT Star, Drunken Immortal Flow? Disappointment. A desert on MIT Star. Standing before the spirit tree, Salodice sighed deeply. The three subordinates of Dales had also been casually dismissed as fireworks, equally filthy. The minions, witnessing their valiant and battle-hardened leaders reduced to mere corpses, were thrown into a panic, yet Salodice displayed no interest in these insignificant beings, merely instructing them to depart in their spacecraft. These minions were almost comical, as Salodice used the word roll, leading them to perform several acrobatic maneuvers in the air as they departed. Setting aside such trivial thoughts, Salodice surveyed the grand tree before him. Indeed, it proved to be as formidable as depicted in the theatrical version. Even unleashing his full strength was insufficient for its destruction. While Salodice was not one to selflessly seek to save the world, he could not simply ignore the calamity facing this planet. He was not one to be twisted by darkness. One more attempt. Resolute, Salodice clasped his hands before the spirit tree. Trillion. Flash. A dazzling interplay of golden and azure light surged forth, directed at the spirit tree. The dense smoke dispersed, yet it proved ineffective. He did not feel particularly disappointed. Although Salodice had not initially employed an extraordinary technique like the Trillion Flash, he had still exerted his full power. However, the energy wave failed to inflict any damage, and the ineffectiveness of the Trillion Flash came as no surprise. "Hey, you over there." A voice from the horizon exuded an arrogant pride. Salodice focused his gaze, spotting a young man clad in a bright yellow martial arts uniform, his face radiating youthful exuberance. "That tail. Are you a scion?" Although the details remained unclear, it appeared that this planet was the culprit behind its current plight. "Take this." Humph. Salodice's lips twitched, yet he charged forward, evading the energy wave launched by the youth. The young man grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Here I come," before diving downward, colliding with Salodice. Bang! Salodice sensed that the opponent's power far surpassed Dales's, his eyes gleaming with a fierce battle spirit. Swallowing back any explanations that had been on the tip of his tongue, he thought, regardless of misunderstandings, let us engage in battle first. After several exchanges, Salodice found himself at a disadvantage, struggling against the youth's speed, strength, and technique, all of which matched or exceeded his own. The young man seemed more familiar with the combat styles typical of the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, Salodice felt neither fear nor retreat, only the thrill of the hunt. Delightful. Let us continue. After a moment of grappling, both fighters stepped back to reassess. Salodice regained his stance and called out to the youth. The young man waved his hand, indicating he had no intention of continuing the fight. Are we not fighting anymore? Salodice asked, puzzled. I sense no malevolence in your energy. I believe I may have misjudged you. A person of such pure energy would not engage in the destruction of an entire planetary ecosystem. Nodding, Salodice accepted this without further doubt. The original narrative had often described the ability to discern a person's goodness or evilness through the purity of their energy. The youth's assertion that his energy bore no trace of malevolence was within Salodice's expectations. After all, in a certain sense, he and the original character's son Wukong were alike. Despite differing worldviews, both pursued a path of pure strength. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bifu, the king of this MIT star. Salodice nodded in acknowledgement. Salodice, merely an ordinary scion. Bifu, exhibiting a friendly demeanor, approached the now relaxed Salodice and clapped him on the shoulder. You are unlike the scions of legend, who revel in the wanton devastation of other planets. Salodice felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with this youth and naturally engaged in conversation. The scions of yore were not meant to be like that. However, our race has undergone many tribulations. Most of the surviving scions have shed their former pride and become trapped in the hollow reputation of a warrior race. Bifu responded with intrigue. Oh, yet quickly adopted a serious demeanor. While I am indeed intrigued by the experiences that your kind has endured, I suggest we postpone that discussion for another time. I have a query that I hope you can clarify for me, if you possess the knowledge. It pertains to the battles that have transpired here and the desertification of this planet, correct? Salodice, not one to underestimate the situation, swiftly deduced the nature of Bifu's inquiry. Bifu nodded in affirmation. Might Xing, only a few months prior, was not the desolate wasteland it has now become, but rather a vibrant planet. Upon the initial onset of desertification, I commissioned royal scientists and my master to investigate the underlying causes, yet progress was painfully slow. It was only today that I sensed an extraordinary clash taking place, one that should not occur on this planet, and thus I came to investigate. The subsequent events led to our confrontation. Salodice gestured toward the nearby spirit tree. This spirit tree is the very root of desertification. Have you heard of the spirit tree? The spirit tree. The spirit tree. Bifu pondered for a moment before slapping his forehead. My master once spoke of a legendary fruit known as the spirit tree fruit, which is said to be permissible only for deities to consume. Once ingested, it greatly enhances one's power. Could this be the spirit tree in question? Indeed, this is the spirit tree. Whether it is exclusively for deities, I cannot ascertain. Perhaps one day, when I encounter a cosmic deity, I may inquire. However, it has been confirmed that the spirit tree fruit does indeed augment the strength of its consumer. And the condition for the spirit tree's growth is to absorb the nutrients of an entire planet. Bifu frowned, his expression grave, ready to speak. But Salodice gestured for him to let him continue. The recent battle was also linked to the spirit tree. The adversary I fought was a traitor from my clan, Dales. Originally a lower-tier warrior dispatched for conquest, he somehow acquired seeds from the spirit tree and subsequently defected, forming the Dales Legion. He traverses various planets, cultivating the spirit tree to harvest its fruit and enhance his own power, leaving devastation in his wake. My mission was to eliminate this traitor. I have already vanquished the Dales Legion, defeating Dales and his formidable warriors. The remaining foot soldiers scattered like birds, unworthy of my attention. Yet, the crisis on your planet remains unresolved. After a brief pause, Salodice continued. Following my confrontation with Dales, I attempted to destroy the spirit tree directly. But my efforts were futile on 2 occasions. Although I cannot accurately gauge your level of power, if you did not hold back during our skirmish, we should be evenly matched. I suspect you too would struggle to destroy this spirit tree. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee that the planet would revert to its former state even if the spirit tree were destroyed. That is the situation at hand. If you have no further inquiries, I shall take my leave. I wish you good fortune. Salodice succinctly recounted the events to Bifu and prepared to depart. However, Bifu, who had been contemplating Salodice's words, called out to him. Although your defeat of Dales was a task assigned by your clan, it nonetheless alleviated a significant problem for our planet. Since I acted rashly toward you, let me express my gratitude and apology by inviting you to dine with me. I have heard that your kind, the Scions, possess a hearty appetite and enjoy fine cuisine. Please allow me the honor of treating you to a meal. While the current state of the planet is not ideal, we do have a considerable stockpile of provisions. Initially indifferent to expressions of gratitude and apology, Salodice found himself intrigued at the mention of a meal. Bifu's assertion contained some inaccuracies. While most Scions do indeed have large appetites, they often do not concern themselves with taste. Only a select few seek both quality and quantity, and Salodice is indeed among that rare group. Despite having mentally embraced his identity as a Scion, his soul still carries the imprint of an ancient, divine realm from his previous life, which naturally includes an appreciation for fine food. Thus, Salodice followed Bifu to his royal palace. Bifu's palace was not particularly opulent. It could not be compared to the grand palaces he remembered as symbols of royalty, and even in contrast to the palace on Baijita Shing, it could be described as quite modest. Although it is a palace, the founding ancestors believed that they were merely leaders tasked with guiding the planet toward a brighter future. While they deserved better treatment, extravagance was not warranted. Thus, it was constructed rather plainly. Following this tradition, my generation has made no significant changes except for necessary renovations and expansions. Noticing Salodice's curiosity, Bifu offered this explanation. Salodice nodded in understanding, refraining from further commentary. The guards at the entrance recognized Bifu, saluting him before opening the grand doors to grant entry. As Bifu walked, the two traversed a modest courtyard and arrived at a dining hall capable of accommodating dozens. I informed my wife of your arrival, and the preparations will take a little time, so let us rest here for a moment. Adhering to the principle of hospitality, Salodice had no objections and took a seat. It was not long before the dishes began to flow into the dining hall like a stream. Salodice twitched his nose, and his stomach rumbled, prompting him to eat without hesitation. As he began to eat, Bifu truly grasped the enormity of a Scion's appetite. Though he himself was an emperor and maintained a rigorous training regimen, his appetite was several times that of an ordinary person. Yet, the food prepared for his tenfold intake was consumed by Salodice in less than 10 minutes. Furthermore, although Salodice made no outward show of it, Bifu could see that he still had not satisfied his hunger. Bifu slapped his forehead and instructed his wife, who had come to greet their guest, to fetch more food from the kitchen. This cycle repeated twice before Salodice finally patted his belly, exhaling contentedly as he stood. Thank you for your hospitality. Aha. Ahaha. Indeed, the Scion appetite is legendary. Bifu gazed at the towering pile of dishes and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having sustained himself on nutrient fluids throughout the journey from Baijita Shing, he relished the opportunity to indulge in a hearty meal. The culinary skills of your chefs are truly commendable. I have consumed more than usual today. Bifu's eye twitched slightly, secretly musing over the comment about consuming more than usual. Just a little more. A woman of noble bearing and poised demeanor approached Bifu, lightly patting his shoulder with a playful air, her words laced with charm. You must be Mr. Salodice. Bifu has informed me of your arrival. I am grateful for your assistance in resolving a significant issue for Might Shing. I am Bifu's wife. Buyer. Salodice, who typically disregarded formalities, found himself somewhat flustered by Buyer's graceful etiquette, prompting a light chuckle as he covered his mouth. I assumed that a warrior such as yourself, hailing from a battle-hardened lineage, would not favor excessive formality. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Please feel free to act as you wish. Salodice finally let out a sigh of relief and casually extended his hand in greeting. Buyer bowed once more before turning back to Bifu. Well then, dear, I shall attend to some matters now. You two enjoy your conversation. Once Bayer departed, Salodice remarked, You are indeed fortunate to have wed such a virtuous wife. Upon uttering these words, Salodice found himself somewhat perplexed. They had only just met for less than half a day, yet his casual utterance felt reminiscent of a conversation with an old friend. Bifu, however, was unfazed and responded with ease. Haha, I share your sentiment. Marrying Bayer is certainly one of the greatest fortunes of my life. By the way, there is something else. Salodice shrugged. Just ask. I don't know why, but I feel as though we are quite compatible. Oh, I feel the same way. Although our acquaintance is recent, I cannot help but treat you as an old friend. Here on my texting, aside from my master, no one surpasses me. Yet, our strengths seem closely matched. Even if we had fought without pause, the outcome would be uncertain. Is this the typical level of power among your Scion kin? Salodice had no intention of concealing the truth and answered by Fu candidly. Among the entire Scion clan, there is probably only one individual whose combat prowess is comparable to mine at present. However, the future remains uncertain. Clearly, Salodice was thinking of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly. Even as a transmigrator, he lacked the confidence to assert that he could inevitably surpass their future achievements. I had thought all Scions were as formidable as you, Bai Fu remarked. Salodice shook his head. However, every member of our clan can transform into a great ape with tenfold power during a full moon. Even without a full moon, we can create an artificial moon with our bare hands to achieve this transformation. Admittedly, the great ape form is colossal and somewhat less agile, but Bai Fu gasped in astonishment, reflecting on the implications for global warming on Mitexing. He exclaimed, "No wonder the Scions are deemed a warrior race." What warrior race? That notion is merely a jest now. Even if our entire clan were to band together for a surprise attack, we would hardly be able to tickle King Cooled. But aren't you Scions working for King Cooled, conquering planets and such? Salodice glanced at Bai Fu. Though those fools haven't considered it, I am aware that the Cooled clan harbors malevolence toward us Scions. Were it not for their current lack of troops, our clan might. Bai Fu was at a loss for how to continue this line of conversation, so he shifted topics. By the way, regarding your age, you Scions seem to retain your youth. Although I can ascertain you are not middle-aged, I cannot determine your exact age. My age? It should be around 12. Salodice replied. Bai Fu was taken aback. You must be jesting. 12? I am 20 this year. Salodice dismissed it nonchalantly. What does age matter? There are many powerful beings in the universe we have yet to encounter. Bai Fu appeared incredulous, shaking his head. A thought crossed his mind, and he looked at Salodice with a smile. Would you be interested in meeting my master? He is a grandmaster known as the Wine Immortal, who established the drunken immortal style on our planet. My master has promised to teach me a secret technique if I can defeat him, and he has no restrictions on seeking help. If I defeat him, I could even share that technique with you. Chapter 6, Training on Mitexing, starting from the basics again. You little rascal, if you team up with this Scion to take me on, my old bones won't withstand the strain. An elderly voice accompanied the entrance of a short, unassuming man, holding a wine jug and appearing somewhat inebriated. At first glance, he seemed merely an ordinary drunken old man, yet Salodice sensed the extraordinary nature of this figure. Although he could clearly see the old man and detect the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him, his vague perception suggested that this person was almost imperceptible. Master, what brings you here? Bai Fu exclaimed joyfully, rising to assist, but was met with a dismissive hand and a fierce glare. I am not so feeble that I require assistance to walk. Hey, it's merely an expression of filial piety. Spare me your pretenses. If Bayer had not sent me word about the spirit tree, I would not have bothered coming to your palace, where everyone treats me with excessive formality. It's tedious. Realizing this old man was indeed the Wine Immortal, Salodice observed as he casually leaned against a wall and scrutinized him with half-closed eyes, nodding in approval. Indeed, your aura is pure. I sense no malevolence. To match Bai Fu, a young Scion. Do you wish to learn from me for a time? Confusion, astonishment, and incredulity flickered across Bai Fu's face. He knew well how strictly his master selected disciples. He was the last to be accepted, and the number of his senior brothers could be counted on one hand. Yet now, the Wine Immortal took a sip of his drink, dispelling Bai Fu's confusion. Do not be curious. This boy merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. By chance. Salodice, contemplating why this old man would wish to teach him upon their first meeting, could not help but inquire. After Bayer informed me of the situation, I attempted to resolve the matter regarding the spirit tree. Bai Fu became instantly excited. Does Master have a way to address the spirit tree's issues? The Wine Immortal nodded and revealed his plan. This relates to my secret technique. The spirit tree absorbs the planet's vital energy for sustenance, leading to desertification. I believe that if we can extract all the energy it has absorbed and return it to the planet, we can resolve the spirit tree's issues. However, my technique. The Wine Immortal sighed. Though I consider this technique to be somewhat immoral and not to be used often, it is indeed the best option at this moment. This technique allows me to forcibly absorb the vital energy of plants to replenish or enhance my own. Salodice's eyes widened. In the original narrative, only the King of the Worlds had created an energy sphere capable of absorbing energy for offensive purposes. He was amazed that this character, who had never appeared in the original story, had devised such a technique, filling him with admiration. Then Master, why? I cannot compete with the spirit tree's rate of energy absorption alone. Even with you, we could at most match its pace. Hence, we require a third party. Your other senior brothers are far too weak. Even if they banded together, they would be insufficient. This scion boy, however, possesses adequate strength and harbors no malevolence. Yet, he does not know how to manipulate energy and must learn from me for a time before acquiring this technique. I have no reason to refuse. Salodice responded. Even if he could only learn to control energy and absorb vital energy, it would significantly enhance his strength. Why should he decline? However, I can stay for no more than 2 months. That will suffice, your scion talents. The wine immortal glanced at Salodice, revealing a wide grin. Even if you could remain longer, this planet cannot wait that long. Salodice understood. Thus, he settled temporarily within the royal palace of Mitexing, embarking on his training journey. Chapter 7. The Past, Present, and Future, the conclusion of training. The scion physique is indeed remarkably powerful. In order to better train Salodice, the wine immortal engaged in a sparring match with him, reflecting on the experience with a sense of nostalgia. Salodice, feeling sore all over, lay in the grass, smiling in response. On the planet Vegeta, where we scions reside, the gravity exceeds 10 times that of an ordinary planet. Growing up under such immense gravitational force, our physical strength undoubtedly surpasses that of individuals from other worlds. With this understanding, the wine immortal deftly turned and stood up, shaking his wine gourd as he shifted his steps. Let us rest today, allowing both body and spirit to rejuvenate. Remember, young scion, it is essential to relax fully. I shall fetch some more wine and see you tomorrow. However, for Salodice, achieving complete relaxation was not something that could be accomplished in a fleeting moment. He remained silent, his gaze vacant as he stared through the silvery moonlight, lost in thoughts of the past and future. His past was that of a time before his journey, a time when he embarked upon a path to foreign lands, clutching a dream that had once drawn laughter in his youth. In a realm that was not his own, he gradually found success, leading a life that appeared extravagant to those struggling for survival. Yet one fateful day, he renounced that existence, awakening the beast within him that had long been suppressed. As a warrior, he cared for nothing beyond martial arts. As a man of privilege, he could have mingled with those willing to embrace him. Yet he was a man of conscience and conviction. Perhaps he could coldly ignore the beggars by the roadside, or scoff at the donation boxes. But how could he accept that a girl, who greeted him cheerfully each morning on her way to school, who shared her joys and sorrows with him after class, who would pull him away from games and anime to enjoy a day out, was met with an undeserved fate and ultimately understood the fragility of life through a pair of scissors? In the eyes of the assailants, a specter emerged, a madman akin to a demon. He demonstrated that even within 7 paces, though the gun was swift and precise, he need not be faster than the bullet. Merely faster than the draw of the gun was sufficient to claim the life of one who believed themselves invulnerable. He traversed every city, using the vile and filthy blood of his enemies and the terror-stricken heads of his foes to honor the departed girl. Ultimately, he concluded his life with resignation, yet a tinge of bitterness. Did he do justice to that playful, beautiful girl? He did not know, nor did he need to. He merely felt that he had fulfilled the teaching of his master. A martial artist must not be hindered by muddled thoughts. This was enough for him to face the end of his life with equanimity. However, he had not yet discovered his limits. And over 2 decades of effort dissipated like clouds in the sky, leaving no trace behind. How could he not feel a sense of dissatisfaction amidst his acceptance? In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball by a peculiar woman, becoming a scion and awakening the unrealistic fantasies of his childhood. Yet, the true world of Dragon Ball was not as it appeared in dreams. Formidable foes were not easily vanquished. The looming threat of annihilation hung overhead, endangering the lives of the scion race. King Vegeta's jealousy of talent compelled him to refrain from training with his full might. He could disregard the lives of his foolish kin, who had lost the pride of being scions and escaped to Earth, a distant planet, to study martial arts and prepare for the future crisis. However, he had developed attachments on this planet. The love from Jiren and Bardock, a couple who treated him with sincerity, was something he had never experienced in his orphaned past. He could not abandon this couple who had genuinely cared for him. Reflecting on over 30 years of 2 lifetimes, he remained the proud youth in pursuit of martial arts. Yearning for clarity of thought, his reverie was interrupted by the patter of raindrops, gradually pulling him from his mind. Gazing at the dense clouds, Salodice smiled. Finding solace in the past being just that, past, the present had materialized into reality, and the future awaited his grasp. There was no confusion, no hesitation. Salodice revealed a long-hidden youthful smile, filled with fervor, as he turned away from the withered, lifeless grass. Making his way to the room arranged by Bifu for a deep slumber, the wine immortal, atop the roof, chuckled as he drank from the filled gourd, exclaiming with laughter, "This scion lad is truly fascinating." The wine immortal's training was arduous, yet filled with amusement for Salodice. The amusement stemmed from the fact that the wine immortal's teachings allowed Salodice to rapidly advance, while compensating for the foundational knowledge he had lacked during his solitary journey over the past decade. The difficulty, however, arose from Bifu's observations. He noted that the challenges Salodice faced in training were exponentially greater than those he had encountered himself. Salodice's training comprised three aspects. The first pertained to the mastery of energy. His grasp of energy was rudimentary. In battle, he could not unleash his full potential, leading to considerable waste of power and reliance on mere sight and intuition to anticipate his opponent's movements. Fortunately, Salodice had managed to reach a threshold of understanding, with the path ahead involving meticulous application and comprehension of energy. The second aspect focused on physical conditioning. Salodice's physique was indeed stronger than that of the average individual, even in the most challenging areas such as internal organs. However, the training of Zue Xianlu emphasized a balance between energy and physical prowess. While energy was indeed pivotal to victory, the significance of physical strength could not be underestimated. Salodice wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. The physical training methodology of Zue Xianlu felt familiar to Salodice, as it involved converting a portion of energy into electrical form to stimulate every cell throughout the body, while another portion would transform into a gentle healing force, reinforcing the physique through cycles of destruction and rebirth. The third aspect revolved around combat techniques. In this domain, Salodice's skills in close combat were so commendable that even the wine immortal had to express admiration. Typically, regardless of one's strength, the body parts utilized in battle were limited. Aside from fists and feet, most combat would involve elbows and knees, with shoulders being the maximum extent. However, Salodice was different. He could employ every part of his body, including the hips, abdomen, and back, in combat. This made his training in this regard the simplest and most effortless, requiring only sparring sessions with the wine immortal and Bifu. Of course, due to Beller's vehement protests against damaging the palace, the use of energy in such battles was prohibited. Interestingly, Zue Xianlu shared a commonality with the turtle school from the original story. After completing a training session, relaxation was essential to completely disengage the mind from the rigors of training. Throughout his training journey, Salodice posed numerous questions, prompting the wine immortal to often cast a disapproving gaze at Bifu. What on earth did you feed the master to transform his gaze from one of satisfaction to this? After being struck on the head several times by the wine immortal's gourd, Bifu discreetly poked Salodice when the wine immortal was absent, voicing his curiosity. Salodice merely smiled in response, providing no answer. How could he articulate such a thing? Although Salodice is essentially a brute who seldom engages in deep thought, he exhibits remarkable mental agility solely on the path of martial arts cultivation. Over the past month, whenever the Joshin imparted new knowledge, Salodice did not merely mimic the teachings. Instead, he pondered the rationale behind each action, the objectives that followed, and whether there existed superior methods to achieve those aims. He also contemplated the potential for even better outcomes post-achievement, often posing inquiries or presenting novel ideas to Joshin. Some of these reflections inspired the centuries-old Joshin, who had been steeped in martial arts, to formulate fresh insights and enhancements. Young Scion, Joshin remarked, I initially intended to fully take you under my wing to inherit the Zue Xin style alongside Biff, but it seems you may one day forge your own school. In response to Joshin's musings, Salodice merely shook his head. He brimmed with confidence, though not with blind arrogance. All his thoughts and knowledge derived from the ancient and enigmatic Eastern realm, imparted by the sages of various disciplines since time immemorial in his homeland. Thus, the time devoted to cultivation swiftly elapsed. After completing the foundational training, Salodice naturally progressed to learning Joshin's ultimate secret techniques alongside Biff. To their astonishment, Joshin not only refrained from naming the technique, but also revealed it to be remarkably straightforward. upon reaching the requisite standards for training. Both of them mastered the technique in less than half a day. You must be curious why this technique is so simple. Yet I only chose to teach it to Biff when it became absolutely necessary, Jiren sighed, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia and melancholy. In my youth, I once battled a formidable foe using this technique. Though my current power vastly surpasses that of my younger self, I could have shattered a planet if needed. And I believed I was no mere nameless entity in the cosmos. However, that adversary, while I had the strength to contend, still proved to be beyond my capabilities. In desperation, I resorted to this technique. After downing a sip of wine, Jiren continued his tale, fearing the depletion of the plant's life force. I exerted nearly all my strength in that moment. I emerged victorious, and the planet was spared from destruction. However, afterwards, Biff, it was your great-grandfather who informed me that half of the planet's vegetation was drained of vitality, leaving it withered and lifeless, significantly diminishing the planet's vibrancy, particularly affecting the crops, which that year yielded nothing. Since then, I sealed this technique, ceasing its usage and further development. Does ceasing development imply that the technique remains incomplete? Salodice inquired. Jiren nodded. Indeed, young scion, you are correct. Initially, my vision for this technique encompassed not only the absorption of plant life force, but also that of animals. At the time, I could only cause many plants to wither with full exertion. If it were developed to the extent of absorbing animal life force, the consequences would be dire. Remember, this technique should only be employed in the direst of circumstances. Jiren's expression turned grave as he concluded. Master, I understand. The two assured him solemnly as they rose to their feet. Now, let us embark on resolving the issue with the spirit tree. Nodding in satisfaction, Jiren led the way into the sky, while Salodice and Biff exchanged a glance and followed suit. Unlike Salodice's calm demeanor, Biff's heart raced with excitement. For Salodice, the fate of the planet held little significance. He perceived it as merely a matter of relocating to another planet. Yet, he empathized with Biff's enthusiasm, recognizing the emotional weight of leaving one's homeland, as even moving from one city to another can evoke sadness, let alone shifting from one planet to another. If given the choice, it is likely that no one would relinquish their native planet, for it is their home. Home. With that thought, Salodice smiled. Though Vegeta was not his true home, and even the Scion ancestors did not inhabit this planet, for Bardock and Jiren, that planet, regardless of how it came to be theirs, was undoubtedly their homeland. Lost in contemplation for only a moment, the spirit tree soon appeared before them. Compared to a month prior, the tree bore several more fruits, having absorbed a considerable amount of the planet's life force. We need only extract the life force from the spirit tree without converting it into our own, allowing it to disperse and return to the planet. Understood? Yes. The three placed their hands upon the trunk of the spirit tree, locking in their energy. Visibly, as they activated the technique, a torrent of life force surged forth, overwhelming even the most robust Salodice with the sensation of abundance within his being. Fortunately, this time, the pressure was shared collectively, not intended for personal enhancement. With their full focus, the fruits on the spirit tree rapidly withered before their eyes. More remarkably, the extracted life force, upon dispersing into the planet's atmosphere, began to seep into the ground and waters, gradually reviving the barren landscape. The once lifeless plants began to exhibit signs of green vitality, and the weakened animals regained their vigor. Beasts dashed about, birds soared into the skies, and enormous fish leaped from the ocean's surface. Life was restored. As the spirit tree rejuvenated the planet, it gradually diminished from a colossal entity visible even from the cosmos to a mere sapling, which Salodice effortlessly uprooted. Gazing at this peculiar yet ruthless plant, he recalled the Ko and Kaioshin from the original narrative, his brow furrowing. Although the Ko and Kaioshin possessed minor flaws, they were never the type to endanger the lives of cosmic beings merely to enhance their own strength. Rather than being fruits meant solely for the divine, in Salodice's eyes, they bore more resemblance to those of a demonic nature. Humph, he scoffed, extending his hand toward the lifeless sapling, converting his energy into flames that incinerated it. That concludes this matter. Chapter 8, A Delayed System, An Unforeseen Crisis. The saga surrounding dailies has drawn to a close, and Mitexing is gradually regaining its former vitality. Well then, Biff, old man, I shall take my leave. After a lavish feast, Salodice bowed deeply to Jiren, also bidding farewell to his relatively newfound, yet harmonious friend. Thank you for your care during this time. especially for the invaluable lessons you imparted, old man. Jiren merely belched and chuckled heartily. Young scion, do not be so solemn. I have learned much from you as well. We are both teacher and friend, though if you expect Biff to call you uncle, you may be disappointed. Biff, feeling awkward, could only offer a sheepish grin, secretly making faces when Jiren was not watching. However, young scion, I still have a few words of advice for you. I hope you will remember them. The wine immortal retracted his smile. The once harmonious connection with nature vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave and menacing aura. Do not speak of the immeasurable potential that resides within you. Even in your current state, I must admit that I may not prevail against you. This is commendable, and I take pride in being able to guide you. Yet you must remember, never emulate your scion kin in their slaughter of innocent lives. At this point, the wine immortal was no longer his usual self, who would sip wine casually between words. Instead, he fixed his intense gaze upon Salodice. You are still very young, and youth harbors infinite possibilities, though such potential may not always be virtuous. While you possess a conscience and a moral compass now, the future remains uncertain for both of us. Should I learn that you have abandoned your principles, succumbing to depravity and reveling in bloodshed, I would not hesitate to slay you, even at the cost of my own life. As you aptly put it, when impoverished, one must preserve oneself. I lack the strength to confront an entire race of scions and will not engage in endeavors to maintain cosmic peace. Yet I hold the duty to safeguard my own domain. Salodice, standing tall and serious, bowed deeply, his tone resolute and firm. Master, I shall remember your words. The undertone of threat in the wine immortal's words was palpable, yet Salodice was far from the type to misinterpret good and evil. This warning served merely to remind him to uphold his principles and not forget his conscience. He would never be like certain protagonists in novels who mistakenly believe that threats equate to a path to their demise. Observing Salodice's earnest agreement, the wine immortal gradually returned to his usual demeanor, lazily reclining in his chair at the royal banquet hall, gulping down a generous draught of wine. Taking a deep breath, Salodice waved goodbye to Bifu before turning to depart the palace. After Salodice had left, Bifu could not contain his curiosity and posed a question to the wine immortal. Master, you must sense that Salodice possesses a resolute will. Why? The wine immortal did not respond, and Bifu stood silently by. After a prolonged silence, the wine immortal finally spoke. Who can foretell the future? The young man's will is indeed strong, yet the future remains elusive and beyond our grasp. Bifu found no answer to provide and could only sigh heavily. Suddenly, the wine immortal let out a hearty laugh, rising to pat Bifu on the shoulder. Do not wear such a sorrowful expression. Worrying is futile, for the young man must carve his own path. Now that matters have concluded, I shall take my leave. Without that young lad around, this palace would be dreadfully dull. Master, allow me to escort you. Before Bifu could finish his sentence, the wine immortal staggered away, disappearing from his sight. Returning to Salodice, he rested one hand on the spaceship's hatch, but hesitated to open it, although reluctant to leave. This was not the reason for his furrowed brow and closed eyes. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice echoed. The strongest scion system has locked onto the optimal host. Please complete the binding process promptly. System. Salodice, having read numerous novels in his previous life, was no stranger to the concept of a golden finger system associated with traversers. Every protagonist endowed with such a system rapidly ascended to greatness, acquiring a plethora of abilities and powers. While reading for amusement, one might not dwell on the origins of these systems or their reasons for assisting the protagonist. However, faced with such a situation himself, how could he calmly accept such an imposition? Please bind promptly, otherwise, the system will be unable to assist the host. The system's voice resounded once more, but Salodice remained unresponsive, searching for any trace of this so-called system. Suddenly, a searing white flame erupted as Salodice opened his mouth, expelling a swirling mass of purple-black energy. No, it was not merely expelled. Salodice constrained it with his energy, forcing it from his mouth. The orb was tightly bound by his energy, yet it persistently struggled to break free and lunged towards Salodice. Salodice swallowed hard, easing his nausea while letting out a cold chuckle. Had he not trained under the wine immortal, he might have struggled to discern whether this or posed any danger. However, now adept at sensing energy, he easily recognized its ominous and malevolent aura. Having learned much about cosmic knowledge during his training, Salodice identified it as the essence of the demon realm. Without hesitation, he concentrated his blue energy wave and fired, completely engulfing the orb. Humph. Even if it is not a creation of the demon realm. Shaking off his hands, Salodice ceased to regard the glowing mass, opened the hatch, and activated the spaceship to depart. He left his thoughts unspoken, yet it was clear that even if it were not a product of the demon realm, Salodice would not accept assistance from an unknown system. Unfounded aid to elevate someone to the pinnacle of existence. Salodice was no fool. In the demon realm, before a twisted wormhole, Tawa furrowed her lovely brow. To think such a thing was rejected. It seems the memories of that time patrol officer were not entirely accurate. However, it matters little. As long as I have Mira, a mere scion cannot stir up trouble. As long as he remains alive, that is sufficient. Tawa relaxed her furrowed brow, reminiscing about events prior to capturing Salodice's soul. Tawa had once encountered a time patrol officer on a mission to patrol that very timeline. After eliminating the officer, Tawa accessed their memories and discovered amusing information. The time patrol officers of the Time City had encountered numerous traversers from parallel worlds, most of whom possessed such systems. Although the powers offered by these systems were not exceptionally strong, they invariably inflated the egos of the traversers. Under their reckless behavior, many timelines were thrown into chaos, and time patrol officers harbored deep disdain for these traversers. After settling Salodice, Tawa recalled this matter and created a so-called system in her laboratory. This system was imbued with Tawa's corrupting energy. Should Salodice utilize it, that energy would incessantly erode his spirit, transforming him into one of the demon realm's minions. Entirely obedient to Tawa's commands. Based on the memories gleaned from the time patrol officer, Tawa believed that most traversers could not resist the temptation of such systems, and she assumed Salodice would not be an exception. Yet, unexpectedly, Salodice's reason allowed him to reject the system and even detect the demon realm's essence, destroying the very system she had created. Nonetheless, for Tawa, this was merely a trivial matter. As long as Salodice remained alive, he could still serve her purpose. Whether he would oppose her was inconsequential. She had Mira, the strongest being. What could a mere scion do against her? Above planet Vegeta, Salodice took a deep breath, suppressing his power to a level slightly above what he had displayed upon leaving planet Vegeta. After casually handing over the spaceship to a staff member, he made his way directly to the palace to report to King Vegeta that Darls had been slain by him. Certainly, the experiences on Might Xing and the truths concealed by the spirit tree are matters that, if disclosed to Wang Baijita, could elicit unpredictable reactions. Naturally, Salodice, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, has no inclination to delve into these issues. You have performed admirably. By the way, I must inform you that Wang Kurd has officially transferred the throne to his son, Wang Frieza. From this moment forth, we shall act according to Wang Frieza's commands. Wang Baijita's tone revealed no discernible emotion. When Wang Frieza arrived to announce this change, he brought with him the latest combat power detector. Although the quantity was limited, one has been reserved for you. This new detector is portable, allowing you to track your adversary's movements without relying solely on sight during battles. Accepting the combat power detector tossed by Wang Baijita, Salodice inclined his head in gratitude. Very well, go now and rest well. Navigating the cosmos can be quite exhausting. After bowing once more to Wang Baijita, Salodice departed the palace and returned home. Salodice, you're back. Come quickly. Upon spotting Salodice, Jiren called out loudly. Hearing her voice, Salodice, who had maintained a tense expression since returning to Baijita Xing, finally relaxed and hastened towards her. What is it, Sister Jiren? Jiren pulled Salodice swiftly towards their home, pointing at a child with long hair reminiscent of the Super Saiyan state within the nursery pod, joyfully explaining, Look, this is your newborn nephew. Badak has named him Raditz. Just a few days ago, after a combat power assessment, it was determined that this child possesses over 100 points of combat power at birth, qualifying him as a superior warrior. Salodice smiled. Raditz, does Badak intend to train him himself? Jiren's expression suddenly soured. While Badak is indeed fond of the child, it seems he has no intention of personally teaching him to fight. Salodice nodded, gazing at Raditz. Then allow me to train him. I believe I can teach the lad well. Huh. Jiren was momentarily taken aback. Then her face lit up with delight. Splendid. It's settled then. Once Raditz emerges from the nursery pod, he will be entrusted to you, Salodice affirmed. During my recent mission, I learned much. Training this child alongside me should pose no issue. Salodice's willingness to dedicate time to instruct Raditz is also driven by his own intentions. Guiding the child will not hinder his own training. Indeed, teaching others often serves to consolidate one's own knowledge, thereby enhancing one's practice. Simultaneously, Salodice is keen to prevent the potential future conflict between Raditz and son Wukong, hoping that by nurturing him from a young age, such tragedies might be averted. After arranging Raditz's future, Salodice resumed conversing with Jiren about matters from his mission. Reflecting on recent events in Baijita Xing, he noted that nothing particularly noteworthy had transpired, aside from Kurd Wong and his son Frieza announcing Frieza's succession. Upon mentioning Frieza, Jiren's expression turned grim. Frieza, compared to Kurd Wong, is even more detested. He has already eliminated several of our compatriots upon his arrival. After their departure, Wang Baijita was furious, destroying a significant portion of the palace in a fit of rage. When Badak learned of this, he was particularly downcast, wearing a sullen expression for several days. Salodice frowned, recalling a scene from the Broly movie. Badak seems to harbor a deep-rooted suspicion that Kurd Wong and his son hold a profound disdain for our Scion race. Before embarking on this mission, he even suggested that Frieza might seek to annihilate all Scions. Observing Jiren's troubled demeanor, Salodice pursed his lips. Badak's foreboding intuition has proven accurate. They indeed entertain such thoughts, and once their forces are sufficiently bolstered, they may very well act upon them. Why must this be? Jiren lamented. The reason likely stems from their incessant worry regarding the prophesied emergence of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 9. The approaching crisis. The curtain has been drawn back after being caressed by the flowing passage of time. Salodice's physique has fully matured into that of an adult. Accompanying him is Raditz, who has trained alongside him for quite some time. Under the rigorous training regimen and the dual pressures of Salodice's tutelage, Raditz has transformed significantly from the negligent and timid individual depicted in the original narrative. Although he remains in the form of a child, he exudes a sense of genuine Scion spirit. Having concluded their training, the two returned home to indulge in a sumptuous barbecue feast prepared by Jiren. Uncle, Raditz mumbled, his mouth stuffed with grilled meat yet attempting to converse, prompting Salodice to shake his head in exasperation. Swallow your food before speaking. Observing his uncle's twitching mouth and raised fist, Raditz shrank back, chewed hastily, and gulped down his food before continuing. Uncle, why did you agree to the king's request for me to team up with the prince? I still wish to continue training with you. Before returning home, the two had been summoned by Wang Baijita, who, after assessing their combat powers, proposed that once his son possesses the capability to conquer planets, Raditz should accompany him on missions. I have laid the foundation for you. How far you elevate your strength henceforth depends entirely on your own diligence. Moreover, I have my own ambitions. Raditz's expression fell. But uncle, do you not disapprove of the current Scion mode of existence? Working alongside the prince means we will be attacking weaker planets. Combat is the essence of a Scion's survival. I merely oppose the act of slaughtering the weak. As long as you, like your father, choose only formidable planets, I shall not object. Oh, Raditz appeared somewhat disheartened. He relished the joy of training and growing stronger alongside his uncle. Salodice waved his hand, setting down the bone he was holding. All right, I must prepare now. Wang Baijita's summons has issued new orders. The Frieza force has discovered the planet Yadalat. Although its inhabitants are weak, they possess many intriguing techniques. Frieza is keenly interested in these techniques, yet his forces currently lack the manpower to handle them. Your combat power should suffice. You are to journey to this planet and endeavor to bring back those extraordinary techniques. Perhaps it was clear that Wang Baijita had much more to convey, even if unspoken. Nonetheless, Salodice could comprehend the unarticulated sentiments behind Wang Baijita's words. With Frieza's ascension, the treatment of Scions appears, on the surface, to have improved compared to the era of Kurd Wong. However, the casualties among Scions have increased significantly, a reality Wang Baijita finds intolerable. While the fallen lower-tier warriors may not possess great strength, they are still Scions. Without these lower-tier warriors, the significance of his reign would be rendered moot. Concurrently, the birth of Baijita has solidified Wang Baijita's resolve to resist, with a combat power exceeding several thousand at birth. Baijita has instilled in Wang Baijita the belief that he will undoubtedly become the legendary Super Saiyan in the future. After Frieza encountered Vegeta on a certain occasion, he developed a profound interest in him, desiring to recruit Vegeta into his direct forces. In light of his own status and his son's future, King Vegeta began to anxiously devise a plan for rebellion. At this juncture, Salodice finally comprehended why King Vegeta was so preoccupied with him. King Vegeta was scheming to assassinate Frieza. Although King Vegeta inadvertently disclosed his plan, Salodice perceived it as riddled with flaws and devoid of any chance of success. Nevertheless, King Vegeta understood that relying solely on himself and a cadre of subordinates whose combat power barely exceeded 10,000, even transforming into a great ape would not suffice to vanquish Frieza. While he had suppressed his own combat power under King Vegeta's expectations, he maintained it at around 10,000 to avoid being relegated to menial tasks of planetary invasion. To King Vegeta, this level of power seemed to constitute a lethal weapon. The decision to send Salodice to planet Yatarat appeared to be a strategic move to bolster his assassination plan. Salodice harbored no interest in the plot to eliminate Frieza, but he was quite eager about the journey to Yatarat. Having witnessed the birth of Vegeta and the conception of King Vegeta's second child, Salodice understood that the destruction of planet Vegeta was imminent. With Raditz training completed, he found himself at a bottleneck, unable to enhance his usual strength, and the trigger for transforming into a Super Saiyan continued to elude him. Remaining on planet Vegeta would only result in a futile coexistence with its impending demise. Thus, departing from planet Vegeta in search of an opportunity to break through this impasse seemed a prudent course of action. "Hey, Salodice, follow me." As Salodice pondered his next steps, he heard Bardock's voice. Without hesitation, he fell in step behind Bardock. Upon exiting his home, Bardock flew towards a direction away from the city, scratching his head. Though uncertain of Bardock's intentions, Salodice followed along. The two landed in an expanse of wilderness, where Bardock promptly removed the now universally used portable power level detector from the seance and crushed it in his hand. "I have something to ask you." Salodice was aware of the detector's listening capabilities, and, given Bardock's actions, it was evident that he wished to inquire about matters he preferred to keep secret. "Although I do not know where you learned to conceal your combat power, it should be greater than what is apparent, right?" Despite the questioning tone, the confidence in Bardock's voice indicated his firm conviction. "Each time I see you upon your return, my instincts warn me of your danger level, one that even King Vegeta cannot rival. Why do you hide your power?" Silence enveloped the desolate landscape. Ultimately, Salodice opted for transparency with Bardock. "I simply wish to avoid unnecessary conflict with King Vegeta. He would never allow a non-royal scion to surpass him. Should a confrontation arise, I would undoubtedly have to eliminate King Vegeta, and I do not wish to waste time dealing with the aftermath of his demise." Salodice chose to withhold a fraction of the truth, not out of distrust for Bardock, but because he was at a loss as to how to articulate the current situation. Although it diverged somewhat from the original narrative, the overarching trajectory remained consistent. Once he eliminated King Vegeta, he could not predict the future's course and was reluctant to invite unforeseen changes before he had grown sufficiently powerful. After all, even the most resilient individuals cannot escape the dread of the unknown. It merely varies in degree. Even I can discern that King Vegeta is intent on removing Frieza, which poses a peril to the Saiyans. Should Frieza become aware of this, given his disdain for us Saiyans? Salodice observed Bardock's furrowed brow, a hint of reluctance evident in his demeanor. With a resigned sigh, Salodice decided to convey the future he knew in a different manner. Even if King Vegeta harbors no such intentions, Frieza will eventually unleash an assault capable of obliterating us. What? The moment the question escaped Bardock's lips, he seemed to grasp something. Is it the legendary Super Saiyan? But that is merely a fleeting legend. It is more than just a legend. I have glimpsed the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Bardock's brow furrowed even deeper. He had always regarded legends as ethereal tales. Yet Salodice's unwavering certainty began to sway his beliefs. Since they had ventured this far, Salodice felt inclined to elaborate further. The Super Saiyan is neither a mere figment of imagination nor a specific individual. Perhaps in the near future, I will bring that legend to life. The confidence exuding from Salodice was something Bardock had never witnessed before. I understand. You are heading to planet Yatarat, correct? Raditz has informed me. I have heard of that planet. The Yataratians possess some remarkable abilities, so do exercise caution. Do not perish. Kind will worry. I shall. Chapter 10. A diverging course. Is this planet Namek? After Bardock concluded his conversation, Salodice bid farewell to Kine and boarded the spacecraft he had previously piloted, departing from planet Vegeta. Unlike his prior journey through the cosmos, this voyage was fraught with turbulence. A disturbance in the magnetic field in a certain sector rendered the ship's navigation systems inoperable, leaving Salodice adrift and uncertain of his location. Moreover, the spacecraft suffered some damage due to the magnetic upheaval. After a period of continued flight, once the systems began to restore, Salodice had no choice but to heed the ship's emergency protocols and select a planet for a crash landing. After all, he lacked the means to survive in the vastness of space, and if he forced the ship onward, it could result in total destruction. Upon the urgent descent of the spacecraft, Salodice felt a sense of helplessness. He was not adept at repairing ships, and the planet before him appeared desolate and devoid of life, offering nothing but sparse vegetation and a tranquil ocean. What a stroke of bad luck, he lamented, reluctantly attempting to follow the repair manual on the ship. However, after several hours of grappling with disheveled wires and components, he remained utterly bewildered. After a rare bout of frustration, Salodice abandoned his attempts to repair the ship and slumped helplessly to the ground. It was not so much that he was disheartened by the prospect of missing out on the remarkable abilities of Yatarat. Rather, he was troubled by the thought that if he could not fix the ship, he would be stranded on this planet, passively awaiting another spacecraft to arrive and rescue him. If decades passed without any ship's landing. With a long sigh, Salodice recognized he had no better options and attempted to dismiss these thoughts, refusing to allow unresolvable worries to plague him. Wait, something is approaching? In Salodice's perception, a presence with combat power not too weak by current Scion standards was rapidly approaching him. Although it paled in comparison to his own, Salodice quickly rose to his feet. Minutes later, upon encountering the newcomer, Salodice's eyes widened in astonishment. A green figure resembling a slug, with antennae on its forehead, unmistakably signified its species. A Namekian? The interlocutor did not directly respond to Salodice's inquiry, yet the information subtly conveyed through their words convinced Salodice that this individual was indeed a Namekian, rather than a member of any other similar race. Scion, the Elder wishes to see you. There was no malevolence in the aura of the Namekian, reinforcing the notion from the original work that Namekians cherish peace. Recalling the extraordinary powers of the Grand Elder from the original narrative, Salodice nodded discreetly. Very well. The Namekian did not engage Salodice in further conversation, appearing to be of a reticent nature, which led Salodice to speculate about the identity of this Namekian. The Grand Elder's residence was not far. The two arrived at their destination shortly after. Following the taciturn Namekian, Salodice entered a peculiar abode. Inside, he beheld a large, elderly Namekian seated in a chair, clearly the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's gentle voice resonated. Young Scion, what brings you here? Salodice awkwardly scratched his head. Well, my spaceship encountered some issues, necessitating an emergency landing. I randomly chose a planet and, unexpectedly, it turned out to be Namek. Upon hearing Salodice's reason for landing here, the Grand Elder fell into a moment of silence. However, Grand Elder, I have heard that your kind possesses remarkable scientific technology. I wonder if you might assist me in repairing my spaceship? Young Scion, this is certainly not a problem. The Grand Elder did not refuse Salodice's request. Neru, please find a fellow who is knowledgeable in spaceship repairs to accompany this Scion gentleman. Yes, the silent Namekian, as Salodice had surmised, responded to the Grand Elder's request and departed on his own. Young Scion, what is your name? Grand Elder, you may call me Salodice. Salodice, a rather peculiar name for a Scion. Salodice chuckled and cautiously posed a question. Grand Elder, I have also heard that you possess the ability to unlock a person's potential. The Grand Elder's drooping eyelids slightly opened, revealing surprise, yet he affirmed, indeed, I possess such an ability. Then, Grand Elder, might you unlock my potential? The Grand Elder's partially opened eyes scrutinized Salodice for a moment before responding. You bear no malevolence. I can indeed awaken your latent power. However, may I ask why, having already surpassed the typical Scion strength, you still seek greater power? Salodice pondered and retorted, isn't the pursuit of greater strength, living for battle, the very essence of being a Scion? The Grand Elder nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. I suppose I have grown somewhat muddled. This is indeed the Scion way. Come forth, Salodice, let me awaken your hidden strength. Following the Grand Elder's instructions, Salodice approached, allowing the Elder to place his hand atop his head. Such immense latent power. Chapter 11. What an extraordinary force, the Grand Elder mused. If the latent potential within Salodice, as perceived through the Elder's ability, were to be likened to a tangible entity, the Grand Elder would describe it as an ancient, colossal iceberg floating upon the ocean of eternity. Upon this iceberg, the Grand Elder's strength acted like a blazing sun, slowly radiating warmth from the distant heavens, gradually melting the ice. Yet, the Grand Elder was indeed advanced in years. His life force, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, lacked the vigor necessary to fully dissolve the iceberg submerged beneath the ocean's depths. Salodice felt his strength initially surging at an astonishing rate, only to plateau at an incredible level shortly thereafter. He sensed that the Grand Elder had not retracted his power, but the cessation of growth suggested. Glancing subtly at the Grand Elder, Salodice could not help but feel concerned as beads of sweat dotted the Elder's forehead, and the wrinkles on his aged face deepened. Grand Elder, this is sufficient. Do not worry, child. I merely require a moment of rest. Unleashing potential is quite taxing, and my waning vitality cannot support such exertion as it once could. However, I doubt even in my youth I could have fully activated your potential. In the Grand Elder's voice, Salodice discerned not only the sorrow of an elder lamenting the passage of time, but also a sense of solace. He could not fathom the source of this comfort. If the willingness to assist him in repairing his spaceship and unlocking his potential stemmed from the Namekian's friendly and helpful nature, then the Grand Elder was certainly a benevolent elder. Yet, he was neither a Namekian nor had he extended a hand to help them as depicted in the original narrative. This sense of comfort. As a sage, the Grand Elder had endured the trials and tribulations of life, and Salodice's unmasked confusion was evident to him at a mere glance. Slowing his breath, the Grand Elder alleviated Salodice's bewilderment. Child, since you know I possess the power to unlock potential, you must also be aware that I can glimpse fragments of the future. In recent days, I have seen a blurred yet perilous future for Namek, akin to a small vessel navigating a tempestuous ocean, uncertain of its destination or when it may sink. However, your arrival has brought new hope to Namek. Salodice was perplexed. The Grand Elder merely smoothed out the wrinkles on his face, revealing a gentle smile, seemingly fully aware of Salodice's thoughts. The specifics of the future may only be glimpsed by divine beings. Otherwise, there would be no need to rely on someone unrelated to Namek to quell the storms that could obliterate it. But now that I have reluctantly perceived the future's trajectory, I shall not permit the benefactor of Namek's future to suffer because of it. Come, child, let me continue to unlock your potential, aside from the Dragon Balls. This is the only aid I can offer you. Without granting Salodice an opportunity to refuse, the Grand Elder once again activated his abilities. This time, having regained his strength, he unleashed his full power in one breath, which resulted in the terrifying force hidden within Salodice's bloodline materializing vividly in the Grand Elder's vision. It resembled a giant ape cradling itself like an infant, asleep in the boundless darkness. The Grand Elder gazed at the giant ape with astonishment. Its rose-gold fur exuded wildness, while simultaneously emanating a profound mystery akin to the vast cosmos. As the Grand Elder's power unfolded, the giant ape unfurled its form and opened its eyes, which sparkled like lightning. The giant ape, as if it existed in reality, gazed back at the Grand Elder through the Elder's ability. Although it bore no trace of hostility, the Grand Elder could sense respect and goodwill emanating from the giant ape. Yet, simply being regarded in such a manner instilled in the Grand Elder an overwhelming pressure. What is this? Even the seasoned Grand Elder, who had activated potential for many, had never witnessed such a sight. Astonishment, long absent from his countenance, returned. The colossal ape let out a long sigh, shifting its gaze away from the Grand Elder and slowly curling back into the darkness, succumbing to slumber once more. The Grand Elder understood that the power lying dormant within Salodice was overwhelmingly immense, beyond the capacity of either himself or Salodice's body to sustain any further awakening. With a sense of resignation, he halted his abilities and gently withdrew his hand from Salodice's head, before Salodice could extend a greeting to the Grand Elder. The overwhelming power surging from within him compelled him to emit a fierce roar. As the sound erupted from Salodice, a brilliant white flame involuntarily ascended, and the spectral image of the colossal ape materialized behind him, pounding its chest in rhythm with Salodice's cries, producing a thunderous resonance that echoed across the heavens. The unleashed power wreaked havoc upon the tranquil planet of Namek, causing it to tremble violently. Was it fear or celebration? Dark clouds gathered above, unleashing bolts of lightning. While the ocean roared, summoning towering waves that crashed against the shore. The slumbering volcano was awakened, casting molten rock into the sky like fireworks. Yet, neither the Grand Elder nor Salodice noticed that the brilliant white flame enveloping them was gradually tinged with a rose-gold hue reminiscent of the colossal ape's fur, only to recede as if lacking the strength to persist. Finally acclimated to his rapidly augmenting power, the brilliant white flame around Salodice dissipated quietly. Before the storm-laden skies could release their rain, they departed. The sea returned to tranquility, and the volcano fell back into a deep slumber, bringing the tremors of the planet to a halt. However, as Salodice surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the Grand Elder's dwelling had been destroyed by the residual waves of his power, save for the chair upon which the Grand Elder sat, which remained unscathed under his protection. This realization left Salodice feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although unintentional, the destruction was ultimately wrought by him. Do not be troubled, my child. Long ago, when I was young, similar incidents transpired. The rapid enhancement of power always necessitates adaptation. Such overwhelming strength, even when unintentionally released, would have rendered this abode unable to survive. I simply forgot this due to my advanced age. Nevertheless, it is not a significant issue. We can reconstruct a new dwelling. The Grand Elder's hand was raised gently, reciting a language that Salodice could not comprehend. Though Salodice had witnessed the Namekian's peculiar spells in the original narrative, he could not help but feel astonished at the ability of a soul from that ancient and mysterious land to conjure a house from thin air, regardless of their formidable strength. Having repaired, or rather, reconstructed, the dwelling, the Grand Elder appeared somewhat fatigued. My child, I regret to inform you that the power within you still remains largely untapped. My instincts were correct. Even in my youth, I could not fully unleash your potential, let alone now. Salodice bowed deeply to the Grand Elder. No, this is already a tremendous blessing. I am profoundly grateful to you, Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The entire Namek. Nairu entered the residence, accompanied by a rather diminutive Namekian. Even the usually taciturn Nairu now spoke with urgency rather than calmness. Do not panic. Nairu. This was merely a manifestation of the power I awakened within this child, momentarily beyond control. Though Nairu still harbored doubts, he chose not to voice them further. Isuka understands the repair and construction of spaceships. I have brought him here. The small Namekian timidly stepped forward, seemingly intimidated by Salodice. Mr. Scion, does your spaceship require repairs? Salodice, puzzled by the Namekian's fear, shrugged. Just call me Salodice. My spaceship encountered a chaotic magnetic field in space, resulting in malfunctions and damage upon exiting the field. Can you repair it? If it were a Namekian spaceship, I could probably manage it. But I might need to inspect the Scion's ship further. That is of no concern, Isuka. You are an exceptional child, possessing outstanding talent in technology amongst our kin. I believe you can accomplish it. The Grand Elder's gentle voice invigorated Isuka. Yes, Grand Elder. Very well. I need to rest for a while. Isuka, please accompany Salodice to examine his spaceship. Acknowledging the Grand Elder's fatigue, Salodice expressed his gratitude once more before departing the Grand Elder's abode with Isuka. As for Nairu, as the Grand Elder's personal attendant, he naturally remained by the Grand Elder's side. Upon exiting the residence, Salodice noticed Isuka's apprehensive demeanor, likely due to being alone with him, and felt a sense of helplessness. Can you fly? Yes, but not very fast. Understanding, Salodice swiftly lifted Isuka and ascended into the sky. The journey that would normally take several minutes was completed in mere breaths, thanks to Salodice's activated latent power. Isuka felt the scenery blur momentarily before it sharpened again, revealing a new vista. This is my spaceship. I appreciate your assistance. Salodice set Isuka down, pointing toward the ship's entrance. Following Salodice's gesture, Isuka assessed the spaceship and hurried inside. Salodice entered the cabin at a slow pace, only to find Isuka already adeptly using the main control computer to diagnose the ship's issues. He appeared quite proficient, Salodice thought, aware of his own limited skills, and chose not to intrude but instead waited quietly. After completing his examination of the main control computer, Isuka skillfully unlocked the engine room, inspecting the wiring and components. Mr. Scion, I found the problem. Having stepped into his area of expertise, Isuka's tone was now devoid of fear, filled with enthusiasm. The chaotic magnetic field adversely affected the main control system, causing a disruption in the underlying code. Many functions have indeed malfunctioned, and some wiring has been burnt out. The main power is unaffected, but the auxiliary power may have sustained damage from possible asteroid collisions. It is not a major issue. I can fix it easily. Oh, is that so? Then I leave it to you. Salodice's expression twitched, lost in the technical jargon. He could only respond politely. After rapidly typing a series of incomprehensible codes into the main control computer, Isuka raised his hands toward the burnt wiring and auxiliary power, reciting a peculiar incantation reminiscent of the Grand Elders. A flash of light later, everything was restored to its original state. Salodice's twitching expression intensified. This is indeed quite convenient. For the inhabitants of other planets, addressing issues with the main control system is significantly simpler than repairing the power system and wiring. The replacement and maintenance of components require utmost caution. However, we, the Namekians, are quite different. With our magic, we can effortlessly resolve such matters. Now, we simply await the self-correction of the main control system, correct? Salodice nodded, as he could comprehend this. Thank you. Oh dear, it's nearly mealtime. Would you care to join me? Once removed from his area of expertise, Isuka's voice took on a timid tone. We Namekians only require water, but I have some curiosity about the daily foods of other species. Even Salodice, with his keen hearing, could barely catch the last part of Isuka's words. Patting Isuka on the back, Salodice chuckled heartily. Do not be so fearful. Since you are interested in trying my food, let us dine together. I have some issues with the spacecraft that perhaps you could help me clarify. Oh, yes. Having experienced the dreadful nutrient solution during his first flight, Salodice had brought along an abundance of meat and some fruits native to planet Vegeta, which he now presented to Isuka. While enjoying their meal, they began to converse about some basic repairs on the spacecraft. Isuka's voice no longer carried the timidity, and he even altered his address to Salodice. Mr. Salodice, was it truly you who caused the commotion on Namek when Brother Neru took me flying? Indeed it was. The Grand Elder helped me unleash the latent power within me, which erupted uncontrollably, resulting in such a disturbance that even the Grand Elder's house was destroyed, necessitating its reconstruction through magic. Salodice still felt a twinge of regret regarding this incident, and it cast a shadow over his mood. Yet, Isuka appeared oblivious, taking a bite of his fruit and gazing at Salodice with sparkling eyes. Then Mr. Salodice must be exceptionally powerful. I envy you. Isuka's tone suddenly grew somber. I am not an accomplished combat-type Namekian like Brother Neru. Although I am of the dragon lineage, my magical prowess is quite feeble. I excel only in technology. However, to preserve the environment of Namek, the Grand Elder disallows excessive technological creations. I feel so useless. Salodice ruffled Isuka's hair. You are indeed utilizing your own talents. Are you not? By the way, I have an idea. Could you assist me in determining its feasibility? Oh. Chapter 12. The Great Crisis of Namek. Salodice's full power. The endeavor Salodice wished to undertake was not particularly arduous. He aimed to install a gravity generator on the spacecraft for the purpose of training under gravity. Isuka, now thoroughly familiar with Salodice, appeared somewhat troubled upon hearing the proposal. Adding a gravity generator is relatively simple, but if Mr. Salodice wishes to train using gravity, it would require significant modifications to the entire spacecraft. The space available is insufficient, and reallocating power to generate gravity would impact the spacecraft's speed, necessitating alterations to the power system as well, which would consume considerable time. Perhaps 1 to 2 months? Initially thinking it to be a troublesome task, Salodice realized that spending a bit of extra time on Namek would not be detrimental. He had not intended to execute the mission to Planet Udrat, as his primary objective was to leave Planet Vegeta for training. Not only would he not mind staying on Namek for an additional month or two, but even a year or two would be acceptable. If time is not an issue, then I entrust this to you. Oh, leave it to me. Isuka was exceedingly enthusiastic. The chance to showcase his abilities thrilled him immensely. Thus, Salodice decided to reside temporarily on Namek. Since the spacecraft required modifications and could not accommodate residents, Isuka warmly invited Salodice to stay at his home. After some reflection, Salodice found no reason to decline and agreed, bringing his craft to Isuka's abode. The other Namekians in Isuka's village had evidently learned of Salodice's presence and warmly welcomed the esteemed guest of the Grand Elder, offering him an abundance of freshly grown vegetables. Although he had already dined, the Scion's appetite was akin to that of a bottomless pit. Accepting the villagers' hospitality wholeheartedly, Salodice sampled some cabbage-like vegetables raw. Oh, quite delightful. It has a sweet taste. Ha ha ha. These are our meticulously cultivated vegetables. After engaging in a few cheerful exchanges with Salodice, the villagers bid farewell and returned home as night fell. The following day, Salodice visited the Grand Elder once more to convey his intention to remain on Namek for a while longer. A smile appeared on the Grand Elder's aged face. That child has felt inadequate due to my insistence on avoiding reliance on technology. It is indeed a good thing that he can now employ his talents. However, my child, there is something I must impart to you. Salodice was curious as to what the Grand Elder deemed necessary to share. Although the Grand Elder spoke slowly, he quickly conveyed his message. This morning, I sensed an impending crisis approaching our planet, one that should not occur. Child, this does not concern you. You need not involve yourself. Salodice shook his head, visibly displeased. The Grand Elder helped me unlock my potential. Isuka repaired my spacecraft, and now he is willing to assist in its modification. I have no reason to stand idly by. The Grand Elder fell silent for a moment and did not press Salodice to leave. Very well, my child, if this unwarranted crisis cannot be averted, I hope you can take as many of our kin as possible and escape. Salodice agreed, and, after discussing the environment of Namek with the Grand Elder, took his leave. After Salodice departed, the Grand Elder sighed deeply. What a stubborn child. The pride of ancient scions is unmistakably reflected in him. How could the Grand Elder not recognize that Salodice merely agreed in words? Rising early for meditation and training, honing his physique, and assisting Isuka with the spacecraft modifications filled Salodice's days on Namek with a steady and unhurried rhythm. Contrary to Isuka's anticipated timeline, the modifications to the spacecraft were nearing completion after just a month. Once the spacecraft was ready, Mr. Salodice would be prepared to depart. Isuka suddenly remarked while they were preparing lunch. I shall miss you, Mr. Salodice. Salodice, however, did not respond, merely gazing skyward. Isuka, inform the villagers to evacuate this area swiftly, and please notify the Grand Elder. The danger foretold by the Grand Elder is imminent. Although still some distance away, Salodice could already sense a powerful presence approaching Namek, the malice contained within it sending chills down his spine. During his training with Raditz, Salodice had caught distant glimpses of Frieza on several occasions. Compared to the first form of Fully Sha, this aura is significantly more powerful, and the malice it harbors is far more intense than that of the so-called King of Evil, Fully Sha. Yu Guang caught sight of Isuka still dazed in place, prompting Salodice to grow anxious. Hurry up. Ah, yes. Upon hearing Salodice's urgent shout, Isuka, disregarding his confusion, promptly responded and began to evacuate the villagers. Soon, Salodice witnessed a spaceship swiftly breaching the atmosphere, descending towards his vicinity. As the vessel landed and the hatch opened, countless minions surged forth, forming two lines and kneeling on the ground, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, a colossal figure emerged from the spacecraft. Salodice squinted slightly. Although this giant wore a helmet, it did little to conceal his visage, especially with the green skin exposed in parts not covered by clothing. Shalagu? Why is this fellow here? While Salodice did not dismiss the possibility of characters from the movie appearing in this realm, the presence of Shalaga here was indeed rather. If Darls had appeared on MIT Star, it could be understood as MIT Star not being part of the original narrative, a planet where Darls faced treachery during his growth. However, Shalaga's appearance on Namek deviated entirely from the original story, as Namek had always existed peacefully until Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and battled Fully Sha, leading to the planet's destruction. Yet now, Shalago had arrived, and the strongest combatant among the Namekians, Neru, possessed merely a few thousand combat power. Against Shalago, even raising a hand would seem beyond their capacity. Salodice could not ascertain the strength of the Grand Elder in his youth, but even if he had been formidable then, now, in his old age, frail and barely able to move, he could not contend with Shalago. As for himself, judging by the aura he sensed, even in his current state, facing Shalago might not end well. Is this my homeland? It is indeed filled with a tranquility and peace that I find utterly detestable. Shalago removed his helmet and stretched his neck, producing a cracking sound. Bring out the equipment. Let's transform this planet into one suitable for our demon race. Yes, King Shalago. Those who followed Shalago, appearing not to be mere minions, responded and turned to re-enter the spaceship. Shortly after, several minions carried out a massive throne. ready to serve as Shalagu took his seat. As Shalagu settled down, he removed his helmet, and Salodice keenly noticed a flash of purple-black light in Shalagu's eyes. However, Salodice had no time to ponder the familiar feeling that this purple-black light evoked, as a blazing white aura erupted, and multiple blue energy waves surged towards the minions and Shalagu's spaceship. Before Shalagu could react, his vision was obscured by the smoke produced by the explosion. Rage surged within Shalagu's mind. Who dares? He waved his hand, stirring up a fierce wind that dispelled the smoke, revealing Salodice's figure before him. Tilting his head slightly, Salodice assumed a combat stance. I am here to kill you. Shalagu glanced at Salodice's tail, which swayed excitedly in anticipation of the impending battle, and expressed interest with a drawn-out "Oh, a scion? Has the Namekians now fallen to the point of needing protection from scions?" Shalagu moved his body and also assumed a combat stance. Very well, let me experience the prowess of your warrior race. A purple-black aura surged from Shalagu, clashing against Salodice's blazing white aura. The energies, under the control of their respective masters, attempted to overwhelm one another but remained evenly matched. With high spirits, Salodice initiated the confrontation, his movement tracing a zigzag pattern as he charged at Shalagu. Shalagu's figure also vanished from view. Bang! Fists collided with a tremendous force, creating a shockwave that scattered the clouds above. The resulting gale swept across the sea, stirring up towering waves. After several exchanges, Shalagu was internally astonished. The power and speed of this scion were on par with his own, and having grown older, he knew he could not match Salodice in endurance if the battle dragged on. Realizing this, Shalagu altered his combat strategy, distancing himself rapidly instead of engaging in close quarters. His arms elongated swiftly, striking towards Salodice like a swirling dragon. Salodice clicked his tongue, narrowing his eyes slightly. He chose not to evade, instead shifting his shoulders to narrowly avoid the approaching arms and closing in on Shalagu at great speed. Shalagu's arms retracted quickly, even faster than Salodice's approach. Yet, Salodice feigned a right-hand punch, tricking Shalagu into raising his arms for defense. With Shalagu deceived, Salodice delivered a knee strike to Shalagu's abdomen. Ignoring the pain from the hit, Shalagu unleashed a powerful counter with crossed arms, landing 2 punches on Salodice's face. In response to the pain, Salodice's ferocity surged, retaliating with an elbow strike. Relying on his regenerative abilities as a Namekian, Shalagu was willing to trade blows. After several seconds, the exchanges between Salodice and Shalagu became too numerous to count. Gasping for breath, the two combatants quickly separated after another clash. Scion, your combat prowess is impressive. Would you consider joining my ranks? I have no interest in that. Salodice was acutely aware that Shalagu, aside from being a Namekian, was also a demon. He had no inclination to partake in the life of demons. Is that so? What a pity. With that, the conversation ended. Shalagu could discern the disdain in Salodice's words and understood that this battle could only conclude with the demise of one party. Thus, the fight continued. In a nearby corner, Asuka had followed Salodice's instructions to evacuate the villagers and informed the Grand Elder. However, during the evacuation, he sensed the arrival of Shalagu. Although aware of Salodice's formidable strength and recognizing his own lack of combat capability, he still felt concerned for Salodice. Suppressing his own aura as he stealthily approached the battlefield's edge, the swirling winds, towering waves, and scattered debris surrounded him. After evading numerous dangers, Asuka finally found a small hillock where he could observe the fierce clash from a distance, witnessing the intertwining lights of white and purple colliding in the air. It was a terrifying battle unlike anything he had ever seen. Peaks crumbled under the residual shockwaves as blood from both sides splattered everywhere. In a moment, one combatant was sent crashing into the sea, only to re-emerge moments later from another angle, striking the opponent back. Incredible! Salodice sent Shalagu, who had just leaped from the sea, flying with a kick, then crossed his hands to target the retreating Shalagu. An invisible energy blast struck Shalagu, sending him crashing onto a small island. Glancing over at Asuka, Salodice smirked. This little fellow. A sense of worry crept into Salodice's thoughts. Such a battle posed a grave danger for Asuka, as even a slight miscalculation could cost him his life due to the residual waves. Before his journey across worlds, everyone jokingly referred to the transformation into a super scion as a result of sacrificing loved ones. While it carried an element of jest, it was indeed rooted in truth. Witnessing the deaths of friends and family was a key that unlocked the door to becoming a Super Saiyan. However, this is not a justification to watch one's friends and family perish. Salodice's ki blast was undoubtedly aimed at safeguarding Asuka, pushing the battlefield further away. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Salodice's figure flickered rapidly, landing upon the small island where Shrag had fallen. At this moment, Shrag, with his right arm shattered by Salodice's ki blast, gasped for breath, revealing a wicked grin as he tore off his broken arm. It had been a long time since anyone had forced me to utilize my regenerative abilities. Scion, do you truly not wish to join my legion and traverse the universe together? If you and I join forces, we need not fear the alliance of King Kurd and Frieza. Salodice scoffed, shaking his head. My answer remains unchanged. I refuse. Chapter 13. The Flames of Fury, I Shall Kill You. Elder, Neru gazed out the window. The anomalies created by the fierce battle between Salodice and Shrag reflecting his inner turmoil. He cherished planet Namek and held the Elder in high regard, understanding that the conflict on Namek was beyond his intervention. Yet, how could he accept that the protection of his planet relied solely on the strength of others, while he could only stand by helplessly, lamenting his impotence? The Elder merely shook his head, advising him, senseless sacrifice is not a testament to courage. Recklessly involving oneself in battles beyond one's control only complicates matters for that child. The source of this crisis is not some otherworldly entity, but a demon transformed from another Namekian. Should you venture to the battlefield, you might fall prey to that Namekian and be forcibly assimilated. Currently, Salodice and he are evenly matched. Should you be forcibly assimilated, that Namekian's combat prowess would increase, leading to even greater troubles. The destruction of planet Namek is trivial compared to the potential harm to that child, yet Neru continued to stare resolutely at the Elder. Very well, I understand. Then, please instruct me to do what I am capable of. After hearing the Elder's weary sigh, Neru felt a pang of sadness. He understood the Elder's concerns. As an exceptional warrior among the Namekians, the Elder hoped he would become a guardian capable of rationally and accurately assessing situations and addressing matters appropriately. However, he was ultimately just a warrior, possessing only the heart of a fighter. To make rational judgments and relinquish his inner convictions was beyond his capability. Thus, he could only disappoint the Elder's high expectations. By the battlefield where Salodice clashed with the vile Namekian known as Shrag, Asuka watched their battle unfold. Though more adept at technology, being of the Dragon clan, his innate magical talents were not inferior to those of his kin. Once you arrive, find a way to utilize that child's telepathic communication to inform Salodice of our Namekian weaknesses, while ensuring Asuka's safety. Yes, Elder. The exhilaration of being able to protect planet Namek ultimately overshadowed his guilt. Neru opened the door to his dwelling, flames of energy igniting as he broke through the debris and storm, moving slowly yet resolutely toward the fierce confrontation between Salodice and Shrag. Meanwhile, despite Shrag's advancing age and dwindling stamina, he remained formidable enough to sustain a prolonged battle. However, this so-called prolonged battle referred to two evenly matched opponents fighting for at least a day and night. The combat prowess of Salodice and Shrag was nearly indistinguishable. Shrag's incredible physical resilience and an indomitable will, unmatched even by the hardest Carson steel, rendered his strategy of trading wounds futile. At that moment, Salodice's battle attire was tattered, barely clinging to his form, bruises and scars dotting his body from head to toe. Yet, beneath this grim exterior, a fierce fighting spirit radiated. The blazing aura did not diminish due to his injuries. Rather, it intensified, fueled by his indomitable will. Although Shrag bore no visible injuries, he exhibited signs of fatigue, heavy breathing suggesting that his seemingly intact condition was merely a facade maintained by his regenerative abilities. Scion, you are the first to compel me to this extent. Do you truly not consider joining forces to dominate the universe? This was the third invitation, yet Salodice remained unmoved. Such words should hold meaning only when one has the upper hand, should they not? Shrag, seemingly oblivious to the underlying mockery in Salodice's words, gradually calmed his breathing, displaying a confident smile. Confidence? Salodice subtly furrowed his brow. No matter how one looked at it, continuing the battle sealed Shrag's fate, though Salodice appeared severely injured. Experiencing a decline in energy, this decline was mutual. Aside from the consumption of energy from battle, Shrag had to bear the toll of regeneration, placing Salodice at an advantage. Ha ha ha. Take pride in this. It was initially a hidden technique I developed to avoid conflicts with King Kurd. Allow me to reveal it to you. Shrag's body rapidly expanded. After this transformation, my combat power exceeds tenfold. Before his words could fully dissipate, Shrag's colossal fist descended with a speed unfitting of its size, aimed directly at Salodice. With no time to evade, Salodice could only raise his arms in defense. Assuming a sturdy stance, his muscles trembled under the force, feeling the immense power of that enormous fist just barely held at bay. Yet, like a devil's whisper, Shrag's voice dripped with mockery. "Oh, you can withstand this. Your body is indeed resilient, but how will you face my other hand while exerting all your strength to block this one?" Panic surged through Salodice as he barely had time to think. Shrag's other massive fist, infused with overwhelming power, swept toward him, sending Salodice flying upon impact. Crash, crash, crash. Having shattered 3 stone pillars displaced by their battle, Salodice finally came to a halt. Ugh! Even Salodice's formidable insides, surpassing any mortals, were forced to expel blood. This was the most severe injury he had sustained in the hours-long battle. Yet, this was not the worst scenario. Retreating in this direction would lead him to Asuka's hiding place. Crash! With no time to relocate, Shrag's colossal fist descended once more, and Salodice executed a roll to narrowly avoid the blow. Raising his hand, he gathered energy, firing 2 blue energy blasts toward Shrag's eyes. The enlarged Shrag not only boasted enhanced combat power, but also greater resilience. Merely closing his eyes, the lowered eyelids easily shielded him from Salodice's energy blasts. TCH, Salodice grimaced, fully aware that his casual energy blasts would hardly harm Shrag, yet the nonchalant defense against his attack irked him. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. As he retreated, he aimed another energy blast at Shrag's eyes. Yet this time, it was different. Within the energy wave of Salodice, a faint emerald glow began to emerge, reminiscent of the spirit of nature. This manifestation was the result of Salodice activating the secret technique of the Wine Immortal, harnessing the vitality of plants to enhance his combat prowess upon sensing the formidable strength of Shrag. Unfortunately, the flora on planet Namek was sparse. Aside from scattered trees and the vegetables cultivated by the Namekians, the landscape was dominated by weeds and moss. The vitality these plants could provide was meager at best, hardly sufficient against the tenfold amplified power of Shrag. What to do? Persistently attacking Shrag's eyes with energy waves to disrupt him was not a sustainable strategy. It was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if Shrag stood still and endured Salodice's onslaught, it was likely that Salodice would exhaust himself before inflicting any significant damage. The overwhelming advantage of Shrag's enhanced battle power left Salodice pondering how to compensate. Wait, tenfold. An inspiration struck Salodice. He too possessed forms beyond his base state, did he not? The Scion's great ape transformation also represented a tenfold increase in strength. Many teachings imparted by King Vegeta had been disregarded by Salodice as unnecessary, yet one technique remained etched in his memory: the method of creating an artificial moon. In the presence of King Vegeta on planet Vegeta, he had transformed into a great ape, maintaining his rationality in that form, earning the king's admiration for his noble lineage. Although he was indifferent to the king's praises, he realized he could indeed utilize this technique to confront Shrag's giant form. Without hesitation, Salodice swiftly unleashed several energy waves from his right hand while concentrating energy in his left, propelling it into the sky, combining and exploding. Just as the luminous sphere stabilized midair, poised to morph into an artificial moon under Salodice's control, Shrag opened his eyes. Without hesitation, Shrag unleashed beams from his eyes, striking the luminous sphere and causing a violent explosion that thwarted Salodice's transformation into a great ape. Cursed be this fate, Salodice muttered inwardly. Yet Shrag did not approach him after his successful attack. The blackish-purple light in his eyes intensified. The long passage of time had drained my physical strength, but it has also sharpened my wisdom and insight. That sphere was intended for creating an artificial moon, was it not? What a pity! I have witnessed this technique before. The battle power of a Scion in their great ape form is indeed tenfold their base state. Though the Scions I encountered previously were not particularly strong, their transformation into great apes had posed some challenges for my troops. I shall not allow you to transform. The time ahead is plentiful. Let me savor your demise. Shrag sneered, advancing slowly towards Salodice. This was not due to any hindrance in movement from his giant form, but rather a deliberate attempt to instill pressure. Salodice, despite his disdain for such contrived tactics, found himself with little choice. The opportunity for a Super Saiyan transformation had yet to present itself, and the means to transform into a great ape could not be employed under Shrag's watchful gaze. Even delaying until nightfall would prove futile, for today was not a full moon on planet Namek. Must I truly perish here? No, it is not yet time to surrender. The strength within me is not yet exhausted. Despite the vast disparity in combat power, as long as I can still fight, I must not waver. Salodice steadied his stance, filled with a fervent resolve to confront Shrag. Come, Shrag. Can you hear me, Mr. Salodice? Isuka. Salodice furrowed his brow, but remained silent, silently questioning. What wonderful news, Mr. Salodice. It is truly a relief that you can hear me. The situation is dire. You must flee. Shrag's power now far exceeds my own. No, I cannot abandon this fight. Brother Neru is by my side, and he has brought a message. Let me have him speak to you directly. Salodice sensed Neru's energy had indeed appeared beside Isuka. Salodice, time is of the essence. I will be brief. I witnessed the earlier events. Was that luminous sphere intended as a countermeasure against Shrag? Ah, indeed, but that fiend has been on guard, and I have had no opportunity to utilize it. That is good. Use that technique once more, and I will create a diversion for Shrag. Salodice felt a flicker of uncertainty, but chose to trust this combatant from Namek, who had once valiantly opposed Frieza for the sake of planet Namek, even sacrificing himself to merge with Piccolo and provide strength. Besides, even if Neru were to deceive him or if the plan were to fail, how much worse could it possibly become? With his thoughts racing, Salodice once again gathered the energy to create the artificial moon, awaiting Neru's opportunity. Shrag. In no time, Neru's figure appeared near Shrag. Observing this feeble kin, Shrag burst into laughter. Have my kin finally arrived? I thought you all were a bunch of cowards handing over your fate to outsiders. Humph. Shrag, while I am not your match, I am aware of your weaknesses. You shall not have your way with planet Namek. Prepare yourself. Shrag regarded the indignant Neru with amusement, making no immediate move. Such a weak kin. What use is knowing my weaknesses? Neru inhaled deeply. Though he appeared confident in front of Shrag, his heart was filled with prayer, hoping that this evil, demonized kin still retained the weaknesses of the Namekians. Suddenly, Neru acted, but instead of attacking, he tore off his own ears and, under Shrag's astonished gaze, let out a piercing scream. The shriek was so grating that it caused discomfort even to Salodice. However, compared to Salodice, Shrag was far more distressed. The shriek pierced his ears, inducing a severe headache and rendering him incapable of focusing, forcing him to clutch his head and scream in a fit of nausea and discomfort. Now quickly, though Neru was also a Namekian, his hearing was significantly diminished after tearing off his ears. Yet he still managed to muster the strength to call out to Salodice before swiftly fleeing the battlefield. The effects of the shriek did not last long. Shrag soon regained his composure, his fury boiling as he thought of how a weakling, one he could crush with a single finger, had humiliated him so thoroughly. But Shrag had no opportunity to vent his anger, for Salodice had completed his transformation into a great ape. What a splendid assist, Neru! Salodice silently praised as he unleashed a torrent of destructive energy waves towards Shrag. Now transformed into a great ape, Salodice's battle power had also increased tenfold, making his assault one that Shrag could not afford to ignore. Reluctantly, Shrag joined his hands together, retaliating with an energy wave of his own. Two waves of energy clashed violently, sending massive aftershocks radiating outward. The colossal tidal waves, stirred by the previous surge, quickly dissipated under the impact of the next wave. Amidst the ominous clouds above, thunder rumbled, yet it could not reach the two combatants locked in their struggle. The energy waves between them danced like a game of tug-of-war, pushing back and forth, the point of collision shifting towards Salodice or Shilage, yet always returning to a stalemate. With a resounding boom, the two energy waves finally erupted, scattering dense clouds of dust. In his colossal ape form, Salodice found his perception of energy significantly dulled, relying solely on instinct as he leapt towards Shilage's original position and swung his fist. However, his punch met only air, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Shilage was not where he expected. Suddenly, he felt a punch land on his back, without turning. Salodice lashed out with his tail like a whip, striking Shilage. Hearing Shilage's cry of pain, Salodice finally turned, only to find Shilage's figure had vanished. With his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, Salodice struggled against the primal instincts coursing through him after transforming into a giant ape, making it difficult to sense Salodice's energy. In desperation, he clapped his hands together, conjuring a fierce wind to disperse the smoke enveloping the battlefield. "Siren, I am right here." Following the sound, Salodice was startled to see Salodice had reverted to his normal form. "Ha ha ha, Siren, that feeble kin of yours granted you the chance to transform into a giant ape, yet has also sealed his and this little one's fate." Salodice laughed maniacally, revealing the struggling Nairu beneath his foot and Asuka in his grasp. "If you follow the energy of this weak kin, you will find them both. How pitifully brave to dare appear near our battlefield and meddle in our fight." With a tighter grip on Asuka's head, Salodice issued a threat to Salodice. "Don't move. If you so much as twitch, even if you could instantly kill me, I will ensure both of these can perish." The giant ape form of Salodice twitched in anger. How frustrating. The elder's words were indeed correct. I have become a burden, even dragging Asuka into this. If only he were the sole target, Nairu would have urged Salodice to disregard him and attack without hesitation. But with Asuka in Salodice's hands, it was no longer just his own life at stake. Filled with self-loathing, Nairu could only strike the ground in frustration. Unable to change the dire situation, Salodice dared not act, helplessly watching as Salodice raised his free hand towards the newly created artificial moon in the sky, launching an energy wave at it before directing another beam towards Salodice's tail. Losing his tail meant Salodice could no longer maintain his giant ape form, and he could only watch as his hair gradually receded, shrinking back to human form. Excellent. Without your tail, you can no longer transform into a giant ape, can you? Ha ha ha. Now which one shall I kill first? This little one, or this foolish, overconfident fool? Salodice's gaze darted between Asuka and Nairu, finally landing on Salodice. "Oh, it seems you care more for this little one than the one who granted you this opportunity." With a sinister smile, Salodice concluded that one hostage was sufficient. Since Salodice showed more concern for Asuka, the kin beneath his foot had outlived his usefulness. Without hesitation, Salodice pressed down forcefully, crushing Nairu's head beneath his foot. Salodice. The speed of that foot was so swift that Nairu, realizing his life was about to end, could not even finish calling Salodice's name. "Nairu. Nairu, elder brother." Salodice simmered with rage, yet with Asuka's life still in Salodice's hands, he dared not act recklessly. "Oh dear, I just remembered." Salodice suddenly wore a calculating smile. "It seems a siren without a tail cannot transform into a giant ape. Thus, the existence of this little one is no longer necessary. Right?" As the words left his lips, a dark purple light flickered in Salodice's eyes as he forcefully hurled Asuka towards Salodice. With narrowed eyes, Salodice vanished from his spot, catching Asuka and turning his back to Salodice without breaking stride. True to form, an energy wave followed closely behind Asuka. The wave struck Salodice's back, causing no significant harm, as it was meant to kill Asuka and thus lacked substantial power. However, the attack still carried a slight burning sensation, and Salodice chose to disregard the minor discomfort as he checked on Asuka, sighing in relief. Thankfully, the energy remained. He was merely unconscious. Gently placing Asuka aside, Salodice rose slowly, facing Salodice once more. His expression remained inscrutable, yet the tightly clenched fist, trembling slightly, revealed that the fury within had consumed the remnants of his rational thought. "Salodice, you wretched spawn of a dog, I shall obliterate you." Chapter 14. The curtain call of Salodice. The incomplete Super Saiyan Salodice regarded the siren before him, an inexplicable sense of dread rising within. Why should I feel fear? I am in the dominant position. Yet, there was something peculiar about the transformation of this siren. No, it must merely be an external change. His aura has turned golden, and his hair red-violet. Nothing more. Salodice repeatedly reassured himself. But was that truly the case? Salodice gazed at Salodice as one might observe a fly struggling in vain after having its wings severed, an inexhaustible power surging from every cell in his body. This continuous flow of strength imparted a curious illusion, making the world seem like fragile toys requiring careful handling, with him as the supreme ruler, capable of obliterating anything at a whim. "Die, siren!" Salodice's furious shout shattered Salodice's reverie. A potent aura of murderous intent crashed over Salodice like an avalanche or a tsunami, wave after wave of killing intent crashing upon him. Yet, Shilage was all too familiar with this sensation. Each time he conquered a planet and slaughtered its inhabitants, he felt a similar thrill, relishing the thrill of his own murderous intent. Only the way Salodice looked at him filled Shilage with discomfort, a feeling he found unbearable. It was the look a human might give a fly, stripped of its wings, struggling on the water's surface, unable to endure being regarded in such a manner. Shilage quickly grew larger, swinging a fist at Salodice. Yet, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Instead of needing both hands to defend, Salodice merely raised a finger, effortlessly blocking Shilage's punch. No, it cannot be. Sherlager staggered back in terror, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. He had always considered himself among the most formidable beings in the universe, with no rival save for the father-son duo of the so-called cosmic emperors, the Kurd. Yet now, Salodice retracted his finger and extended his right hand, pointing directly at Sherlager. You wretched rat from the sewers, the cockroach of the refuse heap, the fly atop the dung pile. Your mere presence disgusts me. Salodice's words incessantly provoked Sherlager, yet no matter how hard he attempted to move his body, he remained utterly immobilized under Salodice's icy gaze. A tempest arose, the aftershock of Salodice's energy blast crashing into Sherlager like a colossal hammer, propelling his massive form into the air. Whoosh! Salodice's figure vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared, fists together like a hammer, and smashed Sherlager back to the ground. The earth crumbled beneath the weight of Shilager's descent, unable to withstand the force, creating a vast crater. The anguished ground erupted, spewing columns of lava skyward, and Sherlager, rendered rigid from Salodice's blows, was thrust upwards by the molten fury. With great effort, Sherlager regained his mobility, landing on the ground, only for Salodice to materialize like a specter, placing a foot upon Shilager's chest before he could rise. The sound of cracking bones echoed. What is the matter? Is this all you can muster? Get up. With that, Salodice withdrew his foot, stepping back. You dare. I want you to perish. Sherlager struggled to rise, his shattered ribs rapidly regenerating due to the unique physiology of Namekians. He unleashed a furious barrage of blows and kicks at Salodice. Was his speed remarkable? Indeed. Was his strength formidable? Absolutely. Yet, despite Shilager's unchanged prowess in both speed and power, Salodice merely swayed, not shifting his feet an inch, nor raising a hand, effortlessly evading all of Sherlager's attacks. Well, it seems you have not grown stronger, you worthless remnant. Salodice's frigid voice rang out again as he dodged Shilager's final strike, a blade of energy manifesting in his right hand. Two green arms were flung into the sky, Shilager's severed limbs. I will not grant you a swift death. Even if I must slay you 1,000 times, it will not assuage my wrath. With Salodice's words, Shilager's terror mounted as he realized that the blade had severed his legs, and a golden sphere enveloped his form, preventing any regeneration. In Shilager's eyes, he beheld Salodice's lips curl into a sinister smile, one reminiscent of the torturer's grin that appeared when inflicting punishment upon a condemned soul. Was he, in the eyes of this scion, nothing more than a criminal awaiting execution? This fleeting thought flickered through Shilager's mind before an onslaught of fists rained down upon him, relentless as a tempest, akin to stars cascading from the heavens. How long did this storm of blows last? Sherlager could not tell. Only as his spirit reluctantly departed his body, drifting towards the underworld, did he glimpse Salodice's fist striking down upon his lifeless form. Isuka was bewildered, awakening from her unconsciousness to find Salodice gazing at the moon, lost in thought. Even Salodice himself was unaware that until the moment his power was completely exhausted and he returned to his normal state. All that remained of Sherlager was a puddle of green sludge and severed limbs strewn nearby. How long had it been since he felt such fury? Perhaps over a decade. As Salodice contemplated the moon's brilliance, the visage of a girl from a past life surfaced in his mind. Her image was so vivid, painfully clear, that it constricted his heart. To Salodice, Neru was hardly a friend, merely a familiar acquaintance. Yet, the moment he witnessed Neru's head crushed beneath Shilager's boot, the scene of the girl's demise replayed in his mind like a relentless film. Often reprimanded by Salodice for using her soft form, she had been left aside, her body laid out on a plate. The girl, too weak to cry out, could only watch in despair as men laughed heartily, feasting on the remnants severed from her. In that instant, as Salodice arrived, their eyes met, and the vacant expression in hers was fraught with a complex mixture of disappointment and solace. Uncle, avenge me. Though Salodice had never learned to read lips, he understood the girl's silent plea. In bewilderment, he witnessed her gather strength from an unknown source, seizing a pair of scissors and plunging them into her own heart. Thus, in that moment, Salodice transformed into a vengeful deity, a resurrected Asura. Severed limbs, blood, and brain matter scattered. The fury he believed long extinguished, which had burned amidst filth and corruption, reignited within him, banishing reason and restraint, unleashing the locked-away Asura and demon from the depths of his soul. Was this a nightmare that haunted him? Salodice gazed at the apparition of the smiling girl, visible only to him, and suddenly laughed. What a ridiculous nightmare. This is no dream. It is the girl's way of urging me to exact vengeance. A blood-soaked tribute in wrath. Salodice understood that the inferno of rage had burned itself out, and the Asura and demon within had willingly bound him. Their actions merely served to provide him with the key to unlock new powers. Though the door had not fully opened, it was no longer securely locked. Yet, this tribute was a burden too heavy to bear. With a sigh, Salodice shook his head. If only he could forget the agony of being a step too late to save the ones he cherished. That sense of helplessness, guilt, and self-reproach could never be compensated for, even with 1,000-fold vengeance, could it? Silly uncle, I never blamed you, you know. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on fulfilling your dream, becoming stronger, right? Was it an illusion? The girl's voice, sweet as wind chimes, echoed in Salodice's mind, playful as ever. Salodice, what is the matter? Isuka, noticing Salodice's sudden distraction from the moon, inquired curiously. Isuka, did you hear a girl's voice? No, I didn't tease Salodice. He remained silent, merely nodding to indicate his understanding. I will indeed. Responding internally to the seemingly imagined voice, Salodice exhaled deeply, adjusting his tattered battle attire. Isuka, let us return. Everything has come to an end. Isuka glanced at Neru's lifeless form and then at Salodice. But what about brother Neru? Salodice smiled, ruffling Isuka's hair. Isn't there a Dragon Ball we can use? Isuka's spirits remained low. But the Elder forbids us from relying too heavily on the Dragon Balls. Fear not. I will find a way to persuade the Elder, and even if he refuses, I know of another place where Dragon Balls exist. The month spent together has fostered a deep sense of trust in Isuka towards Salodice. With Salodice reassurance, Isuka set aside her sorrow and soared towards the village alongside him. Fortunately, Mr. Salodice had engaged in battle far from the village, leaving the homes intact. Everyone had taken refuge in another village, and no one was harmed. Indeed, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall inform everyone to return, while I seek the Elder's permission to use the Dragon Balls. Yes, Mr. Salodice. Upon returning to the village, Salodice discarded his tattered battle attire and retrieved the drunken immortal robe gifted by the wine sage from MIT Star. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he donned the robe but did not sleep. Instead, he lay on the rooftop, lost in thought. As night passed, the morning on Namek was as radiant as ever. After breakfast, Salodice and Isuka parted ways. To Salodice's surprise, he learned of his purpose before he even spoke. Child, you wish to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Neru, don't you? I have already informed everyone to bring the Dragon Balls to Isuka. Reflecting on the Elder's continuous watch over his battle with Shrag, Salodice felt a sense of relief. Yes, Neru sacrificed his life to create an opportunity for me. The Elder smiled reassuringly. I was worried about the sudden surge of power you exhibited yesterday, fearing you might lose control. Now that I see you are still yourself, I am at ease. Dear child, was that form truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Salodice shook his head, believing there was no need to conceal the truth from this kind and wise Elder. The Super Saiyan form is characterized by golden hair, green eyes, and a power level 50 times the norm. The transformation he underwent yesterday was merely between 20 to 30 times his normal strength. Although he hadn't noticed his appearance at the time, he suspected he was not a complete Super Saiyan. Golden hair and green eyes yesterday, you had purplish-red hair, and your eye color did not change. It seems you are indeed not a Super Saiyan. The Elder supported Salodice's deduction, yet he couldn't help but sigh deeply. In the past, I heard of this child Shrag, a genius combat-type Namekian. His father sensed the cataclysm of our home planet and sent him to seek refuge on another planet, only for him to succumb to the dark forces. Salodice remained silent, simply listening. With age, one cannot help but reflect on the past. Child, you should refrain from using that incomplete transformation too often. Even though I sense no malevolence from you in that state, it is undeniably abnormal. I fear that excessive use of that transformation may. Salodice smiled, understanding that the elder was unaware of his true condition. Do not worry, elder. Yesterday's events were merely a reflection triggered by Neru's demise. Whether incomplete or complete, transforming into a Super Saiyan merely results in slight exhilaration, which I can manage. Is that so? Then I am relieved. You are a good child. I do not wish to see you driven mad by your own power. Yesterday, I regretted whether I should have activated your potential, whether I should have allowed you to stay. The elder seemed to sense something and smiled at Salodice. The villagers have returned with Isuka, and all the Dragon Balls have been gathered. Purunga can grant 3 wishes. Resurrecting Neru requires only 1 wish. Since we have summoned the Dragon Balls, it would be wasteful to squander the remaining 2 wishes. I shall entrust them to you. The elder's generosity was always bountiful, and Salodice felt no malice from him, so he graciously accepted the elder's kindness. Thank you, elder. By the way, the modifications to the spacecraft have been completed. After resurrecting Neru, I shall take my leave. As Salodice expressed his gratitude to the elder, he also conveyed his intention to depart. Is that so? Then, dear child, I wish you a safe journey and all the best. Do return to visit Isuka when you can. She has come to regard you as family. I will. Farewell, elder, and thank you for your care over this past month. After bidding farewell to the elder, Salodice swiftly flew towards Isuka, following her aura. The Dragon Balls were already placed before her, and Neru's body had been brought back to the village by many Namekians. Mr. Salodice, you have arrived. We have been waiting for you to begin the wish. The village elder approached Salodice eagerly. The elder has informed us to entrust the remaining 2 wishes to you after resurrecting Neru. Salodice nodded. Let us not delay. Let us revive Neru without further ado. Chapter 15. The journey of unexpected events in the past. Under Isuka's incantation, the dragon emerged. Gathered are you who possess the 7 Dragon Balls. I can grant you 3 wishes. Speak your desires. The deep voice and massive form, along with the extraordinary appearance upon its arrival, made Isuka, who was already somewhat timid, feel a pang of fear. Looking back, she saw the eager gazes of numerous Namekians, and Salodice, who stood with arms crossed, marveling at the dragon in astonishment. Summoning her courage, Isuka boldly voiced her wish to the dragon in Namekian. Purunga, I beseech you to resurrect this Namekian named Neru. The dragon, whose name means God of Dreams, glowed red in its eyes and made an okay gesture. With this action, Neru's shattered skull restored in an instant. After a moment, Neru opened his eyes, and the Namekians erupted in excitement and joy at his revival. Neru, you have come back to us. Such words flooded Neru's ears. And as the close attendant of the elder, he quickly grasped that he had been resurrected by the dragon. Scanning the surroundings, he confirmed his thoughts with a glance at the God of Dreams above. Just as Neru was about to speak to Salodice, the latter gestured for silence. That fellow is no longer whole. Is that so? Neru's emotions were a tangled mix of relief and disappointment. The relief stemmed from Shrag's defeat, ensuring the safety of Namek. The disappointment, however, lay in his warrior spirit. When Shrag had attacked him, he had indeed retaliated. Yet his counter was but a mere tickle in Shrag's eyes. As a combat-type Namekian, Shrag was far superior to him, and yet was no match for Salodice. What of himself? Purunga, observing the lively scene below, felt a sense of joy as a creation of the elder and a being deeply connected to the Namekians. Yet urged them with a low voice. You still have 2 wishes to fulfill. Quickly state your desires. At Purunga's urging, the Namekians turned their attention to Salodice. Mr. Salodice, do you have any wishes? After a moment of contemplation, Salodice selected 2 wishes from those he had considered upon receiving the elder's promise. I wish for the ability to survive in the vacuum of space and the power of healing. Having stated these 2 wishes, Salodice had indeed given them considerable thought. The first wish was intended to compensate for his own shortcomings. In the event of encountering a formidable enemy or facing some peculiar circumstances in the vastness of the universe, his own powers would be rendered useless if he found himself unable to survive. Even if he developed a protective shield akin to the one from the old version of Burori in the theatrical release, should that shield be breached. As for the second wish, it took into account the Scion trait that allows for a significant power increase upon recovery from severe injuries. Possessing the ability to heal might enable him to swiftly augment his strength and turn the tide in battle. Isuka nodded in agreement with Salodice's thoughts and conveyed the wishes to Shinran. This was a straightforward task. Shinran's eyes once again glowed a crimson hue. and an inexplicable force enveloped Salodice, fulfilling his desires. Your wishes have all been granted. Farewell. With the completion of his mission, Purunga bid farewell and transformed into 7 streams of light, scattering in anticipation of the next summoner of the 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, after the happy ending where everything had concluded, tranquility descended upon all. Salodice, having already bid farewell to the Grand Elder, quietly departed one deep night shortly after the spaceship underwent its final adjustments, piloting it away from Namek. Isuka, I am not fond of the sorrow that accompanies goodbyes, so I apologize for parting in this manner. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time on Namek, and I shall return to visit you when the opportunity arises. Salodice left behind. Isuka awoke early to find that Salodice, who should have been outside practicing, was nowhere to be seen. After searching the house for a while, he finally discovered a note affixed to the door. Mr. Salodice has left. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Isuka quickly regained his spirits. There are no feasts that do not come to an end. While life on Namek was splendid, even Isuka knew it was not a suitable place for Salodice. His departure was inevitable. Having accepted this, Isuka could only wish for Salodice's safety and success. With such thoughts, he sent forth his blessings into the distant cosmos. The journey to Yatarat Star was not lengthy, but, what the devil, a distortion in space-time? A swirling vortex resembling a black hole manifested in Salodice's line of sight, its immense gravitational pull proving impossible to escape, even with the fully powered modifications made by Isuka. During his time on Namek, Salodice had learned much about the cosmos from the Grand Elder, and he immediately recognized the nature of this swirling distortion before him. Space-time distortion is an exceedingly rare natural phenomenon in the universe. Once a distortion materializes, anything that comes near it is drawn in, transported to an unknown time and space. Salodice had no interest in embarking on a journey through time at that moment. Relying on the survival abilities granted to him by Purunga, Salodice decisively switched the spaceship to autopilot mode and opened the hatch, stepping into the vastness of space. Before he could even grasp the sensation of traversing the universe in his physical form, Salodice found his feet planted atop the spaceship. The blazing golden flames and his purple-black hair, moving without wind, indicated that he had maximized his power, entering an incomplete super saiyan state. With his hands raised in a blossom-like formation above his head, a radiant rose-gold light flickered in the cosmos. This is it, he declared. Gigantic flash. He forcefully swung his hands downward, crossing them in front of him, unleashing a rose-gold energy wave toward the space-time distortion, as Salodice aimed to obliterate the anomaly before him. The power required to destroy different types of space-time distortions varies. Newborn or soon-to-naturally end distortions were within Salodice's capability to eradicate. However, to dismantle a fully formed space-time distortion would necessitate an even greater force, comparable to shattering the barriers of time and space. In the original narrative, only powers at the level of Majin Buu or Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks could qualify for such feats. And that was only possible when there existed pathways between the hyperbolic time chamber and the main timeline. Thus, Salodice was indeed, as he himself stated, taking a gamble. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. He did not win the gamble. Although the space-time distortion had not existed for long and was not particularly vast, it had already fully formed, rendering Salodice's ultimate technique ineffective. Realization dawned upon him. What the hell? Damn it! Gasping for breath, Salodice barely managed to utter half a classic curse from his past life before being pulled into the distortion along with his spaceship, as its suddenly increased gravitational force ensnared him. In some unseen way, Salodice seemed to hear the familiar voice of a playful girl. Silly uncle, how are you so unlucky? Luckily, I stayed a bit longer to see what was happening here. As the faint voice of the girl echoed, a peculiar force enveloped Salodice, seemingly attempting to pull him from the clutches of the space-time distortion. However, after only a brief struggle, even Salodice's resilient form felt intense pain in this tug-of-war, where he was the rope. Sensing Salodice's discomfort, the mysterious force ceased its attempts to extricate him from the distortion and transformed into a protective shield, gently and swiftly encasing his body. Salodice had no knowledge of what traversing through time and space felt like, for when he was completely absorbed into the distortion, the benevolent force imparted upon him a sensation akin to returning to the womb, leading him into a deep slumber. A moment could feel like an eternity. Salodice could not discern. He only knew that when he awoke again, He was no longer in the vastness of space, and the space-time distortion was absent. The salty tang that filled his nostrils and the soft sand beneath his feet made Salodice realize he was now by the seaside of some planet. Yet, confusion still shrouded him. What was the meaning of that girl's voice he had heard in the void? Where did the extraordinary force that first sought to extract him from the distortion and then transformed into a protective barrier originate? Furthermore, having traversed the space-time distortion, what time and what planet was he currently on? Salodice, who typically despised pondering complex matters, now found his head throbbing. However, he soon found himself preoccupied with other thoughts. There was a presence, not overwhelmingly powerful, yet saturated with malice. This malevolence was unlike the frenzied bloodlust of Shiragu or the chilling demeanor of Frieza. Rather, it was a kind of repugnant malice that Salodice struggled to articulate. Upon sensing this aura, Salodice's energy surged to its peak, and a blade of energy extended from his right hand. He swung the blade towards the source of the malice, and as the glimmering sword light flashed, a mass of black mist retreated, submerging into the depths of the ocean, leaving behind a strange tentacle resembling an octopus leg, writhing in its struggle. Just as the black mist had conveyed an indescribable sense of revulsion, so too did the tentacle evoke a similar feeling within Salodice. Disinclined to contemplate further, Salodice retracted the blade and, with one hand, unleashed an energy wave that reduced the tentacle to dust. What in the world? He then realized that this feeling was not isolated, as it continuously emanated from the sea. With a shiver coursing through him, Salodice furrowed his brow and swiftly ascended into the air, fleeing from the vast ocean. After a considerable duration, a cadre of tentacled creatures, cloaked in black robes, emerged from the depths of the sea, arriving upon the sandy shore. The formidable external force had departed. The fool known as Number 9, oblivious to the opponent's strength, had intended to capture them as a sacrifice for the deity. Fortunately, the adversary did not pursue. Number 1, what shall we do? Should we report to the deity for resolution? Forget it. Number 7. The deity has yet to fully awaken. I can sense that the individual who severed one of Number 8's tentacles did not reveal their full power. Recklessly informing the deity would only complicate their revival unnecessarily. Then what do you propose, Number 4? Shall we allow Number 8 to lose a tentacle without consequence? Enough bickering. Once the deity is entirely revived, let them consume that formidable force. I am certain it would be a delectable breakfast for the deity. For now, let us refrain from any actions. The direction of their departure leads to the territory of those beings. Let them deal with it. The leader of the tentacled creatures concluded the tense discussion and issued the final verdict and strategy, prompting the group to plunge back into the ocean. At the terminus of countless timelines, a surreal future city, Kent City, served as the residence of the Kaioshin of time. Emerging from the historical repository, humming an unknown tune, was the petite Kaioshin of time, Kain, having completed her daily inspection. The Kaioshin appeared to be in high spirits. Outside the repository, Trunks, clad in a long coat and bearing a sword, spotted the Kaioshin and greeted her with a smile. Hey, Trunks, how about a task? Upon hearing of a task, Trunks stood at attention. Please, give your orders. The Kaioshin patted Trunks on the arm, smiling. Don't be so serious. This is not an official matter, but rather a personal task. With that, the Kaioshin produced a bundle of scrolls from seemingly nowhere. In the timeline represented by this scroll, there exists a scion named Salodice, who has arrived there through temporal distortion. This Salodice possesses a rather unique power. You see, the past of each timeline is immutable. Yet this Salodice has the ability to alter the past without precipitating a collapse of the future. Trunks was taken aback. Even having utilized a time machine himself, he was unable to change the past of his timeline. Only here, with the Kaioshin and the unidentified criminal wreaking havoc across timelines, could such a feat be accomplished. Who exactly is this scion named Salodice? Well, do not concern yourself. He poses no threat to us. The timeline he currently inhabits is rather troublesome, and given his present power, he may encounter difficulties. I kindly ask you to assist him, and if possible, bring him to Kent City. We can then help him return to his original timeline. Receiving the scroll from the Kaioshin with grave seriousness, Trunks responded affirmatively. Just as he prepared to depart, the Kaioshin's voice rang out once more. Oh, by the way, due to some interference, you cannot reach him directly. You may have to traverse several planets to find him. Kaioshin. Trunks' voice echoed throughout Kent City, startling the ever-present time bird hovering above the repository. As the Kaioshin revealed the critical detail, Trunks was already enveloped in a radiant light of teleportation. The Kaioshin lightly tapped her forehead with her fist and stuck out her tongue. Oops, I simply forgot. Chapter 16. The Human Cage. The paradise of the evil god. As Salodice soared at a low altitude, he realized that this planet was immense. So vast that even with his combat power of several million, and despite not exerting himself to the fullest, he had flown for hours without encountering identical scenery, signifying that he had yet to fully explore this entire planet. Moreover, Salodice sensed that almost every area he traversed bore a vaguely similar yet distinct aura, akin to that of the creature whose tentacle he had severed. Salodice remained uncertain about the strange circumstances pervading this planet, but he believed they were undoubtedly linked to the source of that aura. With no immediate means to return to his original timeline, Salodice resolved to make the best of his situation, seeking to occupy himself with some task. After all, mere daydreaming would not resolve his dilemmas. Perhaps it would be prudent to find a place to address his growing hunger first. After several hours of flight, Salodice felt the pangs of hunger and casually selected a spot to descend. The scene that greeted him upon landing pleasantly surprised Salodice. It was a town seemingly encircled by walls, infused with the aromas of human activity. Perhaps he could procure some food here? Approaching the entrance, Salodice intended to venture inside for a closer look. Who goes there? A vigilant voice rang out as two individuals, lacking any notable combat ability, leaped from either side of the town's gate. Salodice was taken aback. Among the myriad alien races he had encountered in the universe, this human-like appearance was unfamiliar to him, save for Earthlings, Psions, and the Mytarians. Suppressing his surprise, Salodice replied in a relatively cordial tone. I am a traveler passing through, seeking to acquire some food. Upon hearing Salodice's response, the two did not lower their guard. Instead, they brandished firearms, aiming them at Salodice. When has there ever been a human alone in the wilderness? Reveal your true identity, or we shall open fire. Salodice's brow furrowed. The peculiarities of this planet grew increasingly unsettling. What on earth had transpired here? Bang! Seeing that Salodice offered no reply, the two guards unhesitatingly pulled the triggers, sending beams of light hurtling towards him. The beams passed through Salodice's form without inflicting any harm, further solidifying the guard's suspicions regarding his identity. One of the slightly portly guards whispered to his companion, I'll keep an eye on him. You hurry and fetch the leader. The lankier guard did not hesitate and swiftly departed, racing into the town. Salodice overheard their hushed exchange, feeling somewhat exasperated. Although the beams emitted by what he perceived as toy-like weapons posed no threat to him, he was concerned for the integrity of his only robe, to prevent any damage. Salodice swiftly dodged the beams before returning to his original position. Displaying his power seemed to have only heightened their distrust. However, observing the apprehensive demeanor of the portly guard, Salodice merely shrugged. As long as they did not escalate their aggression, he harbored no intentions of retaliation. Put away your weapon, fight. A deep voice interjected, followed closely by the lanky guard returning with a tall, solemn middle-aged man. This individual may be strong, but he lacks the aura of the evil god. There is no need for excessive caution. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's directive, the guard named Fight hesitated but ultimately lowered his weapon, though he still cautioned the middle-aged man. My esteemed leader, if it concerns a cultist of the malevolent deity possessing the ability to conceal their aura, rest assured, this formidable individual rivals a high-ranking evil god. Should an evil god descend upon us, no amount of vigilance would suffice. Salodice, though somewhat perplexed by the specifics, could discern from the brief exchanges that the humans of this planet were indeed under threat from creatures they referred to as evil gods. Furthermore, it seemed these evil gods were not limited to just one or two. They varied in strength, and the might of their strongest was likely comparable to his own. This presented an intriguing scenario, Salodice mused. Despite the rapid escalation in combat power depicted in the original Dragon Ball series, starting from the Frieza saga, where both Z fighters and adversaries exceeded 1,000,000 in battle power, the actual number of individuals at such levels was minuscule. Across the cosmos, let alone at the 1,000,000 battle power threshold, even a mere 100,000 was a rarity. Consider the case of Jinyu, whose battle power of 120,000 led him to boast of being the universe's top warrior, alongside his Jinyu force, resolving numerous conflicts for Frieza. Yet here, on this planet, although it likely existed in a different timeline, Salodice found it astonishing. This friend likely sought sustenance. Therefore, please accompany me inside. As I am dining, if you do not mind, let us share a meal. Naturally, Salodice graciously accepted the invitation of the esteemed leader. Under the watchful gaze of the rotund sentinel, Salodice followed the leader's direction, stepping into the town. During the meal, Salodice gleaned further insights into the state of this planet from the leader, whose name was Rizzatansi. Although not the sole town, it was indeed the largest on the planet. Long ago, this world was besieged by numerous powerful evil gods, causing countless lives to descend into madness under their influence. In response, a deity claiming to be the Grand Kai descended, wielding an unstoppable force that vanquished the evil gods, sealing them and their cities deep within the ocean. With the evil gods imprisoned, humanity finally thrived, cultivating civilization on this planet. However, in recent times, the seal began to weaken for reasons unknown. As those exploring the ocean depths succumbed to the influence of the evil gods, they were transformed into cultists. These cultists lurked within human society, continually capturing those with formidable power as offerings to their malevolent deities. By the time humanity realized the threat, it was far too late. The evil gods broke free from their confinement, reclaiming and transforming the planet, rendering escape impossible for its inhabitants. Perhaps out of malicious amusement or for some other purpose. The evil gods did not unleash their full wrath upon humanity at once, but instead dispatched cultists to gradually erode human resistance. Presently, humanity could only struggle for survival, relying on the strength of martial practitioners like Rizzatansi in this inescapable prison. Mere moments before Salodice arrived in this town, the inhabitants had received word that a nearby human settlement had been utterly annihilated, with all its people perishing, save for those of weak will who had been transformed into cultists by the evil god's power. After consuming a quarter of the scant provisions, Salodice patted his belly, remarking that this planet resembled a cage. Rizzatansi merely sighed, acknowledging the grim reality, stating that they were not even prisoners, but mere playthings for the evil god's amusement. He then elaborated on the current plight of humanity. In truth, human technology had yet to advance to the point of developing energy weapons. However, a few years prior, a peculiar spacecraft had landed here, and the surviving scientists managed to decipher its weapon systems, providing humanity with a glimmer of hope. At least against the cultists of the evil gods, the energy guns and beam cannons they had developed could inflict some damage. As he spoke, Rizzatansi retrieved a photograph of the spacecraft from a cupboard. Behold, this is the ship. Initially, someone accidentally activated a switch, nearly succumbing to the sudden increase in gravity within the cabin. Who would install such a gravity generator in a spacecraft? Salodice, gazing at the photograph, felt a cold sweat bead upon his brow. Perhaps, just perhaps, this was my ship? Salodice's words caused Rizzatansi's eyes to widen in disbelief. With no choice, Salodice recounted how he had arrived in this place. Upon learning that the ship now resided in this town, Salodice produced the controller from his pocket and summoned the ship. This left Rizzatansi with no option but to believe him, leading to an awkward moment. After all, casually examining another spacecraft was a significant breach of ethics for them. Nevertheless, upon inspecting the ship and discovering that only the weapons had been removed, Salodice expressed indifference. It was merely a matter of some inconsequential decorations. They had already suffered enough, so let this meal serve as recompense. Rizzatansi, deeply grateful, invited Salodice to stay temporarily. He harbored his own calculations. Should Salodice reside here, it was likely he would intervene if the cultists attacked the town. Although Salodice's appetite was considerable, it was not a major concern, provided the safety of the townspeople could be assured. Salodice, recognizing Rizzatansi's intentions, remained unconcerned. Even if he wished to leave this planet, he must first confront the evil gods that had sealed it. If the evil gods truly bore the strength Rizzatansi described, then even with his incomplete Super Saiyan transformation, victory was not guaranteed. As it pertained to his potential return to his original timeline, caution was imperative. However, Salodice did not require a dwelling, with the ship still operational. It sufficed for his needs. After repeatedly declining the invitation, Rizzatansi felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet Salodice's proposal brought a turn of fortune. Rizzatansi would supply Salodice with provisions during his stay, and in return, should the town face trouble, Salodice would intervene. Moreover, I must eventually leave this planet. If, as you say, it is sealed by the evil gods, I will inevitably confront them. I require more information and intelligence regarding these deities, Salodice conveyed to Rizatansi. Rizatansi was overjoyed, vowing to gather all information regarding the evil gods for Salodice. Thus, Salodice docked his ship near Rizatansi's residence. In the deep of night, the entire planet appeared tranquil, as though it had not encountered any crisis. Salodice lay awake in the ship, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. He felt an uncanny resemblance between the moon and the sun of the day. Suddenly, a familiar and enchanting voice broke the silence. "Oh, is that not the little one I brought into this world? How delightful to encounter you in this timeline." Salodice sprang to his feet, enveloped in a brilliant aura. "Do not be so wary. I harbor no ill intentions." In the void, ripples emerged as Salodice gazed upon the figure before him, finally comprehending the identity of the one who had brought him to this world. "Tuwa, is it you? What purpose do you have in bringing me here?" "Oh, let us consider it a whimsical fancy of mine. It appears, little one, that you were indeed transported here by a distortion in time and space. I have already stated that there is no need for your wariness. I harbor no malice, at least for now." Tuwa chuckled softly. "By the way, since you came here through the distortion of time and space, it is likely that you did not wish to arrive here of your own accord. Would you like me, dear sister, to assist you in returning to your original timeline?" Salodice remained cautious, the events of the Dragon Ball Super Universe still vivid in his mind. This woman was evidently no benign entity. Tuwa shook her head, gradually fading into the void. "Well, it seems you are unwilling to accept my direct assistance. Allow me to divulge a small piece of information. The power of the evil gods on this planet is inferior to yours in your transformed state. Yet they possess certain abilities akin to mental magic that might pose a significant nuisance to you. Farewell, little one." Salodice continued to sense his surroundings, only perceiving the faint energies of the many residents inhabiting the town, with the only notable presence being Rizatansi. "Ah, and if you do not address those evil gods soon, the strongest among them may escape from their seal, and that formidable evil god may not be vanquished by your incomplete transformation." Tuwa's voice echoed again. Yet Salodice still could not discern her presence. While returning to his own timeline would be splendid, he had no desire to be aided by a villain perpetually causing turmoil in the Dragon Ball Super narrative. Moreover, he had not forgotten the matters concerning that system. The aura of the demon realm was likely inextricably linked to Tuwa. Unable to locate Tuwa's presence, Salodice reluctantly surrendered his search. As for the veracity of the information Tuwa provided, he would naturally verify it once he was prepared. For now, however, it was best to indulge in a restful slumber. Chapter 17. The Truth of the Town. The deceiver of illusions. That night marked the most restless of nights for Salodice, perhaps due to the surrounding environment. His instincts continuously warned him. Yet, from where exactly did the threat emanate? Salodice tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. The blood-red moon gradually concealed its form, giving way to the orange sun ascending into the sky. Amidst the transition of day and night, Tuwa's voice once again resounded in Salodice's ears. "Ah, foolish little one, I have already provided you with hints. Have you still failed to discern the issue at hand?" At the moment Tuwa's voice reached him, Salodice felt a flicker of reassurance amidst his anxiety. He found himself perplexed. He had always trusted his instincts. Yet, why would a villain who had brought him to the Dragon Ball world with unknown intentions and sought to control him evoke a sense of comfort? Reassurance. Salodice's mind raced, as if he was on the verge of grasping something elusive. Seeing that Salodice had not responded, Tuwa materialized from the void. Bending down to gently lift his chin with her slender fingers, a fragrance reminiscent of roses wafting into Salodice's nostrils, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Ah, the little one is blushing. How amusing." Tuwa's voice, now so near, allowed Salodice to finally seize that flicker of insight. Even though he did not know whether she was friend or foe, she was undeniably a tangible presence, and that sense of reassurance stemmed from this reality, did it not, Tuwa? Salodice, disregarding the almost intimate proximity between them, sprang to his feet. Tuwa, maintaining her composure, quietly retreated, casually resting her feet on her staff as she sat cross-legged in the void. "It seems you are not entirely foolish after all, little one." However, Salodice remained troubled. The surrounding buildings and the spacecraft beneath his feet were momentarily set aside. Yet every individual within the town was distinctly present in his perception. Each life emanated energy, varying in strength and purity, all unique. What kind of illusionary magic could so flawlessly deceive his senses? Tuwa easily discerned Salodice's thoughts from his expression, stifling a laugh. Little one, do not place too much faith in your perceptions. You face evil gods who lack formidable combat abilities but are innately adept in mental and temporal powers, along with their followers endowed with various abilities. Perhaps only beings of the caliber of the Yadalate people in your universe, or those who possess divine status, could detect such a degree of illusion solely through energy perception. You still have a long way to go, little one. Tuwa's words rendered Salodice's countenance somewhat grim. He feared not direct confrontation. Even if the opponent's strength exceeded his own, he would face it honorably. Yet, the notion of battling an unseen enemy. Tuwa, however, continued to smile, her expression gradually chilling. All right, little one, do not frown. Allow me to lend you a helping hand, free of charge. Salodice regarded the azure-skinned beauty before him. While he could derive some comfort from her presence, his heart remained reluctant to trust this likely duplicitous enchantress who, barring unforeseen circumstances, was intent on restoring the glory of the demon realm. I have already stated that I harbor no ill will towards you for the time being. But if you wish for me to have any plans for you, you must at least succeed in transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, yes? Your current abilities do not warrant my attention, you know? Tuwa's teasing tone finally caused Salodice to lower some of his defenses. I must understand your reason for assisting me. Tuwa's beautiful brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Very well, very well. You truly are a troublesome little one. Since you possess considerable knowledge, I shall reveal a small detail, just a morsel, all right? With a flick of her staff, Tuwa approached Salodice, her fingertips gliding gently across his chest down to his abdomen before retracting. It appeared that this enchanting temptress was quite intrigued by teasing Salodice. Hee, such a delightful little one. Now listen closely, for I shall say this only once. I have come to this planet to collect genetic data from the evil gods for research purposes. It seems I underestimated the complexity of the barrier they erected, and for the time being, I cannot leave this place. Salodice's lips twitched as he stepped back slightly to avoid Tuwa's flirtation. So, according to your words, your prior offer to help me leave was a ruse? Of course. I was merely jesting. I have been trapped here for several days prior to meeting you. At this point, Tuwa gritted her teeth. Although I could easily dismantle this barrier if I were to exert myself, my presence would be detected by the Kaioshin of time, and until I am fully prepared, I prefer to avoid conflict with that troublesome woman. Thus, I have remained trapped here. I initially assumed the Kaioshin of this timeline would arrive promptly to deal with these evil gods, yet to my surprise, they have yet to appear. Just as well, I discovered that you had arrived here, so I thought to leverage your strength to deal with these bothersome evil gods. How does that sound? Is that sufficient? Salodice crossed his arms, setting aside the distractions caused by Tuwa's actions, his expression turning serious. Since your presence, which does not belong to this timeline, will attract the attention of the Kaioshin of time, it stands to reason that I, who similarly does not belong to this timeline, will invoke the same scrutiny, correct? I would appreciate a clear explanation on this matter. Delving too deeply into such questions may lose its charm, you know? However, considering your intriguing responses, I shall share a bit more with you. I will only provide you with methods to dispel their magic and offer subtle reminders, ensuring that the Kaioshin of time remains unaware of my existence. You have been brought here through the distortion of time and space, rather than having come of your own volition to interfere with the course of history. Therefore, you are not a temporal criminal, and the Kaioshin of time will not take any action against you. Moreover, you possess certain unique qualities, which is precisely why I deemed it necessary to bring your soul to this world. Tuwa's words still left Salodice pondering the nature of his uniqueness that warranted such an extraordinary act. Yet, addressing the immediate predicament took precedence, and the information divulged by Tuwa was logical and credible, thus he chose to trust her for the time being. Very well, let us proceed with our collaboration. Tuwa appeared quite pleased with Salodice's response, lightly tapping her staff, from which a dark purple light emanated. As this light illuminated, ripples emerged in the void. The illusions faded away, revealing a harrowing scene that made Salodice clench his fists. What a dreadful sight it was. A mere glance at the corpses strewn upon the ground revealed their tragic fates. Some bodies had their hands gripping their necks or chests, having either choked themselves or torn open their own abdomens to extract their entrails. Others had penetrated each other's bodies, their skulls shattered. with expressions of regret vividly etched upon their still uncorrupted faces, indicating that the individuals had not been enemies in life. Such instances were numerous. It seemed evident that these souls had been deceived by the malevolent gods or their followers, leading to mutual slaughter, and in some cases, to self-inflicted demise. Observing the scene, Tuawa, as the princess of the demon realm, maintained a demeanor far less grim than that of Salodice. Instead, she chuckled lightly. Oh, these malevolent gods and their followers truly possess a perverse sense of humor. Salodice glanced at Tuawa, suddenly struck by a thought. Tuawa, you must possess some knowledge about these malevolent gods, correct? Such a question from the little one lacks intrigue, does it not? If I were unaware of these deities, how could I possibly gather their genes? Well then, could you enlighten me on what these malevolent gods are and the purpose behind the carnage they instigate? Oh, now that is an excellent question. Thus, it is time for Tuawa's educational segment, so listen closely. Tuawa blinked and regarded Salodice. She began by discussing the origins of the malevolent gods. Their genesis, in fact, stems from humanity. In other words, humans birthed these deities. Legend has it that on a certain planet within this timeline, a human, teetering between lucidity and madness, penned tomes about these malevolent gods. Initially, these texts circulated as mere entertaining literature until one day, some individuals began to believe that these gods genuinely existed within the cosmos. This belief gradually gained traction as the books were disseminated and adapted, leading to the formation of cults that worshipped these deities, conducting rituals in their honor. Through this process, the faith of the people eventually fostered the emergence of these malevolent gods in a distant corner of the universe. Salodice furrowed his brow, but refrained from questioning further, evidently awaiting Tuawa's continued explanation. Tuawa, having no intention of withholding information, paused briefly before continuing. These malevolent gods, born from human belief, generally resemble their literary depictions, lacking a fixed appearance. Gazing upon these deities often drives mortals into madness and chaos. Each malevolent god wields distinct powers, generally categorized into three types. One harnesses mental powers, another manipulates the forces of time and space, and the most formidable of them embodies both mental and temporal abilities, along with combat prowess. After wandering through the cosmos for eons, these gods return to their human progenitors' home planet. Upon being gazed upon by mortals who succumbed to madness and chaos, the malevolent gods discovered that inciting such negative emotions, fear, confusion, and despair, enhanced their own strength. Thus, they began to cultivate their power through evangelism and other means. After wreaking havoc across numerous planets, the Kaioshin ultimately succeeded in capturing these malevolent gods and sealing them away on this very world. Of course, that was a long time ago. Tuawa lightly tapped her smooth chin with her finger. As for the motives behind the slaughter caused by these malevolent gods, records indicate that they typically do not initiate such carnage as seen in this town, for murder yields merely a singular gain in power, while prolonged madness, fear, and chaos provide a continuous source of strength. However, there are indeed malevolent gods who revel in slaughter. I suspect that the instigator of the scene before us belongs to this category of deities or their followers. Finally, Tuawa clapped her hands like a small girl, drawing her conclusion. Following her words, applause resonated through the air. To think there are still those who possess such understanding of my God, truly an impressive lady. Emerging with the sound was a figure clad in a black robe. From the implications of his speech, it was evident he was a follower of a malevolent god. Upon revealing his face, Salodice was taken aback. It was none other than Ruei-Tensi. Salodice's brow furrowed, a brilliant white aura rising quietly in response to his indignation. Ruei-Tensi cast his gaze upon Salodice, his words laced with regret and dissatisfaction. I never anticipated you would manage to gain the assistance of this erudite young lady in dispelling my illusion. How unfortunate! For I had invested considerable effort in crafting a name that echoed the language of the humans who aided in the birth of my God. Truly a waste of my intellect. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name has long been forsaken. I am the chief follower of my God, the deceiver of illusions. Tuawa directed her staff behind Salodice, guiding him. Very well, little one, my educational segment has concluded. Now it is your time to perform. Salodice did not verbally respond to Tuawa's words, but instead assumed a stance, confronting the individual who claimed to be the deceiver of illusions with a question. You arrived at the perfect moment. Answer me. What was your purpose in using this deceitful method to slay these people? The deceiver of illusions erupted into laughter. What a foolish question. Hasn't he, the lady, already clarified? We are of the faction that delights in slaughter. Oh, and if one must insist upon a reason, perhaps you yourself are the reason? What do you mean? You must have encountered members of another faction by the seaside. They informed us of your existence, believing you could pose a threat to the resurrection of my god. As the foremost follower of my god, I cannot permit your kind to exist. Thus, your elimination is inevitable. As the deceiver of illusions, I naturally possess the most proficient abilities to dispose of you. In other words, these individuals met their demise unknowingly in an attempt to eliminate you. Ha ha ha. Yet it is quite unfortunate that this young lady offered you a helping hand. Alas, I must confront you directly, and in doing so, make you the final offering for the resurrection of my deity. By the way, this scholarly maiden with azure skin, might you be interested in embracing my god? My deity shall bestow upon you formidable power. Tawa chuckled lightly, dismissing the invitation from the illusionary deceiver. Oh dear, persuading me to worship your god may prove to be a rather arduous task. Perhaps I should focus on dealing with this little fellow before me. For he is not so easily subdued, is he? The rejected illusionary deceiver took no offense, as it was merely a casual invitation. Salodice slightly closed his eyes, and a brilliant white flame ignited with a resplendent golden hue, causing his already spiked hair to become even more pronounced, transforming into a deep crimson. Clearly, Salodice had entered an incomplete super scion state. Tawa stifled a laugh. It appeared that the little one had not succumbed to the typical scion temperament. He was quite enraged by the deaths of these innocents caused by his existence. As Tawa had noted, Salodice's fury was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, Tawa's observation was not entirely complete. Salodice's anger stemmed not solely from the fact that his existence had led to the demise of these innocent souls. Though he did not consider himself a virtuous being, he held firm to his principles. He could not accept the notion of treating human lives as mere playthings. After all, even scions are a branch of humanity, and he, Salodice, is also human. Salodice's speed surged to its zenith. To the eyes of the illusionary deceiver, Salodice's figure appeared to remain stationary, yet he had already landed a blow with his fist, imbued with tangible wrath. It was not until the pain coursed through his entire body that Salodice's seemingly stationary form began to dissipate. Was that an afterimage? The illusionary deceiver muttered intermittently, stunned by the impact. Fueled by the flames of anger, Salodice did not relent after his initial strike. Instead, he transformed his fist into claws, pressing them against the illusionary deceiver's face and forcefully driving him into the ground, dragging him along and leaving a trail of fissures until they collided with a small hill. With a backward somersault, a blue light illuminated Salodice's hand. A fierce energy wave enveloped the small hill and the illusionary deceiver in an instant. With just a single energy wave, Salodice could no longer sense the presence of this so-called chief disciple of the illusionary deceiver. Well, this individual is merely a follower of a malevolent god transformed from humanity. Even without resorting to this incomplete transformation, he could have easily dispatched him. Why waste energy? Tawa's form appeared abruptly, like a specter, behind Salodice. Salodice remained silent, his mood far from cheerful. Why is it that those who worship malevolent gods, despite being fundamentally human, delude themselves into believing they have transcended humanity and view their own kin as mere playthings? Unexpectedly, Tawa responded to Salodice's thoughts. Ha ha ha, that is nothing more than self-deception. Such beings are likely regarded as less than mere playthings in the eyes of those malevolent gods, consumables like discarded toilet paper. After a moment of contemplation, Tawa resumed, teasing Salodice. The way you fought just now was rather impressive, little one. If you could display such finesse when confronting malevolent gods, perhaps I would consider adding you to my list of favorites. Chapter 18, Battle Plan? Just charge in. Fortunately, although the entire town was an illusion crafted by the deceiver, the food supplies and spacecraft within the city remained authentic. After properly burying the bodies here, Salodice retrieved cooking utensils and ingredients from the town and began preparing a meal. Tawa sat upon her staff, occasionally provoking Salodice, seemingly intrigued by his somewhat innocent reactions. Faced with this enigmatic femme fatale, Salodice felt quite helpless. On one hand, Tawa had indeed assisted him. On the other, her power was far beyond what Salodice could currently match. Once the food was prepared, Salodice retreated into the spacecraft and shut the hatch. However, Tawa persistently used her magic to intrude upon the spacecraft, continuing to pester him. The little one possesses quite the culinary skills. After filling her own bowl from the pot, Tawa playfully teased Salodice before savoring the medley he had prepared, offering him a compliment. Salodice did not respond, but instead closed his eyes, stretching his body as if preparing for action. Tawa, curious, inquired, "Ah, little one, are you eager to set off and vanquish those malevolent gods already?" Salodice did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused on warming up and adjusting his breath before retorting. "The sooner we eliminate these malevolent gods, the sooner we can depart from this planet. Or do you wish to linger here a while longer?" Tawa giggled softly. "You have a point. Do you have a battle plan, little one?" Salodice nodded, then shook his head. "The battle plan is simply battle with Tawa's assistance." Salodice's perception would not be affected by the malevolent god's magic. As he warmed up, Salodice expanded his senses, covering a vast area in search of a location thick with malevolent energy. After addressing Tawa's inquiry regarding the battle plan, Salodice soared into the air, a streak of light heading towards the location he had pinpointed. Tawa, momentarily stunned by Salodice's sudden action, soon regained her composure and shook her head. "Truly a reckless one. Isn't. However, I must amend my previous assessment. He is not merely a scion, but rather an intriguing scion." Adjusting her evaluation of Salodice, Tawa gracefully floated along in the direction he had taken. Upon reaching Salodice's side, she beheld a shattered altar and the bodies of numerous malevolent god followers strewn about. Salodice, with one hand, held a shape-shifting malevolent god aloft. "With such feeble power, you dare to claim superiority over all beings?" Accompanied by Salodice's scornful words, he hurled the malevolent god skyward and unleashed an energy wave. "Oh, are you treating me to a fireworks display upon my arrival?" Tawa beamed at the spectacle of the malevolent god transformed into fireworks. Salodice remained silent, merely expanding his senses to continue searching for other malevolent gods. From dawn till dusk, despite the abundance of malevolent gods, few could withstand Salodice's full assault. Even those few whose power matched Salodice in his normal state elicited no interest in him. He found no joy in battling these repugnant beings. Without hesitation, he transformed into an incomplete Super Saiyan, rapidly providing Tawa with a display of fireworks. Under Tawa's encouragement, Salodice even spared a few malevolent gods, transforming them into a grand feast under her guidance. It must be said, the taste of the malevolent gods was quite delightful, making Salodice feel as though he was enjoying a sumptuous banquet of delicacies from land and sea. Eventually, they arrived at the seaside where they initially landed, and Mira gently floated beside Salodice, gazing at the seemingly boundless ocean, offering him a suggestion. "The little fellow's efficiency is quite remarkable. Now, only 2 evil gods remain. Should we rest for a night before taking action?" After a moment of contemplation, Salodice nodded. "Very well, let us rest here for the night. However, are there truly 2 left?" Tuawa pointed to the blood-red moon slowly rising in the sky. "Besides the one in the sea, there is also one up in the sky," revealing that the little fellow's observation skills are still lacking. Following Tuawa's gesture, Salodice gazed at the blood moon. Indeed, the aura emanating from it is even more formidable than that of the one in the ocean. "But the moon is. This planet is sealed by a barrier. How can we reach it? That is not the true moon, you know? Do not worry about how to deal with the evil god there. As long as we eliminate the one in the sea, the one in the sky will naturally come to us, at which point we can present a splendid battle show. He. After a day of carnage, Salodice found himself trusting Tuawa even more, as the latter had remained still, simply lending him strength to dispel the evil god's magic. Since Tuawa has said so, Salodice chose not to delve further. He retrieved the remote control and maneuvered the spaceship to their current location. Opening the hatch, Salodice strode inside, rummaging through the ship's storage room to find 2 blankets, laying them out at either end. "I've prepared a bed for you. Whether you wish to sleep is entirely up to you." After leaving this remark for Tuawa, Salodice proceeded to remove his battle attire and burrowed into the covers. Tuawa did not avert his gaze. Instead, he scrutinized Salodice's robust physique before disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Tuawa unexpectedly nestled into the blanket prepared by Salodice. "I haven't enjoyed such sleep in a long time. Revisiting it today sounds delightful." Chapter 19. Do you dare to call yourself a god? A clown performing tricks. Awakening early. Salodice glanced at the still sleeping Tuawa, his heartbeat momentarily halting. This sudden flutter of emotion caused him to turn away. Oh, could it be that the little fellow has feelings for me? Tuawa's voice, laced with amusement, reached his ears, causing Salodice's face to redden as he swiftly shifted the topic. It is time to confront the creature in the sea. Tuawa refrained from teasing further and instead summoned his staff from the void, keeping pace with Salodice. Exiting the spaceship, Tuawa perched upon his staff and cheerfully inquired, "Shall we dive into the sea to confront the evil god? Just like in the cosmos, scions cannot battle underwater. Shall I cast a spell to allow you to breathe underwater?" Salodice shook his head. "No need for such troubles. I detest fighting in water." Though this statement was not a lie, Salodice cunningly concealed the fact that he had already eliminated this weakness with the help of Bo Luinjia. Observing Salodice's refusal of his spell, Tuawa shrugged and stepped back behind him. A brilliant white aura ignited around Salodice as he extended his right hand, concentrating a massive energy wave. Why not simply blast the evil god out? With this thought, Salodice launched the energy wave into the sea. The powerful energy wave created an enormous pit in the seemingly endless ocean, exposing the seabed. A colossal creature resembling an octopus erupted from the pit, emitting an indescribable roar. No matter how many times one gazes upon it, the evil god truly is grotesque. Tuawa frowned, urging Salodice. "It is rather ungentlemanly to keep a beautiful lady gazing at such an unsightly creature for too long, you know?" Salodice scoffed. "I am no gentleman." Despite his words, Salodice swiftly transformed into an incomplete super scion. A quick resolution is necessary. There is another creature to deal with. Salodice's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the evil god. Upon approaching, he realized just how immense this non-humanoid evil god was. Even in his great ape form, he would not measure up to even half its height. Though he thought so, Salodice's steps did not falter as he spiraled up the evil goddess body, evading the thrashing tentacles. Boom! Reaching the top of the evil god, he concentrated an energy wave in each hand and struck down upon the creature. The energy waves remained intact as Salodice dove at high speed, cleaving the evil god's form in two. The pained creature thrashed its tentacles even more violently. Salodice exclaimed, "Oh, it seems to possess quite a bit of vitality." Executing a series of flips, he dodged the flailing tentacles once more. A barrage of energy waves erupted like rain from his clasped hands, raining down upon the evil god's body. Indeed, employing the prince's strategy against such a massive foe proved fruitful. With this thought, Salodice increased the force of his assault. Under the relentless bombardment, the evil god struggled to remain upright. Ceasing his prince technique, Salodice unleashed his ultimate move. Gigavolt Flash. The blinding radiance obscured the sun. When the light dissipated, a towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky. "What do you think of this grand display?" Salodice returned to Tuawa's side, raising an eyebrow at him. Tuawa responded with a light laugh. "Quite impressive, indeed. Consider this your reward." As Tuawa spoke, the staff glowed with a purplish-black light, distinct from the ominous hue emitted during the prior scheming against Salodice. This time, the glow radiated a sense of warmth. Oh! Salodice felt his previously exhausted energy restored to its peak within an instant. No need for formality. Next, we must confront the creature above, right? That being should descend on its own, yet it remains quiet. Salodice scratched his head. Tuawa chuckled, leaping off the staff to gently tap the ground with it. To Salodice's astonishment, a massive magic circle materialized beneath them. "This will summon the being from the moon. Prepare yourself, for I shall call it down." Salodice grinned widely. "I have been prepared for this." Without Tuawa making any further gestures, the magic circle began to illuminate. The sun in the sky was gradually cloaked in shadow, and the blood-red crescent moon reappeared, casting a beam of light towards the magic. It was as if, it was the ancient god's whisper resonating. A cloud of gray mist descended from the crescent moon, landing within the magic circle. The mist gradually transformed into a figure cloaked in black robes. 2 points of light that could be considered eyes scanning over Salodice and Tuawa. "Insignificant humans, is it you who have awakened me from my slumber? As a reward for your audacity, I shall bestow upon you the truth of the world." Tuawa stifled a laugh. playfully nudging Salodice with his elbow like a young maiden. "Little fellow, look at this being. It speaks with such an air of superiority." Salodice nodded in agreement, enveloping himself in white flames as he raised his fist. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Salodice circled behind the evil god and threw a punch. However, Salodice's punch passed straight through the evil god's form. He hastily restrained his force and stabilized himself, casting a glance at Tuawa. Tuawa clicked his tongue, and the staff glowed with purplish-black light once more. "What an impatient little fellow. Very well, you may strike now. Insignificant human, you dare to lay hands upon me? For that, you shall pay the price." The voices of the malevolent deity and Tova resounded simultaneously. Salodice's perception detected the movements of the malevolent deity behind him, prompting an instinctual sidekick. This time, Salodice's strike did not miss. Instead, it made solid contact with the deity's form. With the full force of his kick, the malevolent deity was sent hurtling backward. "Human, how dare you touch me?" Salodice smirked, his figure flickering as he pursued the malevolent deity, delivering another kick that launched the deity into the air. "Your words are excessive." With a leap and a spin, Salodice's leg descended like a battle axe, crashing the malevolent deity back to the ground. The deity's form dissolved into a cloud of gray mist, only to reappear around Salodice, enveloping him. "Human, accept my truth." An indescribable voice flooded Salodice's ears. He speculated that this malevolent deity specialized in mental attacks. However, Tova, at least at this moment, was sincerely aiding Salodice. Under Tova's magical influence, Salodice felt no ill effects, merely finding the deity's voice as bothersome as a fly. "Drink up." The blinding white aura tinged with gold once more as Salodice transformed into an incomplete Super Saiyan. The energy erupting from him clashed with the air, arcs of electricity dancing atop the flames, stirring a violent wind that swept the gray mist away. The dispersed mist gradually coalesced, reshaping into human form. Why are you unaffected?" Salodice discerned surprise and frustration in the deity's voice. He responded with a cold laugh. "Because you are a wretched creature, even lower than a wild dog. Trash." Tova, who had concealed her presence since the battle commenced, shook her head with a smile, remarking, "This little fellow has quite the foul mouth. But I don't mind." The malevolent deity, already in a foul mood due to its failed technique, became even angrier at Salodice's mockery. Several tentacles shot forth from beneath its dark robe, striking towards Salodice. He scoffed. "Do all malevolent deities resort to such tentacles for attack? Is there nothing new?" Energy gathered in his right hand, transforming into a blade. In a flash of sword light, several tentacles were severed. Unlike the tangible tentacles of previous malevolent deities, those cut by Salodice did not fall to the ground but reverted to gray mist, returning to the deity. It seemed the malevolent deity did not expect the tentacles to pose any threat to Salodice, quickly retreating the moment they struck. "Human, you are the second person in many years to force me to revert to my true form. Take pride in that." The deity continued to speak, arms outstretched as swirling black mist from all directions surged into its body. Salodice glanced around, deducing that the mist emanated from the altars of the defeated malevolent deities. "Be careful, little one. This creature aims to recover its true form and fight you with full power. Its strength should not be underestimated. Shall we interrupt it now?" Tova's voice echoed from the void. Salodice remained noncommittal, instead adopting a stance, silently observing the malevolent deity. The transformation did not take long. Soon, the deity's true form was revealed, no longer cloaked in black robes. Was it a man, a woman, an elder, a child, or a monster? It was impossible to discern, as the deity retained its humanoid shape while its head continually morphed. "Human, I grant you one final opportunity. Recite my true name, the god of 1,000 faces, and become my follower." The restored malevolent deity seemed to regain confidence, its tone returning to the lofty arrogance it had initially displayed. Salodice, however, scoffed, spitting toward the deity. "I offer you a chance as well. Take your own life and go meet your chaotic kin. Human, you seek death." Salodice remained undaunted, the golden flames on his fist flaring with intensity. His form flickered as he slipped past the black mist the deity unleashed, delivering a powerful punch to its face. The restored malevolent deity indeed surpassed every previous incarnation, as it not only withstood Salodice's blow without sustaining damage but also remained agile. its hands transforming into rope-like appendages that ensnared Salodice. Yet, Salodice was still Salodice. Even without sensing the strength of this deity, he did not let down his guard. The moment the deity attempted to retaliate, he swiftly crouched, causing the attempted entanglement to miss its mark. Crouching was not merely an evasion, but also an offensive maneuver. Salodice seized the deity's ankle, lifting it as if it were a windmill and casting it down from the heights. With a whoosh, Salodice followed the flung deity. Upon regaining stability, the deity, seeing Salodice close in, retaliated with a punch, colliding with Salodice head-on. Their fists met, causing Salodice to stagger slightly while the deity was thrust backward by the recoil, landing a short distance away before halting again. Salodice, who was relentless when gaining the upper hand in battle, quickly closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the deity, akin to a tempest. The golden aura enveloping his fists and feet surged more vibrantly than on his other limbs. Reminiscent of the technique employed by Son Goku in the anime when he deflected Trunks' sword with a mere finger, concentrating energy in his strikes. The malevolent deity, unable to withstand Salodice's onslaught, was struck several times. In desperation, it summoned several tentacles from its body, combining them with its limbs to fend off Salodice's attack. This tactic yielded some effectiveness. The tentacles occasionally lashed out, striking Salodice while still being at a disadvantage. The clash of their bodies sent waves of energy that splashed the seawater upward. Tova, observing from the void, furrowed her brow, conjuring a semi-transparent shield around herself. "Hey, little one, the seawater is splashing onto me." Hearing Tova's complaint, Salodice, still reliant on her assistance, had no choice but to amplify his energy, fully unleashing all of his power. Fear was etched on every face of the malevolent deity. The moment Salodice elevated his energy, the deity realized that his next strike would be nearly impossible to withstand. Countless tentacles sprouted from its body, enveloping it. But would this be of any use? Salodice's fist penetrated the tentacled defense, shattering the crossed arms that sought to protect its front, landing on the deity's neck, transforming into claws that gripped tightly. Soaring back from the sea to the shore, Salodice let out a light shout, using the sheer force of his energy to disperse the tentacles into black mist. Boring. Exceedingly boring. In terms of energy strength alone, this self-proclaimed god of 1,000 faces was not significantly inferior to Salodice. However, lacking proficiency in direct combat, the deity, once stripped of its mental interference, resembled a toothless tiger, utterly incapable of making Salodice feel as though he were battling a worthy opponent. Even during the deity's initial attempt to convert Salodice into a follower, without Tova's assistance, Salodice did not perceive the deity's mental manipulation as having any effect. It appears that such a degree of power allows you fellows to proclaim yourselves as gods, to consider yourselves above humanity. How amusing. You dare to claim the title of god? Merely a troupe of jesters performing tricks, you deserve nothing but demise. Under the golden radiance emitted by Salodice, the body of the malevolent deity, unlike those encountered previously, melted away like snow under the sun, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, despite the vanishing of the evil god, the planet remained unchanged for an extended period, prompting Salodice to ponder. Tawa, what is happening? Chapter 20. The desperate strike of the malevolent god? The arrival of Trunks. Is it because he is not completely dead? Tawa's voice sounded rather innocent, causing Salodice to pause momentarily. Tawa rubbed her forehead, appearing somewhat resigned. Look at the sky. Following her advice, Salodice gazed upward and indeed saw the silhouette of the malevolent deity overlapping with the blood-red crescent moon. Insignificant humans, join this planet as my burial offerings. Turning back to Tawa, Salodice clearly sought to understand the nature of the malevolent god's move. Tawa shrugged. I do not possess all the answers, you know. Tisish, Salodice grimaced, realizing Tawa was of no assistance at this critical moment. Regardless of whether Tawa was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance, Salodice reignited the golden aura surrounding him and tentatively launched a ki blast. Yet, the ki blast vanished into the void, achieving nothing. Undeterred, Salodice yearned to interrupt the malevolent god's dying counterattack. Bending slightly at the knees, Salodice propelled himself into the air, channeling his energy into his right fist. However, the desperate strike of the malevolent god, even in its final moments, possessed an enigmatic quality. As Salodice approached, he felt his entire being, including his thoughts, slowed down. When everything returned to normal, he found himself back on the ground. It seemed this technique could not be interrupted. Salodice sighed in resignation, while Tawa teasingly inquired, "So, how does it feel now that the barrier has weakened considerably? I could take you to another dimension to evade this attack. Although he is not dead yet, his time is limited, so why confront it directly?" Salodice was taken aback by Tawa's unexpected suggestion, not because she proposed to evade, but because she intended to accompany him. Nevertheless, Salodice declined her offer. "Thank you, but I will pass." Noting Salodice's refusal, Tawa ceased her invitation. "Then I shall take my leave, little one. Who knows when we shall meet again? I hope that when we do, we are not adversaries." Tawa's figure vanished into the black-purple vortex, leaving behind those words. Salodice felt a sense of loss. In just over a day of companionship, he had grown accustomed to the presence of this alluring yet venomous beauty. However, the pressing matter remained: the imminent strike of the malevolent god, now fully charged. After accumulating energy, the figure of the malevolent god had vanished, completely merging with the ki blast emanating from the blood-red crescent moon. "Perish, humans." Salodice squinted slightly, preparing to initiate the technique of trillion death, when he sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching. This energy felt Scion. No, it bore a different essence, devoid of malevolence. How strange. Who could it be? As Salodice pondered, several beams of light flashed by, shattering the ki blast aimed at him along with the blood-red crescent moon behind it. As the beams dissipated, Salodice could only make out a blurred golden light, reminiscent of the aura he possessed after transformation. From that radiant energy, a ki blast emerged, traversing the remnants of the malevolent god's attack, striking the blood-red crescent moon and rendering it formless. "Impressive," Salodice marveled, as the golden light settled and faded, revealing a figure. Salodice was taken aback. "Trunks?" His exclamation of surprise elicited a similar reaction from Trunks. "You know me?" Connecting the dots, Salodice quickly realized that Trunks' appearance mirrored that of the Dragon Ball Super Universe. "You must be the Trunks of the Time Patrol?" Upon hearing this, Trunks appeared even more astonished, but recalling his mission from the Supreme Kai of Time, he set aside his confusion and explained his purpose. "The Supreme Kai of Time has learned that, he faltered, seemingly unaware of Salodice's name. "I am called Salodice." Sensing Trunks' discomfort, Salodice introduced himself, allowing Trunks to continue. "The Supreme Kai of Time believes that you possess a unique power and is aware of your current predicament. He hopes I can escort you to the Time City. Since you are familiar with the Time Patrol, you should understand we mean no harm." Salodice pondered for a moment, but did not refuse. "Very well, and thank you for resolving the issue with the malevolent god." He expressed gratitude to Trunks, his lips moving as if to utter more, yet he opted to withhold further words, choosing to keep Tawa's matter secret. Why? Indeed, why? Salodice found himself searching for answers. "Mr. Salodice, please place your hand upon my shoulder." Salodice complied, resting his hand on Trunks' shoulder. A kaleidoscope of light enveloped them in a swirling vortex. Although the barrier had not yet dissipated, it was indeed as Tawa had said. Its obstructive power was significantly diminished, and the two swiftly vanished from their location. In the Time City, before the Time Vault, Salodice and Trunks emerged. As Salodice curiously surveyed the surroundings, he was suddenly greeted by a voice filled with surprise. "Foolish uncle." Salodice froze. The voice was different, entirely unlike the one etched in his memory. Yet, that tone, that address. He turned towards the source of the voice. The attire, the appearance. Salodice was certain the individual before him was the Supreme Kai of Time. But why? Why did she speak in the manner reminiscent of the girl from his memories? His heart raced, a tumult of emotions. Had that girl traversed here to become the Supreme Kai of Time? Or had his memories been accessed? A jest of the Supreme Kai? What was happening? "Trunks, you may take your leave." "Yes, Supreme Kai of Time." Trunks departed, leaving Salodice to lock eyes with the Supreme Kai of Time. Chapter 21. A Reunion Across Worlds. Millennia of Waiting. "What's wrong, foolish uncle? Can't recognize me now that I look different? You resemble her so closely." "No, you are identical." Salodice's mind was in disarray, paralyzed with uncertainty. He wished to inquire, yet feared the answer would not align with his hopes. The Supreme Kai of Time approached, her expression shifting to one of anger. As she hopped closer, tugging at his face. "The foolish uncle I knew was the one who charged ahead without hesitation. Why are you so timid now? Such a familiar gesture. Could it truly be her?" Salodice whispered softly, yet remained silent. The expression on Shiji Jia Wangshin's face was almost a clear indication of her displeasure, and she tugged at his cheeks with increasing force, causing the defenseless Salodice to feel a twinge of pain. Little demon, is that you? At last, Salodice managed to suppress his fear and disappointment, mustering the courage to utter the words that Shiji Jia Wangshin had longed to hear. Satisfied, she released her grip on his face and leaped into his arms, embracing him like a clingy insect. It's me, silly uncle. It's me, little demon. I missed you so much, truly missed you. As Salodice listened to the quivering tone of her voice and felt the bitter tears brushing against his lips, he was enveloped by the sweet fragrance of lilies emanating from her. He could not discern whether he was in a dream or reality. Was Shiji Jia Wangshin the very girl he had harbored guilt for all along? Even though the absurdity of traversing into the Dragon Ball world had occurred to him, he never dared to imagine that such profound happiness could be his. This had always been his pain, the pain he spoke of letting go, of feeling no guilt, yet it remained deeply buried in his heart. Even after she released him from her embrace, Salodice could still taste the bitterness lingering at his lips. So it was not only her tears. Was he unable to control his own? Realizing this too late, Salodice reached up to wipe away his own tears. Uncle, lower your head. Confused, Salodice complied, bowing his head as instructed. A kiss followed, a kiss that Shiji Jia Wangshin had awaited for countless millennia, a passionate kiss devoid of any ulterior motives. Her delicate hands cradled his face, and then finally found a place for his hands, wrapping them tightly around the girl before him. He could not bear to lose her again. After a long moment, their lips parted. Salodice remained in a daze as Shiji Jia Wangshin took his hand, leading him to a nearby stone bench, where she gently urged him to sit before once again falling into his embrace. Shiji Jia Wangshin gazed at him, her eyes fixed on the familiar face that had sustained her spirit for millennia, a face that, despite no longer belonging to the earthling of her original world, resembled a scion devoid of stubble. Uncle, do you know? I saw everything you did for me after I died. Her voice jolted Salodice from his reverie, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Tell me, what truly happened? Shiji Jia Wangshin nestled her small head against his chest, and Salodice, just as he had not refused her kiss, did not resist this intimate gesture, quietly awaiting her response. After I took my own life, my soul floated out of my body. I thought, so there really is a soul after death. Does that mean there's reincarnation, a hell, and grim reapers? But as I waited, I watched you vanquish those who had taken me, interrogating them about their organization and clients. I saw you evade capture, bringing their leaders to my grave to pay respects, crying and apologizing. And in that moment, I thought to myself, if there are grim reapers, I don't want to reincarnate. I want to stay with you, to see you live well. But just as that thought crossed my mind, I was suddenly engulfed by a whirlpool and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I had transformed into a fruit, hanging from a peculiar tree. I thought, how poorly does the underworld perform its duties if I reincarnated as a fruit, yet retained my consciousness? However, after some time, I transformed into my current form, and a voice informed me that my name would now be Kai-in, and that I was to become Shiji Jia Wangshin. I found it strange. Is there such a divine position among our deities? Then I remembered you, Uncle, and the game you played, Dragon Ball Super Universe. And I realized I had crossed over into the world you so desired. Accepting my fate, I decided to try my hand at being Shiji Jia Wangshin. However, a villain from the demon realm, named something like Mei Qi, also sought the title, but with the help of my predecessor's sister, I inherited the divine position first, sealing away that villain. Shortly after assuming my role, the infamous demon god, Demigula, appeared and I sealed him as well. What do you think, Uncle? Am I not impressive? Salodice lovingly ruffled the girl's hair, his face a mix of affection and concern. You only speak of the good outcomes. The process must have been perilous, right? Indeed. But I am here now, aren't I? I'm quite powerful. Shiji Jia Wangshin's tone brimmed with pride, and Salodice smiled in agreement. Yet his mind wandered back to the narrative of the game prior to his crossing over. It seemed that soon, Tawa would likely initiate her plan to revive the demon realm, inevitably releasing demon god Demigula. The crises that awaited the girl, now a deity, would officially commence. Alongside that entity whose name she could not recall, perhaps the Mei Qi from Dragon Ball Heroes? His fragmented knowledge of Dragon Ball Heroes only allowed him to vaguely remember that the trials Shiji Jia Wangshin would face were likely far more daunting than those posed by Tawa and Demigula. Having witnessed the girl end her life once, he could not allow her to fall into danger again. placing his scion honor and warrior pride on the line. Hey, silly uncle, did you know? Since sealing Demigula, I've experienced tens of millions of years. Many events from my past life are hazy, but I have never forgotten the image of you avenging me, crying at my grave and apologizing. Every moment after meeting you has been etched in my heart. Not a single day has passed without me longing for you. Just recently, during a routine check, I discovered your figure in a certain scroll. I was overjoyed, truly overjoyed, that you had come to this world. Yet I was also furious. Why did you arrive so late? Why must I wait so long to see you? Salodice tightened his embrace around the girl. Shiji Jiawangshin was no longer the unreasonable girl of the past, nor was she an unreasonable deity now. She was merely a young woman, yearning to express her affection to the one she had once relied upon most after enduring countless years apart. After perusing the history recorded in the scroll, he realized that his existence was indeed unique. The future of his timeline was fraught with uncertainty, and even Shiji Jiawangshin could not foresee what lay ahead. He watched her intently, his heart racing as he saw him being consumed by the distortions of time and space. In a moment of panic, he transmitted the power of time to protect him from becoming lost in the seams of time. Through the scroll, he discovered that the time he had fallen into was rife with troubles, prompting Trunks to bring him back. Uncle, I understand you have many matters to attend to in your timeline, but could you stay with me a few more days before returning? Salodice, of course, did not refuse. For in this reunion, he realized that the girl held a place in his heart that was far beyond mere guilt. Once, I was simply too afraid to acknowledge my feelings. That fervent kiss, devoid of any pretense, ultimately compelled Salodice to confront his own heart, no longer perceiving the young girl merely as a sister. Though he did not explicitly profess his affection or love, such an ardent kiss spoke volumes. Of course, I wish to linger here a few more days with my girlfriend. The god of time, of course, understood precisely whom this girlfriend referred to. Amidst the vast expanse of Shiji-do, although numerous time patrol members were present, Salodice knew no one else but her. Well, the uncle once claimed he did not like me. Now he has finally admitted it, Salodice thought with a wry smile, embracing the girl as he listened to her complaints. Thus, seated on the stone bench before the spacious time repository, the two conversed about myriad topics, ranging from the tree that bore the young girl, who had reincarnated as a fruit, to the malevolent gods that Salodice had encountered. Naturally, he also divulged the reasons for his crossing over and the collaboration with Tua to combat the malevolent deities, without reservation. That Tua must be quite beautiful. With a splendid figure, I presume? Upon mentioning Tua, the girl pouted, but her expression swiftly transformed into a smile. Since the uncle has shared that with me, it must mean there's nothing to worry about. Salodice chuckled, realizing that even after countless millennia, the mischievous heart of the girl remained unchanged. The time spent sharing heartfelt sentiments always seemed to pass swiftly. Neither felt that much time had elapsed when Trunks reappeared in their line of sight. Upon witnessing the couple's affectionate embrace, Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment. Though his time in Shiji-do was not extensive, it was not insignificant either. Having spent considerable time with the god of time, he felt he understood this charming deity quite well. She was approachable, devoid of the aloofness typically associated with divinity, often playing pranks on him and the other time patrol members, and frequently preparing delightful treats to reward them. This led many time patrol members to develop fondness for this deity, with some even daring to confess their feelings. However, without exception, she had rejected all advances, her demeanor during those rejections starkly contrasting with her usual playful self. Now, witnessing such sweetness and intimacy between them, Trunks was momentarily taken aback as the god of time intertwined her fingers with Salodice's and approached him. God of time, it's time to eat. Trunks stammered, hastily setting aside his shock. Oh, is it already that time? Silly uncle, let us go eat. Thanks to Trunks, who brought a number of housekeeping robots from his timeline. The food here is truly splendid. And I assure you, the portions are ample. You scions have hearty appetites, don't you? Be sure to eat well. Salodice readily agreed, smiling as he promised to indulge. Trunks, let us go. Aren't we supposed to eat? Ah, yes, god of time. As the god of time praised the meal, it was evident that it also suited Salodice's palate, being a fellow inhabitant of that ancient realm. The joy of reunion, combined with the fatigue from days spent confronting malevolent deities, made Salodice's appetite even greater than usual. He grabbed a food item resembling a roasted wing and devoured it, bones and all. observing Salodice's voracious eating. Trunks couldn't help but reminisce about the Z warriors he had encountered across time, muttering, "I thought Uncle Goku's eating habits were rather extravagant." I didn't realize Salodice was even more so. Midway through their meal, Salodice, now familiar with Trunks, responded with hearty laughter. "Even Jiren shares such an appetite." "Jiren, sister?" Trunks inquired, puzzled. Salodice smacked his forehead, realizing that Trunks, unlike in the game, was unfamiliar with the God of Time's historical context. "Jiren is Kakarot's mother, your Uncle Goku's, and the wife of Bardock. She is my first cousin. By extension, your father Vegeta should call me uncle too, huh?" Teasing Trunks, Salodice erupted in laughter. Trunks, rendered speechless, inwardly mused that the personality of the God of Time's boyfriend seemed to possess a rather mischievous streak. After their delightful dinner, the God of Time once again took Salodice to explore Shirji-do. With Trunks' assistance, the construction of Shirji-do indeed mirrored Salodice's memories of the in-game rendition. Here, Time Patrol members could accept missions through robots in the task hall to earn rewards, purchasing techniques and items from various shop robots. These Time Patrol members were not limited to the races from his previous Life-S game. Many were peculiar races that Salodice could not name, though their combat prowess was generally not particularly high. To Salodice's perception, the strongest among them possessed battle powers only in the tens of thousands. Curiously, Salodice inquired about his divine girlfriend. The God of Time appeared somewhat troubled. These Time Patrol members are indeed diligent and responsible, but their strength is limited. Aside from Trunks, the only other capable individual is his current mission partner, who is also a scion. Many tasks can only be entrusted to Trunks and him. However, with the recent frequent time anomalies, even they have been overwhelmed, and I find myself quite concerned. At this juncture, the girl gazed at Salodice with intense eyes. "But with you, Uncle, I feel much more at ease." "Silly Uncle, I will be counting on you more in the future." Salodice spoke earnestly, each word deliberate. "I remain as ever. You can rely on me without hesitation." Chapter 22. Engaging in special training. The protagonist of the Super Universe during these days in Shirji-do. Salodice felt as though he had returned to his days as a student before his journey across worlds. Although he was no longer as innocent amidst the explosion of information, he still retained a certain youthful naivete. Holding hands with the girl he admired, they would stroll around the track of the playground, where such simplicity could yield profound happiness. Filled with anticipation for the future, now it echoed that past. Walking hand in hand with the girl through the mountains, inhaling the fragrant scent of grass and trees carried by the gentle breeze, crossing streams and frolicking with the small creatures that scurried by. At times, the girl would play pranks, prompting Salodice to chase after her, startling a flock of birds. At other moments, she would act coy, requesting him to carry her and feed her some treats. Yet, Salodice was acutely aware that the girl, now the God of Time, faced the covetousness and animosity of many ambitious individuals. Furthermore, having confirmed the tangible existence of the girl in his arms, Salodice no longer entertained thoughts of forsaking everything to languish in dreams. Whether it was the desire to protect this girl, whom he had failed to safeguard before, or the instinct of a warrior to pursue greater strength, Salodice recognized the necessity of enhancing his own abilities. Thus, in addition to accompanying the girl and savoring the purity of their shared moments, Salodice remained committed to his training. Utilizing the various techniques from different timelines available in the shops of Shirji-do, some familiar and others unknown to him, Salodice refined his skill set over these days. To his surprise, the girl, as the God of Time, presented him with an unexpected delight. "Ding ding ding. Uncle, the surprise is behind this door." Salodice, slightly bewildered, nonetheless trusted her enough to push open the door and step inside. The first sight that greets the eye is a simple little room furnished with only a bed, and directly opposite lies an equally unadorned kitchen. An idea sparked within Salodice as she continued to venture outward. What is this? How could Salodice, who has resided on Vegeta Star for over a decade, be oblivious to the gravity she felt? It was 10 times that of an ordinary life planet. The very gravity of Vegeta Star itself, coupled with the vast expanse of blankness before her, Salodice quickly discerned her surroundings. Indeed, this was the room of spirit and time. However, unlike the one familiar to her uncle, the flow of time here compared to the outside world is 1,825. 1. This means that spending half a year here would equate to merely one day in the outside realm. A girl with her hands clasped behind her back gracefully entered the room. Although the time flow here was somewhat swifter than that of the room known to her uncle, it possessed superior qualities, notably the adjustable gravity. "Look here," she said, gesturing toward a knob by the door. As she turned it, Salodice distinctly felt the change in gravity. The minimum gravity here was roughly equivalent to 1/10 of Earth's, while the maximum reached 300 times that. And the restrictions were considerably less than those of the room her uncle knew. One could remain here for a month without the entrance closing. Salodice observed the proud girl and quickly approached, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Thank you, little sprite. Training here will surely yield remarkable results." After enjoying this affectionate gesture for a moment, the girl called forth a scion clad in the attire of the Time Patrol, who had been waiting outside. "Oh, and uncle, I have brought you a sparring partner." The scion, appearing somewhat reticent, merely nodded towards Salodice and introduced himself. "I am Pasali." The girl, tapping her forehead in mild exasperation, remarked, "This child was summoned from who knows when." He could hardly string together sentences upon arrival. Nonetheless, as Trunks' partner, he is quite remarkable. Pasali scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed. The girl continued to explain the circumstances to her boyfriend. However, the recent missions have become increasingly arduous. Some have proven quite challenging for him, and he feels the need to enhance his strength, which is why he will train with you. Salodice nodded, and after the girl gently nudged Pasali away, she bounced back to Salodice, tugging at his clothing and pointing to her lips. Realization struck Salodice, and he bent down. Their lips intertwined, eyes glazed with emotion. After several minutes, they finally parted, the girl giggling before sharing further details about Pasali before exiting the room of spirit and time. "Silly uncle, be sure to finish your training soon." With that, she closed the door. Salodice savored the kiss as he wiped his mouth, contemplating for a moment before striding into the vast, empty space. Upon seeing Salodice approach, Pasali rose from his crouch, no longer sitting idly. Prior to entering, the girl had instructed him to follow Salodice's rhythm in training and to learn from him. Salodice pondered. He had gathered information about Pasali from the girl and had an idea of how to proceed with the training. "Now, release your energy completely and let me gauge your combat capabilities." Thus, their training commenced. Pasali proved to be an exceptional warrior, mastering meditation and physical conditioning within mere days. After acquiring these two methods of enhancing combat strength, his power quickly escalated from less than 1/3 of Salodice's to a level equal to his own. With their combat abilities now matched, Salodice's training progress also began to shift. Their training was straightforward. They engaged in continuous sparring, leveraging the scion trait of becoming stronger after near-death experiences to enhance their combat prowess. Simultaneously, they pushed themselves to their limits in an attempt to transform into a complete super scion. In this simple yet monotonous training, half a year swiftly passed within the room of spirit and time. Chapter 23, A Life-Risking Shortcut. Salodice finally succeeded in transforming. Within the room of spirit and time, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed incessantly. Beyond the noise of battle, Salodice continuously provoked Pasali with words, although he did not understand why. After 6 months of training within this realm, he still had not perfected his transformation. He had begun to theorize the reasons behind Pasali's inability to transform. The conditions for transforming into a super scion had been mentioned in previous settings. Firstly, one's base combat power must reach a certain threshold, possibly around 1 million, as inferred from the original anime. Secondly, one must possess a certain quantity of S cells, which are generated through a tranquil heart. Lacking sufficient S cells, even the highest base combat power cannot lead to transformation. Finally, one must experience an emotional eruption to significantly increase S cells, thus achieving the transformation into a super scion. Although there was no method to measure S cell content, Pasali had indicated that prior to arriving at the Time City, he rarely engaged in battles, leading a simple life of hunting and training. Therefore, it was likely that his S cell content was not meager. Thus, the crux of Pasali's inability to transform lay in his emotional state of anger. Naturally, Salodice did not disclose this to Pasali. Instead, he subtly intensified the training to provoke him. Had Pasali known that Salodice's provocations were aimed at stimulating his transformation, it would likely have had the opposite effect given his temperament. After nearly half a year of interaction, Salodice was confident of this. Likewise, once Salodice revealed his intentions, any chance of attempting his final method for perfecting the transformation would vanish. Salodice sought to provoke Pasali into experiencing intense emotional fluctuations, thereby triggering his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Following that transformation, the ensuing exhilaration might cause Pasali to unconsciously unleash the powerful techniques they had refrained from using during their sparring, given their comparable base combat powers. If Pasali successfully transformed and unleashed his ultimate attack on Salodice, in his incomplete Super Saiyan form, would likely be unable to withstand it. Perhaps, under such circumstances, he would achieve his own transformation. Although this was a gamble, one that risked his very life, Salodice was determined to give it a try. "I'm sorry, little sprite." After mentally apologizing to his girlfriend, Salodice unhesitatingly initiated his transformation during the standoff with Pasali. Even in his incomplete Super Saiyan form, his combat power surged to 20 to 30 times that of his base state. The overwhelming disparity in strength allowed Salodice to swiftly overpower Pasali, knocking him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Salodice placed a foot on Pasali's chest. "You worthless waste. I have had enough of you hindering my training progress." Salodice's expression was so grim that Pasali, who had come to regard Salodice as a friend during their training, was left utterly bewildered. Salodice, sir." Zamasu unleashed a torrent of profanities and humiliating phrases that even the most notorious of the Zuan people would find appalling, relentlessly assaulting Pasali with his words. Pasali's expression shifted from shock to tears as he endured the verbal onslaught. Yet, Salodice showed no signs of relenting. With a swift kick, he sent the now-defeated Pasali flying, gathering his energy into a powerful ki wave. "You worthless trash, less than even a placenta, can do nothing but weep. You, a fraud posing as a scion with a monkey's tail you found who knows where, should hasten your demise." The ki wave in Salodice's hand grew increasingly intense and radiant, illuminating his fierce countenance. Meanwhile, Pasali remained in a daze, allowing his tears to fall, only to be crushed by overwhelming gravity. As Salodice's ki wave reached its peak, it became uncontrollable, leaving him to ponder whether he would fail once more. With a barely perceptible sigh, he prepared to dissipate the ki wave and apologize to Pasali. Just then, a furious roar erupted from Pasali, whose aura flickered between white and gold, eventually settling into a brilliant golden hue. His green eyes, now streaming not tears but blood, reflected a profound confusion. He could not comprehend why his kin had recently become so alien. Ceasing to showcase his culinary skills after training and isolating himself in the living quarters, all while hurling insults during their sessions. The vitriol he faced this time contained terms he had never encountered, accompanied by a palpable murderous intent. Did Salodice truly wish to end his life? The reasons eluded him, but the sensation of betrayal ignited a fury within him. "I am truly enraged." Observing Pasali's transformation, Salodice felt a sense of relief, though his expression remained unchanged as he released the ki wave. As anticipated, Pasali, now fully transformed, instinctively retaliated with a ki wave of his own, a force that Salodice, in his incomplete transformation, could not withstand. Facing this onslaught, every cell in Salodice's body trembled. Fear, yes, but more significantly, exhilaration. This was a pivotal moment. Success or failure hinged on this encounter. Extending his hands toward the incoming ki wave, Salodice realized that the enhancement gained from his transformation into a Super Saiyan far surpassed the limitations of his incomplete form. Although he momentarily slowed the ki wave, it continued to propel him backward. The searing heat of the ki wave made him feel as if his hands were being burned. This was a genuine threat of death. Gritting his teeth, Salodice summoned every ounce of energy within him. Soon, he felt his ki depleting rapidly, and the force of the wave accelerated his retreat. Would he fail? This thought flickered through his mind, but was swiftly extinguished. There was no way he would fail. He had just reunited with his beloved Xiaoyao. There were still many things to accomplish. How could a mere transformation into a Super Saiyan hinder him? With this determination, the colossal ape specter that had appeared during the Elder's awakening manifested once more. The giant ape slowly opened its eyes, thumping its chest, and letting out a thunderous roar. As the giant ape emerged, the previously extinguished golden aura reignited. The purple-black hair transformed into gold, and the excitement glimmered in his emerald eyes. Roar! The ki wave shattered under the force of the power surging from within Salodice. At last, Super Saiyan Salodice had arrived. Chapter 24. The Altered History. The rampaging Chirda. It was at this moment that the Kaioshin of time gazed solemnly at the scroll before her, emanating black energy indicative of a rewritten history. Trunks had conveniently taken leave to visit his mother in his timeline, leaving Salodice and Salodice to train in the room of spirit and time, while the Time Patrol was desperately lacking in high-level combat power. This altered history. If the vast multiverse were likened to a planet, the timeline represented by this scroll was merely a small reef near the shore. Even if its collapse were to occur due to the rewritten history, it would not disrupt the broader temporal order of the universe. From the perspective of the Kaishin of time, neglecting it would not constitute dereliction of duty. However, for this girl, who had maintained her kindness throughout countless millennia, how could she stand idly by while this timeline crumbled? Moreover, the motives behind this historical alteration were highly suspect. As she paced within the time vault, the Kaishin of time found herself in a quandary. She could not bear to witness the alteration of history lead to the oblivion of innumerable lives. Yet it was equally unacceptable to send inadequately prepared Time Patrol members to their deaths. What was she to do? You foolish uncle, you promised to return in 2 days. Yet it has been 6. Why is your training still not complete? I apologize. Although I encountered difficulties at the start of my training, everything proceeded smoothly afterward, and I lost track of time. The girl looked up in surprise, her gaze meeting the beaming face of Salodice. So, my little Xiaoyao, what troubles have you encountered? Without pausing to inquire about the training's progress, she handed the scroll resting on the stone table to Salodice. Foolish uncle, look at this historical account. Upon receiving the scroll, Salodice directed his inquisitive gaze toward it. It detailed a history he was somewhat familiar with, the distant past of Planet Plant, featuring a parallel timeline with a Bardock whose character differed slightly from the one he knew, and the arrogant space pirate Chirda. Foolish uncle. This history aligns with the narrative we viewed in the OVA, where Bardock transforms into a Super Saiyan and severely injures Chirda, leaving him with a warning about the golden-haired Saiyots. However, this history has been rewritten. Chirda's power has inexplicably surged, making it impossible for Bardock to overcome him, even in his transformed state. To rectify this historical anomaly, aside from Trunks and Salodice, no members of the Time Patrol were qualified, and tragically, Trunks had just taken leave to visit Bulma in his timeline. If you do not conclude your training soon, this timeline may collapse due to the historical alteration. By the way, where is Salodice? Since your training has completed, why hasn't he emerged with you? Salodice closed the scroll and ruffled the girl's hair. That rascal is likely still meditating. I only realized I had exceeded our agreed-upon time and rushed out, watching the girl furrow her brow as if about to scold him. Salodice found himself both amused and exasperated. Very well, let Salodice meditate a little longer. To correct this history, we merely need a sufficiently powerful individual to assist Bardock in defeating Chirda, correct? Leave it to me. Consider it an apology for not adhering to our agreement. Foolish uncle. The girl huffed, hands on her hips, as she began to admonish him. The key to this history is not only that Bardock must survive Chirda's attack, but he must also avoid killing Chirda outright. It is imperative for Chirda to return to his spacecraft severely injured, leaving behind the warning for his kin to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyots. The young girl, however, does not fret about whether her boyfriend, who has yet to fully transform into a Super Saiyan, will be a match for the power-enhanced Chirda. This is not merely blind trust stemming from romance. Rather, she genuinely senses a profound change in her boyfriend's aura compared to his former self prior to training. Salodice responds to her concerns with a smile, acknowledging her worries. Indeed. But how do I traverse back to that historical moment? It cannot be as simple as merely grasping the scroll as in the game, can it? As long as you think of that moment while holding the scroll, it's as straightforward as that, she replies. With a shrug, Salodice takes hold of the scroll. A radiant light emanates from it, enveloping him, accompanied by the girl's admonition to be cautious, as he is whisked away from the treasury of time to that historical period. However, just a few minutes after Salodice embarks on this journey, the girl suddenly slaps her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to provide the foolish uncle with a communicator. But surely he will be fine without my concern, right? In Salodice's perception, he merely experiences a fleeting moment of disorientation, and the surroundings shift from the treasury of time to the site of Planet Plant as seen within the scroll. Wow, it is indeed just as convenient as in the game. If only returning to the past could be this effortless before the time jump, he muses, beginning to attune himself to the current situation. The energy nearby must belong to Bardock in this timeline, albeit somewhat different from the Bardock he knows. Meanwhile, The energy rapidly approaching the planet must be Kiered. He is significantly stronger than Bardock, yet at this level. Salodice, after careful consideration, grows perplexed. From his perception, Kiered's energy is indeed superior to Bardock's, but if Bardock's battle power were multiplied by 50, it would adequately explain the performance depicted in the animated series. Could it be that Kiered has not yet undergone any transformation at this point in time? The scroll only depicts the history from the moment Bardock transforms into a Super Saiyan, which seems to corroborate this theory. Given that history appears unchanged for now, he decides to observe for the time being. With this thought in mind, Salodice flies towards the gathering of weaker energies, which should lead him to the village of the plant inhabitants. Selecting a secluded corner, he settles down with his eyes closed, waiting for Kiered's arrival. Time gradually elapses. In Salodice's perception, Kiered finally descends upon the planet, accompanied by his subordinates as they commence their role as cosmic enforcers. Frustrated by his failure to obtain what he desired, Kiered grows impatient and resorts to force. Salodice clicks his tongue but refrains from intervening, as his purpose is to correct history. Nevertheless, he does utilize his energy to shield the plant inhabitants who would have otherwise perished in this encounter. Before long, Bardock arrives, just as scripted, effortlessly dispatching 2 elite henchmen before delivering a punch to Kiered's face, who retaliates with even greater force, pinning Bardock down. After rescuing Bardock and his son, Kiered launches a slicing attack that sends them flying. Bardock successfully transforms into a Super Saiyan, gaining the upper hand in the ensuing brawl against Kiered. As Kiered is flung away by Bardock's might, the shift in history begins following Bardock's declaration, "I am merely an ordinary Saiyan." Upon stabilizing himself in midair after hearing Bardock's words, Kiered's energy undergoes a transformation. Previously, his aura exuded an evil, chilling presence akin to Frieza, albeit with a grandiosity. Now, following the surge, it is imbued with a sense of madness and chaos reminiscent of the malevolent deity Salodice had faced before, intermingled with the essence of Tawa. Salodice furrows his brow. Could this be Tawa's experiment? During his time reunited with the girl, he has absorbed much knowledge regarding time and space, and he is well aware that this timeline does not hold significant importance. Shaking his head, Salodice opts to set aside these thoughts for the moment. Action suits me better, he murmurs to himself, allowing his aura and hair to shimmer with golden hues as he vanishes from sight. What? Bardock exclaims in surprise as he witnesses a figure suddenly emerge and launch Kiered away. The hurled Kiered emits a meaningless roar, charging towards Salodice. Is it reduced to mere instinct? Salodice whispers, his aura igniting. Bardock, let us join forces. Though Bardock is still uncertain of the situation, he feels a familiar energy emanating from Salodice. Glancing at the tail behind him, he nods and chooses to cooperate with Salodice. Although I do not know where you came from, let this scoundrel witness the might of the Saiyans. Salodice crosses his arms before him, intercepting Kiered's charge. Bardock slightly bends his knees, unleashing a full-speed attack that sends Kiered flying with a punch. A smirk plays on Salodice's lips. Truly commendable, Bardock. As he reflects on Bardock's decisiveness, he seizes the opportunity to materialize beneath Kiered. Kiered, having absorbed the force of Bardock's punch, retaliates by launching an energy wave towards Salodice. Salodice extends his right hand, countering with his own energy wave that sends Kiered's attack back. Bardock seizes the moment while Kiered is preoccupied, teleporting above him and bringing his hands together into a hammer strike. Kiered crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust scattering. However, Salodice's expression grows grave. Has his power increased even further? Kiered bursts through the dust, launching a punch at Salodice while simultaneously using his tail to strike at Bardock. Bardock attempts to seize Kiered's tail, but he is overpowered and lifted into the air. Nevertheless, he maintains his grip, evidently hoping to transfer some of Kiered's strength to himself, thereby creating an opportunity for Salodice. Understanding Bardock's intent, Salodice gathers energy in his hand, shaping it into a blade, advancing rather than retreating. He delivers a swift strike to Kiered's horn, cleaving it in two. In pain, Kiered's tail lashes out repeatedly. Seeing Salodice succeed in his attack, Bardock grins and releases his hold, causing Kiered to lose balance due to the excessive force of his tail. Salodice narrows his eyes and swiftly rushes forward. Bardock performs several backward flips to relieve the pressure before unleashing an energy wave behind Kiered, propelling him into the air with the force of the blast before Salodice can reach him. Noticing Kiered has been sent flying, Salodice uses his hands to propel himself, pushing off the ground with force to send Kyrd even higher. Bardock gathers energy for his own attack, calling out to Salodice, "Now's your chance." As Salodice regains his stance, he concentrates an energy wave in his hand, merging it with Bardock's energy wave, and together they unleash it towards Kyrd. Of course, Salodice remains cautious, carefully controlling his power to avoid inadvertently delivering a fatal blow to Kyrd. The strength of Salodice already surpasses that of Kyrd by a considerable margin, with Bardock, who is not far behind even after having enhanced his power, unleashing his full might. Had Salodice not held back, Kyrd would likely have turned to dust before being thrust into the cosmos. Sensing the imminent threat from the two energy waves, Kyrd roared and released his own energy wave in response. The three waves collided, and despite Salodice easing his strength while Kyrd's power surged once more, they surprisingly reached a stalemate. Bardock bellowed, his own energy rising further. A smile graced Salodice's lips, yet inwardly he could not help but scoff. Indeed, the Sun family has a knack for manipulating energy dynamics, managing to elevate their power in such a brief moment. Contemplating this, Salodice decided to amplify his own strength. With Salodice's support, their combined energy wave began to push back Kyrd's attack. Kyrd roared, yet his strength did not increase again, leaving him no choice but to be propelled into the cosmos by the energy wave. Under the looming threat of death, Kyrd regained a modicum of rationality. The minions aboard Kyrd's spacecraft, upon spotting him, hurriedly retrieved him and placed him in the medical chamber. However, with the current state of their outdated medical technology, there was no hope of saving the severely injured Kyrd. Kyrd was acutely aware of this and mustered a fragment of his strength to remove his breathing apparatus. He warned his kin to be extremely cautious of the golden-haired scion. After uttering these words, Kyrd expended his final strength. Kyrd fell into death. Meanwhile, on planet Purant, Bardock, who had been observing Kyrd being cast out from the planet, scoffed lightly and turned to inquire about Salodice's origins and intentions, only to be astonished to find that Salodice had vanished without a trace. Humph. With a dismissive curl of his lips, Bardock chose not to dwell further on it. After confirming that the Purantian father and son who had aided him were safe, he trudged wearily away from the village. Chapter 25. The Truth Behind the Rampage Indeed. "You're a joker." Salodice did not return to the City of Time. As Kyrd was thrust into the cosmos, Salodice sensed a chaotic and malevolent aura akin to the rampaging Kyrd, leading him to believe that this presence was undoubtedly linked to Kyrd's outburst. Though the aura flickered briefly, Salodice managed to pinpoint its location and pursued it. Upon landing, Salodice tilted his head, glancing at the figure before him who was oblivious to his presence. The expression concealed behind the mask was indiscernible, but the relaxed posture with arms crossed suggested that the individual did not regard him highly. As anticipated, the condescending tone of the masked figure confirmed Salodice's suspicions. "So, you and Bardock were the ones who eliminated Kyrd? How audacious of you to disrupt my Lord Joker's experiment." Salodice responded with a nonchalant "Oh, disrupting your plans, so the rampage of Kyrd was your doing?" The masked figure, self-styled as Joker, emitted a classic villainous laugh, his tone brimming with fervor, showing no intention of concealing his actions. "Indeed, Kyrd was merely a test subject for my newly acquired powers. I have gained the ability to enhance and manipulate other strength. Ah, Super Scion, you are also worthy to be my first subordinate, taking Kyrd's place as a result of ruining my experiment." Salodice was taken aback by the audacity of the individual before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The masked figure continued unabated, revealing his background more openly than any mindless villain from novels or anime. "As a chosen one with a system, my aim to dominate the Dragon Ball world is merely the first step in rewriting history. Being my first subordinate is indeed a privilege for you. Ha ha ha." As he concluded, the masked figure uncontrollably erupted into laughter, extending his hands which morphed into claw-like appendages, reaching out towards Salodice. Narrowing his eyes, Salodice deftly evaded the masked figure's assault. Perhaps irritated by Salodice's evasion, the masked figure's tone turned furious. "How dare you evade my gift? Truly foolish." Salodice muttered under his breath as the golden aura enveloping him ignited fiercely. The masked figure was similarly engulfed in black flames, clawing at Salodice once more. But as he closed in, his eyes blurred, and Salodice seized his wrist. With a sharp crack, Salodice crushed the masked figure's wrist, causing his claws to revert to human hands, collapsing to the ground. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed. The masked figure cried out in pain. Retreating rapidly from Salodice, his voice became distorted. You dare to harm me. I have decided to eliminate you. Despite having gained the upper hand in a single exchange, Salodice chose to approach the enraged masked figure with caution. Wary of any unpredictable trump cards this self-proclaimed chosen one might unleash. The masked figure let out a roar, and to Salodice's astonishment, his hands regenerated like those of a Namekian. With his new hands, the masked figure charged at Salodice once more, who swiftly maneuvered out of the way. The masked figure's speed had indeed increased, but it still fell short of Salodice's capabilities, both in speed and strength. Was he merely feigning weakness, waiting for an opportune moment to unleash a hidden strength? Yet, judging by his mindless arrogance, it seemed unlikely he would conceal any cards. Salodice decided not to overthink it any further and to end the confrontation swiftly. In an instant, his aura expanded, and he unleashed his full speed to evade the masked figure's strike, executing a sideways flip to land behind him. With his hands together like a hammer, Salodice struck down upon the masked figure's spine. To his surprise, the blow shattered the masked figure's spine. Momentarily taken aback, Salodice quickly regained his composure, performing a backflip to create distance while extending his hands to form an energy ring in an attempt to restrain the masked figure and take him back. However, Salodice observed the peculiar transformation before him, and with apprehension, he dispersed the energy ring he had conjured. The masked figure's body contorted irregularly as he stood. His voice transformed into something eerily strange, reminiscent of the malevolent deity he had encountered before. What a waste! I had warned you to retreat, yet you chose not to. But it seems fortuitous, for taking over this body is not too early. Squinting, Salodice surmised that the masked figure's essence had transformed. Upon closer inspection of the mask's design and reflecting on the masked figure's self-proclamation, Salodice couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he was a joker, but not the ace's joker. Rather the clown's joker. Self-proclaimed as the chosen one, yet merely a pawn for another. TSK. Reflecting on the system he had encountered, Salodice shook his head. What could lead one to believe they could attain the system's assistance without cost and ascend to the pinnacle? The masked figure tilted his head, seemingly affirming Salodice's remarks. To attain what one desires, one must inevitably make sacrifices. This is an immutable truth of our world. Though I am not of your kind, I must commend humanity for its capacity to awaken to this realization. As Salodice listened to the familiar tone of condescension, he became increasingly convinced that the being before him was indeed one of the malevolent deities. You two belong to the clan of the evil gods, do you not? The voice of the masked figure betrayed a hint of surprise. Human, you are aware of the name of the evil gods? This realm does not harbor my kind. It seems you possess more secrets than I initially perceived. Allow me to transform you into my follower, and I shall gradually uncover your memories. Salodice let out a cold chuckle. After his encounters with the dark gods, he had long since remedied his shortcomings through rigorous training within the House of Spirit and Time. The present version of himself was no longer the one who required Tao's magical assistance to confront the evil gods. The black mist emanating from the masked figure was swiftly dispelled by the flames radiating from Salodice, leaving no space for the malevolent deity's mental influence to manifest. Salodice casually glanced at his elongated fingers. The same tactic would yield no results against the Saint Seiya, and it would prove equally ineffective against the Scion. This particular evil god occupying the masked figure's body seemed distinct from those Salodice had previously encountered, exhibiting emotions that were somewhat more human-like than those of other malevolent deities. However, this was of little consequence. Salodice observed the energy blade extending from his hand. Prepare yourself. Before the evil god could react, Salodice appeared before him. The flash of his sword illuminated the space as he positioned himself behind the masked figure. Is this a mere jest? The evil god's voice dripped with sarcasm. Yet Salodice simply tapped the energy blade lightly. With that touch, the masked figure erupted in a brilliant golden light. This technique is specifically designed to counter beings such as you, who lack a corporeal form. I call it Soul Slash. Salodice did not hold back, in the absence of sensing his opponent's energy, to consider restraining himself in order to ascertain whether the alteration in history stemmed from him would only heighten the risk of failure. Was it not evident that even someone as formidable as Beijite could succumb to disintegration due to ignorance of the fusion's temporal limitations while attempting to save another? As the light faded, the masked figure's body collapsed feebly, and a wisp of black mist escaped, dissipating into the air. After a moment of contemplation, Salodice delivered another energy blast to the now cooling body of the masked figure, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 26. The Conspiracy Revealed, Tao's Actions. How swiftly the little one progresses. Just a few days apart, and already transformed, developing such techniques to counter the evil gods. Impressive indeed. This manner of speaking, this voice. Tao, are you following me? As expected, a swirling distortion emerged from the void, revealing Tao, who was stifling a laugh with her hand over her mouth. Hee hee. Do tread carefully, little one. Whether it be in the realm of the evil gods or here, I arrived first, suddenly adopting a feigned expression of surprise. Tawa began to tease Salodice. Could it be that the little one has fallen for me? Oh, how touching it is to traverse time and space in pursuit of me. Salodice could not help but roll his eyes, feeling somewhat powerless against the allure of this vixen, and thus shifted the topic. I must ask, does this incident concern you in any way? I recall you mentioning that your purpose in that realm was to extract the genes of the evil gods, not to mention the system you previously devised using my essence. Tawa, however, donned a facade of grievance in response to his inquiry. You just witnessed it. That was a being with its own consciousness, merely masquerading as a system after losing its corporeal form. Does that bear any relation to me? Salodice leaned against a stone, appearing relaxed. Yet he maintained his Super Saiyan transformation, casting a meaningful glance at the enchanting figure before him. Who knows? After all, she is the princess of the demon realm, the pinnacle of scientists. Tawa's demeanor turned serious, yet she remained silent, locking eyes with Salodice for an extended period. Eventually, she revealed the smile that Salodice had come to recognize. Very well, as a reward for your splendid performance, I shall inform you of the situation here. Salodice's muscles relaxed slightly. Tawa was formidable, at least, in his current state. He was no match for her in terms of either magic or technology. Even considering sheer energy strength, he would not stand a chance against this vixen. If it came to blows, he might not even be able to retreat back to the House of Time in time. It was fortunate that Tawa's demeanor had not shifted to hostility. The evil god, disguised as a system, which had taken refuge in this jester, was likely a remnant from that realm, having escaped the seal of the Kaioshin through its talents. As for my purpose in this realm, that I cannot divulge. However, the affairs of the evil gods are no concern of mine. Are you satisfied with that? Salodice remained noncommittal, yet Tawa seemed unconcerned. With a tap of her staff on the ground, she vanished into the swirling distortion. Until we meet again, little one. Hee hee. Perhaps you will receive a delightful surprise next time. Salodice wished to inquire further, but he could no longer sense Tawa's energy. Whether she had departed or simply concealed herself again, it seemed she would not be making an appearance anytime soon. With this thought, Salodice retrieved the historical scroll concealed within his robe, opting to return to the House of Time. Welcome back, Uncle Fool. Upon Salodice's emergence in the time repository, a girl rushed into his embrace, like a fledgling returning to the nest. Yes, I have returned. So, has history been restored? After leaving a gentle kiss on Salodice's cheek, the girl affirmed his inquiry. Indeed, this is splendid. The key to rectifying history lies in restoring the outcomes of significant events to their original states. Not only have you succeeded, but you have also uncovered the reason behind this alteration in history. Truly commendable, Uncle. Salodice gently set the girl down and curiously posed a question. What if I had chosen to eliminate Chi-Air directly instead of teaming up with Badaku? The girl stroked her chin, pondering thoughtfully. If it were Pasolai and the others, it would amount to futile effort, necessitating a complete restoration of history. However, you are special. Tawa's purpose in bringing you to the Dragon Ball world remains unclear, but she surely intends to utilize your uniqueness for some endeavor. Despite her lack of malicious actions during this encounter, caution is warranted. Salodice gently ruffled the girl's hair. Now do not overthink it. Regardless of Tawa's intentions, I shall always stand by your side. Yes, I will continue to verify the histories of various realms. Once my routine tasks are complete, we shall go on a date. Salodice replied with a smile. All right, I shall head to the restaurant for a bite to eat. As he exited the time repository, Salodice strolled through the House of Time, basking in the sunlight. Yet his expression was no longer as carefree as it had been in the presence of the girl. The moment he returned to the House of Time, he was overcome by an inexplicable sensation, a complex mix of regret and relief. Driven by this feeling, Salodice's pace slowed. And even as temporal patrol officers greeted him, he remained oblivious to their presence. What could this feeling be? The distance from Shizenku to the restaurant is not particularly far, yet Salodice took nearly half an hour and has still not completed even half of the journey. Suddenly, a chill ran down Salodice's spine, prompting him to unleash a wave of energy. Mr. Salodice, your reaction is rather exaggerated. Two energy waves collided, sending a violent cloud of dust scattering, which attracted the robots responsible for sanitation and fire safety in Shirji City. As the smoke dissipated and he turned to face the newcomer, Salodice finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it is you, Pasali. Having trained together in the House of Spirit and Time for quite some time, the two had become quite familiar with each other. Salodice understood that this individual, who similarly did not resemble a typical scion, possessed a combative nature, exhibiting social anxiety in the presence of strangers, yet becoming quite extroverted once comfortable. Other team members remarked, "You seem rather unenthusiastic. Have you encountered any difficulties in this historical correction?" In response to Pasali's concern, Salodice shook his head. "I haven't faced any trouble in correcting history. However, upon returning to Shirji City, I felt a complex sentiment, neither entirely regretful nor entirely relieved. It seems as though I have overlooked something perilously significant." He then mused. "This direction leads to the restaurant, so I shall set aside these feelings for now and grab a meal. Perhaps it will jog my memory. By the way, I heard from the Lord of the Time Realm that you are tasked with correcting the history of Bardock defeating Chilled in the derivative timeline. Is the Bardock of that timeline also a scion like the one from your own timeline?" Bardock. Salodice began to follow Pasali's line of thought, intending to elaborate on the distinctions between the Bardock he encountered and the one from his own timeline, when a sudden epiphany struck him. Of course, it is Bardock. Salodice recalled an event from the game prior to his crossing over. Within the narrative of the Super Universe, Tawa had a subordinate who was a false-face scion, and that false-face scion was none other than Bardock. The connection between Bardock and Tawa made Salodice wonder if what he had overlooked was indeed Bardock's capture. Although the Bardock from the derivative timeline was not the same individual he knew, it was impossible for Salodice to disregard this matter entirely. Moreover, the combat prowess of the false-face scion was formidable. If he were indeed captured by Tawa, and if Tawa were to enact her historical rewriting as depicted in the game. Additionally, while only a few details were revealed, Salodice firmly believed that Mira existed in this scenario. Although the conspiracy within the game's plot was ultimately thwarted, given the combat abilities of Trunks and Pasali, even with his own assistance, they would likely struggle against the coordinated efforts of three adversaries. As for the young lady, Salodice was well aware of the trials she had faced over the millennia since becoming the Lord of Time. All her power had been devoted to maintaining the seal of the demon god Demigra, resulting in her remaining in a lowly form, her temporal powers unreleased, rather than transitioning into the mature form achieved after fully unleashing her powers. If a crisis were to arise in Shirji City, the young lady would undoubtedly have to temporarily abandon the maintenance of the seal to unleash her powers in response to the immediate threat. Yet, this would be akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul, a desperate measure that could exacerbate the danger if she utilized her temporal powers against Tawa, thereby allowing the demon god Demigra to break free from his seal. Damn it, Pasali, I must see the young lady to confirm the situation. Thank you for your reminder. Pasali, still perplexed, could not comprehend why Salodice's expression had shifted so dramatically, leaving him with such words. However, upon witnessing Pasali vanish in an instant, he could only scratch his head in confusion. How strange, Mr. Salodice seems off today. Upon returning to Shizenku, the young lady was busy inspecting the last few drawers containing historical scrolls. Hearing Salodice hurriedly push open the door, she was taken aback. "You foolish uncle, why are you back in such a rush? There is no time to explain. Quickly, look into what transpired in the timeline I went to correct." The young lady, though baffled, fully trusted Salodice, setting aside the scrolls in her hands. She scanned the massive cabinet, extended her hands, and drew open a drawer, causing the historical scrolls within to float down into Salodice's grasp. Without pausing for further explanation, Salodice hastily unfurled the scroll. Let us refer to this timeline as Bardakova. In this timeline, shortly after Salodice's departure, Tawa appeared above Bardock, who had returned to the cave where he was temporarily residing. Regardless of how one looks at it, he is quite a handsome man, comparable to that little one. Observing Bardock, who was resting against the stone wall after applying a proprietary restorative potion from Planet Plant, Tawa chuckled softly to herself. What is this? Although Bardock, with his beast-like instincts, did not hear Tawa's soft laughter and teasing, he sensed that someone was nearby. Compared to the more gentle Bardock from Salodice's timeline, this Bardock exhibited a far more primal nature. Not receiving a response, Bardock swiftly exited the cave, following his instincts to unleash an energy wave in Tawa's direction. Oh dear, you are more sensitive than that little one, Tawa remarked with a laugh, casually waving her staff to dissipate Bardock's energy wave into nothingness. Bardock frowned, squinting slightly. Although he did not unleash his full power, he knew this energy wave was not easily dismissed. The woman before him was formidable. Who are you, and what is your purpose in approaching me? The sensation of his first transformation had not yet faded, and as Bardock's emotions surged, the golden aura of the Super Scion enveloped him once more. Tawa did not respond, merely sizing Bardock up. Let us have you as a safeguard against that little one, who has proven somewhat unpredictable. It is indeed wise to employ a Scion when dealing with Scions. Tawa waved her staff, and a stream of purple-black energy swiftly shot towards Bardock. With a dismissive grunt, Bardock understood there was no need for a response, nor for intuition. Only a fool would fail to recognize that this woman was an adversary. The purple-black energy did not appear to be harmless. Attempting to counter it with an energy wave failed, leading Bardock to frown as he ascended into the sky. It is a tracking type. Realizing he could not rely on evasion to escape the energy stream, Bardock contemplated his course of action and veered towards Tawa. Just as the purple-black energy was about to strike him, he abruptly accelerated and vanished from the spot. As the energy neared him, Tawa remained calm, gently waving her staff. The energy halted in midair, spun around, and shot towards Bardock once more. Is this a family trait? Your son enjoys this tactic. And that little one employed it against the evil god as well. Now you resort to the same strategy? Tawa quipped, the energy accelerating further as it collided with Bardock, who had slowed due to the strain of his sudden speed. Bardock staggered, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Tawa waited briefly, confirming that Bardock was not feigning his defeat before she satisfactorily conjured a purple-black rope with her staff, binding Bardock before leading him into a swirling distortion that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. This scene did not unfold in the historical scroll. Instead, it remained a blank void. Yet, even a blank page was sufficient to convey certain implications. Uncle this. Upon observing the blank space on the scroll and recalling the haste of Salodice, the young maiden quickly deduced that her boyfriend must possess some knowledge regarding the situation. She promptly inquired. Salodice, folding the scroll, sighed heavily and articulated his conjecture while asking, Little demon, is it possible to traverse this blank history through the scroll? Unfortunately not. I am unsure of the methods employed by Tua, but that segment of history has been completely obscured. Furthermore, after this timeline vanquished Chirda, no matter what transpires, Badak will not cause any distortion in history, making intervention impossible. Salodice explained, nodding in understanding, his brow furrowed with concern. The maiden, perceptive of Salodice's anxiety, offered him words of comfort. It's all right. I have faith that the foolish uncle will surely protect me. Observing the healing smile that graced her lips, Salodice nodded earnestly. I will absolutely safeguard you. Even at the cost of my life, I shall. Chapter 27. Return to the original timeline. The ultimate skill of Yadalate Star, the maiden gently grasped Salodice's hand and shook it lightly, raising a finger to her lips. Shoo, foolish uncle. You have already risked your life for me once. You must not do so again. Salodice, reluctant to let her worry for him, forced a smile. All right. I will not risk my life, but will give my utmost effort. Is that acceptable? That's more like it. Salodice gazed into the maiden's bright eyes and fell into a moment of silence. Little demon, I wish to return to my timeline for a brief moment. The maiden stared intently at him, filled with reluctance yet smiling as she agreed. In both past and present, the maiden unwaveringly believed in the man who would willingly sacrifice his life for her. Having been endowed with intelligence and having traversed countless epochs, witnessing every fragment of history, she could surmise what her boyfriend intended to do. especially considering the fate that awaited him on the planet before he was ensnared in the temporal distortion. Uncle, are you planning to travel to Yadalate Star to learn their techniques to deal with the potentially controlled Badak? That is about right. If the comic's depiction is accurate, Yadalate Star possesses a technique known as Spitoli separation technique. With this technique, one can separate powers that do not inherently belong to an individual. If I can master this technique, then uncle, you must strive to learn it quickly. Here, take this. The maiden's hands shimmered with light, and a small earplug formed in Salodice's outstretched palm. What is this? This is a device for us to communicate. Just insert it in your ear. As for its usage, think of it as a mobile phone for mental communication. Salodice nodded and placed the earplug in his ear. By the way, uncle, your spaceship has also been retrieved. And it is right here. The maiden's hands glowed again, revealing a portable multifunction capsule. After tucking the capsule into her bosom, she conjured a scroll from the surrounding drawers. This is the historical scroll of your timeline, but it will not be needed this time. Huh. Salodice expressed curiosity, unsure of what the maiden meant by not needed this time. Because if you return this way, you will directly appear in the cosmos, near the temporal distortion that brought you here, which would be troublesome for you. Therefore, I will take you directly to the realm of the Kaioshin of your timeline, allowing them to use instant transmission to send you to Yadalate Star. This way, we can spend a little more time together. I'm sorry, little demon. There is no need to apologize. If you let go of your sword, you cannot hold me close, and if you hold me tightly, you cannot wield your sword to protect me, right? Take my hand, and let us set off. Salodice pressed his lips together, placing the scroll into his bosom as he grasped the maiden's delicate hand tightly. She closed her eyes, murmuring what sounded like an incantation, and their forms abruptly vanished from the time storage. In the next moment, their figures appeared with a whoosh in the realm of the Kaioshin within Salodice's timeline. Who are you, and how did you arrive in the Kaioshin realm? As anticipated, the inquiry came from Jibet, the disciple and attendant of the East Kaioshin, accompanied by the slightly shorter and seemingly dignified East Kaioshin of this timeline. Jibet, that girl seems to be a Kaioshin as well? Mind your tone. The East Kaioshin, though puzzled, chose to reprimand Jibet's somewhat condescending manner. Uncle, wait for me. I will explain the situation to them. After tugging gently on Salodice's tense hand, the maiden stepped forward to elucidate the matter to the pair. Seeing her approach, Salodice relaxed his muscles, though internally he harbored some frustration. Jibet, having yet to witness the power of humanity, was indeed as arrogant as depicted in the original work, if it weren't for the little demon. Of course, in Salodice's mind, Jibet was far superior to the foolish Zamasu, who, upon witnessing human power, resorted to impotent rage, shamelessly leveraging the dragon's power to seize Sun Wukong's body and spewing nonsensical plans. After recognizing the strength and potential of humanity, Jibet promptly acknowledged his errors, reflected upon himself, and set aside his arrogance to regard humanity with seriousness. From this perspective, Jibet could be considered a decent individual. Uncle, it's all set. The maiden's voice broke through Salodice's reverie. Jibet, I entrust you with escorting Mr. Salodice to Yadalate Star? Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Please place your hand on my shoulder. Perhaps due to the maiden's explanation regarding Salodice being her boyfriend, Jibet's demeanor towards him suddenly softened. Salodice rolled his eyes internally and placed his hand on Jibet's shoulder. Uncle, remember to keep in touch with me. All right, inform me promptly if anything arises on your side. After Salodice bid farewell to the maiden, Jibet initiated instant transmission. This is Yadalate Star. I shall take my leave now. Jibet inclined slightly, offering a bow, and without waiting for Salodice's response, vanished from sight, returning to the Kaioshin realm. Salodice took a deep breath, sensing the presence of the Yadalate beings, and ascended into the air. After a brief flight, he arrived within the town of Yadalate Star. Upon observing the extraterrestrial visitor, a multitude of Yadalate beings adorned with spots gathered around, their expressions brimming with curiosity, suggesting that they seldom encountered guests from other planets. Before long, a voice emerged from behind the spotted Yadalate beings. Everyone, please make way, make way. As a path opened, Salodice beheld a group of another kind of Yadalate beings, simpler in color, yet clad in traditional Yadalate attire. Grand Elder Pabala has been informed of your arrival. Please, follow me to meet Grand Elder Pabala. Salodice was not surprised that the Yadalate beings were aware of his arrival and followed the lead of the Yadalate individual before him. Amidst the towering edifices of Yadalate Star Town, Salodice navigated through the maze of structures until he arrived at a chamber where stood a remarkably simple yet imposing Yattaladian. After escorting Salodice to this room, the numerous Yattalations dispersed, leaving only Salodice and the towering elder. I am the elder of this planet, Pabala, a scion. What brings you here? The voice of Elder Pabala bore a resemblance to that of the Grand Elder from Namek, characterized by a slow and gentle demeanor. However, compared to the Grand Elder, Pabala's tone carried an intriguing hint of mischief. Salodice chose not to dwell on this and promptly articulated his purpose. I wish to learn about Chi, specifically regarding Cipolito. A look of surprise flickered across Pabala's face. It is rare for someone to recognize that we do not possess many extraordinary techniques, but rather excel in harnessing Cipolito. Without agreeing or denying Salodice's request, Pabala inquired how he had arrived on this planet. Salodice, in turn, recounted the mission assigned to him by King Vegeta, omitting the less relevant details about the City of Time, and elaborated on how he had discovered the coordinates of Yattalate. In short, after encountering some unexpected troubles, I utilized the power of the Kaioshin to teleport here. I see. Well, if you are capable of learning, I can teach you about Cipolito, Pabala responded, granting Salodice a measure of relief. So, when shall we commence our training? Pabala's tone remained leisurely. You are indeed an impatient scion. Before we begin, you must at least tell me your name. Salodice hesitated momentarily before answering. My name is Salodice. Upon receiving his response, Pabala ambled out of the room, gesturing for Salodice to follow. As far as scion names go, yours is quite unique. Salodice understood Pabala's implication. Most scion names are related to vegetables. For instance, Bardock means burdock, Kakarot signifies carrot, and Vegeta and his brother together denote a vegetable. However, Salodice's name appeared to have no such connection. He had inquired about this with Jiren and Bardock on planet Vegeta, yet received no answers. Ultimately, it was not of great importance, and Salodice chose to dismiss it, shrugging in response to Pabala's comment. Unique or not, at least it distinguishes me from those on planet Vegeta who have lost their scion pride. Pabala regarded Salodice with a knowing glance, but offered no further commentary, instead pointing towards a distant tower. Since you are so eager to begin your training, do you see that tower's pinnacle? I do. Elder Pabala began to elucidate. To manipulate Cipolito as we do, splitting, moving, and expanding it, the first step is to achieve a balance of body and mind. The manifestation of this balance. In a swift motion, Pabala vanished, reappearing at the tower's summit, executing various movements before returning in a flash. Just like that. Your Cipolito is remarkably stable, unlike that of a typical scion. I believe we can skip the mental cultivation, but we must focus on physical balance. Salodice offered no verbal response. Instead, he instantaneously soared to the tower's apex, stabilizing himself briefly before replicating Pabala's movements solely through the strength of his body, returning to the ground with ease. A look of astonishment once again graced Pabala's features. Even the most gifted Yattalations require considerable time to accomplish such training. I did not anticipate. Salodice's approach to achieving equilibrium stemmed from his prior experiences with Taoist martial arts, although he felt no need to elaborate on this. Pabala nodded slightly. Then we may bypass the lengthy preliminary training. Your balance is commendable. The next step is for you to learn about the structure and specific applications of Cipolito. Salodice followed Pabala back into the chamber. However, before we begin our practice, we must first satisfy our hunger. Salodice stumbled momentarily, struggling to keep pace with Pabala's erratic shifts in focus. One moment they were discussing training, and the next, they had veered into the topic of meals, which left him perplexed. Even more bewildering was Pabala's next query regarding his attire. By the way, would you like to don the garments of Yattalate? Salodice took a deep breath and shook his head. Your attire does not suit me. I prefer my own. Recognizing Salodice's firm stance, Pabala refrained from pursuing the clothing discussion further. After some time spent following Pabala's whims, nightfall descended. Although Salodice had been exempted from preliminary training, mastering Cipolito could not be achieved in just a day or two. Thus, it was best for him to stay for the time being. As he was seeking knowledge, Salodice had no choice but to acquiesce to Pabala's arrangements and settled into a nearby chamber. Little Yao, he pondered, deciding to reach out to his beloved girlfriend. Hey, silly uncle, I have begun my training on Yattalate. I can already perform the most complex aspects. The rest should come quickly. The girl's voice radiated excitement. As expected of you, uncle. That's impressive. Does that mean once you complete your training, You can return to the City of Time? Salodice shook his head, recalling that his girlfriend could not see his gestures, and replied, since I have already transformed into a Super Saiyan and returned here. I shall wait until I finish my training before heading back to planet Vegeta to deal with the Frieza predicament. I see. Well, that's fine. After discussing matters concerning Tawa, Salodice ended the call. In the demon realm, within Tawa's laboratory, the captured Bardock lay in a deep slumber, ensconced within a nutrient chamber. As she toyed with a mask in her hand, Tawa glanced at Bardock, stifling a chuckle. Before I place this mask on you, I must enhance you first. Such a resilient physique. It appears you will provide ample opportunities for experimentation. Chapter 28. An unsettled heart must keep up. Salodice. Your heart is unsettled. Cipolito is fraught with anxiety and unrest. The words of Elder Pabala, who sat sipping tea nearby, pierced through Salodice's meditative state. Awakened by the remark, Salodice's expression revealed his unease and confusion. Since this morning, I have felt a sense of restlessness, as if I have overlooked something. Pabala calmly set down his teacup, his tone still measured. If you cannot find tranquility, the culmination of your training will remain indefinitely out of reach. Upon finishing his statement, Elder Pabala rose to his feet. Take a moment to relax. If one's heart cannot find tranquility, then Cipolito will be unable to achieve flawless control. Salodice, feeling somewhat resigned, acknowledged this and prepared to rise and clear his mind. As he walked along the streets of Yadlatexing, the Yadlatexing people bustled about, and everything appeared remarkably serene. Yet, this tranquility eluded Salodice, only serving to intensify the turmoil within him. What was troubling him? Ah, you've finally returned, my child. A rather elderly Yadlatexing man exclaimed, holding the hand of a younger Yadlatexing with palpable excitement at the town's entrance. After being away for so long, you didn't even come to visit. Uncle, I went into the wilderness to train, not to travel. Speaking of which, what year is it now? I can hardly keep track of time out there. You reckless child. You ventured out alone without bringing anything. It is already the year 737 of the AG. Also, Elder Pabala has taken a scion as a disciple. Salodice had ceased to listen at this point. The year 737 of the AG marked a pivotal moment in the history of the Dragon Ball world, as it was the year that the protagonist, Suin Wukong, was born. More importantly for Salodice, it was the year when Frieza finally turned his attention to Vegetaxing. Salodice was unconcerned about the fate of Vegetaxing or the scions consumed by slaughter and conquest, but he was particularly anxious about Bardock and Jiren. At last, he understood why he felt so unsettled. He gave little thought to finishing his training and hurried back to Elder Pabala to bid farewell. It seems to be a matter of great importance that compels you to abandon your training so abruptly, Elder Pabala remarked, his voice calm as he sipped his tea. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. I apologize for troubling you during this time, Salodice replied, his tone polite yet hurried. Elder Pabala continued, the final stages of your training could be completed independently, even without my guidance. Since you have matters to attend to, you should go. Farewell, Elder Pabala. Salodice finally uttered his goodbye, swiftly flying out of the town and retrieving the spaceship from his capsule. Setting the destination to Vegetaxing, he departed immediately. The mechanical voice within the ship announced its readiness as the engines roared to life, propelling him into the cosmos. I must make it in time. Vegetaxing. Bardock stood at his doorstep, gazing at the horizon, feeling a strong unease akin to Salodice's. But his apprehension stemmed not from intuition, but from the ominous spacecraft hovering above Vegetaxing, which bore Frieza's insignia and summoned all scions. Bardock, what troubles you? Jiren, sensing her husband's agitation, approached him. Furrowing his brow, Bardock turned off his power-level scouter and tossed it aside. Jiren, do you not find this summons rather peculiar? Though not foolish, Jiren had never been particularly perceptive, having focused primarily on meat distribution. If there were something essential to discuss, there would be no need for a gathering. A simple scouter communication would suffice. Surely they wouldn't need to rush to distribute new equipment. Bardock recalled the moment Salodice had bid him farewell, clenching his fists. Salodice once told me that Frieza would one day turn against us scions, out of fear of the Super Scion's emergence. It appears Frieza's forces are not lacking in manpower. This may be a prelude to his aggression. Could it be that Salodice shares the same thoughts? We did discuss this privately before he left for Yadlatexing. He expressed such concerns. Hearing Bardock's certainty, Jiren's brow furrowed with worry. What should we do if both of you feel this way? Bardock fell silent for a moment, preferring to resolve issues with his fists rather than contemplation. He began to devise a plan. Reitais had departed Beijitaxing with the prince. Although the prince's troublesome disposition made interactions difficult, he likely wouldn't heed the summons. As for Salodice, I doubt he will even receive this order. Huh? Why do you say that? Jiren inquired, puzzled. That kid must have received the latest scouter before he left, but he hasn't sent any news back. He is either dead or has discarded the scouter. He was talking about witnessing the future of the Super Saiyan before he left. He won't perish so easily. Bardock's gaze shifted to the incubation pod within their home. So our only concern is ourselves and Kakaluot. Perhaps we should escape together? Bardock dismissed Jiren's suggestion without a second thought. That is impossible. Our objectives are too significant. Leaving Beijitaxing would surely alert Frieza. After a brief silence, Bardock conceived a plan. In the meantime, I will find an opportunity to steal a small single-pod ship and send Kakaluot away. Jiren hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Days later, Bardock found a chance to quietly take a single-pod ship, placing the obedient yet unaware Kakaluot inside. Under the cover of night, he and Jiren stealthily ventured into the wilderness. As the moment approached, Jiren's maternal worries surged within her. Kakaluot has yet to learn to speak. To cast him away like this. Bardock felt a wave of helplessness, though he concealed it well. His heart was filled with concern for his child. Nevertheless, he spoke with a stern tone to reassure Jiren. Regardless, Kakaluot's power level will need to be sent away eventually. Besides, there is no time to teach him now. I have selected a remote planet, rich in resources yet lacking in valuable commodities and weak in power. Kakaluot will surely survive there. Ultimately, Jiren could not harden her heart, resting her hand on the small ship, her eyes glistening with tears as she offered her heartfelt advice. As her words trailed off, even Bardock could not help but lean closer, his gaze softening as he looked at their child, tears welling in his eyes. You must live well. Unaware of the impending events, Kakaluot instinctively pressed his hands against the cabin door, tears brimming in his eyes as he sensed his parents' emotions. In the depths of space, aboard Frieza's ship, an aide was reporting to him. Lord Frieza, the investigation is complete. It appears the legend of the Super Saiyan is merely a myth. Frieza covered his mouth, letting out his signature laugh. Oh ho ho ho, I suspected as much. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza posed another inquiry. How long would it take for all the Saiyans to return to the planet Vegeta? It was estimated that within 4 to 5 days, the majority of the Saiyans would be back on Vegeta, though one Saiyan remained uncontacted. And Prince Vegeta had yet to respond. As for Prince Vegeta, let him be. What about the uncontacted Saiyan? That Saiyan is named Salodice. And it has been quite some time since he last communicated with Vegeta. Frieza pondered briefly before waving his hand dismissively. It is merely one Saiyan. There is no need to concern ourselves. Once the other Saiyans return to Vegeta, we can proceed with our plans. Oh ho ho at that time. I shall treat you all to a magnificent display of fireworks. Chapter 29. For the pride of the Saiyans, Bardock's desperate battle. In the stillness of the night, Bardock quietly donned his battle suit and gazed at his slumbering wife. He raised his hand as if to say something, yet ultimately remained silent and turned to leave. The moment his foot touched the ground outside their door, the voice of Jiren pierced the silence. Bardock, you. Jiren's voice transformed from hesitation to resolve. Are you going to confront Frieza? Bardock did not look back, merely nodding slowly. He was well aware that Frieza's power was beyond his own capabilities. If only the strength of the entire race could be united. Yet Bardock had already attempted that in recent days, only to find that most of the Saiyans dismissed his words as mere fantasy. The current Saiyans were far removed from their former selves. Having grown accustomed to their servitude under Frieza, their initial discontent now faded. As for King Vegeta, if King Vegeta was still on the planet during this time, how could he possibly overlook the astonishing battle power Bardock had regained after returning from the brink of death? Bardock did not know, nor did he wish to explore it further. Upon realizing that the other Saiyans scoffed at the notion of Frieza's intent to annihilate their race, Bardock felt a profound disappointment towards his kin. Yet, despite his disillusionment, his resolve to fight remained unwavering. What was the purpose of this battle? To go forth and prove the pride of the Saiyans as a warrior race, to validate the honor of my husband Bardock as a fighter. Yes, my purpose in this battle is as simple as that. I am going. Without waiting for Jiren's response, Bardock stepped outside, soaring into the night sky. Jiren understood well that if Bardock chose to avoid battle, she might have had more time to gaze upon the man she loved before the countdown to destruction reached its end. But, since he is the one she loves, how could she prevent him from pursuing what he desires? Very well, this is for the best. Even if she cannot reclaim the years lost to war, misunderstood by most scions, perhaps she could witness her husband's final moments of valor. And that would not be so bad. Raditz, Kakarot, I am sorry. Your father and mother cannot witness your growth, but you must become exceptional, proud, and powerful scions like your father. And Salodice, although I never received news of you until the end, I always believed that you, who were outstanding from a young age, would live well and grow stronger. Just remember to take care of yourself after I am gone. Yet, having glimpsed the end of life, let me cast aside my identities as a mother and sister and face this alongside my husband as a warrior's wife. Jiren wiped away the tears that had unknowingly streamed down her face, following the direction Bardock had taken. As the couple ascended into the sky, Frieza's spaceship opened its hatch. Seated in his exclusive chair, Frieza wore an excited smile, anticipating the fireworks he would create from the destruction of a planet. His attendant, with two antennae atop his head, could not help but voice a concern. Frieza, if we annihilate the Scions, our military strength will diminish by nearly half. As Frieza ascended, he cast a sidelong glance at his advisor, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before vanishing. Oh ho ho ho, we can replenish our forces later. These Scions are, after all, a so-called warrior race. They will not remain subservient to me indefinitely. It is best to eliminate any unstable factors early on. The attendant, drenched in cold sweat from Frieza's fleeting murderous intent, dared not speak further, nodding in compliance. I apologize for my lack of foresight, Frieza. From now on, think carefully before you speak, understood? Yes, Frieza. Now, let us all enjoy the beautiful fireworks that are about to unfold. Such a sight is rare indeed. The numerous attendants of Frieza bowed their heads in agreement, their gazes fixed upon Vegeta through the spaceship's windows, obediently awaiting the spectacle to come. As Frieza exited the spacecraft, he slowly extended a finger, a sphere of energy, akin to molten lava, rapidly expanding at his fingertip, descending toward Vegeta. However, to Frieza's astonishment, this colossal planet-destroying projectile, after a considerable delay, not only failed to strike Vegeta and eliminate the Scions he so despised, but it also exhibited signs of being repelled. What is happening? With a press of his left hand, Frieza activated the power level detector on his left eye, which displayed a series of fluctuating values. 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, 80,000, 160,000. Bang! Frieza quickly shut his left eye to shield it from the explosion of the detector. Just before closing his left eye, Frieza beheld a startling figure. 320,000. Impossible. How could there be such power among the Scions? 320,000. Which was insignificant compared to Frieza's own power of 530,000 in his first form. Yet the emergence of such strength among the Scions was unprecedented. As he marveled at the correctness of his decision to eradicate the Scions, Frieza rose from his seat, his expression darkening as he flew toward Vegeta, simultaneously issuing commands within the ship. Have the soldiers follow me down and eliminate every last Scion. Leave no one alive. Within the spacecraft, the advisors, stunned by the revelation that the seemingly invincible Frieza's planet-destroying projectile had been thwarted, hastily relayed the order, mobilizing the elite soldiers aboard, while also bringing the ship closer to Vegeta's stratosphere, facilitating the landing of soldiers who could not survive in the cosmos. Frieza's speed surpassed that of the executing orders, swiftly arriving above Vegeta. Bardock, you blocked Frieza's attack? Jiren, who had resigned herself to death, caught up with Bardock after he intercepted the planet-destroying projectile, her voice brimming with astonishment. Does this mean you could possibly defeat Frieza? In response to Jiren's excitement, Bardock shook his head gravely. It is not that simple. Rumor has it that Frieza possesses transformation abilities. This is merely his attack in its normal state. How powerful Frieza becomes after transforming, no one knows. Oh dear. It seems you are somewhat acquainted with me, Scion. So, you managed to block my planet-destroying projectile? I find you intriguing. Do share your name. Faced with the Scion couple before him, Frieza regained his usual composure. He was unwilling to lose his dignity in front of what he perceived as wild monkeys, even though the strength of this particular Scion did indeed astonish him. Bardock gently pushed Jiren, who was clinging to his arm, to a position behind him and, with a burst of speed, delivered a punch to Furisha's face while Furisha stood in shock. Bardock, the warrior of the Scion race. Only after the punch landed did those words reach Furisha's ears. Although the blow did not inflict any real damage, it was a tremendous insult to Furisha. How could he, a being of such stature, be struck by a mere wild monkey? In disbelief, Furisha gazed at Bardock, who had assumed a fighting stance, and his lips twitched with irritation. Truly, an impolite wild monkey. Bardock remained silent, merely maintaining his stance. Jinai, although wishing to share in her husband's fate, would never interfere with his battle and gently descended towards the ground. Furisha cast a glance at the slowly descending Jinai and suddenly erupted into laughter. Oh ho ho ho, Bardock, I shall remember your name. As a reward for blocking my planet-destroying blast, let me entertain you a little, shall I? As his words fell, a brilliant white aura erupted from Furisha and a scarlet beam shot forth from his fingertips towards Bardock. Without changing expression, Bardock, though unable to gauge Furisha as combat power, recalled his previous experience of effortlessly deflecting the planet-destroying attack and felt no threat from this scarlet beam. Sure enough, with a mere concentration of power in his hands, he easily swatted the beam away. The beam tore through a small mountain, resulting in a violent explosion, indicating that it was not a casual attack from Furisha. Seeing Bardock effortlessly deflect his death beam, Furisha nodded in satisfaction. It seems you are worthy enough for me to stretch my limbs after such a long time. Let this wild monkey witness the transformation of Furisha, Lord of the Universe. As Furisha's roar echoed, his form rapidly transformed into his more robust second form. Although he could not sense the aura, Bardock could still perceive the immense pressure emanating from Furisha through his honed instincts developed from years of battle. Yet, he felt a peculiar sense of confidence, as if even transformed, Furisha might not be his superior. Was it merely an illusion? Then let the battle commence, wild monkey. The speed of Furisha in his second form was vastly superior to that of his first, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Bardock, striking with a punch reminiscent of Bardock's earlier assault. Oddly, why did Furisha's movements seem different? Unable to dwell on his thoughts, Bardock swiftly evaded Furisha's punch, leaving Furisha momentarily stunned. This wild monkey managed to dodge my attack? Sensing a gust of wind from behind, Furisha, without looking back, swung his tail to strike at Bardock, who was preparing to attack from behind. Bardock swiftly altered his position, dodging the tail strike and moving to Furisha's side. Witnessing Bardock evade his attacks twice in succession, Furisha momentarily subdued his arrogance, disappearing from sight to avoid Bardock's sweeping kick. With his hands clasped together, Furisha appeared above Bardock, unleashing a ki blast. Bardock's reflexes were remarkably quick. He crossed his arms in front of himself the instant he caught a glimpse of Furisha's hands coming together. However, upon feeling the force of the ki blast, he inwardly cursed. As expected, Furisha's ki blast was merely a feint, the real attack coming from behind. Ugh! Struck by Furisha's two-handed hammer from behind, Bardock was sent crashing to the ground, grunting as he pushed away the debris that had fallen upon him. After regaining his footing, Furisha landed slowly on the ground. Wild monkeys are indeed wild monkeys, lacking in intellect. Bardock had no desire to respond, merely taking a deep breath. Though he had suffered a setback in this rapid exchange, being knocked down by Furisha, the damage from Furisha's attack had not been significant. Could it be that the immense power he had gained after returning from the brink of death was sufficient to contend with Furisha? It seemed that way. If Furisha's level after transformation was merely this, then this battle was not solely about proving Scion pride, perhaps. After several deep breaths to steady himself, Bardock glanced at Jinai's position, confirming that his wife had distanced herself from the battlefield. Facing Furisha, he resolutely declared, "Furisha, I shall defeat you." Furisha was momentarily taken aback, then doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha! Wild monkey, you've uttered an immensely amusing joke. Defeating me? It appears I have yet to unleash my full power to give you such an illusion. Bardock disregarded Furisha's theatrics, clenching his fists at his sides. The power he had drawn from his near-death experience erupted forth in full for the first time. The ascending energy rapidly expanded, surpassing Furisha's own. This wild monkey's strength. Although Furisha could not sense the aura either, he was certainly not a fool. If he was being overshadowed in energy, it was clear that his second form was no match for Bardock's overwhelming power. It seemed unwise to engage in his second form, the third form. No. What if it was insufficient? Transforming to his final form amidst battle would be risky. Instead, he would shift directly into his ultimate form, allowing him to toy with this wild monkey while regaining some dignity. As Frieza contemplated, he made no ostensible movements, merely trembling as a pale light enveloped him, unleashing the power he had previously suppressed directly into his final form. Strictly speaking, Furish's final form was his original state, while the first form, with a combat power of 53,000, was a suppressed transformation. In contrast, Bardock's display was monumental, with his full power unleashed. The ground around him buckled under the immense pressure, and the rapidly released energy created arcs of electricity within the brilliant white aura. Bardock gazed at Frieza, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. This is Furish's further transformation? Although it appeared less imposing than before, the pressure it exerted was undeniable. But he could not allow himself to be distracted. Despite the swirling thoughts in his mind, Bardock's expression remained one of determination as he launched himself at Frieza. With the confidence of having completed his ultimate transformation, Frieza moved with an elegance befitting a cosmic sovereign, effortlessly evading Bardock's attacks with minimal movement and striking back with a speed that was incomparable to before, swinging his tail towards Bardock. Having failed to land his first strike, Bardock quickly used his forward momentum to create distance, crouching low to sweep kick at Furieza's ankle. Frieza frowned slightly, rising lightly into the air. Bardock's second attempt also fell short, narrowly dodging the death beam Frieza shot from his fingertips. Now emboldened, Frieza exhibited no panic, relishing in the prospect of playing with his opponent's emotions. Oh ho ho ho, how many of these attacks do you think you can evade? Fingers danced rapidly, unleashing a barrage of lethal energy beams. Bardock, seasoned from countless battles, instantly recognized that he could not rely on minor movements to evade Frieza's onslaught. He concentrated, channeling a powerful energy wave that struck the ground nearby, sending dust swirling into the air. The dust obscured Frieza's vision, compelling him to turn his head and scan the surroundings. Amidst the swirling debris, energy waves surged from all directions. A bothersome trick. With a flourish of his arm, Frieza dismissed the incoming energy waves, only to thicken the haze further. Eek! A shrill cry erupted as Frieza unleashed his telekinetic power, conjuring a fierce wind that cleared the dust, revealing Bardock charging directly at him. What? Caught off guard by Frieza's unexpected maneuver, Bardock was swiftly kicked into the air by Frieza's sudden advance. Stabilizing himself with an explosive burst of strength, Bardock ceased his flight, preparing to retaliate with a downward kick. Frieza, however, would not allow himself to be struck by the filthy foot of a mere wild monkey. He aimed both hands at Bardock, activating his telekinesis to ensnare Bardock midair. Bardock struggled momentarily, furrowing his brow in frustration. Frieza gazed at the ensnared Bardock with satisfaction, nodding. Now, I would like to invite this wild monkey, Mr. Bardock, to partake in a little game of kickball with me. Though phrased as a question and laced with a veneer of politeness, it was evident that Frieza sought no consent from Bardock, as he promptly kicked the restrained warrior away. Frieza vanished from sight, and as Bardock landed, he received another kick from Frieza, propelling him in a different direction. This repetitive exchange clearly illustrated Frieza's frustration at being constrained by his second form's limited power. Oh ho, oh ho ho ho. Frieza's iconic laughter echoed as he reveled in the kicks. With the sound of mirth, Bardock's eyes sharpened. Now is the moment. With a surge of strength, Bardock seized the opportunity created by Frieza's laughter, breaking free from his telekinetic hold. He quickly formed an energy wave, fueled by indignation from being toyed with, and aimed it fiercely at Frieza's face. Frieza, noticing Bardock's escape, immediately countered with an attack of his own, his expression tinged with displeasure. He too gathered an energy blast in his hands. Boom! The two energy attacks collided, resulting in a violent explosion that pushed both combatants backward. Frieza regained his composure almost instantly, while Bardock was thrown several paces away, gasping for breath. He found it ludicrous to think he could ever surpass Frieza just moments ago. What power is this? Is Frieza hesitating to attack because he senses the disparity in our strengths? How dull. By the way, I am currently only utilizing a fraction of my true power. Bardock's mind raced, though his expression remained stoic. With a shift in perspective, he provocatively challenged Frieza. Unless you're merely bluffing, Frieza, why not try to withstand my next move? Without waiting for a response, Bardock extended his right hand toward Frieza. briefly gathering energy before unleashing a colossal energy wave, his ultimate technique, the ultimate destruction sphere. Frieza observed Bodak's self-initiated assault with a TSK, then extended his hands. Such an attack? Watch as I effortlessly send it back to you. Frieza, brimming with confidence, attempted to deflect Bodak's ultimate move with his current power, which was more than sufficient to suppress Bodak in close combat. However, Frieza grossly underestimated the potency of Bodak's attack. The searing energy wave felt as though it might sear his hands. In a fit of rage, Frieza unleashed another shriek, enveloping himself in a crimson aura. Once this sanguine light manifested, Bodak's ultimate destruction sphere ceased to pose any threat to Frieza. With a powerful push, Frieza began to force the sphere backward. Eek! A third shriek echoed as Frieza broke through the ultimate destruction sphere, darting through the air in a zigzag pattern, and unleashed an astonishing speed that Bodak could hardly react to, landing a blow to Bodak's abdomen. Ugh! Struck with immense force, Bodak clutched his midsection, nearly losing his balance in the air. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he steadied himself and faced Frieza. It appears, Frieza speaks the truth. From a reckless challenge to prove the pride of the Science, to believing he could best Frieza, and finally realizing that Frieza's power far exceeded his own, an unfathomable realm. His mindset oscillated through peaks and valleys. Bodak clenched his jaw. It is merely death. After all, I initially embraced the thought of fighting to the bitter end. Yet alas, the hope for Jiren's survival has already. Oh, are you afraid to attack now? How unfortunate. This brief moment hardly qualifies as a warm-up. Frieza's voice snapped Bodak back to reality. With a snarl, he lunged toward Frieza. Do not underestimate us, Science. Oh, still spirited are we? How delightful. Frieza sneered, casually extending a hand to intercept Bodak's strike. So, it seems your energy waves won't suffice. Are you resorting to hand-to-hand combat? After deftly dodging Bodak's punches, Frieza leisurely taunted him. Faster now. Such feeble attacks hardly warm me up. Meanwhile, Salodice paced anxiously within his spaceship, his unease growing. Beep, beep, beep. One day until arrival at Vegeta Star, the ship's alert chimed. Salodice clenched his fists, wanting to strike the control panel, yet he restrained his emotions. Gazing at the route displayed on the console, he realized he could no longer afford to consider how taxing this direct journey across the cosmos would be. Grabbing a few pieces of bread from the cabin, he chewed hastily while transforming into a Super Saiyan, setting the ship to autopilot and opening the hatch. Taking a deep breath, Salodice exited the vessel, carving a golden trajectory through the cosmos as he sped towards Vegeta Star. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. I must catch up. Chapter 30. The couple fighting side by side. Frieza, how dare you? The battle raged on. No, rather than a battle. It was more fitting to describe it as Frieza's unilateral mockery of Bodak. For the first time, Bodak felt the profound fatigue of battle. This exhaustion stemmed not from his body, but from his spirit. Despite exerting his utmost effort, neither his punches nor energy waves could inflict any damage upon Frieza, whose casual strikes sent him reeling. Indeed, this was a confrontation long foreseen as a defeat, a rebellion solely to affirm the pride of the Science. Yet, merely being toyed with in a one-sided manner cannot be deemed as proof. Regardless of the circumstances, a means must be found to leave a scar on Frieza that he will remember for eternity. Gasping for breath, Bardock clenched his fists, contemplating this thought. Perhaps accustomed to being sent flying, Bardock quickly returned to Frieza's line of sight, who did not pursue him, allowing Bardock a moment to survey his surroundings. Had Frieza's army launched an assault? Flames engulfed the Science city, and non-combatant Scions had already perished. Bardock, having thwarted Frieza's planet-destroying attack, managed to awaken the warriors languishing in the comfort of Frieza's forces, who now began to resist. Yet, this resistance was evidently too late. The hastily counterattacking Scions were being pushed back, and even those with agile minds attempting to create an artificial moon were thwarted by Frieza's army. An artificial moon, great apes. Bardock's eyes gleamed with realization. Ha ha, Frieza, this is the consequence of underestimating the Scions. With a series of leaps, Bardock accelerated toward the direction of a Scion preparing to create an artificial moon. Noticing another Scion attempting to produce the artificial moon, a few swift fighters from Frieza's army aimed their energy rifles to interrupt. However, since Bardock was heading that way, these foes failed in their attempts and were easily dispatched by Bardock. Bardock. The The scion attempting to create the artificial moon recognized his savior from his distinctive appearance and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you the one fighting Frieza?" "Yes, it's me. But Frieza is far too strong. I'm no match for him." "You're here to create the artificial moon, right? Hurry up. I'll give Frieza a surprise." "Odd. Where is that wild monkey?" Growing impatient after waiting for a long time, Frieza began to wonder if the wild monkey had finally realized the disparity in strength and fled. Mwaha! As Frieza mused, he dismissed Bardock's whereabouts and moved toward the Scion City to witness the extent of the slaughter his soldiers were inflicting upon the Scions. Although he had already planned to ignite planet Vegeta as a firework himself, his advisors had diligently devised a backup plan. Now, with his planet-destroying attack thwarted and discovering a new toy, this contingency plan was proving to be effective. Once the battle concluded, he would reward those advisors who crafted the plan. With this thought, Frieza gradually flew closer to the city. What greeted him was not the scene of Scions being slaughtered that he had envisioned, but a horde of enormous great apes roaring and charging at his soldiers. Upon noticing Frieza, several of the great apes swatted away the approaching Frieza's soldiers, unleashing energy blasts toward him. Frieza, somewhat displeased, casually fired a death beam that obliterated the great ape's energy attack. The death beam continued unabated, piercing through the head of the attacking great ape. As the attacking great ape fell, more great apes noticed the commotion and, upon seeing Frieza, mimicked the fallen ape's actions, launching their own energy blasts. Annoying brutes. Frieza's anger intensified, and a purple light flickered at his fingertips. Earth Splitter. In Frieza's mind, this devastating attack should cleave the great apes and their energy blasts in two. Yet, while nearly all the energy blasts were shattered by Earth Splitter, one managed to withstand the assault. Roar! The roar of the great ape echoed across planet Vegeta, as the energy blast that withstood Frieza's Earth Splitter grew even larger and surged toward him. What? Before the perplexed sound could fully escape his lips, the energy blast reached Frieza, who reluctantly raised his hands to block the incoming attack. As he held back the energy blast with his hands, Frieza quickly realized, is it that toy transformed into a great ape? Frieza's suspicion was correct. The energy blast was indeed launched by Bardock, now in his great ape form. You insignificant wild monkey, do not become too complacent. With a tenfold increase in battle power, Bardock's attack struck against Frieza's hands. If he unleashed his full strength to destroy the energy blast, he would likely sustain some injuries himself. Although these injuries would merely be superficial and pose little threat to Frieza, being wounded by a wild monkey, even if only superficially, was a disgrace. Holding on to this thought, Frieza restrained his impulse to unleash his destructive power and gradually increased his strength, attempting to push the energy blast back with a ki wave. Sensing his attack being obstructed, the great ape Bardock let out another roar. Though Bardock in his great ape form lacked rationality, the desire to inflict an unforgettable scar on Frieza, which had been nagging him before his transformation, had not dissipated. Rather, it had become even clearer. Since he could not directly strike Frieza's body, he would detonate it in front of him, guided by instinct honed from battle experience. Great Ape Bardock amplified the energy blast's power and immediately detonated it. Boom! A violent explosion erupted at Frieza's hands, the debris scattering as the shockwaves swept through the air. Remaining motionless, Frieza gazed down at his trembling hands, then lifted his head, his cold gaze fixed on Great Ape Bardock. You dare leave a scar on my noble body." In that moment on planet Vegeta, Frieza's fury was ignited. Scanning the surroundings, Frieza locked onto the artificial moon's location and casually unleashed a ki wave, obliterating the very object that had significantly contributed to the scar on his body. He then conjured a spinning disk of energy, which, under his telekinetic control, appeared behind Great Ape Bardock at a speed too rapid for him to react. Severing off his tail. Deprived of his tail, Bardock could no longer maintain his great ape form and crashed to the ground, gradually reverting to his human state. You irritating wild monkeys shall perish. Frieza unleashed a barrage of death beams, mercilessly slaughtering the Scions who had also reverted to their human forms. In that instant, only Bardock remained alive among those who had dared to attack Frieza. Now exhausted after reverting from his great ape form, Bardock could only watch helplessly as Frieza executed his kin, eventually landing before him and lifting him by his tail. Wild monkey, as a reward for the scar you left on my body. Frieza's voice dripped with malice. I shall make you wish for death. However, Bardock merely chuckled. This is the consequence of underestimating the Science. Frieza's expression darkened further. Bardock was correct. Had he unleashed his full power from the very beginning? No, even if I were to exert merely 50% of my strength, I could effortlessly obliterate the Scion before me. Yet, it was precisely due to my restored ultimate form that I believed I would remain unscathed, allowing a sense of mockery to arise within me, which ultimately resulted in my hands sustaining minor injuries from the explosive backlash of my own words. Despite this, should you kill me, rest assured that one day, your fate will mirror that of us Scions, as you too shall be vanquished. At the end of hell, I shall await your arrival. The words of this wild monkey, which inflicted harm upon me, pierced my heart like a sharp dagger, igniting my fury even further. My facial muscles twitched as I incessantly pondered how to torment this Scion before me. Bardock, a feminine voice rang out, causing both Frieza and Bardock to turn toward its source. It was none other than Jiren. Though Bardock believed he had fulfilled his mission and embraced the inevitability of his demise, he had long understood the destined outcome of Science in this battle. Yet, upon seeing Jiren appear in Frieza's sight, an involuntary wave of concern surged within him. Quick, get away from here. Struggling to utter those words, a sudden surge of power erupted from his already exhausted body, manifesting as a small energy wave from his hands. This energy wave shot directly toward Frieza's eyes. Caught off guard by Bardock's unexpected ability to attack, Frieza's instinctive reflexes temporarily overrode his will, diverting his attention entirely to his closed eyes, inadvertently releasing his grip on Bardock's tail. Bardock, struggling, unleashed a speed that surpassed his previous battle with Frieza, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiren. His words laced with concern akin to a complaint. Why? Come so close. Frieza, it's dangerous. Jiren, who had followed Frieza and Bardock to this location, seemed unharmed by any attack from Frieza's forces, aside from being somewhat dusty. Observing Bardock, battered and barely holding on by sheer will, tears welled in her eyes, yet she stepped forward resolutely, standing by Bardock's side. Indeed, I do not relish battle, but the blood of a Scion flows within me, and I too have fought alongside you as a warrior, have I not? In this final chapter for the Scions, to perish together as husband and wife is a form of romance, is it not? Bardock gazed at his wife, memories of their time as mere comrades flashing through his mind, and a sudden smile of acceptance graced his lips. Very well, then let us die together. Oh my, such rare love among Scions. As a reward for awakening my senses, let me use this planet as your grave. Frieza's tone remained nearly unchanged, yet the chill that emanated from him could freeze molten lava as he cradled a small energy sphere in his hand. With each word laced with murderous intent, the energy sphere began to swell. A faint red glow flickered in his eyes, while purple-black hues coursed through the white flames. Once the energy sphere reached its maximum size, Frieza ascended slowly, casting it toward the Bardock couple, indifferent to the soldiers still present on this planet. His mind was solely consumed with the thought of exacting blood-soaked retribution upon the Scion who had dared to harm him, determined to obliterate this planet entirely, leaving no remnants. Bardock and Jiren exchanged a glance, simultaneously condensing energy waves in their hands. The two energy waves merged, colliding with Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Bardock was nearing his limit, and although Jiren, once a warrior, had not expended much energy, her combat prowess was merely that of an ordinary Scion soldier. Even combined, their energy waves could scarcely affect Frieza's devastating attack. Die, wild monkey. Despite the futility of their energy waves, witnessing his wife pouring forth her strength made Bardock silent. Taking a deep breath, drawing upon every cell in his body, Bardock's energy flared once more. This energy flickered between a brilliant white and gold, as his uniquely styled black hair stood on end, taking on a golden hue. This was the final stand. Bardock roared, as the energy wave in his hand expanded several folds, akin to his initial strike against Frieza's first form, shattering the planet-destroying attack. However, after unleashing this inexplicable power, his body, already sustained by sheer will, could no longer stand, collapsing into Jiren's embrace. In your arms at the end, I am content. As Jiren cradled the unconscious Bardock, Frieza's energy flared even stronger, the purple-black hue completely obscuring the flames. His eyes glowing with a fierce red light, like fire in the night. Again and again, wild monkey, you have done well. Frieza's wrath materialized into yet another planet-destroying attack in his hand. This time, I shall see what means you have to resist. As this new planet-destroying attack formed and descended, Frieza swiftly conjured another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fueled by rage, Frieza unleashed 5 consecutive planet-destroying attacks. As these 5 assaults fell, Frieza's fury slightly abated, and the purple-black glow enveloping his flames gradually receded. Yet, as Frieza prepared to turn away after witnessing the impending destruction, he was taken aback by a golden streak of light flashing through the air, colliding forcefully with him. Yua? Before he could discern the nature of the golden light, it shot past him, piercing through his planet-destroying attack. Remarkably, this attack did not explode but dissipated into the air. The golden streak landed, finally allowing Frieza to perceive a figure enveloped in golden flames, obscuring its features. The individual turned to glance at the astonished Jiren and the unconscious Bardock, then redirected their gaze to Frieza, their voice seething with a wrath that could incinerate even flames. Frieza, you vile creature, how dare you harm Sister Jiren and Bardock? I swear by the name of Salodice, I shall reduce you to ashes, leaving you with neither life nor death. Chapter 31. Who am I? I am the one who shall kill you. With those fierce words, Salodice cast a cold gaze at Frieza, but did not strike immediately. Instead, he turned and placed his hands upon Bardock, activating his healing abilities. You truly are Salodice? Jiren could hardly believe the identity of the figure before her. The face was familiar from her memories, and the habitual swaying of the tail was indeed characteristic of Salodice. However, the golden hair and the piercing green eyes projecting a cold glare made her question linger in uncertainty. The healing green light emanating from Bardock gradually faded away, prompting Salodice to exhale in relief and rise to his feet. Of course, it's me, Jiren, isn't that quite obvious? He asserted. I've already healed Bardock's wounds, and once he regains some strength, he should awaken. Really? Jiren responded, still somewhat incredulous. From the depths of his recovery, Frieza emitted a series of chilling laughs. Salodice, I remember now, you're the missing scion, right? You claimed you would reduce me to ashes, leaving me with no means to live or die? Ha ha, that's the second amusing joke I've heard today. Just a short while ago, that crab-headed scion was spouting similar nonsense, claiming he would defeat me. Ha ha ha, as a reward, I've decided to eliminate you last. As for that crab-headed scion, I'll save him for second to last. Now, let's deal with that female scion first. She seems to hold considerable importance to both you and that crab-headed fellow, doesn't she? Oh ho ho ho. This time, Frieza wasted no time before unleashing a death beam. Salodice furrowed his brow slightly, his form flickering as he positioned himself in front of the death beam's trajectory, deflecting it with his forearm, which subsequently pierced through one of Frieza's minions in the distance. Frieza, initially astonished by Salodice's speed, soon relaxed as he landed on the ground. It seems your speed is quite impressive, and your body remarkably resilient. By the way, would you care to elaborate on your appearance? Most scions possess black hair and eyes, but your golden hair and azure eyes are rather rare. Salodice lightly leaped to alleviate the stiffness from prolonged high-speed flight, and surprisingly reverted from his transformation. This may be good news for you, Frieza. I do not have a habit of allowing people to die without reason. He casually observed his elongated hands, his tone suggesting that the being before him was not a formidable cosmic emperor, but rather a lifeless, cold corpse. Weren't you always worried about the emergence of a super scion? Well, this is a super scion. Super scion. Ha ha ha. You truly are a jesting scion. That's merely a tedious legend. Salodice did not cast a single glance at Frieza. He retracted his hands, lightly leaping as he worked to relieve his body of stiffness from maintaining a singular posture during flight, before glancing back at Jiren, who was still somewhat perplexed by the situation. Jiren, can you recognize me now? Seeing Salodice return to his normal state, Jiren's anxious heart began to ease. It really is you, truly you, my dear child. Meanwhile, Bardock, having regained some strength, emerged from his exhaustion. Though his voice was weak, his tone was resolute. Salodice, since you've returned, you must have become a super scion, correct? Salodice met Bardock's unwavering gaze and nodded, turning once more to face Frieza, who allowed their exchange to continue. Indeed, leave the rest to me. With Jiren's assistance, Bardock stood and patted Salodice on the shoulder. The ancient pride of this scion, having recently surged with power beyond limits, now glimpsed the future of the super scion. Although he couldn't ascertain the extent of his little brother's current battle prowess, He was certain it surpassed his recent explosive state. Though he had been inexplicably healed and regained some strength, he knew that without proper rest, he could not partake in a monumental battle. This proving ground was better entrusted to him. That is splendid. Go forth and demonstrate the might of our scion race to Frieza. Salodice turned his back on Bardak, his fists clenched at his sides. Bardak, Jiren watched closely. For I shall transform. Once again, the flames of energy roared to life, the golden light surpassing even the brilliance of the sun, which bathed the planet in warmth and illumination. His golden hair danced with the waves of energy, and his emerald eyes were once again shrouded in the chill that disregarded all adversaries. Are you prepared, Frieza? Salodice traced a zigzag pattern in the air as he launched himself toward Frieza. Although Frieza still regarded the Super Saiyan as a mere figment of myth, he felt a flicker of caution in response to Salodice's formidable approach, igniting a blazing aura. He aimed his fist at Salodice, ready for combat. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, unleashing colossal forces that shattered the clouds above and stirred the dust beneath. While Frieza was internally astonished by Salodice's strength, the latter harbored no extraneous thoughts, subtly altering the direction of his force. With this change, Frieza stumbled, and Salodice seized the opportunity, transforming his punch into an elbow strike that struck Frieza's chin. Frieza hastily unleashed a barrage of crimson beams from his eyes, colliding with Salodice's raised elbow, while simultaneously swinging his robust tail toward him. This hasty counterattack thwarted Salodice's elbow strike, but failed to impede his momentum. Sensing the gust from the tail's swing, Salodice deftly sidestepped the blow and delivered a kick to Frieza's waist. Frieza was propelled upward momentarily, launching a kick down towards Salodice. Yet, the latter vanished in a flash, leaving only an afterimage before reappearing behind Frieza, reaching for his tail. Without looking back, Frieza unleashed a ki wave. Salodice's hand transformed into a knife edge, cleaving through the ki wave and sending it crashing into the ruins of the city, creating a massive mushroom cloud. After successfully countering Salodice's assault, Frieza distanced himself, conjuring a peculiar ki wave, black and red with flickering arcs of electricity. It was one of Frieza's signature moves, the flame burst. He hurled the fiery projectiles relentlessly at Salodice, who made no attempt to evade, allowing Frieza's attacks to strike him. Thick plumes of smoke enveloped the area, and Frieza continued his onslaught for nearly half a minute before ceasing. As the smoke cleared, he was astonished to find Salodice had vanished from sight. Scanning his surroundings, he failed to locate Salodice. Where could he have gone? Right in front of you, fool. Salodice's voice echoed ominously in Frieza's ear as he materialized before him, delivering a knee strike to Frieza's abdomen. The impact bent Frieza's body involuntarily, leaving him gasping for relief. So the golden-haired monkey is quite capable, huh? Yet I still haven't unleashed even half of my power. Salodice floated backward, arms crossed, his tone dripping with mockery. Do not speak of half of your strength. Even if you were to exert your fleeting, fully inflated muscles. No, even if you did a few push-ups, what difference would it make? Upon hearing the words of Salodice, Frieza was initially taken aback by the other's profound understanding of him. Yet he could not help but feel perplexed by the latter's subsequent statement. Salodice fixed Frieza with a frigid gaze and slowly continued. Let us not squander time on testing our prowess. Unleash your full strength, and allow me to witness the might of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza's facial muscles twitched, observing Salodice maintaining his stance with arms crossed and no movement. He inwardly scoffed, thinking that wild monkeys are indeed conceited, yet their bodies betray them. Firmly grounded upon an undamaged tower. You wish to see my full power? Very well, as a reward for amusing me twice, I shall allow you to behold the terror of me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Taking a deep breath, Frieza's veins bulged as he summoned the latent power within him. Witnessing Frieza begin to gather energy, Salodice let out a cold chuckle and descended to the position where Bardak and Jiren stood. Sister Jiren, Bardak. The ensuing battle will create significant aftershocks, you. Bardak nodded, glancing at Jiren. Understood. Jiren, let us find a ship at the port and depart from Vegeta Star. He then turned back to Salodice. This way, you can fight without restraint. Salodice reined in his aura and offered a gentle smile. As he watched Bardak and Jiren leave, Salodice surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the surviving soldiers of Frieza's army, and with a disdainful snort, he unleashed a ki blast. A bunch of cosmic trash. Your existence is a waste of resources. After clearing the obstacles that might affect Bardak and Janae's departure, Salodice redirected his attention to Felicia. Almost there, almost there. Listening to Felicia's muttering, Salodice shook his head. How much longer must I wait? Is the illustrious Cosmic Emperor relying on stalling to starve me of my opponent? Hearing Salodice's words, Felicia yearned to retort, yet being in the midst of gathering energy rendered him nearly incapable of speaking. Why you? This, wild monkey just. Wait a moment, I shall show. You what? Despair truly is. Oh, Salodice, half smirking, extended a hand and concentrated a ki blast, aimed directly at Felicia. You wish for me to witness despair? Should I not eliminate you now while you are immobilized to avert any unforeseen mishaps? Felicia's pupils constricted. The murderous aura emanating from Salodice made it difficult for him to believe that the ki blast would not be unleashed upon him. The looming threat of death hastened his energy accumulation. 98, 99, 100. As Felicia's muscles swelled to their utmost limit, a towering aura clashed violently with the air, terrifying arcs of electricity coursing through it. The ground's shattered structures were flattened under the force of this rapidly expanding aura, and even the nearby sea was stirred into monstrous waves. At long last, this is what you have eagerly awaited, my full power. I, the Cosmic Emperor Felicia. Salodice merely lifted an eyelid, his aura swaying like a small boat navigating through a storm, prompting Felicia to burst into laughter. Do you see the might produced by my full strength? Scion, even if you truly are the legendary Super Scion, you shall not stand a chance against me, Felicia. Salodice casually adopted a stance. Is your full power merely to chatter away? A vein pulsed on Felicia's forehead. Wild monkey, savor this moment of bravado. With a piercing scream, Felicia charged at Salodice, unleashing a furious assault of rapidly moving fists and feet, complemented by the occasional lash of his tail. Salodice scoffed and firmly planted his feet, merely shifting his upper body in minuscule arcs to evade Felicia's tempestuous onslaught. So, the Cosmic Emperor's full strength is merely this? Salodice bellowed. After dodging yet another strike from Felicia's tail, his ki flared as it transformed into something tangible, and he delivered a vicious hook aimed at Felicia's face. Felicia barely had time to be astonished by Salodice's ability to counterattack before swiftly evading to the skies, launching a ki blast at Salodice. Salodice narrowed his eyes, effortlessly swatting aside Felicia's ki blast, vanishing from sight in an instant, and closing in on the airborne Felicia. Having gleaned that even Salodice's attacks at full power were beyond his capacity to block easily, Felicia hurriedly shifted positions, disappearing once more. Amidst their relentless chase, the two figures continuously appeared and vanished across the skies of Vegeta's star, occasionally colliding with each other, sending shockwaves that ravaged the protruding structures and mountains below. However, Salodice found it all rather tedious. Felicia's battle power at full force was indeed as he had encountered in his previous life, a staggering 120 million, but to Salodice, it was merely grains of sand. Furthermore, Felicia, as the Cosmic Emperor, possessed abysmal experience in full-scale combat, lacking finesse in martial techniques. This close-quarters battle was exceedingly dull. Salodice longed for Felicia to heed his advice and perform a few push-ups to potentially awaken some latent potential. Observing the expression of boredom plastered across Salodice's face, Felicia felt his pride severely bruised. How could my full-strength assault be deemed boring by a mere wild monkey? A lowly wild monkey. Do not become too complacent. Yai. Casting aside the grace of an emperor, Felicia emitted a shrill battle cry, accelerating the speed of his fists and feet towards Salodice. Yet, the look of boredom on Salodice's face did not waver, nor did he retaliate, merely evading continuously. Too slow. Can such speed claim the title of Cosmic Emperor? Even a turtle would outpace you. Salodice's taunts further agitated Felicia, causing his expression to darken. Yai. Suddenly, in the midst of launching a punch at Salodice, Felicia altered his attack, opening his clenched fist and directing a ki blast at Salodice's face. The brilliant ki blast momentarily blinded Salodice, allowing Felicia to swiftly distance himself and ascend higher into the sky, hands positioned in a flower-like formation aimed at Salodice. A powerful ki cannon struck Salodice, sending him crashing into the ground while carving a fissure that extended into the depths of the ocean. This is the fate of underestimating me, Felicia. From the depths of the sea, A golden ki blast surged toward Felicia. In a panic, he extended his hands, unleashing a ki blast to counter it. Just as the ki blast emerged from the ocean and approached Felicia, Salodice seized Felicia's head and plummeted toward the ground, pressing it down as if plowing the earth, leaving a long crack in the ground. This is my return gift for striking me. Traversing through the ruins of the city and across the burning plains, Salodice finally released his grip on Felicia's head as he pressed him against a small hillock. Before Frieza could recover from the humiliation of the attack, the figure of Salodice loomed above him, once again forcing him into the ground. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Salodice did not exert much force. Frieza's resilient body could withstand such trampling assaults. However, the indignity of the situation was unbearable for Frieza. A surge of furious power erupted within him, attempting to dislodge Salodice. Yet it seemed to have no effect as Salodice continued to stomp on Frieza's head. Seemingly satisfied, Salodice kicked Frieza into the air, struggling to stabilize himself. Frieza was compelled to unleash a wave of energy in the direction behind him, using the recoil and the explosive power from within to regain his balance, his face betraying a mixture of fear and confusion. Who are you? In response to Frieza's question, Salodice twisted his neck, emitting a crackling sound, and cast a barely perceptible glance at the spaceship, now a mere streak of light departing from Vegeta's star, before slowly articulating his reply. Who am I? Did I not already mention? I am the Super Saiyan you have long feared, and I am also Salodice, the brother of the couple Bardock, who nearly met their demise at your hands. Chapter 32. The humiliation of survival. This is the fate of the Cosmic Emperor. The winds howled, and thunder roared. Salodice gazed at the floating Cosmic Emperor with eyes as cold as the deepest glaciers. A mere scion, a mere wild monkey, an inferior being. Do not look at me with such disdain, for I am the invincible Cosmic Emperor. The veins on Frieza's head throbbed with agitation, but to Salodice, this excitement appeared as nothing more than impotent rage. Oh, mighty Emperor, why not come and finish me off? With muscles twitching, Frieza's aura darkened to a deep purple, his eyes shimmering with a scarlet glow. Salodice raised an eyebrow. The purple-black aura and the energy emanating from Frieza. Is it the troublesome woman Tawa? After harnessing Tawa's power in the realm of the evil gods, Salodice had memorized the essence of her strength. Frieza, oblivious to the changes within him, raised his hands high, gathering a crimson energy sphere that swelled and expanded. Wild monkey, dare to take this attack. The massive energy sphere, swollen to its limit, hurtled towards Salodice with ferocity. Salodice shook his head, his aura igniting as he clenched his fists at his waist and swiftly raised his arms, summoning golden pillars of light from the ground that soared into the sky, colliding with Frieza's energy sphere. The force was much stronger than before. Indeed, it was Tawa's influence. Feeling the pressure from the energy sphere, Salodice confirmed that the enhancements on Frieza were indeed Tawa's doing. This troublesome woman has finally begun to interfere with me. Salodice felt a hint of exasperation, but quickly cast aside such thoughts, allowing his aura to swell once more. The golden pillars of light pierced through the energy sphere, dissipating it into nothingness, and continued to surge toward Frieza. Frieza clenched his fists, enveloped in a mixture of purple-black and red energy, bracing himself against the oncoming light pillars, momentarily halting their advance. A piercing scream erupted from Frieza as he unleashed a surge of power, pushing the light pillars back slightly before pivoting to dive towards Salodice. Observing this, Salodice quickly ceased his release of light pillars, concentrating his power into his right fist. As Frieza closed in, he swung his fist to collide. Silence. At the moment of impact, the entire planet fell into a profound stillness. Following this silence, a deafening explosion resonated through the air. The earth trembled, the sky mourned, and the sea shrieked. Yet the two combatants had already shifted positions, engaging in multiple clashes. Breathing heavily, Frieza stood atop a mountain that appeared to have been partially shattered by the residual shockwaves of their battle, scanning the surroundings for Salodice. Just as he began to speak, he sensed something pressing against his back. It was Salodice, arms crossed, forming a back-to-back stance with Frieza. Relying solely on your eyesight cannot keep up with my speed, can it? Emperor, do not be so arrogant, inferior being. Frieza howled, gathering an energy sphere to thrust at Salodice's face. Salodice slightly turned, evading Frieza's attack, then extended his hand to grasp Frieza's wrist, leveraging a strength too great for Frieza to resist, forcing his hand toward his own face. Boom. Too slow, Emperor. Frieza, having struck himself, felt the veins on his forehead bulging more prominently as he retaliated with a barrage of energy spheres. Salodice scoffed, golden energy blades materializing as he swung his right hand. In an instant, the energy spheres were sliced apart. However, when the blade light faded, Frieza's figure vanished from sight. Following the energy's presence, Salodice refocused on Frieza. Ha ha ha, wild monkey, you've fallen for my trick. Frieza, laughing maniacally from a distance, hurled an energy sphere toward Vegeta's star. You are too late to stop this move. This is a planet-piercing attack that will annihilate the planet's core. How unfortunate, wild monkey. Even if we are engulfed in the explosion, we will remain unharmed. Yet you cannot survive in the vastness of space like I can. Ha ha ha. Inferior beings are indeed inferior. Salodice looked at Frieza with pity in his eyes, shaking his head. As his aura blazed, Salodice's figure vanished from Frieza's sight, leaving behind a lingering phrase in Frieza's ears. How regrettable. I must return that sentiment to you. What led you to believe I could not intercept your planet-piercing attack? Frieza quickly turned to where the attack was descending. Salodice had appeared there, holding the planet-piercing sphere as if it were a light, harmless balloon, smirking at Frieza. Moreover, even in the vacuum of space, I can survive. Poor Emperor, your plan has completely backfired. With a casual grasp, the planet-piercing sphere dissolved into specks of light. Is there any other technique you wish to employ, Emperor? The glaring purple-black hue of Frieza's aura revealed that his fragile pride had been shattered under Salodice's assault, leaving only rage in its wake. Very well, then. Wild monkey of inferior stock, prepare to face this move. Frieza raised his hands, two orbs of light coalescing into circular discs. Cutting discs, is it? Salodice recalled this technique vividly, knowing it was powerful enough to slice Frieza in half in the anime. Even in his Super Saiyan form. Salodice could not help but laugh. To cut oneself in half. Haraha. Frieza, unaware of Salodice's amusement, inadvertently spoke the truth. Inferior beings. Are you mocking Lord Frieza with this technique? Once you witness the true might of this move, you shall see how laughter fades away. The psychic energy propelled the slicing disc towards Salodice. Setting aside the outrageous effects portrayed in the anime, this technique is undeniably formidable in its essence. It possesses cutting power nearly equivalent to Krillin's Kienzan, but with a swifter trajectory, augmented by the tracking capability of psychic manipulation. Unless one possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities, this move leaves little room for escape. However, despite the technique's near perfection, its user harbors a significant flaw. Frieza lacks the sensitivity to ki, even with psychic control. Should his line of sight be obstructed, he would be as lost as a headless fly. Salodice could certainly replicate the strategy employed by Sun Wukong in the original work, obscuring Frieza's vision to force him to evade the attack, subsequently striking him to divert his attention and bringing him to his knees. Nevertheless, Salodice preferred not to resort to such tactics. The two slicing discs had already approached Salodice, as Frieza cackled mockingly. Has the inferior creature's wild monkey been rendered immobile by this move? Yet, Salodice maintained his composure, casting a sidelong glance at Frieza as golden ki blades ignited in his hands. Confrontation was his style, despite Tao's enhancements to Frieza's power. Salodice believed his own combat prowess surpassed Frieza's. Furthermore, his training on planet Adalat had significantly refined his ki manipulation. He was confident that his soul slash would not be outmatched by Frieza. Clang! The two soul slashes collided with the slicing discs, producing a metallic clash. As anticipated, Salodice's soul slash could not possibly falter against Frieza. The confrontation stalemated for merely a second before Salodice's soul slash sliced through the discs. Before Frieza could process the shocking turn of events, Salodice vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind Frieza, retracting the extended ki blade and flicking his wrist. Frieza's words hung in the air as he realized, to his dismay, that his body had been cleaved into several pieces. Yet, being Frieza, even with his form shattered and only his upper torso remaining intact, he managed to cling to life. The severed fragments that fell to the ground, however, were reduced to dust with a mere flick of Salodice's hand. The outcome was clear as Salodice regarded Frieza. Help me. Frieza's stammering pleas evoked no sympathy in Salodice. Instead, a malicious grin crept across his face. Help you? That is not out of reach. As he taunted the incapacitated Frieza, Salodice seized him, binding him with ki. Now, I shall come to your aid, but to prevent any chance of you striking back, you shall have to endure a little inconvenience, dear Emperor. Sensing the malevolence radiating from Salodice, Frieza struggled, yet with only a third of his body remaining. Escape was futile. He could only watch helplessly as Salodice lifted him and soared into the Scion City. The scene before them revealed not only the ravaged town, but also the multitude of corpses littering the ground. During their flight, Salodice had scanned the entire planet and was already aware that planet Vegeta harbored no survivors. Despite his lack of emotional attachment to his kin, even a tinge of disdain stirred within him at the sight. Shaking his head, he dismissed such sentiments and selected a headless Scion corpse, summoning the Ki blade anew to sever Frieza's head. Oh dear, it seems the Cosmic Emperor ought to be renamed the Cosmic Cockroach, surviving even as a mere head. How intriguing. Reduced to just a head, Frieza could not even muster the strength to glare at Salodice. Resigned to being pressed against the headless Scion body as Salodice activated his healing ability. It must be said that the healing prowess granted by Porunga was indeed formidable. Under the continuous flow of Salodice's ki, it successfully fused Frieza's head with the Scion's body, just as Salodice had envisioned. As the healing concluded, Salodice rose, placing a foot upon Frieza's head, extending his hands towards the now fully merged Frieza. The tangible ki enveloped Frieza's Scion form like bricks, leaving only his head exposed. Oh my, little one. It appears you have even developed a sealing technique? What exceptional talent you possess. Salodice turned to the source of the voice, and from the void emerged Tawa, a dark purple aura swirling around her. The sudden surge in Frieza's strength was your doing, wasn't it? Giggling softly, Tawa confirmed with a nod. Indeed. However, I did not anticipate the rapidity of your growth. You have easily overwhelmed even Frieza, whom I had empowered. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Thank you for your compliment. Though Salodice expressed gratitude, his tone lacked any warmth. Tawa, unperturbed, lightly waved her staff, sending a stream of dark purple light to reinforce the seal placed on Frieza. No need to be polite, dear one. As a reward for your splendid performance, allow me to enhance Frieza's seal. The purple light danced around Salodice's seal, completely enveloping the golden hue. Satisfied, Tawa's figure vanished into the void, leaving behind a parting remark. Until we meet again, little one. I hope to be pleasantly surprised next time. Unable to comprehend Tawa's intentions, Salodice sighed in resignation, releasing his Super Saiyan transformation as he gazed at Frieza, who glowered back at him. Well, I have fulfilled your wish. I have saved you. He laughed heartily. Now you shall languish in my seal, surviving in the body of the very inferior being you despise. You wretched wild monkey. Ignoring Frieza's furious tirade, Salodice delivered a kick to the seal, sending Frieza, along with the binding, plummeting into the ocean of planet Vegeta. Shattered and helpless, Frieza found himself in a dire predicament. Having executed his plan, Salodice felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This should quell my anger. Oh, and what of Frieza's spaceship? Slapping his forehead, Salodice recalled the vessel still hovering outside planet Vegeta. During his flight to the planet, he had indeed noticed it, but upon sensing Bardock's ki surge and then diminish, he had rushed in without a second thought. Now, as Frieza faced his demise, the final touches required attention. Ascending through the atmosphere, Salodice's speed was remarkable even in normal conditions. In a matter of breaths, he reached the vastness of space. However, upon entering the cosmic expanse, he was met with an astonishing revelation. Upon the spaceship of Fuelisha, only two distinct auras could be felt, neither belonging to any member of Fuelisha's army, but rather to Bardock and Jiren. Bardock, it seems, cannot remain idle. Chapter 33. A troublesome incident? The dual commission of Shirji-Du and Tua. No, what is happening? Just as Salodice was about to blast open the tightly shut hatch of the spaceship, he sensed an evil aura manifesting within. Within a mere minute, not only did no battle ensue, but the auras of Bardock and Jiren vanished along with this malevolent presence. Who could it be? Salodice turned around, unfalteringly transforming into a Super Saiyan, launching a ki blast. The blast struck a figure clad in a black robe, shrouded in a veil of mist. The very master of the evil aura that had just dissipated with Bardock and Jiren. Is this a dark deity? No, although there are similarities. I can still perceive his aura. Tua? No, that's not right. While he bears a demonic essence akin to Tua, there is an unmistakable difference. As Salodice pondered the identity of the intruder, his ki blast unexpectedly struck the black-robed figure. Yet, upon being hit, the figure transformed into a swirling distortion, vanishing along with the blast, only to reappear in another location. Such impatience! I have done nothing to your dear sister and brother-in-law. Rather, I have brought them to a splendid place. Why rush to attack me? Salodice scoffed. A lurking individual. Can anything you say be taken at face value? The black-robed figure chuckled darkly. Ha ha ha. I do not possess the formidable power of your scion kind. Thus I can only shroud my form. Now, let me be concise. Your sister and brother-in-law have accepted my invitation to participate in a grand melee gathering powerful beings from various timelines and dimensions. Badak has already joined the fray. I wonder if you might be interested in joining as well? Oh, by the way, the victor of this battle will be awarded the Super Dragon Balls, which, when collected, can grant any wish, even the desire to become the strongest in the universe. Upon hearing about the grand melee of formidable beings from different timelines and eras, Salodice was reminded of a mobile game he had played before his journey here. Dragon Ball Z, Dokkan Battle. Could it be, if the plot aligns with that game? Although he had abandoned it midway and was unaware of the truth hidden behind this deadly battle, it was evident that gathering such powerful beings from various timelines would. Although Badak awakened his dormant Super Saiyan form in the climactic battle against Fuelisha, even as a Super Saiyan, survival amidst such chaos was unlikely, if not impossible. Furthermore, this behavior seemed to fall within the jurisdiction of the minor demon. It appears necessary to return to the past. Do not worry. I shall not lay a hand on you. I merely offer a passage to traverse into that timeline. Sensing Salodice's wariness, the black-robed figure added. Salodice contemplated, donning an expression of intrigue. This battle appears to be quite fascinating. Allow me to deliberate on it. The black-robed figure seemed patient, promptly agreeing. Then I shall go invite others. I will return in 10 minutes of this timeline. With that, the black-robed figure transformed into a swirling distortion, vanishing from sight. Just as Salodice prepared to contact Shirjidu, he sensed another aura approaching. Little one, it is I. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Tua, Salodice relaxed slightly. After all, compared to the unidentified black-robed figure, Tua had not concealed her identity. Tua appeared unusually serious. Little one, I know you have connections with Shirjidu. Consider this a favor for my assistance in the Dark God timeline. Could you establish communication with Shirjidu for me? Salodice fell silent. What does Tua intend with Shirjidu? However, Tua quickly alleviated Salodice's confusion. That black-robed figure, I have encountered him in the demon realm. Although I am unaware of his intentions, they evidently conflict with mine. Creating such a grand melee gathering powerful beings from various timelines and eras cannot bode well for Shirjidu, can it? Moreover, given the scale of this endeavor, Shirjidu likely lacks the strength to investigate. Tua scrutinized Salodice from head to toe and continued. My situation is similar. Should I participate in this melee? My whereabouts would certainly be exposed, and Shirjidu and I would not trust each other. It would be better for me to explain the situation to the Supreme Kai of Time, while you engage in the melee, thereby receiving assistance from both sides. What do you think? Salodice pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, time is of the essence. The black-robed figure mentioned he would return in 10 minutes. You must act swiftly. Contemplating contacting Shirjidu, he activated the communicator in his left ear, initiating a video call. After explaining the situation to the young woman on the other end, he allowed the two women to converse. To Salodice's astonishment, the communication between the two supposed adversaries proceeded remarkably smoothly. The young woman quickly acquiesced to Tua's proposal. Winking at Salodice, she sweetly instructed him. In this grand melee gathering powerful beings from various timelines and eras, be cautious, uncle. Maintain communication at all times, and if things turn dire, do not overexert yourself. Nor rely on this woman. Regardless of what occurs, I will find a way to support you. Salodice smiled, his tone gentle. Rest assured, I have a fair understanding of this chaos. No issues will arise. Just as in the game's plot, there not only exists a remarkably gifted scion and the already divine Goku, but also the god of destruction and an angel backing me up. Even if circumstances deviate from expectations, reflecting on the latent power within him that had resonated with his desire to grow stronger during his training in the room of spirit and time, Salodice brimmed with confidence. Observing Salodice's gentle and assured smile, the young woman giggled. Uncle, You remain the same as ever. I shall say no more. The black-robed figure will arrive shortly, so I will disconnect the call now." After bidding farewell to Salodice, the young woman shot a glare at Tua, who was smirking beside her, before ending the communication. "It seems your relationship with that supreme Kai of time is, ha ha ha, how amusing. An ancient being of over 10 million years calls you. This little one, uncle. How delightful." Perhaps due to the young woman's agreement with her proposal, Tua's familiar expression returned, shedding her earlier seriousness. Salodice regarded her with a wary glance. "If you utter another disparaging word about her, I shall unilaterally terminate this collaboration." Witnessing Salodice's defense of the supreme Kai of time, Tua could only wave her hand in concession. "Very well, it seems your relationship is indeed quite good. The black-robed figure should be arriving soon. I shall say no more. Extend your hand." Salodice bore an expression of skepticism. Although he was compelled to cooperate with the woman in the realm of the malevolent deity, the enchantress did not employ any trickery. However, given her history with system events, he found it difficult to trust that she would not deceive him this time. Noticing his distrust, and after checking the time, Tua, with a sigh of resignation, extended her staff and cast a purple beam of light towards the cuff of his sleeve. The light wrapped around the cuff, transforming into Tua's exclusive emblem. As she tapped her staff, her figure gradually faded into the void. "How curious. Why does this little one distrust me so? It is merely a communication spell, after all. But time is of the essence. I shall leave this on your attire. Do take care not to damage your clothing when you arrive, for I shall be unreachable if you do. You must understand that the Kaishin of time cannot provide you with the same support I can. In emergencies, who to contact should be quite clear, no? Hee. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, little one." Salodice glanced at the spot where Tua had vanished, shaking his head. "Trust is scarce between us." He crossed his arms and waited quietly in the vastness of space. As expected, the figure in the black robe appeared punctually within his line of sight. "What is your decision?" Salodice feigned hesitation, adopting a demeanor of careful contemplation. "Very well. I shall partake in this battle." The figure in black emitted a satisfied chuckle and gestured to open a distorted portal. Salodice cast a sidelong glance at the robed figure, who raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "Very well, I shall enter first." With that, the figure stepped into the portal. Salodice maintained his Super Saiyan form, a fierce aura emanating from him as he followed the figure inside. In the next moment, they found themselves in a desolate expanse. "Ha ha ha, behold. This is the battlefield I refer to as the deathmatch, Earth. Here, indulge in the thrill of combat." With that, the figure vanished from Salodice's perception. One might wonder why Salodice refrained from confronting the cloaked figure immediately. The blood of the Scion coursing through his veins and the soul of a warrior within him were aflame with excitement at the prospect of clashing with formidable foes across various timelines and realms. Additionally, this event entailed countless timelines and epics. The figure in black might not even be his true self inviting Bardock and his allies. Engaging in combat without knowing the truth could be perilous. Surely, that girl was aware of these considerations, which is why she consented to Tua's proposal, correct? Salodice took a deep breath. Having made his decision, there was no need for further contemplation. He would observe whether this so-called deathmatch, as described by the figure in black, would unfold like a scripted tale, threatening the destruction of the god of destruction through the life of the Kaishin. However, scanning his surroundings, Salodice's fiery aura only intensified. It appeared there was yet another dilemma to address. "You there, are you also a Scion?" The newcomer, clad in a Capsule Corporation jacket and wielding a longsword, was Trunks. He examined Salodice from head to toe and inquired. Salodice nodded in affirmation. "It seems you are in quite a predicament. That erratic, swelling energy is pursuing you." Trunks looked at Salodice in astonishment. He had been part of this deathmatch for a while and had encountered numerous Scions, yet apart from the familiar faces, none could sense energy like this unfamiliar Scion. Nonetheless, the pressing matter was to confront the formidable foe trailing behind. Although this Scion maintained his Super Saiyan form, the strength of his aura was not excessively high. To face that demon, that would be the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. While I do not know if you are aware of him, there is no time to explain. His power is immense. You must flee. Yet, Salodice merely stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Trunks. It is the first time someone has suggested I retreat in the face of an approaching expert. As fellow Scions, we should possess some understanding of Scion pride, no? To flee without fighting is something even those of our kin, lost in the pleasure of slaughter, would never consider. Besides, hasn't that fellow already seen us? The legendary Super Saiyan Broly has arrived just in time. Before them, a colossal figure appeared, bare-chested, with grass-green hair and eyes devoid of pupils. It was Broly, another insect. Ha 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 ha. No matter how many come, none can stand against me. Just as Salodice was about to strike, a golden beam of light surged alongside Broly, arriving at their side. Phew, I made it just in time. Trunks, are you unharmed? Ah, who is this? Upon seeing the newcomer, Broly's energy surged wildly with agitation. Kakarot. Broly charged towards the newcomer with a speed unfitting for his size. Salodice sighed discreetly, even Goku from other timelines. Salodice stepped forward, executing a sidekick that connected with Broly's head. Chapter 34. My Unique Transformation, Super Saiyan Rose Gold. Broly certainly lived up to his legendary status. Salodice's kick, not delivered with full force, struck Broly, who showed no defensive posture, absorbing the blow without flinching, prompting a silent exclamation of astonishment from Salodice. Seeing Salodice act, Trunks no longer hesitated. He drew his long sword and transformed into a Super Saiyan, slashing at Broly. Simultaneously, Goku launched a punch at Broly. Yet, Broly merely laughed maniacally, allowing both attacks to land upon him. Ineffective. Even under their combined might, Broly remained unyielding, not even sustaining a scratch. You two insects. Do not interfere while I kill Kakarot. The terrifying aura radiated forth, sending all three of them flying. Subsequently, Broly did not fly but sprinted towards Goku, seizing him by the throat and dragging him along. Aya! Goku screamed as he was forced into a mountainside, his body going limp, unable to rise. Trunks trembled slightly. If Uncle Goku cannot withstand a single blow, then we are no match for this creature. I shall hold him off. Flee. Salodice glanced at Trunks, his expression impassive. Yet internally, he shook his head. The S-cells inherited from their forebears certainly made it easier for them to transform into Super Saiyans, and their hybrid Saiyan lineage allowed them to unlock latent powers more readily. In terms of innate talent, these hybrid Saiyans from the original work indeed surpassed their ancestors. Sadly, in terms of mindset, even Trunks, who had experienced a future fraught with despair, proved to be much like his portrayal in the original work. Without someone to show them the vistas of greater heights, they remained stagnant. Yet, their sense of justice and fighting spirit is commendable. Having evaluated the Trunks before him, whose origins were unknown, Salodice turned his gaze towards the slowly advancing Broly. Unlike the ordinary Super Saiyan, which merely serves as a state of augmentation, in this form, Broly's energy continues to gradually intensify. When confronted by an adversary, this enhancement accelerates, leaving one curious about whether there exists a limit to his power. Although he appears to retain some semblance of intelligence rather than being a mere puppet controlled by strength, he has undoubtedly succumbed to madness. Salodice pondered this as he released his Super Saiyan transformation, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Observing Salodice's actions, Trunks was perplexed by this unfamiliar Saiyan, who neither fled nor maintained his Super Saiyan form to confront Broly. He could only stand ready with his sword against the grinning Broly. The sight of my resistance is truly that of a tenacious insect. Trunks's face twitched as he contemplated how to launch an attack. With his eyes shut, teeth clenched, he shouted with all his might. Bolstered by his resolve, Trunks leaped and swung his sword down towards Broly with great force. Clang! Broly easily swatted Trunks aside, erupting into laughter. Not even my hair can be severed by such a feeble assault. Ha ha! However, this laughter abruptly ceased as Broly's gaze shifted towards Salodice, who was struggling to rise. In their eyes, Salodice's aura and hair had transformed into a rose gold hue. Furthermore, his energy had evolved from the ephemeral flames of a typical Super Saiyan to a flowing essence reminiscent of a Super Saiyan god in anime. Opening his eyes, which had also taken on the rose gold tint, they appeared even colder than in his Super Saiyan state. How strange. This Saiyan's form is even his energy has become elusive and difficult to grasp. Trunks murmured to himself, momentarily at a loss. Salodice grinned broadly. I apologize. I am not quite adept at this transformation yet. Thank you for your patience. Broly scrutinized Salodice for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter once more. Ha ha ha. You have even adopted a weaker form. Ha ha ha. Salodice's smile remained intact, his voice tinged with a hint of pity. Is this your final utterance? Broly's laughter swelled. Final utterance. Ha ha ha. Has the pathetic insect been frightened into babbling? Salodice maintained his composure, exuding a sense of pride. Before I send you on your way, remember my name, Salodice. This is my unique transformation, Super Saiyan, Rose Gold. If you have finished your foolish chatter, then perish. Upon hearing Salodice's proclamation, Burori ceased his laughter, unleashing a jade green energy blast towards Salodice. Salodice made no move to evade, merely raising his hand gently. The energy wave, imbued with terrifying energy, resembled a soap bubble in Salodice's hand, pausing momentarily before bursting into nothingness. This action astonished Trunks and drew a curious "oh" from Burori. This Scion not only effortlessly neutralized Burori's energy blast, but also showed no signs of energy eruption, remaining elusive and difficult to perceive. How intriguing. Then how about this? Burori concentrated once more, forming an energy blast that radiated a luminous green light, releasing it towards Salodice. As it traveled, the blast expanded, embodying Burori's signature technique, the gigantic meteor. Like Frieza's death ball, this technique contained energy commensurate with Burori's formidable size, not merely an inflated display. However, unlike Frieza's attack, the power contained within Burori's gigantic meteor was exponentially greater. Look out! Trunks, having witnessed this move before, urgently called out to Salodice. Yet, Salodice paid no heed, extending his hand as he had against the ordinary energy blast. The force of the gigantic meteor shattered like a soap bubble, dissipating into the air. Salodice sighed softly. The legendary Super Saiyan. Perhaps I should attempt hand-to-hand combat? Do not let your hubris cloud your judgment, mere insect. Burori shouted defiantly. Yet his body obediently followed Salodice's suggestion, lunging forward with his right arm, aiming to seize Salodice's neck as he would with Sun Wukong. From Trunks' perspective, just as Burori's right arm was about to strike Salodice's throat, Salodice vanished. Burori suddenly sported multiple fist-shaped indentations on his body, staggering and collapsing to the ground. When Salodice reappeared in Trunks' line of sight, he had placed his foot upon Burori's back. What exactly did he do? Sun Wukong, having finally recovered from Burori's assault, floated over to explain to Trunks. That guy. As Burori's arm was about to collide with him, he shot into the air, then landed and circled around Burori while delivering 7 or 8 rapid punches. He then crouched and swept at Burori's ankle, causing him to lose his balance, before swiftly moving behind Burori and stepping on his back. Such speed, and with Burori's formidable defense, he was able to inflict damage. Who was this individual? Trunks shook his head. I do not know. I merely encountered this Scion while being pursued by Burori. He just introduced himself as Salodice. Suddenly, Trunks had a realization. By the way, can Uncle Wukong see his movements? Sun Wukong, eyes fixed on Salodice as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Burori, casually replied to Trunks. I can keep up with some of it, though it appears quite blurred. I never anticipated there would be such a powerful Scion. Perhaps even Shala would. It is truly exhilarating to have him join this battle to the death. Trunks sighed in resignation. I have been allowing him to escape, with such a figure participating in this brutal contest. It seems my wish to acquire the Super Dragon Balls to save my world will be exceedingly difficult to realize. Just as Sun Wukong and Trunks exchanged banter, Salodice's form came to a halt. It appears that this form requires further refinement when engaged in a balanced combat scenario, but in such a brief time. My body is all ready. Then let us conclude this experiment. Burori's vision blurred, finally revealing Salodice's figure halting before him. Consumed by anger after being overwhelmed by Salodice's rapid assault, Burori pressed his hands down, radiant green light flickering around him, activating a protective shield that clung to his form. Sensing he had indeed grasped Salodice, he thrust his massive chest forward, launching a colossal energy blast that surged from his chest towards Salodice. So, this is the plan. To grapple me closely and then unleash maximum force to obliterate me. Salodice's expression remained unchanged, calmly uttering a single phrase. Unfortunately, it seems that while you possess a certain level of intelligence, you are also prone to sudden outbursts. What leads you to believe that you can restrain me? The figure of Salodice emerged behind Burori, his right hand brandishing a shimmering rose-gold energy blade, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. As Burori felt a chill at his neck, he instinctively touched it, only to discover that blood was seeping out in droplets. He attempted to utter something, but found himself nearly voiceless. I hope the next time we meet, it will be in a future era. If, indeed, it aligns with the narrative of the film, where the original Burori grows stronger over time. Remarkably, that grotesque bioengineered Burori is considered the most powerful among the original Burori in the lore. As Salodice's blade slowly faded away, Burori's head rolled to the ground with a dull thud. Salodice turned and unleashed two key blasts, obliterating both Burori's head and body. Yet, I must admit, you are surprisingly resilient. Despite Burori's might, he remains merely a scion, lacking the regenerative abilities of Buu. Thus, with his head and body reduced to cosmic dust, he could do nothing but watch as his life was extinguished by Salodice. Sensing Burori's energy had completely dissipated, Salodice finally deactivated his transformation and returned to his normal state. At that moment, Suin Wukong, disregarding Trank's admonitions, cheerfully raised a hand in greeting towards Salodice. "Oh, I am Suin Wukong. I hear from Trank that you are Salodice. That form you just displayed is called Super Scion Rose Gold? Haha, how exhilarating. Oh, and by the way, I must thank you for dealing with Burori. Being hunted is hardly a pleasant experience." Salodice waved a hand dismissively, indicating he was not concerned. "If you wish to express gratitude, could you direct me to the nearest town?" Suin Wukong, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless pointed Salodice in the right direction. "It is said that if one follows that path, the city will soon be visible, but I have mostly been fleeing from Burori since my arrival, so I cannot say for certain. That is of little consequence. Until we meet again." Without further conversation, Salodice bid farewell and gently took flight towards the direction indicated by Suin Wukong. Salodice harbored two objectives for this journey to the town. First, to satiate his hunger, as he had not eaten since departing from the spacecraft to traverse the vast expanse of space. Second, to ascertain whether this city aligns with the narrative of the game prior to his crossing over, where a mysterious figure in a black cloak leveraged the life of the Kaioshin to threaten the god of destruction, prompting him and his attendant, Weiss, to organize this tournament. Salodice flew at a leisurely pace, and shortly after departing his origin, he felt a peculiar sensation and looked down. There was a scion clad in archaic battle attire, sporting a hedgehog-like hairstyle, who, even in slumber, continued to wag his tail. This scion, with such an aura, could it be? Salodice recalled the protagonist Charlotte from the Dragon Ball legends before his crossing. He made a mental note of this energy signature. If this scion resembling Charlotte is indeed the one, it might aid my endeavors. Nevertheless, for now, my priorities remain to satisfy my hunger and locate the god of destruction. Chapter 35. Guidance from the Angel and Special Training. Salodice's path ahead. In a lavish villa beside a swimming pool within the town, the god of destruction and his attendant, Weiss, were enjoying the shade. Peering closely at the glowing crystal orb atop his staff, Weiss observed the rather serious expression of the god of destruction, Bylus, who was reclining on a lounge chair with a drink in hand. "Oh ho ho ho, Lord Bylus, I have discovered an intriguing individual seeking us." Bylus raised an eyebrow slightly. Could it be a subordinate of that elusive fellow? How dare he threaten me with the life of the Kaioshin? If only I could find an opportunity. Weiss, noting Bylus's vexation, found it somewhat amusing. "It is not a minion of that fellow. It is the boyfriend of Lady Caine." Bylus instantly sat up cross-legged, setting down his drink. "What? When did that old woman, the Kaioshin of time, find a boyfriend? And how do you know of such matters, Weiss?" Weiss chuckled, explaining, "Lady Caine is quite the culinary artist, and during the times you slumber, I often indulge in her exquisite dishes. Naturally, I became well acquainted with her. Recently, she sent a notice to us old friends, informing us of her newfound relationship." Bylus's forehead twitched with rising irritation. "How dare you sneak off to enjoy such delicacies without me?" Weiss feigned a look of regret. "Oh dear, I seem to have let that slip. Hee hee, would you care to meet this gentleman, Lady Caine's boyfriend?" Bylus scoffed. Despite his annoyance at Weiss' clandestine culinary escapades, the pressing matter at hand took precedence. Since he is the boyfriend of that old woman, he must be involved in this incident. I assumed she would simply leave us to resolve it ourselves. Weiss chuckled lightly in response. "Well, one can never tell. Perhaps he is here to invite me to a feast." Bylus's irritation grew more pronounced. Weiss, reflecting on his current predicament, Bylus sighed in resignation. "Regardless, this matter falls within that old woman's jurisdiction. Since it involves her boyfriend, we might as well take this opportunity to delegate the responsibility to him. Let us go meet him." "Yes, Lord Bylus." With Bylus's command issued, Weiss set aside his playful demeanor, and together they vanished from the scene. Salodice found himself somewhat perplexed. Upon arriving in this town, Eager to procure food to appease his hunger, he suddenly recalled he possessed no currency from Earth to purchase sustenance. Moreover, after searching extensively throughout the town, he had yet to uncover any trace of the god of destruction and his attendant. What a nuisance! Having scoured various eateries and street vendors, could it be that Bylus and Wace are not in this city? Or perhaps the situation is not as I envisioned. That cloaked figure did not use the life of the Kaioshin to coerce the god of destruction into orchestrating this deadly tournament. Perched on the railing of a tall building, Salodice scratched his head. Oh dear, Lord Bylus, it seems this gentleman has not only come for this incident, but also possesses considerable knowledge. Following the sound, Salodice leaped from the railing and turned around. Before him stood none other than the god of destruction and his attendant, the very individuals he had been seeking. Bylus wore an expression of displeasure. Cursed Kaioshin, how could that elusive figure capture him to threaten me? Now, this will surely reach that old woman's ears. And she will mock me. There is no need to inquire. Salodice can ascertain that this event closely aligns with the narrative of Dragon Ball legends. Although the true identity of the figure in the black robe remains shrouded in mystery, as does the purpose behind this deadly contest, once a clue is uncovered, the task of unraveling the rest of the enigma becomes considerably more manageable. However, Salodice soon finds himself filled with curiosity. His girlfriend had mentioned that she shares a good rapport with the Vis siblings from a certain timeline. Could it be that this particular timeline is the one in question? Hey, Vis, could it be that the old woman Kane's boyfriend is mute? He muses. Oh dear, Kane has never mentioned that, has she? Salodice's lips twitch. Indeed, the temperament of the god of destruction is as unpleasant as depicted in the anime, and Vis is quite the jester as well. I was merely contemplating. Who is mute? Anyway, besides, that little demon is hardly an old woman. Upon hearing Salodice speak, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Since he is Kane's boyfriend, she surely must have advised you to show respect to the god of destruction, yes? Given the old woman's standing, I could overlook your informal address just now. But if you speak to me in such a tone when facing me directly, shall I need to correct your attitude? As the words of Beerus reached his ears, Salodice also witnessed the slow rise of Beerus's right hand. Although he could not sense Beerus's energy, his instincts kept warning him. Boom! The rose gold aura erupted with great intensity, and in an instant, Salodice transformed into the Super Saiyan rose gold state. Lord Beerus, should you eliminate my boyfriend here, we would have to rely on the recently commissioned GAC to investigate this matter, wouldn't we? Vis stepped forward with a smile, attempting to mediate. Beerus scoffed, lowering his raised hand and refraining from further comment. Indeed, as Vis had stated, if Salodice were to be vanquished here, they would have to depend on GAC, whom Beerus found rather unreliable. Seeing Beerus relinquish the idea of engaging Salodice, Vis smiled and addressed him. So, my boyfriend has come here for this deadly contest. Has he not? Salodice nodded. Despite Beerus's readiness to strike, which had caused Salodice to abandon any thoughts of collaboration, Vis's intervention made exchanging intelligence seem feasible. However, after their discussion, Salodice felt somewhat disheartened. Vis's knowledge was rather limited, apart from confirming that the figure in the black robe held the life of the Kaioshin. He could only ascertain that this individual hailed from the demon realm, and that this contest was indeed lethal. This was information Salodice had already confirmed through Tawa. Thus, their exchange bore little fruit. Sighing, Salodice abandoned the idea of enjoying a meal courtesy of Beerus and turned to leave. Just then, Vis unexpectedly blocked his path. Pardon my boldness, but while your strength is commendable among humans, this deadly contest brings together formidable beings from various timelines and epochs, many of whom surpass your might. To investigate the identity and motives of the figure in the black robe under such circumstances may prove quite challenging for you. Salodice fell silent for a moment. Vis's words held truth. Although his victory over Broly had come with ease, the shortcomings of the Super Saiyan rose gold form had become evident. This transformation was clearly not a perfected state, and its duration was limited. Moreover, if this deadly contest resembled that of a game, there would undoubtedly be many powerful adversaries who eclipsed Broly. Through his battle with Broly, Salodice had clarified his own strength standing. While he could effortlessly triumph over foes akin to the original Lightning Cell, he feared he could not contend with Majin Buu or beings even stronger. It seems my boyfriend is not opposed to my words. I have a splendid proposal, Vis said, maintaining his ever-present smile. You wouldn't suggest training me, would you, Mr. Vis? Oh ho ho, you guessed correctly. Given my long-standing hospitality from Lady Kane, this is the perfect opportunity to train you in return. And it may aid your investigation as well. Lord Beerus wouldn't object, would he? The perpetually stoic Beerus turned his head away. Do as you wish. It appeared that Lord Beerus had no objections. So, how does that sound to you, my boyfriend? Salodice shrugged. I have no reason to refuse. Vis clapped his hands. Then, before we commence training, let us first fill our stomachs, for you seem rather famished. Salodice's lips twitched. Mr. Vis, my name is Salodice. Could you please refrain from calling me my boyfriend? Thus, Salodice followed Vis to a luxurious villa. This opulent residence was provided by Bulma from this timeline and era, prepared with an abundance of delicacies to entertain Beerus. Since he was there, Salodice indulged in a hearty meal. After satisfying his hunger, Beerus retired to the poolside for a nap. Meanwhile, Salodice accompanied Vis to a different open space. So, how will you conduct my training, Mr. Vis? Vis chuckled softly. Now, Salodice, can you demonstrate once more the transformation you executed before Lord Beerus? Salodice nodded and showcased his Super Saiyan Rose Gold transformation. Vis scrutinized him closely. When you transformed earlier, I noticed that your transformation is quite fascinating. Salodice acknowledged this with a sound, recognizing the hidden power within him that contributed to this transformation. However, he remained uncertain about the specifics. As an angel, Vis possessed immense strength and a profound understanding of realms, leading Salodice to wonder if Vis had some insight. Do you understand the divine realm, Salodice? Vis posed a question, to which Salodice nodded. I have a slight understanding. So indeed, my transformation is related to the divine realm? Vis chuckled. Are you a Scion, Salodice? I initially presumed that a Scion's transformation towards the divine realm would resemble that of Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta, yet your transformation is entirely distinct. Furthermore, though still incomplete, it resembles an internal transformation rather than merely an external display of divine energy. Salodice thought to himself, as expected. During his training in the Room of Spirit and Time, he had envisioned a rose-gold giant ape. At that moment, the giant ape reached out to him, and after that, a newfound power emerged within him. This power was formidable yet elusive. During the use of this power, his training partner, Pasali, had remarked that he could no longer sense Salodice's energy. At that time, Salodice had begun to suspect that this power might belong to the divine. Thus, combining the transformations of Super Saiyan and Giant Ape, along with this newfound power, the Super Saiyan Rose Gold was born. So, how will you proceed with the training, Mr. Vis? Vis covered his mouth and chuckled, pointing to his staff. Since this is an urgent training session, we shall employ this. Within this staff resides a space infused with divine energy. If you cannot master the divine power, you will find it difficult to maneuver within. Salodice understood. This space has also appeared in the original work, where both Vegeta and Son Wukong have trained. By the way, before commencing the special training, should Mr. Salodice reach out to Lord Kane? Salodice nodded and initiated communication with the City of Time. After explaining the situation to the young girl, Whis also stepped into her line of sight. Lord Kane, please remember to invite me to enjoy new delicacies next time. The girl smiled and agreed, giving Salodice a cheeky wink. You must train hard, uncle. Once this incident is resolved, bring Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus to the City of Time. Lord Beerus may have a temper, but he is quite easy to get along with. Salodice smirked. All right, I understand. After concluding the communication with the girl, Salodice pondered for a moment, then vaguely mentioned to Whis that there was someone else he needed to contact, before stepping aside to initiate communication with Tawa. Hee, little one. You must diligently engage in Whis's special training. This is a rare opportunity for rapid enhancement of strength. TCH, for you, my increased strength may not be a good thing. Let us discuss that later. Chapter 36. The Space Within the Staff. The awakened giant ape upon entering the space within Whis's staff. Salodice felt an immense pressure. It was difficult to move, but it was certainly not the result of gravitational force. According to Whis's prior explanation, there are two ways to move freely in this space. The first is to elevate one's foundational strength to a level capable of resisting this pressure. The second, as suggested by Whis, is to enhance and exert divine energy as much as possible to withstand this pressure. This special training period is not particularly lengthy. Yet Salodice readily followed Whis's guidance and commenced his training. Unlike the circumstances of Congo and Vegeta in the original work, Salodice's divine energy is neither derived from a transformation ritual to become a Super Saiyan god like Sun Wukong, nor is it acquired through training like Vegeta. This divine energy is an innate power within him. When he touched the giant ape that lay dormant in the depths of his spiritual world, he could sense that the ape represented the latent power within himself. Even without engaging in profound training, as long as he continued to live, he would eventually master this power entirely. Thus, compared to Congo and Vegeta, this training was considerably simpler for him. Salodice had only 2 tasks to accomplish. The first was to use the pressure in this space to once again enter the state he achieved in the Room of Spirit and Time, where he had depleted all his power, and to once more encounter the giant ape within his spiritual world. The second task was also to utilize this pressure to overcome the flaw of the Super Saiyan Rose not being sustainable. While Salodice was engaged in training, Whis cheerfully connected with the communication from the King of Time. Mr. Whis, I must thank you for your assistance. Oh, there is no need to thank me for helping this gentleman with his training. As I have mentioned, this is merely a token of gratitude for Lord Kane inviting me to sample numerous delicacies. No, I am well aware of that. What I wish to express gratitude for is how you eased the tension, preventing Uncle and Lord Beerus from coming to blows. The girl appearing on the other end of the staff bore a slightly sorrowful expression. Whis could likely discern that Uncle possessed an inherent pride, and it would be unlikely for him to ever bow his head and call Lord Beerus by his title, even unto death. Whis maintained his smile. Lord Kane, you are overthinking this. Even without my intervention, Lord Beerus would not truly engage in conflict with this gentleman. Otherwise, he would not have permitted me to assist in his training, would he? Meanwhile, Beerus lay on a recliner, sipping through a straw, gazing at the brilliant sun hanging in the sky, as Sun Wukong's figure appeared beside him. Wukong, let me ask you, have you ever seen a Saiyan with hair that turns rose gold? Sun Wukong's expression suddenly turned perplexed. Rose gold? What color is that? Beerus's expression faltered, his mouth twitching. You, Whis, where are you? Oh dear, my apologies, Lord Kane. I shall talk with you later. For Lord Beerus is calling for me. Well then, I entrust you with Uncle, Mr. Whis. Once this matter is resolved, I will treat you and Lord Beerus to a sumptuous feast. With a smile, Whis terminated the communication with the King of Time and appeared beside Beerus as if by instant transmission. What is it, Lord Beerus? Beerus pointed at Sun Wukong, his tone impatient. Show this fool what rose gold looks like. Honestly, do all Saiyans lack literacy? Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus, you are inquiring about Mr. Wukong's gentleman's transformation, are you not? Oh, I suspect Mr. Wukong would not recognize this transformation either, but it wouldn't hurt to take a look. The gentleman is currently training in my staff space. Let me see. Oh, he is just maintaining that transformation state. Mr. Wukong, come take a look. Upon hearing Whis's words, Sun Wukong curiously leaned in. What met his eyes was Salodice, sustaining the Super Saiyan Rose transformation, gradually moving his body. Sun Wukong had certainly never seen such a transformation. The golden hair of a Super Saiyan, the red hair of the Ultra Instinct state, and even Zamasu, who had stolen his body, bore pink rather than this hue. Who is this? What transformation is this? Does Lord Beerus know? Unable to tolerate Sun Wukong's disjointedness any longer, Beerus shouted at him. If I knew, would I need to ask you? Ah, why has Lord Beerus suddenly become angry? Whis chuckled, smoothing over the situation. There is no need for Lord Beerus to be upset. I actually have some understanding of this gentleman's state. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus sighed in relief, no longer paying attention to Sun Wukong, and anxiously inquired of Whis. Quickly, tell me what this is. He may be so weak in his normal state, yet upon entering that transformation, he exudes a divine aura. Ah, as expected of Lord Beerus. You discerned it at a glance. This gentleman seems to possess innate divine power. There exists such a Saiyan. Though Beerus chose to ignore Sun Wukong, he still leaned in with curiosity. Whis smiled and explained. Our angel race, as well as the Kaishin race, are also born with divine energy. So it is not unusual for such individuals to appear among the Saiyans. So that's how it is. The oblivious Sun Wukong easily accepted this explanation, rubbing his hands together with a grin. I really want to test my strength against him. Whis's laughter grew louder, teasing Beerus. Mr. Wukong may be disappointed. This gentleman's current strength likely cannot match a fully powered Mr. Wukong. However, perhaps one day, this gentleman may surpass Lord Beerus. Beerus huffed, turning his head away. To surpass me, he would need to wait several million years. That is impossible. Weiss cast a knowing glance at Beerus. If Lord Beerus remains this lethargic, it may not take that long. Perhaps just a short nap, and that gentleman might very well be able to exchange blows with Lord Beerus. Beerus simply closed his eyes and fell silent. As the most formidable among the destroyers, he could hardly believe the words of Weiss. I am hungry, Weiss. Fetch me something to eat. But Lord Beerus, didn't you just have a meal? Enough chatter, be quick. Yes, yes. Within the confines of the staff's realm, under the oppressive aura of divine energy, Salodice struggled to maintain his Super Saiyan rose gold form and reverted to his normal state. Once back to his regular form, movement became increasingly arduous. In his rose gold state, he could manage a few staggering steps, but in his normal state, even the slightest motion of his fingers required considerable effort. Soon, Salodice felt utterly exhausted. In a daze, he once again entered his mental realm, where he encountered the rose gold great ape. Unlike the first time he had encountered the great ape within the room of spirit and time, it was no longer in a dormant state. The great ape did not speak. It was Salodice, and Salodice was it. There was no need for inquiries. The great ape understood what Salodice sought. Must we involve ourselves in these troubles? If you were to find a quiet place to cultivate, even without Weiss's assistance, you could quickly master this power. Why waste your time on those who are inherently weaker than you? Salodice, having exchanged a fist bump with the great ape and received a more abundant divine energy, did not immediately leave the mental space. Although the great ape and Salodice were essentially one, there remained subtle distinctions, which Salodice had realized upon their first meeting. The great ape possessed all of Salodice's memories. Yet for it, those memories were merely akin to a film. While it had consciousness, that consciousness could not aid the great ape in comprehending Salodice's emotions. Thus, the great ape posed its question. Leaning against the great ape's sturdy leg, Salodice responded with a smile. How could this be considered a trouble? Engaging in battles with numerous powerful beings is precisely the essence of this power's existence. I cannot comprehend. Even if you wish to contend with the strong, once you fully master me, you could face the destroyers or even the angels. Why squander time on these inferiors? That would be rather dull, and moreover, the matters here posed significant troubles for the little demons. But you likely cannot fathom my feelings for the little demons, can you? You are right. I still cannot understand. Yet, I am ultimately just your power. All decisions rest with you. You shall determine your path, and once you fully master me, my consciousness will dissipate, merging entirely with you. Indeed, but I believe I will miss you then. The mental realm fell silent thereafter. Feeling sufficiently rested, Salodice rose. I shall continue my cultivation. I suspect I will frequently visit this space in the coming days, so you may find it hard to rest. You know, my slumber is merely due to my body being unable to bear the power. I shall not slumber again. Humph, don't speak so boringly. Off I go. Salodice waved his hand and departed the mental space, leaving the great ape to remain silent in the dark expanse of the mental realm. Upon exiting the mental space, Salodice felt a resurgence of power within his body, stronger than it had been initially. After entering the rose gold state, his movements became somewhat easier, confirming the effectiveness of Salodice's training. However, Weiss, Mr. Weiss, are you there? Salodice called out loudly for a while before Weiss's voice echoed in the staff's realm. What is it, Mr. Salodice? I did not bring any food with me. I am so hungry. Ahaha, Mr. Salodice seems to be a bit scatterbrained like Mr. Sun Wukong. Please wait a moment. I shall toss some food to you. Weiss's voice faded, and after a while, a pile of snacks such as cookies and chips was thrown in. Salodice, not concerned with the flavor, grabbed some to satiate his hunger. Having filled his stomach, he resumed his training. From struggling to take steps to executing a complete set of punches, from only being able to move in his rose gold form to running in his normal state, Salodice made rapid progress in his training within the staff's realm. By the third day, Salodice could move in his normal state as if he were in the outside world. Thus, his training concerning divine energy reached a conclusion. Clearly, Weiss occasionally monitored the situation within the staff's realm. Shortly after Salodice completed his training, before he could even call out, Weiss had already opened an exit for him. Upon emerging into the outside world, Salodice swiftly retracted his rose gold state. At that moment, Weiss was by the poolside, enjoying a large bowl of ice cream. After finishing your special training, would you like to have some ice cream too, Mr. Salodice? Bulma's ice cream is truly delicious. Weiss inquired, and Salodice did not decline. Then I shall indulge in a serving as well. After enjoying the enormous ice cream, Salodice stretched and stood up. It appears that Mr. Salodice has once again adapted to the external environment, so I wish you success in your investigations, Weiss remarked to Salodice. By the way, Mr. Sun Wukong from my side also asked me to convey a message to you. After resolving this incident and becoming stronger, he wishes to have a spar with you. Salodice was initially surprised, but then nodded in understanding. Indeed, the Sun Wukong here had likely reached at least the level of the Tournament of Power arc in Dragon Ball Super, and facing his current self might not suffice for him. No problem. I too wish to witness the strength of Mr. Weiss's disciple. Farewell, Mr. Weiss. Salodice waved and soared into the sky. After Salodice's figure vanished from sight, Beerus emerged slowly, stretching. This fellow is growing stronger at an astonishing pace. Weiss turned his head, smiling as he once more advised Beerus. Thus, I say, should Lord Beerus continue to be lazy? Humph, Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Even if I grow at a rapid pace, it cannot compare to my own. Weiss, accompany me in a training match. The following is a note I wish to express. If you are uninterested, feel free to skip ahead. Initially, I was not writing on this platform. I will refrain from mentioning where I wrote before. Due to personal reasons, I switched platforms, revised my outline and content, and published this novel here. I am someone who greatly enjoys reading comments. As you may have seen me frequently responding in the comment section, I wish to express my gratitude to every reader who has left suggestions, opinions, or words of support in the comments. I take your suggestions seriously. I also appreciate those who can pick up on certain references in my writing. Furthermore, I am deeply thankful to those who admire the character of my protagonist. A significant part of Salodice's character is a reflection of myself, someone who loves combat, enjoys martial arts, and is fond of Dragon Ball, akin to a stubborn stone in a pit, yet maintaining a sense of integrity. Naturally, there are comments in the section that I do not appreciate or that are unfavorable. There are reasons for not initially choosing this platform. My words may be rather blunt, but the individuals on that website are significantly less competent. This can be evidenced by the validation period of my book, where the comments section is filled with self-righteous critiques rather than constructive suggestions, and those who, having barely skimmed the text, launch into baseless accusations with an air of superiority. I am indeed a flawed individual. Had I intended to cater to such opinions, I would not have conceived this story in the first place. Writing a mindless, gratifying narrative is far simpler and more palatable to the majority than the tale I wish to tell. Yet, the myriad advantages of doing so pale in comparison to a singular truth. I abhor the protagonists of such mindless stories. What I seek is a coherent narrative that fulfills my fantasies, and if it can spark interest and resonance among readers, that would be the ultimate achievement. If not, it matters little. It would simply be a failure. So what of it? In conclusion, I will continue to engage with everyone in the comments section, and I will be immensely grateful for any suggestions or opinions, but I implore you not to inundate me with those self-important replies. I have navigated the tumultuous waters of Zuin for several seasons now, and no one has managed to best me in a verbal confrontation. Please refrain from provoking me in the comments, as I cannot stifle my anger, and I would not wish to dampen the spirits of other readers who peruse the comments section. I kindly ask those who consider themselves above others to keep their mouths shut and cease to provoke me. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to all. Chapter 37. The chaotic city. The red-cloaked scion, Salodice, descended slowly, his expression grim. Can these miscreants truly be invited to partake in this battle? Salodice found it hard to comprehend the criteria by which the figure in the black robe selected warriors. Before his eyes were the lowly foot soldiers of the Frieza force, clad in battle attire and armed with firearms, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Even such detritus could be summoned to participate in this life-and-death struggle. Nearby, the Frieza soldiers, reveling in their destruction and carnage, spotted Salodice, exchanged whispers, and then aimed their weapons at him, pulling the triggers. Salodice merely shook his head. Why do they refuse to cherish their fleeting lives and instead rush towards death? Faced with these inept soldiers, incapable even of unleashing a ki blast, Salodice felt no desire to raise a hand against them, merely casting a glance their way. With that glance, the energy blasts fired from their weapons veered off course, striking the soldiers with precision, turning their blood and flesh into the very materials for fireworks, which then erupted. In truth, how do their actions differ from those of the Scions? Salodice walked through the ruins of the city. Indeed, what difference is there? It is merely a matter of differing targets for their aggression. He could allow the Scions to rampage on other planets without intervening, yet upon witnessing such scenes today, He could not help but retaliate against these soldiers. Ultimately, regardless of the Scion's brutality, in Salodice's eyes, they remain foolish, yet they are of his kin, sharing the same bloodline. The notion of aiding one's kin over justice. Before his traversal through time, he had often lambasted others for their double standards. How then? Does he not embody a similar hypocrisy? A self-deprecating smile crept across Salodice's face as he unleashed a ki blast, along with the crumbling walls that served as cover. The soldiers attempting to ambush him were turned to dust. With that blast, life in this city was extinguished. No, there remained a presence. Friend, why must you hide? There was no response. Salodice sighed deeply, and with a flicker of thought, ascended to his Super Scion form. Your presence is well concealed, and indeed, not everyone can sense divine energy, but unfortunately for you, I am not just anyone. Humph. Has that individual summoned such troublesome foes? Entering Salodice's line of sight was a figure cloaked in red. Yet, so be it. Regardless of how troublesome this foe may be, they are still a Scion. Vanish, Scion. Salodice sidestepped the red-cloaked figure's assault, delivering a kick to their back, using the momentum to perform a backflip and land in a defensive stance. Before we engage, let us clarify our intentions. You too are a Scion, are you not? You speak of Scions vanishing. Why not eliminate yourself? The ground beneath them cracked as the red-cloaked figure absorbed the force of Salodice's kick into the earth, regrouping and charging at Salodice once more. I am destined to lead the Scions forward, and you, with your tainted bloodline, shall be eradicated, perish. TCH. Salodice shook his head, his form darting about. It seems you are of a type that cannot be reasoned with. Then let us engage in combat. With a surge of energy, Salodice advanced, dodging the red-cloaked figure's punch, raising his knee to strike their abdomen. Turning, he brought his fists downward in a hammering motion onto the figure's back. Although these strikes were swift, they seemed to inflict little damage on the red-cloaked figure in Super Scion form. The figure momentarily halted but quickly seized the opportunity to retaliate with an elbow strike aimed at Salodice's ribs. Salodice twisted his body, evading the blow. However, this evasion also meant that Salodice's offensive had ceased, allowing the red-cloaked figure to initiate their counterattack. The figure regained their footing, feigned a punch, yet swiftly moved behind Salodice, conjuring a ki blast aimed at him. Salodice had no time to evade and could only grit his teeth, channeling energy into his right hand to meet the oncoming blast with his fist. Boom. A violent explosion forced both parties to stagger back. Compared to Salodice's 5 steps, the red-cloaked figure retreated less. Salodice twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound. It seems I cannot rely solely on Super Scion prowess to contend with you. As Salodice uttered these words, a rose-gold hue enveloped him. Though the red-cloaked figure's face was obscured, a hint of hesitation was evident. What is this? Salodice's lips curled into a smirk. This is my unique form, Super Scion Rose Gold. The red-cloaked figure sensed the divine energy mingled within Salodice's aura, but responded with mockery. It is merely a hodgepodge of divine energy. Do not become too proud. Humph. The black-cloaked figure's aura began to shimmer with a hint of red as they charged at Salodice. Salodice's smile widened. A hodgepodge of divine energy? Ha ha. How utterly ludicrous. You, with your tainted demonic essence, dare to call my energy mixed? Silence. The red-cloaked figure's onslaught intensified under Salodice's derision. After a series of exchanges, the figure performed a roll in midair to create distance. Tainted bloodline, perish. Wild cannon. With a single palm thrust, a torrent of furious energy surged towards Salodice. Remarkably swift. Yet, still beneath my capabilities. Salodice raised both hands high, then brought them down in a flower-like formation before launching. 1,000 gigabytes. Flash. The 1,000 gigabytes clashed with the wild cannon in midair, and for a moment, neither side could claim victory. Mere tainted bloodlines. The red-cloaked figure roared, increasing their energy output. Salodice's expression remained unchanged, his energy output rising in tandem with that of the red-cloaked figure. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted at the point of their two techniques' convergence. Dense clouds of dust billowed forth as Salodice waved his hand, summoning a tempest. As the smoke dissipated, Salodice was taken aback to discover a figure standing beside the crimson-robed man. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized Zamasu. It appears you are acquainted with me, human. Zamasu remarked in a condescending tone that irked Salodice immensely, prompting him to retort with scorn. Ah, the dog of the foolish human Project Zero. I have heard whispers of you. Human, do not become too audacious. Clearly, Zamasu was more irritable than the crimson-robed man. Salodice's casual mockery had flushed his skin with a hint of red, revealing his rising anger. Salodice chuckled softly. What is this? Are you embarrassed and ready to strike? By all means, come and see how long your immortality can withstand my blows, worthless creature. Zama's expression darkened further, yet he ultimately regained his composure. Human, I shall settle this score with you one day. With that ominous promise, Zamasu gestured, creating a rift resembling a starry expanse behind him, and retreated alongside the crimson-robed man. Salodice refrained from intervening. Although he possessed sealing techniques capable of countering Zamasu's immortality, he could not disregard the possibility of Black Wukong arriving to aid Zamasu. Despite his disdain for Black Wukong, he had pilfered the refined form of Sun Wukong, a master of divine realms, and wielded the Portland earrings. The crimson-robed man's strength was also commendable, sufficient to engage Salodice for a considerable time without succumbing, if he could buy some time for Black Wukong and Zamasu to fuse. Since they opted for retreat, Salodice allowed them to leave. After all, they would clash eventually, and by then, his power would undoubtedly have escalated beyond its current level. At that moment, Salodice ceased his musings and turned to depart, only to be astonished by a pink figure plummeting from the sky. Although the impact seemed modest, Salodice had no desire to become a cushion and quickly leaped backward. As the pink figure descended, a streak of light streaked across the sky, landing nearby. Upon closer inspection, Salodice couldn't help but laugh. The fallen pink figure was Doria, and closely following was Charlotte, whom he had encountered during flight. It seemed Charlotte had indeed bested Doria before him. After landing, Charlotte glanced at Salodice, her nose twitching slightly. This place carries a familiar scent. Hey, do you know who has been here? Salodice briefly recalled the narrative of the legend of the fierce battle and realized that the protagonist of that tale possessed an acute sense of smell and intuition. Detecting the scent of the crimson-robed man, his brother, Jeffrey. However, given Charlotte's current amnesiac state, she was unaware of the scent's origin. Salodice shrugged. Before we delve into that, perhaps it would be prudent to deal with the individual before us? Charlotte pondered and agreed. Thus, she extended her hand, unleashing a ki blast that swiftly eliminated the still unconscious Doria, turning her attention back to Salodice. Now, can you enlighten me? Salodice continued to shrug, raising an eyebrow. This location is not suitable for conversation. Let us relocate. Charlotte hesitated momentarily, but, once regaining her breath, signaled Salodice to follow her as she soared into the sky. After departing the ruined city, they arrived at a fresh, breezy canyon. What do you think of this place? Salodice nodded in satisfaction, casually selecting a patch of grass to sit upon. Although the wild canyon and the aura of the crimson-robed man affirmed for Salodice that he was indeed facing Jeffrey, the twin brother of the protagonist Charlotte from the previous life's game narrative, he ultimately believed it unwise to entirely impose the game's plot upon reality, thus only sharing the information he genuinely perceived. In that shattered city, I encountered a crimson-robed man who bore a striking resemblance to you. Perhaps he is your brother? Charlotte appeared perplexed. My brother? Salodice shrugged, indicating that was all he knew. Charlotte soon set aside her confusion and continued conversing with Salodice. You are a scion as well? My name is Charlotte, and yours? Salodice casually plucked a blade of grass to chew on, reclining to bask in the sun's warmth. I am Salodice, also a scion. Just then, two new figures appeared within Salodice's line of sight. Oh, Charlotte, who are they? This is my newly met friend, Salodice. Salodice, these are Bulma and Gak. I am currently employed by them for protection. Salodice silently scoffed at Charlotte's friendly demeanor. Nonetheless, he cheerfully extended his hand in greeting. Hello, I am Salodice. The young girl among the two figures beamed with excitement, rushing to Salodice's side, clutching his arm with enthusiasm. What a handsome guy. Hey, I'm Bulma. And this is my little brother Gak. Hi there. Do you have a girlfriend? Salodice's mouth twitched. So this was how Bulma appeared in her youth. Subtly extricating himself from Bulma's grasp, he shifted slightly away. Gak waved his hands, brimming with excitement. I am an elite in the Galactic Patrol, not just your little brother. Gak, a mere minnow? I am not a minnow. I am Gak. Scion. Sorry, I should not have raised my voice. Salodice shrugged. He couldn't help but find humor in Gak's name, which, when pronounced in Japanese, sounded remarkably similar to minnow, leading him to tease. At that moment, Charlotte spoke again. Regardless, did you bring back any food? I just finished a battle and am quite hungry. Although she was captivated by the handsome man before her, her safety depended on her bodyguard, so satisfying her hunger was paramount. I did. I brought back plenty of delicious food. Would you care to join me? Salodice rubbed his stomach, contemplating. Very well, I am a bit hungry too. Bulma then retrieved a box from her pocket, rummaged through it, and tossed a capsule on the ground. Boom. As the dust settled, a long table laden with various dishes appeared. Charlotte's expression brightened, and she rushed forward. Using her hands to grab the roasted meat, her words muffled. I am starting. Salodice could barely make out that fragment. The rest was a mix of indistinct sounds. Thank you. Salodice chose to express his gratitude first before stepping forward to select his food. Upon seeing the two scions sprawled on the ground, satiated, Bulma conjured a refrigerator from the capsule. Here are some drinks. Would you like a bit? As she spoke, it was evident she was directing her gaze towards Salodice. He did not hesitate to open the refrigerator, scanning its contents before selecting a can of juice to sip on. Bulma immediately approached. Handsome, would you mind switching girlfriends? Salodice was taken aback, though dating a wealthy woman had its perks. His own little girlfriend was far more appealing. Sorry, I am not interested. Chapter 38. The clown is ultimately a pitiful clown. And the emperor is far from an invincible monarch once again rejected. Ma did not succumb to despair. Instead, she quietly stepped aside while still attempting to engage with Salodice. Hey, handsome, you look like a scion, just like Xiaoyuot. Are you also very powerful? Upon hearing this query, Salodice fell into contemplation. If he were to claim weakness, it must be acknowledged that the space of Whis' staff, imbued with divine energy, possesses a time flow distinct from the outside world, akin to the house of spirit and time. Having trained for what equates to 3 days in the external realm, could he truly consider himself weak? Yet, to assert that he was indeed strong felt equally flawed. Both the angel Whis and the god of destruction, Bylus, revealed only glimpses of their true power to him, let alone the prospect of engaging them in battle. In the vast multiverse, figures of such caliber were by no means rare. Could he genuinely deem himself a strong warrior? Ultimately, Salodice settled on a self-assessment of being not particularly strong, yet not entirely weak either. Clearly dissatisfied with this ambiguous response, Ma pressed further. How do you compare to that Xiaoyuot? Just as Salodice prepared to reply, Geik interjected. This fellow is considerably stronger than Xiaoyuot. If we were to make a comparison, I fear Xiaoyuot would be defeated in an instant. At this remark, Xiaoyuot, who had been expending his excess energy from a hearty meal, felt a surge of indignation and was about to retort, only to let his hand fall in resignation, a hint of gloom evident on his face. All right, Geik has a point. If I were to face Salodice, I would indeed be dispatched in an instant. Just approaching him sends my instincts into overdrive, warning me of imminent danger, akin to confronting Lord Bylus. I am certainly no match for Bylus. At least not at this moment. You are aware of Lord Bylus? Ma inquired, astonishment flickering across her features as she turned to Salodice, who merely shrugged. I encountered him once. It was hardly a pleasant experience, thanks to Mr. Whis' intervention. Before Ma or Xiaoyuot could respond, Geik chimed in. In any case, you probably don't use honorifics for Lord Bylus, just like Xiaoyuot. It's quite baffling how scions show such disrespect towards deities. Salodice was about to voice a reply when he sensed an unexpected aura materializing nearby, causing him to furrow his brow. Even in a relaxed state, he maintained an awareness of his surroundings. If an entity like Bylus or Whis approached undetected, it would be understandable. However, the approaching presence, while not overwhelmingly powerful, bore a familiar, sinister energy. Ah, it appears you all are enjoying your meal quite well. Would you care for some postprandial fruit? Before Salodice could speak, Ma boldly approached the newcomer, Mr. Sun Wukong, or rather, Sun Jun. The figure, wearing an evil grin, reached out to seize Ma as she approached. Oh, Miss Ma, you ought to be more discerning. This is no Sun Wukong. Geik, do keep an eye on this foolish woman. Ma felt a momentary blur, finding herself back at her original position, while Salodice had grasped her wrist, seemingly unaware of how he had done so. He shook his head, releasing her after uttering a single phrase, then turned to face Dailies with a cold smirk. I was curious who could approach me so stealthily. And it turns out to be you, Dailies. Indeed, the newcomer was Dailies, whom Salodice had faced in their initial battle and was humorously dubbed Brother Fruit in a past life. Dailies paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. It seems the version of me from another timeline has left quite an impression on this hostile compatriot. I wonder if my alternate self inflicted significant harm upon you? Salodice scoffed. How unfortunate for you. You are mistaken. It is merely your shamelessness and repulsiveness that have left a deep impression on me, you wretched creature, even inferior to a discarded placenta. Dailies' face twitched, while Buurma, standing behind Salodice, looked at Gake and Xiaoluo with astonishment. Are there really scions who excel at insults? Xiaoluo shrugged, indicating he had lost his memory, and even his identity as a scion had been disclosed by others. Gake also shook his head. At least among the scions I have encountered, there has been none like this, even if they merely enjoy mocking their opponents. Disregarding the trio's discussion behind him, Salodice tilted his head, observing the nearly crimson-faced Dailies. I wonder how many fruits from the Tree of Might you have consumed? Dailies glanced at the fruit in his hand, emanating dark energy, regaining some composure. Before Dailies could respond, Salodice continued. In my timeline, you barely had the chance to consume the fruit before meeting your demise at my hands. If you, like him, failed to satiate yourself, then you are indeed as pitiable as he is. Dailies took a bite of the fruit, feeling a surge of power within, and laughed maniacally as he addressed Salodice. Fear not for me. I have consumed plenty of fruits from the Tree of Might. Allow me to avenge the pitiful version of myself from that timeline, dear compatriot. However, before he could finish his menacing proclamation, Salodice's figure vanished from his sight. Where? Dailies exclaimed, realizing too late that he had failed to detect the presence of someone standing atop his head. Salodice's voice echoed from above Dailies. Fool! Even without sensing energy, did you not notice someone standing on your head? Only then did Dailies feel the sensation of being trampled from above, panic gripping him. Salodice wasted no time waiting for Dailies to react, channeling his power downward. As effortlessly as inserting a chopstick into sand, Dailies was pressed into the earth. Salodice shook his head lightly. How tedious. No matter how many fruits from the Tree of Might you consume, you remain nothing more than refuse, an imbecile reliant on external factors, akin to a frog in a well. Do not underestimate me. Experience my ultimate move. Not far away, Dailies erupted from the ground, unleashing his deadly technique. The death energy ring, towards Salodice. Salodice turned to face the sound, his eyes filled with pity. Would it not be better to become fertilizer for this planet's soil? Or do you prefer to become fireworks instead? The death energy ring collided with Salodice, shattering like glass under a hammer. Salodice continued without a moment's pause. However, I have witnessed your transformation into fireworks once before, and it was rather filthy. Slowly extending his right hand, he began to gather a ki blast. Regardless of how slowly Salodice formed the ki blast, Dailies found himself unable to move even an inch under Salodice's cold gaze. He felt like a creature at the bottom of the food chain, targeted by its predator. The ki blast was released, lazily soaring towards Dailies. Upon collision, it erupted into a fiery explosion, leaving behind Dailies' final words. No, it cannot be. I should be the strongest. Salodice observed the fireworks born from Dailies, clicking his tongue in disdain. You appear even filthier than the Dailies from my timeline. How utterly mundane. Turning away, while Gake and Xiaoluo seemed unperturbed, Buurma's expression darkened considerably. It is indeed true that the youthful Bulma, in her innocence, finds it difficult to accept such a gruesome scene, especially when faced with the annihilation of a living being. The brutal act of obliterating a person to mere ashes is perhaps too cruel for a girl who has just embarked on her adventurous journey. However, it is for the best. Having witnessed such savagery in herself, she may no longer cling to her former self. Who exactly is that individual? It was the somewhat less composed scion, Charlotte, who first posed the question to Salodice. Salodice waved his hand and began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding Dallas. That fellow is no better than the version I've vanquished in my timeline. He possesses a fruit known as the Spirit Tree Fruit. This is the very fruit he held when he appeared, and consuming it would exponentially increase one's power. Charlotte gasped in astonishment. Is there truly such a convenient item? Conversely, the less powerful Jack exhibited a greater level of composure and analytical prowess. Such a handy item must surely come at a cost. Salodice snapped his fingers in acknowledgement. That fruit absorbs the life energy of the planet from which the seed is planted until it withers away. Given what that fellow just insinuated, he has likely already decimated numerous life-bearing planets. Bulma, having finally regained her composure from witnessing Salodice eliminate Dallas, now wore a look of disdain. He truly sounds like a vile character. Salodice and Charlotte turned their gazes towards a particular direction. Salodice was the first to speak. That energy signature belongs to Frieza, does it not? After all, he claims to be the ruler of the universe. Is it in keeping with a monarch's style to conceal his whereabouts? Frieza? Jack exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. To him, the notorious reputation of the evil emperor was as deafening as thunder, especially since he had once witnessed the terrifying Golden Frieza firsthand. However, upon glancing at Salodice, Jack felt reassured. This fellow should possess the strength to withstand Frieza, after all. Such keen perception he possesses, yet I harbor no ill intentions. As Salodice and Charlotte fixed their gaze in that direction, Frieza, maintaining his first form, sauntered forth with the gait of a king from behind the mountains. Charlotte cast a glance at Salodice and whispered, "Is this strength for real?" Salodice regarded her with a knowing look. Should you fully recover your memories and unleash your true power, Frieza would be but a mere triviality. While Charlotte was intensely curious about Salodice's words, she remained silent. Aware that the Frieza before them had unclear motives, she tensed her muscles, ready for battle. Salodice, however, seemed remarkably at ease, judging by the energy he emanated. Although this Frieza was significantly stronger than the one he had effortlessly sealed away in his timeline, his power was still limited. It seemed that this ordinary Frieza had yet to unlock his golden form and had only marginally improved since arriving in this life-or-death scenario. Nevertheless, even if it were Golden Frieza, it mattered little. After all, engaging with the red-robed Jeffret, who possessed Super Saiyan God power, had left him unfulfilled. If the opponent had mastered the golden form, it would perfectly satiate his appetite for combat. I seek this individual. Frieza pointed towards Salodice. The Scion has matters to discuss. Might I ask the rest of you to vacate the premises? Before Charlotte could finish her sentence, Salodice interjected. Since His Majesty the Emperor has made such a request, it would be wise for you to leave. Casting a glance towards Bulma, Jack quickly understood and pulled Bulma and Charlotte away, exhaling deeply once he felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently. Why must we leave? That Frieza fellow not only radiates immense power but, like the earlier Dallas, exudes an exceptionally malevolent aura. It is reckless to leave Salodice alone to confront such a being. Seeing Bulma's expression mirrored his own thoughts, Jack was filled with frustration. Frieza is reputed to be the invincible emperor of the universe. Even if Salodice can match him, our presence would only hinder him. Charlotte, you too must sense the disparity in our strengths, right? In an instant, we could be killed. If Salodice disregards us, our lives would be at stake, and if he considers us, the situation would only worsen. Charlotte wanted to voice her thoughts, but could only strike the ground with her fist in frustration, causing the earth to tremble. Damn it! Putting aside the main character's regrets, Frieza, upon witnessing the three depart, wore a smile and addressed Salodice with what seemed to be an invitation. Might this Scion gentleman be interested in collaborating with me? Initially, I thought the Scion who just left was the hooded man I sought to partner with. But upon closer inspection, he does not appear to be him. Thus, I have chosen you, the seemingly stronger Scion. You should feel honored. Ho ho ho. Salodice's laughter contained a hint of disdain. Were it not for the vague recollection that Frieza's appearance before Charlotte was a main storyline event within the game, and his desire to glean information from Frieza's disclosures, Salodice would not have wasted his time with the likes of this cosmic monarch. Enough of the idle chatter. I am well aware of your malice towards Scions, so spare me the pretense. What has compelled you to collaborate with the very wild monkeys you detest? Just speak plainly. Frieza's brow furrowed, then relaxed. It seems in your timeline, you and I belong to the same era. While I am curious about the fate of this Scion you represent in my timeline, given the current circumstances and your undeniable murderous intent, it would be unwise for me to inquire further. Salodice raised an eyebrow, wearing a half-smile. A wise decision. Now, there is no need to flaunt your analytical abilities. Speak quickly, for I cannot guarantee how much patience I have left. Frieza cast a cold glance at Salodice. His hands, which had been clasped behind his back, instinctively clenched, only to eventually relax again. I have witnessed the scene of you dispatching that Scion, so we can forego the testing of your strength. Now, let us discuss the terms of our collaboration. I wonder if you would be interested in joining forces? Salodice raised an eyebrow, indicating for Frieza to continue. Of course, I do not mean collaborating in this life-or-death struggle. I refer to my forces that are currently active in this era. Have you had the pleasure of encountering them? Those rabble? Frieza chuckled behind his hand. Is that all my subordinates are worth in your eyes? How unfortunate. Returning to the matter at hand, my subordinates have been wantonly wreaking havoc upon the cities, even though I have not issued any orders for them to act freely. Of course, this is not the most significant issue. What I cannot tolerate is that these subordinates dared to attack me upon seeing me. Frieza paused, seemingly collecting his thoughts. After capturing a few alive for interrogation, I discovered that there is someone who bears a striking resemblance to me impersonating me and giving orders to my subordinates, while simultaneously declaring me the imposter and inciting them to attack. Surely, you can appreciate how intolerable this is for an emperor like myself? Salodice maintained a smile tinged with mockery as he retorted. After all, he was a cosmic emperor, regardless of the strength of that imposter. It should not be overly difficult for you to breach the defenses of your hapless subordinates and confront the fraud directly, should it? He chuckled softly. Those subordinates have indeed become somewhat stronger compared to the past. However, even the enhanced Frieza force could never impede my advance. I am merely curious about the method through which their strength was augmented. If I were to appear brazenly, I fear that such a goal would remain unattainable, which is why I seek a competent collaborator. To be candid, I initially intended to propose a partnership on the condition of rescuing the human female after she was abducted. Yet, since that scion has already been dealt with, and the human female remains unharmed, considering your considerable strength, it is highly likely you could thwart any similar attempts I might make to coerce you. Thus, I have decided to offer a different bargaining chip for our collaboration, the sharing of strength enhancement methods. What say you, Mr. Scion? Salodice withdrew his smirk. Irrespective of whether the game's narrative aligns with reality, even if it does, my impatience often leads me to skip through the story during gameplay, leaving me with little recollection of many plot points, thus rendering me unaware of any connection the imposter may have with the figure cloaked in black. Yet, I faintly recall that Dales bore the aura of the demon clan, and it seemed that he had some association with Frieza's imposter in the storyline. Moreover, the Frieza soldiers I encountered in the city ruins and the one hurled away by Charlotte also emitted the same aura, confirming that Salodice's suspicions were not unfounded. It was evident that Frieza was privy to the movements of the Frieza force, rather than floundering alone in search of this imposter. It was clear that collaborating with Frieza would be the more expedient option, though several concerns still needed consideration. May I take a moment to ponder this? If Charlotte were to voice such a request, Frieza would undoubtedly respond with rudeness. However, he too was uncertain of Salodice's true capabilities, although confident in his own strength. Engaging in conflict with someone whose precise limits were unknown would not be prudent. Frieza pondered this and acquiesced to Salodice's request for contemplation. Thus, shall we convene tomorrow afternoon atop the Rocky Mountain? Salodice nodded. Observing Salodice's agreement, Frieza made no further delay and departed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Salodice initiated communication with the demon realm. It appeared that Tawa was preoccupied, as it took a considerable time for the connection to be established. Little one, have you uncovered any new leads? I came to inquire of you. Have you perhaps planted any additional pawns in this timeline? The imagery conveyed Tawa's actions perfectly. Her mouth covered as she feigned sorrow. Do you truly not trust me? After all, we have collaborated intimately in the realm of the evil god. Spare me your theatrics. I have discovered a batch of Frieza soldiers imbued with the essence of the demon clan, along with an abominable creature that is less than a placenta. They must have been enhanced by demon magic. If these ruffians are not your pawns, they must be associated with that cloaked figure. Provide me with a serious answer. Salodice's expression was one of displeasure. Were it not for this matter, he would not have sought out his girlfriend for answers, and he certainly would not wish to contact this sorceress. Previously, during his rigorous training with Whis, he had inexplicably divulged to this sorceress that he intended to undergo self-cultivation first. Since this was a serious matter, Tawa ceased her teasing and adopted a more solemn demeanor. Responding to Salodice's inquiry, my magic cannot transcend time to empower so many individuals. Moreover, you can discern that the aura is distinctly different from that of the magic I wielded. Salodice scoffed. Who knows what disguises you may employ? Oh dear, rest assured. Little one, you are my sole partner and hope in this venture. Salodice snorted and terminated the communication. While he retained some skepticism regarding Tawa's words, her denial, combined with his own observations of the aura differing from Tawa's magic in the realm of the evil god, led Salodice to a decision. For now, let us join forces and see how it unfolds. Chapter 39. A Partnership Without Trust. A fragile pact. The following afternoon at the Rocky Mountain, Salodice arrived as agreed. Mr. Scion, you seem quite surprised to see me here in person? Salodice crossed his arms, leaning against a prominent rock formation, his eyelids drooping. Of course, it is astonishing. Even as a potential ally, the illustrious Emperor Frieza personally coming to greet a mere wild monkey is quite unimaginable. Frieza's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly, yet he donned a smile. It appears that this Mr. Scion holds a significant opinion of me. It seems you are not inclined to accept my invitation? Salodice shook his head. Not at all. I intend to accept your proposal for collaboration. Oh my, that indeed takes me by surprise. Frieza feigned a look of deep honor, bowing slightly. As a soldier promptly presented 2 glasses of red wine. Then, in accordance with local customs, let us toast to our alliance. Salodice continued to shake his head, rejecting the proposal. From the 2 glasses of wine you have prepared, I hardly believe my acceptance is so unexpected. However, I will forego the toast. Frieza was not taken aback, removing a glass of red wine and gesturing for the soldier to withdraw. I apologize. It seems I underestimated the intellect of my temporary ally. Mr. Scion. Though they were allies, the tone of their exchange was laced with barbs, leaving the soldiers under Frieza's command questioning the authenticity of the alliance. Salodice did not believe he would be outmatched in verbal sparring against this cosmic emperor, eager to retort further. However, it was evident that Frieza preferred not to squander time on such trivialities. Reclaiming his standing was far more pressing than engaging in a verbal duel. Seizing the opportunity before Salodice could respond, Frieza redirected the conversation. By the way, I still do not know the name of my esteemed ally. Salodice, let us not waste time on pleasantries. What plans do you have? Signaling for his subordinates to retrieve the wine glasses, Frieza raised a finger. Yesterday, I provided a brief overview of our current situation to you, Mr. Salodice, though not in great detail. Hence, I must clarify. Salodice directly interrupted Frieza's lengthy exposition. I am already aware of the general situation. You do know the location of the enemy's headquarters, correct? If we each take a direction and charge in, capturing the imposter should be simple enough. The thought that a wild monkey would utter such a thing crossed Frieza's mind. Yet, recognizing the necessity of a competent fighter, he chose to exercise restraint and patiently elaborated to Salodice. At present, aside from the knowledge that the opponent is merely an imposter, possessing methods to rapidly enhance even the weakest of soldiers and some allies not originally part of the Frieza army, we remain in the dark regarding many other details. I believe that even if we are to take action, we must first ascertain the origins and strengths of these allies, for such information would be quite pertinent. How vexing. If only Jinyu were here, I wouldn't have to collaborate with this insufferable, muscle-brained wild monkey. Such are Frieza's thoughts. But what could be going through Salodice's mind? In addition to reclaiming control over his Frieza army, Frieza harbors another objective, to acquire methods of strengthening his power. Yet, he remains a fugitive from the current Frieza Legion. In such circumstances, personally seeking information on ways to bolster strength is evidently quite challenging. Thus, Frieza requires a sufficiently powerful ally to act as his enforcer. However, Salodice shows no interest in either of Frieza's concerns. Reclaiming control over the Frieza army? Not to mention that Frieza would never share his forces with Salodice. Even if he would, Salodice questions the utility of these useless underlings. As for methods to enhance strength, from his encounter with Dalius yesterday, it became apparent that the approach involves the spirit tree fruit and the demonic aura shared by the underlings of the imposter. Although the means of cultivating spirit tree fruits on this intact earth remains unknown, it is of little consequence. If Salodice desired such methods, he could have easily retained seeds of the spirit tree fruit after defeating Dalius on 2 occasions, or chosen to align with Tua during the era of the evil god. Since Frieza's ability to achieve these 2 objectives is of no concern to him, Salodice will naturally propose the most reckless, yet personally gratifying course of action. As for whether Frieza would agree, Salodice believes he likely would not. But what does it matter? After all, Salodice has never harbored any fondness for Frieza, be it past, present, or future. While it may not be the opportune moment to confront him, vexing Frieza is certainly not without its merits, is it? Yet, Frieza remains oblivious to these thoughts. Then, would Mr. Emperor suggest that I fight according to your directives? If so, our collaboration could be terminated prematurely, for I have no interest in being your subordinate. Frieza maintains a congenial smile. Of course not. I will act as a backup, collaborating with Mr. Salodice. As our combat power consists solely of the two of us, allowing Mr. Salodice to act alone would not be ideal for an ally. Ho ho ho. Despite Fulishu's smile, Salodice can discern his discontent from the occasional tightening of Fulishu's fists. If this continues, it is likely that Fulishu will turn against him. Although Salodice is confident that the current Fulishu is no match for him, he has resolved to eliminate him eventually. However, for now, he requires Fulishu's intelligence to investigate the imposter's background. Thus, he decides to temporarily acquiesce to Fulishu's wishes. With this thought, Salodice raises his hands. I will reserve my opinion. But for now, let us proceed according to your plan. Excellent. Then we can commence our initial operation. However, before we act, I must confirm. Mr. Salodice possesses the ability to sense others' combat power, does he not? From your performance yesterday, I have come to this conclusion. After all, you discovered my whereabouts without relying on a detector. This is no extraordinary feat. Salodice nods. Very well. This will certainly facilitate the execution of our first step. For the time being, my task is to reappear within the imposter's line of sight, prompting the soldiers who halted their pursuit due to my concealment to resume their actions. Naturally, to avoid encountering adversaries I cannot handle, I would appreciate it if Mr. Salodice could covertly follow and intervene when necessary. Salodice suddenly bursts into laughter. I ask you, Fulishu, do you truly trust me to protect you? Perhaps I might allow you to be severely beaten before intervening, or even let you be vanquished by an opponent you cannot contend with. Fulishu's expression becomes meaningful as he counters, I believe Mr. Salodice is not so dull as to possess such morbid interests, is he? Salodice remains noncommittal, merely smiling. Then I shall take my leave for now. I would appreciate it if Mr. Salodice could follow me at a considerable distance. Without awaiting Salodice's response, Fulishu transforms into a flash of light and flies towards the rocky mountain. Casting a glance back at the underlings, their faces pale, they scurry away, not daring to provoke the scion who had been at odds with Fulishu for some time without a confrontation. Seeing the underlings scatter, Salodice shakes his head, his gaze following Fulishu's departure. I truly apologize. I am indeed a rather morbidly amusing person. Leisurely taking flight, he trails Fulishu's path, frolicking among the clouds and playing with birds, as if on a leisurely vacation. Fulishu's energy. Has he entered his final form? Sensing the change in Fulishu's energy, Salodice releases the bird he had nearly toyed to destruction. The energy has suddenly diminished again. How peculiar. With whom is he engaged? Curious, Salodice accelerates, quickly approaching Fulishu's current location. Lowering his energy to a minimum, he employs pure physical prowess to leap into the tall trees, using the lush foliage to conceal his form while observing Fulishu's direction. What unfolds before his eyes confirms that Fulishu has indeed entered his final form, gasping for breath. His opponent, upon Salodice's inspection, elicits an amused reaction. The android, known as the 3 Fatty. No, the 19th model. How on earth did Fulishu become entangled with this contraption? Salodice holds a vivid memory of this opponent from the original story, particularly the first battle against Super Saiyan Vegeta, and he can only describe the experience as embarrassing. Full of confidence upon arrival, he fled after Vegeta severed his energy absorption apparatus. A perfectly mechanical creation, yet it harbored feelings of fear. One wonders what Dr. Galua was thinking when designing such a thing. However, since the opponent is an android, it explains why he can only sense Fulishu's energy fluctuations while completely failing to detect his adversary. Coupling this with the fluctuations Salodice sensed during his approach, it seems likely that Fulishu's gasping is due to his use of energy blasts against the 19th model, or perhaps being ensnared by its hands, resulting in energy absorption and leaving him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Fulishu appears uninjured. Salodice comfortably perches in the tree, content to watch the spectacle unfold. As long as Fulishu refrains from recklessly unleashing planet-destroying attacks against the 19th model, it seems unlikely he will face defeat and lose his source of intelligence. At this moment, Salodice eagerly seeks out a snack to enjoy the live performance. The gaze of Frieza was fixed upon the hands of number 19. It seems that it is through some device on those hands that you have siphoned my power. How audacious of you to absorb the strength of a cosmic emperor. No. 19 gently caressed his earrings, exuding confidence as if he held dominion over the world. The cosmic emperor Frieza. Your records are well documented in the doctor's database. and having just absorbed a significant amount of your energy, you are undoubtedly no match for me. Frieza let out a cold laugh, deliberately slowing his breath, rising to his full height, instead of remaining half-kneeling. Though I am curious about the doctor you mentioned, that can wait. First, allow me to correct your misunderstanding. It is not you who should proclaim that you are my equal, but I. Clearly, Frieza was incensed by the arrogance of number 19. As he raised both hands to summon whirling, disc-shaped energy, indeed, the cutting disc. Observing the astonished expression on number 19's face, Frieza's demeanor shifted from icy rage to self-assuredness. Oh, judging by your expression, it appears your Dr. S database lacks knowledge of this technique? Humph. Regardless of the moves, as long as they are energy-based, I shall absorb them all. Number 19 shook off his astonishment and retorted defiantly. Frieza hurled the cutting disc with a sadistic grin. Let us see how you fare when you cannot absorb this attack. Oh ho ho ho. Number 19 extended his hands, intently focused on the incoming cutting disc, poised to absorb it. However, just as the cutting disc was about to collide with number 19's absorbing device, an excitement began to flicker in his eyes. Frieza suddenly raised his hands high and brought them down, manipulating the cutting disc to halt abruptly, then angled downward. In a flash, the cutting disc severed number 19's hands, which then returned to Frieza's grasp, slowly dissipating. With a mocking gaze directed at the panicked number 19, who stared at his severed hands, Frieza's taunting words tumbled forth effortlessly. Oh, it appears you rely heavily on the database provided by your doctor for combat. Once confronted with an unforeseen technique, you are utterly helpless. Ugh. Finally regaining his senses, number 18 attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by Frieza's tail as he swiftly approached, lifting her corpulent form. How amusing it is that even a mere robot can succumb to fear and attempt to escape. Yet it is too late. The time has come to repay the humiliation you just inflicted upon me. Frieza extended his hand, delivering a series of slaps across number 19's face. After concluding the relentless barrage, Frieza released his tail, delivering a kick that sent number 19 crashing into a nearby peak, embedding him deep within the earth and creating a massive circular indentation. Number 19 struggled, yet was firmly bound by Frieza's telekinesis. Frieza raised a hand, coalescing a key blast crackling with arcs of electricity. Now then, without your energy absorption device, how will you respond to this? Frieza required no verbal reply from number 19, for the key blast descended upon him with blinding speed, reducing both number 19 and the mountain peak to mere dust. What an exhilarating battle, indeed. Mr. Emperor? Frieza turned, a smile that was more skin-deep than sincere gracing his features. Oh my, is that not my ally, Mr. Salodice? When did you arrive here? Descending from a tree, Salodice approached Frieza, arms crossed, gazing skyward. When did I arrive? Perhaps it was when you were gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground? Frieza maintained his expression while observing Salodice, his formidable tail rhythmically striking the ground. At that moment, I must have appeared somewhat disheveled, yes? I never expected Mr. Salodice to possess such a wicked sense of humor, opting not to fulfill his duties and intervene, did I? Salodice narrowed his eyes at Frieza, the aura surrounding him quietly intensifying. If Mr. Emperor finds himself in disarray against a mere scrap of metal that cannot absorb energy, then perhaps our covenant may come to an end. Are you prepared to act? Frieza mentally questioned himself, but swiftly dismissed the thought. This fragile alliance still held some necessity. A trifling nuisance that emerged from nowhere was not worth jeopardizing his plans. He chuckled softly. Mr. Salodice, you truly lack a sense of humor. I was merely jesting. Salodice scoffed, casting a meaningful glance at Frieza. I recall something rather intriguing. Frieza adopted a pose of feigned interest. Oh, what might that be? The Emperor from my timeline found me rather humorous, it seems, prior to our battle. Chapter 40. Charlotte's Plea, the Illusion Demon Zeered. The first phase of the operation concludes. I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Salodice for his efforts during this time. Frieza's inscrutable smile was one Salodice had encountered numerous times over the past few days, and at this moment, he paid it little mind, waving his hand as he departed from Frieza's temporary base within the Rocky Mountain. Frieza had indeed invited Salodice to reside within his makeshift headquarters, yet Salodice declined. Though Frieza's temporary accommodations surpassed his own hastily constructed wooden shack in comfort, Salodice ultimately preferred not to share a roof with Frieza. At that moment, Salodice lay atop the wooden shack, gazing at the stars and the moon as they gradually emerged. The night enveloping the planet that was destined to remain turbulent for quite some time, his thoughts surging like a tide. In these past few days, Frieza had been diligently executing his initial plan, frequently appearing within the sights of the counterfeit-controlled army, provoking relentless pursuits. Throughout these numerous encounters, Frieza consistently faced the same adversary, Android number 19. With each appearance, Android number 19's fundamental strength had noticeably increased. In fact, the final manifestation of No. 19 was even stronger than the initial one, having absorbed Frieza's attacks multiple times. This was of little consequence, as it merely indicated a possible connection between the androids and the counterfeit individuals. However, the final incarnation of number 19 diverged from the typical traits of androids. Not only detectable by Salodice's sensing abilities, but also emanating a magical aura reminiscent of the demon clan. Salodice was indifferent to how much stronger number 19 could become. Scrap metal remained scrap metal, no matter how it transformed. Yet, this situation only further solidified Salodice's conviction that the counterfeit faction was indeed linked to the figure in the black cloak. After instigating this life-and-death battle, they continued to stoke the flames of conflict. What could their true objective be? His little girlfriend remained oblivious, although it seemed Tawa had some insights. Yet she remained coy and evasive, even when Salodice proposed halting their collaboration, receiving nothing but a shrug in response. It's simply not the right time to tell you. Don't be upset, little one. The other party is a demon with magical prowess rivaling that of Tawa. In the face of such a foe, perhaps Tawa's counsel is still necessary. Salodice could not truly sever all ties with Tawa, leaving matters unresolved, relying solely on the clues at hand to make judgments. By the way, Charlotte and Jeffrey. Salodice smacked his forehead. In recent days, I have been fixated on the conflict between the counterfeit and Fully Sha, nearly allowing my thoughts to succumb to a stalemate. Although this deadly battle seems to diverge in certain aspects from the game's narrative I am familiar with, the striking resemblance between Xia Luote and Jiefu Leite, as well as Jiefu Leite's connection to the figure cloaked in black, suggests a significant link between these scion brothers and the ultimate goal of this fierce confrontation. Currently, however, Jiefu Leite's whereabouts remain unknown, while Xia Luote occasionally appears in the vicinity for training, providing no leads to follow. It seems I must turn my attention towards Fully Sha in hopes of acquiring some intriguing information. Salodice. My thoughts were interrupted by 2 urgent calls, prompting me to leap down from the rooftop. Xia Luote. This individual possesses blue skin, wears a helmet, and is accompanied by 2 floating swords. I recall that within the game's narrative, Xia Luote had a companion named Zaha, who appears to be this very figure. However, despite his feeble aura, he does not exude the malevolence typical of most demons. Yet, why does he evoke an unsettling sensation within me? Mr. Salodice, the situation is dire. Could we implore your assistance? Zaha introduced himself as my newly acquainted partner, urgently requesting my help in this predicament. Indeed, it is Zaha. Yet this subtle feeling. Never mind, I shall set that aside for now. Before seeking assistance, I should first clarify the circumstances. Before Xia Luote could finish his sentence, Zaha interjected. Allow me to explain, Xia Luote. Mr. Weiss insisted that I accompany you precisely because you struggle to articulate the situation. Xia Luote, though reluctant, recognized the gravity of their predicament and understood that this was not the time for prideful banter. Through Zaha's explanation, I gleaned the current state of affairs concerning Xia Luote. Shortly after I allied with Fully Sha, yet another Salodice emerged and abducted Bulma. Xia Luote elaborated that this Salodice bore an uncanny resemblance to the one I had encountered. Initially, Xia Luote was frantic, but soon Bulma managed to contact them, revealing that although she had been taken, her captor merely sought her assistance for research, with no intention of harm. Following Bulma's suggestion, Xia Luote and his companions instructed Jia Ku to track Bulma's location based on her clues, while they continued their quest for information regarding the figure cloaked in black, as per Beerus's directive. During their pursuit for clues, Xia Luote encountered a sorcerer who unexpectedly summoned a colossal creature with only a lower half, launching an assault against him. The creature exhibited immense speed and strength, vanishing into nothingness upon being attacked. This description reminded me of the phantasm demon, Shi-Er de Gang, from the Dragon Fist cinematic saga. However, the emergence of Shi-Er de Gang was not particularly alarming to me. What followed, however, compelled me to sit up with concern. A scion couple fortuitously encountered Xiao Luote, who was being pursued by Shi'er de Gang. The male scion transformed into a super scion and intervened, granting Xiao Luote a brief respite. This male scion bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, save for a scar on his face and a more ferocious demeanor. I am convinced that this couple must be Bada Ku and Gnei. In the cinematic narrative, Shi'er de Gang was defeated by Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form utilizing the Dragon Fist technique. Even though this creature was only half-formed, it was still a formidable adversary, and I feared that Bada Ku, who could only transform into a Super Saiyan, would find it challenging to contend with such an entity, especially with Gnei by his side. Fortunately, amidst the struggle between Xiao Luote and Bada Ku, Zaha employed magic to create an illusion, deceiving the phantasm demon and facilitating their escape from the battlefield. Upon returning to the town and reuniting with Beerus, they hastened to seek my assistance under Weiss's guidance. Lord Beerus cannot intervene due to the need to guard against the figure cloaked in black. Weiss and Sun Wukong are similarly constrained, but you, Salodice, are our only hope. Xiao Luote's expression betrayed his frustration. He longed to defeat the phantasm demon himself. Yet, time was of the essence, and with their greatest ally unable to act, they had no choice but to seek out the powerful individuals they knew. Above all, take me to find Bada Ku, Xiao Luote insisted. Exchanging glances with Zaha. Very well, Mr. Salodice, please follow us. As we soared through the skies, I found myself engulfed in self-reproach. I had indeed been the first to uncover the black-cloaked figure's trail, yet investigating such matters is not an endeavor that can be completed in a day. Why had I chosen a partner with Fulisha for expediency instead of seeking Bada Ku and Gnei? Had I prioritized searching for Bada Ku's whereabouts from the outset, perhaps I would have encountered them before Shi'er de Gang confronted Bada Ku, thus sparing him from facing such a formidable foe. Child, what nonsense are you speaking? Are we in need of babysitting? Bada Ku chose to engage in this deadly battle, fully prepared for the possibility of perishing here. I accompanied Bada Ku, equally ready to face death. You possess your own life and responsibilities. Do not burden yourself with guilt over such matters. When we finally met Bada Ku and Gnei joyfully grasped my hand, inquiring about my experiences following my departure from Beiji Taxing and how I had arrived at this juncture. I had no secrets from Bada Ku and Gnei, sharing my journey from crossing into the realm of the evil god, encountering Tawa, and culminating in my present circumstances, my eyes brimming with tears as I apologized for failing to seek them out sooner. Gnei responded with heartfelt words. Bada Ku scoffed, you carry so many troubles upon your shoulders, yet have time to worry about us? You should be more concerned for your own well-being. At a loss for words, I was met with Gnei's gentle smile as she rose to pour me a cup of hot water. Enough, Bada Ku. Do not reproach him. This child is merely concerned for us. Bada Ku did not engage with Gnei's comment. Furthermore, I shall be the one to confront that creature known as Shi'er de Gang. My adversaries are mine to vanquish. Xiao Luote and Zaha, you are forbidden from intervening. Once I recover, I shall personally eliminate that beast. At that moment, I firmly rejected Bada Ku's demands. I shall deal with the phantasm demon. If it were merely your own adversary, I would allow you to handle it alone. However, that wretch dared to harm Sister Gnei. I will never forgive him. Xiao Luote and the others may not have noticed. While Jiren might have been reluctant to speak, but I could not overlook the signs. Although Gnei appeared unscathed on the surface, her weak aura suggested she had indeed suffered at the hands of the phantasm demon. I would not believe otherwise. Bada Ku had more to say, yet Salodice preemptively silenced him. No one can prevent me from avenging my sister, no one. In that moment, Bada Ku found himself at a loss for how to dissuade Salodice. Indeed, the reasoning for avenging a sister was compelling. Bada Ku sighed deeply. If you cannot defeat that creature, I will not spare you. Jiren looked at Salodice with concern. Little Salodice, that monster is formidable. Are you truly all right? Salodice forced a smile, reassuring her. Do not worry, Jinjia, I will not overextend myself. Finally, Charlotte seized an opportunity to speak. You cannot just decide this without me. I want to fight too. Zara hurriedly tugged at Charlotte's sleeve. It seems Mr. Salodice is quite resolute. Perhaps it is best not to interfere. Salodice glanced at the whispering Zara and the unwilling Charlotte. If that creature is indeed the phantom demon Hildigan, as I suspect, your involvement will only hinder my battle. Charlotte, frustrated, found Salodice unresponsive. I will keep watch outside, preventing that creature from barging in at night. If he does not arrive tonight, Charlotte, you should find an open space in the morning to release your energy and see if you can lure him here. I have no time to wait for him. Without awaiting a response, Salodice strode out of the room and leaped onto the rooftop. The four within the room exchanged glances but found themselves at a loss for words and gradually dispersed. On the rooftop, Salodice crossed his arms, leaning against the lightning rod. Eyes closed as he spoke. Surely, you are not here to gaze at the stars? Zara, who had also arrived at the rooftop unbeknownst to Salodice, heard this and replied with a wry smile. That monster is terrifyingly powerful. Although Mr. Weiss claims Mr. Salodice is strong, I have yet to witness it firsthand. If Salodice lacks the strength to contend with that monster, I cannot allow him to venture forth alone to his demise. Salodice slightly lifted his eyelids. Am I to understand that you wish to test my strength? Zara felt the heat emanating from the energy blade, and his pupils constricted. When did? Salodice let out a cold chuckle, retracting the energy blade. Though you appear to be no villain, being an ally of Charlotte, the scent of your energy resembles that of someone I deeply despise. My mood is quite foul at present, demon. Do not provoke me. I am not a good person like Charlotte. Leaping down from the rooftop, Salodice's voice echoed in the air. If you enjoy lingering on the rooftop, I shall leave it to you. To be frank, I do not particularly like you, and I cannot guarantee I will not act against you while sharing this space. Chapter 41. The weak half-demon. The brave warrior of sword and flute screams and wails filled the night. The city blazed with flames as countless ordinary people scattered in panic. Atop a towering building, a small, hunched figure, aged and emanating dark energy, wore a frenzied expression. Ha ha ha! Wreak havoc everywhere, harvest despair and fear to become stronger. Hildigan, the half-demon, a phantom wreaking havoc in the town, relentlessly shattered everything in its path under the guidance of magic. The diminutive figure danced wildly, oblivious to the high hat that had fallen from its head, its aged face grotesquely illuminated by the moonlight. Does this esteemed sorcerer truly believe that with merely a half-demon, he can dominate this deadly battle? Immersed in the thrill of wielding the half-demon, the sorcerer, influenced by the dark energy, answered without hesitation. Of course, a mere half-demon is insufficient. I must find a way to unlock the seal of this music box, allowing the upper and lower halves of the phantom demon to unite. At that time, none shall stand against me. Ha ha ha. Only upon finishing his words did the maniacal sorcerer realize that, despite being a dark sorcerer, his companions had long perished a millennium ago, leaving him as the sole survivor. Even if this deadly battle transcended a millennium, bringing them into this era, how could his former allies pose such a trivial question? Who are you? The sorcerer, finally alert, jumped several times to perch atop the building's lightning rod, scanning for the source of the voice. Before him stood a young man with a cold demeanor, arms crossed, and a monkey tail restlessly swaying behind him. Warrior of the fighting race, Scion, Salodice. Thanks to your beloved half-demon, my sister and brother-in-law bear grievous wounds. As the dark sorcerer relentlessly pursued Charlotte, he manipulated the half-demon to continue wreaking havoc upon the town, losing count of how many lives he had extinguished. Yet he vaguely remembered the couple, both sporting monkey tails, who resembled the youth before him. While the crab-headed man was certainly no match for the half-demon, the golden, radiant form was evidently beyond what he could handle alone. Seeing the injuries on the couple and still daring to approach, the youth must possess some confidence, thus a cautious approach would be prudent. The now somewhat rational dark sorcerer summoned the phantom demon, which turned to stand behind him, allowing him to face the youth with renewed assurance. Salodice allowed the phantom demon to approach without resistance, yet he remained unmoved. Before we engage, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. My mood is quite foul at the moment. A mere half-demon lacks even the qualification to serve as my punching bag. It would be wise for you to cease this mindless destruction and endeavor to restore the phantom demon to its full form. Otherwise, I shall unleash the wrath that the phantom cannot withstand upon you, you worthless insect. Bolstered by the presence of the phantom demon behind him, the dark sorcerer felt emboldened. After being insulted and belittled by Salodice, reason once again fled him, and the frayed string of his composure snapped, compelling him to issue commands to the phantom demon. Dare to underestimate me and my Hildigan? Eliminate him, Hildigan. At the dark sorcerer's command, the half-demon lashed out with its spiked tail towards the seemingly insignificant Salodice. Salodice narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with confusion. So, Why do you refuse to listen? As soon as the words left his mouth, the tail of the half-demon pierced through Salodice's form. The dark sorcerer displayed an expression of exhilaration. What grandiose claims! Yet my Hildegard has dispatched you with a single blow. How ridiculous! Ha ha ha! A light, airy sigh emanated as Salodice stood atop another building, a gesture of pity towards the dark sorcerer who could not grasp the situation. The pierced Salodice, of course, was but an afterimage left by his high-speed movement. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a scion. Salodice raised his right hand, tightly clenched into a fist before his chest. The refugees fleeing to the outskirts of the city instinctively looked up. In the heart of the city, where the terrifying creature had destroyed their homes and taken the lives of their loved ones, a golden light shone like the sun, dispelling the fear that permeated the night. Transforming into a super scion, Salodice's figure instantly surrounded the half-demon. With powerful strikes, the half-demon instinctively dissolved into nothingness, evading the numerous circles of Salodice. Too slow. Perhaps the lower half of the phantom demon could not hear Salodice's voice. However, it mattered not, as Salodice continued his customary taunts. Following the mocking words, Salodice unleashed a flurry of axe-like kicks. In midair, the half-demon was materialized, yet before it could descend, it plummeted with a resounding crash under the kick of Salodice, twisting and writhing, before finally falling still. Salodice cast a glance at the seemingly lifeless half-demon and glided towards the dazed dark mage. How does it feel now? Your reliance is as insignificant as mere grains of sand, utterly lacking in strength compared to me. I shall grant you one final chance. Find the other half. Unite with the phantom demon and return for revenge. The dark mage, lost in a haze, pounded his chest in frustration. Hildegard, how could this be? That accursed hero. If only I had captured him back then. Hearing this, Salodice shook his head. It appears you are unable to restore the demon to its complete form, are you not? Receiving no reply, Salodice clicked his tongue, raising his hand as the energy sphere gradually took shape. Then I shall send you to hell to confess to Yama about why you dared to provoke me, and perhaps also to apologize to those innocents who perished because of you. Nevertheless, Salodice felt a pent-up fury within him that could not be unleashed. Even if he were to instantaneously annihilate an incomplete foe, it would not quell the anger simmering within his heart. If he were to spare this worthless creature before him, one merely had to glance at the ravaged surroundings to understand that such calamities would continue to plague this planet. Salodice could remain indifferent to tragedies that had not directly manifested before him, refusing to extend a hand to save those unconnected to him. However, this did not mean he could accept delivering disaster to innocent, ordinary people with his own hands. Very well, after dealing with this fellow, he would head over to Frieza to see what adversaries awaited him for his second course of action. With this thought, the energy sphere in his hand was poised to descend. Yet, the energy sphere in Salodice's hand abruptly dissipated as the expression of the dark mage transitioned from despair to rage, and then to astonishment. This entire shift stemmed from a melody that resonated through the city. The flute sound was melodious and enchanting, yet imbued with a profound sorrow. Salodice recognized it, as did the dark mage. This melody belonged to the hero's flute, capable of restraining and sealing the phantom demon. Following the sound, there stood a figure resembling the East Kaishin, wielding a longsword and playing the flute. It was none other than the hero Tapio, who bore the upper half of the phantom demon sealed within him. You wished to witness the complete form of Hildegard, did you not? Quickly, subdue that fellow. As soon as he loses consciousness, Hildegard's upper half will emerge. Hurry, go. Salodice regarded the dark mage with a frigid gaze before suddenly laughing, his expression filled with anticipation. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, yes. The dark mage's voice brimmed with excitement and yearning. It is that simple. Just knock that fellow out, and the seal on Hildegard will weaken. Once the two have sensed each other's presence, the upper half will break free from the diminished seal and unite with the lower half, becoming the strongest entity in the universe, the true phantom demon Hildegard. Clearly, this excitement and desire resembled a drowning person clinging desperately to a floating piece of wood in hopes of survival. However, the dark mage had mistakenly perceived a straw as wood. Salodice retracted his expression of anticipation, revealing a cold smile. If the phantom demon can automatically merge, then what use are you? Wah! The energy sphere in Salodice's hand once again coalesced, descending unhesitatingly upon the dark mage. In that moment of impending death, the dark mage's final thought spiraled within his mind. I shall dominate the universe. Dream. Salodice flicked his wrist and turned back to gaze at the direction of Hero Tapio, a bemused expression gracing his face. The Hero Tapio was attempting to seal the lower half of the phantom demon within himself, and the lower half, rendered immobile by Salodice's assault, could only submit to being enclosed within him. Yet, the upper half sealed within him remained unharmed. Should the two merge within the seal? Salodice sensed that the hero's power was not particularly formidable. As a vessel for sealing, confining a half was manageable, but sealing an entire phantom demon. Golden energy flames ignited as Salodice instantly appeared beside the hero, snatching the flute from his grasp. What are you doing? The crucial item was seized, and the hero immediately reacted, drawing his long sword and demanding an explanation. Salodice glanced at the flute he had just taken, examined it, and tossed it back to Tapio. Spreading his hands, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to prevent you from courting death." "What do you mean?" The hero caught the flute and somewhat relaxed his guard, though his brow remained furrowed. Salodice had never been one to assume the role of a hero. Yet this did not hinder his profound admiration for them. Clearly, this hero before him was indeed a paragon of virtue. Hence, Salodice patiently began to elucidate the situation to the hero. "You should know your own condition best. The other half of the phantom demon sealed within you has been restlessly attempting to break free, has it not?" Tapio's expression grew increasingly tense. "So you also seek to obtain the power of Hildegard? Do not misunderstand. The dark mage who controlled the other half of Hildegard has just been eliminated by me. This immobile lower half is also my doing. Although I do wish for you to release the half of the demon within you, I have no interest in acquiring the power of Hildegard. My aim is to eradicate this cosmic trash completely." Tapio was skeptical but slowly extended his longsword. "If your intention is to eliminate Hildegard, then once I seal Hildegard's lower half within my body, you must kill me with this sword. Hildegard will naturally disappear with me forever." Perhaps the prolonged days of being a sealing vessel had been too arduous, for a hint of eagerness for liberation seeped into Tapio's voice. However, Salodice shook his head, raising two fingers. "First, this creature harmed my sister and brother-in-law. I cannot allow it to die so easily. If I cannot defeat this foe outright, my fury cannot be quelled." After stating this, Salodice lowered one finger. "Second, I despise witnessing heroes meet their end through self-sacrifice. Coincidentally, I regard you as a hero, so even without the first reason, I shall not strike you down." The two pairs of eyes locked, and under Salodice's piercing gaze, Tapio ultimately chose to yield. "Very well, but should you fail against Hildegard, I will immediately seal Hildegard within my body. At that time, you must kill me. Hildegard must not be allowed to wreak havoc." Salodice grinned. "Rest assured. However, before you release his upper half, we must change locations. Although this city has suffered considerable damage, it can still be restored. If a complete phantom demon were to rampage here, it would be quite undesirable." Salodice raised his hand, golden energy transforming into tangible ropes that bound the lower half, which had finally calmed down and was attempting to rise again. "Follow me." During their departure from the city, Salodice engaged Tapio in conversation. To Salodice's surprise, Tapio had not been invited to participate in this deadly battle. As in the theatrical version, after Tapio sealed one half of the demon within his own body, he requested the priest to seal both himself and his brother in two distinctive music boxes, exiling them to different galaxies to prevent his brother, who sealed the other half, from resonating too closely with him. When he discovered the damage to the music box and emerged from his seal, he found himself in this place. The first figure he encountered being the dark sorcerer wielding the lower half of the phantom demon. Upon seeing that lower half, I realized that my brother might have already. But I could not simply perish at that moment. There were still tasks I needed to accomplish. Thus, I escaped from the dark sorcerer's grasp, following at a distance, seeking the opportunity to reseal the lower half back into my body and find someone to end my life. The bound lower half of the phantom demon was discarded in the desolate wilderness, and Salodice patted Tapio's shoulder as he descended slowly. "This will do. No matter the commotion, it shall not disturb the city." Tapio gazed at Salodice, his tone solemn. "Then, please be cautious. So many humans have suffered at the hands of Shir Daegong. If possible, I do not wish to witness any more sacrifices besides myself." Salodice remained silent, merely relying on his words. Surely this brave warrior could not believe that anyone could surpass the absolute power of the complete Shir Daegong, could he? Even having witnessed himself easily suppressing the half-demon, he still could not fully believe in his own strength until now. Therefore, let us give this brave warrior a small taste of Scion astonishment. Are you prepared? Salodice grinned, and a golden aura erupted explosively. I have long been ready. Chapter 42. The intrusion of Zamasu. What is the purpose of the man in the black robe? After receiving an affirmative response from Salodice, Tapio relinquished control over his fatigue, allowing it to envelop his mind as he drifted into a deep slumber. The upper half of the phantom demon eagerly broke the seal, glanced at Salodice, and swiftly rejoined with the lower half, aiming a kick at Tapio. You beast, who allowed you to ignore me? Salodice flickered into position before the phantom demon. The fist, dwarfed by the demon's immense size, struck its form. A painful roar echoed, and before the foot could descend, the phantom demon collapsed onto its back. After the phantom demon fell, it lay still, prompting Salodice to feel perplexed. However, sensing the fluctuating energy emanating from the phantom demon, Salodice understood. It appeared to be undergoing a metamorphosis that was acceptable. The transformation of the phantom demon progressed rapidly. Having merely relocated Tapio to a safer distance, Salodice witnessed the metamorphosed phantom demon emerge from its chrysalis. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as the phantom demon flapped its wings and charged towards Salodice. Boom! Observing this, Salodice could not help but grin, the rose gold aura enveloping him. Super Scion Rose Gold, here I come. He knelt, his feet grinding against the ground before launching forth like a projectile. Like a cannonball, Salodice barreled toward the phantom demon. This time, the phantom demon evaded Salodice's strike, transforming into a mist at a previously unmatched speed, coalescing behind Salodice and reverting to its corporeal form, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of flames. Had Salodice been in his Super 1 state, he might have been forced into a passive defense. However, in his rose gold state, Salodice surpassed his Super 1 capabilities by a considerable margin. He pivoted, raised his hand, and unleashed a ki blast. The diminutive ki blast merely stalled the flames for an instant before effortlessly obliterating them. Yet, the metamorphosed phantom demon was no mere lightweight. At the moment the flames were shattered, it ceased its energy output, once again transforming into smoke and drifting behind Salodice, solidifying into its physical form and delivering a colossal punch. Salodice spun around to meet the blow. The terrifying energy waves surged across the wilderness. The undulating hills crumbled under the impact of the energy waves. At such a moment, becoming nothingness was no longer an option, was it? The phantom demon roared, feeling the force of Salodice's punch, continuously amplifying its assault. Salodice, however, merely sneered, slightly redirecting the force of his punch downward. With a swish, the amplified force from the phantom demon met no resistance from Salodice, causing its body to stumble forward uncontrollably. Salodice's figure appeared above the phantom demon, raising a hand. It seems that even after your metamorphosis, there is nothing about you that piques my interest. Without any special abilities, you are merely a beast that can take a beating. Perish. A colossal ki blast, crackling with arcs of electricity, descended upon the phantom demon. Boom. Thick clouds of dust billowed, yet Salodice did not revert to his normal state. Instead, he carefully sensed the direction of the smoke. I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be the indestructible cockroach god. Humans should maintain respect for the divine. An angry voice emerged from the still clinging smoke. Though he had only encountered it once, Salodice recognized the tone and voice immediately. Breaking through the haze, the figure that appeared was none other than Zamasu, with whom he had crossed paths before. Human, I shall take this beast with me. As long as you do not impede me, I shall overlook your earlier disrespect toward the divine. Salodice chuckled derisively. You truly took my jest of addressing you as God to heart. Zamasu's expression contorted with evident fury. Human. Salodice wore a mockingly sardonic smile. What? If I were to strike, could you possibly stop me? Zamasu's gaze shifted to the side of Salodice, suddenly transforming from anger to ease. Human, you overestimate your own strength. As an indestructible being, I can take whomever I please. What can you do with your meager divine energy? Salodice twisted his neck. Is that so? Then shall we put it to the test? Salodice's form flickered, appearing before Zamasu, extending his hand. Before Zamasu could react, Salodice seized his head and lifted him. Being indestructible does not equate to having the strength to contend with me. A trashy god like you. I refrained from engaging last time due to the timing, not because I feared you, you mongrel. gripping Zama's head tightly. He crushed it as if it were a watermelon. Turning, he delivered a kick. Salodice's legs sliced through the air like a blade, brutally cleaving Zama's body in half at the waist. The howling phantom demon ascended, hands clasped, attempting to seize the opportunity to grasp Salodice. Salodice remained unflinching, letting out a thunderous roar. A violent, invisible shockwave erupted, forcibly separating the phantom demon's hands. Zamasu, relying on his indestructible form, swiftly recovered and soared upward, seizing the moment after Salodice unleashed the shockwave to tightly embrace him. Phantom demon, now heed the commands of the divine and attack me and this human. The phantom demon, of course, could not comprehend but understood the opportunity, swinging its tail to strike at the seemingly immobile Salodice. Salodice chuckled coldly, utterly unafraid. Do you think your meager strength can confine my actions? Human, then why don't you break free from my grasp? Salodice remained silent as his fury erupted. With great force, he tore apart the hands of Zamasu that clutched him, swiftly seizing the now dulled Zamasu. Using his body as leverage to flip upwards, allowing Zamasu to dangle from the tail of the illusionary being, propelling forward at an astonishing speed. Gathering energy, he unleashed a punch, striking the illusionary entity during the fleeting moment Zamasu hung helplessly. This would bring an end to it. With hands clasped and lifted high, he descended. Gigantic radiance. A fierce wave of blue and gold energy, enveloped in a misty rose-gold hue, surged towards the illusionary being. In this moment, Zamasu poured forth all his strength. He had no intention of holding back. Instead, he yearned to test whether Zamasu's immortal form could withstand his onslaught. However, this test was abruptly interrupted. A figure clad in black with pink hair appeared before Zamasu and the illusionary being, hands positioned at his waist in a flower bud formation. Kamehameha. The dark red energy collided with Salodice's gigantic radiance, nullifying the attack. Salodice narrowed his eyes slightly. The wretched thief of mortal power has arrived. Humans. Engaging in battle at this moment would surely bear no fruit for either of us, would it? Black Wukong, in contrast to his original counterpart, seemed somewhat calmer and sought to halt the conflict. Yet, it was evident that his intentions would not come to fruition. Salodice was unwilling to cease combat, and neither was the equally irrational illusionary being. With a roar, it surged upwards, targeting who had inflicted considerable damage upon it. Black Wukong's expression soured. He did not wait for to strike first, but unleashed a barrage of energy waves that struck the illusionary being just as it descended with its attack. Beast as prey. You have no right to flaunt your ferocity here. Under the assault from Black Wukong, the illusionary being emitted a mournful cry as it crashed back to the ground. Pleased with having interrupted its speech, Black Wukong nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze back to Human, it brings you no joy to eliminate it here, does it? Why not leave it to us, allowing us to enhance its power for another bout with you? Salodice sneered. It seems this creature falls outside your human zero plan. You, who seek to reshape the world, would protect such a being. Black Wukong's pupils constricted. It appears my companion was correct. You are indeed a remarkable human. We have never encountered anyone like you. How do you know of our plans? Salodice regarded the serious Black Wukong and the approaching Zamasu, suddenly adopting a cheerful demeanor. If you can augment this beast's power, I would not mind if you took them away. Excellent, human. Black Wukong restrained the struggling Zamasu, binding the lamenting Hildegard in a manner akin to preparing to depart. Human, when we meet again, I shall deliver punishment for your irreverence towards the divine. Zamasu declared ominously before leaving. Salodice merely responded with a mocking smile, turning to make his way towards Tapio. Should the hero remain in slumber here, without precaution, it would be dire if a villain crossed paths with this deadly battle. In the ice continent, the rift opened, and Black Wukong firmly grasped Zamasu as they emerged. Angered, Zamasu shook off Black Wukong's grip and demanded, "Why did you stop me from confronting that human?" Black Wukong, maintaining his calm demeanor, countered with a question. "Partner, you have not forgotten our objective, have you?" Zamasu, scrutinizing Black Wukong's expression, fell silent for a moment before responding. "Of course, I have not forgotten. We aim to extract secrets and the Super Dragon Balls from that dark-cloaked figure." Black Wukong nodded. "Precisely, thus we must not engage with that human. His strength is formidable, and having fought him, you should know his combat style differs from that of Sun Wukong and his companions. It is likely that even together, we cannot guarantee his defeat. We must rely on Patera. Then let us use Patera. If we fuse, our power will surely draw the dark-cloaked one's caution. Have you forgotten our purpose? Zamasu's words caught in his throat, his expression shifting between red and green. Ultimately, he chose to concede. Very well. After we acquire everything from the dark-cloaked one, the first to be dealt with will be that irreverent human. Humph. Black Wukong finally exhaled in relief. On the surface, it appeared he had not faltered after canceling Thang's gigantic radiance with his Kamehameha in Super Saiyan Rose form, but he understood that was merely an illusion. That Kamehameha had been his utmost effort. Everything would await the complete readiness of the plan. Returning to Thang, he was now escorting the unconscious Tapio back to the town where Bardock resided. After handing Tapio over to Jiren, he informed Bardock that the illusionary being had been vanquished. Salodice was now in communication with his young girlfriend. Zamasu. The Kaioshin of time furrowed his brow. This is a troublesome individual. If he indeed allies with that dark-cloaked figure. Salodice chuckled lightly. There will undoubtedly be a way to handle it at that time. Observing the confidence on Salodice's face, the girl relaxed her frown. Regardless, the elder must proceed with caution. The situation appears increasingly complex. All right, I understand. After ending the communication, Salodice pondered before reaching out to the demon realm. Young one, judging by your expression, what have you discovered this time? Salodice did not conceal anything, sharing the emergence of Zamasu and Black Wukong with Tawa. Unlike his young girlfriend, Tawa showed no concern about the troublesome alliance of the dark-cloaked figure and Zamasu. I am aware of that individual. Even if they join forces with the dark-cloaked one, in the end, they will likely betray each other. This could work in our favor. Ha. Salodice's lips twitched. He could not deny that Tawa's reasoning was quite sound. Chapter 43. The Future of Super Saiyans, Bardock's Path Ahead. With Hildegarn resolved, Bardock and Jiren's injuries were healed under Salodice's restorative abilities. Zamasu, for the time being, seems unlikely to take action against Salodice. There has been no movement from Frieza's side, and news regarding the next course of action remains elusive. All leads in pursuit of the figure in the black robe have abruptly ceased, leaving Salodice momentarily disoriented. What should he do? Should he revert to aimlessly wandering in search of answers as he did at the beginning? However, it wasn't long before Salodice found something new to occupy his time. Mr. Salodice, may I impose upon you for a favor? The sudden voice startled Salodice, nearly provoking a transformation into his rose-gold form. It was Mr. Weiss. Upon recognizing the visitor, Salodice managed to regain his composure. Few could approach him unnoticed, and Weiss was indeed one of them. Yet, as an angel, Weiss rarely intervened in matters unless absolutely necessary. Weiss complimented Salodice with a smile, praising his alertness. Your ability to respond immediately and elevate your energy to its peak is commendable, Mr. Salodice. Salodice chuckled self-deprecatingly. After all, even with heightened vigilance, he had only sensed Weiss's presence upon his utterance. If Weiss had intended to strike, he would likely have already met his demise. Weiss shifted the topic. I would like to request your assistance in conducting special training for Mr. Charlotte, if you would be so kind. Special training, it was not an impossible task. Yet wouldn't it be more convenient for Mr. Weiss to provide the guidance himself? Oh ho ho. I fear my special training may be a tad premature for Mr. Charlotte. After all, he is still considerably weaker than the Salodice of old, Weiss remarked. While I could enlist Mr. Sun Wukong's help, Lord Beerus prefers him to remain low profile. If Mr. Sun Wukong were to conduct the training, it would likely attract too much attention. Thus, entrusting this to you, Mr. Salodice, seems the wisest choice, does it not? After a moment's contemplation, Salodice agreed. Until there was any stir from Frieza's side, he could only engage in daily training. He had no desire to repeat the chaotic experience of blindly searching for clues like a headless fly. Moreover, as the protagonist of this unfolding narrative, it stood to reason that the black-robed figure's schemes were intricately linked to him. Enhancing his own strength would surely be detrimental to that figure's plans. However, as a thought struck him, Salodice called out to Weiss, who was about to depart. By the way, Mr. Weiss, may I inquire about something? Weiss turned and regarded Salodice with anticipation. What are your thoughts on the individual named Zaha who is close to Mr. Charlotte? Salodice had always regarded Weiss, who guided the god of destruction Beerus, as not only immensely powerful, but also exceptionally wise. Perhaps he could shed light on his suspicions regarding Zaha. Yet, disappointment washed over him. Mr. Zaha, as a member of the demon race, he is indeed quite an unusual individual. Do you perceive something amiss with him, Mr. Salodice? Salodice shook his head. Not at all. I merely find him rather unlikable. Very well then, I shall take my leave. Weiss's figure swiftly faded from Salodice's sight. Setting aside thoughts of Zaha, Salodice paced, contemplating the special training. Special training Charlotte unbeknownst to him. Salodice had wandered into the vicinity of Bardock, who was engaged in rehabilitation training. Sitting thoughtfully atop a nearby rock formation, Jiren observed Salodice as he passed, murmuring to himself, and called out to him. Little Salodice, what are you murmuring about? At the sound of Jiren's voice, Salodice looked up, smiling. Sister Jiren, it's nothing much. Just that someone has asked me to conduct special training for Charlotte, and I was pondering the best approach. Bardock's ears perked up, and he halted his training. Charlotte? If you're to conduct special training for that fellow, the most effective method would be to help him transform into a Super Saiyan, wouldn't it? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bardock approached. Speaking of which, Salodice, I have something to ask you. Bardock's expression was serious and earnest, piquing Salodice's curiosity. He recalled that Bardock had worn a similar demeanor just before they departed from Vegeta. When I faced off against Hildurg, I sensed the limit of the Super Saiyan form. No matter how I clawed my way back from the brink of death, I could not match that monster. Bardock clenched his fists, his expression one of defiance. How did you defeat that creature? What lies beyond the Super Saiyan? Salodice refrained from answering immediately, instead expressing admiration. As expected of Bardock. You have already glimpsed this next step. It was a genuine compliment. Despite having faced battles far beyond those of ordinary Saiyans, Salodice had revealed his new form. Yet, throughout this time, Bardock had encountered only two Super Saiyans. One was a small child with a crab-like head, and the other a hulking figure that shouted Kakarot upon seeing them. While it was uncertain whether the latter had fallen to Salodice's hands, it was undeniable that the large figure was Broly. As for the child with the crab-like head, it was likely Goten. Among the two, even Broly's legendary transformation could merely be considered a variant of the Super Saiyan form, while Goten had not progressed beyond the initial stages. Salodice had also mentioned that his form might be an unprecedented transformation. Yet, based solely on this, to truly see the future of the Super Saiyan Bardock was indeed Bardock, the embodiment of the proud and powerful Saiyan spirit. Since he was to train Charlotte, why not invite him to listen as well? Sister Jiren, you need not rush off to prepare a meal. In this life and death struggle, the current state for Charlotte, a Saiyan of uncertain origin, Bardock felt a sense of kinship. Having both endured the pursuit of Hildurg. At the very least, Charlotte had always fought valiantly, and that alone was enough to earn him the glory and pride of a Saiyan. With the intent to elucidate the future of the Super Saiyan to Charlotte, Bardock had no objections. Jiren, too, was not someone who resisted the call to battle, having once fought alongside Bardock. Thus, when Salodice summoned Charlotte to explain Weiss's request for special training, all the Saiyans in the town gathered in the spacious courtyard. Taking a deep breath, Salodice adopted a serious expression. First, let us discuss the ordinary Super Saiyan. Golden light enveloped Salodice's dark hair, a fierce aura igniting around him. Bardock, in this state, should be able to sense that this form's power was 50 times the norm. Bardock nodded in agreement with Salodice's assertion. Salodice's muscles slightly bulged. This was the second stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, where the muscles expanded marginally, granting a slight increase in power, though at the cost of greater energy consumption. Boom. Salodice's aura surged again as his muscles continued to expand. This represents the third stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, where muscle mass significantly increases, and strength amplifies beyond that of the second stage. However, this form comes at the cost of reduced speed, rendering it less suitable for combat. Salodice took a deep breath, allowing his muscles to gradually return to their normal state, and the aura surrounding him dissipated, though his hair retained its golden hue. This is the fourth stage of the Super Saiyan, which I refer to as Super Saiyan 1 full power. While this state does not differ much in terms of power enhancement from the ordinary Super Saiyan, it greatly reduces energy consumption, making it sustainable for long durations without engaging in battle. Once again, the golden aura ignited, but this time it took on a jet-like form, with blue arcs of energy swirling around it, causing the hair to appear more delicately separated than in its Super Saiyan state. This is the path you wish to know. Bardock, the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, which I designate as Super Saiyan 2. Salodice paused momentarily before elucidating the attributes of Super Saiyan 2. In this state, power is doubled compared to the ordinary Super Saiyan, albeit with a slightly higher energy cost than the second stage, making it arguably the most suitable form for combat. Salodice exhaled deeply, reverting to his normal state. As for the future of the Super Saiyan transformations, I cannot be certain. Now return to the typical Super Saiyan form. Salodice displayed a complex expression. During my training, I attempted to harness the strength of Super Saiyan 2 while maintaining the ordinary Super Saiyan form, and ultimately, I succeeded. From this moment, I embarked on a path distinct from that of the ordinary Super Saiyan. A closer examination reveals that while Salodice appears as a standard Super Saiyan, flickers of blue light shimmer within the fiery aura, bursting forth and gradually fading away. I cannot ascertain whether anyone else can achieve this form, but I am confident that the subsequent transformation is unique to me. As Salodice concluded his explanation, a rose-gold hue enveloped his hair and aura. As this color enveloped him, the aura transformed from an ethereal flame into a tangible flow. In that instant, the three Saiyans present witnessed the apparition of a colossal ape with the same colored fur materializing behind Salodice, pounding its chest and roaring defiantly. The powers of the Super Saiyan, the great ape, and divine essence merged into one, creating my own unique form, Super Saiyan Rose Gold. Charlotte may or may not comprehend this, but Bardock has likely heard the legend. Bardock pondered deeply. The Super Saiyan God. Salodice subdued his power and seated himself upon the rock formation. Indeed, during my training journey, I discovered the dormant power of the Super Saiyan God within me. Through repeatedly transcending my limits, I managed to unlock a portion of this power, culminating in the realization of this form. From that point onward, I understood that I had embarked upon an entirely different path. Charlotte felt a sense of urgency, although he was unaware of the reasons. His innermost thoughts urged him to acquire greater strength. Otherwise, he felt an unshakable sense of an unfulfilled purpose linked to his stagnation. Thus, Charlotte spoke up, expressing a desire to at least attain the power of a Super Saiyan. Salodice raised a finger, cautioning him not to rush. The next point to elucidate involves the prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan. The first requirement is the presence of S cells within the body. S cells? Bardock inquired, somewhat perplexed. As a pure warrior, his understanding of Super Saiyan transformations was limited. Indeed, S cells are unique cells present within us Saiyans, essential for achieving the Super Saiyan form. Generally, during prolonged combat, the concentration of S cells is minimal. However, once a tranquil life is embraced, the S cell count significantly increases, thus facilitating the potential for transformation into a Super Saiyan. The second requirement is sufficient battle power, which is relatively easy to achieve. By continually experiencing severe injuries and recovering, we can rapidly elevate our strength to the threshold of the Super Saiyan state. The third requirement pertains to the emotion of anger. Bardock, you should be well aware of this. When facing Frieza, for instance, the presence of your sister Jiren made it possible for you to momentarily enter the Super Saiyan state, even in a fatigued condition. Had it not been for your explosive power, my ability to learn instant transmission on planet Yardrat would have been insufficient. I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Salodice recalled that moment, and even now, as he gazed at both of them, he felt a wave of apprehension. Jiren stood up and approached Salodice, grasping his hand. All right, young Salodice, are we not all here together? Feeling the warmth of his sister's hand, Salodice found some solace, though his face flushed, prompting him to withdraw his hand and take a few paces away. Charlotte's battle power, rather than merely qualifying, vastly exceeded the threshold for Super Saiyan transformation. He merely needed enough anger to trigger the change. You can envision a scenario where a loved one is slain by an adversary to evoke that emotion. Upon hearing this, Charlotte was eager to begin his attempt. But Salodice halted him. If I am to teach you, I must clarify all the essential points. It is prudent to listen first before attempting. The next part is crucial. If not memorized, one may fall into misconceptions. Salodice paced back and forth, carefully organizing his thoughts before continuing. This life-or-death battle is not one that can be concluded in a short span. In this grand conflict transcending time and history, there will undoubtedly be formidable foes that even a Super Saiyan cannot confront. This is not indicative of a limitation of the Super Saiyan form. Rather, it is essential to recognize that the Super Saiyan is not an invincible legend, but merely a state that enhances and amplifies one's strength. The same adversaries may still necessitate transformation to conquer, but with relentless training, there will come a day when merely maintaining one's normal state suffices to address challenges. Therefore, Do not harbor expectations of invincibility regarding the Super Saiyan, nor succumb to disappointment in its capabilities. Chapter 44. Charlotte's Intense Training, a Message from Frieza. In truth, these words were primarily directed towards Bardock. Among the 4 Scions present, aside from Salodice, Charlotte was the most reckless. In terms of recklessness, Salodice felt a sense of inadequacy. Rather than worrying about his potential despondency upon failure, it was more concerning whether he might recklessly endanger himself. Furthermore, he was currently in a state of amnesia, having learned the term Super Saiyan solely from the god of destruction. Jiren still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the Super Saiyan threshold. I do not expect her to fully comprehend this, simply to remember it. Only Bardock remained. Indeed, Salodice held a profound sense of recognition towards Bardock. But that did not imply he regarded Bardock as a flawless individual. From the moment Bardock inquired about the future of Super Saiyan, Salodice sensed an underlying issue. Perhaps what has long trapped Bardock is not merely a lack of understanding, but an entrenched, blind faith in the legend of the Super Saiyan. The enduring legend of the invincible Super Saiyan has long led Bardock to subconsciously believe that Super Saiyans are unmatched, unique beings. Under such psychological influence, even though he is stronger than the Bardock depicted in the original manga, the tranquility of his life has allowed his S cells to reach the requisite levels for transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, if not for Frieza's devastating planet-destroying attack, it is likely that Bardock would have taken much longer to achieve this transformation. This same psychological effect, however, causes even a resolute and decisive individual like Bardock to harbor doubts upon witnessing the future of Super Saiyans. Nevertheless, with Salodice holding Bardock in such high esteem, it is clear that Bardock is no fool. Salodice's words swiftly illuminate Bardock's understanding. Bardock merely huffed, rising to his feet, asserting that he did not require reminders from a mere child. Salodice, unfazed, recognized Bardock's prideful nature, knowing that being reminded by someone he has watched grow up might bruise his ego. Such incidents of Bardock's demeanor were not uncommon during their time on Vegeta. Allowing Bardock to depart, Salodice smiled and shrugged at Jiren. Perhaps she should keep an eye on Bardock, as he had only just recovered from his injuries and should not rush forward in a manner that might exacerbate them. Jiren simply smiled and turned to follow Bardock. Just as Salodice was about to instruct Charlotte to commence training, a sudden sound emanated from his robe. After a moment of confusion, he recalled that it was the communicator entrusted to him by Frieza. Indicating for Charlotte to wait, Salodice retrieved the device, presumably modified from a power-level scouter, and activated the communication. Frieza's image flickered into view. "Ah, Mr. Salodice, we can begin our next course of action." Salodice raised an eyebrow, pondering how Frieza could be contacting him about the next steps when he had just been reflecting on the recent interruption of all available leads. "Everything is ready and merely awaits your arrival, Mr. Salodice. I trust you are aware of my limited patience. Do not keep me waiting too long." Without awaiting a response, Frieza terminated the communication. Salodice clicked his tongue in annoyance, crushing the communicator in his grasp. Since Frieza had spoken, he might as well let him wait a while longer. "That was someone I have seen before. If I recall correctly, you referred to him as Frieza?" Charlotte inquired curiously as she approached. Salodice waved his hand dismissively. "It is Frieza, merely a temporary collaboration to trace the whereabouts of that cloaked figure. Do not dwell on it. Let us focus on your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Are you prepared?" Charlotte responded with an uncertain hum. Regardless, she was instructed to relax and visualize a scenario in which her most cherished companions were ruthlessly eliminated by any adversary, igniting her fury. Following his guidance, Charlotte closed her eyes and endeavored to conjure such an image. Salodice's white aura quietly ignited as he extended his hands towards Charlotte. While training on Yardrat, in addition to primarily researching the separation technique, Salodice had also explored and mastered a variety of smaller techniques. Though the skill of instant transmission was still in its developmental stages, he had successfully acquired many other abilities. Apart from his adeptness in sealing techniques, he was also quite proficient in hypnosis. Now was the opportune moment to employ this skill. Utilizing the conversion of energy, Salodice connected with Charlotte's mental realm and beheld the scene she envisioned. Hildur attacking Zaha, striking him down with a single blow and trampling upon him. Is this all the imagination he possesses? Let me add some embellishment. With a mischievous inclination, Salodice, while respecting the essence of Charlotte's imagination, decided to provoke it further. Thus, under the influence of Salodice's hypnotic illusion, the scene morphed into that of the demon, utilizing its tail to pierce through Zaha, unleashing flames that roasted him thoroughly before consuming him whole. This horrifying imagery replayed incessantly within Charlotte's consciousness. Salodice could feel Charlotte's energy fluctuating dramatically. Once, twice, thrice. The energy surged and receded, as Charlotte appeared unable to surpass this threshold. Salodice resolved to intensify the hypnosis. In a state of dazed confusion, Charlotte suddenly heard Zaha's frantic voice echoing in her ears. Get away. Away from what? Shouldn't she be immersing herself in the fury of imagining Zaha's demise at the hands of the half-demon? What was happening? As she scanned her surroundings, Charlotte was astonished to find herself once again confronted by the half-demon. What was going on? The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Could it be that everything that followed was merely a dream and she was still fleeing from the demon? In that moment of uncertainty, the half-demon's tail lashed towards her with alarming speed, aiming to pierce her. There was no time to hesitate. She had to survive. Just as Charlotte attempted to evade, Zaha lunged forward to push her aside, only to be impaled by the half-demon's tail in her stead. You must survive, Zaha gasped, clutching the demon's tail tightly as he uttered his final words, his sword falling listlessly to the ground. The dark sorcerer appeared with a sinister grin beside the half-demon's tail. What a tragic sight, sacrificing oneself to protect a comrade, yet it is all in vain. In the end, you remain a useless wretch, incapable of safeguarding anything. The very trash you sought to protect is on the verge of being annihilated by the invincible demon, and alas, you shall not witness it. Ha 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 ha. In that moment, Charlotte could no longer afford to contemplate her circumstances. The force of Zaha's impact resounded in her mind, along with his last words. Everything felt so overwhelmingly real. How infuriating. Anguish, rage, and resentment intertwined, coalescing into a sharp blade that severed the strings of rationality. As Salodice concluded the hypnosis, he beheld a golden aura enveloping the enraged Charlotte. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and bolts of lightning descended around her, shattering the garden's rocks and trees. Aya! Her spiky black hair stood on end, now infused with gold, her black pupils vanishing for an instant before reappearing as icy green. Super Saiyan Charlotte has arrived. However, although the hypnosis had ceased, the newly transformed Charlotte seemed unable to discern her surroundings, instinctively launching an attack at Salodice. Salodice merely shook his head. It seems I may have overdone it a bit. He effortlessly dodged Charlotte's assault and struck her neck with a hand shaped like a blade. As the golden aura dissipated from Charlotte, her rapidly expanding energy reverted to its original intensity. With a thud, Charlotte collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Salodice surveyed the surrounding environment and shrugged. Oh dear, that was quite a commotion. Next time I assist someone in transforming into a Super Saiyan, I must consider the environment more carefully. As the principal instigator of such a tumult, you might as well take a moment's respite. Salodice calculated the time. Assisting Charlotte in her transformation had consumed several hours. He surmised that Frieza must be growing impatient and decided it was time to ascertain the next course of action on that front. Estimating he would not require much time, Salodice took off without bidding farewell to anyone, heading directly towards Frieza's hideout. Damn that wild monkey, Salodice, how dare he? Frieza, growing increasingly impatient within the rocky confines, smashed a protruding rock pillar with a furious punch, causing the minions behind him to tremble in fear. Oh, it appears I have arrived just in time to catch you berating me. Salodice's teasing voice caught Frieza off guard momentarily, but that pause was fleeting. Frieza quickly donned a smile that barely concealed his irritation. Surely, Mr. Salodice must have misheard. How could I possibly insult my partner? Salodice chuckled noncommittally. Pray tell, what is our next course of action? Upon discussing the plan, Frieza's smile transformed from a mere facade to one of genuine confidence. Now that we have thoroughly assessed the opponent's strength, we shall proceed with the initial suggestion of Mr. Salodice. Oh ho ho. Salodice glanced at Frieza, his expression unchanged, yet his mind churned with thoughts. Wasn't his suggestion simply to launch a direct assault on the opponent's base to decapitate them? Given the strength displayed by the adversary, it seemed their allies were not particularly formidable. Even Frieza alone would suffice to handle them. Moreover, during the first phase of action, Salodice had exerted little effort. Why, then, did Frieza insist on involving him in such a straightforward second step under these circumstances? Why seek the assistance of the scion he detested the most when he could manage alone? Salodice sensed something amiss. Was Frieza truly such a cautious individual? If so, why was the plan so simplistic? What's the matter, Mr. Salodice? This should be your forte, should it not? Frieza's words jolted Salodice from his contemplation. No, nothing at all. When does Mr. Frieza intend to commence your second phase? Oh ho ho, how about we set it for tomorrow? Salodice had no objections. Yet he couldn't help but inquire, does the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza require preparation for such a simple ambush? Frieza did not respond immediately, but instead cast a meaningful glance at Salodice. After all, when dealing with those who have offended my dignity, how could one not be adequately prepared to punish them perfectly? Therefore, I ask that Mr. Salodice meet me here tomorrow at 9 o'clock, Earth time. While Frieza's final words and gaze left Salodice feeling there was more to it, his objective was solely to trace the black-robed figure's clues through Frieza's counterfeit. Regardless of Frieza's ulterior motives, as long as he could achieve his goal, indulging him in a little game would not pose a significant issue. After all, even if Frieza were to suddenly transform into Golden Frieza right before his eyes, it would not matter. His rose-gold form, although not a match for the destroyers and angels, could still prove formidable against Golden Frieza. The outcome remained uncertain. With this mindset, Salodice agreed to the rendezvous time proposed by Frieza and departed from Frieza's hideout. Upon returning to his temporary abode, it was already dinner time. It must be said, this modest villa housed 4 scions, and thanks to Charlotte and Bardock's hunting expedition, coupled with Jiren's culinary efforts, Bulma's supplies had managed to withstand the ravenous appetites of the 4 scions. Just as the 4 scions, including Jiren, were devouring their meal, the conversation between Gak and Bulma, along with Zaha, left Salodice bemused, while Jiren's face flushed with embarrassment. Even Bardock's usual stoic demeanor faltered. It seemed that before long, they would need to find a new temporary residence. Why is that? One might ask. Just look at these 4 scions' appetites. The local wildlife will soon be depleted, won't it? Consequently, the 3 scions awkwardly hastened to conclude their dinner, while Charlotte, the carefree scion, remained oblivious, consuming the remnants before finally standing up. After expressing her gratitude to Salodice, Charlotte inquired about training following Super Saiyan. Salodice gestured towards Bardock. Train alongside Bardock. As Bardock prepared to leave the dining area for training, he scoffed, what a nuisance. Kid, let me make this clear. If you can't keep up, I won't be responsible for you. Charlotte, undeterred, followed Bardock for their post-meal training. Zaha mumbled something under his breath and tagged along, while Bulma and Gak busied themselves with tinkering with a new machine. Salodice, as before, assisted Jiren in tidying up the dining area, which was in disarray. Little Salodice, Jiren began, I heard from Charlotte that you are collaborating with Frieza? After washing the dishes, Jiren dried her hands and asked Salodice with concern. Frieza might have clues regarding that black-robed figure, so I'm leveraging Frieza's assistance to investigate. Do you think it's inappropriate, Jiren? Salodice rearranged the chairs and responded. No, it's not that I find it inappropriate. It's just that a character like Frieza. Little Salodice, you must be cautious. Salodice maintained his usual confident smile in response to Jiren's worries. Rest assured, Jiren, Frieza is merely Frieza. In our timeline, he was easily dealt with, so there is nothing to fear. Chapter 45, Salodice's Demise? Frieza's Conspiracy. Having donned his ceremonial attire and boots, Salodice leaped down from the tree in the courtyard that had been urgently repaired. Jiren, already aware of Salodice's actions for the day, had prepared breakfast early. Regardless of the circumstances, one must proceed with caution. Jiren admonished Salodice like a mother warning her child before an outing. Salodice waved his hand, a broad smile on his face. I understand, so I shall take my leave. There is no need to prepare lunch or dinner for me. Salodice's figure darted across the sky, heading straight for Frieza's location. Amidst the rocky terrain, the minions had seemingly vanished, leaving only Frieza standing at the wind's edge, his smile exuding a chilling aura. Oh, Mr. Salodice has arrived earlier than expected today? Slowly turning, Frieza's gaze fell upon Salodice, who hovered in midair. Since you're early, shall we commence our actions ahead of schedule? I eagerly await the spectacle of battling alongside Mr. Salodice. Oh ho ho. Not receiving a response from Salodice, Frieza's brow furrowed imperceptibly. It was indeed peculiar that the normally loquacious Salodice was so silent today. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With a burst of white energy, Frieza soared towards the horizon. Salodice remained silent, closely following Frieza's trajectory. After a considerable flight, they arrived at a hilly region. At a glance, one could discern the imposing spacecraft docked atop the hill. This is the base of that impostor. Mr. Salodice must take care not to accidentally kill the soldiers. Although these soldiers belong to various eras and dimensions, they are nonetheless my subordinates. If they were to perish for such reasons, it would greatly trouble me. However, Salodice remained silent, merely casting a glance at Frieza. Frieza, feeling slighted once more, chose not to engage Salodice further, instead using telekinesis to shatter a hillside, sending debris cascading down towards the minions patrolling around the spaceship. I shall attract their attention. Mr. Salodice, please proceed to infiltrate the ship and engage in combat. Rest assured, I will follow shortly. Upon witnessing Frieza take action, Salodice asked no questions and circumvented the rain of rubble, launching himself directly towards the ship. With a resounding crash, he had no intention of finding an entrance. He simply selected a point at random and shattered the spaceship's hull, penetrating its interior. This violent breach undoubtedly triggered the ship's alarm system, and even with Frieza drawing fire outside, several minions brandishing weapons appeared in Salodice's path. Who dares to attack the army of Frieza? Before the minions could finish their exclamation, Salodice's figure vanished from their sight. Stunned, the minions began to turn their heads, some reaching for their scanners in an attempt to locate Salodice. However, without exception, after applying a bit of pressure to their heads, they were left with only one final thought. My head. Why has it fallen off? The sounds of thuds echoed continuously. Every minion that came into Salodice's line of sight was decapitated without exception. Yet, after advancing a short distance, the foes Salodice confronted were no longer minions, but rather hordes of Android 19. These Android 19s, resembling a certain rotund figure, radiated a dark aura, clearly enhanced in strength. But what of it? With an aura of gold enveloping him, Salodice's energy blade sliced through the advancing Android 19s as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Oh dear, it seems Mr. Salodice has taken my words as mere whispers in the wind. Before long, Salodice's gaze was devoid of Android 19s, as Frieza approached leisurely from behind. Salodice turned his head. Still silent. Ahead lay the control room. Let us see who this doppelganger truly is. Frieza, unfazed, strode forward. The tightly sealed door began to open slowly before Frieza could reach it. He glanced back at Salodice, who shrugged and stepped forward, walking alongside Frieza into the control room. At last, you have arrived, Mr. Frieza, came a voice from within the control room as a figure slowly turned. It was a being strikingly similar to Frieza, but with a noticeably different color scheme. Oh dear, it seems this gentleman bears a remarkable resemblance to me. I assume we are not acquainted? Frieza's tone was gentle, yet it carried an icy chill, a manifestation of his wrath towards those who dared to affront his dignity. Salodice recognized the identity of the figure. This blue and white color scheme must belong to Frost from Universe 6. Indeed, this counterfeit Frieza's self-introduction confirmed Salodice's suspicion. Oh, it appears that Mr. Frieza and I do not hail from the same era for this deadly confrontation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Frost. I trust you will remember it well, Mr. Frieza. Then, Mr. Frost, might I inquire as to why you have chosen to impersonate me and command my forces? The dialogue between the two was laced with politeness, yet palpable animosity simmered beneath the surface. Salodice felt a sense of discomfort but endured the exchange. This is your revenge, is it not, Mr. Frieza? Revenge? Curiosity flickered across Frieza's face, while Frost's expression darkened. In my era, a tournament of power was held, during which Frieza from my time feigned an alliance, deceiving and eliminating me to claim victory. Unforgivable. Therefore, upon arriving in this time and discovering that your army was not under your command, I resolved to enact my vengeance upon you. However, it seems you hail from the past, Mr. Frieza, which means my revenge can escalate further. Oh, by escalate further, you mean? To kill me? Before long, more Android 19s flooded the corridors of the spaceship, pouring into the control room. Ho ho ho, regardless of the era, Mr. Frieza remains ever so astute. By the way, that scion over there, I advise you, this Mr. Frieza is not one to adhere to agreements, and you are the very scion he despises. Frieza glanced at Salodice, noting his lack of unusual behavior, allowing him to breathe easier as he turned his full attention back to Frost. It appears, Mr. Frost, that Mr. Salodice has not been swayed by your words. However, if I may be blunt, your desire for revenge is quite petty and trivial. Frost, evidently inferior to Frieza, was provoked by this remark. Androids, attack. The relentless tide of Android 19 surged forth at Frost's command, charging towards Frieza and Salodice. Frieza's aura flared as he lunged towards Frost, shouting back to Salodice, "Mr. Salodice, could you kindly deal with these scrap metal nuisances?" Salodice tilted his head but did not withdraw from the fray. His energy blade extended once more, blocking the oncoming androids. Frieza and Frost clashed briefly before soaring upwards. Escaping the confines of the ship, Salodice's energy blade faltered momentarily before resuming its assault. After Salodice's initial attack, the Android 19s seemed to designate him as their primary target, launching suicidal charges at him. How tedious. Despite their numbers, the Android 19s, even with their dark enhancements, were no match for Salodice. Fortunately, Salodice would soon be relieved of his tedium. As a somewhat injured Frieza re-entered the ship, the Android 19s ceased their onslaught. Ho ho ho. I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Salodice, for holding off these scrap metals. Salodice withdrew his energy blade but did not revert to his normal state. Instead, he turned to observe Frieza. Salodice sensed that Frieza's energy remained at its peak, not yet subdued. Tilting his head, Salodice glanced at the unconscious Frost, held aloft by Frieza. Pondering, it seems that Mr. Frost's power pales in comparison to that of Mr. Frieza. Ho ho ho, merely a minor character, causing me a bit of inconvenience. Salodice stretched his body, leaning against the wall. Now then, have you gleaned anything from this Mr. Frost? Frieza smiled as he approached, responding to Salodice's inquiry. Indeed, the gains have been substantial. He casually tossed Frost aside, drawing closer to Salodice. Yet, you shall not have the chance to learn more, inferior being. Frieza suddenly erupted with a violet-black aura, launching a fierce attack towards Salodice. As if caught off guard, Salodice widened his eyes, gradually dissipating into nothingness beneath the close-range energy blast. After Salodice vanished, Frieza squinted his eyes and casually rummaged through the control room, retrieving a scouter. Upon activating the device and confirming multiple times that there were no readings of combat power in the vicinity, Frieza burst into a satisfied laughter. Oh ho ho! Ha ha ha! Inferior beings are truly inferior. To be ambushed without any defenses, how delightful. Ah, Lord Frieza, such words make it rather disheartening for me, a fellow scion. Came the voice of Dales, who descended from the void above the spaceship. Alongside him appeared Dr. Gero, who had also undergone transformation into a cyborg. Does Mr. Dales care about such matters? Dales produced a fruit from the Tree of Might and offered it to Frieza. As a token of our alliance, please accept this fruit, Mr. Frieza. Without hesitation, Frieza accepted the fruit. Oh, is this the fruit that enhances the strength of those cyborgs? Dr. Gero remarked. The fruit that enhances their power is merely a mass-produced experimental item I've created with side effects. This, however, is a carefully cultivated specimen, modified to no longer require draining the energy of planets. Frieza's face radiated with joy as he took a bite of the fruit. I see. Then I shall try this Tree of Might fruit. With a crunch, the moment the fruit entered his mouth, Frieza's body erupted with a violent aura, infused with a black essence. The ferocious energy stirred a tempest within the control room, lifting all unsecured items until it finally subsided. Oh, indeed, this fruit is extraordinary. I can feel my power surging rapidly. How splendid. Now, Lord Frieza, let us reaffirm our pact. I shall provide the seeds of the Tree of Might, Dr. Gero will conduct research, and you shall hunt down the powerful beings who participated in this deadly battle, with you as the leader of our trio alliance. Is that agreeable? Dr. Gero nodded first. I have no objections. Frieza also nodded in satisfaction. Of course, I have no issues either. At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected. I happen to have a small problem. Huh. The three present were astonished, turning towards the source of the voice. Emerging from the shadows was Salodice. My question is, how do you intend to carry out your plans after you all perish? You did not die? The shock on Frieza's face was unmistakable. Salodice, however, retorted with a cold smile. When did you mistakenly believe you had killed me? Was it when your energy blast struck me, or when you used your scouter to scan the surroundings? Suddenly, another slightly dazed Salodice materialized beside him. TSK. My clone lacks the vitality of Elder Pibera, but it suffices to fool you, and I have a means to conceal my energy. A method that your tedious scouter cannot detect. Salodice's aura surged, transforming into a liquid-like substance tinged with rose gold. And one more thing, Mr. Frieza. Why did you think that I, not exerting my full power in battle, could be ambushed by you. Chapter 46. The End of the Farce. New clues. Salodice fixed his gaze on Frieza, who trembled in fear or rage, his demeanor contemptuous. You, a self-proclaimed cosmic emperor, forming an alliance with two short-sighted, worthless fools and resorting to such pathetic ambush tactics that even an assassin would scorn. This has certainly given me a clearer understanding of your limitations. Salodice then turned his attention to Dales, who suddenly brandished a spear formed from energy, hurling it with force that pinned Dales against the spaceship's wall. Among the three of you, I hold you, the disgraceful half-breed, in the lowest regard, relying entirely on external forces for power and employing schemes for combat. You called yourself a scion, with a face like Bardock's, engaging in deeds that even dogs would shun. Do you have the audacity to claim to be a scion? You ought to abandon humanity and become a pile of dung. Salodice then focused on Dr. Gero, appearing to make some small movements. In a flash, he was before Dr. Gero. Bang! The floor of the spaceship caved in dramatically as Salodice's foot slammed down on Dr. Gero, you may not recognize me, but I know a bit about you, Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. Do you think your scientific creations can outsmart me? Abandoning your humanity to become a heap of scrap metal. Since I've encountered you, I might as well test something. Salodice stepped off Dr. Gero and, without looking back, fired an energy blast at Frieza, who was attempting a sneak attack from behind, sending him crashing into the now dwindling army of Cyborg 19. It's not your turn yet. Cosmic trash and this heap of scrap. Just wait. The explosive energy blast transformed into countless light spears, pinning both Frieza and the significantly reduced Cyborg 19 to the ground. Salodice seized Dr. Gero by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The glint of a blade flashed as he precisely severed the glass dome atop Dr. Gero's head, disregarding the unpleasantness. And with bare hands, he extracted the exposed brain matter. Releasing his grip, Salodice observed the fallen Dr. Gero, clicking his tongue in disdain. So, you rely on this brain matter to control your body. I had expected other parts to be involved. Intense energy coalesced in his hand, incinerating the brain matter. And Salodice dusted off his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dales, who seemed to be struggling to break free. Salodice raised his hand and hurled 4 light spears, pinning Dales's ankles and wrists. Next, turning to Frieza, he declared, "It's not yet time to deal with you. Just stay put and await your demise without causing me any trouble." After a moment's thought, Salodice approached Dales. Smack! Smack! Before Dales could utter a word, Salodice struck him across the face twice and forcefully pushed his chin up, finally satisfied as he walked towards Frieza. "I almost forgot that you wretched cur, have an excess of words. Now, be quiet while I deal with you." Approaching the pinned Frieza, Salodice reached out and patted Frieza's face. His smile as if Frieza were the hero and he the villain. "I recall you previously inquiring about my timeline and your fate. Allow me to enlighten you. In my timeline, you, the offspring of a dog, were beheaded and your head was affixed to the body of the so-called inferior being, the Wild Scion, and then sealed on planet Vegeta. How does that ending please you? You bastard wild monkey." Frieza, consumed by fury, ceased his struggles and unleashed a torrent of curses. In stark contrast, Salodice maintained a sinister smile, placing his hand upon Frieza's head. He had initially intended to indulge in a game of pretend, hoping to uncover further details about the hidden machinations behind this deadly conflict. However, it seemed that Frieza's utility had reached its limit. "By the way, let me share something with you. I once trained on the planet Yadalate and acquired many fascinating techniques, one of which allows me to read the memories of others, a skill I refer to as soul extraction." With a brutal execution of his self-named technique, Salodice forcefully delved into Frieza's memories, disregarding the latter's mental trauma as he succumbed to unconsciousness. So this is how it is. Upon accessing Frieza's memories, Salodice gleaned much information. The current Frieza, in his own timeline, had no knowledge of Salodice's existence and, akin to the original narrative, easily eradicated planet Vegeta, leaving only Son Goku and 3 other scions behind. The divergence from the original plot lay in the fact that on that timeline's Namek, Son Goku, while battling the full-powered Super Saiyan Frieza, suffered such severe injuries that he could no longer maintain his transformation and was ultimately defeated. Following this, once he had recuperated, Frieza was invited by the figure in a black robe to this timeline to partake in this brutal conflict. Shortly thereafter, The incident involving Frost masquerading as Frieza to command the Frieza army unfolded. Upon learning of this and discovering that a red-robed individual, namely Jiefu Lei, was slaughtering scions indiscriminately, Frieza conceived a plan to seek out Jiefu Lei, an ally against Frost. In his search, he encountered Charlotte, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiefu Lei. After observing her, he realized her strength was lacking. At this juncture, Salodice appeared within Frieza's line of sight, inspiring the latter to consider an alliance with him. The subsequent events became clear. Initially, even until the first phase of Frieza's plan commenced, he harbored no ulterior motives. It was only after the first step was executed and Frieza began to organize the intelligence he had gathered in preparation for the next phase that Dales, who had allied with Frost and was commanding the Frieza army, extended an olive branch to him. The terms were quite appealing to Frieza, the modified spirit tree fruit, and Frost's life. All Frieza needed to do was replicate Frost's actions, indulging in combat and capturing formidable foes. Naturally, such conditions ignited thoughts of betrayal in Frieza's mind, leading him to orchestrate an exceedingly clumsy ambush against Salodice. However, while Frieza's memories contained scenes of the black mist that enveloped those who consumed the spirit tree fruit, they failed to reveal the underlying cause. Salodice clicked his tongue in disappointment. The reason behind the modified spirit tree fruit imparting an almost identical black mist to the individual who ingested it. It seemed he would have to extract that information from Dales. After all, Dr. Gero had already met his demise at Salodice's hands. The remnants of his mechanical body, Salodice had yet to master the technique of reading memories from machines. With this thought in mind, Salodice approached Dales, forcibly accessing his memories. Yet, he felt a sense of disillusionment. It was evident that Dales was ineffectual, merely a pawn who had allowed the black-robed figure to taint the spirit tree fruit with black mist before handing it over to Dr. Gero for experimentation. How tedious. Rather than being a scion, one might as well label him a fruit-bearing entity, as he served no purpose beyond providing fruit. His mind consumed by paranoia. He had utilized Dr. Gero's technology to create his own clones. What a dull individual. Having clarified the origin of the black mist surrounding the Frieza army was not directly linked to the black-robed figure, Salodice felt somewhat resigned. The remaining leads were limited to Charlotte and Jiefu Lei. However, the former remained elusive, roaming the universe in search of weak scions to slaughter, while the latter was blissfully unaware, merely training, eating, and fighting. Fortunately, from Dales's memories, Salodice learned the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Moreover, by the time Dales encountered Dr. Gero, the latter had been conducting extensive research on the black mist for a considerable duration. Thus, it would be prudent to visit Dr. Gero's laboratory. Perhaps it would yield new clues. With a decisive thought, Salodice surveyed the wreckage aboard the spaceship, shook his head, and exited through the gaping hole. Extending his hand towards the vessel, he resolved to first eliminate the cosmic debris before heading to Dr. Gero's laboratory. A colossal energy blast was casually hurled by Salodice, and then he gracefully departed the scene, soaring towards the laboratory. The distance to Dr. Gero's research facility was not overly vast, and even without reaching his maximum speed, Salodice soon beheld the imposing entrance of the laboratory. Naturally, Dales's memories contained the means to unlock the door. However, Salodice found the complex procedures tedious and opted for a more direct approach, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the door as he barged inside. Breaking through the entrance and traversing the corridor, he arrived at the interior of the laboratory, a place that instantly induced a headache. The facility was predictably cluttered with various machines and computers. Given that Dr. Gero was considered an evil scientist, it was unsurprising to find dismembered limbs and discarded artificial beings piled in a corner. Thankfully, Dr. Gero adhered to a rather old-fashioned style. In addition to storing data digitally, he also printed it as hard copies. Otherwise, searching for information in such a vastly different operating system from those before his time would have posed a significant challenge for Salodice. As he perused the documents regarding the research on artificial beings, the advantages and disadvantages of mechanical and semi-mechanical variants, he scoffed at the cultivation methods of the spirit tree fruit. Alas, he had no fondness for such matters. Here it is, research concerning the black mist. Salodice gathered all the documents he had found. Placing them into a universal capsule, he had procured from Bulma during his leisure time. If tasked with reading lengthy treatises, he would prefer to engage in a battle against Beerus and meet his demise. Thus, it was logical to leave these materials for professionals to examine and provide him with their conclusions. What is this? Salodice idly flipped through the remaining documents and singled out one. Shero? This particular document was neither lengthy nor laden with complex jargon. It resembled more of a diary. It chronicled Dr. Gero's process of re-researching the creation of Sheru upon arriving in this era. One keyword piqued Salodice's interest, Bu. Upon encountering this term, Salodice scrutinized the document closely. It detailed how Dr. Gero had obtained genes from the sorcerer who granted him the black mist, claiming they originated from a pink creature named Bu that had always accompanied him. This single sentence caused Salodice to furrow his brow. The sorcerer who was accompanied by Majin Bu. Could it be Babidi? Bestowing black mist upon Dr. Gero. Could it be that the mastermind behind this incident is Babidi? Yet, Salodice remained skeptical, as he recalls that although Babidi and Bu indeed appeared in the main storyline of the legendary battle, Babidi was merely a puppet on the stage. Furthermore, according to Dr. Gero's records, Majin Bu was not entirely under his control. Babidi provided Dr. Gero with Bu's genetic material, hoping that the doctor could assist in creating a device to control him. Babidi's magical prowess certainly does not reach the level of Tawa, who can traverse time and space at will. It is hard for Salodice to believe that such a person orchestrated a battle of this magnitude. At least one thing can be confirmed. The entity accompanying Majin Bu is likely one of Babidi's sorcerers, which should also be connected to the figure in the black robe. After placing this diary into a universal capsule, Salodice could not find any further clues regarding the figure in the black robe. Undeterred, Salodice unleashed a barrage of attacks, hoping to uncover any hidden chambers within the research facility. Unfortunately, although he managed to blast open a basement, it contained nothing but a shattered incubation chamber with unidentified residue and a broken computer. Apart from that, there remained a green object, cracked like an eggshell. Considering Dr. Gero's diary, it is likely an egg left behind by the newly researched cell. Dr. Gero had collected numerous strong genes, and this version of Cell may indeed surpass the original, potentially offering Salodice a thrilling battle, which he eagerly anticipates. Though he merely skimmed through Dr. Gero's diary, Salodice caught glimpses of names like Gula and Broly. Given that Dr. Gero had previously created a cell capable of rivaling Super Saiyan 2 Gohan using only the genes from early Z warriors and Frieza, the cell produced from a greater collection of stronger warrior genes is bound to be formidable. Salodice gazed at the suspected cell egg with a sense of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he had entered this battle with the intent of assisting his girlfriend and locating Bardock and Jiren, but he also harbored a desire to engage in a satisfying fight amidst this turmoil. During his brief involvement in this deadly battle, aside from encountering Black Goku, whose unconventional methods of gaining power were indeed formidable, he now had a potential opponent in Cell. This only heightened Salodice's anticipation for the powerful beings that might emerge in this conflict. How exhilarating indeed. As he exited Dr. Gero's research facility, Salodice felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach, the pangs of hunger surfacing. Considering the time, even if he hurried back home, mealtime would have passed. He decided not to trouble Jiren further for another meal. Muttering to himself, he selected a picturesque spot and retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket. These capsules were filled with an abundance of food, not something he had obtained from Bulma. While foraging for food in the wild was not a daunting task for him, the convenience of these capsules rendered such efforts unnecessary. Salodice, at his core, was rather indolent. He preferred to exert himself only when genuinely interested in something. Jiren, having nurtured Salodice since childhood, understood this well. She also recognized that Salodice had his own objectives in this deadly conflict and might not be by her side continuously. Thus, she had requested Bulma to prepare ample food for him in capsules to take along. He tossed a capsule into the air, and as the smoke dissipated, a table laden with a sumptuous feast materialized before him. Rubbing his face, Salodice began to indulge in what could only be described as lunch. However, it seemed that his luck had run out during his search for clues. He had barely taken a few bites when misfortune struck. Boom. The descending attack posed no real threat to Salodice, yet the debris scattered across his exposed food. His lips twitched in irritation. Although the capsule contained plenty of food, his pleasant mealtime was abruptly interrupted. A A swarm of robotic foes emerged, and it was no wonder he had sensed nothing. Salodice surveyed the relentless robots surrounding him, his lips curling in disdain as he summoned a brilliant energy aura. The robots, oblivious to Salodice's fury, continued their assault, believing that as long as their target remained standing, they must persist in their attacks. They lifted their mechanical arms and resumed firing at him. Salodice spat disdainfully, extending his hands. An invisible shockwave met the onslaught of energy blasts, deflecting them back into the ranks of the robots. Explosions erupted, leveling the nearby forest. However, the robot's armor was evidently more resilient than their own offensive capabilities, as the ricocheted energy blasts failed to inflict any harm. Unsuccessful in their energy assault, the robots promptly altered their strategy, retracting their energy cannons and replacing them with mechanical claws, which they swung towards Salodice with steel cables. Salodice scoffed. Did they think mere scrap metal could dance with him? With a swift motion, he ascended into the sky just as the mechanical claws were about to strike, evading their grasp entirely. Detecting Salodice's elevation, several robots that had yet to attack took flight as well, swinging their mechanical arms in an attempt to bring him crashing down. Meanwhile, the remaining robots hurled their mechanical claws towards him once again. The robot strategy was commendable, yet Salodice's strength was far beyond what these metallic nuisances could handle. He unleashed 2 energy blasts that detonated midair. The mechanical claws, now disoriented, failed to find their mark and instead collided with their robotic counterparts, shredding them into fragments. Salodice, undeterred by the disruption of his mealtime, unleashed a torrent of energy blasts that rained down like a storm. The violent explosions echoed continuously, scattering mechanical debris far and wide. After an onslaught of smaller energy blasts had cleared the area, Salodice followed up with a powerful energy wave. The ferocity of his attack gouged into the ground, and the multitude of robots was reduced to cosmic dust. Once the smoke cleared, Salodice descended back to the ground, satisfied. Before he could revel in his victory, a radiant figure suddenly caught his eye. Squinting, Salodice recognized the individual before him, his tail involuntarily flicking. You are Gula? It seems those robots are your minions. The metallic Gula flicked his tail against the ground, a smile spreading across his face. It appears you are familiar with my esteemed name. Indeed, I am Gula, but a more formidable Metal Gula. Salodice sneered, clenching his fists. Regardless of whether you are Metal Gula or merely a lifeless head, your minions have interrupted my mealtime and wasted my food. My ire is yet to be unleashed, and you shall bear the brunt of this wrath. The aura surrounding Salodice reignited as he ceased any further discourse with Metal Gula and launched his attack directly. Upon witnessing Salodice charging towards him, Metal Gula's mainframe swiftly calculated Salodice's assault pattern, crossing his arms in front of him to brace for the blow. However, despite predicting the trajectory of Salodice's strike accurately, Salodice's fist disregarded Gula's defense, shattering Gula's forearm and continuing unabated through his form. You are so weak. You ought not to disgrace yourself by showing up, Salodice remarked. His figure now behind Gula, arms crossed. A surge of metallic strands erupted from Metal Gula's fractured body, reassembling it once more. Turning to face Salodice anew, Gula wore a confident smile. Well done, wild monkey. You managed to breach my defenses. However, such an attack cannot extinguish my existence. Salodice cast a scornful glance at Gula, his tone dripping with disdain. I merely wish to land a few blows to vent my frustration. Spare me your pretentiousness, cosmic refuse. Although Gula did not fully comprehend Salodice's disdainful remarks, the term cosmic refuse successfully provoked Metal Gula, who vanished from sight in an instant. Salodice neither moved nor adopted a defensive posture, allowing Metal Gula to launch a kick towards him. The sound of metal colliding with flesh echoed, yet Salodice remained immovable, while Metal Gula was sent flying backward from the recoil. With narrowed eyes, Metal Gula coiled his long tail around Salodice, pivoting to face him head-on, and conjured a shimmering energy sphere directed at Salodice. In response to this assault, Salodice finally sprang into action. The intense aura swelled, shattering the metallic tail that bound him. With a speed imperceptible to Gula, he reached out and grasped Metal Gula's wrist. The energy sphere was mere inches from Salodice's face. Yet no matter how forcefully Gula struggled, he could not free himself from Salodice's grip to press the sphere against Salodice's visage. Salodice grinned. We scions do not indulge in such fare. Perhaps you should sample it yourself? Gradually increasing his grip, Salodice twisted Metal Gula's hand, forcing the energy sphere to collide intimately with Gula's own face. Ignoring the explosive force of the sphere, Salodice delivered an elbow strike to Metal Gula's waist, subsequently sweeping him to the ground. As Salodice's right foot descended from the sweep, his left foot propelled Metal Gula into the air. Simultaneously, Salodice gathered a ki blast in his hand. However, before this ki blast could be unleashed, a golden ki wave originated from the distant horizon, obliterating Metal Gula into fragments. Following this, a voice reached Salodice's ears. Magic flash. Salodice furrowed his brow, sensing a presence rivaling Bardock's. From this aura, he discerned a steadiness akin to that of Trunks upon their first encounter. Coupled with the phrase magic flash, Salodice began to formulate a hypothesis regarding the identity of the newcomer. Are you unharmed, my friend? A scion? The figure before Salodice, clad in a martial arts uniform reminiscent of Son Goku, bore several scars that had yet to heal completely. And the absence of a left sleeve confirmed Salodice's suspicions. It was the future one-armed Gohan from the same timeline as future Trunks. Future Gohan carefully sensed Salodice's aura and, after a moment, offered a slight bow, apologizing. Metal Gula's instantaneous movement is indeed troublesome. One misstep could allow him to evade my pursuit. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. My name is Son Gohan. Are you also a participant in this deadly battle? Salodice waved his hand dismissively. Although he did not hold the same regard for the strength of this desolate world's defiant warrior, the sense of responsibility emanating from him garnered Salodice's respect. Salodice, a scion like you. You have not caused me much trouble. It's merely that fellow's broken scraps that sullied my lunch and disrupted my mealtime. Even future Gohan could not suppress a slight grimace at this response. To him, Metal Gula's formidable defenses and regenerative abilities posed significant challenges. Moreover, Metal Gula possessed the same instantaneous movement capability as his deceased father. Yet, the nonchalant tone of this unfamiliar scion and the observed combat between him and Gula prompted future Gohan to speak. However, another voice interrupted before he could. Oh dear. Another bothersome wild monkey has arrived, saving me quite a bit of effort. Metal Gula, who had just been obliterated, reappeared before them. Before either could react, a multitude of Gula emerged as if sprouting like mushrooms after rain. The lead Metal Gula wore an evil and self-assured smile, glancing briefly at Son Gohan before fixing his gaze on Salodice. I must commend you. Your strength is impressive to handle a Metal Gula so effortlessly. However, with the great scientific prowess of the Bigelow Star, creating such a number of Metal Gula is trivial. Tell me, wild monkey, how do you propose to deal with this multitude of Metal Gula? Salodice raised a hand to silence future Gohan, stepping forward. You pitiful frog in a well. Regardless of your numbers, they are merely more debris requiring cleanup. What gives you the audacity to don such a confident smile? You and your feeble brother are. No, you are even more pathetic than your worthless sibling. You, dog-like creature, disrupting my lunch with your useless minions. If you wish to avoid death, kneel and apologize now. I may consider granting you and your brother from my timeline the same fate. Salodice grinned, his expression twisting into something reminiscent of Malik from Yu-Gi-Oh! By the way, you are unaware of your brother's fate in my timeline, are you? Allow me to enlighten you. Your brother Frieza had his head severed and sewn onto a scion corpse. How do you like such a fate? Future Gohan discreetly cast a glance at Salodice, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. This Salodice possessed a remarkably pure aura, yet his demeanor was somewhat terrifying. The expression of Metal Gula had transformed from confidence to one resembling a man who had just faced an interrogation. Wild monkey, I hope you are not all bark. As his words fell, countless Metal Gula surged forth like a tidal wave. Future Gohan erupted in golden flames of energy, preparing for battle, only to be restrained by Salodice. Leave these scraps to me, you may observe from the sidelines. Salodice's volatility was not without reason. For Salodice, mealtime was already a source of great irritation, and he was eager to vent his frustration on Gula. However, his opportunity was snatched away by future Gohan. Future Gohan, of course, was merely acting out of goodwill. Salodice would not direct his ire towards him. Yet, at that moment, a multitude of dazzling Gula appeared, loudly proclaiming their superiority, which only served to heighten Salodice's agitation. Furthermore, judging by future Gohan's energy, it seemed that dealing with 2 or 3 metallic Gula would be the limit, and he would still have to split his attention to care for him, making it all the more difficult to quell his anger. Future Gohan looked curiously at Salodice. With this number of foes, can you handle them alone, Mr. Salodice? Salodice took a deep breath. Although this was their first encounter, I am somewhat aware of your circumstances. Without a father's guidance, the path of the Scions remains uncertain. While shouldering the burden of protecting the world is indeed commendable, as a warrior, well, do observe closely the future of the Scions. Salodice's golden aura ignited, soaring towards the heavens. This was the Super Scion who transcended even the Super Scion itself. The Super Scion 2. Watch closely. Chapter 48. The possibility of dispelling despair. Future Gohan's tears. Future Gohan gazed in astonishment at Salodice. A Super Scion who transcends even the Super Scion? After transforming, Salodice effortlessly sent the approaching metallic Gula flying with just a glance. What kind of power is this? Future Gohan could hear the astonishment in his own voice. Is it too early to be surprised? Salodice extended his hands, unleashing energy blades that radiated with intense heat. His expression intensified, and his figure transformed into a golden blur, weaving through the throng of metallic Gula. As he passed each one, they were cleaved apart before they could even adopt a defensive stance, scattering into the air like brilliant fireworks. Is this a battle? Future Gohan pondered, quickly arriving at a different conclusion. No, this was a one-sided massacre. For him, even a single metallic Gula would typically require a fierce struggle to defeat. Yet they felt like wheat before this Scion comrade. If such a warrior existed in his future, could he perhaps live without the crushing weight of responsibility? Realizing his dream of becoming a scholar in a peaceful world? If only his father had not passed away and had continued to train until now. Could he have dealt with these metallic Gula as effortlessly as this warrior? Future Gohan reaffirmed his belief. It is certainly possible, but alas, these are merely hypotheticals. Perhaps when future Trunks matures, he too could possess strength that far exceeds his own, much like this Scion warrior before him. Yet when that time comes, perhaps he may have already sacrificed himself in one of the futile attempts to thwart the androids. However, upon reflection, he realized that his concern was not for his own demise. He trusted that even if his physical form was destroyed, the will to protect the Earth would be inherited by Trunks or another. His true worry lay in the thought that if no new warriors emerged in time after his death, how many innocent lives would be lost at the hands of the androids in that interim? It was precisely for this reason that he had come to this timeline to partake in this desperate battle, seeking a solution to the androids. Yet not only did he find himself powerless against the androids, but upon arriving in this timeline, he had once again displayed such vulnerability against the formidable metallic Gula. Thankfully, this Scion warrior before him revealed a realm he had never imagined. A Super Scion who transcends even the Super Scion 2. Amidst future Gohan's tumultuous thoughts, Salodice concluded the one-sided slaughter, retracting his energy blades and returning to a more composed demeanor as he approached future Gohan. Regaining his composure, future Gohan bowed deeply to this formidable warrior. Please, you must teach me how to transcend the Super Scion. It is of utmost importance to me. Salodice smiled in agreement, although he was unaware of the specifics surrounding this one-armed warrior. The heavy yet clear sense of justice emanating from his empty sleeve left Salodice with no doubt that he was indeed the solitary fighter battling to the very end in that desolate world. Teaching you is certainly not a problem, but before that, future Gohan looked at Salodice, puzzled by his suddenly serious demeanor. Before that, let us fill our stomachs first. Seeing Salodice's radiant smile, future Gohan recalled a familiar figure, tears unconsciously streaming down his weathered face. Father. Salodice paused, his hand halting as he retrieved a capsule. To be honest, the moment he saw future Gohan's tears, a phrase immediately came to mind. What kind of expression is that? What are those eyes? What is that tear? Can your tears save the Earth? Yet upon reflection, while it was fitting, this solitary warrior had endured far too much. He was not a guiding light like Simon to Leo. And this lonely warrior was not the inexperienced Dawn of Leo, still needing to temper his heart. With that thought in mind, Salodice lost interest in carefully selecting a capsule and casually tossed one before patting future Gohan on the shoulder. Take note, I am not your father. With Salodice's pat, future Gohan snapped back to reality, wiping away his tears and forcing a smile as he apologized to Salodice. I am sorry. Your earlier demeanor made me unable to help but think of my father. Salodice waved his hand, casually grabbing a steaming bowl of ramen that had emerged from the capsule, slurping it down with the broth. Ah, much better now. It is uncomfortable to have an empty stomach. Gohan, Would you like to join me for a bite? Having been embroiled in this desperate battle, future Gohan had been tracking the metallic Gula since he first encountered them abducting humans, and now several days had passed without a proper meal. Not to mention, in his own timeline, the rampant androids had denied him any delicious food for years. Though he was a half-breed, he was still a scion, and with the aroma of food wafting through the air, he naturally felt a stirring in his appetite. However, instilled with good manners from his mother since childhood, he refrained from rushing forward. Now invited by Salodice, he found himself opening a door that had long been closed. After expressing his gratitude to Salodice for the hospitality, future Gohan stepped forward, joining Salodice in devouring the warm, delectable food he had not tasted in ages with extraordinary speed. In the company of two scions, one of whom had not enjoyed a proper meal in years, the contents of the capsule were swiftly consumed. Once their hunger was satiated, future Gohan intended to express his gratitude, but Salodice preempted him. Speaking of which, your father should be Kakarot, am I right? My father is Sun Wukong. In the future, Wufan's words came to an abrupt halt. Ever since the emergence of the androids and the death of Uncle Vegeta, he had not heard that name for many years, leaving him momentarily speechless. With a self-deprecating smile, Wufan altered his response. Yes, my father's name as a scion is indeed that. However, only Uncle Vegeta would refer to my father in such a manner. Could it be that in Mr. Salodice's timeline, you also know my father? Wufan felt a surge of anticipation, hoping that this formidable warrior before him might also recognize his father and share tales of how powerful he could have been had he not succumbed to heart disease. However, the words spoken by Salodice left Wufan feeling somewhat bewildered. Well, I do know Kakarot, but not as the Son Goku you are familiar with. Rather, I knew him shortly after his birth. Ultimately, Wufan exclaimed in surprise, while Salodice burst into hearty laughter at his reaction. Such an amusing response. However, I assure you, I speak the truth. You must be aware that the participants in this deathmatch hail from different timelines and eras, yes? Wufan's lips trembled as he responded hesitantly. Yes, I am aware of that. So, Mr. Salodice, does that mean you come from an era prior to mine? Salodice rose, revealing a playful smile. When I arrived at this deathmatch, your father Kakarot had just been placed in a small vessel by my brother-in-law, his father Bardock, and sent to Earth. Wufan felt somewhat dazed. Despite having matured into a composed adult through the harrowing trials he had faced, the implications of Salodice's words left him feeling somewhat lost. This seemingly youthful and powerful warrior is not only a scion from an earlier era, but also a distant relative. His father's father, or his grandfather, is the brother-in-law of the man before him. Thus, this individual should be his. Well, Kakarot's child should refer to me as uncle, I suppose. However, since we are not from the same timeline, there is no need for such formalities. Salodice nodded in satisfaction at Wufan's stunned expression before regaining a serious demeanor. It is much better to smile and relax. Remaining tense and frowning does not contribute to enhancing one's strength, you know? After all, Kakarot is the successor of the Turtle School. Did he not teach you the essence of maintaining a balance in life through diligent practice, study, leisure, nourishment, and rest? In Wufan's mind, he suddenly recalled the words his father had spoken during his childhood, words he had failed to comprehend at the time due to his young age, compounded by the burdens he had carried in the years that followed. However, how does this man, my uncle from another timeline, know this? Wufan voiced his curiosity, and Salodice shrugged, not providing a direct answer. Well, that shall remain my secret. Since it is a secret, Wufan refrained from further inquiries. Then, when will you, Mr. Salodice, be able to? Wufan hesitated to continue, but Salodice understood that he wished to inquire about when he might teach him to achieve Super Saiyan 2. No need to rush for that. There is another matter. Salodice was referring to his desire to learn about Wufan's experiences. After all, within the myriad timelines, many histories share similarities. Perhaps the narrative of Goku's demise and the rampage of the androids is akin. Yet the events experienced by the Z fighters in different timelines may vary significantly. Although Wufan was reluctant to recount his painful past, he recognized that the man before him could be considered a senior in a certain sense. Thus, Wufan slowly began to narrate his experiences. The journey of Wufan's timeline indeed mirrored the original narrative, wherein Goku succumbed to illness, followed by the rampage of androids number 17 and number 18. However, it diverged in that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan and engaged the androids in battle. Similar to the original story, The android's strength was considerably inferior to that of the timeline where future Trunks had arrived, allowing Vegeta to gain the upper hand in one-on-one combat. Nonetheless, the existence of two androids with boundless energy rendered the Z fighters powerless, and the strongest among them, Piccolo, who had not fused with Kami, could only fall one by one to the androids. Ultimately, only the young Wu Fan remained alive. Without his father's guidance, Wu Fan, although he achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan and experienced some enhancement in strength after maturing, found it ultimately futile. After over a decade of resistance, Wu Fan lost his left arm. Following a fierce battle with the androids, a cloaked figure approached Wu Fan, inviting him to join this death match. As for the events preceding the androids, they bore no distinction from the plot leading up to his crossing over. If only I could be as powerful as my father. A wave of pain washed over Wu Fan as he thought of the innocent lives lost in his timeline. Salodice produced a capsule, revealing a refrigerator stocked with beverages, from which he extracted a bottle of juice and began to drink, reproaching Wu Fan with an air of disappointment. You rely too heavily on Kakarot. Without him, do you not know how to navigate the path ahead? Salodice shook his head. Your vision must extend further to the path of the Super Saiyan. Even after surpassing the Super Saiyan, do not become complacent. Continue to pursue greater strength, understand? Wu Fan wished to express more, but Salodice preemptively interrupted. Are you trying to say that your dream is to become a scholar? Yes. Salodice's inexplicable authority rendered Wu Fan somewhat hesitant. The crises of this world are ever looming. If you wish to protect your world, you must relinquish your dream and pursue the path of a warrior. Wu Fan felt conflicted upon hearing these words. Abandon my dream. Salodice shook his head. It is too much to ask you to decide now. For the time being, follow me in training to surpass the Super Saiyan. With Salodice's words, Wu Fan temporarily set aside his inner turmoil. Very well. Now, for the first step, you must maintain the Super Saiyan state continuously, and then I will take you to meet your grandfather in my timeline. Chapter 49. An unexpected visitor, a shared crisis between two realms? However, it seems that the return journey may not proceed smoothly. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Salodice sensed an energy remarkably akin to that of future Wu Fan, yet tinged with a sinister aura, approaching at an alarming speed. A different timeline's Wu Fan, yet the intensity of this energy was far greater than that of the future Wu Fan beside him, even rivaling his own strength. Salodice furrowed his brow, adopting a defensive stance. Wu Fan, noticing Salodice's reaction, momentarily hesitated but soon became aware of the approaching presence. This energy, the speed of the newcomer, is overwhelming. Wu Fan was a fraction too slow to assume a defensive posture, as the figure had already arrived. Another, me from a different timeline? In the uncertain future, Wu Fan found himself bewildered. The figure before him, with an appearance and even a severed left arm identical to his own, bore only one distinction: the black Kame-Sennin Gi he wore. The black-clad Wu Fan merely cast a glance at the future Wu Fan before disregarding him entirely, fixing his gaze upon Salodice. Are you the current boyfriend of the Lord of Time, Kyan? Salodice's brow furrowed further. Very few in the endless continuum of time and space were aware of the Lord of Time's title, and even fewer knew of his girlfriend's identity in that capacity. Logically, no version of Sun Wu Fan from any timeline should possess such knowledge. In the original narrative, even including the Super Universe and the Legends of Battle, there had never been a Wu Fan like this. What on earth is this individual? Without granting Salodice much time for contemplation, the black-clad Wu Fan erupted in fury. Charging at him, Salodice scoffed and transformed into a Super Saiyan, fiercely swinging his arm to meet the attack. Upon witnessing the assault on Salodice, the future Wu Fan prepared to transform and intervene, only to be halted by Salodice. This is not a battle you can interfere in. Step back. Engaging in combat as a Super Saiyan himself, the future Wu Fan knew he would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow from Salodice. However, the black-clad Wu Fan, even though he initiated the attack, he was not at a disadvantage against Salodice. This was undoubtedly a conflict beyond the future Wu Fan's capacity to join. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the future Wu Fan cautiously retreated to a safer distance at Salodice's command. The black-clad Wu Fan retracted his fist, casting another glance in the direction of the future Wu Fan's departure. That figure must be another version of myself from a different timeline, here to partake in this life-and-death battle, right? Salodice, stretching his body which had been sluggish after a recent meal, refrained from answering directly and instead posed a counter-question. A different you. Indeed, you are Sun Wufan. I am curious to know what experiences have imbued your aura with such malevolence. Silently, the black-clad Wufan pondered but refrained from providing a direct response to Salodice's inquiry. This is all for the salvation of my timeline. Come now, Kain's boyfriend. Let us engage in a battle with all our might. Salodice rotated his neck, shook out his arms, the joints cracking with the movement, before assuming his battle stance. Since you are familiar with me, I hope you can properly call my name. Salodice. With a resounding boom, power surged from Salodice's feet into the ground, creating a massive crater. He transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing before the black-clad Wufan in an instant. Huh! A deafening sound erupted as Salodice delivered an elbow strike aimed at the black-clad Wufan's abdomen. The aura surrounding the black-clad Wufan expanded rapidly, performing a mid-air somersault, using his knee to block Salodice's attack. The collision of elbow and knee sent both combatants recoiling backward. Regaining their balance, they clashed once more as streaks of light. The future Wufan, positioned a short distance away, was awestruck, his eyes darting around in disbelief. Such a battle. Could that person truly be another version of myself from a different timeline? The future Wufan maintained his Super Saiyan form, yet even then, his gaze struggled to keep pace with the velocity of the two fighters. As his eyes followed the golden streaks of energy soaring into the sky, the ground suddenly trembled violently beneath him. Before he could discern whether the clash atop the peak involved fists, elbows, or knees, a stream nearby was abruptly severed. Boom! Dodging the black-clad Wufan's straight punch, Salodice disregarded the mountain peak demolished by the shockwave, accelerating to appear behind the black-clad Wufan, delivering a powerful strike to the back of his head. The black-clad Wufan pivoted, raising his lone arm to shield his face from Salodice's hook, but internally, he lamented the predicament. The force of Salodice's punch compelled him to instinctively defend, yet, he possessed only one arm to block the blow. What about Salodice's other hand? Salodice swiftly provided an answer, as his other hand coalesced a ki blast, pressing it against the black-clad Wufan's abdomen. Boom! Dust exploded outward as the black-clad Wufan was sent flying. Have I won? The future Wufan pondered, only to quickly negate his own assessment. No, it cannot be that simple, judging by their exchange, the black-clad version of himself and Mr. Salodice appeared to be evenly matched in strength, and such a straightforward assault would likely not suffice. The future Wufan's deduction proved accurate. From the direction in which the black-clad Wufan was propelled, a voice echoed. Demon Flash. A golden ki wave pierced through the dissipating smoke, hurtling towards Salodice. Salodice concentrated a ki blade in his hand. With a swish, the hastily formed demon flash collided with the descending ki blade, erupting in an explosion. Salodice spat, observing the black-clad Wufan, who had re-emerged from the smoke. Quite capable. As a Super Saiyan, you can hold your own against me. The black-clad Wufan remained silent. His jaw clenched tightly, muscles quivering. The shape of his aura shifted. Super Saiyan 2. Upon completing his transformation, the black-clad Wufan did not pause in his movements. The fluctuations of his aura intensified. A primal roar escaped his lips. Salodice narrowed his eyes. This is... A layer of red-black energy enveloped the golden aura, enhancing the malevolence surrounding the black-clad Wufan, and his power surged beyond that of his Super Saiyan 2 form. Having completed his transformation, the black-clad Wufan remained still, merely observing Salodice. Surely, you possess more than what you have displayed thus far? A smirk crept across Salodice's lips. It seems this transformation, unlike typical Super Saiyans, has instilled a sense of confidence in you. Unmoved by Salodice's provocation, the black-clad Wufan maintained his composure. Noticing this, Salodice shrugged. How boring. The aura transformed into a flowing rose gold, as Salodice entered the Super Saiyan rose gold state. Let us see just how formidable your stance truly is. Bang! Boom! The sounds of colliding attacks and explosions echoed continuously. After a moment of dizziness, the future Wufan reluctantly conceded his inability to observe the battle. The level of combat between the black-clad Wufan and Salodice had far surpassed his capacity for comprehension. Not only could his eyes not keep up with their movements, but sensing their auras also proved exceedingly difficult. Following several rapid exchanges, Salodice and the black-clad Wufan landed on the ground. The black-clad Wufan executed a series of backflips, his remaining right hand resting on his waist, blue light flickering. Kamehameha. Upon seeing the black-clad Wufan's movements, Salodice smirked, preparing his own signature technique. Zatai. Two distinct key waves, one pure blue and the other a blend of gold and blue, collided, creating a tempest that forced the future Wufan, who had retreated some distance, to raise his arm to shield his face. The Kamehameha and Zetai neither yielded ground, each countering the other's advances. In this cycle of escalation, both the black-clad Wufan and Salodice maximized their key output. Yeah. They both roared in unison, unleashing their ultimate moves. Not long ago, this ground had been trampled by Salodice during the massacre of the Metal Gula, resembling a surface ravaged by a meteorite impact. Yet it has now been restored to its former smoothness. However, the vegetation that once adorned this land has vanished entirely. As the smoke dissipated, Salodice exhaled softly, returning to his normal state, while the figure clad in black, Wu Fan, had already disappeared. The future Wu Fan sensed the calming aura of Salodice and hurriedly flew over. Mr. Salodice, that dark-clad version of me. Salodice shook his head, as if responding to the unspoken words of future Wu Fan, or perhaps engaging in a soliloquy. Unfortunately, he could not retain that form, the one that knew of my relationship with Xiao Yao. It seems trouble is once again at our doorstep. Future Wu Fan, unable to comprehend the latter part of Salodice's statement, wished to inquire further, but was halted by Salodice. This matter is neither for you to involve yourself in now, nor should you, he insisted, realizing the undeniable tone in Salodice's voice. Future Wu Fan refrained from further questions and followed Salodice away from that place. After the battle with the figure in black, their return journey was finally free of obstructions. They arrived back at their temporary stronghold just as evening fell, coinciding with mealtime. Upon Salodice revealing the identity of future Wu Fan, Jiren hurriedly stood up and returned to the kitchen. You all eat first. I will prepare a bit more food. With an additional scion among them, Jike felt a heightened concern for the surrounding creatures. After dinner, under Jiren's persistent questioning, future Wu Fan recounted his experiences once more, as he had narrated to Salodice. Upon hearing future Wu Fan's tale, Jiren's eyes brimmed with tears. Poor child. Bardock glanced at Jiren before redirecting his gaze back to future Wu Fan. With a grunt, he seemed poised to speak, but after another glance at Jiren, he opted for different words. Kid, come with me. Future Wu Fan cast a bewildered look towards Salodice. Salodice merely gestured towards Bardock, who had already exited the dining hall, urging him to hurry along. As future Wu Fan followed Bardock out, Jiren turned to Salodice. Little Salodice, if we remain here, will Kakarot from our timeline end up like that child from his timeline? Realizing his sister's concern, Salodice wished to respond with absolute denial. Yet he was startled by a recollection. His girlfriend had once mentioned that due to his existence, even she, as the Kaioshin of time, could not foresee the future of their timeline. If they lingered too long in this timeline, it was possible that troublesome events might occur. Opening his mouth, Salodice felt the urgency he had temporarily set aside to avoid affecting his emotions resurface with greater intensity. After some contemplation, Salodice donned his usual confident smile to reassure Jiren. Do not worry, Sister Jiren. As long as we conclude this life-or-death battle swiftly, all will be well. Taking a deep breath, Salodice turned and walked out of the dining hall, seeking a corner to establish contact with the demon realm. Hey, little one, why are you contacting me so early today? Haven't you been sweet-talking your old girlfriend? Yet, Salodice's mood was not particularly pleasant due to Jiren's concerns, leaving him little room for banter. Instead, he described the characteristics of the final form of the figure clad in black to Tawa. However, before Salodice could pose a question, Tawa's expression suddenly darkened. You mean, this kind of aura? With a wave of her staff, purple light flickered, ultimately coalescing in midair before dissipating, leaving behind a dark red aura identical to that which enveloped the figure in black. Without the interference of the aura from the figure itself, the malevolent energy emitted by this dark red aura became even more pronounced. Even through magical communication, Salodice could sense the eerie and sinister nature of this aura. This is... He began. Tawa's face grew increasingly grim as she waved her staff, once again enveloping the aura in purple light, rendering it invisible. How could this appear at such a time? Salodice, hearing Tawa repeatedly utter the same phrase, felt a surge of impatience. What on earth is going on? Awakened by Salodice's low growl, Tawa appeared somewhat dazed, taking a moment to regain her composure. At present, I am also uncertain of the situation. But if my predictions hold true, a crisis is imminent. Tao's vague words only fueled Salodice's agitation further. No matter how persistently he probed, Tao remained reticent. Though she did not terminate the communication, instead pacing back and forth in contemplation. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Tao lifted her head. Right. If the Kaioshin of time is unharmed, the situation may not be as dire. Salodice transitioned from impatience to confusion, struggling to grasp the connection between this matter and his girlfriend. Yet Tao merely cautioned Salodice before hastily ending the communication. I need to investigate this matter thoroughly to ascertain the specifics. However, I can assure you of two things. It is certainly unrelated to this life or death battle, and it represents a shared crisis between your world and the demon realm, with the foremost targets being you and your girlfriend, the Kaioshin of time. If you wish to prevent her from coming to harm, you must resolve this inexplicable battle swiftly and enhance your strength rapidly. This time, Salodice's inquiry yielded no clarity. Rather, it intensified his restlessness. A shared crisis between the two realms? Salodice furrowed his brow. Chapter 50. The Vanished Town, the Ferocious Android. There are no clues. Completely devoid of leads. Salodice stood atop a rooftop, allowing snowflakes to fall upon him in silence. Several months have elapsed since the attack by the figure in black. Due to Tao's words, Salodice had spent considerable time anxiously searching for clues regarding the figure in the black robe. However, whether it was Babidi and Majin Bu, or any other potential leads, Salodice had encountered none. All he saw were the scattered remnants of the world, aimlessly wandering like headless flies, having lost their leader. Frustration and agitation had been his constant companions over these months. How could he find the figure in black and bring this life-or-death battle to a close? Mr. Salodice. Hearing Bulma's call from below, Salodice leaped down from the rooftop. What is it? Over the months, Bulma had transitioned from being hesitant to speak in the face of Salodice's irritation to a more accustomed demeanor, as she understood that Salodice was not a madman who would unleash his frustrations on ordinary people. Wu Fan has discovered something strange. A strange occurrence. Salodice thought it might relate to the information he had brought back regarding Sheru. Though accustomed to it now, Bulma instinctively took a step back upon seeing Salodice frown. After pondering for a moment, Salodice finally relaxed his furrowed brow. What is this strange occurrence? Observing Salodice's relaxed expression, Bulma continued. I asked Wu Fan to procure some research materials from a nearby town, but, to my surprise, when he arrived, he found the entire town devoid of inhabitants, with only scattered clothing, as if all the townsfolk had vanished into thin air. Indeed, upon discovering the situation, Wu Fan ventured into other towns, finding that many of them were in a similar state. Mr. Salodice, I have meticulously reviewed the research data you brought back from Dr. Jero, which includes blueprints for Sheru, indicating that Sheru possesses the ability to absorb life energy to enhance itself or restore stamina. Moreover, I encountered an attack on my way back. Future Wu Fan also joined the courtyard, eager to provide additional details. That creature, shrouded in dark energy, obscured its true form, yet its green body was vaguely discernible, exuding a complex aura that resonated with the essence of many familiar individuals. Based on Future Wu Fan's description, Salodice was certain that the entity in question was indeed Sheru. Cloaked in darkness, Charlotte and Zaha had already proceeded to the town where the monster had appeared, following Wu Fan's detailed map. Charlotte, perceptive as ever, likely noted your anxiety, little Salodice, and declared that she would certainly assist as a form of training repayment, promptly dragging Zaha away. Shortly thereafter, Bardock, arms crossed, and the smiling Genii came into Salodice's view. Future Wu Fan extended the map he held to Salodice, smiling. Mr. Salodice has been diligently tracking the black-robed figure behind this deadly conflict, and I have heard others mention that this dark energy is connected to him. Everyone is eager to assist you, Mr. Salodice. Wait, I will accompany you. Without uttering a word, Salodice accepted the map from Future Wu Fan's hands, ready to set off when Bardock suddenly spoke. That Sheru. I have heard the little girl mention it before. It is a formidable creature. Humph. After training here for so long, it is indeed time to stretch my legs. Bardock stepped forward. With me, this elite warrior, and Sun Wu Fan protecting you, you can confidently pursue your investigation. Out of nowhere, Gak emerged, embracing Future Wu Fan and cheerfully proclaiming this. Salodice pursed his lips. Bardock, let us go. Two streams of white light surged from the courtyard, piercing the sky. Jinai, still holding a kitchen knife, wore a cheerful expression. Such straightforward individuals they are. In the desolate town, Charlotte landed, pulling Zaha down with her. Once on the ground, Zaha forcefully broke free from Charlotte's grasp, criticizing her actions. Couldn't you simply ask me to join instead of dragging me? Charlotte scratched her head in silence, bursting into laughter. Zaha sighed in exasperation, scanning their surroundings. It indeed appeared devoid of human presence. From the scattered clothing, it seemed the individuals had vanished suddenly, just as Sun Wufan had surmised. Noticing Zaha commencing his search, Charlotte began her unique method of tracking using her keen sense of smell. Salodice had remarked on how unusually sensitive Charlotte's sense of smell had become. She could detect many things beyond ordinary sense. This urgency to pursue Sheru stemmed from her previous encounter with the black-robed figure, as she recalled the scent associated with him, which prompted her to hastily drag along her external brain, Zaha. Suddenly, Charlotte's expression shifted, golden energy radiating from her as she assumed a defensive posture. What is it? Observing Charlotte's alertness, Zaha too began to control the floating sword beside him. Two dangerously potent auras were approaching. They are coming, be cautious. Charlotte rolled forward, positioning herself before Zaha as she unleashed her swift technique, the wild cannon, clashing with two massive energy blasts that rushed toward them. Despite Zaha's comparatively lesser strength, his reflexes were undeniably swift. Casting a protective barrier, he shielded the two from the smoke and shockwaves. Ah, so this is Charlotte? As the dust settled, a male and female figure emerged, the male grinning at the female beside him. They do not seem impressive. Charlotte, embodying the essence of a brash warrior, could not withstand such provocation and erupted in anger. Do not talk nonsense. If you think you are stronger than me, come and try. Zaha furrowed his brow, quietly cautioning Charlotte. You cannot sense any energy from these two. You must proceed with caution. Zaha's warning slightly tempered Charlotte's fervor. Yet she remained poised to charge out of the barrier. Ah, I understand, but I cannot detect any scent indicating danger. I am going in. Zaha could only shake his head in response. Very well, I shall assist you in battle. Observing Charlotte's advance, the male figure unleashed a burst of white energy, while the female dove toward Zaha. Zaha clicked his tongue, maneuvering his sword to engage the female in combat. Boom, boom, boom. The four engaged in a fierce melee, shockwaves scattering and demolishing the surrounding buildings. Within a minute, the unidentified female performed several backflips, landing beside the male who had momentarily exchanged blows with Charlotte, locking eyes as they simultaneously gathered immense power. Zaha shouted urgently, Charlotte, I am aware without your reminder. Charlotte, though brash, was no fool and recognized their intent to combine their powers for a formidable technique. The energy enveloping Charlotte surged skyward, arcs of electricity crackling around her, manifesting her Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The tumultuous energy amassed in her hands, indicating her preparation for her ultimate move. Without any need for verbal communication, Zaha instinctively cast his magic to bolster Charlotte's strength. The airborne duo sensed Charlotte's transformation, their own energy flaring dramatically, even shrouded in a layer of ominous dark energy. As the dark energy manifested, their eyes flashed a crimson hue. Super voltage burst slash. X2, this represents my full strength. Wild cannon. Both sides unleashed their techniques nearly in synchrony. A massive green slash, infused with dark energy and entwined with electric arcs, collided with Charlotte's wild cannon. The two ultimate techniques clashed, wreaking havoc in the already battered town. Charlotte roared, channeling the surging energy within her, attempting to push back the super voltage burst slash. However, even with Zaha's support, their combined strength merely matched the opposing duo's power. More troubling for Charlotte was the apparent inexhaustibility of her adversaries, as they continued to channel energy into the super voltage burst slash. Weaker Zaha soon faltered, his floating swords unable to maintain their levitation, crashing to the ground. Lacking Zaha's support, Charlotte began to lose ground. The super voltage burst slash gaining the upper hand and pushing the wild cannon back. But how infuriating. Boom. The pressure from the super voltage burst slash intensified, ultimately piercing through the wild cannon and striking the earth, creating a massive fissure. Have we defeated them? Observing their handiwork, the male inquired, seemingly to himself yet directed at the female beside him. It should not be so easy, given the power that Xia Luode has just exhibited. Escaping our assault with another person should not pose a challenge. So, Have Xiao Luot and Zaha truly been defeated? The answer is negative, though the circumstances differ from their expectations. It was not Xiao Luot who evaded the devastating super voltage burst slash while carrying Zaha. Rather, Zaha, in a moment of peril, forcibly activated his magic to switch places with Xiao Luot. Zaha, are you alright? Xiao Luot asked with concern as she supported the collapsed Zaha, who weakly shook his head. His strength was depleted, and he likely could not move for the time being. Xiao Luot gently laid Zaha down and clenched her fists. Oh my! Have you chosen to hide? Two figures, one male and one female, suddenly appeared. You two rascals. You still have some strength left. Without exchanging further words, Xiao Luot erupted with fury once more and charged at the duo, engaging them in close combat. In her Super Saiyan 2 state, Xiao Luot could gain the upper hand against either one of them individually. However, she faced two opponents, and her energy had already waned significantly during the skirmish. Moreover, her Super Saiyan 2 transformation was still recent, and her body had yet to fully acclimate to the surge in power. Under the relentless assault of the two, she was forced into a defensive position, occasionally mustering enough strength to land a few ineffective blows. Damn it! After barely fending off the male's attack, a ki blast from the female struck Xiao Luot from behind, causing her to stumble. After regaining her balance with a roll, she retaliated with a ki blast directed at the female, only to be sent flying by a kick from the male. A punch aimed at the female resulted in her ki blast exploding against Xiao Luot's arm, leaving a trail of blood. If this continues, even Xiao Luot, despite her reckless demeanor, realized that her opponents seemed to possess an endless reserve of power and stamina. At her current rate of fatigue, she feared that she would soon be unable to maintain her Super Saiyan 2 state and would become an easy target. Yet, if she attempted to flee now, Zaha would be left behind. Thinking of the exhausted Zaha, a surge of energy coursed through Xiao Luot, allowing her to unleash a powerful ki cannon that sent the two attackers flying. However, she was soon left gasping for breath. The two adversaries quickly regained their footing and charged at her once more, leading to another clash among the three. Boom! In her fatigue, Xiao Luot misjudged the situation, missing her counterattack, and was met with simultaneous ki blasts from both opponents at close range. Struggling to rise, Xiao Luot was shocked to find her body had grown heavy, her transformation reverting from Super Saiyan 2 to a standard Super Saiyan. It seemed she no longer had the strength to continue fighting. The male, floating closer, mocked her with a grin. Xiao Luot struggled to retaliate, her energy flaring, but she could not maintain even her Super Saiyan form, collapsing to the ground. Well then, the game is over. Time to die? The female raised her hand, a ki blast forming, ready to strike. A flash of sword light severed the descending ki blast, as a figure shielded Xiao Luot. Number 17, number 18, I will not allow you to act as you please. The newcomer was none other than Trunks, whom Xiao Luot had met briefly alongside Salodice. Coincidentally, this future warrior was investigating the mysterious disappearances of residents in a nearby town. Upon sensing the battle, he had hastened to the scene, resulting in his timely intervention. However, despite the battles he had endured and the strength he had gained, this future warrior was no match for the two androids powered by dark energy. His normal power level paled in comparison to Xiao Luot's, and even though he could adeptly switch between Super Saiyan forms, he was soon knocked unconscious by an android's kick that sent him crashing beside Xiao Luot. You must be Trunks. Such pitiable strength. Number 17 mocked as he approached, intent on ending the skirmish. For them, this was not a battle, but merely a game. You are all terribly dull, especially you, Xiao Luot. That person said you were a worthy opponent, yet you are no match for me. The ultimate warrior. Just as Xiao Luot prepared to counter, a streak of rose gold light descended from the sky, landing beside her, none other than Salodice. To think that two of them could contain an injured Xiao Luot. How audacious to claim such a thing. Boom. Following Salodice, another golden streak of light collided fiercely with number 17, sending him flying back due to the overwhelming force. This golden figure was none other than Bardock. Humph. You have become rather pathetic, Xiao Luot. Seeing her allies arrive, Xiao Luot finally breathed a sigh of relief. I apologize. Although I have yet to encounter Shallow, these two androids, infused with dark energy, are clearly connected to the cloaked figure, which lightened Salodice's mood considerably. Diminishing his aura, Salodice knelt beside Xiao Luot, placing his hands upon her to activate his healing abilities. After restoring her, he proceeded to heal the future Trunks. You are from that time. The future Trunks. Regaining consciousness, recognized Salodice. Ah, it seems you remember me. My unique appearance is not easily forgotten, he replied with a wry smile. I never expected you possessed healing abilities. You have saved me once again. After completing his healing, Salodice rose. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Back then, you urged me to flee for the sake of saving lives, so consider this a return favor. Reflecting on that moment, Trunks felt a flush of embarrassment. He had failed to perceive Salodice's strength, encouraging him to escape, which now felt rather awkward. However, Salodice chose not to linger on this exchange, and instead focused on the two androids that had returned to confront them. Oh, so you are the one known as Salodice, whom the cloaked figure spoke of, and that must be Sun Wukong? No, it seems to be Bardock. Salodice found the situation intriguing. It appears you have links to the cloaked figure. Might you share any information about him? Salodice did not care whether the androids were aware of his allies. But their mention of the cloaked figure indicated that these two were not merely endowed with dark energy at random. Oh, are you interested in this ultimate power? Android 17 feigned intrigue, causing Salodice's expression to falter momentarily, almost believing the android was some sort of mad creation. Bardock let out a scoff. You dare call this ultimate power? Spare us the jest. Infuriated by Bardock's words, Android 17 charged at him with ferocity. Salodice, this fellow has entrusted me with this task. You need not interfere. Salodice shrugged, acknowledging that since his brother-in-law had spoken, there was no reason to object. His gaze shifted to the still-standing number 18. What? Are you not concerned for your brother? Number 18 mirrored Salodice's gesture, shrugging in response. That is his game. A smirk emerged on Salodice's lips. And what about your game? Number 18, still imitating Salodice, raised the corners of his mouth. My game naturally involves using you as a pawn. Salodice nodded knowingly. It seems I have been underestimated. Boom. Number 18 suddenly erupted with fury, charging at Salodice. Calmly, Salodice raised his hand, effortlessly catching number 18's advancing fist. Well, upon closer inspection, you are indeed a beauty, but alas, you are merely a rotten apple with an attractive exterior. Moreover, I do not have much time to play with you. What? As number 18 struggled to free himself from Salodice's firm grip, he was about to unleash even greater power when Salodice abruptly released his hold. The uncontrollable momentum forced number 18 to fall backward onto the ground. Thud, 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 thud. For luminous spears shot forth from Salodice's hand, pinning down number 18's limbs. This technique, which I have modified to incorporate sealing techniques, has severed your connection with the power core within you. Just lie there peacefully. Having effortlessly subdued number 18, Salodice turned his attention to Bardock. Is this your full strength? Although Bardock's power as a Super Saiyan 2 slightly surpassed that of Charlotte, the difference was not substantial. Yet why was Bardock able to suppress number 17 in battle? Taking advantage of a brief pause in the fight, Charlotte, who had assisted Zaha from his hiding place, looked at Bardock's battle and could not help but question Salodice. Salodice chuckled lightly. With the same power, you may only exhibit 80% of your potential, while Bardock can unleash a full 100%, or even 101%. This is a matter of battle experience and skill. Charlotte appeared to grasp some of the meaning, but Salodice did not elaborate further. Calling out to Bardock, Bardock, finish this swiftly. Upon hearing Salodice's voice, Bardock let out a scoff. This fellow, although slightly displeased by Salodice's interruption of his combat, Bardock decisively erupted with energy, striking number 17's thigh with his left fist just before number 17 could launch a kick. Without pausing, Bardock followed up with a powerful blow from his right fist to the momentarily stunned number 17, unleashing a brilliant blue glow. The spirit of the Science. The full-force attack landed squarely upon number 17. Wow. Bardock did not unleash his full strength, instead holding back some of his power, ensuring he did not obliterate number 17 entirely, but rather inflicted severe injuries. Humph, is this what you call ultimate power? It is easily withstood. Bardock turned to face Salodice. At such a level, this is merely sufficient to warm me up. Salodice cast a subtle glance at a corner of the ruined town, then responded to Bardock with a smile. These two are but appetizers. The main course lies ahead. Bardock remained non-committal, directing his gaze toward Charlotte. Have you found any trace of that monster? Having regained some strength through magical means, Zaha pushed away Charlotte's support, coughed twice, and answered Bardock's question. No, we have only just arrived in this town and were attacked by those two. I see. Salodice elongated his tone. Then I shall take care of things here. Trunks, do you have anything you wish to attend to? Upon hearing Salodice's inquiry, Trunks snapped out of his contemplation and quickly replied, No. I only came here to investigate the situation in the surrounding towns when I sensed the battle and rushed over. Salodice casually surveyed the surrounding environment once more, suddenly bursting into laughter. Well, this place has been utterly destroyed by the battle. Seeking clues here would likely require checking other towns. Charlotte, called out unexpectedly. Charlotte momentarily froze. Although you have increased your power after recovering from severe injuries, your energy remains rather depleted, does it not? To engage in battle next, you will need to rest first, and Trunks and Zaha are also not in optimal condition. You all should return to the temporary base to replenish your strength. Trunks was somewhat perplexed as to why his subsequent actions were being dictated. Salodice winked at Trunks. Just accompany them. At our temporary base, there is someone you are very eager to meet. Trunks felt even more confused but hesitated before agreeing. As Salodice indicated, his current state was not ideal, and having had some interactions with Salodice, he seemed somewhat trustworthy. Thus, replenishing his strength at their base was a sensible choice. Although Charlotte was a hothead, he did not feel incapable of participating in battle shortly, but Zaha, as his external brain, firmly made the decision at this moment. Thus, the three of them temporarily departed from the town that had become a wasteland. Once the three had completely left, Bardock finally voiced his confusion. The kid Charlotte has a keen sense. Even if he cannot participate in battle, he should still be helpful in finding clues, right? Salodice merely smiled. Well, this matter does not require Charlotte's involvement. His unilateral actions might save me some energy, and given their current state, forcing them to act would serve no purpose. And about those two. Before Bardock could say more, he suddenly noticed the glint of cold light flickering in Salodice's slightly narrowed eyes, and he understood that Salodice seemed to have a plan, so he refrained from inquiring further. Meanwhile, Salodice, having used the soul search technique on the two androids not far away to read their memories, pulled Bardock away from the shattered ruins. In a corner of the town's ruins, shortly after Salodice and Bardock departed, a figure concealed within the black mist slowly emerged, swiftly racing towards the two androids left behind by Salodice. You are quite fortunate. You did not perish at the hands of that fellow, but instead have the chance to become a part of my greatness. Number 17 lay gravely injured and unconscious. Yet number 18 was merely sealed, and upon seeing the newcomer, exclaimed in surprise. Who are you? The figure shrouded in black mist spoke little, instead flicking its green, insect-like tail behind it, swiftly lunging at the two androids, completely engulfing them. Drink. Utilizing its tail to absorb the two androids. The figure let out a resounding roar, golden flames dispersing the black mist to reveal its true form. It was none other than Dr. Gero's ultimate weapon, a bioengineered being that fused the genes of countless powerful warriors. Cell. Having absorbed the two androids, number 17 and number 18, Cell swiftly evolved into his perfect form. This power, based on Dr. Gero's data and observations, indicates that Charlotte is undoubtedly no match for this form, and Bardock, whom I just encountered, is slightly troublesome, but should not pose a significant challenge. Only that Salodice. Oh, what about me? Shalu turned abruptly upon hearing a voice behind him. Shock etched across his face, so similar to that of a human. You didn't leave, did you? Salodice, arms crossed, leaned against a crumbling wall with a smirk that blurred the line between amusement and mockery. Indeed, I did not leave. Shala scoffed. It seems you were deceived. Salodice remained nonchalant against the wall. Your lack of individuality is quite glaring. Even when you suppress it, I can still sense it. Is that so? You appear quite confident, having allowed me to absorb number 17 and number 18 to become my complete form. Salodice remained noncommittal. Think what you will. But may I trouble you to answer a question? Oh, what do you wish to inquire? From your words, it seems Dr. Gero is aware of Charlotte's existence and has designated her as a target? Ah, indeed, Charlotte was the primary target Dr. Gero assigned to me. Oh, Dr. Gero's memories contain no mention of Charlotte. It seems he has deleted quite a bit from his recollection. Who knows? By the way, here's a tidbit. Dr. Gero modified the target's priority at the end, designating you as the second priority for elimination. While I have no intention of adhering to Dr. Gero's directives, you certainly seem to be a formidable opponent worthy of a battle. Salodice regarded Shalu, gently tapping his nose. What an honor. Chapter 52. Confrontation with complete form Shalu, the long-awaited return of Black Wukong. Although expressing honor, Salodice was already enveloped in golden energy. Taking a stance, as Salodice prepared to launch an attack, a smirk crept across Shalu's lips, pointing to his own head. What about your rose gold form? Isn't it rather dismissive of me to merely regard you as a Super Saiyan? Salodice vanished and, in the next instant, appeared before Shalu. With the genes of numerous powerful beings and the added influence of dark energy, complete form Shalu's strength far exceeded that in the original narrative. Salodice's sudden strike was skillfully blocked by Shalu. Having failed to land a blow, Salodice swiftly repositioned himself above Shalu, aiming to elbow him down. Shalu bent low, executing a bridge maneuver, evading the elbow strike before swiftly pushing off the ground, kicking towards Salodice. Salodice evaded once more, flipping his body and striking Shalu's knee before using Shalu's body as leverage to roll backwards onto the ground. Stabilizing himself, Salodice's energy flared once again as he charged at Shalu. Yet Shalu was no fool, also performing a backflip to evade Salodice's sliding kick. Swinging a punch at Salodice as he regained his footing, Salodice stood and took a stance, delivering a punch in return. Their fists collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that further devastated the ruins of the town. Following the clash, both Shalu and Salodice engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, fists, elbows, knees, legs, and headbutts. One side represented Shalu, a fusion of various strong cells and martial arts styles. The other was Salodice, who merged martial arts from his previous life with the combat styles of the Dragon Ball universe. In close combat, both exhibited their techniques to their fullest potential. As they exchanged blows, Salodice's fighting spirit surged. This was the most exhilarating bout since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. From a purely power standpoint, the enhanced Shalu forced Salodice to unleash his full strength as a Super Saiyan. In this moment of balanced power, Shalu's technique afforded Salodice immense enjoyment. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Shalu and Salodice locked hands, competing in sheer strength. Two golden auras clashed, each striving to overpower the other, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. With a mighty roar, both unleashed their power, pushing each other back and leaping several times to resume their initial stances. Why have you stopped? Noticing Shalu retracting his starting position, Salodice inquired, somewhat perplexed. Is this the extent of your power? Shalu chuckled, seemingly relishing the battle. No, my power extends beyond this, but, before indulging in a feast, one must ensure a proper environment, exquisite utensils, and tantalizing appetizers. It seems inappropriate to conclude here. Salodice narrowed his eyes, his aura still blazing fiercely. Is that so? I am not so particular. As long as the feast is delectable, the rest is of little consequence. Shalu frowned slightly, his extinguished aura not rekindling. It appears we disagree on this matter. However, the outcome of this battle is destined not to be revealed today. Suddenly, Shalu soared into the sky, arms outstretched beside his temples. Solar Fist. A searing, radiant white light emanated from Shalu, expanding outward. After unleashing the Solar Fist, Shalu suppressed his energy and, utilizing the cover of brilliance, departed from the ravaged town. In a rocky forest, Shalu ceased his leaps, exhaling subtly. To think that merely in Super Saiyan form I exerted all my strength. Salodice is indeed formidable. Oh, you used all your strength? No wonder you are reluctant to continue the fight. With the voice approaching, Shalu sensed an unusual sensation on his back. He quickly leaped back, astonished to find Salodice leaning casually against him. You. Salodice adjusted his posture leisurely, the rose gold energy flowing around him like a gentle stream. And your speed is rather slow. Based on your energy's trajectory, I anticipated your move and awaited you here for nearly half a minute. Damn it. Shalu could no longer mask his anxiety, muttering under his breath as he readied his energy for battle. Salodice maintained a playful smile, also adopting a stance. Yet just as the battle was on the verge of resuming, Salodice sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching their position, displaying a rather irritated expression. Zamasu, what are you doing here, you wretched being? Human, when will you learn to maintain a humble attitude towards the divine? Shalu felt a flicker of confusion. Though the newcomer's attire was different and the energy felt somewhat distinct, the appearance was unmistakably that of Sun Wukong, yet Zamasu was. Salodice and Black Wukong, however, clearly had no intention of alleviating Shalu's confusion. Black Wukong glanced at Shalu. Human, could you kindly leave that insect over there to me? Salodice's tone dripped with mockery. Your energy cultivation is still considerably better than that of the immortal fellow, but why would I hand Shalu over to you? Black Wukong shot another glance at Shalu, a smirk gracing his lips. This fellow is still of use to us. We cannot allow you to kill him. Besides, don't you scions pride yourselves on being a warrior race, yearning for strong foes? This fellow could grow stronger and might even reach a level where he can contend with you and me. Salodice regarded Shalu with a cold chuckle. Your borrowed power cannot provide me with an exhilarating battle? Killing Shalu now, you could take his place, which seems to be an unfruitful negotiation. I have stated that communication with humanity is impossible. Without imparting a lesson to these irreverent beings, they will not relent. From afar, Zamasu's voice echoed, accompanied by the indomitable figure of Zamasu himself. Suddenly, Salodice vanished, seizing Zamasu's head before he could approach Higoku, slamming it against the rocky summit, creating a massive stone slab. The wretched being has at least borrowed power, just barely earning the right to speak. Yet you, vile creature, dare to boast before me solely due to your divine identity? Worthless, filth, lesser than a placenta, remain here obediently. For luminous spears, imbued with sealing power, pinned Zamasu firmly to the stone slab. Higoku let out a scoff, swiftly adopting the form of Super Saiyan Rose, moving to rescue Zamasu while also shouting toward Shalu. Insect, why not take this chance to flee? Shalu is no fool. Upon witnessing the clash between Salodice and Higoku, he unleashed his full power and departed swiftly. Although Salodice had gained some strength in this brief moment, Higoku was evidently not wasting time, leading both parties into a stalemate. Salodice could not break free from Higoku to pursue Shalu, nor could Higoku shake off Salodice to rescue Zamasu. Faced with such a situation, Salodice chose not to chase Shalu, focusing entirely on battling Higoku. Damned humans. In a fit of rage, Higoku revealed his true nature, his hands positioned in a flower-like formation at his waist, as rose-colored energy rapidly coalesced. Kamehameha. Unlike the last time he employed the gigantic flash, a blade of energy emerged from Salodice's right hand. Has he lost even his own techniques after stealing power? Wretched being. Raising the energy blade, he struck down fiercely. Higoku's rose-colored Kamehameha was cleaved in two. Before Higoku could process this shocking turn of events, he saw Salodice's boot aimed at him, delivering a flying kick. To defend or evade, Higoku glanced back at Zamasu, firmly pinned to the stone slab, and swiftly made a decision. Better to let the ally perish than himself. Since his companion was immortal, this kick lacked any special power and should be bearable. Boom. The rock pillar crumbled, and Zamasu expelled a mouthful of acidic fluid but used the force of the blow to break free from Salodice's spears, clinging desperately to Salodice's leg. Now is the time. Salodice sneered. Truly a worthless creature that forgets pain. He swung the energy blade, severing Zamasu's arm. Then the blade's length surged, preparing to counter Higoku's scythe, formed from energy. Yet, a look of astonishment soon crossed Salodice's face. Higoku swiftly darted past Salodice, seizing Zamasu and wielding the scythe, cutting through the void and creating a starry rift, quickly diving into it with Zamasu in tow. Observing this spectacle, Salodice maintained his shocked expression for a long while before retracting his energy blade and spitting onto the ground. Bah, cowardly vermin. By now, searching for Shalu's energy was futile. At Shalu's speed, he had long escaped far beyond reach during Salodice and Higoku's skirmish. How infuriating. These two miscreants create chaos and then flee. In the end, not only did he fail to achieve satisfaction in battle, but he also accomplished nothing, leaving Salodice in extreme discontent. Shaking his head, he cast aside his irritation and flew back toward the temporary base. Upon returning, Future Date appeared, still bearing traces of tears on his face. Thank you, Mr. Salodice. It's wonderful to see Gohan again. Salodice waved dismissively. Even without my presence, in this desperate battle involving warriors from various times and dimensions, you would have encountered Gohan. Trunks shook his head, his tone grave. No, I must express my gratitude regardless. What of that monster? How powerful is he? Bardock also approached, interrupting Future Date's thanks. Salodice shrugged. Well, he is about on par with me in Super Saiyan form, but someone caused a ruckus, allowing that fellow to escape. Bardock snorted, but excitement danced across his face. Good. Next time we cross paths, let me take the lead. Jiren also stepped forward, offering Salodice a bottle of juice. Thank you, Jiren. In swift gulps, Salodice finished the juice and accurately tossed the empty bottle into the courtyard's trash bin before sitting down. Well, Perhaps next time that fellow will have improved his strength, who knows? As they spoke, a shimmering purple-black light emanated from Salodice's sleeve. Huh. This marks the first time since the commencement of this desperate battle that Tawa has actively contacted me. Could it be? Apologizing to everyone. Salodice moved to a secluded corner to connect with Tawa. Why the sudden initiative to contact me? The image of Tawa appeared, bearing a significantly brighter demeanor than during their last communication, smiling warmly. Well, last time was too tense. Upon thorough investigation, I found that the situation is not as dire as it seemed, so I wanted to inform you not to be overly anxious. Salodice frowned again. What do you mean? What exactly is happening? Tawa maintained her cheerful expression. Little one, I still stand by my previous statement. This matter is something you need not concern yourself with just yet. However, do remind your little girlfriend to be wary of her own kind. All right? Without waiting for Salodice to respond, Tawa ended the communication. Salodice's furrowed brow remained tightly knit, the furrow on his forehead becoming even more pronounced. After some thought, he decided to reach out to his girlfriend. Foolish uncle, your contact is unusually early today. Is there something special happening? Do you recall Tawa's reaction after the appearance of the dark-clad Gohan? The little girlfriend from the City of Time immediately grasped the context. That dark-clad Gohan. Did Tawa uncover anything? That woman still speaks vaguely, only stating that the problem is not too significant for now, urging me to be cautious of my own kind. Cautious of my own kind. The little girlfriend in the City of Time also frowned, but not in confusion like Salodice. Rather, she appeared contemplative. In fact, I have recently noticed signs of tampering with many historical scrolls. Yet, there are no indications of the defensive barrier in the City of Time being activated. What? Salodice exclaimed in surprise. Are you all right, little demon? The little girlfriend shook her head. I am fine. I have examined those historical scrolls and found no alterations. It is rather strange. Even if Demigro were to awaken, he could not silently infiltrate the City of Time. Perhaps, as Tawa suggested, there is a traitor among our own. Chapter 53. Today's title has been consumed by Shalu. Salodice did not return to the crowd, but instead sat quietly, cradling his knees and gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, the moment he laid eyes on Shalu, Salodice was utterly convinced that the scattered garments in the town were the only remnants left by the residents devoured by Shalu, serving as proof of their existence in this world. Salodice was well aware of the nature of who he was. I am by no means a heroic figure who dreams of saving the world. If I were to categorize myself, I would always prioritize the people and matters I care about above all else, with a penchant for sharp words and an extreme sense of stubbornness. I suppose I might be classified as a chaotic neutral. Yet, I still retain a semblance of basic humanity, possessing feelings of compassion and empathy. Even though I have long told myself that weakness is the original sin, this should not serve as a justification for remaining indifferent to the innocent lives lost at the hands of Shalu. What then? Is the rationale behind the demise of these ordinary and unremarkable humans? Is it merely because this Earth in this timeline has been chosen as the battlefield for this life and death struggle? Is it simply because Shalu requires life energy to augment his own power, or because he just happens to be nearby? Perhaps these contemplations explain why, despite knowing Shalu can grow stronger, I feel compelled to resolve the matter at hand as a scion and a warrior. Perhaps this is also why I acted impulsively against Zamasu, feeling increasingly agitated after he and Black Wukong succeeded in causing chaos. We Ultramen are far from divine. Despite our efforts, there are lives we cannot save and aspirations we cannot realize. A line from a tokusatsu series I watched before my journey suddenly surfaced in my mind, prompting a self-deprecating smile. Not only can I not make Shalu pay immediately, but even the potential troubles my dear girlfriend might face are beyond my qualification to comprehend. As Tawa put it, what awaits my girlfriend and me ahead? What hidden objectives lie behind Tawa's seemingly erratic actions? In hindsight, how foolish I was to take pride in my meager strength, which is yet to reach its zenith. As I reflect on my journey thus far, aside from the flawless resolution of my battle with Dales, has there been any confrontation that did not leave me with a sense of regret? When facing Shrag, if not for the intervention of Neru, it would have been a lingering disappointment. Confronting the evil deity. What would have become of me had Tawa not needed to borrow my power to break the barrier? In my encounter with Frieza, if not for Bardock's timely breakthrough, how could I now witness this couple, who are almost like my parents, alive and well? A wave of intense frustration washed over me. Little Salodice, why are you here alone, feeling sorrow? Janae? Salodice lifted his head to see Jiren squatting in front of him, smiling gently. I thought it was unusual that your communications with your divine girlfriend took so long, so I came to check on you. Why are you crying? I've never seen you cry before. Salodice opened his mouth, his tone filled with rare helplessness. Jiren, it seems that on my own, I haven't managed to protect anything at all. After a moment, Jiren's warm hand gently ruffled Salodice's short hair. Why have you suddenly gotten yourself stuck in a rut? Jiren asked with a smile. Do you remember what you told me when you were a child? Without waiting for Salodice's reply, Jiren continued. You once told me that among our Scion clan, only Bardock truly deserves the title of a warrior. He dares to challenge any formidable foe and remains steadfast on the arduous path of growth, making him a timeless pride of the Scions. Casting a tender glance at Salodice, Jiren's smile grew ever more radiant. However, I can only agree with half of that statement now. Bardock is indeed my proud husband, but you, my foolish child, are also a source of pride in my heart. In my eyes, you are just as much a Scion warrior as Bardock. While I do not know what has caused you to reveal this unfamiliar side of weakness, believing you are incapable of anything, that is not important. What matters is that you can strive to become stronger. Salodice gazed into Jiren's encouraging eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Why am I so lost and defeated? Really? When Jiren saw the look of disappointment fade from Salodice's face, she stood up and leaped off the rooftop. That's more like it. This is the little Salodice I know, forever confident. It's almost dinner time, so I will go prepare the meal. Meanwhile, on a distant island, Shalu, panting heavily, finally halted his flight. Damn it, I, the mighty Shalu, have. Oh, insect, are you angry about your own powerlessness? A voice echoed, causing Shalu to jump back and scan his surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. Soon, however, a shimmering rift resembling the starry sky appeared before him, from which Black Wukong and Zamasu emerged. Take pride, insect. We, the two noble deities, shall enhance your strength. Zamasu, the immortal, spoke, sending waves of discomfort through Shalu. Although they had saved his life, their words clearly indicated they sought to bolster his power, yet their tone was so haughty. That figure resembling Sun Wukong possessed strength comparable to Salodice in his rose-gold state, but Shalu's current power was nowhere near that of Salodice and his adversary. For now, I shall endure. Divine beings, is it? I wonder how you two intend to enhance my strength? The immortal Zamasu exchanged a glance with Black Wukong, who understood the unspoken message and began to explain to Shalu. In light of your evident respect for the divine, I shall generously enlighten you. Black Wukong smirked as he spoke. Insect, your body contains Scion cells, thus possessing their attributes. Once you recover from a near-death state, your power will significantly increase. I trust you now understand how we intend to assist you? Boom. Before Shalu could respond, Black Wukong unleashed a burst of rose-colored energy, obliterating half of Shalu's body into dust. Partner, it's your turn now. The immortal Zamasu snorted. This recovery doesn't require my intervention, does it? Didn't that fellow mention this insect has decent regenerative abilities? Black Wukong shrugged, unfazed by Zamasu's discontent, and turned his attention to the remaining half of Shalu's body. Compared to the original character who only inherited Piccolo's regenerative abilities, this version of Shalu, possessing cells from Majin Buu, naturally exhibited much stronger regeneration and soon restored himself completely. Zamasu observed Black Wukong. See, he has recovered perfectly, hasn't he? Black Wukong nodded, remaining silent as he fired another energy blast. The cycles of injury and recovery repeated countless times, yet Shalu felt no exhilaration from the surge of power. Instead, he was consumed by resentment and anger at being treated like a mere plaything. However, Shalu is no fool. Although his strength has seen a considerable enhancement, based on the intensity of the aura displayed by the individual before him in combat with Salodice, he realizes he is still outmatched. For the time being, as the opponent is aiding in his power growth, it is prudent to exercise patience. Thus, he endures numerous severe blows. Wukong suddenly halted, perplexed, as he raised his hand, casting a resigned glance towards Zamasu. It seems this creature's regenerative abilities require the expenditure of ki. Partner, you need to take action. Zamasu snorted with dissatisfaction. Damn it, I have to touch this filthy insect. Once I acquire what is in that fellow's possession, he will pay dearly. Wukong concurred, stating that even if it were not necessary to touch the filthy insect, he would ensure that the individual would face consequences for using deities at will once all is concluded. As they spoke, Zamasu disdainfully descended, placing his hands upon Shalu's battered form, activating the unique healing abilities bestowed upon him as a disciple of the Kaioshin, while restoring Shalu's body. He also revitalized his ki to optimal levels. The air exploded with a continuous torrent of lightning, engulfing Shalu. This power, in his optimal state, Shalu felt a significant surge in strength compared to his complete form. As he reveled in this newfound might, He Wukong unleashed another ki blast, severely injuring him once more. Perhaps a few more hits will suffice? Zamasu inquired while brushing off the dust from his attire. Just one more should do. Thus, shortly after fully recovering, Shalu endured another strike. However, only He Wukong and Zamasu understood that this strike was far from the initial casual ones. He Wukong was now approaching full power. This time, his strength was nearly on par with mine. It is now time for that fellow to proceed with the final steps. Ignoring Shalu, who was slowly recovering from the more grievous injuries inflicted by the nearly full power attack, the duo reopened the rift and vanished from the location. Subsequently, the black-cloaked figure, whom Salodice had been investigating, appeared amidst a distortion of time and space after Shalu had fully recovered. Before Shalu could utter a word, he felt an eruption of power within him that did not belong to him. Consciousness. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and then Shalu's awareness faded into obscurity. The dense black aura completely enveloped Shalu's golden ki. Observing Shalu, whose eyes now gleamed with a crimson glow, completely devoid of self, laughter emanated from beneath the black cloak. It seems I may have gone a bit overboard. But it matters not. Once you adapt to this newfound power, proceed according to your original plan and fight to your heart's content. Who goes there? In the expansive wilderness, Bardock, future Gohan, future Dado, and Charlotte were engaged in practical combat training, with Zaha providing magical support and healing from the sidelines. Sensing a powerful malevolent aura, the five instinctively turned towards its source, their expressions filled with vigilance. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, Bardock's face displayed shock. Though he had never encountered this individual, the striking resemblance to Frieza was undeniable, and he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if this person were his destined nemesis. Oh ho ho ho, I am the cosmic pirate Lord Zerd. But do not misunderstand. While I would love to eliminate that crab-headed one among you, I am not here to battle. A flash of red light flickered in Zerd's eyes before gradually fading. I am here to deliver an invitation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That scion named Salodice is not present, but it matters little. You are all together, yes? Please convey this invitation on his behalf. As if by magic, 6 cards suddenly appeared in Zerd's hand, flying towards the 5, only to dissolve into a cloud of mist. The 4 scions exchanged glances, and Zaha let out a resigned sigh, casting a spell to catch the 6 cards, examining them with curiosity. Mr. Charlotte, I, Shalu, sincerely invite you as the challenger to participate in the Shala Games taking place in 3 days at coordinates XXX. The Shala Games will feature me, Shalu, as the host in a tournament battle with the following rules. 1. Participants will challenge me in a round-robin format. 2. Falling off the platform, surrendering, or dying will result in failure. If defeated, I will annihilate all ordinary beings on this planet. Come, partake in this delightful battle. The other cards contain the same content aside from the names. Upon hearing Zaha recite the invitation, the reactions of the 4 scions varied. Charlotte inquired about the round-robin format, while Bardock snorted, his battle spirit rising. Future Gohan and future Dado also exuded a fighting spirit, though it was tinged with anger toward Shalu. That despicable Shalu, wagering the lives of ordinary people. Back at their base, Salodice stared at the invitation Zaha handed him for a while before letting out a derisive laugh. The Shala Games. Chapter 54. The Shala Games begin. The venue for the Shala Games mirrored that of the original saga, a vast and orderly arena. It is Salodice. A commendable venue, indeed. The iconic voice of Shalu resonated behind Salodice. Salodice slowly turned to meet Shalu's unabashed gaze, filled with murderous intent. Well, it appears quite impressive. But I doubt this arena can withstand much turmoil. Until I engage in battle with you, no one will have the opportunity to destroy this arena. Shalu raised his thumb towards himself. At this moment, I am the Super Shala God. No one can retain the strength to destroy this arena while battling against me. As he spoke, a swirling aura of black and gold enveloped Shalu, prompting a smirk of disdain and mockery to form on Salodice's lips. Oh, the Super Shala God? Such arrogance. I hope you can maintain this tone 3 days from now. Humph, I return your words to you intact. Shala's tone was unwavering, brimming with nearly self-satisfied confidence. Yet, Salodice's voice took on a light, carefree tone. By the way, I have been waiting for you here for nearly half an hour. Where have you been? Shala narrowed his eyes slightly. You are the main character of this tournament, a delectable main course. Charlotte and Bardak serve as commendable appetizers. But before dining, some entertainment is always required. Thus, I went to invite more participants. However, you waiting here has left you without assurance. Did you wish to test my current strength? I am merely curious about where you found the audacity to invite me to your demise after fleeing like a cornered dog in such a short span of days. Shala merely scoffed. I am the ultimate artificial being, possessing many excellent genes, and with scion cells, you should be able to surmise how I have grown stronger. Once I deal with you, I will send that black fellow who resembles Sun Wukong and the green-skinned one to hell to accompany you. Is that so? Then I must thank you for your consideration. But unfortunately, they will likely be the ones accompanying you to hell. Humph. Let us await the outcome 3 days hence. Do not allow fear to deter your presence. Upon uttering these words, Shalu closed his eyes. Salodice responded with a cold smirk, casting a parting remark before turning away. In these 3 days, perhaps you should inform your parents of your final arrangements. Oh, I forgot. You are a parentless wretch, a mere amalgamation of various genes, and the only one who could be deemed your father, Dr. Jero, has met his demise at my hands. Thus, you might as well hasten to procreate a little Shalu to inherit your legacy and then ensure it hides away promptly. The 3 days swiftly elapsed. Having grasped Shala's current power, Salodice did not refuse the eager requests of Bulma and Jiren to witness the impending battle. Consequently, the valiant Charlotte and Bardock led the way, followed closely by the casually confident Salodice, with the solemn future duo and the enthusiastic family group trailing behind, dragging the reluctant Jack along towards the venue of Shalu's game. As for Zaha, he had vanished early that morning. Upon arriving at the venue, they found a multitude of competitors already gathered around the arena, many of whom were familiar faces to Salodice. However, none of these acquaintances were of commendable character. The mechanized Frieza and the cloaked King Cold were likely summoned from some alternate timeline, en route to Earth to exact revenge on Sun Wukong. To partake in this deadly contest, closest to the Fridge family were the 4-stage Guldo, who had not been thrust into the sun, leaving only his brain intact. It was uncertain whether he had avoided Super Saiyan Sun Wukong or had dispatched him before transformation. The remaining individuals, The corners of Salodice's mouth twitched. Although, including these few, the competitors bore no strength even to warm up against him, they would still reign supreme in a separate timeline. What is this brash, hairy figure with an extravagant hairstyle? Given his appearance and lackluster demeanor, alongside the journalists armed with various equipment, he must be Satan, right? Salodice turned to the future Daitai. Evidently, Daitai, who had previously participated in a Shala game from another timeline, recognized this individual, his initial seriousness evaporating, replaced by a face drawn with exasperation. Noticing Salodice's gaze, future Daitai assumed Salodice was oblivious to this figure. That is, Mr. Satan, the Earth's martial arts champion. Salodice's mouth twitched again. I am aware of this fellow. I am certain he is not the Satan from this timeline. I did not anticipate the hooded figure to possess such a frivolous side, dragging this character into a life-and-death struggle. The reason for Salodice's certainty was the fact that Sun Wukong from this timeline could at least transform into Super Saiyan Blue, clearly having undergone the events involving Majin Buu. If it were the local Satan, how could he dare participate in such a perilous contest with only a few journalists? Within the arena, sensing Salodice's energy, Shalu opened his tightly shut eyes and glanced toward him. The waiting time has come to an end. Thus, the Shala game is officially underway. However, aside from a select few whom I have particularly invited, your participation will require a slight, preliminary test. With a wave of his hand, Shala summoned over a dozen mini Shalus from the nearby mountain. These are my children, Shala Jr. Do not underestimate them due to their size. Only by defeating them will you earn the right to engage in this splendid battle. Come forth and unleash your power. Before the competitors could voice their opinions, the numerous mini Shalus ignited with energy, each selecting a target to commence battle. The corner of Salodice's mouth curled in disdain as he addressed Shalu. So this is the entertainment you speak of? How utterly dull. As Salodice had remarked, this entertainment was indeed quite tiresome. Among the many competitors, the strongest was barely Frieza and his family. Among them, The four-stage Guldo stood as the mightiest. Yet, it was needless to say that even the mini Shalu's birth from the current Shalu could easily dispatch the strongest Guldo, let alone the other competitors. The scene unfolding was less a battle and more akin to a one-sided massacre and amusement by the mini Shalus. In mere seconds, the myriad of competitors, none reaching even the lowest tier of strength, had either disintegrated into cosmic dust or been reduced to dismembered limbs. Before long, the weakest of the Fridge family, King Cold, found himself ensnared by a mini Shalu, wrapped in his cloak and hurled into the sky, exploding into a shower of fragments. Soon after, the mechanical components of Frieza were plucked from his shattered remnants by a mini Shalu, who toyed with them in hand. The last to endure, Guldo, was quickly surrounded by several mini Shalus, who proceeded to dismember him. Salodice clicked his tongue in admiration. I retract my previous statements. This entertainment is indeed rather enjoyable. Indeed. Salodice was taken aback, glancing back to see Bardock, usually stoic, sporting a rare smile. Witnessing Frieza's downfall was quite amusing. Salodice followed the sound, noting even Jiren, who typically exuded kindness uncharacteristic of a scion, wore a grin that spelled certain doom. Yet, before Salodice could begin to voice his thoughts, he witnessed a scene that made his mouth twitch. The weakest present, Satan, faced with the onslaught of numerous mini Shalus, inexplicably managed to evade their playful attacks through sheer luck. Thus, Salodice's internal mockery shifted direction. A comical figure, truly terrifying. While Salodice continued his musings, the two half-scions from the future, brimming with a sense of justice, sprang into action, intercepting the mini Shalus and rescuing Satan. However, rather than expressing gratitude, Satan bellowed from behind them, "Hey, you two. Don't interfere. I'm about to get serious and deal with these guys." Not only future Gohan, but even Daitai, who had witnessed Satan's personality during the Shala game, was at a loss for words. Salodice quietly approached Bulma, whispering, "I say, Bulma, did you bring your capsule with self-defense weapons today?" Although unsure why Salodice inquired so suddenly, Bulma answered truthfully, "I did. Why? May I borrow a weapon?" Bulma, intrigued, obliged, retrieving a rocket launcher and submachine gun from her capsule and handing them to Salodice. "Here. Thank you." With a word of gratitude, Salodice hefted the rocket launcher and fired a round toward the small hill near Satan. The explosive blast silenced Satan's complaints, forcing him to crouch and shield his head. Salodice, appearing like a specter beside Satan, unleashed a volley from the submachine gun into the ground before resting it against Satan's head and murmuring, "I say, if you wish to flaunt your prowess in front of others, do so, but do not presume to meddle in a realm beyond your reach. Remain a mere martial arts champion, do you understand?" In the face of a ki blast not directed at him, Satan struggled to maintain that it was merely a trick. However, this genuine rocket launcher and machine gun. "My sincere apologies." Satan, having executed a dramatic slide, offered his contrition. Salodice let out a disdainful huff before shifting the submachine gun away from Satan's head and bellowing towards Jakku. "Jakku, take this fellow away from here." Truly adept at issuing commands, Jakku muttered under his breath, but complied with Salodice's directive, cautiously maneuvering around the small Shalu, who were confronting the future duo, and approached Satan to assist him in departing the scene. As for the journalists, they were fortunate enough to have escaped to their vehicles the moment the small Shalu launched their assault, swiftly driving away from the venue of the Shalu Games. Meanwhile, as Salodice reprimanded Satan, Badaku observed that this entertaining spectacle was nearing its conclusion. After exchanging a glance with Jiren, he leaped onto the stage. "Oh, is Badaku taking the lead?" Charlotte, who also wished to ascend the stage but was eclipsed by Badaku's advance, let out a disgruntled sound. "Badaku has taken the initiative." On stage, Badaku assumed a combat stance, his golden aura flaring brightly. "From the very start in the small town, I wish to engage you." The curve of Shalu's lips radiated confidence as he silently pointed at his own head. "It is on," Badaku shouted, charging towards Shalu. Whoosh! Shalu's figure vanished from sight, evading Badaku's powerful punch. Sensing that the battle on the stage had commenced, Salodice diverted his attention from Satan. Casting a glance at the future duo who were gaining the upper hand against the small Shalu, before focusing on the arena. 3 days prior, Salodice had experienced Shalu's strength up close. Compared to the time when he had chased him down like a frightened dog, the difference was of a dimensional nature. On the stage, facing Badaku in his Super Saiyan form, Shalu's aura remained untainted by gold, yet was still able to match Badaku's power. After several exchanges, Badaku and Shalu momentarily created distance between them. However, at this rate, it might scarcely qualify as an appetizer. In response to Shalu's taunt, Badaku merely huffed disdainfully, his aura transforming into a jet-like form, entwined with arcs of electricity. Suddenly, Jiren shouted from the sidelines, "Badaku, give it your all, defeat this insect." Strangely, both Shalu and Salodice's lips twitched simultaneously. Shalu's reaction was prompted by Jiren's derogatory remark, while Salodice's was due to a different reason. During his over a decade on Vegeta Star, Salodice had witnessed many moments of affection between Badaku and Jiren. Yet, he had never encountered this side of Jiren. In Salodice's memory, Jiren had always been kind, gentle, and occasionally temperamental. Her lively demeanor was reminiscent of a spirited young girl. Perhaps it was her time spent with Borma? Shaking his head, Salodice's form flickered, positioning himself beside Jiren. Although there was no lingering energy emanating, Jiren's remark about the insect might well have been noted by Shalu. At the same moment that Salodice moved, Badaku again launched an assault against Shalu. Faced with Badaku in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Shalu's expression finally turned serious, his aura adopting a golden hue as he collided with Badaku. The two continually shifted positions on the stage, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Bang! As the afterimages dissipated, Badaku's elbow collided with Shalu's knee at the center of the stage before they both separated. Thus, the warm-up has concluded, Shalu spoke slowly. Badaku shook his hands, responding with a cold smirk. I too have completed my warm-up. Chapter 55. Truly, Badaku, Salodice's astonishment. A gust of wind stirred up dust, sweeping over the still-posed Shalu and Badaku. Perfect shot. Shalu's form swiftly elevated above Badaku, extending a finger towards him as he unleashed his signature move. Badaku's expression tightened, his left hand shielding his front while his right hand gathered energy. Ultimate Destruction Sphere. Salodice was taken aback. He had yet to witness Badaku truly unleash his fighting prowess. And he commenced with such a formidable attack? This was certainly not Badaku's usual style. It was merely that Badaku sensed an air of playfulness in Shalu's approach, which irked him, prompting the use of a powerful move right from the outset. Naturally, Shalu would not be foolish enough to take this attack head-on. Extending one hand forward, a green barrier appeared before him, absorbing the might of the ultimate destruction sphere, which far exceeded that of a standard energy blast. Badaku, however, utilized the dazzling light generated from the collision between the ultimate destruction sphere and the barrier as cover to vanish from his original position. Behind Shalu, Badaku brought his hands together into a hammer-like form and struck down. Struck by Badaku's heavy blow, Shalu staggered momentarily but regained his balance in the blink of an eye, retaliating with a kick aimed at Badaku. Badaku's hands glimmered with a blue light, clearly gathering a significant amount of energy. Bang! Crack! This punch landed squarely on Shalu's knee, the forceful strike colliding with a regular kick, producing the sound of a bone fracturing. However, Shalu's recovery was significantly stronger than that of his original counterpart, as he spun to deliver another kick. The broken bone swiftly returned to its original state. Badaku clicked his tongue, responding with a whip-like kick that collided with Shalu's. Retracting, he threw a punch. Regardless of Shalu's attempts to strike, Badaku consistently preempted him, countering with identical attacks. Clearly, Badaku had taken to heart my observation regarding Shalu's superior combat techniques. After failing to pursue Shalu, Salodice had mentioned that Shalu's prowess in hand-to-hand combat was on par with his own. Evidently, Badaku remembered this, employing the fighting style he had developed while training with Salodice on Vegeta Star. At that time, Badaku, while suppressing his strength, often faced minor setbacks against Salodice's melee techniques. Over time, he had devised a method to counteract the more skilled combat techniques, which he was now employing. Your combat skills are remarkable. Thus, I shall respond later, using experience and intuition to predict your attack direction and negate your strikes with equivalent moves. In the world before my traversal, such a method of combat without energy support would certainly be tantamount to courting death. Responding later, unless one's physical prowess surpasses that of the opponent, one would inevitably be overwhelmed by sheer force. Yet, within the realm of Dragon Ball, with energy as a foundation, one could compensate for the limitations of physical exertion by utilizing more energy, making this combat style viable in practical scenarios. Nevertheless, Salodice furrowed his brow slightly. However, this method would cause Badaku to exhaust energy far more rapidly than Shalu. Salodice could discern that, engaged in battle, Badaku undoubtedly understood this well. As Shalu's punch barreled towards him, Badaku sidestepped the vital points, allowing Shalu's fist to strike his left shoulder, disregarding the cracking sound that echoed from the impact. An injury to the left shoulder does not preclude the use of the right hand, does it? Shalu, stunned that his not fully powered punch had actually struck Badaku, was swiftly seized by Badaku's right hand at the wrist. Not good. Before Shalu could execute a kick, Badaku hurled him forcefully into the sky, with Shalu sent soaring. Badaku returned to the ground. Humph. With a muffled grunt, Badak effortlessly reset his dislocated left shoulder. Simultaneously, the flung Shalu reappeared within Badak's line of sight. Unperturbed, Badak raised his hand and unleashed several energy blasts toward Shalu. In the face of the ultimate destruction sphere, Shalu exhibited caution. However, he casually swatted away the ordinary energy blasts with his hand shaped like a blade. Yet, as Shalu approached, Badak increased the distance between them, continuing to bombard Shalu with energy attacks. After failing to close the gap twice, Shalu couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was Badak planning? After a few more energy blasts grazed Shalu's body, the answer soon became apparent. Unbeknownst to him, Badak had surrounded Shalu with energy blasts. With a shout, Badak detonated a multitude of energy blasts, enveloping Shalu in a relentless series of explosions. As the dust settled, though Shalu suffered no real harm, he appeared somewhat disheveled and approached Badak at a speed far exceeding that of their previous melee. Wow! Before Badak could brace himself, Shalu struck him with a powerful punch to the abdomen, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 2 steps. Just an appetizer. Don't get too complacent. Clearly, Shalu felt disgruntled after suffering a minor setback against Badak and unleashed even more of his power. However, he gravely misjudged Badak's fighting spirit, rather than diminish. The aura surrounding Badak surged with intensity following Shalu's fierce blow, the electric arcs crackling more violently than before. Raising his hand, Badak pressed a close-range energy blast directly against Shalu's face. In his moment of overconfidence, Shalu failed to defend himself and retaliated with an energy blast of his own. The 2 combatants, 1 man and 1 creature, were sent flying backward. Once they regained their footing, both sides resumed their standoff. At this moment, Salodice furrowed his brow slightly, the aura enveloping his body flickering. He could see that Shalu's current power level had significantly exceeded that of his newly evolved complete form, only marginally stronger than Badak's Super Saiyan 2. If all went as predicted by Salodice, Shalu soon closed the distance again, engaging Badak in close combat. With his unleashed power, Shalu's speed and strength surpassed Badak's, forcing him into a defensive position. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Amidst the continuous thuds of their colliding bodies, Badak found himself unable to fend off Shalu's strikes several times, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Another 2 resounding impacts followed. Badak's rapid movements were interrupted by a sharp elbow strike from Shalu, sending him hurtling away. As Badak landed, Shalu had already positioned himself, raising his right knee in anticipation of Badak's approach. Unable to completely dissipate the force of Shalu's elbow strike, Badak could only awkwardly roll over, raising his hands to press against Shalu's knee as he drew near. However, Shalu retracted his knee, swiftly maneuvered behind Badak, and delivered a powerful shove. Was he about to be thrown off the stage? Not only Salodice, but even Charlotte could see that the direction of Shalu's push was clearly aimed at sending Badak tumbling off the platform and onto the ground. The appetizer phase ends here. Shalu proclaimed his victory. Yet, as he prematurely declared his triumph, a look of confusion crossed his face while a smile graced Salodice's lips. Badak, resting 1 hand on the corner pillar of the arena, spun around and executed a roll, landing back on the stage. You are indeed formidable. Strong enough that even Super Saiyan 2 cannot rival you. Oh, so, do you intend to concede? That would be somewhat redundant. Yielding to me would yield the same result. Badak's expression calmed as he took a deep breath. Surrender? Such a concept has no relation to a Saiyan. So, you wish for me to kill you? Shalu scoffed. Badak remained unfazed, shifting his gaze to Salodice below, studying him for a moment before locking eyes with Shalu. This stance is yet to be fully realized. But it is time to test it now. Shalu, curious, refrained from any action, watching as Badak gathered his energy. Salodice narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be? The aura enveloping Bardock expanded, then reverted to its original form, rapidly rising, causing everyone present, including young Shalu, to pause and direct their attention toward Bardock, who was accumulating energy on the stage. Yoa! With Bardock's roar, Salodice could even see the phantom of a giant ape emerging behind Bardock, pounding its chest and joining him in a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. As Bardock's energy peaked, a remarkable transformation occurred. His brow bones protruded, obscuring his eyebrows, and his hair, standing upright toward the heavens, gradually lengthened. Super Saiyan 3. Salodice observed Bardock in this form, the aura surrounding him dissipating. Truly remarkable. Bardock managed to transform into Super Saiyan 3 in such a brief period. In the original work, Son Goku achieved this transformation twice during his 7 years of training in Hell while retaining his corporeal form. However, recalling the countless hours Bardock had dedicated to training over the past months, frequently returning to their temporary base with severe injuries for Salodice to treat, Salodice no longer felt astonished. After all, this is Bardock. This form cannot sustain prolonged combat. Shalu, let us settle this with one decisive blow. Very well. Though Shalu was somewhat taken aback by Bardock's Super Saiyan 3 form, upon comparing their energies, he had no other thoughts but to quietly unleash more power and began gathering energy alongside Bardock. Kamehameha, Ultimate Destruction Sphere. Shalu's Kamehameha collided with Bardock's fully unleashed Ultimate Destruction Sphere, creating a radiant light that nearly surpassed the brilliance of Shalu's Sun Fist when he first confronted Salodice in his complete form, compelling everyone present to instinctively shield their tightly closed eyes. Only Salodice stood with his arms crossed, unwaveringly focused on the clash of energy waves. Despite the abysmal success rate of Super Saiyan 3 in the anime, manga, and films prior to his travels, and its inherent flaws, it did not diminish the formidable nature of Super Saiyan 3. The quadrupled enhancement of his Super Saiyan 2 state signified that, for the moment, Bardock's Ultimate Destruction Sphere and Shalu's Kamehameha were in equilibrium, neither yielding an inch. Bardock, I concede that you are no mere appetizer. You are a sumptuous feast. Shalu's voice rang out, causing Salodice's expression to shift. This is bad. Shalu is about to become enraged. As Salodice's words faded, Shalu's Kamehameha abruptly swelled in size, gradually overpowering Bardock's Ultimate Destruction Sphere. Although this should have been Bardock's battle, it was uncertain whether he could withstand such an attack unscathed. Perhaps. Surrounding Salodice, accompanied by the explosive sound of spherical lightning, a golden aura manifested. Whoosh. Salodice. Upon witnessing Salodice ascend to the stage, the fear that had gripped Shalu days prior surged within him, causing his hands to visibly tremble. As he contemplated his current strength, Shalu's confident smile returned to his face. Salodice cast a sidelong glance at Shalu, clicked his tongue, and stood before Bardock, slightly gathering energy. Boom. The two formidable attacks captured by Salodice were simultaneously detonated. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust, as Salodice helped Bardock, who had reverted to his normal state due to exhaustion, into Giant's care. Bardock is merely fatigued. Giant, you need not worry. Once I have dealt with Shalu, I will assist Bardock's recovery. Whoosh. Salodice's figure once again ascended to the arena. Salodice, are you so eager to meet your demise? Charlotte's voice rang out from below. Hey, Salodice, it should be my turn now, right? Salodice pointed to the other side, where little Shalu awaited. Aren't there still a few opponents over there? Leave Charlotte to me. Charlotte huffed in dissatisfaction. Yet having witnessed even Bardock, who could transform into Super Saiyan 3, being defeated, he was not foolish and obediently went to assist the future duo against little Shalu. Raising an eyebrow, Salodice then turned his attention back to Shalu. I can hardly wait to eliminate you, you wretched being. Humph. You can only boast in this moment. Are you not going to unleash that rose gold form? Salodice looked up at the sky, adjusting his slightly wrinkled attire from earlier movements. Well, I return your words to you verbatim. Are you so eager to meet your end? Once his clothing was arranged, Salodice slowly assumed a stance, the rose gold hue enveloping his aura and hair. If you desire to once again experience the terror I wield, then your wish shall be granted. Humph. Come forth, Salodice, and commence my vengeful battle. Chapter 56, A World-Shaking Duel. A rift in the space-time barrier? Uncharacteristically, after Salodice assumed his stance, he did not initiate an attack. The divine energy in the world of Dragon Ball is not an absolute symbol of strength. The East Kaishin in the original story serves as a prime example. However, it was evident that Shalu was not of such a caliber. Despite verbally deriding Shalu, Salodice regarded him as an equal. In his rose gold state, Salodice was not necessarily superior to Shalu. Not going to attack? Dark energy surged around Shalu. And after making his declaration, he began to move rapidly around the arena. Then I shall take the initiative. Shalu's speed was astonishing. So rapid that Salodice struggled to keep pace. Thus, Salodice closed his eyes. Huh. Shalu's shout echoed behind Salodice as a full-force punch pierced through his body. An afterimage? When did that happen? Shalu, stunned by the lack of tangible impact, felt a gust of wind approaching from behind Salodice's elbow. Turning around, Shalu raised his hand to block, while simultaneously extending his other hand to counterattack. Salodice's elbow collided with Shalu's outstretched left hand, and he swiftly evaded Shalu's retaliatory punch by leaning his upper body to the side, using the momentum to leap upwards, flipping behind Shalu, and delivering a kick. Shalu maintained his upper body tilt, leaving an afterimage in place as his true self soared above Salodice, unleashing a ki blast towards him. Oomph, Salodice smirked, countering with a similar ki blast. What's the matter, afraid to engage in close combat? Are those combat techniques derived from various warriors' genes meant solely for dodging with ki blasts? Shalu remained silent, continuing to rain ki blasts down upon Salodice. Salodice tilted his head, twisting his neck as it cracked audibly. With both hands spread wide, his aura expanded. Centered on Salodice, a tempest of energy surged forth, rebounding all of Shalu's descending ki blasts. After deflecting the ki blasts, Salodice spread his legs, taking a stance before charging forward. In the next moment, Shalu burst forth from the smoke of his own ki blast, attempting to deliver a diagonal kick that landed in empty air. Salodice, having narrowly evaded Shalu's kick, halted, planted one foot on the ground, twisted his waist, and executed a sweeping kick. Anticipating Salodice's counterattack, Shalu performed a backbridge and then executed a series of backflips, widening the distance between them. After several exchanges, Salodice had warmed up and formally entered the fray, discarding chaotic calculations and pursuing Shalu relentlessly. Salodice's figure shifted continuously, tracing a zigzag trajectory until he stood before Shalu. After a probing jab to elicit Shalu's counter, he swiftly altered his attack, leaping off the ground and driving his right knee toward Shalu. Not good, Shalu thought, crossing his hands to push Salodice's knee back. However, this was merely a feint. Salodice's knee strike bore little force. The true attack was a descending fist aimed at the back of Shalu's neck, exposed by his failed push. Bang! Ugh! Shalu took the blow solidly. Unable to suppress his cry of pain, yet his hands remained firmly on the ground, executing a Thomas spin kick aimed at Salodice's landing position. Damn you! Struck by Shalu's Thomas spin kick, Salodice lost his balance and fell towards the ground. Seizing the momentum, Salodice elbowed Shalu, who was attempting to rise. Empowered and aggressive, Shalu relentlessly swung a punch aimed at Salodice's face. Both combatants were simultaneously struck and sent flying, quickly regaining their footing and rushing towards each other. Snap! Their hands locked. Shalu and Salodice began an intense contest of pure strength. The energy surrounding them surged dramatically in this confrontation, colliding with ferocity. Ugh! Salodice was the first to change tactics, using Shalu's force to drop down, delivering a kick to Shalu's abdomen, releasing his grip and sending Shalu soaring. Dai Linbei. Salodice, leveraging the momentum, rolled back to his feet and unleashed an uncharged ki blast towards the airborne Shalu. Boom! Dust scattered as Salodice continued his assault, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts in rapid succession towards the sensed location of Shalu. This is a return gift. Shalu's voice echoed from another direction, extending 2 fingers to his forehead before pointing them at Salodice. Magic cannon. Salodice halted his attack, a blade of energy manifesting in his hand as he slashed downward. The unleashed magic cannon was effortlessly split in 2 by Salodice's energy blade, as if it were made of paper. With a flick of his wrist, the energy blade dissipated into twinkling starlight. Where is that original technique from your earlier encounter with Bardak? Do not only rely on borrowed techniques. Shalu did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised one hand high, forming a disc-shaped ki blast before finally speaking. As long as a technique is effective, isn't that sufficient? Ki round slice. Salodice merely chuckled. his hands enveloped in a more substantial rose-gold aura. Buzz! The key round slice thrown by Shalu was caught between Salodice's hands, soon taking on the rose-gold hue. Here you go. Salodice tossed back the key round slice, now infused with his own energy, to Shalu. Shalu stood resolute, allowing the energy arc to strike his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Subsequently, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The aura enveloping Shalu swelled, shattering the energy arc that was hurled back by Salodice. As the remnants of the energy arc scattered, Shalu charged once more at Salodice. However, this encounter transcended mere technique. It evolved into a fierce contest of raw speed and power. Their clash was instantaneous, one moment in the corner of the arena, the next in the skies above. The magnitude of their conflict produced waves of force that neither could contain. Meanwhile, having dealt with the future duo and Charlotte, the diminutive Shalu exchanged glances with his allies, Jiren and Bulma, as they collectively raised a protective barrier before them. Salodice, catching a glimpse of this, devoted his full attention to the battle. The sounds of their physical collisions echoed continuously, resounding with deafening intensity. Hiya! Salodice roared, bringing his hands together to strike down on Shalu's back. Shalu left behind an afterimage, flashing behind Salodice to deliver an elbow strike. In response, Salodice evaded with equal swiftness, kicking out at Shalu from the side. Shalu repositioned himself, launching an assault from the front once more. Their fists and feet collided repeatedly before they separated again. Salodice, Shalu shouted. Indeed, you are the most delectable main course. A manic grin crept onto Salodice's face as his aura surged once again. Is this truly your full strength? Shalu's face mirrored Salodice's smile. The black flames around him blazed with even greater fervor as he positioned his hands at his waist, resembling blossoming petals. Prepare yourself, for I shall unleash my ultimate Kamehameha to determine our fate, Salodice. Observing this, Salodice raised his hands high above his head, a dazzling gold and blue radiance emanating forth, heralding the arrival of his gigawatt flash. Come on, Shalu. Shalu's Kamehameha charged first, released with fervor. Salodice's gigawatt flash followed swiftly, colliding midair with the Kamehameha. And to Shalu's shock, it appeared to be pushed back slightly. Shalu erupted into maniacal laughter. Salodice, I return the sentiment. Is your power truly limited to this? Faced with such a spectacle, the manic smile on Salodice's face remained, if not more pronounced. It seems you are quite pleased, Shalu. The words from Salodice caused Shalu's heart to skip a beat. What was happening? Yet, Shalu quickly regained his composure. The situation indeed favored him. Bardock was gravely injured. And even if Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Charlotte intervened simultaneously, they would have no significant impact. Surely, this was merely bravado? Perish, Salodice. Shalu intensified the output of his Kamehameha, aiming to obliterate Salodice with a single blow. However, to his astonishment, as Shalu's power surged, Salodice's gigawatt flash grew even more robust, leading to a stalemate between their techniques. Could it be that Salodice's power surpassed this? A sense of unease resurfaced within Shalu. Everyone ascend. Just as Shalu's anxiety grew, Salodice suddenly bellowed towards the spectators below. Jinai, placing her utmost trust in Salodice, did not hesitate to lift Bardock and soar into the sky. Following closely were Charlotte and the future duo, while Bulma was whisked away by future Trunks to join them in the ascent. Shortly thereafter, Salodice detonated his gigawatt flash. Shalu, witnessing this, promptly ceased his output and rapidly elevated his position. The arena was obliterated in the violent explosion, leaving behind a colossal crater. As the dust settled, molten lava surged from the depths of the pit. What a terrifying force! The onlookers were left in astonishment. In the clash of two formidable techniques, both powers cascaded into one another. Yet, even amidst this exchange, the residual waves wreaked such devastation upon the landscape. Where could he be? Neglecting all else, Shalu scanned for Salodice's figure. Behind you, fool. Salodice's voice resonated from behind Shalu. Without a moment's thought, Shalu spun around, delivering an elbow strike. Salodice shifted once more, reappearing before Shalu. I have played enough, Shalu. Shalu barely had time to utter a word, only managing a puzzled sound as Salodice's hands pressed against him. In an instant, Shalu felt his strength dissipating. What have you done? Panic flooded Shalu's voice. No matter the circumstances, he could endure defeat. Even if he were to be vanquished, he could merely retreat and grow stronger. But the loss of his power was unacceptable. Oh, you are unaware. I possess a technique learned from the Adder Latrians, the spirito separation technique, capable of expelling all that does not belong to you from your body. Quite the intriguing technique, is it not? A debilitating weakness enveloped Shalu, leaving him unable to express his fury beyond a mere scowl. Before long, Salodice withdrew his hands. Shalu, now significantly weakened, realized that his own power had not seen much increase. Salodice could sense that, bereft of the enhancement from his dark energy, Shalu's strength was now insufficient to contend with him. Salodice, you? Shalu's words faltered. Salodice raised his hand, a crackling energy sphere forming silently. So, any last words? You have miscalculated, Salodice. Suddenly, a golden aura ignited around Shalu, his form flickering as he seized the moment of shock from the future duo and Charlotte to approach Jinai. This woman is important to you, is she not? Shalu grinned wickedly. No need to conceal it. I know well she is your sister. Even if you were to kill me, I could eliminate her before you could act. Let us make a deal. Release me. Before Shalu could finish, a light spear pierced his forehead with blinding speed, accompanied by overwhelming force, sending him hurtling through the surging lava until he was impaled into the ground. Salodice flickered beside Shalu. Whose cells are at play now? Such a dull response. I no longer wish to extract information from you. Just die. Salodice retracted the light spear and kicked Shalu into the sky, unleashing an energy blast that tore through Shalu's abdomen, soaring into the heavens. My regeneration. Shalu's words were once again interrupted by Salodice. I no longer wish to hear your drivel. Perish. Salodice assumed the stance for his gigawatt flash once more, gathering energy slightly before sending forth the golden blue energy wave toward Shalu. No, it shouldn't end like this. These were Shalu's final words. After uttering this phrase, he was consumed entirely by the gigawatt flash. Thus, this cataclysmic battle, which began with such grandeur, concluded in a most anticlimactic manner. Having ended the confrontation, Salodice gazed skyward, offering a thumbs up to the onlookers. Yet, just as the thumb was fully raised, Salodice's eyes caught sight of a peculiar scene. At the point where the two mighty techniques collided, in the void above, a peculiar sight resembling shattered glass unfolded. Chapter 57, The Controlled Zaha. The demon Bojack and Babidi observed Salodice with a hint of uncertainty. It is pertinent to pose an initial question. Why has Salodice, after engaging in this deadly battle, never returned to his own time or to Shigeru? The answer is simple. Within this realm lies a one-way barrier akin to that of the evil god's dimension, which permits entry but forbids exit. Were it not for the existence of this barrier, during Jiren's concern for Kakarot, Salodice would have already sent Jiren back to Earth in her original timeline. Yet, what is this marvelous spectacle before us? The others hovering in the air followed Salodice's gaze and discovered this extraordinary scene. As they landed beside Salodice, their confusion prompted him to elucidate. I mentioned earlier that this realm possesses a unique one-way barrier specifically targeting us, the participants of this life and death struggle, allowing entry but forbidding departure. This fissure, perhaps the collision of my Gigajet and Shala's Kamehameha, caused some damage to the barrier. As he spoke, Salodice squinted his eyes slightly. The efficacy of a barrier is solely dependent on the caster's skill. Even a caster with modest strength can establish a barrier with extraordinary effects. However, the durability of the barrier is indeed correlated to the caster's power. Undoubtedly, such a barrier, specifically designed for participants of the deadly contest, was set by the enigmatic figure in the black robe. The impact generated by Shalu and myself must have caused this barrier to develop cracks. Salodice entertained some thoughts, but chose not to express them. Ultimately, these were mere conjectures. The specifics would need to be clarified once we ascertained the true nature of the figure in the black robe. At that moment, Bardock had awakened from his state of exhaustion and faintness. Upon learning the situation from Jiren, he appeared quite displeased. That scoundrel Shalu. Salodice approached Bardock, tending to his injuries. Well, for some reason, I have a premonition that I will have another opportunity to confront Shalu. At that time, I shall deliver a thorough beating to him without the enhancement of dark energy. Humph. If there is a next time, even with the dark energy amplification, that scoundrel greenskin monster will not be my match. Charlotte was about to speak when he and Salodice simultaneously furrowed their brows. Soon, Bardock and the future duo began to feel a sense of unease. Two malevolent energies were approaching. This energy, Zaha. Shock and confusion overtook Charlotte's face. Why would Zaha, who had always been by his side, emanate such a potent aura of evil? Salodice inhaled deeply. They are drawing closer. We shall soon discern the truth with our own eyes. Charlotte remained silent. Zaha was his ally, always striving with intelligence and magic to assist him in overcoming formidable foes, crafting various strategies, and sharing in the outrage for the innocent lives lost in this deadly contest. No matter what, he could never believe Zaha was a villain. There must be some misunderstanding. What had transpired with Zaha, who had vanished since morning? Soon, Zaha appeared within their sight. Have you all been too engrossed in your battles? This barrier was not easy to establish. As the sharp voice rang out, the group noticed, between Zaha and a robust man clad in a trench coat with orange hair, a diminutive figure with a sickly yellowish skin, wrinkled throughout. Salodice also observed the mark on the foreheads of both the strong man and Zaha. It seems he has been controlled. Salodice murmured, his tone laced with profound disappointment. Salodice had never particularly favored Zaha, not due to his identity as a demon, but because Zaha always radiated an inexplicable aura that instinctively repelled Salodice. Now, noticing the mark on Zaha's forehead and the suspicious figure resembling Babidi nearby, perceiving the disappointment in Salodice's voice, Charlotte had much to say, but ultimately swallowed his words. I presume you do not recognize me? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Grand Sorcerer Babidi, the very host of this deadly contest. Salodice stepped forward, narrowing his eyes slightly, the aura surrounding him flickering ominously. So, the figure in the black robe is you? Babidi did not respond directly, but continued his monologue. I hope your future battles will not be too intense. Repairing the cracks in the barrier can be quite troublesome. As Babidi approached the damaged barrier, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to the group. Oh, this demon has been preoccupied with Charlotte over there before succumbing to my magic. His appearance here also serves to fulfill this fellow's final wish. How infuriating. Without Zaha to impede him, Charlotte's impetuous nature surged forth, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and charging fiercely at Babidi. Return Zaha to me. You shall not harm Lord Babidi before my eyes. The robust man, Bojack, enveloped in swirling black energy, stood resolutely before Babidi, intercepting Charlotte's assault. Charlotte, thwarted by Bojack, was agitated. Get out of my way. Just as Charlotte was about to strike, he felt something grasping his raised arm. Turning to look, he found Salodice blocking him. You wish to rescue Zaha, do you not? Leave this fellow to me. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to Salodice, Charlotte unleashed his energy and charged towards Zaha. Just as Bojack was about to move, Salodice seamlessly positioned himself before him. Well, my friend seeks to rescue his companion. Might I implore you not to interfere? Otherwise, Bojack remained silent and launched an attack on Salodice. It seems he does not wish to grant me this courtesy. Salodice's aura turned golden as he swiftly and accurately seized Bojack's wrist. Bojack attempted to retract his captured hand, only to discover with astonishment that Salodice's strength was so formidable that he could not break free, no matter how hard he struggled. Enraged, Bojack's cloak and the orange-red hair surrounding him were shattered by the surging energy, his form expanding dramatically under the pressure. Oh, Salodice, feeling the surge of power from Bojack, smirked and released his grip, taking 2 steps back. Have you been intimidated by my power, boy? Salodice gradually assumed a combat stance. Do not misunderstand, Bojack. Having blocked Bojack, Salodice allowed Charlotte to advance towards Babidi. However, Zaha, why did you stand in my way? Charlotte confronted Zaha, brandishing a sword that obstructed his path, his voice filled with confusion. Do you not understand? Your companion has been wholly claimed by me, body and soul. As Babidi adjusted the barrier, twirling his whiskers like an eel, a villainous smile graced his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's rage ignited even further. Even the long sword manipulated by Zaha, enhanced by Babidi's magic, fell to the ground beneath the weight of Charlotte's furious fists. Babidi's alarm was clearly visible on his face. Zaha has never been adept at direct confrontation. After being struck by Charlotte's long sword, he immediately distanced himself, reciting incomprehensible incantations. As a swirling mass of purple-black light surged toward Charlotte, just as Babidi prepared to extend his hands to erect a protective barrier against Charlotte's furious punch, he exhaled in relief, lowering his arms. It turned out that the light emitted by Zaha had formed a luminous orb, ensnaring Charlotte and rendering her immobile. Within this orb, Charlotte struggled desperately, yet to no avail. Well done, Zaha. We have accomplished what we set out to do. Bojack, we can depart now. With that, Babidi took Zaha and ascended into the distance. Meanwhile, on the side of Salodice, Bojack unleashed a powerful punch, forcing Salodice back before turning to leave. Salodice was about to advance when he felt the soft touch of a body behind him, causing him to furrow his brow. Magen. Bew? Distancing himself. Salodice turned to face the pink-skinned Magen, his bare torso subtly shimmering with rose-gold hues. It truly appeared to be a worthy adversary. Wouldn't you agree, Salodice? Magen Bew scrutinized Salodice for a moment before turning away. As Salodice contemplated, once Bew departed, Charlotte, having freed herself from Zaha's magic, swiftly moved to confront Salodice, seemingly ready to question him. However, her hands, poised to grasp Salodice by the collar, fell weakly to her sides. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Charlotte slammed her fist into the ground, disregarding the others. Her fury reignited. She pursued the direction in which Babidi had fled. Zaha, wait for me. I will bring you back. Charlotte's silhouette quickly vanished from view, leaving only her declaration behind. Mr. Salodice, Charlotte. Salodice shook his head. Though I do not harbor affection for Zaha, I can somewhat comprehend Charlotte's sentiments. Zaha is undoubtedly of utmost importance to her. Witnessing a cherished companion under someone else's control would incite such urgency. Future Gohan expressed his concern. With Zaha under control, Charlotte will have quite the challenge. Not to mention that Bojack and the recently appeared Magen Bew. Salodice shook his head. Charlotte is no child. However, if you are worried about her, then feel free to pursue her. The two from the future exchanged glances and nodded. Then we shall take our leave and follow her, Mr. Salodice. After bowing to Salodice, the duo turned to depart. Suddenly, Bulma, who had been hiding behind Jiren, spoke up. Gohan, Trunks, take this. Receiving the item from Bulma, Trunks examined it closely. Is this a communicator? Bulma nodded. Indeed, a communicator. It seems that Babidi is the mastermind behind this deadly confrontation. Not only is Lord Beerus involved, but Mr. Salodice is also pursuing him. With this communicator, you can contact us promptly should you uncover anything. Salodice nodded in agreement. Even without Bulma's suggestion, I would have preferred to have a communicator for easier communication. Future Gohan, curious, asked, since Babidi could be the mastermind, why isn't Mr. Salodice pursuing him as well? Salodice gazed at the repaired barrier, a knowing smile gracing his lips. My assessment differs slightly from Bulma's. While I do not wield magic, I can discern a few subtleties by observation. Though the barrier appears mended, it still contains certain flaws. The group expressed their confusion. Salodice continued to expound upon his reasoning. If the individual who set this barrier were the one to repair it, such anomalies would not exist. Therefore, Babidi is not the one who established this barrier. Bardock interjected. So, if we assume that the barrier was set by the figure in the black robe, then it follows that Babidi is not that figure, correct? Salodice nodded. Well done, Bardock. However, I suspect that Babidi is still connected to the figure in the black robe. So I leave that matter to you. As for me, I aim to investigate the barrier to see if I can uncover anything. The duo from the future nodded in understanding. Then we shall pursue Charlotte first. Excuse us. After bidding farewell, they followed the path Charlotte had taken. Little Salodice, be careful, Jiren advised with a gentle smile, while Bulma handed Salodice another identical communicator. Do remember to contact us if you discover anything, Mr. Salodice. After ensuring the instructions were clear, Bardock and his wife departed with Bulma. Since they could not assist with the barrier, it was best for them to return for training. This was Bardock's reasoning, and Jiren understood it as well. Thus, only Salodice remained at the ruins of the Shalu venue. Habitually exhaling deeply, Salodice approached the barrier, preparing to contact Tawa. Although his girlfriend, as the Kaioshin of time, possessed more extensive experience with time than Tawa, this barrier was not of the type created through divine authority, but rather leaned towards the magic typically utilized by Tawa. Therefore, he deemed it prudent to consult Tawa. Chapter 58. Today's title was struck down by Salodice regarding the issue of the time-space barrier. Tawa provided an affirmative response. In her eyes, the method of repairing such a barrier was trivial, a stark contrast to the impressive techniques of barrier formation that left her in awe, akin to the vast disparity in strength between a toddler and an adult. By the way, Tawa. Salodice's tone revealed evident hesitation, as he struggled to articulate his inquiry. Oh my, such hesitation is unbecoming of you. Has the little one finally fallen for me and wishes to confess? Tawa's teasing prompted a myriad of expressions on Salodice's face, culminating in a somewhat irritated retort. I merely feel that asking this question may come off as somewhat demeaning to you, which is why I hesitated. Tawa maintained her customary smile, continuing to tease Salodice. Oh my, the little one is so gentle with me. How unexpected. Could it be? Tawa posed dramatically, covering her mouth. Has the little one fallen in love with me? Salodice couldn't help but roll his eyes. Enough of this nonsense. I would be remiss to consider your feelings. Is not the demon realm King Dabura your brother? However, what Tawa subsequently revealed left Salodice somewhat taken aback. Dabura is indeed my brother, but while he is Dabura, he is not the king of the demon realm. Rather, he is the king of the dark demon realm. The dark demon realm, what does that mean? You should know. In the infinite expanse of time and space, there exists only one Tawa, right? Salodice nodded, and Tawa continued to elucidate. The dark demon realm is a place that, while akin to the demon realm, is distinctly different. Our dark demon realm exists independently of all time and space, whereas the demon realm is merely a location within the universe. In essence, the so-called king of the demon realm, Dapula, is akin yet distinct from my true brother. The dark demon realm king Dapula. Observing the perplexed expression on Salodice's face, Tawa stifled a chuckle. Well, that's roughly the situation. What queries do you wish to pose? It's quite convoluted, regardless of whether it pertains to the king of the demon realm or the dark demon realm king. Your brother's magical prowess should not be vastly different from yours, correct? Well, my brother excels more in combat, yet he is not significantly inferior to me in magic. Your brother was once under Babiti's control, correct? Indeed. Salodice narrowed his eyes. From your tone, it seems you hold Babiti's magic in low regard. Given that you are of similar caliber, how could Babiti have controlled your brother? Tawa hesitated but eventually replied. My brother willingly submitted to the control. Willingly? Precisely. With Babiti's level of magic, even if my brother possessed a so-called evil heart, he would not be easily manipulated. Thus, if one's magical prowess is sufficiently high, it is unlikely that Babiti's magic could forcibly control them. Is that so? Generally speaking, yes. Tawa nodded and added, however, there are exceptions. If the dark thoughts are too overwhelming and the self-awareness is not particularly strong, one might indeed be manipulated. Additionally, as in the case of my brother, it is also possible to be controlled willingly. I see. Without waiting for Tawa to elaborate further, Salodice ended the communication. After contacting Tawa, a sudden epiphany struck Salodice, leading to his previous inquiry. From Salodice's perspective, although he harbored an instinctive disdain for Zaha, he had to concede that Zaha's magical prowess was undeniably formidable. Moreover, based on Zaha's demeanor, he should not possess any evil inclinations. So, why was Zaha under Babiti's control? Furthermore, he faintly recalled that in the narrative of the legendary battle, there was no mention of Zaha being controlled even until Babiti's demise. Nevertheless, it must be reiterated that the game's storyline serves only as a reference. Yet, it remains exceedingly peculiar. In retrospect, Zaha's control seems far too unnatural. Well, indulging in idle speculation is futile. I shall await news from Charlotte. Shaking his head, Salodice ceased his contemplation. He consistently preferred to rely on his fists rather than his intellect. Besides, mere conjecture holds little significance. Let it be for now. Wait, who approaches? Salodice sensed an aura drawing near. The familiar sensation was unmistakable. Could it be? I heard there was a great battle here. That fellow wouldn't be deceiving us, would he? A familiar voice echoed, and Salodice smacked his forehead. Raditz? Uncle? Salodice found himself at a loss for words. The newcomers were none other than the young Raditz, Vegeta, and the youthful Nappa. Countless Raditzes might exist across infinite timelines. Yet only this one would dare to call him uncle. Grabbing Raditz by the ear, he pulled him aside. What brings you to partake in this deadly battle? Are you aware of the dangers it entails? Sighing and shaking his head. Regardless of the circumstances, you must return with me to meet Bardock and Kine. Raditz wore a face of discontent, shaking off Salodice's grip on his ear. Uncle, I'm a qualified warrior now, you know. Yanking my ear like this is quite embarrassing in front of the prince and Uncle Nappa. After speaking, Raditz seemed to recall something and continued questioning. By the way, are Dad and Mom all right? The Frieza army sent word that Vegeta was struck by a massive meteor and destroyed, even Lord Frieza. Salodice rolled his eyes. You actually believe the nonsense from the Frieza army? After recounting the events that transpired on planet Vegeta, Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, Frieza truly intends to annihilate planet Vegeta and our Saiyan race. And you and Dad have become Super Saiyans? Uncle, don't fool me. By the end of his statement, Raditz' face was filled with skepticism. Salodice, exasperated, insisted. Regardless, come with me to see Bardock and Kine. No way. The prince and Nappa are still waiting for me. We heard a tournament called the Cell Games is happening here. The prince sent me to check it out. And I must report back to him. Suddenly feeling playful, Salodice told Raditz to wait in place while he stealthily moved to the side, connecting to his girlfriend's communication. Idiot uncle. Well, there's no time for explanations. Just do me a favor. Huh. The girl on the other end was quite baffled. After hearing Salodice's request, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in a manner reminiscent of Salodice. I said, idiot uncle you. Despite feeling somewhat displeased with Salodice's prankish intentions, she complied and transmitted a precious video to him. All right, let us set off. After receiving the footage from his girlfriend, Salodice and Raditz headed to the location where Raditz's group had originally been. This fellow is. Upon seeing Salodice, Vegeta, squatting next to a fire and gnawing on a leg of some unidentified roasted creature, was momentarily taken aback. Salodice plopped down casually, grabbing a similar roasted leg to eat, while Raditz began explaining the situation to Vegeta. Once Raditz finished his explanation, Salodice polished off the leg and spoke. Well, the Cell Games you mentioned have concluded. The host, Cell, has been eliminated by me, and your information arrived too late. Salodice, my father spoke highly of you. He believed you could assist him in defeating Frieza. However, since Dad went missing, his plans fell through, and I never expected. Salodice's forehead twitched. The young Vegeta appeared even more arrogant than his adult self in the original storyline. It seems that his request for footage from his girlfriend was indeed justified. Salodice slowly began to speak. Prince, would you like to know what your future self is like? The young Vegeta was momentarily stunned, and Nappa and Raditz, who were nearby competing for food, also gathered closer. Future Prince? Uncle, do you know what the future prince looks like? A wicked smile crept across Salodice's face. Well, although I'm unsure how long you have participated in this deadly battle, you should be aware that the competitors in this deadly contest hail from different timelines, correct? A bit. Vegeta regained his composure and answered Salodice's question. That makes explanations easier. Salodice's smile widened. That would be the Prince Vegeta who grew up in another timeline. Before the young Vegeta could respond, Raditz interjected. Oh, a prince from another timeline? Uncle, let us see. To the young Vegeta. Salodice's voice sounded like that of a malevolent demon, sending chills down his spine. Yet, evidently, this scion whom his father held in high regard did not seem like someone he could thwart. Moreover, he was indeed curious about how he had grown in other timelines. What kind of formidable being would his future self become? Salodice glanced at Vegeta, mentally activating the communicator in his ear, and, following his girlfriend's guidance, began to play the footage. The entertaining segment has concluded, and now we are set for the joyous bingo event. As the music played, in the projection, Vegeta sang the bingo song while performing an eccentric dance. With a sudden slap, Nappa could no longer contain himself and struck his own face. Following suit, Raditz mimicked the action. Meanwhile, Vegeta, trembling with agitation, rushed forward to terminate the projection that Salodice was displaying. However, no matter how fervently young Vegeta waved his hands, the imagery could not be halted until the song reached its end and gradually faded away. Impossible. How could my future be like this? The future me must surely become the legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest in the universe. Suddenly, a fierce aura flared up around young Vegeta as he prepared to launch an attack at Salodice. You must be fabricating this nonsense. Taste my Gallic gun. Salodice merely lifted an eyebrow and waved his hand lightly. Vegeta's Gallic gun dissipated like mere foam. Before Vegeta could make another move, Salodice erupted in golden energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming force bore down upon young Vegeta. Well, have you considered the consequences of attacking someone stronger than yourself, Prince Your Highness? Salodice's voice was cold and filled with lethal intent. However, out of respect for your father, I shall refrain from striking you this time. Remember, do not recklessly show your fangs in the presence of someone more powerful. Otherwise, it could cost you your life. By the way, I will be taking Raditz back with me. A moment of silence enveloped the area. Salodice said nothing more, seizing Raditz as he prepared to soar into the sky, only to pause suddenly. Ah, this barbecue was made by Nappa, right? It tastes delightful. If you wish to grow stronger, feel free to seek me out. After uttering these words, Salodice flew off with Raditz toward their temporary base. Upon Salodice's return with his eldest son, Jiren appeared quite astonished. Before Jiren could speak, The stern-faced Bardak took matters into his own hands, pulling Raditz aside by the ear, much like Salodice had done, to give him a lesson. Observing this scene, Jiren couldn't help but smile. It seems that Bardak's usually unyielding demeanor could not mask his concern for Raditz any longer. Salodice, standing nearby, chuckled in response. Well, that's to be expected. Bardak has personally experienced the dangers of such a life-or-death battle. Raditz's audacity to accompany Prince Vegeta here is truly a testament to his ignorance and fearlessness. Jiren nodded, having learned from Raditz how he arrived in this perilous timeline. Nonetheless, given that it was Prince Vegeta's decision, Raditz could hardly refute it. Salodice pursed his lips. Vegeta's strength is far inferior to Raditz. Why not challenge him directly? After all, I have invested so much effort into this boy. Jiren continued to smile. Well, after your guidance, this child will undoubtedly inherit traits from both you and Bardak. Upon encountering such a chaotic melee, Bardak was the first to decide to participate. I fear this child will also wish to join you both. Jiren's words elicited a smile from Salodice. In retrospect, perhaps my mentorship has not been entirely in vain. Watching Bardak lead Raditz toward the training grounds in the distance, Salodice's smile widened further. Epilogue. Salodice's journey through time and space after the numerous conspiracies came to a close, Salodice finally discovered a method to accomplish the 6 words. Unlike his little girlfriend's manipulation of time or Tao's magic, Salodice's approach was straightforward and brutal. Utilizing sheer psion strength to pierce through the barriers of reality and leap from his own world, then repeating the process to enter the desired realm through temporal rifts. Today, Salodice quietly departed from the City of Time, returning to his own timeline, preparing for his inaugural journey between worlds. The reason was simple. While 2 individuals could share a sweet cinematic moment, a trio's existence would invariably lead to discord. His blissful dates in the City of Time with his little girlfriend were constantly disrupted by the magical intrusions of Tawa, which would soon escalate into a cacophony of arguments. The image of Tawa and his girlfriend squabbling flashed through Salodice's mind, prompting him to shake his head vigorously, dispelling that terrifying scene. For Salodice, facing such disputes that ultimately directed the conflict toward him was far less desirable than confronting his former adversaries. Thus, Salodice resolved to sneak away for a few days. Just as in his experiments, Salodice focused his energy, shattering the barriers of reality, and arrived in a vast expanse. However, unlike his previous experiments, he soon discovered a planet. To claim that this planet formed naturally would be utterly implausible. What could this place be? Filled with curiosity, Salodice ignited a brilliant white aura and accelerated towards the planet. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this celestial body was not a naturally occurring entity, but rather an artificial sphere crafted entirely from an unknown metal. Moreover, he could sense numerous fluctuating auras emanating from it, indicating the presence of life. How intriguing! With an intensified interest in this artificial sphere, Salodice did not hesitate. After circling the planet, he aimed at what appeared to be a door that remained obstinately shut and unleashed a key blast. With ease, the area resembling a door was obliterated, creating an opening large enough for a person to enter. As he flew through the aperture and glimpsed the interior of the sphere, Salodice narrowed his eyes slightly. At the pinnacle of this artificial sphere was an artificial sun, resembling a light bulb. Of course, this was not what piqued Salodice's interest. Tao's combination of magic and technology in transforming the demon realm to create genuine stars far surpassed this artificial sun. What captured Salodice's fascination was the ethereal floating island above the ground within this artificial sphere, adorned with an extraordinarily designed castle. The most potent energy within this artificial sphere was concentrated there. Driven by curiosity, Salodice approached the substantial island. The moment his feet touched the island, a synthetic voice resonated from the castle. Warning, warning, unidentified life form incursion detected. All combat personnel on standby, please proceed to engage. Repeating, unidentified life form incursion detected. All combat personnel on standby, please proceed to engage. Ah, how delightful! A smirk crept across Salodice's lips. It seems I have a fight on my hands, whispering to himself. Salodice gracefully sidestepped as a simple punch whizzed past his fading silhouette. The figure, having missed its target, exerted force with its legs against the ground, leaving 2 long skid marks akin to brake tracks, before pivoting to face Salodice. The excitement mirrored on the figure's face was akin to Salodice's own when preparing for battle. To evade my punch, it appears that the invader is indeed a formidable opponent, does it not? Without waiting for Salodice to respond, the figure charged at him once more, delivering a flurry of punches that left behind afterimages. Pure physical strength. Salodice maintained a relaxed demeanor, moving as if on a leisurely stroll, deftly sidestepping the assailant's rapid strikes, which ultimately fell short. While speed and power were decent, the lack of technique was evident. Straightforward attacks are easily discerned, you know? What? To critique one's own attack amidst a barrage of strikes? Yet, before the astonishment could fully manifest, the assailant found themselves propelled away by an invisible force as Salodice pressed a single hand against his chest. Following that, Salodice vanished from sight like a wraith. In the next moment, he reappeared behind the assailant, raising his right hand, palm shaped like a blade, and struck down. The assailant was engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness. After dispatching the assailant, Salodice felt a presence and turned to see several figures appearing at the castle entrance, regarding him with palpable wariness. That monk. Who are you, and what have you done to him? Among the figures, the apparent leader stepped forward, questioning Salodice. Salodice grinned. That bald fellow? I merely let him take a little nap. As for who I am, just a passing scion. Scion. The leader's pupils constricted. Oh, I find myself even more intrigued by you now. An artificial celestial sphere that exists outside any realm, and it seems you are aware of science. The leader intended to say more, but another figure, clad in resplendent golden armor with an arrogant demeanor, stepped forward. If there is anything to say, let us settle it with a fight first. With that declaration, the arrogant youth gestured, and golden ripples emerged in the air as countless weapons surged towards Salodice like a barrage. Fleeting memories resurfaced in Salodice's mind. This attack method. It bears a striking resemblance to the king's treasure, does it not? However, regardless of the weapon's shapes, they were unable to penetrate the fiery aura enveloping Salodice. Landing harmlessly at his feet, the expression of the arrogant youth shifted as he clenched his hand. Disillusionment. The weapons exploded upon reaching Salodice's feet, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Such an attack pales in comparison to the punches of that sleeping bald man, does it not? From within the smoke, Salodice's voice echoed. The arrogant youth's expression changed again as a larger golden ripple formed behind him, revealing the hilt of a golden sword. Seeing the arrogant youth's action, another figure, a white-haired boy with blue eyes, quickly stepped in front of him, extending his hand to halt the attack. Using that technique here would be excessively dangerous. Allow me to handle it. TCH. Reluctantly, the arrogant youth retracted the golden sword hilt and stepped back. Meanwhile, the white-haired boy emanated a green glow, several energy orbs of the same hue materializing around him, forming a golden glimmering longsword which he swung at Salodice. You claim my move is too perilous, yet yours is no different, is it? However, the white-haired boy had already initiated his attack, and the arrogant youth, proud as he was, chose not to join forces with him against Salodice. Salodice shook his head. This stance and this technique. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion? Impressive power. Yet the technique lacks originality. Since it is a slash, I shall respond in kind. A chilling blue radiance ignited from Salodice's hand, extending into a blade of energy. The immense golden sword clashed with the small blue energy blade. Despite the sword's size advantage, it shattered upon contact, dissipating helplessly. A superpower? Just as Salodice was about to step forward, he felt an invisible force converging from all directions, pressing upon him. Salodice sighed. Such flamboyance. Surely there exists someone stronger than that bald man. Without any visible effort, Salodice unleashed a wave of energy, dispersing the invisible psychic force. Among the figures, a youth cloaked in a coat spat out blood, his expression one of fatigue. Witnessing his companions falter, the leader turned to the last figure standing at the back, a long-haired youth with an exceedingly feminine appearance, his eyes closed. Though his eyes were shut, the long-haired youth seemed to sense the leader's gaze and stepped forward. As he did, the others retreated. Salodice, feeling the aura emanating from the long-haired youth, finally adopted a serious expression. It appears they have dispatched their strongest member. Within Salodice's perception, the long-haired youth's aura suddenly surged, charging towards him at an astonishing speed. There was no violent backlash. Without the need for contemplation, Salodice's body instinctively responded, delivering a punch with equal force. The collision of their strikes appeared effortless, revealing the strength of the long-haired youth. Remarkable. The long-haired youth marveled, gesturing behind him. And a suit of armor identical in color but distinct in design from that of the arrogant youth flew forth from the castle, enveloping him. Salodice recognized this armor. Gold, Saint Seiya? Although the long-haired youth kept his eyes closed, a look of surprise crossed his face. Yet, in the heat of battle, he had no time for inquiries and pointed a finger at Salodice. Accumulated corpse energy. Underworld wave. In response to this attack, Salodice instinctively vanished from sight. Sensing something amiss, the long-haired youth leapt into the air. In the next moment, Salodice materialized at the position the long-haired youth had just vacated, his fist still raised. Retracting it upon noticing the youth had jumped. Oh dear, accumulated corpse energy. That truly is a rather perilous technique, I assenti it. Yet, judging by your demeanor, I would have thought you to be a Virgo. Unexpectedly, you wield the accumulated corpse energy of a Cancer, I see. The long-haired youth remained silent, instead shifting his form mid-air, his aura swelling as he aimed both legs at Salodice's waist. When it comes to physical attacks, they pose far less of a threat than your accumulated corpse energy, do they not? As he spoke, Salodice's hands shot out with incredible speed, catching one of the long-haired youth's legs before it could clamp down. With a twist of his feet, the force transferred from his calf through his waist into his hands, flinging the long-haired youth away. The long-haired youth executed a graceful turn mid-air, landing lightly on the ground, opening his eyes with a soft exclamation. Accumulated corpse energy. Transforming spirit wave. As he exclaimed, two golden figures appeared beside him, their hands in a flower-like formation, knees slightly bent. Leo and Sagittarius, perhaps? The youth glanced at the two figures without speaking, assuming a posture reminiscent of Athena's astonishment. You are familiar with that technique, I see. Thank you for your restraint in not interrupting my preparations at this moment. Salodice chuckled lightly, his aura subtly suffused with a golden hue. Well, I am somewhat eager to witness the authenticity of this technique, the ultimate skill of Athena's saints. Therefore, exercise caution, Athena. The exclamation of awe. As the torrent of energy surged forth, Salodice likewise positioned his hands in a flower bud formation at his waist. Although I yearn to respond with my own techniques, given that it is a technique etched in my memory, I shall counter with an equally classic move. Kamehameha. With Salodice thrusting his hands forward, the azure energy wave collided with Athena's exclamation of awe. The two formidable techniques clashed, yet much like their initial exchange of blows, the spectacle was devoid of any earth-shattering turmoil, merely canceling each other out, dissipating into the void. The long-haired youth, having unleashed his most potent strike, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, only to hear Salodice's voice resounding from behind him. Destruction. A jest. Do take a brief respite, will you? Just as he had done with the initial bald youth, Salodice's hand strike clouded the long-haired youth's consciousness, sending him into slumber. Once this was accomplished, Salodice turned his gaze toward the others, who were now enveloped in astonishment, and addressed the leader among them. Surely, there must be someone stronger? While your energy seems somewhat inferior to that of this saint, I sense a greater threat emanating from you. And there is yet another with even greater power within the castle. Will he not emerge to confront me? The leader paused briefly, then shook his head. No. It appears unnecessary. You, who have shown restraint throughout this battle, harbor no malice toward us, do you? Salodice scoffed, retracting the golden aura and returning to his usual state. How dull. After finally warming up, it concludes in such an anticlimactic manner. The leader did not respond. Indeed, he himself was stronger than the saint, and the one within the castle surpassed him as well. However, even if they were strong, they were not vastly superior to the previously encountered saint or the initial bald youth. To triumph over them as effortlessly as this self-proclaimed scion had done was an impossible feat. Moreover, if this individual's claims held truth, then that dazzling golden form must surely be that of a super scion. Within my understanding, scions possess forms that transcend super scion, such as super scion 2 and 3, among others. Conservatively estimating, even if this individual could only ascend to Super Scion 2, our combined strength would likely be effortlessly overwhelmed, akin to confronting a child against an adult. Furthermore, the opponent seems to possess knowledge regarding our techniques. Perhaps he. Allow me to inquire. Are you a traveler from another realm? Epilogue. Salodice's journey through time and space, extending a hand of salvation to the one who seeks to rescue humanity. My name is the Mage King Solomon. I am Geisha, the one sent to eliminate you. Let me impart to you the final magic. The moment of farewell has arrived. Cast aside this world. As I stand before the world's barrier, fragments of a disjointed phrase surfaced in Salodice's mind. It was a dagger embedded in his heart, a result of immersing himself in the game's narrative. He exhaled deeply, calming the tumultuous waves within. It is time. The Human Preservation Organization, Chaldea. Staff members bustled about, providing support for the last master of humanity embarking on the Grand Temple of Time. Among them, one individual. This is the last and only thing I can do. At this pivotal moment, the ring upon my hand serves as the trump card that determines the outcome of this final battle. The previously perceived demeanor of laziness and weakness had vanished, leaving only determination. The pink-haired man stepped forward with resolute strides. He relinquished his past and life, returning all to the divine above, bringing an end to the farce initiated by his own recklessness. It was meant to unfold this way. Clang, clang, clang. Within the pure white chamber, the space shattered like fragile glass, fractured by sheer power, scattering into countless shards. Beyond the broken space, amid the darkness adorned with twinkling points reminiscent of starlight, a gentle breeze akin to a lover's caress wafted through. Soon after, a powerful hand grasped his unwittingly raised wrist. The pink-haired man scrutinized the unexpected visitor before him. Standing at an average height, he appeared to possess the lean muscles of someone well-trained. In terms of appearance, he would certainly warrant a second glance amid the bustling crowd, perhaps due to his rose-gold hair standing upright. Feeling his tensed muscles gradually relax, the unexpected guest released his wrist. Dr. Romani Archamon, or perhaps the former King Solomon. The visitor revealed his identity. The muscles of the pink-haired man involuntarily tensed once more. Currently, he was merely an ordinary person devoid of any combat power. The ring's function was limited solely to himself and to the architect of this present predicament. Although he could not discern the nature of the unexpected guest, the extraordinary manner of his arrival confirmed that this individual was no ordinary being. Should he belong to Geisha's faction? Sensing the significance of the warning he had unconsciously erected, the unexpected guest spoke again. Rest assured, I am not your enemy. Had I not made that wish, perhaps I could still accomplish something. But at this juncture, I can only choose to trust this unexpected guest. The visitor crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Well, in theory, it would have been prudent to confront Geisha directly. Yet I find your situation far more intriguing than such a mundane battle. The guest's icy emerald eyes locked onto him as he suddenly produced a capsule-shaped object from his collar, tossing it to the ground, releasing a cloud of smoke. A table laden with an array of confections materialized. The visitor selected a plate of strawberry cake and offered it to him. The first order of business is to treat you to a slice of strawberry cake. The unexpected guest's behavior, wholly at odds with his warrior demeanor, nearly caused him to falter. Yet, considering the inherent danger he posed, perhaps it would be best to indulge in the strawberry cake first? Its sparkling exterior and delightful sweetness, after consumption, ignited an urge to burst out of his clothing. It felt as though this strawberry cake belonged solely in the realm of manga. Observing as he devoured the entire serving, the unexpected guest's smile blossomed, and he too began to savor a dessert from the table. Since I had yet to voice my thoughts, I was interrupted. Well, do not rush. To me, Geisha is merely an ant beneath my boot, and the crisis of world destruction is no monumental affair. Hiss. While indoors, the intake of such a chilling breath was somewhat just an ant. Who exactly is this individual before me? Thoughts that I had harbored were spoken aloud. Ah, how unfortunate. However, the unexpected guest seemed unfazed. Well, since you inquired with genuine intent, puffed, a mere passerby in disguise. No, that's not quite right. The art style has shifted from that of a fervent action series to that of a comedic comic, lamented Dr. Luoman internally. The unexpected guest shook his head and reverted to his original form. Well, that's more like it. Just relax a bit. Now, let's start over. I am a scion who happened to want to save something. A scion? What is that? An alien? In a sense, you are correct. However, for your world, it might be more appropriate to refer to us as outsiders. But that doesn't matter much. I specifically came to find you to do two things. First, to treat you to a strawberry cake to make up for a past regret. The second matter is rather nonsensical and ambiguous. Isn't it? Dr. Lomon's complaints were unceasing. Yet the unexpected guest suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Romania Chimon. Yes. Why did I respond so reflexively, regardless of my internal thoughts? The reproachful tone of the guest still echoed in my ears. Do you know? In the world where I lived for over 20 years, relinquishing one's life is considered a crime, you know? I understand what you were trying to convey. It is a desperate act to atone for one's mistakes, correct? Yet, things are not absolute. Perhaps in your world, there is a saying that resonates with this sentiment. The unexpected guest paused momentarily. The Great Way has 50 branches, and 49 escape through one. All things possess a glimmer of hope. Perhaps if you try calling out loudly, the deity you believe in may extend a helping hand. That deity is impossible. Well, since I am here, there is no need to hope for the assistance of the deity you believe in. When faced with an insurmountable crisis, call my name loudly. As long as you seek my aid, I will come to assist you. Remember this and take pride in it. I seldom make such promises to anyone. Who on earth are you? Although the other party seemed able to read my thoughts, the question slipped out nonetheless. I truly cannot comprehend this unexpected guest's identity and purpose. Calling out for help will lead to salvation? What a peculiar development. I am utterly bewildered. Remember my name, Salodice. And after everything concludes, relish your life as a human to the fullest. Enjoy the delightful strawberry cake. The unexpected guest, who referred to himself as Salodice, waved his hand and vanished from sight. As for this battle, simply maintain your usual identity and quietly observe within this Chaldea. Farewell, Dr. Luoman. In the grand temple of time, the last master of humanity, Fujiwara Rika, stood holding a shield. Hope had all but vanished. All he could do was stand there facing the now transformed king of humanity, Geisha. Ultimately, had he saved nothing? Hey kid, step aside. Is this support? Or? Though puzzled, Rika obediently stepped aside. Then, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. An energy sphere crackling with arcs of electricity accurately struck Geisha's lower body, sending it hurtling away with terrifying force, transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks. A figure descended from the heavens, landing beside him in a superhero-like half-kneeling posture before gradually rising. Surrounding this figure was a blazing golden aura that seemed to exist solely within the realm of comics. Who is this powerful heroic spirit? Fujiwara Rika pondered, only to immediately dismiss the thought. Geisha's ability to negate summoning would render any heroic spirit's attacks ineffective. Even that Hero King's divine sword of creation would. Who are you? Fujiwara Rika finally discerned the newcomer's face, adorned with a comically exaggerated smile typical of manga. It was somewhat frightening. Rika thought to himself, though you may not be worthy as my opponent, I shall formally introduce myself nonetheless. I am Salodice, a scion of the warrior race. A scion? What is that? A look of confusion spread across Fujiwara Rika's face. Salodice tilted his head, the exaggerated expression fading into a refreshing smile. Well, in any case, I stand on your side, Fujiwara Rika. I must commend your perseverance thus far. Well done. As for what comes next, Salodice twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Allow me to present a splendid performance in gratitude for your efforts. Step aside and watch closely. Fujiwara Rika, though puzzled, retreated to a safer distance. Are you here to save humanity? Geisha cackled. Having already completed the incineration of humanity, I am now unstoppable. Salodice tilted his head. Is that so? Then why didn't you follow up on my previous attack? Geisha's expression shifted, but quickly returned to normal. A mere physical attack that cannot break immortality? Don't get too cocky. Salodice casually adopted a fighting stance. Very well, then let us play a little longer. Allow me to witness what lies beneath the title of the Israeli boxing champion. No further words were needed, including that title as part of many ambiguous meanings. All he needed to do was defeat this self-proclaimed scion warrior before him to pave his path to greatness. With that thought, Geisha launched an attack at Salodice. His fists flew towards Salodice. But why couldn't he land a hit? Geisha felt he was moving at his utmost speed. Why then was he unable to strike the person before him? Too slow, too slow. Even in old age, I would not throw such sluggish punches. Is the Israeli boxing champion merely this level? Damn it, this guy's mouth is infuriating. Such thoughts, which should not belong to him, unexpectedly surfaced in Geisha's mind. If only I could land a hit. Let us see if you can hit me. Salodice suddenly halted his evasive movements. Boom. Geisha's fist connected squarely with Salodice's chest. But what does it matter? The force behind it was far weaker than when my little girlfriend and I playfully tussle. It had no effect. It felt akin to an ordinary human throwing a punch at Mother Earth with all their might. Not only did Mother Earth show no response, but it also caused his hand to vibrate. Who on earth is this person? Salodice grinned widely, that maniacal smile returning. This is how an attack should be, right? Such slow movements. So slow that even a sloth from Latin America would outpace this punch. Yet why can't I evade? Boom. Geisha's chest was punctured by this slow punch, creating a massive hole. You, still moving at a slow speed. But in the blink of an eye, Salodice appeared behind Geisha. He lifted his leg and kneed him. Geisha's body was uncontrollably propelled into the sky. The golden light sword reappeared, slicing through the air. Geisha, now severed in two, plummeted to the ground, writhing before reuniting, the hole in his chest slowly healing. Boom. Before Geisha could react, Salodice's hand pressed against his face, pinning him to the ground. Friction, dragging, ascending, a pillar of light shot up, once again obliterating half of Geisha's body. Huff, huff, huff. The technique known as Tiong sliding should indeed resemble reality, right? From a distance, Fujimaru Ritsuka, hearing the familiar term, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Tiong sliding. If memory serves, it is a move from the game King of Fighters, is it not? Is this person merely toying with me? The fallen Geisha, restored to his full form, suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. A scion indeed? Salodice tilted his head in confusion. What is it? While you are undeniably powerful, capable of incessantly shattering my body, alas, you cannot breach my immortality. Moreover, judging by your labored breaths, you seem to be at your limit, do you not? Although I may seem to have lost, in the end, the victor is still I. Ha! It appears you have misunderstood something. A hint of astonishment resonated in Salodice's voice. To tread upon an ant without crushing it requires a delicate balance of force. That is the reason for my gasps. An ant? Am I merely an ant? Geisha first expressed disbelief, then fury, before erupting into laughter as he activated his noble phantasm. Cease your prattle, Scion. I shall grant you the honor of perishing beneath this move. The time of birth has come. Let this rectify all phenomena. Fujimaru Ritsuka was acutely aware of this move. It was a terrifying attack that unleashed a collective beam of light, rivaling the complete liberation of the holy sword wielded by Artoria. Even Mash's shield would. Just as he was about to shout, he heard Salodice's sigh. Alas, this has become rather dull, has it not? Dull? What does that mean? Salodice soon provided an answer. To think it would conclude in less than a minute. Following that, an eerie silence ensued. The dreadful noble phantasm collided against the palm of Salodice's outstretched right hand, yet it could not even force him to budge. Shaking his head, he resigned himself. Very well. Let us conclude it here. With a gentle tremor, the terrifying noble phantasm dissipated into nothingness like mere bubbles. In place of Geisha's noble phantasm, a far more potent energy blast appeared in the palm of Salodice's right hand. Farewell, King Geisha. The crisis of humanity's incineration was brought to a close, with Geisha transforming into the filthy fireworks that Salodice spoke of. Raising an eyebrow, he turned and chuckled softly. By the way, I forgot to ask earlier at Chaldea, will there be a victory banquet after your triumph? In the side story Salodice's Journey Through Time, the ensuing battle against the beasts and the salvation of humanity concluded hastily with Salodice's intervention. However, this was not an unfortunate turn of events. If every tale in the world could conclude in such a manner, perhaps it may lack some enjoyment for the spectators. Yet those within the narrative would at least avoid an ending filled with lifelong regrets. If given the choice, perhaps more than half of the protagonists would not opt for the spectacular lives perceived by others. For Fujimaru Ritsuka, had Salodice arrived at the onset of humanity's incineration to directly eliminate the Demon King with his unfathomable power, he would gladly forego experiencing the tumultuous journey through the 7 singularities. Nonetheless, such an ending is still favorable. During the celebratory banquet for humanity's salvation, upon learning the true identity of the doctor and the tasks he would have undertaken had Salodice not arrived, Fujimaru Ritsuka contemplated this. At the very least, he had forged profound bonds, and the heroic spirits who resided in Chaldea were still joyously reveling at the banquet, allowing him to share a slice of strawberry cake with the doctor at the conclusion of the festivities. Moreover, Mash was doing well. Speaking of which, Fujimaru Ritsuka turned to look at Mash beside him. The Dragon Ball brought by Mr. Salodice is indeed a wondrous existence, summoning the eternal dragon and making a wish. With such a simple act, he managed to restore Mash to his side and even revert her lifespan to that of a normal human. How delightful! Yet, now that the Demon King has been completely vanquished, Is there any further battle to face? Why did the enigmatic Mr. Salodice entrust a portion of his power to Mash before leaving? How peculiar. Fujimaru Ritsuka scratched his head. Presently, Mash, although not in her semi-servant state, was ablaze with a presence identical to that of Mr. Salodice. Meanwhile, the heroic spirits who frequently harassed Mash were now immortalized as a mosaic on the walls of Chaldea. Reflecting on this, one could only wonder what immense power this child now possessed. What is it, senpai? Mash, pulling at Fujimaru Ritsuka's hand, donned a warm smile and shook her head. No, it is nothing. Now then, senpai, we should continue our preparations. In a few days, Mr. Salodice will be joining us for. Their eyes met, and both Fujimaru Ritsuka and Mash felt a hint of warmth rise to their cheeks. What will Mr. Salodice be joining for? Naturally, it is for the wedding banquet of these two. I shall protect Mash for a lifetime. Recalling the moment he pounded the table at the banquet and declared this promise, then being firmly grasped by Salodice, whose power exceeded that during his encounter with Geisha, Fujimaru Ritsuka felt his face flush even more. However, perhaps this is not so bad after all. Days later, Chaldea was adorned with festive decorations. Whoosh! 6 figures appeared in the cafeteria. Ah, we have arrived. Salodice, leading the group, greeted the many heroic spirits who had become familiar with each other during the banquet, momentarily halting their previous activities. Hey! The heroic spirits, led by Amiya, gulped in surprise. During the recent banquet, Chaldea's staff and heroic spirits had already learned that the monkey tail was a symbol of the Scion race, as described by Salodice. Now, upon closer inspection, aside from the petite female still holding Salodice's hand, the other 4 all possess tails. The appetite of a Scion is far more formidable than that of the various Artorias. Now, 5 Scions are present. We shall stack them. Wait, what are the Artorias doing? Salodice, today we shall not concede to you in terms of appetite. The black-haired Artoria has challenged Salodice. Oh, another contest of appetite? We have 5 Scions here, so we can face all of you. The blue-haired Artoria, the black-haired Artoria, the young Artoria, the giant Artoria, the black giant Artoria. The Artoria who claims not to be Artoria, and the Artoria who can snap her fingers. On Salodice's side, a fearsome Scion with a crab head, a female Scion, a Scion with a hedgehog head looking rather foolish, a friendly-looking Scion, and, of course, Salodice himself. The staff of Chaldea's cafeteria braced themselves for a substantial increase in workload today. Let us hope we do not become overwhelmed to the point of collapse. The staff of Chaldea's cafeteria silently prayed. Ah, Mr. Salodice, you have arrived. Upon entering the cafeteria, while holding Mash's hand, Fujimaru Ritsuka was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Who are they? Salodice laughed heartily and introduced the individuals he had brought. This is Bardock, my brother-in-law, the eternal pride of our Scion race, whose strength is not far behind mine. Humph. Though he scoffed softly, Bardock nonetheless offered a barely perceptible nod to the gathered individuals of Jiren. This is my older sister, Jiren, who has cared for me since childhood. She is not particularly fond of combat, so I advise against seeking her out for sparring. Jiren greeted everyone with a gentle smile. Charlotte, an ancient Scion, now serves as one of the highest combat powers within our time patrol in the City of Time. If you wish to spar, look for her. She relishes fighting even more than I do. Charlotte flashed a boisterous grin. Pasiuli, another top-tier combatant among the Time Patrol, is also a battle enthusiast, so he is available for sparring as well. Hello, everyone. Pasiuli waved his hand, a gesture of greeting. After introducing the Scions, Salodice raised the hand of the person beside him. This is the Kaioshin of Time, my wife. By the way, although she enjoys calling me old man, she has lived for several. The Kaioshin of Time leapt on his Salodice, covering her mouth. Once Salodice quieted down, the Kaioshin of Time smiled and offered a greeting that was overly courteous compared to the Scions. Nice to meet you all. I am this fool's wife. Just call me Kane. Thus, as the preparations for the wedding were taken over by the heroic spirits and staff, the soon-to-be married couple, Fujimaru Ritsuka and Mash, began a tour of Jiren alongside Salodice and his group. It seemed they had not anticipated the presence of their own kin brought by Salodice. Until they completed their tour of Jiren, the kitchen of the cafeteria remained bustling with activity. This was largely thanks to the abundant ingredients brought by Salodice. Otherwise, speaking of which, although you mentioned, Mr. Salodice, that you hail from another world, I have yet to inquire how you arrived here at that time after returning to the cafeteria, which had been transformed into a wedding venue. Fujimaru Ritsuka suddenly posed a question. We sought assistance from that elusive hero of shadows. Salodice paused, recalling the scene from that time. To elaborate on what transpired within the castle of the Crossers Alliance, a grand banquet was underway, engaging in combat with numerous powerful individuals from the Alliance. Salodice quickly established camaraderie with them and learned about the Alliance from a young man who called himself Yin. As the name suggests, the Crossers Alliance is a coalition formed by individuals who traverse various worlds. Among the founding members of this alliance, some crossed the barriers of worlds through their own strength or special abilities, while others willingly chose to be exiled by their worlds. The reasons for this are often because their powers exceeded the limits their worlds could accommodate, making it impossible for them to remain in their original realms for an extended period. Under the leadership of one of the strongest members, the Crossers forged agreements with the various world wills within the fissures of this world. The world wills provided resources, and through the efforts of these Crossers, an artificial celestial sphere was created, providing them with a place to reside. In return, the Crossers began to accept petitions from the world wills or local inhabitants, temporarily venturing into various worlds to execute tasks. Thus, these Crossers commenced missions to alter the tragedies within numerous worlds or to repatriate malicious invaders from their realms. Throughout this process, many species unable to continue surviving in their respective worlds, or those who preferred to remain with their fellow Crossers, joined the alliance, leading to its current scale. The individuals who engaged in combat with Salodice were members of the guard stationed here to ensure the safety of this artificial celestial sphere from threats posed by excessively powerful evil Crossers. The guard consisted of the original group of powerful individuals who had breached the barriers of worlds through their own abilities. Initially, their wariness of Salodice stemmed from the fact that he had previously eliminated several Crossers from the Dragon Ball world who possessed systems. This particular Crosser traversed various worlds, rallying local villains and evil factions to form an invader alliance, collectively plundering resources from different realms. His aim was to return to the Dragon Ball world and exact vengeance on the gods who had forced him to flee, but rest assured, he has already been dealt with by me. Salodice explained this situation to the members of the Crossers Alliance while discussing the evil Crosser. As for the tale of that particular Crosser, that is another story altogether, just as Salodice was enjoying a pleasant conversation with the members of the Alliance. The hero of shadows, referred to by Fujimaru Ritsuka, suddenly had the door to his treasury burst open, releasing a scroll. It was a plea for assistance from Jiao Lady, as a Crosser from the Type Moon world. This hero of shadows had previously responded to Jiao Lady's call during the seventh singularity, wielding power that far surpassed that of the Hero King and battling against Tiamat. Upon learning that Jiao Lady was preparing to confront the Demon God King, he stood up to depart for support. At that moment, Salodice interjected, seeking to understand the circumstances before making a suggestion. How about I go in your stead to provide assistance? According to your description, the only way for you to return to that world is through a loophole in the heroic spirit summoning ritual. As a heroic spirit, you would be unable to inflict harm upon the Demon God King, who possesses anti-summoning abilities, correct? That is of no concern, the hero of shadows replied, brimming with arrogance. How would I know unless I try? All right, temper your attitude inherited from Gilgamesh for a moment. Yin interjected. The people of Jiao Lady are your friends, are they not? What you need to do now is assist your friends, not test whether your abilities can surpass the skills rooted in the laws of the universe. We have all witnessed Salodice's power. If he is willing to help us, is that not a more prudent option than going alone? The hero of shadows fell silent. Ultimately, after the persuasion of the guard members, he reluctantly allowed them to indicate the precise coordinates of the Type Moon world to Salodice. Once there, he would be able to see the world barrier of the Type Moon realm, which the Crossers Alliance had marked for easy identification. Salodice nodded in understanding. At that moment, the hero of shadows spoke again. To be frank, even among fellow Crossers, given the precedents set by those evil Crossers, I remain somewhat distrustful of you. Let me make this clear. Should you dare to harm anyone from Jiao Lady, I will risk my life till that's enough. Yin slammed the table. Setting aside everything else, Salodice is worthy of our trust. Think carefully. Do not forget that even I and the boss would find it challenging to confront Athena's awe-inspiring prowess. Salodice, however, can easily overcome it. If he had ulterior motives, he would not need to go through all this trouble. The hero of shadows fell into silence once more. Salodice merely waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, my assistance is merely incidental. even if you choose to reject my help. I shall venture into the world of Xingyue to breach its barriers on my own. After all, I was a player of FGO before my journey began, and my primary objective is to rectify my past regrets. However, upon my return, I hope you can temper that temper of yours, which seems to be borrowed from A's persona. Salodice narrowed his eyes, his aura blazing fiercely. I am not one to possess a gentle temperament either. While I acknowledge my identity as a human soul from Earth, I equally take pride in my scion lineage. Out of consideration for our shared roots, I may tolerate you this once, but do not expect a second chance. With that, I bid you farewell. As the memories concluded, Fujimaru Rika managed a wry smile. So that was how it was. However, the temper of that hero king of shadows is indeed. As a friend, I apologize on his behalf. This does not concern you, nor should you feel compelled to apologize. By the way, Xiao Yao about that item. Listening quietly to Salodice's account, the King of Time quietly produced a circular object and a box of cards. Here, this is a wedding gift prepared by my spouse and me for you. What is this? Fujimaru Rika asked, puzzled. This, a mischievous grin appeared on Salodice's face. This is a contraption I had a scientist create for me over the past few days. I call it the Salodice ring. Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet is ready. We can commence the wedding of Fujimaru-kun and Mash-chan. Is dinner served? We can discuss the Salodice ring later. For now, let us eat. After the wedding, the proceedings were intricate. The reason for this complexity was that the event was organized by heroic spirits hailing from various eras and nations. The combination of diverse cultural customs made the wedding process cumbersome, compounded by the interference of several enamored heroic spirits with intentions toward Fujimaru Rika, as well as those who thrived on the chaos. Having concluded his contest with the gluttonous team, Salodice sat in a corner, sharing a glance with his girlfriend. Thankfully, our wedding was not so tumultuous. Salodice mused, and his girlfriend nodded in agreement. Truly terrifying. After the wedding concluded, it was already late at night. Salodice escorted the couple Bardak and his wife, along with the inebriated duo Charlotte and Paisley, back to the City of Time. He then returned to Chaldea with his girlfriend. At that moment, Chaldea had transitioned from a lively atmosphere back to tranquility. Salodice-san. The slightly tipsy Fujimaru Rika, supported by Mash, approached Salodice. Salodice exchanged a knowing glance with his girlfriend, who used magic to restore Fujimaru Rika from her drunken state. This makes it more convenient for the bridal chamber. The synchronized remark from Salodice and his girlfriend caused both Fujimaru Rika and Mash to blush deeply. Well then, enjoy your time together tonight. I will explain the details of the ring to Rika tomorrow. The following day, many heroic spirits who had only participated in the wedding returned to their respective thrones. In the cafeteria of Chaldea, Fujimaru Rika, Mash, and the curious Da Vinci and Dr. Roman had gathered. After enjoying another meal prepared by the heroic spirit Amiya, Salodice began to explain the usage and functions of the Salodice ring. Although I may not be fully aware of the specifics, one thing is certain. Even though the burning of mankind has ceased, the crises you face will persist. Both I and the foolish uncle believe that this world ultimately belongs to you, and you must resolve your own crises. However, your story is one of our past regrets, so we have decided to lend you our strength. This is the reason why the uncle entrusted that woman to create this device and to pass some of his power to Mash. This was supplemented by his girlfriend. However, upon hearing this, the four individuals, who were the most important figures in Chaldea, exchanged glances. So what exactly are the regrets of Salodice-san and Kane-san? I have heard Dr. Romani mentioned that Salodice-san referred to this matter during his confrontation with Goetia. Da Vinci spoke up. Salodice and his girlfriend shared a smile. Well, that is not important. Seeing that Salodice was reluctant to discuss it, the four decided to change the subject. Salodice took the ring and cards from Fujimaru Rika, commencing the formal introduction. These cards, you have all seen, including Bardak, Hein, Charlotte, and Paisley. The remaining cards, such as Kakarot, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and others, are unfamiliar to you. However, that is inconsequential. Each card contains a portion of our power. By placing a card into the ring, you can temporarily gain the abilities of the character represented on the card. For example, as Salodice inserted Bardak's card into the ring, a resonating sound echoed. The eternal pride of the Science, Bardak. By doing this, one can temporarily acquire Bardak's strength. Of course, these cards can also be used in pairs, which will yield different effects. As for what combinations produce what effects, Rika, that is for you to explore. though I am unsure of its practical application. I must express my gratitude, Salodice-san. Salodice waved his hand dismissively and tossed a ring to Dr. Roman. Originally intended to be given before departing, since I am here now, I shall hand it over. This ring is imbued with the powers of my girlfriend and me. While it is not from the same concept or world, we are both deities. With this ring, even if everything is returned to God, you will continue to survive. In times of urgency, it can even unleash the formidable combat prowess of Solomon. But well, both the uncle and I understand your thoughts. So this power cannot be activated unless in an emergency. For now, live as an ordinary individual. Before leaving, I must remind you once more, Mash. Salodice's expression turned serious. You must exercise caution in using my power and engage in physical training regularly. Unlike the tools of the doctor and Rika, you have been entrusted with genuine seeds of power. I eagerly anticipate the extent of your capabilities. Having delivered this final instruction, Salodice and his girlfriend rose, manifesting energy blades in their hands, and tore open a black rift adorned with shimmering stars in the void. Thus, my friends, I bid you farewell. Oh, and one last thing. Rika, the full name of this ring is actually the Dark Salodice ring. If used with peculiar combinations, you may encounter amusing surprises. After Salodice and his girlfriend departed, Da Vinci tilted her head. What an enigmatic individual. What Salodice did not reveal was his anticipation for the new developments that would unfold among the Chaldea group wielding the powers he bestowed as they faced the impending crisis. Alien gods, I wonder how you will fare against the power of the Science. Foolish uncle, remember our agreement. When you go to watch the show, do not sneak off to watch it alone. The City of Time. Salodice gently caressed his girlfriend's head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. After all, it was the very tale that had led us to abandon our pursuits. Chapter 59. Are you here to amuse us? The Apicate brothers strike. As he traversed the wilderness, a premonition settled over him. The unquenched thirst for battle that had eluded him with Sha Lu would soon find satisfaction beneath the star-studded night sky. This intuition rendered him restless, depriving him of slumber after his meditation. Thus, he resolved to take a stroll to clear his mind. This night was eerily tranquil. As he wandered, his thoughts meandered. What kind of adversary awaited him? Countless antagonists from various animations flashed through his mind, prompting him to gaze skyward. What? A streak of light raced across the heavens, only to suddenly plummet as if struck by an unseen force, hurtling directly towards him. Not wishing to emerge disheveled, he hastily stepped back. Boom! The luminous entity crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. After a considerable pause, a diminutive figure leaped from the pit. Oh! Resembling a gentler version of Vegeta, equipped with a scouter, battle attire, and a tail akin to his own. Though he had never encountered or heard of this character in his own timeline, he recalled from an OVA he had watched prior to his journey that this figure was the canonical brother of Vegeta, Tabor, a scion. Upon realizing that a potential kin was nearby, the short scion, presumably Tabor, aimed his scouter at him. A power level of merely 5? Although unexpected. Might I kindly request you to vacate this area? I am currently being pursued, and they should arrive shortly. It would be unfortunate if you were caught in the crossfire. This rare display of altruism, a trait not commonly found among most scions, indeed seemed to be Tabor. Yet, wasn't Tabor known for his aversion to conflict? Why would he involve himself in such a lethal confrontation? Uncertain, he decided to observe further. Noticing the contemplative expression on his face, the figure resembling Tabor grew anxious, as if his warnings fell on deaf ears. We must leave now, or it will be too late. Boom. 2 more figures descended into the crater, stirring up dust. Unlike Tabor's descent, these 2 figures clearly descended of their own volition. Still concerned for others, Tabor remarked, "It seems we have been overly restrained in our approach. Enough of this cat-and-mouse game. Let us swiftly eliminate Tabor and then proceed to deal with the other contestants." As the voice echoed, 2 corpulent figures, one red and one blue, emerged through the haze. Apicate. It was evident to him that Tabor's frail form tensed in fear. Yet, after calling out to him, Tabor turned to confront the duo known as Apicate, adopting a battle stance. "They are targeting me. You must flee and not become entangled in this." Sighing, he stepped forward and pulled Tabor behind him. To protect someone while facing an adversary beyond one's capacity is indeed a rare quality among pure-blooded scions. However, given this disposition, he seemed worth saving, unlike those of his more foolish kin. Apicate. Understood, let me see. Hey, Carter. This meddlesome fellow has a power level of only 5, haha. Casting a glance at the chuckling red and blue duo, he responded to them as well as to Tabor. Do not place your faith in such devices. Power levels fluctuate during combat, just like this. Boom. As his words fell, a brilliant aura erupted. Beep, 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 boom. The urgent sounds from the three scouters were followed by a simultaneous explosion. Apicate's demeanor shifted, displaying a hint of seriousness. It seems he is capable of manipulating his power at will. Carter, shall we employ that move? Certainly. With a shared glance, the two stepped forward in unison, their forms intertwining, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 red and 3 blue figures emerged. Upon the explosion of the scouters, Tabor, who had finally ceased struggling against his grip, warned, be careful. That's the Apicate brothers' ultimate technique. Releasing Tabor, a twitch escaped his lips. Such a tiresome maneuver. In the midst of his speech, the 6 figures charged at him, striking with fists and feet. Moving with the grace of dandelion fluff in the wind, he deftly evaded their attacks. Bang, bang. With 2 swift punches, the 3 red and 3 blue figures reverted to a single red and blue. I can assure you that you are not the formidable opponents I anticipated encountering this night. He exhaled deeply. However, there is still room for some amusement. Before the Apicate brothers could comprehend his words, he manifested as 2 figures, each grasping their collars and hurling them into the air. Shortly thereafter, Tabor witnessed one of the figures gradually fade into a mere illusion. Although he loathed conflict, his royal scion lineage allowed him to grasp the situation instantly. This kin could split into 2 and simultaneously launch the Apicate brothers into the air. It was merely an illusion created by his incredible speed. This fellow of my race. So powerful. Even my father and brilliant elder brother. Without expending much effort, the Apicate brothers soon reappeared in his line of sight. Scion, do not become too complacent. If you are capable, await us there. He shrugged, indicating his indifference. The Apicate brothers exchanged knowing glances, instinctively adopting the same stance. Stepping to the sides. Fusion. A pink mist enveloped them, crackling with purple lightning. This was the fused form of Apicate, unlike their previous rotund and somewhat comical appearance. The fused Apicate now bore an entirely purple visage, resembling a hideous version of Dodoria. Post-fusion, they could indeed rival Frieza's full power. Scion, prepare to receive my attack. The colossal figure of Apicate advanced towards him, swinging a fist. What? The punch passed through the afterimage left by him, leaving Apicate puzzled. Where has he gone? Above you. Has your speed and reflexes dulled since fusing? As the words left his lips, Apicate felt a weight upon him. Do not underestimate me. In a fit of rage, Apicate raised both hands in a prayer-like gesture above his head, attempting to crush the figure standing atop him as if squashing an insect. However, he still missed. Salodice swiftly moved to Apicate's side. Now to your right. To the left. Behind you. He continually circled Apicate, accelerating with each rotation. In a bid to capture Salodice, Apicate also increased his speed. Soon, Apicate's limbs detached from the command of consciousness, moving rhythmically in accordance with Salodice's movements, flailing up and down, forward and backward, left and right. Thud. After Salodice had floated a bit away, Apicate quickly became entangled like a character from a comedic animation, tumbling into the dirt. Rising and shaking his head, Apicate resembled a drenched cat shaking off water. Discarding the mud he had gotten in his mouth, his expression growing even more furious. You, keep your voice down, it's too loud. After taking a few steps back, Apicate clutched his abdomen where Salodice had struck him, unable to utter a word. After a while, he finally recovered from Salodice's restrained attack, only to discover that Salodice's figure had vanished once again. Don't ask, it's behind you, you fool. Apicate not only heard Salodice's voice coming from behind, but also distinctly felt his backside being kicked. Thud. Apicate completed the tumble into the dirt once more. Salodice sighed, shook his head, and appeared to step on the back of Apicate's head, pressing it into the relatively firm ground, before finally retracting his disdainful expression and jumping back. Tui, tui, tui. This time, as Apicate rose, he not only shook off the mud like a cat, but also continuously spat out dirt from his mouth. How dare you toy with me? Take this, super destruction wave. After clearing the mud from his mouth, Apicate shouted while enveloping his body in a green light. In no time, the green light gathered before Apicate's mouth. Super. Waha wave. With his voice and the forward thrust of his head, a sphere of green energy shot towards Salodice. Not bad, but unfortunately, your power is too weak, Salodice remarked, extending his right hand forward. The green energy sphere slowed down gradually, diminishing in size until it transformed into nothingness. Damn. How about this, Super Waha wave? Seeing his attack fail, Apicate clapped his hands and slowly pulled them apart, revealing a green energy sphere. Breathing towards the energy sphere caused it to transform into countless smaller energy blasts that flew in all directions, eventually converging towards Salodice from various angles. This move is rather dull. Are you attempting to amuse me? This time, Salodice did not even raise a hand. As countless small energy blasts landed upon his aura, not even stirring a ripple before dissipating like the previous green energy sphere. Seeing yet another attack fail, Apicate was momentarily stunned. Salodice waited a moment, observing Apicate's inactivity, and raised an eyebrow. It seems you have no tricks left, do you? Although it was a question, his tone was filled with certainty. Before Apicate could respond, he saw Salodice lift his hand once more. An invisible shockwave struck Apicate, sending him flying backward. 1, 2, 3. Swoosh. After counting to 3, Salodice vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the still-flying Apicate, lifting his leg to deliver a knee strike. Upon striking Salodice's knee, Apicate's trajectory was altered, sending him soaring into the sky. Lowering his leg and raising his open palm, Salodice clenched his fist. Apicate's already massive figure suddenly expanded, before exploding in midair. Even though you were given a pass in the OVA, it's truly unfortunate that the one you encounter in this deadly battle is not Kakarado, but me. Salodice shrugged, leaving behind those words for Apicate, who had now turned to cosmic dust, before turning to walk towards Tabul. Thank you very much for saving me. Before Salodice could speak, Tabul deeply bowed to him. I mistakenly thought you were incapable of fighting. I sincerely apologize. Salodice waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I merely passed the time. However, I must return a statement to you. Leave this place quickly, as it is about to become a true battlefield. Tabul looked somewhat perplexed. What does a true battlefield mean? It means that soon two individuals will be fighting their way here from afar, so hurry and leave. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will not be caught in the aftermath. After Salodice explained, Tabul understood. In any case, thank you very much. After another bow, Tabul hurriedly departed. The sight of this fellow clansman effortlessly dealing with Apicate made it seem like a game, and hearing such serious words from him. The ensuing battle here must be truly terrifying, right? Though he was eager to know this clansman's name, it was best to heed his advice and leave for now. Salodice, of course, was unaware of Tabul's thoughts. As he had mentioned, saving Tabul from Apicate was merely a way to pass time. Had he not sensed the two powerful auras clashing and approaching, perhaps he would have had the inclination to chat with Tabul. However, now that he felt them, those two powerful presences were far more alluring than Tabul. Who could these two individuals be? Salodice felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps the owners of these two energies would satisfy his lingering desire for battle. Chapter 60. The Demon from Hell versus the Demon from the Mortal Realm. Hiss. Salodice's expression involuntarily twisted slightly. It seemed that this land was rather unfortunate. In just one night, a second individual had fallen here. Salodice prepared to stride forward to investigate. Yet soon, a rotund figure leaped out from the deep pit. Salodice's facial twitches became more pronounced. Considering the attire and the halo atop his head, the name of the figure became apparent. Baiko, the fusion warrior that appeared in the revival of the movie, resulting from Vegeta not extending his index finger during fusion. No wonder, despite his energy being significantly greater, he still fell so clumsily. There's another person? Hey, you over there, hurry and leave this place. One after another, truly. You should be the one to leave quickly. That guy has already arrived. Salodice pointed at the side of Baiko. Colorful blocks began to gather. Who else could it be but the evil spirit wave? Eek. The serious demeanor of Baiko urging Salodice to leave vanished, replaced by cold sweat and panic. Cover your head and crouch down. A sweeping claw missed. And the evil spirit wave swiftly changed tactics, attempting to grab downward. Yikes. Baiko executed a lazy roll, evading the evil spirit wave's attack. Salodice's lips twitched. The last time he witnessed such a scene was when Satan faced off against Little Cell. The comedic aura of characters was truly. Despite this thought, Salodice rushed forward and seized the wrist of the evil spirit wave. Hey, evil spirit wave, Let me be your opponent. Oh, hey, the malevolent entity. Xian Yin Bo emitted incomprehensible sounds, while its free hand clenched into a fist, aiming a strike at Salodice's face. Raising a hand, Salodice deftly blocked the attack. Turning his head, he shouted to Bai Kong, who had just risen and was preparing to advance, "Do not complicate matters with your erroneous fusion. Quickly distance yourself and wait for the fusion time to conclude." As he spoke, a golden aura ignited, and Salodice kicked toward the Xian Yin Bo, which had assumed a stance of contesting strength. Although it was a failed fusion, rendering it unable to unleash its full potential. This whimsical figure combined the intellect of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and upon witnessing Salodice transform into a Super Saiyan, it exerted all its might to maintain control over Xian Yin Bo. Bai Kong, however, remained rational and quickly made his escape. "I do not know who you are, but I beg of you," he exclaimed. With a resounding roar, Xian Yin Bo's dark gray flames erupted. The collision of energies caused both Xian Yin Bo and Salodice to recoil simultaneously. Xian Yin Bo leaped upward, swinging an arm to release a cascade of shimmering fragments. Salodice frowned slightly and crossed his arms before him. "Hey!" Xian Yin Bo transformed into a cube and vanished, only to silently reappear behind Salodice, fists clenched, launching a simultaneous attack on both sides of Salodice's temples. With a whoosh, Salodice's figure vanished, propelled by a furious gust of wind, and struck Xian Yin Bo with a heavy sweeping kick from behind. Xian Yin Bo fell forward, twisting its body to face Salodice, gathering a black-purple energy sphere aimed at him. Transforming the sweeping kick into a stomp, Salodice planted a foot upon Xian Yin Bo's chest, ascending just in time to evade the attack. After executing a somersault in midair, he landed back on the ground. A crackling energy sphere shot forth from Salodice's hand. Hurtling towards Xian Yin Bo opened its hands, and a dazzling mirror materialized before its face. Salodice's energy sphere struck the mirror and vanished. Almost simultaneously, another mirror appeared beside Salodice, from which the energy sphere emerged, charging straight for him. With a hand poised like a blade, Salodice cleaved the energy sphere, then pivoted and kicked out, colliding with the aerial kick from Xian Yin Bo. The force of the impact sent both Salodice and Xian Yin Bo reeling backward, their lips curling into smirks as they prepared to engage once more. The rapid exchange of blows continued as they maneuvered, causing shockwaves that created deep craters in the once flat ground, scattering the thick clouds above. With a resounding crash, Xian Yin Bo transformed into a streak of light, crashing under the weight of Salodice's joined hands. Dark gray flames erupted from the crater left by the blow, shooting skyward, while a seven-colored cube appeared beside Salodice, delivering a kick to his side. Salodice barely had time to turn and cross his arms to block the incoming attack, but was unable to withstand its force, crashing down to the ground. "Hey, Kakarot, isn't fusion supposed to make us weaker?" In a nearby forest, Bai Kong disintegrated. As soon as he did, Vegeta shouted at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong scratched his head. "It was your mistake, Vegeta. You need to extend your index finger during the fusion. Let's try again." "What? You want me to repeat such a humiliating action?" Vegeta's expression was one of shock. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta with an earnest look. "This is the only way to surpass Xian Yin Bo." Vegeta's face twitched. After a long pause, he relented. "Fine, this is the last time, Kakarot." Thus, the fusion dance was performed once more. As Salodice and Xian Yin Bo were entangled in combat, they both turned to witness the emergence of a fiery aura between orange and gold. "Leave the rest to me." The successfully fused Gogeta appeared between Salodice and Xian Yin Bo, unleashing a barrage of invisible punches that forced Xian Yin Bo to stagger back several steps. However, Salodice swiftly moved to position himself in front of Gogeta. "I was just getting started. I can't let you take my opponent." Gogeta reappeared before Salodice. "This guy was originally my opponent, right?" "No, he is my opponent now." As Salodice and Gogeta bickered over who would face Xian Yin Bo, the latter roared and charged at them. Both Salodice and Gogeta's expressions shifted simultaneously as they attempted to shove each other aside while launching their fists at Xian Yin Bo. The double strike sent Xian Yin Bo flying once again. In the midst of their renewed quarrel, their expressions changed as they gazed skyward. A rift adorned with shimmering starlight opened in the heavens, revealing the familiar figure of Black Wukong, who had appeared before Salodice on numerous occasions. In an instant, Super Saiyan rose transformed, wielding a scythe of energy that sliced toward both Salodice and Gogeta. "You handle Xian Yin Bo, and I'll take care of this guy." In Salodice's astonished expression, Gogeta's aura swelled dramatically, with golden hair elongating, brow ridges obscuring his eyes. He was transforming into Super Saiyan 3. As Gogeta transitioned into Super Saiyan 3, he effortlessly dispelled the incoming slash, and, moving with a speed that Salodice in his Super Saiyan state could not react to, charged toward Black Wukong. How interesting, Salodice mused as he charged toward Xian Yin Bo. He had his own strategy in mind. As long as Xian Yin Bo did not have a third form, he could transform into rose gold to deal with it at any time. Judging by the energy levels, Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta and Black Wukong were not too dissimilar. However, fusion had its time constraints. Regardless of Black Wukong's intentions, Salodice knew he would have to intervene eventually, which he considered a delightful prospect. With such thoughts, Salodice engaged Xian Yin Bo once more. In this renewed clash, Xian Yin Bo's incoherent cries diminished significantly. It was perplexed. Why, when they had fought previously, had its predictive abilities successfully anticipated the actions of this golden figure, yet now they had failed. Unbeknownst to Xian Yin Bo, Salodice's combat style was divided into two distinct phases. The first phase was a warm-up, wherein he relied on thought and observation to fight. However, once he entered the second phase, he relinquished conscious thought, allowing his body's instincts to dictate his attacks. The styles of combat in these two phases were entirely different. During the first phase, Salodice would observe, intercept, and block his opponent's moves. In the second phase, which he had now entered, his attacks transformed into a frenzied, unpredictable assault. As Xian Yin Bo threw a punch, Salodice merely sidestepped, avoiding the blow to his torso, and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Xian Yin Bo's head. Dispersing into cubes, Xian Yin Bo reformed, but Salodice seized the opportunity to deliver a sweeping kick, driving the freshly reconstituted Xian Yin Bo back. Energy blasts erupted forth. With arms spread wide, Xian Yin Bo activated its mirror transfer again, redirecting the energy blast back towards Salodice. Manifesting a blade of energy in his hand, Salodice sliced through the energy blast, launching a counterattack towards Xian Yin Bo. Xian Yin Bo's expression shifted. With a swift roll, it seized a metal shard dislodged by the residual shockwave, activating its ability to rearrange matter, transforming the metal into a long sword that clashed against Salodice's energy blade. "Huh!" Salodice roared, but before Xian Yin Bo could unleash any sword energy, its weapon shattered beneath the might of Salodice's blade. Damn it! Though unable to articulate its frustration in human terms, Xian Yin Bo's mind echoed with those two words. Rolling away, he distanced himself, once again picking up a metal fragment and transforming it into a long spear that thrust forward. Salodice wielded his energy blade, severing the continuously extending spear thrusts. Unbeknownst to him, Salodice had already closed the gap to the front of Xian Yin Bo. With a resounding thud, a heavy punch struck down, followed closely by the energy blade. Xian Yin Bo swiftly decomposed himself, narrowly evading Salodice's assault. Opening his mouth, a green energy wave gathered, surging from behind towards Salodice. Salodice grinned, extending one hand to firmly press the unlaunched energy wave back into Xian Yin Bo's mouth. Boom. Cough, cough, cough. Dense smoke billowed from the corner of Xian Yin Bo's mouth. Above in the sky, Hei Wukong swung the scythe in his hand, forcing Vegeta to step back several paces just to evade. A massive explosion. Seeing the distance had been created, Vegeta did not hesitate. Calculating the time, his fusion was nearing its end, and below, Xian Yin Bo's energy was gradually diminishing. If he did not quickly deal with this sudden attacker, who bore an identical face to one of his fusion materials and employed similar combat methods, but whose energy felt somewhat different, the opportunity to eliminate Xian Yin Bo might be seized by that unknown scion. Kamehameha. Combining the explosive attack with the Kamehameha technique, he launched it towards Hei Wukong. Hei Wukong's expression changed as he positioned the energy-formed scythe before him, his left hand pressed against his right arm, a verdant barrier materializing, preparing to attempt to withstand this potentially overwhelming strike. However, before Vegeta's explosive Kamehameha could strike Hei Wukong, it abruptly vanished. Vegeta had no time to be bewildered, as a hazy light manifested on his body, subsequently splitting into two, transforming into the haloed figures of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Upon seeing this, Hei Wukong's lips curled into a smile. It seems I can eliminate another Sun Wukong. The barrier dissipated, and the scythe was raised, poised to slash at Sun Wukong. Although Vegeta had many questions for Sun Wukong, witnessing the impending attack from He Wukong, he could only exchange a glance in urgency. And together with Sun Wukong, they transformed simultaneously, unleashing energy blasts that struck He Wukong's face, narrowly avoiding his slashing strike. Clang! The figure of Salodice, enveloped in rose-gold energy flames, appeared beside them, extending his energy blade to block the scythe. It turned out that when Vegeta separated back into Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Salodice had already sensed the change. It had only been around 15 minutes. Had the fusion ended so swiftly? Could it be due to Super Saiyan 3? Salodice understood that in this hellish scenario, Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was necessary to match He Wukong. And the separated Sun Wukong and Vegeta were certainly no match for He Wukong, especially since they were among the humans he despised the most. One careless move could lead to their demise at his hands. As for Vegeta, regardless of which timeline Sun Wukong belonged to, he was still Kakarot, and could be considered a nephew in some sense. Not having met was one thing, but since he was in front of him, he couldn't allow him to perish before his eyes. With this thought, Salodice transformed into Super Saiyan Rose Gold, delivering a powerful punch that forced Xian Yinbo to decompose and evade him. Subsequently, he pinned Xian Yinbo to the ground with several light spears, swiftly moving before He Wukong to block the scythe. My objective has been achieved. Farewell, human. Unexpectedly, He Wukong uttered this phrase, showing no desire to linger, retreating into a crack and vanishing. Objective achieved? Salodice felt puzzled but quickly comprehended. Turning back, he noticed another crack opening beside Xian Yinbo, from which Zamasu had already jumped out, launching several energy blasts that obliterated the ceiling light spears Salodice had hastily thrown, and at that moment, he seized Xian Yinbo. Entering the crack. TSK Chapter 61. The anticipated opponent, the revenge of Golden Metal Gula. After a night filled with 2 consecutive battles, neither against worthy opponents nor facing abrupt abductions, Salodice was in a foul mood. He had anticipated an exhilarating fight, yet after a half-night's effort, his thirst for battle remained unquenched, even intensified. Meanwhile, the exhausted Sun Wukong and Vegeta, with tattered clothes and covered in blood, were oblivious to Salodice's current state of mind. Brashly, Sun Wukong approached Salodice to greet him. "Oh, I'm Sun Wukong. You're a Saiyan too, right? Was that transformation a Super Saiyan?" Salodice was not in the best mood, but he refrained from taking it out on someone uninvolved. Moreover, although the present Sun Wukong did not belong to his timeline and was significantly older, in a certain sense, he could be regarded as his nephew. Salodice, that transformation should belong to me, right? Oh, I see. Sun Wukong appeared to have an epiphany, wanting to ask more, but was interrupted when Vegeta slapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, Kakarot, something feels off." "Huh? What is it, Vegeta?" Observing Sun Wukong's clear and untainted eyes, Vegeta's temple throbbed. "Haven't you noticed? Logically, aside from us and your companions, there shouldn't be this much energy exceeding that of ordinary people on Earth. But here, what exactly has that cloaked figure brought us to?" Hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong's round eyes widened, sensing the energies around. Indeed, there were many powerful energies. Wait, what is that energy? Frieza? No, Frieza shouldn't possess such strength, and the energy feels different? Vegeta, too, shared Sun Wukong's confusion. In their understanding, this unfathomably powerful energy should not belong to Frieza, yet it distinctly resembled what they had seen in Frieza. What could this mean? Salodice, however, had a different reaction. Thus far, he had encountered 3 Friezas up close and had fought with 2 of them. Salodice could ascertain that this energy, while reminiscent of Frieza's, was certainly not Frieza but Gula. The resplendent figure that appeared before the trio soon confirmed Salodice's thoughts. However, Salodice was also quite astonished. Gula possesses this form. Golden Gula. Salodice, I have come for revenge. Is that not Super Saiyan Sun Wukong? It seems my arrival has yielded unexpected gains. The Gula before them was in a golden form, an advanced state based on a final form not closely resembling Frieza. Thus Sun Wukong would not mistake him for Frieza. It was precisely for this reason that upon seeing Gula recognize him, Sun Wukong grew increasingly perplexed. Who are you? Have we met before? Salodice narrowed his eyes. Revenge? Have we met? Clearly, Gula was more interested in Salodice than Sun Wukong. his tone rising sharply as he prioritized responding to Salodice. "Stop playing coy, Salodice," seemingly recalling something. Gula paused, his tone returning to normal. "No wonder. I wasn't in this form back then. Let me give you a hint. Metal Gula. Does that ring a bell?" Salodice raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his tone. "I see. So you returned seeking revenge after I effortlessly eliminated a horde of weaklings last time." "Humph." Gula let out a cold laugh. "Do not presume that you can handle me as effortlessly as before. There exists a dimensional disparity between my current self and the one from that time." The dark aura surrounding Gula surged, and with a mere gesture, an invisible shockwave sent the two individuals behind Salodice flying. "Pestilent insects, begone. Salodice, prepare to meet your demise." Amidst the howling winds, Salodice's short hair and the edges of his garments danced, yet his body remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. "The dark energy. It appears that the cloaked figure has augmented your strength. What nefarious scheme does he harbor?" Thoughts raced through Salodice's mind as he instinctively evaded Gula's descending slanted kick, which threatened to strike him. A golden blaze erupted skyward as he retaliated with a punch. Gula adjusted his stance, sidestepping, and his arm blade slashed downward towards Salodice's head. Salodice deftly tilted his head and sidestepped, but was struck in the chest by Gula's follow-up punch. Seizing the moment, Gula delivered another kick, propelling Salodice into the air while he accelerated in pursuit, taunting, "Is this the best you can do against me in your so-called Super Saiyan 2 form? You underestimate me." Regaining his composure, Salodice felt the surging energy envelop him in a brilliant electric aura. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, creating a massive shockwave that sent Salodice hurtling backward, while Gula merely swayed slightly before charging at him once more. "This power seems to be the blade of battle I anticipated." Steadying himself, Salodice's energy transformed into a flowing substance tinged with rose gold, excitement gleaming in his green eyes. Their fists met again, this time resulting in a stalemate. Sensing Gula's energy, Salodice emitted a primal scream, condensing a ki blast in his hands and directing it toward Gula's face. Though unaware of what that elusive figure had done to grant you this form, nor what he intends to achieve through you, I must express a modicum of gratitude for presenting me with such a formidable opponent. In close combat, Gula's dark aura expanded, and he accelerated his strikes, overwhelming Salodice with a relentless barrage that drove him toward the ground. "Is this all you have? What happened to that invincible aura you had back then?" Gula questioned loudly, summoning a planet-destroying orb that rapidly expanded and descended towards Salodice. With a nimble leap, Salodice sprang up, his expression increasingly frenzied. A blazing golden ki blade manifested on his right hand, sweeping upward to cleave the descending orb in two. Gula grunted, unleashing ki blasts that arched towards Salodice from all directions. "Huh!" Salodice roared, dispersing the ki blade and momentarily hovering in a wide stance, generating an invisible shockwave that deflected the incoming ki blasts, which crashed into the ground, creating a multitude of craters. Gula snorted, his energy exploding as he dove downward. Salodice conjured a small ki blast, hurling it at the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As Gula charged through the haze, he found that Salodice had vanished, leaving behind only a flickering ki blast the size of a fist. Boom. Gula had just enough time to cross his arms to shield his face before the ki blast detonated. Where is he? Just as that thought crossed Gula's mind, the answer revealed itself. Salodice's heavy fist struck Gula's back, causing him to stagger. Crouching low, he executed a sweeping kick, then thrust upward with both hands. Propelling himself into the air, Salodice gained the upper hand, positioning himself above Gula, and with a powerful hammering motion, he drove Gula into the ground. In the next instant, debris and soil erupted towards Salodice, but Gula emerged from the crater he had created, launching himself forward amidst the chaos as they resumed their fierce combat. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed as Gula seized the opportunity, using his arm blade to pin Salodice's hands before striking him with his long tail. Salodice absorbed the blow, flipping his hands to grasp Gula's forearm, yanking downward while driving his right knee into Gula's abdomen. Would Gula relent? He charged forward, colliding with Salodice's nose. There was no need to wipe away the blood, as the gust from Salodice's reignited aura blew it away. Accelerating, he took advantage of Gula's momentary pain, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that drove Gula back into the earth. As the rising dust settled, Gula stood once again, albeit with a hint of disappointment in Salodice's eyes. Such power is insufficient to maintain the golden form. No. Can he not even sustain his final transformation? To Gula's surprise, a mocking smile spread across his face. Is this truly your full strength, wild monkey? Hearing Gula's retort, a smirk crept on his Salodice's lips. What of it? If this is your utmost effort, prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, Salodice noticed Gula's body emanating a brilliant blue luminescence. The warm-up is over, wild monkey. Behold, this is Lord Gula's true power, transforming into Metal Gula. His metamorphosis did not cease. A golden sheen enveloped the blue, and his left eye glimmered with a pulsating crimson light. Golden Metal Gula, he declared. You may refer to this form as such. Before Gula's words could fully reach Salodice, a sharp pain surged forth. Salodice, arching his back, realized that the figure he had seen was merely Gula's fading afterimage, while Gula himself had already closed the distance, retracting the fist that had just struck his abdomen. Gula's hands merged into a hammer, crashing down upon Salodice's back, driving him into the earth once again. The initial confrontation replayed in rapid succession. But this time, Gula conjured not one, but 3 planet-destroying orbs, now radiating with golden light. Boom. The explosion illuminated the wasteland, momentarily bright as day. After a prolonged silence, darkness reclaimed the land. Gula surveyed the obliterated terrain with a cold smile. It seems this wild monkey has reached his limit. Next, it will be the turn of the other 2. No, the 2 wild monkeys. That companion of Sun Wukong must also be a scion. Murmuring to himself, Gula approached the distant Kong Bay duo. Hey, Vegeta, it appears that our adversary has shifted his focus onto us. Shall we fuse once more? A rare smile of resignation crossed Vegeta's face. The fusion lasts for 30 minutes, does it not? After our last fusion, the full power of Super Saiyan 3 only held for a brief moment before we disbanded. The strength of this individual is not significantly different from that of the one who bears your likeness. Even if they were to fuse, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. At this point, Vegeta's expression returned to its usual demeanor. He straightened his posture and unleashed the considerable power he had regained, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Given that the results would be identical, there was no need to adopt such a pose. Fighting to the death seemed preferable to fusion. Heh. Hee. Sun Wukong also stood up with a wry smile, roaring as he transitioned into Super Saiyan 3. It appears we have reached a rare consensus. Oh, having witnessed that battle, is there any need for further futile struggles, you wild monkey? At this moment, Gula approached the 2, mocking them. Vegeta scoffed, intertwining his hands and assuming the charging stance for the Gallic gun. This is the pride of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong, too, took the stance for the Kamehameha wave. No matter how formidable the enemy may be, we shall not forsake our resistance. That is the essence of a warrior. Foolish and tedious pride and dignity. Die. The energy sphere Gula conjured was not even a planet-destroying blast, merely a standard large energy ball. The energy ball slowly drifted toward the 2, annihilating them effortlessly. Their reaction lagging behind his attack. Is this how it ends? No, it cannot conclude like this. The 2 roared in unison, drawing upon every ounce of strength within their bodies. Reaching their limits, and then surpassing them. The suddenly thickened Gallic gun and Kamehameha wave finally neutralized the large energy ball, but after unleashing such a formidable attack, a sense of powerlessness enveloped them, leaving them slumped on the ground. What is it like to die and then die again, Vegeta? How would I know? Gula silently approached the 2, waiting for their conversation to conclude before speaking slowly. Is this your final wish? Today's lackluster performance, coupled with a few grievances. Initially, I glanced at the New Year's event's red envelope, and finding only 72 cents, I deemed it rather meaningless. Upon checking the data, lo and behold, comments appeared. So I took a look at the situation. I wish I hadn't tea, as it only fueled my ire. Do you think the world revolves around you? What audacity to come here acting like a big shot. Other sites may tolerate meaningless verbosity, but here, am I earning your money by the word? We, the Huaxiao people, are not so pretentious. Whether there is fine cuisine is of little consequence. Whom do you represent? Does the entire world behave like you? Eating meat while being willing to consume excrement? I refuse to live like that. 3 meals without meat are unacceptable, truly deserving of scorn. You, who cannot articulate a single coherent thought, insist on me crafting a special chapter to berate you, claiming my content is repugnant. Have you even considered what others are saying? If you dislike it, you are free not to read it. If you find this particular section dissonant, you may offer constructive criticism instead of spewing nonsense here. Or did you come to my comment section to vent your frustrations? Have you transformed into a bizarre version of yourself, swapping your head and rear? Do you genuinely believe that pulling a hair from your side grants you authority to point fingers? You truly think that because there's no fist to land upon your head through the internet, you can speak freely? You are insufferable. After much contemplation, I shall dedicate a chapter to chastising you. Your 3 comments have thoroughly disgusted me. I have dedicated 2 months to writing a Dragon Ball story. Barely enough to cover my smoking expenses, purely driven by passion. Anyone who has truly engaged with my work can discern the temperament of the protagonist, Salodice. Yes, he is a volatile character, and I share that temperament. If the plot diverges, and there are better ways to express it, voice your thoughts in the comments. Engage in meaningful discussions, and collaborate to enhance this book, which I consider a manifestation of my dreams. I do not seek gifts. Updates and collections are left to fate. I simply wish to interact with readers, share laughter, and enjoy the writing process. However, individuals like you seem to persist endlessly. You may not have learned much, but you have certainly mastered the art of repulsiveness, haven't you? Lacking any substantial content, your comments are even more foolish than previous negative reviews. While their logic may be nonsensical, at least they had something to say. What do you possess? Nothing at all, merely the ability to annoy me with your drivel. Using a few idioms, you are akin to a pig with a scallion, pretending to be something you are not. You are like a fallen pole, unable to recognize its significance. To quote Wu Ho, a dog with a broken spine dares to bark wildly. In Minnan dialect, Lin Bei Sai Lin Nia Ji Ji Bai. To paraphrase the transport team leader, your mother's side. In Cantonese, Po En I Ao Ma, Phi Phi Fu Goe. Let us refrain from using vulgarities here. Truly, the wretchedness of your existence makes me wish to end you with a single strike, a brainless creature born of a decaying lineage, parading shamelessly. Perhaps you should return home and see how your family's funeral is progressing. If it has just begun, feel free to invite me. I would be happy to contribute a token of sympathy. Well, that should suffice for this chapter's length. I shall cease my tirade here. You ought to possess some self-awareness and reflect on why you provoke me. Thus, this shall be the end. There will be no main text today. I will instead indulge in some gaming to lighten my mood. Chapter 62. This is my utmost effort, the ultimate rose gold form. Vegeta, do you still have the strength for one more round? Exhausted, the two exchanged a knowing glance, and Sun Wukong posed the question. Vegeta snorted, turning his head away. His voice laden with profound weakness. How could it be? Die, wild monkeys. Gula raised his right hand, lifting a golden energy ball. A look of unrestrained pride on his face. Don't be so hasty, Gula. What? The energy ball in his hand dissipated in astonishment as Gula turned to follow the source of the voice. Salodice, with his rarely tattered martial arts uniform, stood behind him. His expression as manic as ever, tinged with exaggerated theatrics. That last attack left me with a slight injury, TSK. Spit. Spitting out a mixture of blood and saliva, Salodice brushed off the dust clinging to him. Observing Salodice's actions, Gula finally recovered from his astonishment. It appears that even when facing me, Gula, you wild monkey still harbor considerable strength. How audacious. Salodice clenched and then relaxed his fists, cracking his knuckles before rotating his neck to realign his misaligned vertebrae, a vibrant green light flashing across his body. Here I come, you bastard. Speak to me in that tone again. Salodice's provocative language and disdainful tone, seemingly unaffected by his recent defeat, ignited a flicker of anger on Gula's face. Boom. Before their dialogue could fully reach the still incapacitated Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the shockwave from their colliding fists radiated outward. It was evident that Salodice was at a disadvantage, as Gula applied additional force to his fist, pinning Salodice's elbow against his chest. Salodice scoffed, his left hand claw-like, slashing through the air to leave golden scratches, aiming diagonally toward Gula's head. Clang. Enduring the blow from Salodice, Gula remained utterly still, as if a tangible golden aura radiated outward, its lengthy tail coiling around Salodice's arm. Such a feeble attack, hardly a scratch. Bang. Blood trickled from Salodice's nose as Gula slowly withdrew his recently swung right fist, raising his knee, the terrifying force causing Salodice's body to arch like a shrimp. With a flick of his tail, Gula wielded Salodice as if he were a hammer, repeatedly smashing him into the ground. After several strikes, Gula released his tail and drifted backward. Observing Salodice, motionless like a corpse, Gula's distorted expression finally returned to normal, replaced by an imperial smile of absolute dominance. It seems my assumptions were incorrect. This wild monkey harbors no hidden power? How utterly pathetic. Time lingered without a response from Salodice, tightening Gula's brow in frustration. Wild monkey, is this the dignity of your so-called warrior race, lying on the ground pretending to be dead in an attempt to deceive me? Still, no answer. Just as Gula began to grow impatient, Salodice trembled as if seized by convulsions, slowly sitting up. My apologies, your attack made me a tad drowsy. So I lay down for a moment. The crimson glow in Gula's left eye flickered, evidently agitated by Salodice's taunting words, taking a while to regain his composure. Drowsy? Ha ha ha. Wild monkey, your jest is quite amusing. Even I find it hard not to laugh. With both strength and speed inferior to mine. It seems your only asset is a tough tongue. Salodice rubbed his hands together, exhaled a deep breath, and dusted himself off before rising. A jest? No. This is the truth. Look, my body, which had just warmed up, has grown cold. Might I trouble you to exert a bit more effort? As arcs of electricity crackled. The crimson light in Gula's left eye blazed once more, his figure vanishing, reappearing before Salodice in an instant, the already substantial aura coalescing intensely around his right fist. Let this strike awaken you, wild monkey. Slap. The cataclysmic reverberations from their initial clash had faded, yet in Gula's eyes, Salodice's slow and feeble movements precisely obstructed the trajectory of his descending fist. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of lightning struck beside them. The rain began as a drizzle, swelling into a torrential downpour. Thick clouds had amassed in the sky unbeknownst to them. This strike was decent. Though its speed fell short, the power was commendable. Do not speak to me with such an air of superiority, wild monkey. Perish. The crimson glow in Gula's left eye surged, countless sparkling points appearing from thin air, all descending upon Salodice, as fierce explosions erupted. Gula, relying on his formidable defensive prowess derived from his metallic and golden state, executed a powerful close-range assault. As he sensed the diminishing grip on his wrist, Gula's smile returned, taking a significant leap back. However, as the dust settled, Gula found himself aghast at the sight of Salodice, and scathed. You. Salodice raised an eyebrow. Do not misunderstand. Your strike indeed had an effect. My face was nearly disfigured, but as you can see, I merely utilized my healing abilities to recover. Do not lose heart. Humph. Gula suddenly wore a knowing expression, which left Salodice with a hint of confusion. What does this fellow know? Yet Gula remained silent, letting out a fierce roar as he charged at Salodice. In response to Gula's aggressive advance, Salodice gathered his focus, adopting a stance as the rose-gold aura that had enveloped him gradually dimmed. No, it was not extinguishing. It flowed inward like river water meeting the sea. Hiss! Wisps of steam rose from Salodice's heated skin as it came into contact with the moisture in the air. What transformation has this wild monkey undergone? Gula pondered with uncertainty, but he was already upon Salodice, leaving little room for contemplation. Regardless of what this wild monkey has done, I shall crush him with all my might to cleanse the humiliation he brought upon me. Within the golden aura, strands of dark energy re-emerged, wrapping around him. Gula's fists and feet rained down upon Salodice like a relentless torrent. Huh! Salodice roared, retaliating with a flurry of strikes akin to a downpour against Gula. Vegeta, can you discern their movements? The duo, having been thrown some distance by the shockwaves, had regained some strength and hurried back to the battlefield. Faced with the clash between Salodice and Gula, Son Goku spoke in astonishment, directing his inquiry at Vegeta. Vegeta merely grunted, and Son Goku quickly grasped the implication. So there exists a world such as this. Vegeta, our training is far from sufficient. Without mentioning the 2 newcomers to this deadly battle, the rapid exchanges between Salodice and Gula had reached a fever pitch. Gula's speed and strength still surpassed Salodice, yet every time he parried Salodice's attacks, his counterattacks fell just short, narrowly evaded by Salodice, failing to inflict any real harm. A decisive strike was imperative. This thought flashed through Gula's mind, causing his movements to involuntarily slow. Salodice, fighting instinctively and without distraction, keenly sensed the shift in Gula's assault, suddenly increasing his own speed. In the ebb and flow of their clash, the sounds of impact resounded as Salodice's heavy fists slipped past the periphery of their previous engagement, landing squarely on Gula. However, Gula's terrifying defensive capabilities were perfectly displayed, as Salodice's two punches failed to even halt him. Bang, 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 bang. This was precisely the outcome Gula desired. In the rapid exchanges of close combat, he recognized his inferiority in technique to Salodice, whose bizarre maneuvers transcended even the calculations of a high-level AI. Rather than engage in a futile contest of weaknesses, he resolved to absorb Salodice's attacks with his far superior defensive strength and then retaliate. Thus, Salodice endured several more of Gula's punches and kicks, being sent reeling backward. He flipped, his hands clawing deep grooves into the ground, limbs braced, slightly bent, gathering strength. Collision, retreat. With the momentum of his charge, Salodice's strike no longer bore the ineffectiveness of his earlier punches, instead sending Gula back a short distance. Buzz. Within Salodice's hands, light flickered as countless small energy spheres soared toward Gula. Gula sneered, allowing the energy spheres to impact him without consequence. Looking up, directly above him, Salodice unleashed a mighty roar, the rose-gold energy wave unleashed with full force, engulfing Gula and propelling him into the depths of the earth. Boom! Gula's figure, bathed in the surging lava, re-emerged above ground, extending a hand, retaliating against Salodice with a golden energy wave. A blazing energy blade materialized, its brilliance flashing. Gula's energy wave was cleaved and shattered, as the shimmering starlight, born from the waves of Qigong, cascaded through the air. Salodice crossed his arms before his chest, wielding a blade of energy aimed at Gula's body. With a fierce cry, the golden flames, intermingled with dark energy, swelled to push back the erupting magma. Gula's hands intertwined, and at the critical moment when the energy blade was about to strike him, he firmly grasped Salodice's wrist. Leaning back, Gula executed a powerful kick, propelling Salodice into the sky. "This is your return gift." A small golden wave of energy erupted from Gula's hand as he regained his footing, tracing arcs that surrounded Salodice from all directions. Salodice spread his limbs in a star-like formation, dissipating Gula's kick with a vibrant green shield that enveloped him, deflecting the energy projectiles entirely. As the dust settled, Salodice landed gracefully on the ground, a distance away from Gula. Gula's left eye flickered with crimson light, betraying his displeasure. Taking a deep breath, Salodice flickered into motion, zigzagging to appear directly in front of Gula. He bent his knees and leaped, driving his knee towards Gula. However, upon contact with Salodice's knee, Gula's heart sank. This was merely a feint, and he had been tricked. Meanwhile, the rose-gold flames enveloping Salodice's right hand had coalesced around his fist without Gula's notice. A resounding crack echoed as Salodice's fist connected with Gula's cheek, dislodging metallic shards that lost their golden sheen. "Damn wild monkey!" Gula roared, his anger igniting as he gathered tremendous force in his own fist, crashing it into Salodice's chest. Another loud crack resounded as Salodice was sent flying. Rising once more, he bore no injuries, his ribcage intact. Only his uniform bore a fist-sized hole. Exhaling deeply, Gula calmed the fury that had surged within him after being struck. "You did well, wild monkey, managing to leave a mark on me in this stance. But soon, such wounds will be healed." As he spoke, the fallen shards lifted into the air, returning to their original places, regaining their golden luster. Just like that, Salodice tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance that nearly reignited Gula's suppressed rage. "Aside from lacking in technique, your speed and strength are commendable, and your defenses are even more praiseworthy, along with your recovery capabilities." Golden medal Gula, not bad. The strings of Gula's rationality snapped once more, yet were quickly reattached. The reason was clear. Salodice's current transformation compelled him to halt his impending offensive. The previously retracted energy within him now blazed around Salodice, generating arcs of electricity as it clashed with the atmosphere. "Earlier, you asked me if this was my full power, right?" Gula's brow furrowed in response. "So what if it is?" Salodice grinned, his tone laden with arrogance that irked Gula. "No, I merely wish to answer your question." Salodice slowly closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths before abruptly opening them wide. "I do not have a habit of leaving my opponents in a state of confusion. Watch closely, for this is my true power." Behind Salodice, a colossal ape silhouette with rose gold fur materialized, pounding its chest and unleashing a primal roar that echoed through time. The arcs of energy were replaced by indigo flashes that erupted with explosive sounds. This is the ultimate power of the Rose Gold Super Scion. Are you ready to face me, scum? Chapter 63, Golden Metal Gula Overload. The Triune Planetary Destruction Bomb. Wild Monkey, cease your boastful declarations about ultimate power. Even Gula, who lacked the ability to sense energy, could feel the immense strength emanating from Salodice. Yet, he refused to believe that after such enhancement, he could not erase the humiliation of having been easily defeated by a mere wild monkey. Thus, Gula uttered these words to reassure his wavering heart. Salodice, perceiving Gula's facade of bravado, merely grinned, showcasing his characteristic manic expression. With a thunderous crash, Salodice ignored Gula's forceful punch, stepping forward and colliding into Gula's chest. The golden glimmering metallic form did not shatter, yet the terrifying power penetrated his seemingly impenetrable defenses, rippling through Gula's body. Taking a slight step back and shifting his stance, Salodice turned to face the pained Gula. In an instant, Gula found himself pierced through the chest by a shimmering blade of rose gold energy. Ugh! Salodice's voice echoed in Gula's ears. That was merely a standard strike. You should be able to break free easily, right? Well done, wild monkey, Gula retorted, his energy surging, shattering the energy blade as metallic tendrils stitched up the wound in his chest. There were no more words exchanged. All dialogue transformed into a flurry of punches and kicks, each unleashing their pent-up fury upon the other. Collision after collision, Gula's doubts about his ability to triumph grew more pronounced. In terms of speed and strength, Salodice had matched him entirely, and even displayed a tendency towards further enhancement. As for technique, despite the high computational ability bestowed upon him by Gao Xing, he still could not accurately predict Salodice's movements after all this time. The force of his strikes reverberated through Gula's body. While his own attacks against Salodice yielded no visible reaction, Salodice did not even flinch. Why does this wild monkey seem to feel no pain? Even more so than my metallic form. If Salodice were to hear Gula's thoughts, he would likely respond with, a mere metallic form cannot compare to my body forged through countless trials. However, it was evident that Salodice, immersed in battle, had no time to consider Gula's musings. He was simply reveling in the thrill of combat. What a rush! His inner voice cried, tinged with a hint of regret. If only Gula's fighting technique were on par with Cell's. Though Cell's borrowed techniques lacked individuality, they could still keep pace with him, coupled with Gula's foundational strength. What a pity! As this sense of regret washed over him, Salodice's movements momentarily faltered. Bang! Gula seized upon this opening, channeling a massive amount of energy into a devastating blow aimed at Salodice's face. That strike landed with great impact. Stepping back a few paces, Salodice wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression more exaggerated than ever. Having recovered from the rigidity of his powerful strike, Gula shook his hand, focusing his mind solely on Salodice, leaving no room for distraction. Salodice, not receiving a response, pointed forward while continuing to speak. Are you too afraid to speak? I was just beginning to enjoy myself. At this moment, Salodice received a response, but rather than words, it came in the form of Gula unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Shaking his head, Salodice effortlessly swatted away the energy projectiles aimed at him, stepping forward with determination. Through the rising dust, Salodice looked up to see Gula leaping towards him. With arms crossed and raised, he deftly positioned them against Gula's massive axe-like leg as it descended. With a powerful thrust, utilizing the recoil, Salodice performed a somersault kick. Ack! Gula cried out in pain as the kick struck his abdomen. Salodice rose without pursuing further, merely gesturing provocatively with his hand. Gula steadied himself, preparing to charge at Salodice, but suddenly his body trembled. Damn it! Gula muttered to himself. Am I overheating? Covering his left eye, which overflowed with electrical energy, he raised one hand high. The triple planet destruction bomb reappeared. Wild monkey, perish. This time, the three bombs did not fall separately, but rather merged into one. TSK, so eager to conclude the fight before I even had my fun? Very well then. Let me try this move. Salodice raised both hands, a dazzling gold and blue radiance illuminating the surroundings. However, this gigantic flash did not unleash its brilliance. Instead, it descended to his waist. Gigantic. Kamehameha. Combining the Kamehameha learned from Gohan with the gigantic flash, Salodice unleashed a new technique of greater might. The robust blue energy wave entwined with golden light collided with the triple planet destruction bomb, causing Salodice's hands to quiver. Clearly, even with Salodice's utmost effort. The combined power of the bombs exerted a degree of pressure upon him. Yet, zzz, the electrical energy overflowing from Gula's left eye became increasingly pronounced. Aya. The prolonged strain of maintaining a metallic golden state had finally led to Gula's body becoming overloaded. Struggling, Gula realized he might revert to his normal form at any moment, and his attack could not surpass Salodice. Thus, with trembling hands, Gula extended his right hand, releasing a small energy blast to ignite his own attack. Boom! A ferocious explosion erupted in midair, scattering even the distant storm clouds. Damn it, Salodice cursed inwardly, instinctively shielding his eyes from the blinding light of the explosion that surpassed even the sun's fury. After a while, amidst the wreckage of the ground, only the spot beneath Salodice's feet remained relatively intact. Lifting his gaze, he noticed Gula's figure had vanished. Closing his eyes, Salodice sought out Gula's energy. Although curious as to why Gula's energy had suddenly diminished so drastically, Salodice still unleashed his maximum speed in pursuit. I initially wondered what was amiss, but it seems such power cannot be sustained for long. Positioned across Gula's escape route, Salodice observed Gula had reverted to his normal state. Shaking his head in disappointment, though he was tempted to follow the scion nature of letting him go to adapt to this form before battling again, well, in his hand, electrical sparks flickered as an energy blast manifested. I do not favor battles without resolution. Thus, you shall perish. With an unsteady toss, the energy blast was launched towards Gula. Just as Salodice was about to turn away, his movement halted as a distant energy blast veered his attack off course, narrowly skimming past Gula and soaring into the distant sky. How clumsy, brother from another dimension. Salodice squinted at the newcomer. Golden. Frieza? Oh dear, Mr. Salodice. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? Upon his swift arrival beside Gula, Salodice sensed a familiar energy. Clearly, this Frieza belonged to his own timeline. Salodice furrowed his brow. Had someone broken his seal? Thanks to that figure in the black robe, I managed to escape the wretched seal you placed upon me. Liberated from the wild monkey's body, and gained such formidable power. Although I yearn for revenge against you, now is not the time. Could you allow me to take this inept brother away? Sensing Salodice's confusion, Frieza prefaced his inquiry with an explanation. Nodding in understanding, Salodice thought it unsurprising if it were indeed that elusive figure. Do you think it is possible? In response to Frieza's superficial politeness, Salodice's reply brimmed with disdain, causing Frieza's smile to twist into a grimace. It seems it is no longer possible. Recovering his expression, Frieza assumed a combat stance. Then, I shall have to engage in this battle of revenge sooner than anticipated. How unfortunate it would be not to defeat you in your complete state and reclaim my dignity as the ruler of the universe. What? Before Frieza could finish his sentence, he gasped as Salodice's figure appeared before him. You are not yet fit to battle me. Begone. Frieza barely had time to react before Salodice's uppercut struck his jaw. So swift, just as he managed to utter those two words. Frieza felt the force of Salodice's sweeping kick. In pain, Frieza clumsily extended his arms, summoning two massive mountains to crash down upon Salodice through telekinetic might. Dust swirled as the mountains crumbled under the energy cannon released by Salodice. As visibility was obscured, Salodice, through his senses, was astonished to discover Gula and Frieza's energies fleeing in two different directions. TSK. After a moment's hesitation, Salodice chose to eliminate Gula first. The reason was simple. Pursuing the determinately escaping Frieza, who had not diminished his energy significantly, would not be as effortless as pursuing Gula. Boom. Gula, in rapid flight, was struck by an overwhelming force, plummeting to the ground. On the ground, Salodice had already adopted a stance, unable to counteract the impact in his normal state. Gula could only watch helplessly as he collided with Salodice's heavy fist, being launched into the sky. No, it shouldn't be like this. Is this your last words? How typically cliché. With a burst of energy, Salodice propelled himself to Gula's front, offering an assessment of Gula's fragmented utterance. Subsequently, brilliance erupted. The energy wave engulfed Gula, and the flames of a powerful warrior once again blossomed. After the tumult, silence fell. The heightened battle fervor subsided as the conflict concluded. Salodice released his senses, realizing Frieza's energy was no longer within range, and he could only sigh deeply, reverting to his normal state. In the distance, a half-sun had risen above the horizon, casting a faint red glow. Morning was nearly upon us. I seem to have forgotten something. Rubbing his head, Salodice chose not to dwell further and flew towards the temporary base. Well, never mind. I shall return and take a nap first. The sun hung fully in the azure sky, illuminating the earth below. In the temporary base's dining hall, Jiren, with a radiant smile, observed Bardock and Raditz devouring their meals when she suddenly tapped her chin. How strange. Why hasn't little Salodice woken up yet? Typically, he should have risen early to eat by this time. Swallowing a large bowl of noodles, Bardock grunted, clarifying his wife's confusion. That kid went outside in the middle of the night to engage in battle with some unknown foe, fighting all night long, returning just as dawn was breaking. So that is how it is. Jiren realized, rising to clear the dishes. Let us allow the young Salodice to rest, Salodice. You shall take your uncle's place and assist me with the dishes. Huh. The little Salodice, who was about to sneak away, turned around stiffly with a tear-streaked face. Mother, really? Bardock cast a gaze filled with latent danger upon Salodice, who could only lower his head dejectedly and approach to take the bowls and dishes from Jiren's hands, following her into the kitchen. It seems I underestimated that fellow's strength from the very beginning. Above the ice continent, the cloaked figure listened thoughtfully to the information relayed by Frieza. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Frieza. Frieza snorted and prepared to turn away. To deal with that wild monkey and cleanse the humiliation he has brought upon me, I shall endeavor to train myself. Do not seek me out for your plans for the time being. Without awaiting a response from the cloaked figure, a brilliant white aura ignited around Frieza, vanishing from the sight of the cloaked figure. Hee. A chilling laughter emanated from beneath the cloak. Frieza, I look forward to your contributions to my plans after your training, as a substitute for Gula to confront that fellow. The cloaked figure gazed down at Charlotte and the future duo, who were locked in battle with Majin Buu beside Babidi, his voice tinged with anticipation. It will soon arrive. Once you become a Super Saiyan God, I eagerly await it, Charlotte. With these words, a vortex appeared behind the cloaked figure, engulfing him. It seems this deadly battle is approaching its conclusion. Chapter 64. Betrayed Babidi, Zaha regains his senses. In a natural cave beneath a certain part of the ice continent, the future duo supported each other, stumbling into the cavern. How are you, Charlotte? Rubbing his bloodied face. Charlotte collapsed onto the ground, panting as he responded to Future Trunks' inquiry. For now, I'm not dead. Recalling the moment, he faced Buu's full power energy wave. Even the thick-skinned Charlotte could not help but feel a pang of fear. If it weren't for Future Trunks unleashing a power beyond limits to fend off the ambush from Majin Buu, and if Future Gohan hadn't risked his life to support with the Kamehameha wave, and if those two female Super Saiyans hadn't intervened, I would have likely been utterly obliterated by now. Majin Buu, if only I possessed strength akin to Salodice, Zaha wouldn't have. At this thought, Charlotte instinctively wanted to strike the ground in frustration over his own weakness. However, ouch, before he could raise his hand, the intense pain extinguished the little strength he had just mustered. The future duo exchanged glances. With relative ease, Future Trunks retrieved a capsule from his jacket pocket. Thankfully, I carried some medicinal supplies with me. While they may not possess the miraculous qualities of Mr. Salodice's healing techniques, they should suffice for now. After applying the ointment and taking the medicine, Charlotte and Future Gohan gradually regained some strength. Now reflecting on it, Future Gohan began to ponder the circumstances of their battle against Buu. That Majin Buu, I get the feeling he is particularly concerned about Charlotte. Charlotte looked perplexed, not quite understanding Future Gohan's words, while Future Trunks appeared contemplative. Hearing Gohan's brother speak this way, it indeed seems that whenever Charlotte faced Buu alone, there was a back-and-forth exchange. Yet, once Gohan joined the fray, Buu's attacks became far more ferocious. This time, Charlotte finally comprehended their implication. Actually, before you two caught up with me, I had already battled Majin Buu once. I recall that Buu. I believe he said something to me. What was it? Charlotte strained to remember. Right. Finally recalling, Charlotte excitedly slapped his thigh but winced at the pain. Ouch. At that time, Buu seemed to say, I look forward to your growth, Charlotte. That Majin Buu, the one who suggested this notion, Future Gohan, gently shook his head. There's no need to dwell too much on this. Our sole objective is to reclaim Zaha. Regardless of Majin Buu's intentions, we have but this one purpose. Meanwhile, within Babidi's secret base, a purple energy blade pierced through Babidi's body. Babidi turned his neck stiffly and mechanically. Before him stood Zamasu, clad in green skin and wearing the attire of the Kaishin. Humph. Seeing Babidi remain standing after being struck by his energy blade, Zamasu expressed his dissatisfaction with a grunt, withdrawing the blade. As the energy blade dissipated, Zamasu turned to find Black Goku leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. How long must we assist that fellow? In response to Zamasu's discontent, Black Goku could only smile reassuringly. Patience. Once that fellow achieves his goal, we shall no longer need to act in this manner. So, what is that fellow's objective? Who knows? But it certainly aids our plans. All right, we have fulfilled his request. Let us depart. Black Goku placed a hand on Zamasu's shoulder. Whoosh. Their figures vanished from the secret base. After some time, Majin Buu returned to find Babidi lying on the ground, momentarily stunned before bursting into joyous laughter. Although unaware of who had dealt with Babidi, he was grateful to them for accomplishing what he wished to do. Ha ha ha. Without Babidi, Majin Buu let go of all restraint, dancing joyfully as he swiftly departed. In a corner of the ice continent, Zaha gradually came to a halt in midair, instinctively reaching for his forehead, where the M mark was once meant to be. Has Babidi died? As if in disbelief, Zaha moved his hands. Finally convinced that he had freed himself from Babidi's shackles, Zaha changed direction and flew towards the location where Majin Buu had battled Charlotte. In another part of the ice continent, feeling the diminishing power within him, Bojack wore an expression of disbelief. Babidi. The nearby ice mountain crumbled under Bojack's fury, reduced to powder. I will find the one who killed you and avenge you. Returning to the cave where Charlotte was hiding. Hey, Charlotte, can you feel it? Enduring the pain. The severely injured Charlotte transformed into his Super Saiyan form alongside the future duo, taking a defensive stance. Ah, I can feel it, that SBUS energy. But soon, astonishment spread across all three of their faces in unison. What is going on? Why does it feel like BUS movements are? Charlotte, typically thick-skinned, picked up on future Gohan's hesitance. Like he's gone mad. Future Trunks couldn't help, but nod in agreement. It's too strange. The trio, of course, was unaware of Babidi's demise, and thus could not comprehend BU's erratic movements. Remaining in a defensive posture for a considerable time, they finally relaxed once BU's energy completely faded from their senses. Ouch, it hurts. As for Bu, he was aimlessly flying about. However, he soon came to a halt. First came the bewilderment, followed by a sudden realization. So it is you, the true orchestrator of this deadly battle, isn't it? Bu remarked as he gazed upon the figure cloaked in black. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is the Majin Buu. What business do you have with me? The figure in black fell silent, then abruptly raised both hands. A dense, dark energy enveloped Majin Buu in an instant. What? As the dark energy surrounded him, the fierce aura emanating from Majin Buu ignited, attempting to resist the encroaching darkness. Although he had only gained wisdom after absorbing numerous powerful beings, the innate magic user could sense that this potent darkness entering his body was far from beneficial. However, the flames surrounding Majin Buu were swiftly subdued, and the dark energy rapidly integrated into his being. Moments later, a crimson glow flickered in Majin Buu's eyes. Farewell, Majin Buu, strive for my goal. A vortex appeared, and the figure in black vanished, followed by a violent black flame erupted from Buu's core, spreading outward. This energy, within the cave, the three individuals who had previously relaxed now found themselves tensed once more. Buu's energy had suddenly surged dramatically. Boom. The earth trembled, and countless fragments of stone cascaded down. This is bad. The cave is likely to collapse. We must escape quickly. Though the falling debris posed little threat to the three powerful individuals, the severely injured future Gohan and Charlotte could not afford to take any damage that would hinder their recovery. Thus, the trio supported one another and swiftly exited the cave, emerging onto the surface. Charlotte, Zaha. Upon reaching the surface, they encountered Zaha, while the future duo remained on guard. However, Charlotte's face was alight with joy as she rushed forward, disregarding her injuries, though she was unaware that Zaha had returned to his normal state following Babidi's demise. Charlotte's keen instincts assured her that Zaha posed no threat at that moment. Zaha, have you freed yourself from Babidi's control? Zaha nodded, then shook his head, leaving Charlotte somewhat perplexed. I have indeed regained my sanity, but not through my own power. Something has happened to Babidi that has automatically lifted his control over me. I suspect he must be dead. What? And Boo? The future duo stepped closer after carefully observing Zaha, their faces reflecting shock at his speculation. This could explain why Boo was frantically flying about. You must have sensed during our encounters that Boo was deeply dissatisfied with Babiti's commands. If Babiti is indeed dead, it is only natural for Boo to react with such excitement. Zaha observed the three of them and shook his head once more. Let us set aside those matters for now. Your injuries are severe. Allow me to heal you. Without waiting for a response, Zaha extended his hands and began to restore their vitality. A verdant light illuminated the three, and after a brief period, Zaha withdrew his magic, panting slightly. My magical energy is limited. I expended a considerable amount under Babiti's control, and I can only restore you to this extent for now. Charlotte patted Zaha's shoulder, unable to bear seeing him so despondent. It's all right. This level of recovery is sufficient. I can hardly feel any pain now. Indeed, Zaha. Recovering to this extent is quite remarkable. After a moment of silence, future Gohan finally spoke. Since Zaha has returned to normal, we should head back to the base and regroup with Lord Salodice to formulate our next steps. However, Charlotte disagreed vehemently. No, even if Babiti, who controlled Zaha, is dead, Majin Buu still lives. He was complicit in our current state. I cannot let that fiend go so easily. Zaha, hearing Charlotte's fervor, disregarded his own despondency and firmly grasped her arm. Charlotte, do not act impulsively. Having faced Majin Buu, you should understand his power well. Even with my assistance, we are no match for him. But, Charlotte, Zaha exerted his strength, restraining her as her hair shifted between black and gold. Calm down. Looking into Zaha's eyes, Charlotte felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately suppressed her agitation. You felt that surge of energy, didn't you? Although we do not know what transpired, Buu's strength has undoubtedly increased significantly. Not only we, but even if Lord Bardock were here, we would still be unable to defeat him. Our only hope lies with Lord Salodice. Future Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Charlotte's shoulder. Even if you wish to personally avenge Zaha against Majin Buu, we must first return to rest and allow Lord Salodice to restore our strength. Perhaps he has a way to help us elevate our power. Oh, what this Mr. Son Gohan says is indeed correct, isn't it? Whis? Charlotte exclaimed, turning towards the source of the voice. Whis approached with a serene smile, drawing nearer to the fore. If you wish to triumph over Majin Buu, you must first return to your base and harness Lord Salodice's power. What do you mean? Charlotte asked anxiously. Whis merely covered his mouth and chuckled. If I were to reveal everything now, it would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? Well then, while Majin Buu remains inactive, allow me to escort you back. A cascade of radiant colors enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves back at their temporary base. All right, before seeking you out, I have already discussed with Lord Salodice about assisting you in enhancing your strength. I shall take my leave now. May you all succeed. Without lingering further, Whis waved his staff and struck the ground, transforming it into a spectrum of light as he departed. Ah, have you all returned? Just as the four stood in the courtyard, Bulma emerged from the house, spotting them and calling out, Hey, Lord Salodice, Charlotte and the others are back. I know. At this distance, I can sense their energy, stretching and yawning. Salodice exited the house, his expression revealing that he had yet to fully awaken. I have already heard from Whis about your activities in the ice continent. For now, let us restore your condition. Each of you is nearly out of power or gravely injured. It's truly exhausting. That matter is of little importance. Did Whis tell you that you have a way to help me defeat Majin Buu? Upon seeing Charlotte's anxious demeanor, Salodice sighed and shook his head. Instantly, disappointment washed over Charlotte's face. Ha, Charlotte, your ability to change expressions is indeed remarkable. Salodice laughed heartily, patting her shoulder. Well, I was merely jesting. Follow me. In truth, when Trunks first arrived and we had 6 Scions, we could have employed this method to enhance your power. However, the strength gained from such a method may not be sustainable, and eventually, you would revert to your original capabilities. But with Whis' assistance, it will be different. Charlotte's expression shifted once more, this time to one of joy as she eagerly grasped Salodice's shoulders. What method is this? Salodice gently brushed away Charlotte's excited grip, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, if you are so eager to know, then listen closely and do not be astonished. Xia Luote and the future duo remained silent, merely observing Salodice. That is, Ascension to Divinity. Chapter 65. The Enrapturing Power of the Divine Realm, Xia Luote's Arrival. In Salodice's peripheral vision, he caught a fleeting smile on Zaha's face. Was it merely his prejudice? It felt as though Zaha's smile held an oddity, reminiscent of a nefarious villain, who, after orchestrating a grand scheme for an extended period, was on the verge of achieving their goal, yet could not reveal their true identity, desperately attempting to conceal it, but failing to suppress that grin. Upon a second glance, Zaha now wore a helpless expression, soothing Xia Luo's exuberant emotions. Perhaps it was indeed a bias stemming from first impressions? This fellow Xia Luo possessed a sense of justice that hardly resembled that of a scion, alongside an instinct so keen it bordered on divine. Surely, anyone he could align with could not be a nefarious character. With a self-deprecating smile and a shake of his head, Salodice dismissed his thoughts and clapped his hands. Enough of the excitement. Follow me. Bardak and Jiren are already waiting at the training grounds for your sparring session. In the wilderness, marked by the traces of rigorous training, Salodice, the Bardak couple, and the future duo, 6 scions in total, were all assembled. However, Salodice suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, startling the other 5 scions preparing for the ceremony, Zaha, who stood by to observe, and the bruised and battered Salodice, who had endured Bardak's so-called training. What's the matter, little Salodice? Salodice's lips twitched. It's nothing serious. Just wait for me a moment. Wu Fan, come here. Huh. Future Wu Fan approached with a hint of confusion. Salodice extended his hands towards the severed arm of future Wu Fan. Accustomed to Wu Fan's condition, he only just realized that hand-holding in a circle required acknowledging Wu Fan's missing arm. Allow me to see if I can heal it. Since acquiring the healing ability from Shenlong on Namek, Salodice had yet to treat such an injury. To be prudent, he decided to channel all the power of rose gold for this healing endeavor. A fierce wind surged, and vibrant green light, symbolizing healing and restoration, flickered around future Wu Fan's severed arm. What is happening? Breathing heavily, Salodice retracted his power. It was not a depletion of strength. Rather, he found it perplexing. Despite his efforts to heal, the wound showed no signs of regeneration. Calming his breath, Salodice wiped away non-existent sweat. Could it be that my wound has already healed? Future Wu Fan's hopes were dashed, his voice tinged with disappointment. If I cannot perform the ceremony with just one arm, Salodice interrupted future Wu Fan. That is not the case. I merely wish to heal your injury. Please wait a moment. Ignoring the response, Salodice's aura surged again, and he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, he returned alongside Weiss, whose mouth still bore traces of cream. Really, Mr. Salodice, interrupting someone while they enjoy their meal is rather rude, don't you think? Salodice shrugged. Well, Mr. Weiss, you've already finished that piece of cake. Consider this a small favor in return for helping train Xia Luo. Assist me by checking if Wu Fan's arm can be restored. Ah, dear me. Weiss sighed in resignation. Then it is settled? As he spoke, Weiss approached future Wu Fan without examining the wound, simply waving his staff that shimmered with a spectrum of colors. Everyone present looked on in astonishment. Just moments ago, Salodice had created quite a stir, yet there were no signs of regeneration from future Wu Fan's severed arm. Weiss, with such casualness, accomplished what Salodice could not. All right, Mr. Sun Wu Fan, try moving your arm and see how it feels. Ah, yes. Future Wu Fan stood momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Weiss's words, he began to move the newly regrown arm. Meanwhile, Future Trunks hurriedly approached Weiss and bowed deeply. Thank you so much, Mr. Weiss. Well, if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Mr. Salodice. Ho ho ho. Future Trunks turned to convey his thanks to Salodice. Salodice waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Although we exist in different timelines, we are akin to family. Now, let us commence the ceremony. After completing the ascension ritual, Xia Luo may accompany Mr. Weiss for further training. Yes. Different voices chimed in. Following Salodice's initial arrangement, the 6 scions joined hands to form a circle. Now, we shall begin the ascension ritual. It is crucial to note that we are not transferring our energy to Xia Luo, but rather the power of the heart. TCH. Speaking of which, is it truly acceptable for me to partake in this ritual? I do not possess such a righteous heart, do I? As the moment approached, Bardak expressed his doubts. Do not say that, Bardak. Let us give it a try, as little Salodice suggested. Jiren grasped Bardak's hand with a bit more strength, imparting warmth. Since my wife has said so, I shall give it a go. Then, Let us begin. Boom. With Salodice's gentle command, 5 golden auras ignited simultaneously, merging into one. Flecks of azure starlight emanated from Salodice, the future duo, Jiren and Bardak, drifting towards Salodice. The blazing golden light, akin to Salodice's aura when he transformed into rose gold, surged towards the heavens. As Salodice pondered, his body involuntarily began to levitate. The gathered azure starlight coalescing into a vast orb, enveloping him and gradually flowing into his being. His robust muscles began to diminish, his form became leaner, and crimson hues replaced the bright gold in his hair. Super Saiyan God, Salodice, has arrived. This power, is this what it means to be divine? Releasing the hands that were once clasped, satisfaction radiated from Salodice's face. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan God, surpassing all transformations I have previously mentioned. What incredible strength! While Salodice reveled in the perplexing power coursing through him, Salodice ignited with a similar crimson aura. Oh, it seems I have neglected to mention that while I rarely use this form, I, too, can assume this appearance. Furthermore, even within the Super Saiyan God form, it is the foundational strength that determines power. Do not forget this. In Salodice's view, Salodice on the ground began to dissolve, instinctively prompting his body to cross his arms in front of him. In the next moment, Salodice's punch struck against Salodice's defense, the shockwave causing the onlookers to unleash their auras to stabilize themselves. Bardak squinted his eyes, entering his Super Saiyan stance, swiftly grasping Jiren, who was somewhat unsteady. As for Salodice, he could only frantically wave his arms, gripping Bardak's leg as if it were anchored to the ground. Hey, Dad, don't just focus on Mom. Alas, if one cannot even withstand this minor aftermath, then the subsequent training shall be intensified. At that moment, during the struggle, Salodice, with a fleeting glance, noticed the situation on the ground and caught sight of Bardak's piercing gaze directed towards him. Salodice could comprehend the underlying message. What was the ruckus for? And had he forgotten that Jiren was still on the ground? Feeling a wave of regret, Salodice twisted his waist, tensed his muscles, and delivered a whip-like kick to Charlotte. Charlotte roared, forcibly halting his backward momentum, seizing Salodice's outstretched leg before he could retract it. With his spirit surging, the power of the Super Saiyan God reached its zenith, flinging Salodice far away. Just as Charlotte was about to pursue, he was astonished to find Salodice's figure vanishing from his sight, followed by an overwhelming force pressing against his neck. At that moment, Charlotte felt Salodice's energy manifesting behind him. His consciousness began to blur. Even in the state of a Super Saiyan God, was Salodice so much stronger than him? Yet, he had unfinished business and could not afford to lose this way. Oh, Salodice observed Charlotte, who was teetering on the brink of collapse. The once diminished crimson aura reignited, revealing a look of approval on his face. Although he was still somewhat weaker, Charlotte's tenacity compensated for much of that deficit. Raising his hand, a brilliant rose gold hue replaced the fiery red, firmly grasping Charlotte's fist. Enough, this shall be the end. Facing the Super Saiyan rose gold, the ancestral pressure stemming from bloodlines momentarily jolted Charlotte back to awareness, prompting him to gradually retract the power he wielded and extinguish the aura. Mr. Salodice, truly, I must remind you that one should not become enraptured by such power, but rather strive for continuous improvement. This, I believe, is part of my training, is it not? If Mr. Son Goku were to discover that you have taken over this task, he would surely make a fuss, causing me considerable distress. My apologies. I momentarily acted on impulse. Returning to his usual demeanor, Salodice chuckled dismissively in response to Whis' complaints. Whis shook his head in resignation. Now, Mr. Charlotte, while the power of the Super Saiyan God still courses through you, let us proceed with the next phase of training. Next phase of training? A calm Charlotte inquired, perplexed. Have I not mentioned? The power bestowed by the ritual of the Super Saiyan God cannot be sustained indefinitely. If one does not fully absorb this power before it dissipates, the ritual will ultimately be in vain. Thus, training under Whis is essential. Charlotte pondered briefly. There is some truth to that. Salodice rolled his eyes internally, beginning to doubt his decision to trust this rather naive individual and questioning whether it was wise to follow Zaha's counsel. Whis grasped Charlotte's arm, tapping his staff lightly against the ground, and the two vanished in a flash of light. Once Charlotte's energy completely faded from perception, Bardak finally released Jiren from his embrace. ruffled Raditz' hair, indicating for him to loosen his grip, and stepped forward. The Super Saiyan God. Though Bardock's subsequent words remained unspoken, Salodice understood the barely perceptible sigh that accompanied them. After all, it was an elevation from mortal to divine, when he first awakened the divine power within himself. It felt just like this. Speaking of which, once Charlotte returns from his training, would you care to experience the sensation of divinity as well? Unless absolutely necessary. I have no interest in borrowing the strength of others. Bardock's expression suddenly grew peculiar. Moreover, I've been dreaming of a peculiar scion with a strange form lately. I have a feeling that this red form is certainly not inferior to that of the Super Saiyan God. Salodice's expression turned somewhat odd. Speaking of a form that might rival the Super Saiyan God, and is also red, could it be the Super Saiyan? 4. Hearing Salodice's murmured thoughts, Bardock turned his head. Salodice noticed the fervent desire hidden in Bardock's eyes, which he was attempting to conceal, and sighed. To be honest, I cannot ascertain whether my speculation is correct. Is that so? Bardock responded to Salodice's answer without disappointment, merely asking the question before turning back towards Raditz. You brat, training has commenced. If you cannot evade my 10 strikes, you shall forfeit dinner tonight. Above the ice continent, Bu, who had maintained his stance, gradually resumed movement, turning his head to find a figure cloaked in black robes standing beside him, though his expression remained unchanged. What brings you here this time? The black-robed figure's tone carried a hint of surprise. I had thought I had overestimated you. I did not expect you to retain your identity under such magic. Why? A smile began to form on Bu's face. Why, you ask? I too am searching for the reason. As his words fell, a swirling aura of black and white began to ignite around Bu, subtly interspersed with starlight. The black-robed figure stepped back a short distance, a vortex opening, ready to depart. No need for pretenses. I merely intended to startle you. This is but a mere projection, is it not? I have no interest in wasting my energy on a projection. Speak plainly. How remarkable. One could say you truly are the Majin Bu who has absorbed so many individuals. Even this has been discerned by you. Then I shall speak plainly. Here, take this. Bu extended his hand to catch a large mass of black-purple energy that flew from the black-robed figure's sleeve. Upon inspecting the contents enveloped within the black-purple energy, Bu's expression finally shifted. This is quite the generous gift. What do you wish in return for such a grand offering? Haraha. I initially intended to enhance your strength, which has been suppressed, to face Charlotte, allowing him to complete the final step. However, since you still retain your sense of self, consider this a gesture of goodwill. How about engaging in a battle with Charlotte? Do not hastily decline. He will soon acquire formidable power, making him a worthy opponent for you. Bu cast a meaningful glance at the black-robed figure. After a moment, he slowly replied, Very well. I shall slightly anticipate the formidable power you speak of that Charlotte shall possess. May I ask, if Charlotte were to perish at my hands, you would not mind, would you? Seeing Bu's acquiescence, the black-robed figure momentarily halted before diving into the vortex, leaving behind 4 words, as you wish. Only after the vortex left by the black-robed figure completely dissipated did Bu allow a chilling smile to surface. Once I absorb that Salodice, it shall be your demise. Nameless black-robed figure, I shall return this generous gift to you, sooner or later. Chapter 66. The conspiracy finally surfaces. The black-robed figure begins to act in the hazy unknown space. A golden light approached the black-robed figure. I have fulfilled my duty. Should you not honor your promise and reveal the power to me? Seemingly unaffected by the voice emanating from the golden light, the black-robed figure remained utterly still. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of a heartbeat echoed continuously in this space. Finally, the golden light began to flicker erratically. My patience is limited. Do not feign ignorance. The restless words echoed with greater volume. At last, the figure in the black robe slowly lifted his head, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Frieza, finally willing to acknowledge me? The golden light receded, revealing Frieza, transitioning from his golden form back to his final state. I apologize, I was momentarily distracted. It matters not. I have indeed brought you a multitude of contestants stripped of their resistance, and you must now reveal the form you spoke of. Of course. By the way. Frieza's tone rose, his expression turning dark. Do you wish to retract your words? I previously stated, if you wish to continue our collaboration, your prior actions alone are insufficient. The figure in the black robe let out a signature villainous laugh, pacifying the surging aura of Frieza. Of course not. Such an immature seal can be undone by the capabilities of Frieza's army in no time. Merely providing a convenient training ground does not warrant such exertion from the Cosmic Emperor. I am aware of my own limitations. Hearing such flattery, Frieza's demeanor softened, slightly calming his agitation. So what do you wish to say? I merely wish to set the record straight. My abilities can only assist you in manifesting that form. Attaining power equivalent to that of your counterpart from another timeline is impossible. Even with that form, defeating Salodice may not suffice. Your alternate dimensional brother serves as an example. I am well aware of that. No need to elaborate. Just ensure you fulfill your role. Frieza's expression returned to normal, though his tone remained impatient. I will find a way to elevate my power as much as possible. That is reassuring. I share these sentiments for the flawless execution of our next phase. Now let us commence. The figure in the black robe extended his hands towards Frieza. Dense black energy surged forth, gradually entering Frieza's body. Under the influence of this dark energy, Frieza involuntarily let out a roar, his exterior gradually cloaked in black gold. As this hue enveloped him, Frieza's energy continued to rise. If this were on Earth, even the currently shielded planet would likely tremble, anomalies emerging. Yet within this space, none of that would transpire. After a considerable time, the black-robed figure ceased to release the dark energy, and Frieza's aura no longer ascended, bringing tranquility back to the surroundings. Excellent. You have not attempted any tricks to control me. Thus, our collaboration may proceed. Having sensed his newfound strength, a smile finally graced Frieza's face. That is only natural. I am not foolish enough to act against a vigilant Cosmic Emperor. You are a satisfactory partner. I shall take my leave now. I will remain at the location you provided and contact you when the plan is officially underway. Turning, Frieza departed from the space. As he vanished completely, the figure in the black robe began to dissipate, leaving behind a lingering phrase in the air. Cosmic Emperor, by the time my plan reaches completion, you shall be naught but an insignificant ant. This echoed eerily, reminiscent of another space within the realm of the Kaishin. Black Wukong stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed against the sturdy trunk of a grand tree. Sensing the distortion of space beside him, Black Wukong slowly opened his eyes. You have finally arrived. Figure in the black robe. I regret the slight delay. How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you? Following this statement, displeasure was etched upon Black Wukong's face. You truly possess audacity, requesting me to bestow divine energy upon a scion, and expecting us to train him to adapt to it? My partner is most dissatisfied. This is unavoidable. It is a necessary step towards our ultimate objective. Black Wukong narrowed his eyes, a rose-colored aura flickering ominously. The outcome of your plan must satisfy us, or the sin of blaspheming the divine will cost you your life. That scion is now capable of transforming into the form you desire. That is pleasing to hear. Thus, the plan is nearing its final stage. As Zamasu emerged from a nearby room, carrying a tray, the figure in the black robe had already vanished. Has he departed? He has. Zamasu snorted softly, placing the tray gently upon a stone table and proceeding to brew tea. As expected of you, the tea you brew remains remarkably clear. In response to Black Wukong's praise after savoring the tea, Zamasu smiled in return. Naturally, the tea brewed by one with grand and noble aspirations is bound to be pure. In the icy expanse, Bu remained in his form of the large, bare-chested creature. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the antenna atop his head had nearly reached the ground. Further scrutiny would reveal that Bu's skin had taken on a reddish hue, and his wristbands and belt were no longer black, but gleamed with a golden sheen. If one were to sense Bu's energy, they would discover that his absolute power now surpassed that of the golden metallic cooler and was steadily rising. The cause of Bu's transformation was undoubtedly the numerous contestants, stripped of their resistance, captured by Frieza at the behest of the figure in the black robe. After absorbing such formidable foes, even the Vegeto from the Z timeline of the original story would likely meet a bitter end. Ugh, Bu gasped, the crimson light flickering in his eyes. As his energy exploded forth, strands of black energy billowing outward. That figure in the black robe has truly shot himself in the foot, bestowing upon me such immense power. Soon, I shall eliminate this encumbering dark energy. Chapter 67. The sealed ancient demon clan Tao's alarm. While the figure in the black robe was in motion, Salodice found himself in a peculiar dream. In this dream, there was nothing but endless darkness. Even as Salodice utilized the fiery energy of Super Saiyan to bring some light to the space, it illuminated only a small area at his feet. This darkness, Salodice could not help but recall the moment Towa brought him to the Dragon Ball world. The scene was strikingly similar. What exactly is this place? A low rumble accompanied the emergence of a hazy light in the distant expanse before Salodice. Furrowing his brows, he could not sense any energy emanating from that direction, yet his instincts warned him of an immense danger lurking beyond. This feeling was so vivid. It felt as if this was not merely a dream, but reality. Salodice attempted to awaken himself as he had done before upon realizing he was dreaming. But to no avail. It seems I must venture forth to see. Boom. Rose gold enveloped the golden energy, adorned by blue orbs of light that flickered like lightning, continuously flashing and bursting forth. As the power of the Super Saiyan rose gold surged to its zenith, feeling the relentless strength welling up within him, Salodice found a semblance of reassurance and stepped towards the ethereal glow ahead. Approaching the nebulous light, his brow furrowed even tighter. Old man. Upon closer inspection, Salodice's confusion deepened significantly. A member of the demon clan, perhaps? He attempted to extend his hand, but before he could touch the aged demon before him, the elusive light obstructed his path. The moment he came into contact with this shimmering glow, Salodice immediately comprehended that it was a seal. However, as he reflected upon his knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative, original anime, GT, Super, and the legends of battle, he realized that none of the characters he was familiar with matched the visage of the ancient demon before him. The only sealed demon he knew of was the demon god Demigra from the Super Universe, yet even his recollection of Demigra did not align with the figure before him. Furthermore, even with the power of the Super Saiyan Rose Gold awakened to its fullest, his instincts still warned him of the formidable danger posed by the ancient demon. Who exactly was this individual? Had he finally arrived here? The lips of the ancient demon stirred slightly, and a voice, frail yet clear, reached Salodice's ears. Thump, 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 thump. His heart raced violently, and instinctively, Salodice leaped back, adopting a defensive stance. Do not be alarmed. As you can see, I am sealed here and pose no threat to you. Salodice scoffed, attempting to steady his frantic heartbeat. Who are you truly? Yet the ancient demon showed no inclination to answer Salodice's inquiry, continuing instead to express his own thoughts. That woman intercepted you before your soul could reach me. After all these years, you have finally returned here. What a pity. Such a pity that you could have acquired a power far greater than what you possess now. Though still on guard, Salodice responded with a cold laugh. Are you referring to the power you bestow? I prefer the strength I have earned through my own training. The ancient demon's eyelids lifted slightly, and an invisible wave collided with the seal, causing the nebulous light to quiver gently. Sensing the power represented by this unseen wave, Salodice couldn't help but inquire again. Who was this being? A certain portion of this power was unmistakably the time power held by his girlfriend. A demon wielding time power. Salodice resolved that once he escaped this place and returned to reality, he must ask Towa who this entity was. From the ancient demon's words, Salodice was utterly convinced that even if Towa was unfamiliar with him, she would surely know of his existence. Moreover, it seemed that his journey through time was not solely orchestrated by Towa. It appeared intertwined with the ancient demon before him. From the very beginning, he seemed to have been ensnared in a convoluted conspiracy. Perhaps his girlfriend also possessed knowledge of this being. What had transpired in the Dragon Ball world during the time, he was unaware. Just as Salodice's heart surged with turmoil, the nebulous light dimmed somewhat, and a gray-black stream of light, nearly indistinguishable against the boundless darkness, gradually approached Salodice. His instincts screamed a warning. Ceasing to ponder, he unleashed his energy. Without a hint of hesitation, a rose-gold glow, imbued with sealing power, enveloped the gray-black stream. What do you intend to do? A sealing technique? It seems you've learned quite a few intriguing things over the years. Well, if you do not desire this power, so be it. But I believe that one day, you will wish to wield it. The ancient demon continued. Alas, there is little more I can do. Return now, young man. I look forward to the day we meet again. Before Salodice could utter a word, he felt the scenery before him shift rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the familiar ceiling reappeared in his line of sight. What had just occurred? Gazing at his hands, The gray-black stream sealed within showed no signs of movement. This was undeniably not a dream. Salodice concluded resolutely. If it were a dream, this strange power could not possibly rest in his grasp. Yet what was the nature of all this? After such an experience, Salodice found himself wide awake. Donning his outfit, he opened the window and leapt into the courtyard, reaching out to Tawa. "Hey, little one, contacting me at this hour. It must be late on your end, right? Could it be?" Just as he was about to tease, Salodice's expression turned grave, interrupting himself. "Look at this. Oh dear, what are you showing me?" Tawa's gaze fell upon the gray-black stream in Salodice's hand, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Salodice narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "I see. You recognize this object, do you not? Tell me, what is it?" Tawa's lips quivered, her face clearly etched with fear. "This is the power of darkness." Chapter 68. The Thorny Path of Power Beyond the Power Beyond. The power of darkness, also known as the demon god power, is a force that stands equal to, if not superior to, the time power wielded by the Kaioshin of time. If harnessed to its fullest potential, this power could even devour endless time and space. After briefly explaining the nature of this power, Tawa, having regained her composure, began to recount a tale at Salodice's insistence. This story begins before the birth of the demon realm. In an era devoid of the demon realm, a genius demon sorcerer named Mechikabura, driven by malevolent intent, was sealed away by a powerful Kaioshin in a realm independent of all time and space, in hopes that the sorcerer would reflect upon his actions and mend his ways. However, the Kaioshin underestimated the dark nature of the human heart. Contrary to expectations, Mechikabura did not repent during his lengthy confinement. Instead, he honed his mastery of the power of darkness. One day, he broke the seal and transformed that realm into the dark demon realm, launching a rebellion against the gods. During this insurrection, Mechikabura, lured by the promise of the power of darkness, gathered numerous demon sorcerers, among whom the most distinguished was Demigra. In his quest for power, Mechikabura sought to usurp the throne of the Kaioshin of time to obtain the time power. However, his ambitions were thwarted by the interference of the gods, and he was eventually sealed away once more by a Kaioshin who had previously acquired the time power, aided by an angel. Following Mechikabura's defeat, Demigra ascended as the leader of the dark demon realm, and during the Kaioshin's decline after the battle with Mechikabura, he emulated Mechikabura in his attempt to claim the throne of the Kaioshin of time. Naturally, Demigra's fate was no different. Under the counsel of the previous Kaioshin of time, in order to preclude the possibility of Demigra and Mechikabura collaborating to break the seal, the successor sealed Demigra within the crevice of time and space. This successor is none other than the current Kaioshin of time, Salodice's girlfriend, Kuranoa, also known as Kane. Following the loss of its leader, the dark demon realm descended into chaos for tens of millions of years until the emergence of Depura, who ascended to the throne of the dark demon realm. At this juncture, although Salodice bore a somewhat grave expression, he remained unperturbed. As a scion in body and a warrior in spirit, he harbored no fear of potentially confronting such formidable foes in the future. However, the events that transpired next, which Tawa hesitated to recount, caused Salodice's demeanor to shift dramatically. One day, Tawa was tirelessly striving to revive the demon realm and resurrect her brother. Utilizing a method born from the fusion of technology and magic, she ventured to the place where Mechikabura was sealed, intending to either trade or steal some dark power from him. Yet, the moment she stepped into this peculiar space, she was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness, plunging her into an immersive dream. In this dream, she disrupted the fabric of time and space, releasing Demigra, only to be vanquished by the Time Patrol members. Subsequently, she attempted to rely on the Mira she had created, only to be betrayed by him. Eventually, Mechikabura broke free from his seal, and, under his command, Tawa accepted the dark power, transforming into the demon god Tawa. This time, Mechikabura emerged victorious. However, contrary to Tawa's expectations, like all other sacrifices, she failed to fulfill her desires. Under the influence of the overwhelming dark power, she was consumed along with countless timelines, becoming part of Mechikabura's strength. Thus, the dream ended. It became indistinguishable whether she had undergone a rebirth or glimpsed the future. Tawa firmly believed that as long as she adhered to her original plan, the outcome would inevitably mirror the one experienced in her dream, rendering it an ephemeral illusion. After pondering for what felt like an eternity at Mechikabura's seal, Tawa finally reached a resolution. The demon realm, as well as the myriad timelines, must not be allowed to perish at the hands of Mechikabura. Even if Mechikabura were to create a new after destruction, there would be no place for herself and her brother. She could not permit the repetition of the Dream-S events. At that moment, Tawa beheld a curious sight. A soul floated from the exterior of this strange space into it. Upon glancing back, she noticed that Mechikabura, sealed away, had opened his eyes, emanating a faint glow. This soul? Intriguing. How fascinating. This time, Kaioshin of time, and the angels shall not triumph over me. Ha ha ha. To this day, Tawa vividly remembers the madness in Mechikabura's eyes, which starkly contrasted with the records in her dream. Though she could not ascertain what was so special about this seemingly ordinary soul that elicited such a reaction from Mechikabura, she resolutely employed magic to thwart Mechikabura's actions, which could only project a fraction of his power through the seal, and took the soul away. The subsequent events mark the beginning of your tale. Tawa cast a lingering gaze at Salodice. Later, I promptly returned to the demon realm, perusing numerous texts, and ultimately discerned from the notes left by Mechikabura why he had been so exhilarated upon seeing your soul. Why? Salodice, momentarily stunned by this astonishing revelation, instinctively murmured a response. Tawa, unfazed, continued. It is because your soul harbors a power that, though faint, is undoubtedly on par with the powers of time and darkness. Mechikabura referred to this as the power of transcendence. While this power may not functionally rival the powers of time or darkness, nor provide assistance in combat, therein lies its terrifying nature. Transcendent power? Indeed, transcendent power. According to Mechikabura's notes, this force allows its possessor to continually exceed their limits and advance. I know. It may sound unremarkable. Legendary super scions, like Broly, can achieve similar feats, correct? However, there is a fundamental distinction. The legendary Super Saiyan merely possesses an abundance of S cells that far exceed the standards for transforming into a Super Saiyan, and these cells can continuously grow, resulting in a gradual increase in power. In contrast, the marvel of your transcendent power far surpasses such a notion. The most compelling evidence is the divine power you innately possess, along with your form known as Super Saiyan Rose Gold. Chapter 69. How could I not be involved in the battle? The awkward concern from the brother-in-law. After the communication with Tawa was severed, Salodice's mind remained tumultuous. The revelations he gleaned from Tawa were profoundly disruptive to his long-held beliefs. The experiences Tawa underwent, the matters pertaining to Mechikabura, and the transcendent power he possessed all rendered Salodice's already overburdened mind chaotic. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had quietly risen, casting light to dispel the night. Salodice finally processed all that information. Foolish uncle, it's barely past midnight on your end. Why are you awake? Salodice bit his lip and relayed everything Tawa had disclosed to his girlfriend. Even with her sharp intellect and countless years of experience, it took her considerable time to fully comprehend the content. At the very least, concerning Mechikabura and Demigra, Tawa's words indeed held truth. As a participant in the Demigra incident, and having heard about Mechikabura from the previous Kaioshin of time, Kane ultimately provided such a response. As for the part about my crossing over, I cannot ascertain its credibility, but the transcendent power, I believe it to be true. The two simultaneously uttered these 6 words, and Kane on the other end of the communication beamed with a wide smile, playfully warm as ever. In any case, I have reinforced Demigra's seal, and given Demigra's power, escaping should be quite impossible. As for the seal on Mechikabura, if what Tawa has said about herself is accurate, I doubt Mechikabura will easily escape. After all, the angel who sealed him is the Grand Priest. Salodice sighed. Tawa may not be entirely credible, but be cautious of the situation over there. Once I resolve matters here, I will return to the City of Time and seek out Demigra with you. Huh. Kane momentarily failed to grasp Salodice's intentions, voicing her confusion. Salodice's nostrils flared, his brow nearly knotting into a tight twist. I intend to kill Demigra. Even from such a considerable distance, Kane could sense the overwhelming killing intent and ferocity emanating from Salodice. In this realm of shadows, Salodice, once vibrant and alive, now exists solely as a lingering spirit. Confronted by those who brought about her demise, she embodies a state of haunting presence. I, who failed to safeguard you in the past, shall not repeat that folly. A menacing figure like Demigula cannot merely be contained. He must be eradicated to prevent future calamity. Foolish uncle. Though my innate kindness hesitates to wholly endorse Salodice's vengeful thoughts, the fierce concern that fuels her murderous intent leaves Cain at a loss on how to intervene, yet he finds no desire to impede her resolve. You must resolve this matter swiftly, he ultimately remarks with a warm smile. As Salodice's wrath gradually dissipates, she reciprocates with a confident grin. A premonition stirs within me. The schemes unfolding here shall soon reveal themselves, and I doubt it shall take long. Hey, you troublesome brat. It appears you have quite the burdens to bear, came the voice of Bardock. Turning away from the communication device, Salodice was taken aback. When did Bardock, arms crossed, stepped away from the wall, straightening as he approached. It must have begun from the moment your soul entered this realm. Your emotional fluctuations are so intense that even your perception has dulled. Salodice found herself at a loss for words. Bardock patted her shoulder. From what you've mentioned, that Demigula and Mikakapura, they are formidable adversaries, are they not? Do you intend to face them alone? Despite Bardock's words, Salodice discerned the underlying concern. If Jiren were to interpret Bardock's sentiment, it would be, such powerful foes. I cannot allow you to confront them by yourself. A soft sigh escaped Salodice's lips. Such beings. Bardock's expression turned grave. His tone is sharp as a blade. Let us dispense with trivialities. I shall undoubtedly partake in this battle. His fervent determination prompted Salodice to abandon her attempts to dissuade him, though a sudden thought struck her. My origins. At that moment, a figure emerged in Salodice's line of sight, a woman of modest stature clad in battle attire, none other than Jiren. Foolish one, regardless of who you were before. You are our little Salodice, whom we have watched grow. Jiren approached with measured steps, and in that instant, Salodice grasped the truth. Perhaps it was not only her emotional turmoil that had dulled her senses. Jiren and Bardock had become individuals she could trust implicitly. How could she neglect their feelings? Regarding Jiren's words, though Bardock merely scoffed, his agreement was unmistakable. In any case, the events ahead remain unwritten. Let us focus on the present. You cannot forego sleep for an entire night. Off to bed with you, little Salodice. As Jiren uttered this, Salodice felt an overwhelming aura emanating from her. Though she had never experienced such a sensation before, she could surmise. Perhaps it was the instinctive presence of a mother confronting a disobedient child. Indeed, casting aside her concerns, Salodice stood at attention and hurried into the dwelling. Upon her return, Jiren glanced at Bardock, suddenly bursting into laughter. This child. Yet Bardock's brow furrowed at that moment. Jiren, what is it? Once this matter concludes, take Raditz to Earth to find Kakarot and ensure their well-being. They must be nurtured into exceptional Scion warriors. Why the sudden declaration? As Jiren's words left her lips, realization dawned on her. According to that woman named Tawa, setting aside the enigmatic Demigula, Mikakapura is no trivial adversary. We may. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiren's face flushed with indignation. You and little Salodice are both my pride. You shall surely prevail. Their gazes met, and Bardock, for once, revealed a subtle smile. Indeed, that lad did say, I am the eternal pride of the Scions. We shall eliminate those so-called demon gods. Let us face them together. Agreed. Chapter 70. Journey to the Temple's Hyperbolic Time Chamber, the Azure Expanse of Vegeta. After a brief slumber, it was already noon. Having satisfied his hunger and engaged in light activity, Salodice adjusted himself to peak condition and, after a brief explanation, soared into the sky towards his destination. The temple. More precisely, the hyperbolic time chamber within the temple. Demigula and Mikakapura hung over him like a Damoclean sword, reminiscent of the initial arrival of Frieza. Tawa's ominous dream may not hold truth. Mikakapura may not triumph, nor can Demigula incite significant upheaval. Should the entire Dragon Ball universe face an existential threat, the gods of destruction, angels, and even the Grand Priest and Zeno may well intervene. Yet, regardless of the multitude of possibilities, there lies one certainty Salodice cannot gamble on. If Demigula were to break free, his beloved girlfriend might not survive to see the crisis resolved. Moreover, irrespective of what the future holds, Mikakapura presents a considerable threat in his own right. Just as Salodice can feel the sincerity in Tawa's words, yet remains hesitant to fully trust her. He harbors no belief that someone like Mikakapura would willingly bestow a fragment of dark power upon him to enhance his strength. Thus, all reasons compel Salodice to swiftly elevate his capabilities. In the absence of the ability to return to the City of Time to utilize its hyperbolic time chamber, the temple on Earth became the optimal choice. With a soft thud, Salodice landed upon the pristine tiles of the temple. I seek to employ the hyperbolic time chamber here. Perhaps due to their constant observation of the battles below, the deity Dandy and his attendant Mr. Bobo were already waiting at the temple entrance. Salodice's acquaintance with these two was limited to their portrayals in the anime, and he bypassed pleasantries, addressing the matter at hand directly. I see. I regret to inform you that the hyperbolic time chamber is currently occupied by someone engaged in training. It may not be. A peculiar expression crossed Salodice's face. Who could possibly occupy the hyperbolic time chamber? Soon, the answer revealed itself. Creak. The sound of a door opening resonated conspicuously within the silent temple. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. Before the figure even came into view, Salodice felt a powerful aura approaching. A scion, divine energy, imbued with an overwhelming sharpness and an air of unrivaled pride. Vegeta. Upon hearing a stranger call his name, the blue-haired Vegeta, who had just completed his training and had yet to revert from his transformation, instinctively looked up. As he scrutinized the one who had spoken, the flicker of confusion on his face gradually faded. That tail, that visage, and that aura, you must be Salodice. As mentioned by Kakarot, am I correct? Oh, you know me? Salodice felt a surge of curiosity. It would not be surprising for Wei Si to mention himself. But for Suin Wukong to reference himself in a conversation with Vegeta, that is indeed intriguing. Humph, that fellow Kakaluot claims that there are formidable scions in other timelines. Yet it appears they are not so remarkable after all. A classic crooked smile graced the face of the Dragon King. Salodice reciprocated with a similar grin, gently touching the tip of his nose, as a rose-gold aura quietly emerged. Is that so? Then what of it? Vegeta's expression slightly shifted, clearly taken aback by the power displayed by Salodice in this state. Oh, it seems Kakaluot was not lying. This power indeed warrants the title of formidable. Gradually advancing, Vegeta positioned himself behind Salodice, turning his back to him. Having just concluded his training, he found himself in need of a challenger to test his strength. Salodice turned around, squinting his eyes, as their raging auras clashed without yielding. Mr. Vegeta, and that other, the feeble voice of Dandy echoed. The temple cannot withstand your battle. In an instant, the temple fell silent. The two simultaneously withdrew their auras, and Salodice gestured towards the temple's grand entrance. How about we head to the spirit time room? Before Salodice could respond, Vegeta stepped back to the very spot he had just vacated. Salodice shrugged and followed suit. In a vast, blank expanse, Salodice began to move, the sound of cracking joints filling the air. Vegeta lightly leaped, similarly stretching his body. The reason Vegeta sought to engage Salodice was not merely as he had stated. Since commencing his training under Wei Si, Vegeta had preferred the oppressive atmosphere of Wei Si's staff space, compared to the spirit time room. The pressure from the divine essence within the staff space far exceeded the tenfold gravity of the spirit time room and also possessed a distinct temporal flow. However, just as Vegeta contemplated requesting Wei Si's permission to train in the staff space once more, he discovered that Wei Si was utilizing that very space to train Xiaoluata. Consequently, Vegeta reluctantly settled for the spirit time room for his training. Naturally, such training could not alleviate his pent-up frustration. Upon encountering Salodice and recognizing his identity, the incessant murmurs of Suin Wukong about the latent power within Salodice reignited Vegeta's impatience to engage in combat. These combined sentiments fueled Vegeta's desire for a confrontation with Salodice. Come, let me see if you possess the strength that Kakaluot spoke of with such anticipation. With his body warmed up, Vegeta clenched his right hand into a claw, positioning it before him, while his left hand mirrored the stance behind him. Salodice raised an eyebrow, inhaled deeply, and assumed a hoarse stance, one hand shielding his face while the other swayed slightly. The clash was imminent. Boom. In this vast void, Salodice no longer needed to concern himself with the potential destruction of the ground from their unleashed power. A torrent of rose-gold energy erupted as Salodice launched his punch. Vegeta scoffed, refusing to dodge or evade. As azure flames ignited, he took a wide stance and struck with his right fist. Bang! Without overthinking, their fists collided with full force. Vegeta's legs flexed slightly. The energy surged, and Vegeta exerted more power, propelling Salodice backward. Salodice executed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully. Chapter 71. A Battle of Equal Splendor, Ultimate Rose Gold versus Evolved Super Blue. Humph. The azure and rose gold lights flickered in this space devoid of anything but white. The heavens above, the earth below. Without distraction, Salodice and Vegeta unleashed their might. In terms of skill, Salodice surpassed Xiaolu. Although slightly weaker in basic strength compared to the golden metal Gula, there was no qualitative disparity. Delightful. With both hands raised and crossed, he blocked Vegeta's descending kick. As his hand shape transformed, Salodice morphed his punch into a claw, seizing Vegeta's leg before he could retract it and prepared to exert force. Yet Vegeta, utilizing Salodice's strength, leapt upward, twisting his body to deliver a kick with his other leg towards Salodice's head. Salodice released his hands, rolling forward to position himself behind Vegeta. Rising, Salodice had already condensed an energy sphere in his hand. Vegeta maintained his position in midair, turning to face Salodice, his own energy sphere crackling with electricity. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, Salodice sought to engage Vegeta in close combat. However, Vegeta had already executed several backflips to create distance between them. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Countless small energy spheres flew towards Salodice at the same rhythm as Vegeta's speech. Prince's combat style. Salodice extended his arms to the sides, forming a large letter shape, as an invisible shockwave emanated from him. Energy cannon. Countless small energy spheres collided with the energy cannon, resulting in a series of explosions. Yet Salodice emerged unscathed. Such a tedious technique is unworthy of your royal lineage, Vegeta. Cece. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, abandoning the ineffective prince's combat style, and instead aimed a single hand at Salodice. How about this? My lord Vegeta's Big Bang attack. A fierce blaze of energy surged forth, cleaving through the air with tremendous force without needing to charge. Retracting the energy blade, a light spear materialized and was hurled toward Vegeta. Although Vegeta was unaware of the sealing power hidden within this unassuming light spear, his long-standing combat experience granted him a keen intuition, allowing him to sense the threat it posed. The energy erupted and soared. Salodice, undeterred by the deflected light spear, ascended rapidly once more, closing in on Vegeta, seemingly to deliver a knee strike, but in reality, the majority of his energy was concentrated in his fist. As expected of Vegeta, his combat skills far surpassed those of the merely powerful golden metal Gula, enabling him to discern Salodice's move. Ignoring the knee strike, he tilted his head to evade Salodice's punch, then extended his hand like a claw, grasping Salodice's arm. With a swift turn, he elbowed Salodice and executed a throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Just before impact, Salodice managed to flip, dissipating the immense force Vegeta had inflicted, landing on one knee. A successful strike. An aggressive advance. Is this the essence of Vegeta's combat style? Salodice pondered as Vegeta closed in for the attack, supporting himself with his hands. Salodice performed a Thomas spin, kicking out with his legs to destabilize Vegeta. Rolling and kicking, Vegeta was sent soaring into the sky. Stabilizing his form with slightly bent legs, Salodice launched himself like a projectile, both hands forming a hammer to strike down. Whoosh. In the instant this hammer descended, Vegeta vanished, reappearing behind Salodice to deliver a kick. Whoosh. Salodice also disappeared, as their forms continuously shifted, following hand-to-hand combat and energy battles. Salodice and Vegeta entered a phase of rapid combat, evading, countering, dodging, retaliating, and repeating the cycle. If there were an observer, their eyes would surely have been dazzled by the swift movements. Touching down, Vegeta executed a backflip. In the next instant, Salodice emerged high in the sky. As Vegeta's afterimage from a powerful kick dissipated, he too revealed his presence in the lofty realm. A punch from Salodice descended, piercing through the afterimage left by Vegeta, who then vanished from the spot. This dazzling battle continued for several minutes, culminating in a resounding clash. Both figures materialized on the ground, with Salodice delivering a heavy blow to Vegeta's face. Yet, Vegeta retorted, "Is this truly all your strength?" He exerted force from his neck, gradually pushing back Salodice's fist with his head. As Salodice withdrew his punch and jumped back, he discerned that Vegeta had entered the form known as Super Saiyan Deep Blue Evolution. Vegeta displayed a triumphant grin akin to that of a Dragon King, proclaiming his impending victory. "Without greater strength, this battle is mine." Salodice narrowed his eyes, returning the expression with a maniacal smile. You will be sorely disappointed. I have yet to unleash my full power. What? Vegeta was initially taken aback, then erupted in fury. How dare you hold back against me? The great Vegeta, you're just as insufferable as that cockroach. If you have the guts, then face my attack. Vegeta spread his arms wide, azure energy blazing brightly. Final flash, he shouted, unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave. Boom. There was no prolonged exchange of energy. The final flash collided with the Kamehameha wave, and the two nearly equal forces triggered a cataclysmic explosion upon impact. There is no need to continue fighting, is there? If we do not determine a victor, then this battle will yield no resolution. Upon hearing Salodice's words, Vegeta could only respond with a cold snort, shaking his hand dismissively before turning to leave. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open. Next time, the outcome will be different. With that statement, Vegeta exited the confines of the chamber. The door slammed shut behind him. Salodice shook his head, unperturbed, exhaling deeply as he sat on the ground. Well, so be it. Now, how shall I proceed with my training? Salodice began to ponder. Should he strive to master the transcendent power of which he was still unaware? Or should he forego that and attempt to surpass Rose Gold, thereby achieving the envisioned form? Chapter 72. Unexpected gains the essence of transcendent power. Hey, what are you thinking about? It's really not that complicated. A familiar voice broke through Salodice's thoughts, prompting him to open his eyes. When had he entered the realm of the mind? And since he was in this mental space, the familiar voice could only belong to. What a meddlesome woman. You have yet to grasp what transcendent power truly is, yet here you are blathering on. The giant ape in the mental realm spoke again, drawing Salodice's attention. He approached, using the giant ape's furry tail as a pillow to lie down. Am I here again because of my desperate thirst for power? I seem less anxious this time than on previous occasions. Hey, don't move around. The giant ape begrudgingly ceased its tail swaying, waiting for Salodice to adjust his position for comfort before speaking. This time is an exception. It's I who brought you here. I have something to say to you. Salodice, perplexed, noted that while the giant ape could not see his expression, their shared essence allowed it to sense Salodice's true emotions. Your thought process is misguided. Transcendent power does not require deliberate mastery. To describe it in our most familiar terms, the giant ape, not adept in language beyond mockery and insults, took time to formulate its words. If we compare the powers of time and darkness to an additional passive active skill, then transcendent power is a purely passive skill. This explanation was indeed straightforward, yet carried an air of gaming vernacular. Salodice silently critiqued. Hey, don't internalize your critiques. Isn't it easier to explain this way? Oh, my apologies. Salodice quickly waved his hands in apology to the giant ape. The giant ape rolled its eyes, undeterred by whether Salodice could see it. So, it's your low cultural level that prevents you from articulating this power in a more eloquent manner. Honestly, you almost led me astray. Regardless of whether you are aware of transcendent power, it will continuously exert its influence. From the moment you began to worry about not achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, transcendent power has already been at work. Otherwise, how could you have progressed so swiftly to the level where you can contend with the evolved Deep Blue Vegeta? So, are you saying I don't need to focus on mastering transcendent power, but simply take steps forward? Precisely. Operating transcendent power is as instinctual as breathing. Is there anyone who consciously tries to master how to breathe? After a moment, Salodice suddenly sat cross-legged, extending his hand to poke the giant ape, compelling it to face him directly. You are correct. Breathing as instinct does not require mastery. But since you are me, you should understand this matter, right? What? The giant ape's face bore an expression of utter astonishment. At that moment, it could not fathom what Salodice was contemplating, an unprecedented occurrence. Salodice rose, exhaling a long sigh. You should not have made that analogy. The term breathing is what awakened my understanding. While breathing is instinctual for most, you forget that our advancement to this point hinges on more than just meditation. What else could enhance our base combat power? The astonishment on the giant ape's face gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression of disappointment and satisfaction. Meditation enhances combat power, while breathing techniques strengthen the body. Why did I use breathing as an analogy? The giant ape slowly raised its hand, forming a fist. Salodice's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. He likely understood that once he reached out to meet that fist, mastering transcendent power or breaking through to Super Saiyan Rose Gold would naturally follow. Yet, He also realized that this fist would signify the last time he would engage with the giant ape. Once they connected, it would no longer exist in his mindscape. Why should I hesitate when I am the one deceiving you? The giant ape's voice resonated thunderously. My very existence should not be, and this trivial survival instinct should not arise within me. To split into two and ultimately return to unity. That is our future, is it not? Indeed. There should only be one. The giant ape ought not to exist. Yet, letting go is so difficult. Although I have only encountered the great ape a few times since my journey began, the power I have accepted has dispelled the fog and thorns ahead, transforming the winding muddy paths into broad, smooth avenues. Yet, I cannot guarantee that my resolve will endure indefinitely. The voice of the great ape suddenly rose, imbued with ferocity. With eyes closed, Salodice finally extended his hand at the urging of the great ape. A soft sound echoed as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the entire realm of consciousness. The figure of the great ape began to dissolve into the ethereal. Use this power wisely. These were the last words of the great ape before its departure. Salodice offered no response, merely closing his eyes again. When he opened them once more, he had returned to the outside world. Boom. The rose-gold flames that had ignited at some unknown moment transformed into a tangible form. From a distance, Salodice appeared to be enveloped in genuine fire. Above this blaze, the spheres of light that erupted began to metamorphose, turning into deep purple lightning that crackled with sound. The soft rose-gold hue in his eyes had vanished, replaced by the cold green of a super scion. Farewell, and I shall. Feeling the ceaseless surge of transformative power within his body, Salodice responded to the great ape's final words. Outside the temple, the Kaioshin Dandi and Mr. Bobo exchanged incredulous glances after witnessing Vegeta's somewhat disheveled exit from the hyperbolic time chamber, preparing to return inside. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having flown a short distance, paused and looked back towards the temple. From his perspective, the temple was trembling. Has that fellow's power transcended dimensions to affect the temple? Has he made progress? Or is it possible that he, like Kakarot before, held back during our battle? In a luxurious villa, Whis reclined in a lounge chair, his gaze seemingly penetrating the shade of the umbrella to observe the temple in the sky. His expression remained impassive, yet the macaroon in his hand was involuntarily released. Oh my, is that the aura of Salodice? Buzz. The light upon his staff flickered. Has Mr. Charlotte completed his training? Whis waved his hand, and the radiance from the staff brightened, soon revealing the ultra-blue Charlotte before the pool. After adjusting to the sudden drop in pressure, the weariness on Charlotte's face could not conceal the confidence radiating from him. Mr. Whis, with such power, I dare say even Salodice may not surpass me now, correct? Whis squinted his eyes, smiling gently as he replied. If this were a few minutes ago, such power would have still been insufficient to surpass Mr. Salodice, but he would have to exert considerable effort to overcome you. However, now, I fear that should Mr. Salodice wish to defeat you, he would require merely a single strike. What? Charlotte found this hard to believe. Moreover, a word of caution, even if you can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, it does not equate to fully mastering divine power. The path ahead remains long. Whis' smile remained unchanged as he reached for another macaroon, savoring the delightful treat. Ah, how delicious. Now then, Mr. Charlotte, your training is complete. It is time for you to attend to your responsibilities. Although he was eager to learn of the events surrounding Salodice in the past few minutes, Charlotte was no fool. He understood the unmistakable dismissal. After expressing his gratitude to Whis, he reverted to his normal state, unleashing a blazing white aura as he soared towards the ice continent. Chapter 73, Charlotte vs. Boo's Final Battle. Kaioshin Power. On the ice continent, Charlotte executed a sudden stop, exiting from his high-speed flight. Majin Buu, despite having undergone a profound transformation, with power levels far exceeding those of before, he retained many of his original characteristics, and Charlotte recognized him instantly. Oh, I sensed an aura approaching earlier. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be you, Charlotte. This time, I will surely surpass you. How intriguing. Has your rise in strength clouded your judgment, blinding you to the gap that lies between us? Allow me to help you recollect. Buu extended his hand towards Charlotte, beckoning him to attack. How could Charlotte endure Buu's provocation? Boom. A golden aura erupted. Oh, starting off as a Super Saiyan too. Are we? The gust from the aura swept past Majin Buu's form, and then, whoosh, Charlotte accelerated to his utmost, arriving before Bu and feigning a punch. However, Majin Buu ignored the feint, retracting his hand and swinging his fist backward. Bang! Though he had improved, such a level of power is hardly sufficient to even warm me up. One strike was blocked, yet Charlotte did not display any sign of disappointment. He began to drift backward, closing his eyes. Bu raised his eyelids, but made no move, patiently awaiting Charlotte's next action. Charlotte reverted to his normal state, and then a flowing red aura ascended, causing his form to slim down slightly. Super Saiyan God. A flicker of interest crossed Buu's expression. Divine power. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Charlotte sensed that a disparity still existed between him and Majin Buu. Thus, he did not cease his transformations, but continued to amass power. Building upon the Super Saiyan God state, he layered on the Super Saiyan transformation. Returning to his original physique, his hair, eyebrows, and eyes ignited into a fiery blue hue. This is the Super Saiyan form of a Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, Buu's face finally expressed some intrigue. This is becoming rather interesting. Charlotte let out a cold laugh. Entering the divine realm had calmed his previously impulsive demeanor, yet the unwavering, fierce spirit continued to burn brightly alongside his aura. It is time, Bu. With his body in sync with his voice, Charlotte this time did not resort to feints. A direct assault, this is his battle style. A fierce aura erupted from Buu's form as he leaned forward, also delivering a straight punch. A moment of silence ensued. The collision of perfectly matched forces neutralized each other, creating not a sound, nor a ripple of residual energy. In front of the pool at the luxurious villa, hey, Whis, do you think Charlotte can really do this? Beerus, of course, sensed the clash occurring on the ice continent. From his unparalleled vantage point, he perceived that at this moment, Charlotte could at most only engage Bu for a limited time. Furthermore, he could also feel a strangely familiar aura emanating from Bu. He would never mistake it. That was the Kaioshin power possessed by the Kaioshin. Yet, why would such power manifest in a Majin? Oh dear, it seems I underestimated the situation. Majin Buu's strength has increased tremendously compared to before. Despite this, Whis' expression remained as calm as ever. However, Lord Beerus need not worry. Even if Charlotte were to fail, there is still Mr. Sa Luo DC. Not long ago, the aura emanating from the Temple of Earth could indeed be felt by Lord Beerus. That disrespectful individual, throughout the long span of his existence, even the Kaioshin, who should be considered equal in divine status, must refer to him as Lord. Regardless of one's nature, it seems that everyone inevitably develops a certain innate arrogance. Thus, Lord Beerus harbors a profound dissatisfaction towards Salodice, who, despite knowing his place, still refuses to bow. Even after all this time, prejudice lingers. Well, while Salodice may not show the utmost respect to Lord Beerus, he unexpectedly extends a considerable degree of respect towards me. Oh ho ho. Beerus pursed his lips, clearly displeased with Salodice's differential treatment. The thought of placing hope in that individual is rather irksome. It is all V's fault for not diligently instructing that Charlotte fellow. Is it not due to Lord Beerus failing to issue a clear directive? As the god of destruction and his disciple squabbled, the battle between Majin Buu and Charlotte had escalated to a fever pitch. After a prolonged struggle, though Bu had sustained some injuries, his formidable regenerative abilities rendered him seemingly unscathed, with only a slight reduction in his energy. In contrast, Charlotte, while not physically harmed, was far from matching Buu's current state, which could hardly be deemed diminished. It appeared that Charlotte had been pushed to his limits. From this point onward, my involvement seems unnecessary. Bu mused internally, his body remaining agile. He deftly evaded Charlotte's desperate attacks, his own energy swelling dramatically. Bang! Slowly retracting his fist. Bu sneered and retreated. This shall suffice. As a reward for helping me adapt to my current power, I shall allow you to linger for a while longer. Casually tossing a ki blast towards Charlotte, who had stiffened in pain, Bu sent him crashing into a distant iceberg. He then disregarded Charlotte entirely and turned to leave. Having acclimated to his newfound strength, Bu no longer cared whether or not to eliminate Charlotte. After all, Charlotte's current power did not warrant the value of his demise. Moreover, to that cloaked figure, Charlotte might still hold considerable significance. While that figure had casually responded to the possibility of Bu killing Charlotte, Bu could still sense his emotions. Furthermore, despite believing himself to be well concealed, he had inadvertently revealed some flaws. Bu cast a subtle glance in a particular direction, smirking as he quickened his pace. Within the iceberg, Charlotte's mouth gaped open, unable to close as he transitioned from the confidence of completing his training to the anxiety of being outmatched, culminating in Bu's sudden display of power that left him in his current state. This was not how it was supposed to be. Why? Despite my diligent training, despite having mastered powers I had never dared to imagine. Even a mere Majin Bu. How can I uphold that promise? Wait, what was that promise? Damn, my head hurts. As his consciousness faded into a haze, Charlotte seemed to glimpse two long swords and a figure with blue skin. Is it Zaha? Ah, what a grievous injury. Yet I can still cling to life. It seems that Majin Bu held back. Perhaps I can rest now, and I shall heal your wounds. Is that so? I have troubled you again. Feeling the effects of healing magic enveloping him, Charlotte could no longer hold on and completely lost consciousness. Chapter 74. Matching the divine with mortal strength? Bardock's super evolution. Humph, did that Charlotte fellow lose? In the wilderness, Bardock, who had been instructing his eldest son in a one-against-many combat scenario, suddenly scoffed, his mood soured, and he lost all desire to continue training. His figure vanished from the spot. What? A series of sounds echoed as Raditz, left without an opponent, felt a sense of bewilderment. Father, why the sudden? Go back and inform Kine. I shall attempt to surpass my limits here. So she need not wait for me. Observing his father's serious expression, Raditz dared not speak further. The rigorous training under his father was far more grueling than what his uncle had imposed. Quickly acquiescing, Raditz hurriedly flew towards their temporary base. After Raditz departed, Bardock crossed his arms and glanced at the setting sun before closing his eyes, adjusting his state. According to the patterns relayed by Bulma, today is the night of the full moon, is it not? The strange dream has a continuation, based on the transformation of the figure in my dream. That crimson form seems to have originated from the Oozuru transformation, does it not? Although that figure's Oozuru form differs slightly from the ordinary, with golden fur covering its body. I can understand how that might be the case. Regardless of whether my speculations are correct, I must attempt it. I cannot always rely on that scoundrel Salodice to guide my progress. After all, he is my brother-in-law, and I cannot afford to lose face. As nightfall enveloped half the planet, Bardock finally opened his eyes after standing in silence for a considerable time. Golden flames ignited, heralding his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Now then, Bardock murmured, looking up at the sky. A full moon hung prominently in the heavens. Thump, 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 thump. The intensity of his heartbeat surged as his eyes fell upon the moon. From slow to rapid, Bardock's physique began to transform, his golden fur rapidly extending. Roar! The towering golden Oozuru roared in the wilderness, the primal force clashing with reason. Though I anticipated this outcome, struggling to maintain his sense of self, the golden Oozuru that Bardock had become unleashed a barrage of ki blasts toward the distant horizon, releasing the tumultuous power surging within him. It was not as described by Salodice before his journey through time, where only those of royal blood could retain their rationality in the Oozuru form. In truth, trained Scion warriors can achieve this. Otherwise, during a collective invasion of other planets, how could they discern friend from foe while transformed into Oozuru? And Bardock, as a distinguished Scion warrior, would he not be capable of such? It was merely that the Super Saiyan state compounded with the Oozuru transformation, the wild, untamed power relentlessly assaulted his reason, compelling Bardock to vent his strength to maintain his sanity. At last, the Oozuru Bardock ceased the onslaught of ki blasts, breathing heavily. Once his rationality stabilized, a golden light began to radiate from the Oozuru's form. The golden glow gradually dissipated as his size returned to its normal dimensions. Disheveled black hair, eyes resembling shadowy sockets, and a red fur covering his bare chest. Like a tamed beast, his power surged forth, obedient yet formidable. It seems I have succeeded. In the temple high above. Creak. The door to the spiritual time house swung open with a soft thud. Stepping lightly from a vast expanse of space was Salodice. Sensing the surging energy directed towards the temple, a slight smile curled at the corners of Salodice's mouth. This tamed yet wild power. Did Bardock attempt that stance himself? Without disturbing the tranquility within the temple, Salodice quietly ascended, departing towards the direction of Bardock's presence. Drink up. Bardock, still acclimating to the overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan 3 form, narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and elbowed backward. Bang! The collision of fist and elbow shook the very earth beneath them. A sneak attack from behind is not your usual style, is it, Salodice? Haha. Shaking his hand, Salodice approached Bardock, observing the stark contrast of Bardock's appearance from his usual demeanor, and exclaimed in admiration. In this form, one might say you possess the strength of a deity despite being mortal, indeed. As Salodice noted, the Super Saiyan 4 form bears no connection to divine realms. It is merely the purest expression of untamed power. However, should one transform into a Super Saiyan God under equal combat conditions, it is unlikely that they could rival Super Saiyan 4. From Salodice's perspective, it might require a level of enhancement akin to Super Saiyan Blue to contend with Super Saiyan 4. Yet, beyond Super Saiyan Blue, there exists not only the full power stance that completely locks energy within the body to unleash its utmost potential, but also Vegeta's evolved deep blue form. As for Super Saiyan 4, within GT, it is attained solely through the transfer of power from others. Was Bardock's choice of this path wise or unwise? What troubles you? Bardock inquired, slightly irked by the shift in Salodice's expression from awe to contemplation. No, it's nothing. I was merely reflecting. If I were to advance in the manner of Super Saiyan God, I would know the path ahead. However, in this form, I am at a loss. You brat, Bardock retorted with a sharp tone, crossing his arms and gradually reverting to his usual state. Having someone worry about the path ahead is a burden one only needs to experience once. You ought to consider your own future path instead. Salodice paused, then broke into a smile. Indeed, even if no path lies ahead, you would forge one yourself, wouldn't you? In retrospect, it seems that my initial concern for Bardock prior to training with Zamasu was perhaps unnecessary. Bound by the legend of the Super Saiyan, the inability to evolve into a new form may have been mere overthinking on my part. Without guidance, Bardock has already surpassed Super Saiyan 3, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The path beyond Super Saiyan 4 and how to navigate it may well be something Bardock discovers through the trials of battle. After all, ultimately, he remains Bardock, the Saiyan who embodies unwavering pride through the ages. Chapter 75. Awakening Fragmented Memories of Twin Brothers Jeffrey. Calling out the name of his twin brother, Zamasu jolted awake. Gasping for breath, his gaze swept across the surroundings. The crackling campfire dispelled the chilling air that surrounded him. Opposite the fire sat Zaha in a meditative pose. Slowly opening his eyes, a barely perceptible smile graced Zaha's face. Your injuries are quite severe, and this frigid environment is not conducive to your recovery. Thus, I have temporarily brought you away from the ice continent to this nearby island. Is that so? I apologize for the trouble, Zaha. You mentioned it before, did you not? We are partners, after all. By the way, after you fell unconscious, you kept calling out Jeffrey's name. At the mention of Jeffrey, a hint of sadness crossed Zamasu's features. I previously stated that regarding past memories, aside from my name, I recall nothing. Do you remember anything now? Not much. I cannot recall how I became embroiled in this deadly conflict, nor why Jeffrey transformed into a relentless killer of Saiyans amidst this battle. I can only remember fragments from my own era, perhaps driven by the need to express the memories that eluded him, or perhaps seeking guidance on how to mend the brother who had become so altered. Zamasu began narrating his past to Zaha, his long-standing companion and external mind. It was an era long before the Saiyans fell under Frieza's dominion. During that time, the Saiyan race, while devoid of any association with noble allies, did not revel in the invasion of other planets or indulge in the torment and slaughter of the weak. However, as time passed, divisions began to emerge. Should they maintain their current approach, merely relishing the thrill of battle? Or should they utilize their powers, which transcended most life forms in the universe, to invade, seize, and attain a better life? What began as disputes gradually escalated into conflict, evolving from a mere contest of strength to life and death decisions. The schism between these two factions became increasingly pronounced. In this tumultuous environment, a pair of exceptionally rare twin brothers, Jeffrey and Zamasu, were born among the Saiyans, a race where reproduction was already challenging. Different fates awaited them. Jeffrey was an unequivocal genius warrior, while Zamasu, though not lacking in ability, required far greater effort to keep pace with Jeffrey. Thus, they grew through their sparring sessions, with Jeffrey gradually grasping the intricacies of the Saiyan faction's conflict. Jeffrey believed that aggression and plunder were undeniably erroneous choices. Meanwhile, the more innocent Zamasu, though unable to comprehend the deeper struggles of the heart like Jeffrey, was still capable of distinguishing right from wrong, good from evil. Consequently, while maintaining a healthy rivalry and strength, the brothers vowed to rectify the potential deviations in the Scion future together. The recollection ended here, leaving no further details. Zamasu clenched his fists. That guy. Something must have transpired with him. Given his character, he would never become the Scion killer described by those involved in this battle. Zaha, what should I do? Listening intently to Zamasu's memories, Zaha smiled and offered a response. Surely, the answer is clear to you? Simply revert to your usual method and deliver a solid punch to your brother's face to bring him back to his senses. Indeed. For now, I will deliver that punch. But where exactly is Jeffrey? Well, for now, we must focus on dealing with that Majin Buu, right? We still have no idea where Jeffrey is. Upon the mention of Majin Buu, the previously buoyant mood of Zamasu dissipated, replaced by a palpable despondency. Zaha. What is it? Perhaps I cannot defeat Majin Buu. After training for so long in Whis' staff space, I still cannot even gain his serious attention with my power. I can sense that he did not exert his full strength during our last encounter. He held back. How infuriating. Zaha stood and paced thoughtfully before hesitantly addressing Zamasu. I do have a suggestion. During this period, I have gathered considerable intelligence regarding Morin Buo. Perhaps that individual is indeed beyond your capabilities. What does that imply? Morin Buo's method of enhancing his power differs markedly from ours. He grows stronger through the absorption of others. And despite your rigorous training and the formidable strength you now possess, he remains capable of surpassing you. He must have absorbed numerous powerful beings. If we could extract all those he has absorbed from his body, perhaps. Charlotte initially appeared enlightened, only to be soon clouded by confusion. But I lack the means to achieve that. Are you suggesting that, Zaha? Zaha shook his head. No, I do not possess such power, but Mr. Salodice is capable of it. What? Such a thing, Mr. Salodice. Have you forgotten? Mr. Salodice once mentioned that he had learned many wondrous techniques on Yade Lotus Star, including the spiritual separation technique, which is particularly effective against Morin Buo. Is that so? Charlotte exclaimed with excitement, leaping into the air. That is splendid. Now that my injuries no longer hinder my movements, let us return to seek Mr. Salodice. Upon learning of a method to confront Morin Buo, Charlotte, filled with exhilaration, immediately seized Zaha and, having pinpointed the location of their temporary base, launched into the sky with fervor. Hey, do not grip me like that. Apologies. I am just overly thrilled. As they soared through the air, Charlotte's excitement gradually dissipated. Unbidden, a phrase uttered by Jeffrey in just before the onset of this deadly battle resurfaced in her mind. With your personality, you might just be deceived one day. Deceived? How peculiar. Why would I recall Jeffrey's words? Back then, there was Jeffrey, and now there is Zaha. Who could possibly deceive me? Yet, it is rather odd. Although Mr. Salodice has spoken of many things, I cannot quite remember all the specifics. However, when it comes to training, power, and techniques, I should be accurate. Mr. Salodice indeed mentioned his training on Yade Lotus Star and his proficiency in many magical techniques. But, did Mr. Charlotte truly mention the spiritual separation technique? Chapter 76. Flies or cockroaches? The disturbingly calm Salodice. This peculiar tranquility has enveloped Salodice over the past few days. Not only did the black-robed faction suddenly fall silent, but Morin Buo, Zamasu, and even the golden-formed Frieza have vanished without a trace. Even the so-called warriors of mediocre caliber have ceased their battles. Something is amiss. It is profoundly, if not overwhelmingly, amiss. This eerie stillness clung to Salodice's mind, transforming into a heavy burden. His intuition warned him that the black-robed individual must be orchestrating a final move. If he fails to thwart them here, it could lead to complications. For safety's sake, Salodice entrusted the ordinary Bulma and the nearly powerless Gak to Whis. After a brief conversation with Whis, the latter cryptically conveyed a statement to Salodice. Salodice contemplated that perhaps, no, he was certain, Whis must know something. But due to his neutral stance as an angel and his playful demeanor, he refrained from being explicit. Although from most perspectives, Whis would not align with the forces of evil, such a stance and attitude are indeed quite vexing. Salodice halted mid-flight. landing on a peak stripped bare by some unknown battle, devoid of anything but soil and stone. Has that bothersome individual returned? A figure emerged from behind a massive rock, battle attire, dark skin, a crab-like head, and in hand, a crimson fruit. It could only be Salodice. In this deadly confrontation, I, a mere low-ranking warrior, owe you my gratitude, the esteemed Salodice. Salodice greeted Salodice with a chilling tone. Salodice smirked. Oh, you possess memories of being defeated by me? It seems I must revise my impression of you, transforming you from a mere inconsequential clown into an indestructible cockroach? Humph. Salodice revealed a cold and cruel smile. This time, I will not allow you such fortune. I shall eliminate you, along with your counterpart from an alternate dimension. What nonsense, such grandiloquence. Salodice's cold chuckle abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of astonishment. How peculiar. What has granted you the audacity to declare that you will eliminate me, you who are unworthy even to make me shift my footing? Raising his hand, a blue light shimmered in his palm. The Qigong projectile shot forth, and before Salodice could react, he vanished without a trace. As Salodice turned to depart, he furrowed his brow, forming a frown. Turning back, gray-black mist began to rise and coalesce. Salodice revived. Moreover, from the distant horizon, more of the same gray-black mist rushed towards Salodice at remarkable speed. Shirlaga, Gula, Frieza, Shalu, the Jinyu Force. Androids 13, 14, 15, and 19, even the long-haired Super 17. These adversaries, some of whom Salodice had encountered before and others he had not, began to take shape. Not only that, but accompanying the gray-black mist was a golden giant ape adorned with partial armor. Could it be Baby? Additionally, there was a robust figure, entirely red. All scions must be exterminated. Hachiyaka, do not be hasty. Sensing the arrival of the army, Salodice's cold smile deepened as he turned to pacify the restless red figure. And then, Salodice, is this the strongest among the scions? Indeed, Dr. Lai Ji, Dr. Miao, and Dr. Gai Luo, this is the mightiest scion. Accompanying the arrival of the three doctors were even more of the same rabble. Salodice's lips twitched. That black-robed individual has summoned these bothersome entities into this deadly battle as well, and they have united. Oh, scion, are you afraid? The most peculiar-looking Dr. Lai Ji, floating cross-legged within a protective shield, glided forward to pose this question to Salodice. Fear is futile. All scions shall inevitably vanish. Our vengeance as Zifu or people begins now. The mechanical Dr. Miao also advanced a short distance, aligning with Dr. Lai Ji, while Dr. Gai Luo remained silent in the rear. To Dr. Gai Luo, everything was inconsequential. Confronting Salodice was merely a price to pay to gain the assistance of the other two doctors. As for Salodice, he offered no response, his body trembling slightly. Although the adversaries present were resurrected by Dr. Lai Ji and enhanced by the other two doctors, their strength was certainly superior to what it had been in life, and their vision would not be inferior either. Oh, is this individual trembling in fear? Frieza, arms crossed, smirked with amusement as he turned to jest with his companions. Ha ha ha. The multitude of foes erupted into laughter. To hell with you, a swarm of annoying insects. Do not presume to be so self-important here. Suddenly, Salodice bellowed. Anger materialized, transforming into a towering blaze, with hair and eye color shifting instantaneously. Electric arcs entwining around it. Super Scion rose gold. My mood was already fraught with irritation, and yet these loathsome creatures, whose nature I could not discern, whether they resembled flies or cockroaches, dared to trouble me at this moment. You shall all perish. Raising one hand high, a blue energy sphere took shape, rapidly expanding, then suffused with a rose gold hue. Like hurling a shot put, the massive energy sphere was unleashed. Boom. A violent explosion ensued, smoke and dust billowing, obscuring the sky. Yet, Salodice did not relinquish his rose gold form. Rather, the fury etched upon his face intensified. These lowly beings, upon being vanquished, resurrected as vengeful spirits. Crack, crack. Salodice's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist. You see, we scions, as embodiments of resentment, are immortal. No matter how formidable your power, you cannot utterly eradicate our vengeance. This was the voice of Dr. Laiki. As his words fell, a multitude of adversaries surged forth, igniting their own flames against Salodice. Salodice scanned the surroundings, arms outstretched. Huh, An invisible shockwave sent the throng of minions sprawling. Subsequently, spears of light formed behind Salodice, each locking onto an enemy and soaring forth. In an instant, numerous foes were impaled into the ground. Mere vengeful spirits. Did you think I could not contend with you? Chapter 77, Salodice Unleashed. Frieza, an unstoppable force, temporarily sealing the vengeful warriors. Salodice's gaze fell upon the stunned baby Ozaru and the still advancing Hachiyak. He allowed Hachiyak's heavy punch to strike his face. Is that all the strength you possess? Gradually raising his hand, Hachiyak felt an irresistible force surging into his head, emanating from Salodice's increasingly powerful grip upon him. With a flick, he threw Hachiyak's body as if it were a marionette severed from its strings, crashing heavily upon baby Ozaru. Following closely behind were dozens, even hundreds, of energy spheres unleashed from Salodice's single hand. The three leading doctors exchanged glances. According to the original plan, they should have relied on the indomitable, vengeful warriors to stall Salodice's advance. Should Salodice's might prove insurmountable, they would transform the warriors into primal resentment and enhance Hachiyak, allowing Baby to possess him, thus leveraging augmented strength and Hachiyak's regenerative abilities to continue engaging Salodice. But why? Were those vengeful warriors incapable of responding to their commands? There was no other choice. Dr. Gallo, Dr. Mio, we must rely on you to command the situation. Dr. Likey himself was a collective embodiment of resentment from an entire planet, although not comparable in quality or quantity to the multitude of vengeful warriors combined. It was the only remaining option. Without waiting for the other two doctors' responses, Dr. Likey transformed into pure resentment and entered Hachiyak's body. Baby, seize this moment to possess him. This command became Dr. Likey's final words. Salodice did not interfere with the actions occurring there. He merely observed as the resentment amplified Hachiyak's power. Baby abandoned the Ozaru form, merging with Hachiyak, elevating his strength to a new echelon. Ha 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 ha. This power. Baby Hachiyak erupted in fits of maniacal laughter, then, under the guidance of Doctors Gallo and Mio, launched another challenge at Salodice. Hachiyak left behind an afterimage before appearing behind Salodice, hands together, preparing to strike down. Yet, bang! Before the twin hammers could descend, Salodice pivoted, countering with a single hand, redirecting his own fists back against his face with greater force. Then, a broad palm descended upon his face, pinning him down. Ugh! Salodice launched a powerful kick, sending baby Hachiyak back to his original position. Utterly tiresome strength. With arms crossed, Salodice addressed the two stunned villainous doctors. Those two wretched creatures over there, do you not think this refuse, transformed from resentment, can augment this fool's power? Though it was a question, Salodice had already retracted the spears sealing the vengeful warriors. The two doctors exchanged glances. When they had formed their alliance, Dr. Likey had shared the method to manipulate resentment with them. Now that Dr. Likey had become a part of baby Hachiyak, it was their responsibility to command the remaining resentment to enhance him. Without hesitation, they acted. The numerous vengeful warriors, unable to resist, were transformed into primal resentment and infused into baby Hachiyak's body. Power surged once more. Salodice observed the unfolding scene, a slight smile finally gracing his lips. Now this is somewhat interesting. However, the rose-gold flame swelled, dark clouds looming above, lightning crackling. Still, it was not sufficient. This time, before baby Hachiyak could revel in his newfound strength, he was met with Salodice's heavy fist. Like raindrops cascading from the sky, a relentless barrage of fiery strikes rained down upon him. No ability to retaliate? This should not be happening. It cannot be. Have I been deceived? This was the shared sentiment of baby Hachiyak and the three doctors. The relentless assault concluded with a powerful kick, sending baby Hachiyak soaring before crashing to the ground. Without further attacks, his injuries began to heal rapidly. Yet, he had begun to question his very existence. No matter how the two doctors urged him, he was unwilling to rise and engage Salodice again. No, rather, he was reluctant to endure another one-sided beating. Truly a collection of ineptitude. I had hoped these fools could at least momentarily hinder your advance, yet they have proven utterly incapable. Emerging from a swirling black vortex was the golden Frieza, mocking the two doctors with disdainful tones. Judging by the energy, this was indeed the Frieza I had encountered before. Salodice, arms crossed, regarded Frieza as he extended a hand toward the two doctors and baby Hachiyak. You You have arrived just in time. This scion is yours to deal with. The two doctors could hardly afford to heed Frieza's taunts. Without question, this Frieza was their lifeline. Such mockery. They chose to ignore it. Humph. Stand back and observe. Frieza, unwilling to waste words on the two doctors, casually tossed that remark aside before turning his attention to Salodice. Last time, I suffered at your hands, but this time, I am different. Salodice did not refute this. Indeed, Frieza's power had undergone significant enhancement since their last encounter. However, while the golden form was closer than before, it still fell short of the ancient golden metal Gula. Yet, such a degree should not suffice to compel you, who has witnessed my strength, to seek your own demise, correct? Oh ho ho ho, of course not. Even my foolish brother from another realm could not defeat you. So I certainly do not expect this form to achieve that. Salodice shrugged, an expression on his face urging Frieza to commence his performance. Frieza's muscles twitched momentarily before settling into calmness. I hope you maintain that attitude in a moment. Aya. Felicia-'s form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Salodice raised an eyebrow. Black gold? Indeed, this is the entirely new black gold form. I am now unstoppable. Are you prepared to endure my revenge, Mr. Salodice? Salodice merely responded with a cold smile. Unstoppable? The rose gold aura appeared unchanged, yet the temperature emanating from Salodice rose steadily. Then let me unleash my full power and see if you can withstand it. Chapter 78. Black gold versus rose gold. The covert plan unfolded within a mysterious space. The figure in the black cloak, shrouded in mist, revealed a bead of cold sweat trickling down his concealed face. Without the assistance of Zamasu and his companion, the barrier enveloping the earth would likely have faltered. Hey, wasn't he this part of your plan? The voice of Black Wukong reached the cloaked figure's ears. The figure shook his head. This statement was true but did not imply any acknowledgement. A slightly unexpected force, yet it could not hinder my plans. Is that so? Black Wukong's voice carried a hint of amusement, seemingly indifferent to what appeared to be a display of bravado. As he diligently infused his power into the barrier to prevent it from collapsing amidst the battle between Salodice and Frieza, all the strategies and calculations would await the conclusion of this grand spectacle to determine the outcome. Now was not the time. Returning our focus to the battlefield. If the fight against Shalu had allowed Salodice to fully showcase his skills, then this confrontation with Black Gold Frieza was a pure exhibition of raw power unleashed. There were no feints, no techniques, only headbutts, elbow strikes, punches, knee thrusts, and kicks. Regardless of the moves Frieza employed, Salodice countered with equal ferocity. Collision after collision. They tore through the sky, shattered the earth, and stirred up fierce winds. While satisfied, Salodice couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If only Frieza possessed the same level of skill as Shalu, perhaps he too could push his limits further. Alas, such was the pity. Yet, no matter how regrettable, the battle raged on. Dodging Frieza's hook, Salodice seized his arm and drove his knee into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza's eyes widened in shock, yet without hesitation. He retaliated with a powerful punch to Salodice's face. They separated, both panting heavily. This clash had persisted for nearly an entire day, and even two formidable fighters like them rapidly exhausted their stamina. This stance is not something you developed yourself, is it? After catching his breath, Salodice smirked with a hint of madness. The truth had been exposed, leaving Frieza momentarily stunned. There was no need for a response. This alone validated Salodice's suspicions. Based on the content from before his journey, even Golden Frieza had comparable strength to the Super Saiyan Blue forms of Goku and Vegeta, and the Black Gold form had sent those two back to their normal states. My ultimate Rose Gold, by my calculations, should provide even greater enhancement than Super Saiyan Blue, yet it likely still fell short of the divine techniques. However, in pure strength, I may not have the upper hand, yet I certainly do not fall behind. In light of this comparison, Salodice found it difficult to suppress his conjectures. What a pity. If you had trained to attain this form yourself, I might have lost. Frieza's facial muscles twitched. Damn you, wild monkey. Even if it is a hastily acquired form, you will still be defeated by Black Gold Frieza. The title of the strongest in the universe belongs to me, Frieza. Listening to Frieza's frantic retort, Salodice shook his head. The strongest in the universe? Is your vision limited to this? His condescending arrogance fueled Frieza's irritation. Enough talk, wild monkey, die? Aware that his verbal sparring skills paled in comparison to this vexing wild monkey, Frieza ceased his words and charged towards Salodice with a tempest of punches and kicks. "Damn you!" Salodice exclaimed, responding with an equally swift barrage. Thus, the heavens shifted once more, and the thunderous sounds of their clashes reverberated throughout the realm. When would a victor emerge? Neither Salodice nor Frieza knew. Yet for the cloaked figure, this battle was best prolonged until his objectives were fulfilled. Regret washed over him. Why had he foolishly drawn Salodice into this grand scheme of his own design? The once manageable opponent he deemed a worthy sharpening stone had forced him to prematurely tap into some of the power he sought to acquire, strengthening Frieza into a foe he could hardly control. Two already formidable Zamas had proven troublesome enough. Adding another Frieza to the mix was daunting. Even for someone as resolute as he, doubt began to creep in. However, that uncertainty was quickly erased, regardless of how challenging Salodice and Frieza became. As long as he could obtain that from Xiaoyuot, everything would unfold as he desired. Be it the Dark Demon realm or all dimensions, he would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle. Even the angels, surely it could be achieved. Dispelling his wavering thoughts, the cloaked figure once more gazed into the mirror of magic, observing the earth-shattering battle between Salodice and Frieza, and took a decisive step forward. With this increasingly troublesome individual occupied, he must expedite the progression of his plan. The ensuing spectacle would be one of brother against brother, he chuckled softly. As one audience member exited, another remained, still captivated by the unfolding drama. It was Whis, initially reclining in his chair, leisurely observing the deadly combat through his staff. Whis could no longer afford such tranquility as Salodice and Frieza clashed. Salodice possessed boundless potential, a notion Whis had suspected upon their first meeting. He was the bearer of the fabled power of transcendence, which even his father, the Grand Minister, had never encountered. While uncertain if this power of transcendence could elevate Salodice to the Grand Minister's level, Whis believed that one day, this intriguing scion would at least reach his own caliber. Yet, Frieza proved to be a surprise. Even if Salodice had not fully matured, being able to match him in battle to this degree was indeed hard to fathom for one who had once been inferior to even the Kaioshin. Nevertheless, Whis hoped that Salodice would soon conclude his revelry. Although he, as an angel, ought to remain neutral, he was not inclined to let the machinations of such a minor character disrupt his own function. Therefore, Salodice, hasten your enjoyment, and then thwart that individual, would you? Oh, ho ho ho. Chapter 79. Unrivaled in the world, or the strongest across dimensions. The fierce clash between Heijin Furisha and Jishin Megold Salodice continues unabated. Their nearly equal powers collide throughout their bodies with relentless force. The close-quarter combat of fists and feet, combined with the barrage of energy blasts, creates a chaotic yet harmonious dance of battle. Salodice has never doubted his potential for victory, yet as the confrontation drags on, the radiant light of triumph remains elusive. In terms of speed, strength, reflexes, stamina, and spirit, beyond mere technique, Heijin Furisha proves to be on par with him. Even as Salodice feels his own power growing with the rising fervor of battle, he senses that Furisha is tenaciously holding his ground. Is he weary? His body signals fatigue. Yet the soul of a warrior and the blood of a scion ignite a fervent blaze of excitement within him. The golden and rose-tinted auras clash once more. As their bodies dart and weave, sometimes entangled in close combat, other times executing rapid maneuvers to confound one another, or launching energy blasts from a distance. Across oceans, deserts, forests, grasslands, and glaciers, their silhouettes continuously appear and vanish. With a sudden, startling motion, Heijin Furisha's eyes bulge as Salodice seizes his tail, forcefully tugging and inflicting pain. Yet, Furisha, blinded by rage, does not attempt to retract his tail. Instead, he endures the agony and channels his energy into a relentless barrage of strikes. The cry of Algid, filled with a hint of pain, echoes in response to the blows he receives. Furisha is undeterred, willing to trade injuries. What does he have to fear? His muscles swell with energy in a moment of fervor, and instead of attempting to break free, Algid grips Furisha's tail tightly and dives towards the ground. Upon impact, stones scatter like raindrops, colliding with Furisha's face in a brutal symphony. Like a windmill, Salodice spins, flinging Furisha away. The energy flares, fluctuating in brightness, tracing an arc through the air. Salodice pursues the retreating Furisha and lands a heavy fist. With his right hand charged, an energy wave erupts with full force. Red light flickers as veins bulge on his forehead. Furisha steadies himself, colliding head-on with the energy wave. A stalemate ensues. Suddenly, Furisha exerts tremendous force, deflecting the energy wave and charging directly at Salodice. Crossing his arms for defense, a collision of strength. Salodice bellows, his aura surging fiercely, his expression fierce. Concentrating his power, he clenches his right fist. The impact is brutal. Furisha's forehead caves in, and blood stains his knuckles. How much stamina do you have left, Furisha? In this intense exchange, both combatants retreat slightly, gasping for breath. Yet, Salodice abruptly tilts his head back, a distorted grin revealing his madness. Wild monkey, I want you feel fatigued until you're dead. Is that so? Then allow me to revel in the pain of spilling blood once more. Just a mere wild monkey. Do not let pride blind you. Perish. Furisha's hands tremble, and spurred by Salodice's provocation, he unleashes his power anew, charging at him. Salodice prepares to engage. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar energy surges towards him. Who could it be? Boom. An energy blast lands between Salodice and Furisha, and simultaneously, a voice resonates. Such a powerful Furisha, this battlefield is indeed worthwhile. Upon hearing this voice, Salodice immediately thinks of two individuals, Tianxia Wudi Beijite and Ziyuan Zuiqiang Wujida. Could it be one of them? Approaching, in close proximity, feeling the wildness emanating from this energy, Salodice begins to discern the identity of the newcomer. A blazing red aura envelopes the figure, who stands before Salodice. Hands poised like a blossoming flower directed at Furisha. Boom. Furisha looks on in astonishment. There is no tangible harm, yet vibrant fireworks and colored confetti explode in his face. You scoundrel! Furisha roars, launching a punch, only to have it caught by a hand enveloped in the searing aura. Do not rush, we have plenty of time. The invisible waves of energy, accompanied by intense heat, force Furisha back several meters, his feet dragging deep grooves in the earth before he finally halts. As the crimson aura dissipates, Salodice sees the recognition in the newcomer's expression. Super Saiyan 4, Wujida, reporting for duty. Chapter 80, Super 4 Wujida vs. Heijin Furisha. So, you are Salodice, correct? Though phrased as a question, the tone is unmistakably confident. I heard about you from Lord Bai Lu Si and Mr. Wei Si not long ago. While I am eager to experience your strength, this is not the right time. There are matters you need to attend to on the ice continent. I will handle Furisha here. Salodice glances at Furisha, who wishes to advance but is wary, and then at Wujida, whose desire for battle is palpable. After a moment's contemplation, he reaches a decisive conclusion. Though he longs to determine a victor against Furisha, the earlier distractions and the emergence of Heijin Furisha suggest that the enigmatic figure in the black robe has begun his final actions. Coupling Wujida's hint about the ice continent with his own understanding of the unfolding narrative, Salodice surmises that Charlotte. Very well, I leave this to you. Should the opportunity arise, I too wish to experience the might of the strongest in the dimensional realm. After bidding farewell to Wujida, Salodice takes flight at full speed towards the ice continent. Witnessing Salodice depart, Furisha can no longer suppress his restless energy and prepares to intervene. Not so fast. Your opponent is me. Wujida swiftly alters his position, blocking Furisha's path. Red-haired monkey, Furisha seethes, veins bulging. After several rapid breaths, he regains his composure, restoring his regal demeanor as the cosmic emperor. Very well, wild monkeys should be eradicated entirely. Once I deal with you, I shall attend to that wild monkey. Oh, you seem quite confident in your ability to handle me, Wujida retorts with a teasing smirk. A red-haired monkey who barely qualifies as a Super Saiyan. You were merely fortunate to repel me once. Do not become overconfident. Oh, Wujida's grin widens. It seems you are unaware, this form is called Super Saiyan 4. Much more potent than the ordinary Super Saiyan. What? Furisha's expression shifts, disbelief etched across his face before it morphs into scorn. Stop with the grandiose claims. If you have the ability, then attack. Wujida leisurely stretches, adopting a relaxed stance. Indeed, for one who cannot sense energy, a practical demonstration will be far more enlightening. Prepare to feel the might of Super Saiyan 4, Furisha. Where are you? As Wujida's words fade, he vanishes from sight. Furisha scans his surroundings. Right in front. Wujida reappears before Furisha, his hands poised like a flower, aimed directly at Furisha's face. Not good. Furisha crosses his arms in front of his face. attempting to defend against the impending strike. Fallen for it again. Ha ha ha. Vegeta bursts into laughter. This attack is just like the last, a shower of fireworks. After being toyed with by the same move twice, Frieza could no longer restrain his fury and maintain his regal demeanor. He swung his fist towards Vegeta's face. But it was too slow and lacked power. Vegeta mocked him while casually extending his finger to touch the fist. The stark disparity was evident. Yet Frieza's assault made no progress whatsoever. As he turned partially, he delivered an elbow strike and a kick, crashing through countless protruding rock walls. When he finally landed on the last wall, he created a massive rock slab large enough to accommodate 3 Friezas. Is this all you've got? Damn red-haired monkey. Don't get too cocky. Frieza's aura reignited, shattering the rock walls. With both hands raised, a red energy sphere formed above him, rapidly expanding. Die! He hurled the energy sphere towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta stood his ground, his crimson aura surging. Huh. At the moment the energy sphere descended, Vegeta bellowed, pushing against it to halt its fall. Here you go. He kicked the energy sphere back towards Frieza. Frieza swiftly sidestepped, allowing the sphere to drift into space, then extended his index finger to unleash a barrage of crimson rays towards Vegeta. Faced with this relentless barrage, Vegeta had no interest in deflecting it. Instead, he leaned forward to absorb all the rays. Not painful at all, completely ineffective. With a mocking shake of his finger, Vegeta declared, "Attacks are only useful when executed like this." He thrust his palms forward, rapidly gathering blue energy. Big bang. Kamehameha. The surging Kamehameha engulfed Frieza at lightning speed. Vegeta let out a long breath, retracting his stance. Just as a note of confusion escaped his lips, Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan 4 forms emerged from the explosion. As Vegeta prepared to speak, he suddenly furrowed his brow at the direction of the Kamehameha. There. A charred white tail struggled before finally going limp. TCH, Vegeta couldn't finish Frieza off? Goku laughed heartily, reverting from his Super Saiyan 4 form and patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Well, isn't this fine? Even if Frieza isn't completely done for, he won't be able to move for quite a while. I'll leave everything to my counterpart from another dimension, my rival. Humph, next time we fight. Even if Frieza comes knocking, I won't fuse with you again, Kakarot. Relax, I feel the same way. If I could avoid fusing, I'd prefer to battle solo more often. The events unfolding in this timeline no longer required their concern. All they had to do was wait. They awaited the conclusion of everything in this timeline before engaging in the promised clash with the formidable warrior capable of rivaling Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Who would emerge victorious? The invincible versus the strongest across dimensions. The anticipation was palpable. Embracing this sentiment, the duo of Saiyans, who had transformed from adversaries into good friends, departed from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Salodice, in rapid flight, let his mind engage in long-dormant contemplation. Though the true identity and ultimate goal of the cloaked figure remained unclear, it was evident that he sought something from Charlotte. Tawa. Salodice halted mid-flight, answering the unexpected communication. Well, the original request I entrusted to you is cancelled. But I have a new task for you. What do you mean? Tawa's cryptic words left Salodice bewildered. What I mean is, I've discovered the nefarious intentions and identity of that cloaked figure, so your investigation is no longer necessary. However, I do need your assistance in thwarting his actions. Salodice was taken aback. What? Who is this person, and what are their intentions? On the other end, Tawa suddenly laughed, her voice laced with a seductive chill. You might be surprised when I tell you. After the communication ended, Salodice furrowed his brow tightly, his muscles twitching with agitation. Such a conspiracy, such tactics. It was simply infuriating. My anger is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Chapter 81. Tawa's full power after a lengthy acquaintance. Salodice had come to regard Charlotte as a commendable friend, even when matters did not concern Charlotte. Merely the thought of being deceived was enough to kindle a desire to dismantle the schemer who wielded such petty machinations. So, Tawa, what do you intend to do? On the other end of the line, Tawa's expression was equally grim. Strictly speaking, this situation could be classified as internal strife. A purple-black vortex slowly materialized before Salodice, from which Tawa emerged. Thus, I hope you can defeat that individual. Salodice found Tawa's sudden appearance puzzling. Initially, she had entrusted him with the task to avoid exposure. And now she was here. Was it that the individual's plan had reached its final stage, leaving no time to focus on anything else? My temporary appearance is inconsequential. That makes sense. So why are you here? I need to cast a trigger-style enhancement spell on you, just in case. You know, I'm merely a mage with limited power, so eliminating that individual will still rely on you. Salodice nodded. I understand. He had experienced Tao's enhancement magic before. As for whether Tao would implant a backdoor to control him, given his preliminary mastery over transcendent power, what were the odds of success for such a scheme? Relax. Tao aimed her staff at Salodice and spoke. Salodice shrugged, indicating for her to begin. Casting enhancement magic was not difficult, especially for Tao, who excelled in this craft and could seamlessly integrate it with brainwashing spells. However, Tao required some time to prepare, gathering all her magical energy. A small mark slowly formed at the tip of her staff, drifting gently onto Salodice's forehead. Upon completing the enhancement spell, Tao gasped, her body growing weak. Hey, how much power did you use? Salodice rushed forward to support her. Well, just in case you can't reach that guy before he accomplishes his goal, I had to go all out. Full power enhancement magic? Thank you. What's there to thank? Our goals are aligned, aren't they? If anyone should be expressing gratitude, it should be me. After resting against Algit's arm for a moment, Tao stood up, regaining her usual demeanor. She teasingly supported Salodice's chin with one hand. You didn't resist my magic at all. Your trust in me is quite surprising. TCH, Salodice scoffed. Tao retracted her slender, elongated fingers and turned to step into the vortex, only to pause and glance back suddenly. If possible, do remember to seek assistance from your family's Shijiao Wangshin, won't you? Considering that fellow must have gathered quite a number of subordinates in this desperate battle, having an additional ally would indeed provide an extra layer of security. All right, do your best, little one, and eliminate that foe. Tao departed. Salodice touched the hidden mark on his forehead, inhaling deeply to suppress the turmoil within, and his aura surged. According to Tao's account, all the machinations of the shadowy figure revolved around the twin brothers, Charlotte and Jeffrey, who served as vessels for nurturing the crystal he desired. This crystal possessed divine powers rivaling that of the Super Dragon Balls. If he could successfully extract this crystal, he would harness its divine might to achieve dominion over endless time and space. As for the intricate details unfolding in the process, the restless agitation within him began to resurface. Just wait for me, Za. Chapter 82. The final battle between Charlotte and Bu as the cold northern winds howled. They tousled Charlotte's hair, akin to that of a porcupine, yet could not extinguish the fervent battle spirit emanating from him. Zaha, it's time. Are you prepared? Oh, I will be here to support you with magic. Receiving the unwavering response from his old partner, Charlotte's restless heart settled slightly. Boom. A surging blue aura erupted, signaling the challenge. After recovering from severe injuries, with the assistance of his steadfast companion, he was ready to confront the demon Bu once more. The wait was not prolonged. As long as he remained on this earth, no one could fail to sense the formidable energy of Super Saiyan Blue. Bu was no exception. Even he, despite lacking expertise in sensing energy, could easily perceive the intense battle intent radiating from Charlotte. Thus, Bu quickly arrived at the scene. Bu, this time I will surely defeat you. A mocking smile adorned the face of Majin Bu, who seemed unimpressed. It hasn't been long since I severely injured you last time. I remember you said the same then. Are all Saiyans merely boastful liars? Under Bu's derision, the flames enveloping Charlotte appeared to swell slightly. Take this, Bu. Charlotte ceased to engage in further banter, launching himself forward with a punch aimed directly at Bu's face, adhering to his usual style. Did Bu truly underestimate Charlotte? The answer was undoubtedly negative. While Bu did not believe Charlotte could best him, he certainly acknowledged that Charlotte could inflict harm. Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation beyond that of the Super Saiyan God, represented a further enhancement in strength. If one were to stand still and absorb a full-force attack, recovery would not be a mere trifling matter. Therefore, Bu raised his hands defensively to block the incoming blow. However, he was caught off guard. Charlotte's voice echoed from behind. Stunned. Besides the pain of absorbing Charlotte's full-strength punch, Bu felt astonished. Logically, even if Charlotte's power had increased, it shouldn't have been so swift as to elude his observation. Moreover, techniques like the four-body fist and clone technique should not have been within Charlotte's repertoire. Otherwise, he would have employed them in their previous battle. Why, with the surge of energy, Bu, utilizing his regenerative abilities, adjusted his cervical vertebrae and began to counter Charlotte's onslaught, yet his eyes were constantly darting around. Sensing that someone was assisting Charlotte. Who could it be? Ugh. Focus more, will you? Charlotte's furious roar resonated as a flurry of punches and kicks descended upon Majin Buu. With his hands clasped together, he delivered a heavy strike. This blow sent Buu crashing down. The energy erupted, and a wave of ki, fueled by Charlotte's burgeoning power, began to take shape. Wild cannon. As smoke billowed, Charlotte gently descended onto the icy surface. Such power is still insufficient to harm you, is it? Hee. It seems you are not overly conceited after all. Emerging from the smoke, Buu appeared disheveled and battered. It must be said, that attack was quite effective. Charlotte, your strength has indeed increased significantly. Buu moved his body, gradually returning to a pristine state. Unfortunately, such an attack is still inadequate to vanquish me. Charlotte once again assumed his stance, devoid of disappointment or anxiety. I did not anticipate that strike to end your life. I merely wished for you to concentrate more on the battle and refrain from looking around. Upon hearing this, Buu smirked derisively and casually adopted a starting posture. Then, let us unleash a bit more power. Charlotte's blood splattered as Buu shed chunks of flesh. Rather than a fierce battle, it would be more apt to describe this as a tragic struggle. Buu relied on his regenerative abilities, continuously exchanging injury for injury. Meanwhile, Charlotte did not exhibit fear. Though he lacked Buu's regenerative capacity, he possessed his own indomitable will, determined not to succumb even when his body neared collapse. Yet, despite possessing a will that could rival Buu's regenerative abilities, Charlotte was still no match for him. His initial attacks were merely bolstered by Zaha's illusion magic, granting him a slight advantage while Buu was unawares. In the subsequent relentless exchanges, Charlotte remained at a disadvantage, just as in their previous encounter. Thus, Buu laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Even relying on the traits of a scion, your power has not increased significantly, has it? To be honest, Charlotte, aside from those initial blows, you have left me quite disappointed. As they grappled, Buu effortlessly spoke. With this, the battle will conclude, disappear completely. Just as Charlotte's perplexed voice was about to escape his lips, Buu propelled him away with renewed force. I shall finish you off with this. Kamehameha. Not blue, but pink. That was the unique color of Majin Buu's energy. Yet the technique remained the most widely utilized Kamehameha, derived from the absorbed Gohan. Or rather, this could be termed the Majin Kamehameha. The Majin Kamehameha surged forth, engulfing the Kamehameha that had been propelled backward, shattering several icebergs in its path, and soaring into the sky, vanishing into the cosmos. Next, it would be time to trouble the other participants. Observing his handiwork, a satisfied expression graced Majin Buu's face as he turned to depart. However, what is going on? Under normal circumstances, I cannot immobilize you to prevent your movements. Yet, after employing such an attack to eliminate Charlotte, you are now temporarily unable to muster the strength to resist my magic, are you? Zaha's figure emerged from nowhere, hands aimed at Buu, a triumphant expression on his face as the magic took effect. Charlotte now? Ah, I understand. Whoosh. Charlotte maintained his charged stance, suddenly appearing before Majin Buu. At this distance, all of my attacks will land on you. Perish, Majin Buu. Receive my full strength wild cannon. Pressing his hands firmly against Buu, the golden ki wave erupted from the nearly non-existent gap, propelling Buu toward the heavens. Only after Buu vanished from sight did Charlotte finally exhale deeply, his body weakening. Fortunately, Zaha was right beside him, catching Charlotte. Are you all right? Ah, it's nothing. Just a bit tired. A hearty meal will suffice. Haha, you remain the same, Charlotte. Let us return to the base for now. You require some well-deserved rest. In response to Zaha's suggestion, Charlotte nodded without objection. Upon our return, I shall request Mr. Salodice and Mr. Weiss to provide me with further training, if the opportunity arises. I aspire to defeat Buu on my own. Zaha was momentarily taken aback by Charlotte's words, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, is this the nature of all science? Perhaps. Gently pushing Zaha's supportive hand away, Charlotte prepared to take flight, but suddenly clutched her stomach, her expression tense as she turned to Zaha. It seems I cannot wait to return. I am already hungry. Zaha shook his head helplessly. I anticipated this, so I brought some biscuits with magic. Make do with these. Upon seeing Zaha conjure a pile of compressed biscuits, Charlotte's eyes lit up, and she eagerly seized them, tearing open the packaging and stuffing them into her mouth. Zaha rolled his eyes at Charlotte's choking demeanor and begrudgingly handed her a can of water. Eat slowly. Ahahaha, my apologies. Hastily accepting the water from Zaha, Charlotte gulped it down while repeatedly apologizing. By the way, Zaha, After this life-and-death battle concludes, where will you go? Will you return to your original timeline? After a moment of contemplation, Zaha replied, perhaps. I say, Zaha, why not return to my timeline with me? Charlotte's expression turned serious. While I long to triumph over formidable foes alone, having you by my side alleviates my fears of encountering insurmountable troubles. Although that fellow Jeffrey is much smarter than I, he cannot compare to you. With your counsel and support, I believe we can achieve greater success than ever before. Seeing Charlotte so earnestly serious was rare, prompting Zaha to ponder deeply. You no longer have that opportunity. The sudden voice startled both Charlotte and Zaha, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. What? Bang. Clang. After the two sounds resonated, Charlotte clutched her abdomen and staggered back, while Zaha's crossed swords were knocked away. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Charlotte looked up in disbelief. Majin Buu. The unscathed Majin Buu held Zaha by the collar, gazing at him with a sinister expression. Excellent, excellent, Charlotte and Zaha, is it? You dare to mock me. Alas, do you not realize that I also wield magical powers? Releasing the collar, Zaha remained suspended in the air, ensnared by Buu's magical restraints. Damn you, Buu, release Zaha. Noting Zaha's perilous situation, Charlotte disregarded her own pain and activated her Super Saiyan Blue transformation, charging at Buu. Yet, it proved futile. The aura enveloping Buu gradually darkened, effortlessly deflecting Charlotte's attack and forcing her to the ground. With a casual kick, Buu sent Charlotte tumbling a short distance away, then turned his gaze to Zaha hovering in the sky. Die, you dare to mock me, insignificant pest. Once Zaha ascended to a certain height, Buu's right hand clenched tightly. Charlotte. This was the last utterance before the explosion, spoken by Zaha. Buu cackled at his own handiwork, his laughter wild and unrestrained. As he laughed, Buu turned and pointed a finger at Charlotte. You shall be next, Charlotte. Ignoring Buu's advancing footsteps, Charlotte clenched her fists tightly, blood seeping from her palms as her nails pierced her skin, pounding the ground in frustration. How humiliating. The last time was the same, and now Zaha too. The blue aura, ignited by Charlotte's rage and sorrow, blazed forth without her command, deeper and more radiant than when she was a Super Saiyan Blue. Oh! Noticing Charlotte's remarkable transformation, Buu halted, his expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Has your fury elevated your power once more? Buu, you have killed Zaha. Slowly rising to her feet, Charlotte fixed her piercing gaze upon Buu. I will never forgive you, Buu. This deafening roar shattered the overcast sky, allowing sunlight to grace the icy expanse for the first time. Dispelling the pain, igniting the fury, Charlotte took her stance. Suddenly, Majin Buu clutched his head and began to struggle. Yet Charlotte made no move, merely observing in silence. She cared not for what transpired with Buu. No matter what, she must vanquish Majin Buu and avenge Zaha. Thus, Charlotte raised her hand, gathering the inexhaustible power surging from within her, ready to strike. But upon witnessing your anger for my demise, I find joy, Charlotte. In disbelief, she glanced down at the energy blade piercing her abdomen, stiffly turning her head. Zaha? Oh, indeed, it is I, my dear friend, my partner. Are you not thrilled to see that I have not perished? Why? Is it not obvious? Such a foolish and tedious warrior race. Of course, I was merely utilizing you. Is that not evident? A chilling smile graced Zaha's face as he withdrew the energy sword embedded in Charlotte's body. You. Thud. Unable to finish her sentence, Charlotte collapsed weakly onto the icy surface. Zaha held a glowing orb in each hand, one red and the other blue, gradually merging them together. Thus, the crystallization is complete. Zaha gazed upon the golden amber sphere formed from the combined energy, with two swirling orbs of red and blue inside, his face alight with delight. Alas, there is no one here to admire this magnificent creation with me. Is that so? Might my arrival remedy this regret of yours, you worthless spawn of a dog? Who? Startled by the sudden voice, Zaha quickly scanned for its source. It seems I must return your earlier words to you. Such a foolish and tedious demon race. Can you not recognize my unique disdain and voice? Zaha furrowed his brow, then relaxed as he beheld Salodice descending from the sky, a smirk playing on his lips. It is you, Mr. Salodice? It appears Frieza did not adequately detain you, allowing you to arrive here. Unfortunately, you are too late. My plan is already complete. Although I am unsure why you seem to have discerned my intentions and true identity, it is a pity you could not intervene in time to stop me. Who said I intended to stop you? Presumptuous fool. Salodice extended his left hand, nonchalantly polishing each nail. What do you mean? If I cannot defeat you after your grand scheme has come to fruition and you have acquired what you believe to be omnipotent power, how can I vent my fury upon you? Heh. Zaha scoffed, mirroring Salodice's demeanor as he carelessly admired the orb in his hands. You scions are always so fond of stuffing that muscle-bound thing under your neck, blindly confident, are you not? Speaking of which, you've been hiding long enough. Will you sit idly by while someone attempts to eliminate your ally? Whoosh. Two figures appeared beside Zaha, and as Salodice looked up, he recognized them as Zamasu and Black Wukong. Zamasu wore a displeased expression, rebutting Zaha's inquiries with a tone of superiority. We had no intention of abandoning you in your time of need. Rather, it is you who has concealed your true identity from your allies, which is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you say? Salodice, however, was not inclined to let their conversation continue unabated. Have two more fools come to fill their heads with rubbish? Very well. I shall deal with you both in one fell swoop. Humans should show the respect due to deities. Upon hearing Salodice's derisive label, Zamasu turned sharply, his expression darkening. Salodice merely responded with a cold smile. What sort of lowly creatures are you to speak to me in such a manner? To be frank, even the excrement of a stray dog on the street is more divine in my eyes than the two of you. If I were your teacher, I would have ground you to pieces and used you as fertilizer. You two worthless beings resorting to pathetic schemes to fulfill your sordid plans. At that moment, Zaha's face broke into a smile. Oh, my allies, this Mr. Salodice is so audaciously insulting your divine dignity. Do you not wish to teach him a lesson? Just as Zamasu was about to take action, Black Wukong seized him. This guy's target is undeniably you. If we are to intervene, we must adopt an attitude of seeking divine assistance, my ally. Zaha shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Then, I implore the great deity to assist me in stopping this fellow. I still need a bit of time to activate this crystal. Clearly, Black Wukong was not overly concerned with Zaha's casual demeanor, for after Zaha finished speaking, he released Zamasu and charged toward Salodice, one on the left and the other on the right. Chapter 83, who arrived without a moment's sorrow for Salodice's demise. Salodice tilted his head, a maniacal grin crossing his face. Are you angry? Good. I've long wanted to eliminate you two repugnant piles of filth. With his arms crossed, Salodice deflected the frontal assault from Black Wukong. As for Zamasu, who lunged at him from the side wielding a blade of energy, what sort of trifling opponent was he? The rose-gold aura erupted, sending Zamasu flying into the distance. How disgraceful for your pathetic attack to even touch me. With a surge of power, Salodice deflected Black Wukong and executed a spinning sidekick, evading Black Wukong's follow-up strike while forcing him to retreat. Seizing the moment, Salodice swiftly moved before the still recovering Zamasu, conjuring a sealing spear and pinning Zamasu to the icy surface. With a series of flips, Salodice dodged Black Wukong's energy blasts. This is a return gift. He crouched, launching into the air with his hands raised, summoning a massive energy blast that hurtled towards Black Wukong. Stop imitating the gods. In Black Wukong's hands, a scythe materialized, slicing open a rift that swallowed the energy blast. I am also a deity. Don't pretend to be a big shot around me. Clash. The energy sword and scythe collided, creating sparks despite merely being manifestations of energy. How dare a mere mortal, tainted by divine essence, claim to be a god? Salodice's expression contorted further as he exerted more force. The scythe conjured by Black Wukong shattered under the pressure. Unyielding, Salodice reached out, using his strength to pin Black Wukong's face against the ground, dragging him along. Is this body not the mortal you so despise? You flaunt your power derived from those you look down upon. What sort of wretched creature are you? After shattering several protruding ice peaks, Salodice released his grip on Black Wukong's face, spitting beside him. I am in no mood to linger with you two worthless beings. Lie still. He hurled another sealing spear, pinning Black Wukong to the ice as well, and with a cold snort, he turned to fly towards Zaha. It appears my ally cannot hold out much longer against you. Yet Zaha's expression remained composed in the face of Salodice. But have you overlooked something? Salodice frowned. What? You have neglected the presence of Majin Buu, the muscle-brained idiot. As Zaha's words echoed, the previously inert Majin Buu roared to life, transforming into a mass of flesh that swiftly enveloped Salodice. Salodice grimaced, spreading his arms wide, unleashing an invisible shockwave that shattered the mass of Majin Buu, scattering it in all directions. Is this tactic effective against me? It serves little purpose, merely delaying you long enough for me to activate the power of the crystal. Having shifted positions, Zaha raised the crystal sphere he held, aiming it at Black Wukong and Zamasu, who were sealed in ice by Salodice. In an instant, the sealing spears embedded in Black Wukong and Zamasu dissipated into nothingness. Rising to their feet, Black Wukong and Zamasu exchanged glances, each removing their earrings. Let a mortal who has blasphemed against the gods show you the ultimate technique of divinity. Salodice's heart sank. At this point, even if Black Wukong advanced further in his rose form, Salodice did not believe he would be his match. However, the fused Zamasu was another matter altogether. Sealing these two at the onset of the battle was a strategic decision based on his intentions for the future and the current task of contending with Zaha. Yet, Salodice had not anticipated that the brief moment of delay caused by Majin Buu would suffice for Zaha to lift his own seal. What on earth is that crystal? Why was it able to so effortlessly dismantle my seal? Approaching the fused Zamasu, Zaha sneered. You must be quite curious as to why your seal was so easily destroyed by someone whose power pales in comparison to yours. Yes? Salodice, unashamed, nodded. Indeed, I am curious. Although I know your goal is to complete this crystal, I remain unclear as to what this crystal actually is. Seemingly unconcerned, Zaha's sneer transformed into a hearty laugh. Everything has been completed. It matters not if I tell you. This crystal is a versatile gem that rivals the Super Dragon Balls. While its efficacy may not match that of the Super Dragon Balls, its convenience is unparalleled. It is precisely this power that allowed me to easily dismantle your seal. Salodice nodded. I see. It is indeed something worth your efforts to scheme for, despite your weakness. Zaha's expression shifted momentarily before returning to one of smug satisfaction. Say what you will, Zamasu. Could I trouble you to temporarily restrain Salodice? The fused Zamasu cast a glance at Zaha and understood his intention. Do not command a deity at will. With that, the fused Zamasu soared towards Salodice. As expected, the fused Zamasu, benefiting from their shared existence across different timelines, found his strength greatly enhanced, and his immortality remained largely intact. From being two minions that he could effortlessly dispatch, they had transformed into formidable opponents on par with himself. It seemed things were becoming troublesome. As Salodice retaliated while fending off attacks, his mind raced with thoughts. Should he utilize Tao's enhancement magic at this moment? No, that would not be wise. There must be another way. Wait, that's it. Die, Salodice. Although he received no warning, Zamasu still refused to abandon cooperation at this critical juncture. Leveraging his immortal form, he clung to Salodice, allowing the onslaught from the omnipotent crystal to pierce through both their bodies. Cursed Salodice. Struck by the attack from the omnipotent crystal, he gradually lost the brilliance in his eyes. I cannot believe I have met my end here. With a thunderous crash, the aura dissipated, reverting to its normal state, and he fell heavily to the ground. Zamasu scoffed. This is the consequence of disrespecting the divine, leaving behind a harsh remark. Zamasu floated towards Zaha. According to our agreement, after the crystallization is completed, you are to lend me the crystal for my use. However, Zaha did not extend the crystal in his hand. Yes, that is indeed the agreement, but not at this moment. Our battle is far from over. Are you referring to the god of destruction from this universe? With this crystal, eliminating the Supreme Kai here would undoubtedly lead to the demise of the god of destruction. And you are aware of this, are you not? Of course, I am well aware of that. However, the power of the crystal must be further enhanced. Otherwise, relying on this crystal to realize our aspirations may prove quite challenging. Just as Zamasu intended to speak further, a voice echoed from the distant horizon. Yoshia. Chapter 84. The Invincible Fusion Warrior, the Birth of the Ultimate Majin. This voice sent shivers through the body of fused Zamasu. A warrior born from the Patera earrings, harboring an innate disdain for humanity and elevating himself as a divine being. Yet he was on the brink of being forcibly erased by the absolute dominance of the Super Shinran's bestowed immortality, a reality that had indeed transpired. At that moment, the blue energy wave entwined with golden light, the final Kamehameha, and the face that radiated confidence, regardless of how much power he amassed. That was his nightmare. Vegeta. Some would be paralyzed by fear, even collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, this self-important deity was not so easily undone. Fear propelled him to extend his arm towards the indigo streak that cut through the dark clouds, rapidly forming a blazing golden-red energy blast, which he unleashed. Divine reverse scale. Yala yala, starting off with such an attack, and your trembling hand suggests that you have crossed paths with me in your timeline, pitiful divine lord? The divine reverse scale collided with the blue streak, vanishing swiftly as if punctured like a balloon. The streak descended, revealing a figure that beckoned Zamasu with a gesture. As Zamasu called out the name, the newcomer was none other than Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta's emergence, Zama's forehead beaded with cold sweat. If the crystal were to be fully activated and integrated into his body, he would fearlessly confront even the angels, who surpassed the god of destruction, and perhaps even Zeno himself. However, for now, it seemed he could only hope that Zamasu would hold off this fusion warrior for an hour, allowing them to separate. No, he could not place all his hopes solely on Zamasu. He too must find an opportunity to escape this place. While Zaha contemplated his options, Vegeta and fused Zamasu were already engaged in combat. Overwhelming, complete domination. Regardless of the tactics employed by fused Zamasu, Vegeta retaliated with an equally formidable yet more powerful assault. Energy blasts, punches, and kicks. Other than relying on his immortality to barely buy time, fused Zamasu could inflict no harm upon Vegeta. With a casual flick, Vegeta sent Zamasu, who charged forward, flying away, and cast a glance at the seemingly lifeless Salodice still sprawled on the ground. I see. With this, I need not worry about that Supreme Kai who appeared out of nowhere to assist my universe, potentially causing a ruckus. After all, I accepted her request to aid her boyfriend. It would be troublesome if the one I was meant to help had already perished before my arrival. Now it seems, perhaps my presence was unnecessary after all. Yet, it is fortunate that I came, as it allows me to address my past regrets. With this thought, Vegeta reined in his wandering mind and instinctively conjured the Vegeta energy sword, slashing horizontally. The cut was smooth. Zamasu was cleaved in two by this strike. Despite possessing the immortality granted by the Super Shenron, the Vegeta energy sword appeared to possess a unique power. Regardless of how Zamasu attempted to reassemble his bisected body, the speed of recovery was painfully slow. Yala yala, it seems I have inadvertently exerted great force. My apologies, Divine Lord. Allow me to assist you. Speaking thus, the energy sword, under Vegeta's control, continuously swung, slicing Zamasu into finer pieces. How infuriating! The fused Zamasu gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Vegeta feigned a look of distress, yet the energy sword remained relentless in its motions, meticulously chopping Zamasu into minuscule fragments. My skills are rather impressive. As he praised himself, Vegeta sheathed the energy sword. Could there be an opportunity? Observing Vegeta's actions and expressions, Zaha hesitated for a moment, ultimately resolving to act. The omnipotent crystal, which he had long been accumulating power within, blazed with brilliance, launching an attack toward Vegeta. Barrier. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed, leisurely extending his hands to create a spherical emerald shield, successfully blocking Zaha's assault. Failing to land a hit, Zaha felt no disappointment. That attack did not exhaust all the power amassed within the crystal. Using the remaining energy to shield himself, Zaha swiftly retreated. Noticing this, Vegeta chose to disregard Zaha and instead extended his hands, bringing them together before lowering them to his waist. Pitiful Divine Lord, let us bring this to an end. Final what? Just as Vegeta prepared to unleash the final Kamehameha to conclude the battle, a mass of pink flesh sprang from an inconspicuous corner, swiftly enveloping fused Zamasu, the minced version. A bemused expression crossed Vegeta's face, dispelling the ultimate technique he had been preparing. Super-enhanced Majin Buu has devoured fused Zamasu? For others, this might present a significant predicament. Yet for Vegeta, it was a moment of tremendous fortune. Rectifying two of his past regrets in a single stroke was simply marvelous. With this thought in mind, Vegeta refrained from any action, allowing the mass formed by Buu to completely digest Zamasu, restoring him to humanoid form. As Zaha rapidly distanced himself from Vegeta, he halted upon witnessing this spectacle. Buu's sudden emergence was undoubtedly good news for him. Although fused Zamasu was currently his strongest ally, what hidden schemes lay behind this alliance? Majin Buu, however, was different. He possessed immense confidence in his magic. Previous performances had proven that he was entirely under Zaha's control. Now, while his absorption of Zamasu was not an order he had given, it was likely merely Buu's instinct. Upon absorbing Zamasu, Buu's strength would certainly surpass that of Zamasu. Moreover, due to Zamasu's invincible nature, it is certain that his previously diminished regenerative abilities caused by absorbing numerous formidable foes, have significantly recovered. With such a powerful Bu at hand, it is far superior to relying solely on Zamasu. Bu, unleash your power. Since the activation of the Omnipotence Crystal, the situation has been continuously reversing in ways beyond one's expectations. Upon witnessing Bu, who still emanated the signature black aura indicating his subjugation, Zaha could not help but express a tinge of excitement in his voice. Yet, it was evident that matters had once again slipped from Zaha's grasp. After absorbing Zamasu, Bu disregarded Zaha's commands and instead cast a cold glance back at him. Do you truly believe that your magic can control me, Lord Bu? With that dismissive remark, Bu paid Zaha no further heed and closed his eyes, seemingly reveling in the overwhelming power surging within him. Suddenly, behind Bu, a divine purple ring, reminiscent yet distinct from Zama's, materialized. Clearly, Zama's strength had been entirely assimilated by Bu. How splendid it is to have you as my first opponent, Vegeta. A sense of invincibility radiated from Bu as he cast a sideways glance at Vegeta. In response to Bu's words, Vegeta merely smiled lightly. That statement should be mine to make, Majin Bu. It is you who should feel fortunate to face me after absorbing Zamasu. Boom. A violent clash of energy erupted as fists collided. After retreating a few steps, Vegeta's expression transformed from calm to exhilaration. Bu observed Vegeta, interpreting the Scion's expression as a natural response to his newfound strength. However, Vegeta was fully aware that this was not the case. Rotating his arms, the joints crackled with a series of explosive sounds as he positioned his fists at his waist. It appears that the Patera earrings lent by the Kaishin of Time are quite exceptional. Now I can confidently exert a bit more power. Huh. The indigo aura no longer enveloped Vegeta. Has it vanished? No, it has coalesced within him. This is Vegeta Blue, at full power. Chapter 85. The mightiest coffee bean in the universe. Majin Bu, who forgets pain yet remembers hunger. Full power Super Blue, also referred to as Sealed Energy Blue, consolidates the previously leaked energy of Super Blue entirely within, allowing for the full manifestation of its combat prowess. For individual fighters like Son Goku or Vegeta, this would impose a tremendous burden on their bodies, rendering prolonged combat unfeasible. However, for the fused Vegeta, only the attempt to utilize the bipolar state might reveal any strain. Of course, initiating the Sealed Energy Blue state was not prompted by any pressure from Bu. It was merely a strategic choice to maintain control of the battlefield, preventing Zaha, who possessed the Omnipotence Crystal, from causing any unforeseen disturbances during the fight. At this moment, seeing that Majin Bu had not directed his ire towards himself, but instead began engaging with Vegeta after mocking him, Zaha felt relieved and prepared to utilize the incompletely perfected Omnipotence Crystal without worry, continuing his efforts to further activate it. Bu, of course, had no intention of targeting Zaha for the time being. With Vegeta in front, his focus would always remain on the man who had inflicted such profound humiliation upon him. Even though this version was merely a counterpart from a different timeline, it mattered not. That face, that self-assured demeanor, even his current combat style of folding his arms and using only his feet to engage, was strikingly similar. Vegeta astutely seized the moment when Bu, distracted by his anger, lingered in midair. With a powerful kick emanating from his waist, he struck Bu's head, causing it to tilt askew. Gradually righting his posture, Vegeta mimicked Bu's actions, tilting his head in disdain. I had thought absorbing that self-indulgent weakling god would grant you some improvement, yet you remain pitifully weak. Such arrogance. Majin Bu quickly straightened his head, and the openings in his body gaped wide, emitting clouds of smoke that materialized into tangible fury. The dense white mist began to envelop the entire area. With this, you shall find it far more challenging to predict my attacks. Upon hearing Bu's voice, Vegeta's expression shifted from disdain to incredulity. Have you forgotten the lesson I imparted during our last encounter? One must not merely observe an opponent's movements with the eyes, but must instead sense their energy. After waiting a considerable time without a response, Vegeta shrugged and continued his taunts. If you choose not to attack, I shall come at you. Piercing through the dense fog, Vegeta's white boots swiftly struck Bu's, now more pronounced nose, a result of his numerous absorptions. As he retracted his foot, the wind swept away the mist, allowing Bu to behold the face he detested most. Unperturbed by Bu's evident loathing, Vegeta, with a flourish akin to magic, produced a handkerchief from behind and offered it to Bu. My, I do apologize, just like last time. I couldn't resist the urge to kick your nose upon seeing it grow. Wipe it, for blood does not suit you. You scoundrel. Bu clearly had no intention of accepting the gesture. He swatted Vegeta's hand away, causing the discarded handkerchief to drift down in the cold breeze, landing near the fallen Salodice. Vegeta remained nonchalant, his body unwavering. Grasping Bu's wrist, he yanked him forward while delivering a powerful knee strike. The forceful blow sent Bu reeling, and with both hands together, Vegeta hammered down, driving Bu into the icy surface headfirst. The explosive energy erupted as Bu's head emerged from beneath the ice. What to do? A flash of inspiration struck Bu. This version of himself was entirely different from the past. Not only had his strength increased, but his magical prowess as well. This time, I shall surely succeed. Here it comes. Bu launched a barrage of energy blasts towards Vegeta. After deflecting several, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself directly in front of Bu. However, Bu had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Vegeta scanned the surroundings. I've been tricked. Behind him, a rift appeared silently, and Bu's figure sprang forth. His antennae aimed at Vegeta, unleashing pink, lightning-like magical energy that struck Vegeta with blinding speed. Transform into coffee candy for me. The smoke detonated, and Vegeta's form was replaced by a piece of coffee candy. With a boisterous laugh, Bu reached out to seize the candy. Yet, the indigo energy erupted violently, obliterating Bu's outstretched hand. In the end, it's the same old story. I have warned you that such techniques hold no sway over me. You are merely facing the strongest fused fighter transformed into the mightiest coffee candy. While the appearance has changed, the disparity in power remains. Cursed be it. I refuse to believe it. Bu's inner turmoil roared. He could not accept that the nightmare of their previous encounter would replay. Thus, he aimed both hands at the coffee candy that Vegeta had become, exerting an invisible force that constricted the universe's mightiest coffee candy. Binding technique. What? The coffee candy emitted a perplexed sound. Now, you shall be unable to move. Upon hearing those words, Bu finally felt at ease. Next, he would consume it. Bu slowly extended his hand, grasping the coffee candy, which he then placed into his mouth and swallowed. At that moment, the tension in Bu's heart finally dissipated. There would undoubtedly be no unforeseen complications now. Having consumed it himself, all he needed to do was wait for digestion. Soon. No one in this world would be his match. The power of Beijite, Next, it would be time to deal with the one who dares to manipulate me. Bu cast a fierce gaze toward the distant Zaha, his expression contorted with malice. You are far too pleased too soon, Bu. Just as the puzzled words began to escape his lips, Bu felt a violent pain erupting within his abdomen. In the next moment, an indigo flame erupted alongside a war cry, shattering Bu's form into countless fragments. A single piece of coffee candy floated amidst the chaos, slowly ascending. This time, Bu would not need to dispel the magic. A formidable power broke through the confinement, dispersing the magic that had been imposed upon him. Once more, oily shrimp. Slightly adjusting his shoulders, the part of Vegeta within Beijite revealed itself in his expression, domineering and radiating an air of superiority. If you cannot impress me with something new, then it is time to bid farewell, Majin Buu. Chapter 86. The Resurrection of Salodice. Majin Buu observed Beijite, who was preparing to unleash a decisive blow, and steeled himself. Although already considered dead, there was no choice but to gamble now. Neither Beijite nor Zaha, who stood at a distance, were individuals he could absorb casually. Even the absorption of Zamasu had relied on Beijite's restraint, granting him an opportunity as he was reduced to mere particles scattered in inconspicuous corners. But among those present, Zaha was the farthest away, possessing the omniscient crystal and adept in various peculiar magics. As for Beijite, there was no need to elaborate. In their previous confrontations, Bu had only managed to absorb Beijite because Beijite sought to enter his body to rescue those he had consumed. This time, however, it was unlikely Beijite would wish to enter his body to save anyone. Thus, the only thing left to absorb was this corpse. Though he had never attempted to absorb a corpse before, perhaps fortune would favor him and enhance his strength. While it was doubtful that absorbing this body would enable him to defeat the current Beijite, it was merely another gamble. Though it seemed lengthy to recount, the thought flashed through his mind in an instant. The shattered fragments of Majin Buu swiftly reassembled, darting toward the not-so-distant Salodice. Observing Bu's movement, Beijite retracted his gathering energy for the final Kamehameha, displaying a look of intrigue. Ah, take your time absorbing. I shall not interfere. Bu, however, had no inclination to ponder whether Beijite was serious or merely jesting. The flesh rapidly enveloped Salodice, intent on completely consuming him. Ha ha ha. Just as Bu's mass was about to constrict closely around Salodice's body, a rose-gold, corporeal flame ignited fiercely, soaring into the sky. Taken aback, Bu was once again reduced to fragments. Without a moment's pause, Salodice, having revived, swiftly ascended to Beijite's side. I thought you would remain on the ground feigning death? Salodice merely twitched his lips in response to Beijite's jest. I had intended to play dead, waiting to see if Zaha and Zamasu would turn on each other. But events took an unexpected turn. First you, Beijite, then Bu also feigning death. Truly, you are the fusion of Sun Wukong and Baijita from this timeline, aren't you? Beijite cast a surprised glance at Salodice and nodded. You are quite perceptive. Indeed, the Kaioshin of time suddenly appeared and rescued our Kaioshin from Zaha's confinement, revealing her identity while bestowing upon us her Patera earrings, urging us to fuse and come to aid. After hearing Beijite's brief account, Salodice felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. After Tao's departure, he had contacted his own girlfriend. Upon receiving his explanation, she promptly allocated a portion of her temporal power to him. From Beijite's narrative, it was clear that his girlfriend had not only lent him her temporal power, but had also undertaken considerable efforts. To ensure Beijite's appearance and that he alone would come to assist, it required persuading both Sun Wukong and Baijita to fuse, as well as convincing Beerus, the god of destruction, who had been manipulated by Zaha, to temporarily set aside his desire to intervene. All of this stemmed from the fact that he and Beerus did not quite get along, and in her mind, he faced a formidable predicament that necessitated powerful support. This was the aspect that stirred gratitude. The sense of helplessness, of course, arose from his plans being disrupted, which was somewhat frustrating. However, given the circumstances, Salodice could not harbor resentment toward his girlfriend for her pure and passionate love. Casting a glance at the rapidly reassembling Majin Bu and the distant Zaha preparing to flee, thoughts whirled in his mind. Salodice leaned closer to Beijite's ear and softly shared his thoughts. Ah, what a splendid plan. Upon hearing Salodice's idea, a look of keen interest spread across Beijite's face. Very well, let us proceed with this. Having agreed to Salodice's plan, Beijite shifted his focus and charged toward Zaha. As he flew, a silver radiance quietly shimmered upon his surface, and the blue hue representing Super Saiyan Blue no longer concealed his black hair. Is this the ultimate sign of freedom? Witnessing such a transformation in Beijite, Zaha's forehead was drenched in sweat, cascading like a waterfall. Beijite had intercepted Zaha, while on the other side, Salodice confronted Majin Bu. At the same moment, both Salodice and Beijite spoke the same words. Rest assured, I am not here to kill you. I merely wish to conduct a small experiment. Is Zaha strong? Zaha, possessing the omniscient crystal, was no weakling, yet he faced the unparalleled Beijite. Is Bu strong? The Bu who had absorbed the fused Zamasu was formidable, yet the ultimate rose-gold form of Salodice surpassed him. After all, even though Bu ranked among the strongest, he could not compare to the half-formed black golden Frieza. In just a few exchanges, Salodice swiftly subdued Bu's offensive. As he deflected Bu's barrage of punches, a sadistic smile twisted Salodice's face, exuding a fierce and cruel demeanor. With a swift motion, he seized Bu's arms and forcibly tore them from his body. Discarding the severed limbs and following up with a ki blast, Salodice spun around and delivered a side kick, sending Bu flying. The ceiling light spear manifested in his hand and was thrown, striking Bu. Now, it was time to test the feasibility of that technique. Leaving behind a residual image, Salodice swiftly repositioned himself before Bu, who was pinned against an icy peak, placing both hands upon him. Separation. The Spalito separation technique from the planet Adralat, learned and slightly modified, had never before been employed by Salodice. As the Spalito separation technique took effect on Bu, to his astonishment, a body resembling Sun Wukong was extracted from Bu. Simultaneously, Bu's energy rapidly diminished, until it was only slightly stronger than it had been before absorbing the fused Zamasu. Beijite, I have taken care of it. In the distance, Beijite, who was toying with Zaha, heard Salodice's call and nodded in understanding, allowing instinct to guide his movements. He deftly evaded Zaha's attacks, passing through the illusions left behind and delivering a powerful elbow strike to Zaha's abdomen. Seizing Zaha by the throat, he pointed a finger like a sword at his forehead. Instantly teleporting, he brought Zaha alongside Salodice. Upon arrival, Beijite cast a glance at the lifeless body of Sun Wukong. Trapped between two protruding ice spikes, his expression somewhat complex. The sight of Sun Wukong's corpse evoked a strange sensation within him. I have confirmed your thoughts. There is no issue. Thus, let us exchange opponents. Alright. Chapter 87. Destruction and the Final Kamehameha. The curtain rises on the ultimate battle. Here, Zaha found himself devoid of any allies, confronting Salodice head-on. Meanwhile, Beijite had taken Majin Buu to the skies. His combat power plummeted, facing the invincible, fused warrior. Bu's heart was filled only with fear. It seems you have completely abandoned any intention of resistance? This is rather dull. Beijite beckoned to Bu, whom he had liberated from Salodice's seal, hoping to ignite Bu's fighting spirit. However, his efforts proved futile. With a resigned sigh, Beijite soon wore a smile of acceptance. The time for fusion was limited. Understanding this was sufficient. Although the previous fusion into Vegeta did not defeat Broly, it at least culminated in a complete battle. As a product of the Patera fusion, I have had more opportunities to appear than Vegeta, yet failed to secure a complete victory on both occasions. During the confrontation with Gohan and Bu, I was unaware of the time limit of the Patera fusion, leading to the dissolution before I could save those absorbed by Bu. In the battle against Zamasu, I overexerted myself, causing an early dissolution. This time, I must at least put an end to the legend of invincibility. Then let it end. Final Kamehameha. The energy surged, a terrifying power coalescing between Beijite's hands. This was Beijite's ultimate technique, a combination of the final flash and Kamehameha, deemed by the Kaioshin to surpass the formidable strength of the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet this time, Beijite aimed to wield this technique with an even greater force. Veins bulged, muscles expanded, and his expression twisted into a fierce grimace. Ea! The ominous purple energy entwined around the final Kamehameha as Beijite's roar echoed. The will to survive, which had surged within Bu as the attack formed, swiftly dissipated. There was no escape, no defense. There was no way to survive this attack. From the memories of the absorbed Zamasu, the nature of that purple energy was unmistakably clear. It was the power brought forth by the god of destruction's technique, destruction. In Zamasu's recollection, Sun Wukong had once used this very technique against him. At that time, even employing the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, Wukong was still inferior to Zamasu. Yet this attack instilled a sense of deathly threat within the immortal Zamasu. Had it not been for the urgent intervention of future Trunks' girlfriend, Mai, who was taken as a hostage, Wukong might have unleashed the full force of this technique. Now, this destructive technique was not only wielded by Beijite, whose strength far surpassed his own, but was also augmented upon the already overwhelming final Kamehameha. No matter where he ran, even to other universes or timelines, Bu believed that this empowered final Kamehameha would relentlessly pursue him until his very existence was obliterated. To survive now, he could only hope that this attack would cause Beijite to dissolve prematurely. Wait, perhaps there is a chance. In that moment, Bu's extinguished will to survive flickered back to life. He observed that as the final Kamehameha reached its full formation, Beijite's energy began to waver. Was he on the verge of dissolution? Beijite, of course, understood his own physical condition better than Bu. The moment he infused the power of destruction into the final Kamehameha, his existence became somewhat unstable. Yet he persisted, confident in his own resilience. Thank you, Mr. Whis. A mysterious power subtly manifested around Beijite, enhancing him. Bu, in despair, realized that after this power emerged, Beijite's state became remarkably stable. The feeling of imminent dissolution had receded. Simultaneously, the empowered final Kamehameha was unleashed, crashing into Bu. There was no pain, not even the slightest. Bu felt his body gradually fading away. Even the regenerative abilities granted by the immortal Zamasu could not restore any of the obliterated parts. Am I to die? Is this what death feels like? Memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, from his birth, to being sealed, to being released by Bibidi to wreak havoc across the universe, to battling the Kaioshins, and finally being sealed once more. Suddenly, a surge of pain erupted within Bu, interrupting the cavalcade of memories. Ugh! A substance resembling thick phlegm was expelled from Bu's mouth. Afterward, in utter despair, his instinctive resistance crumbled like a fleeting illusion under this overwhelming force. Perhaps in the future, other versions of Majin Buu might be released by malevolent beings who traverse time and space to commit evil once more. But at least this particular Majin Buu had been utterly vanquished. The final Kamehameha slowly dissipated. Even a warrior as powerful as Vegeta found it difficult to maintain control after executing such a technique, taking several deep breaths before finally relaxing. With a relieved and joyous smile, Vegeta had yet to give a thumbs up to Salodice, who was still locked in confrontation. When the Patera earrings could no longer sustain their transformation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta replaced Vegeta's form, landing softly on the ground. The two exchanged silent glances, gradually settling down. "Hey, Kakarot, what is that?" Vegeta, who was about to depart, suddenly noticed something and pointed in a direction, furrowing his brow as he called out to Sun Wukong. "Huh, isn't that the current Fat Buu?" Sun Wukong remarked, gazing at the unconscious figure on the ground. Scratching his head, Vegeta, however, refuted Sun Wukong's claim. "No, look at his head. It's completely different from Buu's." Instead, Sun Wukong stepped closer to examine and picked up on Vegeta's point. "It seems to resemble Lord Kaishin a bit, doesn't it? How about we take him back to show Lord Kaishin and Lord Beerus?" With the energy of Buu completely dissipated, Vegeta's energy split back into the two distinct auras of the original beings. Salodice grinned at Zaha. "So how does it feel? Your useless ally has been defeated, and my powerful teammate has dissolved. It is time to cast aside your concerns and face me in battle, is it not?" Zaha's heart, which had been racing, steadied upon sensing the situation on the other side. "As long as I can vanquish this troublesome foe before me and continue to conceal myself, everything will improve. This bothersome adversary is no match for me, for I possess the omnipotent crystal. I have conveniently accumulated a sufficient number of uses for the omnipotent crystal during this time. So now, perish, Salodice." At this moment, the omnipotent crystal had transformed into a mark affixed to Zaha's palm. As Zaha extended his hand towards Salodice, this mark instantly unleashed an attack that was imperceptible, even beyond the reach of sensory perception, directed at Salodice. It struck. Zaha's heart leaped with joy, but soon his expression darkened. No, it was not a tangible hit, it was merely an afterimage. But Salodice's speed should not be capable of such swiftness. "I bet you're wondering why my speed has increased so dramatically compared to before, aren't you?" Salodice's voice resonated behind Zaha. Coming to his senses, Zaha beheld the fiery aura enveloping Salodice, his face displaying visible shock. The deep purple-black hue adorning the surface of the rose-gold flames signified the power of the demon race. "Why?" Salodice tilted his head, his expression gradually morphing back into one of arrogance, smugness, and ferocity. Although this incomplete technique was hastily developed through the power of that woman, it should serve to enlighten you as to why you cannot land a blow on me. I call this move startup, as the enhancement magic she cast upon me has fully amplified my speed, allowing my reflexes and agility to reach 1,000-fold of their usual capacity. While I wish to claim it is indeed 1,000-fold, the truth is it is merely several dozen times. However, even this is sufficient to evade your attacks, and I can also retaliate like this." In an instant, as the words fell, Zaha suddenly found himself surrounded by Salodice's afterimages. They were all mere phantoms. It was too swift. He could not possibly pinpoint the location of this foe. Before he could fully process his thoughts, Zaha felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Before the sensation could reach every corner of his body, he had already seen Salodice return to his original position, continuing to regard him with that infuriating expression. Lowering his gaze, Zaha discovered a fist-sized hole had been opened in his abdomen. Quickly channeling his magic to heal his wounds, he realized this speed was insurmountable. Even if he recovered, it would only mean enduring more blows. There was no choice but to resort to this rather wasteful method of utilizing the omnipotent crystal. "Let us elevate my speed as well." The moment this thought emerged, Zaha decisively acted upon it. It was a necessity born of desperation. "Let me see how many more times you can utilize that so-called omnipotent crystal's power to heal yourself. Fear not, I shall not allow you to die too swiftly." Salodice transformed once more into an array of afterimages. Yet, I could keep pace with some of them. Zaha felt a surge of elation. Although he was not entirely synchronized, his enhancements could still progress. Continuously relying on his longsword and illusion magic to evade Salodice's assaults, Zaha persisted and amplifying his speed. Now, as Salodice shattered one of the illusions, creating a momentary pause, Zaha's enhancements reached completion. The power of the omnipotent crystal surged forth, and an invisible attack once again surged towards Salodice. Stopping his movements, Salodice touched his right shoulder, where a massive wound was oozing with blood. Did he fail to evade completely? This startup must be your trump card, right? Now that my speed can keep up with yours, and I still have plenty of uses left for the omnipotent crystal, what will you do now? Witnessing Salodice wounded yet again, Zaha smirked, taunting him. Salodice covered his right shoulder, emanating a verdant glow that entirely healed his injury. Yet his expression remained unchanged, still exuding madness and arrogance. This is how it should be. Keep up with my speed, or else it would merely be my unilateral crushing of you, and killing you would not bring me any satisfaction. Such brazen words. Zaha felt a wave of irritation. He had come to realize that Salodice's mind was deranged, utterly abnormal. I must eliminate him swiftly. Thus, the icy continent of the far north was once again filled with illusions and afterimages. Although they rarely truly clashed, merely dodging each other's strikes. Zaha understood that in this pure contest of speed, a fleeting moment was all that was needed for a genuine intersection. Both possessed the capability to deliver a fatal blow to one another. A single moment of hesitation could determine the outcome. Boom, boom, boom. Mountains shattered, the earth cracked, and surging tides soared into the heavens, while even the void above was riddled with fissures, evidence of a barrier that could no longer sustain the energy supply, bearing the brunt of their assaults without the ability to recover. As they narrowly passed each other once more, Zaha halted his actions alongside Salodice, who was now panting heavily. Upon witnessing Salodice's labored breathing, Zaha could not help but feel the urge to taunt once more. Feeling fatigued already? It seems your current state cannot be sustained for long, can it? Yet Salodice did not respond, but instead sneered back with a question of his own. How long do you think you can maintain such speed? Chapter 88. Intense Battle, the Duel of Super Speed. Clang, clang. The sound was akin to shattering glass, as the burdened barrier finally succumbed to the dazzling turmoil of battle. Yet Zaha had no time to ponder this. With not even a moment to think, the clash of their combat continued to escalate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kong Bei and his companion returned to the villa where Beerus and his apprentice resided. The first sight that greeted them was the anxious Kaioshin of Time pacing back and forth, followed by Whis covering his mouth, stifling laughter as he observed Beerus reprimanding East Kaioshin. Thank you for your hard work. Upon seeing the two return, the Kaioshin of Time hurriedly approached. Uncle Fool, is Salodice going to be all right? Lord Cain, since your arrival, you have asked me this question 158 times. And you have posed it to Lord Beerus 43 times, as well as to Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta 96 times. Whis chimed in with a chuckle. You are far too worried about the situation over there. If you continue to inquire, I might have to abandon my neutral stance as an angel to lend assistance. The Kaioshin of Time sighed. Mr. Whis, that is indeed the omnipotent crystal, although it is a flawed product. Its efficacy in battle is comparable to that of the Super Dragon Balls, and due to the wish cycle, it may even prove more useful. Rather than concerning ourselves with the battle over there, might I direct your attention to Lord Kaioshin and Lord Beerus? You must see how peculiar this Majin Bu is. Goku chuckled, diverting the topic, and set down the Majin Bu he had been holding. It's just a Majin Bu. What is so special about it? Beerus's impatient voice was abruptly cut off. Kaioshin Shin's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Majin Bu's face. Is this the great Kaioshin, returning to the ice continent? Or rather, what had now transformed into a land of magma? The once solid ice layer covering the ground had entirely vanished, replaced by the bubbling lava erupting from the cracked earth. Yet even the intense heat of the lava paled in comparison to the searing temperature radiating from the bodies of Salodice and Zaha. That was the speed that transcended physical limits, producing temperatures capable of incinerating even magma. The roar of Salodice was deafening, as the purple-black aura enveloping him thickened, a manifestation of the enhancement magic that Tua had pushed to its limits. Their figures intertwined. A wound as sharp as a blade slowly appeared on Salodice's face, and a significant chunk of flesh was gouged from Zaha's waist. Breathing rapidly, Zaha turned his head, his gaze fierce and somber. Yet, Salodice laughed maniacally, healing his wound. I never imagined you could reach this level. I increased my speed to such an extent, and you managed to keep up. Truly, the essence of omnipotence is formidable. A sense of dread gripped Zaha. In this relentless battle of acceleration, his inferior physical strength would inevitably lead to his collapse. Thus, he needed to employ healing magic to continuously restore his body during the fight, aiming for Salodice to falter first. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail. He had forgotten that Salodice possessed healing abilities equal to his own. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of exhausting you with this ability. After healing the wound on his face, Salodice surprisingly ceased his treatment, leaving Zaha utterly astonished. He could not comprehend it. Wasn't he this lunatic, this madman, intent on eliminating him? Initially, I did consider the notion of letting you dogs tear each other apart before I intervened, but you seem to have misunderstood one thing. What is it? Salodice exhaled a gust of scorching wind, dispersing the molten rock that continued to flow, while cracking his joints, producing a sound reminiscent of popping beans. I do not wish to achieve victory through such underhanded means. I simply feel that losing to you scheming curs in a direct confrontation would be an overestimation of your capabilities. Zaha's facial muscles twitched in anger, and he laughed in fury. Is that so? The curs you despise have now wasted so much time in this direct battle without being defeated by you. Does that make you one of those curs as well? Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. This retort caused Salodice to momentarily want to laugh, but judging by the heat radiating from his body, Zaha was likely cooling down as well. There was no need to engage in verbal sparring with someone so inept at it. All right, I believe we have both cooled down sufficiently. It is time to determine the victor. Determine the victor? Zaha suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. You are correct. Let us settle this now. Abruptly, Zaha raised his hand, palm adorned with the essence of omnipotence, pointing it at Salodice. A massive cage rapidly took shape. I have no desire to continue this endless battle of acceleration. While waiting for my body to cool, I have quietly deployed a cage around you using the essence of omnipotence in conjunction with my magic. You shall not seize the initiative with your speed. Zaha's triumphant voice abruptly halted, akin to a duck whose throat had been seized. If you ask why did you commence your victory declaration without confirming whether you had succeeded in restraining me? The voice of Salodice came from behind him, accompanied by a hand resting on Zaha's shoulder. Without needing to turn around, Zaha could ascertain Salodice was standing right behind him. When did you? Just as you raised your hand. Oh, and there's one more thing I wish to express. Salodice retracted his hand from Zaha's shoulder, flipping over Zaha's head to land in front of him. Who gave you the illusion that my speed could only reach this extent? Click, click, click. A strange mechanical sound accompanied the roar of the scion giant ape. Zaha could see clearly that behind Salodice stood a rose-gold giant ape. One hand entwined in purple-black flames, the other holding a minuscule golden clock relative to its size, as it bared its enormous maw toward him. Drink this. Salodice clenched his fists at his waist and assumed a stance, roaring alongside the giant ape. A terrifying aura surged forth. Behold, this is my full power. Chapter 89. The resolution of victory and defeat. The roaring giant ape grasped the clock. Zaha was perplexed by its significance. However, both Salodice and the time realm god, Bylus, along with Wace, observing from afar, understood well. It represented the time power exclusive to the time realm god, the power to manipulate time. Wace cast a knowing glance at the anxious time realm god. Lord Cain, you truly care for your little boyfriend, to lend out even the power of time. The time realm god merely mumbled incomprehensibly in response. Although he had impulsively decided to lend out the power of time in a moment of heated rivalry with Tua, he now pondered whether Salodice, with his current strength, could even utilize the time power effectively. What if an unforeseen incident occurred? The time realm god was filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, Salodice brimmed with confidence. The inner world of the giant ape transformed into pure power, allowing him to initially grasp the efficacy of transcendent power. In simple terms, it turned the impossible into the possible, enabling unending strength. That was the essence of transcendent power. Therefore, under the influence of transcendent power, mastering this fragment of time power was not a daunting challenge. Clenching his fist, the joints cracking, Salodice did not rush to attack, but instead, like a villain, began to explain his current capabilities to Zaha. Listen well, you scheming waste. I have already disclosed the secret of my acceleration, which amplifies my body's reaction and mobility by dozens of times. Now I will add a power I call clock up, manipulating my time to accelerate to dozens of times faster than the external world. I wish to see if you can keep up with my speed after combining start up and clock up. By the time the words reached Zaha's ears, he had already felt himself endure a series of heavy blows, totaling dozens. His head, chest, abdomen, hands, feet, back, and even his lower regions were engulfed in severe pain. Too fast. Even if he wished to use the essence of omnipotence to grant a wish, disregarding his body's limitations to match Salodice's current speed, the opportunity was already lost. The moment the thought of utilizing the essence of omnipotence arose, the uncatchable attacks from Salodice inflicted intense pain, interrupting the process of activating the essence. What infuriated Zaha the most was that the pain from other body parts was comparatively minimal. Aside from the initial attacks, most of Salodice's strikes landed on his lower regions. Although, for demons, that area held more symbolic significance than practical function. The pain from attacks there was nonetheless comparable to that experienced by humans. Was this guy deliberately trying to torment him? Zaha's suspicion was not unfounded. Salodice had indeed concentrated his attacks on that area with such intentions in mind. He harbored an intense loathing for Zaha, an almost palpable animosity. The omnipotent crystal was split into two, each piece implanted within the bodies of the twin siblings, Charlotte and Jeffret. As he manipulated Jeffret's thoughts, he hypnotized his own incarnation as Charlotte, guiding the twins into a state of opposition. Through this deadly confrontation, he summoned formidable beings from various dimensions and universes to continuously elevate the twins' powers, nurturing the omnipotent crystal. This could be described as the most detestable villainous act in the eyes of Salodice. He toyed with the hearts of others, particularly those who were friends he had acknowledged. Salodice would never allow such a scoundrel to perish easily under his command. Strike, strike, and strike again. For nearly half an hour, Salodice unleashed a relentless assault on Zaha's lower body. It could be said that Zaha's form had been utterly reduced to a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Yet, Salodice's fury remained unabated. Consequently, he resolved to adopt a different method of tormenting Zaha. With a flick of his hand, a sword of energy materialized. 1,000 cuts, a death by 1,000 slices. The flesh upon Zaha's body was carved away as if it were mere sashimi, reminiscent of a butcher expertly dissecting a cow. Were it not for the demon race's formidable vitality, combined with Salodice's speed that now transcended time, Zaha would surely have succumbed by now. However, this was not favorable news for Zaha. The absence of death meant Salodice's torment would persist. Retrieving his energy sword, Salodice unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the scattered remnants of flesh. As for the omnipotent crystal, which had been forcibly detached from Zaha's body, yet remained unharmed by the energy wave, Salodice did not even harbor the desire to glance at it. His mind was solely fixated on one thought: to kill this scoundrel before him in the most brutal manner possible. This method, after skinning, would undoubtedly involve the breaking of bones. This time, not only was he incapable of wielding the omnipotent crystal, but the severed piece could no longer resonate with Zaha's aspirations. Thus, Zaha was left to rely solely on his inherent strength to resist Salodice. Yet, without the omnipotent crystal, Zaha was regarded by Salodice as inferior even to a dying stray dog. A ferocious force shattered all the bones below Zaha's neck into powder. Now, only Zaha's head remained. It was only at this moment that Salodice, panting heavily, ceased his accelerated state. Visibly, Salodice's body had entered a state of overload. His skin glowed like a red-hot iron, steam rising around him. Oblivious to his own condition, Salodice directed a smile, more devilish than that of the demon race, at Zaha, whose head was all that remained. Gasping for breath. Worthless, you are a complete failure in direct combat without the omnipotent crystal. Go ahead and die, you pitiful wretch, less than a pile of dog excrement. Not even worthy of dying under a renowned technique. He stepped forward and kicked Zaha's head into the air, then raised his right hand in that direction. A rose-gold energy wave surged forth violently, engulfing Zaha's head. Only when Zaha's essence completely vanished from his perception did Salodice spit on the ground and stagger towards the omnipotent crystal, which lay quietly on the ground, picking it up. It seemed to sense its resurrection, emitting a faint glow. Salodice maintained that diabolical grin, more sinister than any demon. The omnipotent crystal? A splendid object, but regrettably, having been used by a worthless scoundrel, you too shall share his fate. Crack, crack. The light of the omnipotent crystal intensified as it attempted to resist its fate of being crushed by Salodice. drawing upon the combat strength Zaha had originally accumulated. Unfortunately, there was no one to guide this power into a wish. It remained nothing more than raw strength. Such resistance swiftly dissipated as Salodice increased his assault. Cracks began to appear across the surface of the omnipotent crystal. When these cracks spread like a spider's web, the crystal could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into countless particles with a sharp sound. Ultimately, this prolonged conspiracy concluded in a dramatically one-sided slaughter. The god of time, who had been anxiously observing from a distance, could not contain his exultation upon witnessing the scene. Wonderful, wonderful, the uncle has triumphed. However, this jubilation was short-lived, soon giving way to silence. Within the image projected by the angelic scepter, Salodice transformed his devilish grin into a gentle smile, as if noticing the camera, and gave a thumbs up towards this direction. Subsequently, Salodice's body collapsed heavily, gradually being consumed by the encroaching magma. Foolish uncle. The god of time let out a sharp cry. A special April Fool's Day episode, Salodice's prank. Many years later, all had come to an end. Salodice and Xiao Yao, the god of time, were enjoying a honeymoon journey through myriad worlds, traversing through mysterious and magnificent realms. Their objective was to revisit the world they had once inhabited. Despite the myriad unfortunate events that transpired there, it was, after all, their home. Returning home after achieving such power capable of violently shattering the constraints of the world would be utterly meaningless if they did not take a look. Foolish uncle, what is wrong? Noticing Salodice had halted his steps, Xiao Yao turned back, asking curiously. A crooked smile reminiscent of a dragon king crept across Salodice's lips. Xiao Yao, behold this world. Trusting Salodice and driven by curiosity, Xiao Yao peered through the barriers of reality to observe this realm. Soon, however, a look of disdain emerged on Xiao Yao's face. Salodice smiled mysteriously, leaning close to Xiao Yao's ear, and quietly shared his intentions. Foolish uncle, you are so wicked. Though she said this, Xiao Yao did not pause her actions, promptly following Salodice's instructions. Before long, a certain world connected with this one. In a certain world, Cairo, Egypt. On the streets at night, a 200-year-old blonde vampire grinned menacingly, pointing down the street. Next is you bastard Dio. Following a classic exchange, the two approached each other, forming a scene akin to a world-renowned painting. Just as the battle was about to commence, a tattooed man, bare-chested, plummeted from the sky, landing between them. Ora, 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 ora. Muda, 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 muda. The world and the platinum star. As he failed to retract his stand in time, he did not even consider the possibility of doing so. Thus, this tattooed man experienced the affection of two lovers. Just as he prepared to unleash his domain, the entire scene of the world shifted. What is happening? The tattooed man found himself bewildered. Takizawa Rarara. A booming voice jolted him from his confusion. Quickly leave here. The tattooed man made this judgment. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he discovered his body ensnared by an invisible force. Shortly after, a steamroller crashed down heavily upon him, driving him into the ground. From that point onward, his thoughts ceased. In the time he was unaware of, during the suspended moments, the treatment of lovers repeated once more. Just like a future, pink, moldy octopus head in this world, he continuously appeared in the fierce duel between the two. He incessantly halted his thoughts, repeatedly enduring blows. Beyond the world, Salodice's laughter echoed maniacally like that of a villain, with tears streaming down his face from laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha. How splendid, truly splendid. I believe this day shall remain etched in my memory forever. Ha. 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 Although the young demon beside him also chuckled. Witnessing Salodice's current state rendered her somewhat helpless. You foolish uncle, enough of this. Isn't it about time we continued our search for home? Gazing at the girl who had always been by his side through 2 lifetimes, now presumably his wife, Salodice pursed his lips and nodded. All right, within the world, everything came to a standstill. This was the true essence of time suspension, derived from the peak mastery of time power by the god of time. Salodice strolled through this frozen world, approaching the tattooed man. Two-faced demon, indeed, a rather delightful jester. With a swift motion, Salodice's energy sword severed his body. Let us look forward to our next encounter, once I find the world of Ultraman. Chapter 90. The conclusion of the desperate battle, returning home. Salodice experienced an extensive dream. One that began from the moment he became a scion. The self he encountered in the dream diverged greatly from his current self. When he met the evil god, Lacking the assistance of Tawa, his dream self managed to break free, yet the corruption brought by the evil god could not be eradicated. The self that was taken to the city of time by the young demon, the god of time, failed to recognize her. Destruction and slaughter ensued as he relied on his ever-increasing power to obliterate all that he beheld. Countless timelines shattered under the hands of that self within the dream. Young demon, gasping for breath, Salodice awoke from the dream. Truth be told, he did not care how many timelines or lives dissipated under his influence. But the thought of the young demon being killed by his dream self was something he could never accept. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. If given the chance, he ought to express his gratitude to Tawa. As he journeyed to the present, he had encountered little of Tawa's schemes, but had received considerable assistance from her instead. Throughout their collaboration, he had always held a sense of vigilance, never contemplating the gratitude he owed her for the help she provided thus far. This was not ideal. Struggling to erase the dream's contents from his mind, Salodice began to survey his surroundings, reflecting on his state when he fell into unconsciousness. After venting his frustrations by dispatching Zaha, it seemed he had collapsed into the lava. The startup was a technique that placed all of Tawa's enhancement magic into his speed, a move that greatly burdened his body. Coupled with the acceleration from time power, mimicking clock up, it further intensified his speed. Although this allowed him to unleash his utmost velocity, rendering Zaha unable to utilize the Omni Crystal, it also resulted in his immediate collapse after the battle due to the immense strain once the anger subsided. Now, it appeared he must have been brought back by the young demon to recuperate. Creak. The door to the room swung open, and the figure that entered confirmed Salodice's thoughts, his young girlfriend. You foolish uncle, you're too reckless. By the time I arrived, the lava around you had been evaporated by your body temperature. Forcing your speed to that extent, what if something had gone wrong? Upon seeing Salodice awake, the young demon's large eyes filled with tears as she leaped into his embrace. After bringing you back, you were in a coma for a whole week. If it weren't for the faint trace of your life force, I would have thought you were gone. Her tears not only fell onto his martial attire, but also dripped into Salodice's heart. Witnessing his beloved so distressed, Salodice could only gently comfort her. I'm perfectly fine now. It's all over. If I hadn't exerted such speed, I wouldn't have had absolute confidence in defeating Zaha. Once he adapted to high-speed combat and seized the chance to unleash the Omni Crystal, I would have been gravely injured, if not killed. It's akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Then you must not do that again. As the god of time, the young demon had experienced such a lengthy period, and she was not the type to irrationally complain without understanding the situation. After releasing her worries through tears, she no longer reproached Salodice, but instead extended her pinky to make a pact with him. Gazing into her earnest eyes, all notions of his ironclad resolve and erratic mindset vanished in that moment. Pinky swear, no changing for 100 years. All right, I shall no longer take such risks. After sealing their promise, Salodice inquired about the current situation. After defeating Zaha, I enlisted the Z fighters here, along with Bardock, future Gohan, Trunks, and the already recovered Charlotte to clear Zaha's unactivated backup plans. It was all resolved a couple of days ago. Zaha's schemes have been thoroughly dismantled, and I've sent the participants of the desperate battle back to their respective timelines. By the way, Sister Janae has already been brought back. Bardock, future Gohan, and Charlotte have also returned after addressing the remaining matters. They are currently in the City of Time. Salodice nodded. This was indeed a matter they had discussed with the young demon. Next, they would have to confront beings like Demigra and Mechikabura. If Amir Zaha could amass such powerful allies or subordinates, Salodice had reason to suspect that Demigra and Mechikabura could do the same, even gathering more formidable beings for their schemes. Meanwhile, although there were some time patrollers within the City of Time rectifying history across various timelines, their combat strength was indeed limited. With the assistance of Bardock, future Gohan, the two Trunks, Charlotte, and Paisley, Salodice could feel somewhat at ease. At least he wouldn't have to worry about leaving the City of Time unguarded and vulnerable to theft. Moreover, there's another intriguing individual who has joined the City of Time. Who? Salodice immediately thought of Jeffrey, Charlotte's brother. Without Zaha's presence, it was reasonable to assume Jeffrey should have returned to normal. In such circumstances, it wouldn't be surprising for him to head to the City of Time alongside Charlotte. However, the young demon shook her head and smiled mysteriously. Not him. Jeffrey does plan to join the City of Time, but he said he must return to his timeline to handle some matters first. I was referring to someone else. Who could it be? Salodice was quite astonished. The young demon then winked at him. A secret makes a woman mysterious. You'll find out when we get home. Observing his girlfriend's playful and enigmatic demeanor, Salodice could only shrug. All right, I want to pry. My current condition should be fine, so let us bid farewell to Mr. Whis and return. Okay. Chapter 91. The chaos of the main time and space. Salodice stood in solemn contemplation on the desolate planet of Might Star, once a thriving hub of the seventh universe. The once vibrant landscape had succumbed to lifelessness, time erasing all traces of its former charm. As he strolled through the remnants of the capital city, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. What could have transpired? In the city of time, just as he was preparing to confront Demigula, he received alarming news from the little demon. Peculiar disturbances had arisen in the seventh universe of the main time and space. Numerous planets were undergoing rapid decay, an unnatural phenomenon. Even if a god of destruction were to rise, such a catastrophic fate could not befall so many worlds simultaneously. Clearly, there were malevolent forces at work in the seventh universe. Considering that his nephew remained on Earth, potentially at risk, Salodice momentarily set aside his plans to eliminate Demigula and resolved to return to the main time and space to address this urgent matter first. Meanwhile, Bardock could hardly remain passive upon hearing the news. His youngest son was still in danger. It seemed this planet had endured 2 assaults. Oh. Salodice glanced at the approaching Bardock, who, after discarding a lifeless body onto the ground with a sardonic grin, identified the fallen as either part of the cooled army or Frieza's forces. In any case, they were merely insignificant fish. Bardock hesitated momentarily in naming the corpses, ultimately settling on the term fish to describe them. It was evident that these individuals had met their demise through brutal violence, their deaths contrasting starkly with those of the planet's indigenous inhabitants. Salodice nodded, having already discerned as much. He had entered the royal palace of Might Star, where he discovered 3 corpses, including that of his mentor, the Wine Sage, as well as King Bifu and his wife, Bayer. All 3 bore no visible wounds. They were whole yet lifeless, having perished from the siphoning of their life force, just like the other Might Star inhabitants. In contrast, the body brought by Bardock, a soldier from Frieza's army, evidently succumbed to a key blast that pierced a vital area. This led to the inference that Might Star had faced 2 assaults, first by these insignificant foes, who lacked the strength to inflict significant damage and were swiftly dealt with by the natives, followed by the true perpetrator, who drained the life force from both the Might Star populace and the planet itself. Who could this despicable villain be? Though their time together was brief, the Wine Sage had been a teacher to him, and he had enjoyed a pleasant rapport with Bifu and Bayer. Even disregarding the threat posed to his nephew, Salodice could not overlook the murder of these 3 individuals. Yet, he remained in the dark about the identity and whereabouts of this perpetrator. In the vast expanse of the universe, even in his ultimate rose-gold form, Salodice's perception might not encompass the entirety of existence. If the adversary could conceal their presence, the situation would become even more precarious. Suddenly, an urgent sound pierced the air, emanating from the City of Time's communication device. Uncle Fool, we have been monitoring your situation. The Great Kaioshin may have insights into who this individual is. The image of the Great Kaioshin, resembling Majin Buu, quickly materialized. This was the wondrous figure referenced by the little demon. Upon returning to the City of Time, Salodice had come to recognize him and had already made his acquaintance. Without any pretense, the Great Kaioshin divulged the situation. 1 million years ago, before Majin Buu emerged, a troublesome entity named Moro wreaked havoc across the 7th universe, siphoning the life from planets to augment his own strength. Upon sensing the turmoil, the Great Kaioshin, in his prime, took decisive action, sealing Moro away at the cost of half his divine power and imprisoning him in the galactic prison overseen by the Galactic King. Given the current circumstances, it is highly probable that Moro is responsible for the devastation on this planet. However, the Great Kaioshin expressed his perplexity. But how did Moro escape his seal and break free from prison? Salodice stretched his limbs, cracking his joints. Great Kaioshin, those details are of little consequence. Our sole focus now must be to locate this fiend and eliminate him. The Great Kaioshin's expression grew grave. Moro's abilities are formidable. He can enhance his power by absorbing the life force of planets or living beings and can replicate others' abilities through physical contact. While your strength surpasses mine and Moro's at that time, you must exercise extreme caution. Unfazed, Salodice smiled as he retrieved an earring from his pocket. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, I confuse with Bardock using this earring. After ending the communication, Bardock inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Salodice tucked the earring away, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "We shall track him down, find him, and eradicate him." Bardock nodded in agreement. "That suits me well. Since he escaped from the galactic prison, we should first investigate the Galactic Patrol's headquarters." Chapter 92. The Hand of King Cooled? Utter chaos. Salodice was familiar with the Galactic Patrol organization. Back on Vegeta, he had heard King Vegeta speak of it. The organization was led by a creature known as the Galactic King, a colossal octopus, with the Galactic Patrol claiming to maintain order within the 7th universe. However, Salodice harbored little fondness for this organization. Whether it was Frieza, the Cooled Army, or the Scions wreaking havoc across the cosmos, the Galactic Patrol had seldom intervened to halt their destruction, whether due to a lack of capability or unwillingness to act. It was evident that this organization was not as noble as it purported to be. Thus, when Salodice and Bardock arrived at the Galactic Patrol's outpost and witnessed the grim scene, Salodice felt no emotional upheaval. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. Clearly, little information would be gleaned here. Bardock crossed his arms, sneering. Salodice shook his head. "Not necessarily. Take a look at those individuals over there." Bardock followed Salodice's gesture. Spotting a group of low-ranking soldiers mingled among the corpses of the Galactic Patrol. "Wait, this one is." Bardock kicked aside a pile of bodies with disdain, his furrowed brow relaxing as he recognized a particularly repugnant corpse hidden beneath the heap. The Ginyu Force? As mercenaries for Frieza's army, the Scions were indeed familiar with the upper echelons of Frieza's ranks. Although neither Bardock nor Salodice had encountered these individuals in person, their distinctive characteristics were not difficult to recognize: green skin, short and corpulent stature, and 4 eyes, complemented by the emblem embroidered on their combat uniforms. Bardock quickly grasped what Salodice was alluding to. Given the Galactic Patrol's combat capabilities, capturing the Ginyu Force was virtually impossible. The scene here appears to offer but a singular possibility. The Ginyu Force has led a band of lowly soldiers to assault this place, abducting the imprisoned Molu while leaving behind Gerudo. Bardock expressed his thoughts, while Salodice meticulously examined Gerudo's wounds, adding his observations. It is evident that there remains an individual of some skill within the Galactic Patrol, as the soldiers of the Frieza Force and Gerudo bore identical. Minimal wounds, each inflicted with a single fatal blow. Nevertheless, it matters not. Regardless of their capabilities, they should pose no conflict to our objectives. What we must do next is quite apparent. Frieza and Kuwarda's home planet. Over the passage of time, no name has been bestowed upon this planet. Although its environment is not particularly frigid, Kuwarda translates to cold, while Frieza means refrigerator. For the time being, let us refer to it as the frozen planet. Neither Kuwarda the king nor Frieza has shown much fondness for this celestial body. The reasons remain unknown, yet the reality is undeniable. Especially Frieza, who seldom lingers here, preferring instead to spend his days ensconced in his personal spacecraft. Consequently, this planet has remained remarkably tranquil, until today, when it faced utter devastation. 2 Scions, shielded by a vibrant green aura, approached the periphery of this world. One Scion extended his hand towards the planet, conjuring a colossal energy sphere. A violent explosion ensued, a series of detonations giving birth to a breathtaking display of cosmic fireworks, annihilating the planet that nurtured 2 cosmic emperors along with its neighboring celestial bodies in an instant. "Oh dear, Bardock, have you exerted yourself a tad too much?" The jest came from Salodice, to which Bardock merely grunted in response, remaining silent. Indeed, he had unleashed considerable force. Within that energy sphere lay the culmination of his pent-up frustration. Once Frieza and his progeny amassed sufficient forces, they commenced a ruthless slaughter of the Scions, even contemplating the obliteration of planet Vegeta. Had Salodice not intervened in time to halt Frieza, not only would those Scions have perished at his hands, but Bardock would now find himself here, having devised a plan to obliterate their home planet and lure Kuwarda the king. Thus, it is understandable that Bardock might have grown a trifle overzealous in his exertions. Nevertheless, Salodice remained unconcerned. After all, the surrounding planets of this frozen planet were but lifeless orbs. What lay ahead was merely a matter of patience. In a certain star region, a spaceship meandered through the cosmos. Kuwarda the king sat upon his throne, swirling a glass of red wine, a satisfied expression adorning his visage. Although the demise of a member of the Jinyu force, assembled by his deceased son, was somewhat unexpected, the successful retrieval of Molu from the depths of imprisonment rendered the loss of the entire Jinyu force, save for the captain, inconsequential. As for Jinyu himself, while previously deemed unimportant, the situation had changed. He had usurped Molu's place. Indeed, Jinyu had exchanged bodies with Molu. Jinyu's loyalty, once devoted to his fallen son, had now completely transferred to himself, and Molu, in no conceivable way, would be loyal to him. Thus, upon Molu's rescue from confinement, Kurta the king promptly commanded Jinyu to switch bodies with Molu. After slaughtering several planets, Jinyu had thoroughly acclimatized to Molu's form. Kurta's judgment proved sound. Jinyu's unyielding loyalty persisted even after acquiring Molu's formidable power, far exceeding his own. Now he was poised to once again wreak havoc across the cosmos. Once intimidated by the Super Saiyan, whose prowess far surpassed his own, he had bided his time in hiding. With such a subordinate at his disposal, everything could revert to its former state, returning to an era where Kurta the king reigned supreme over the universe. As Kurta the king prepared to sip from his glass of wine, a soldier burst in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, it is dire news." Stiffening in displeasure, Kurta inquired, "What has you so flustered? Your home planet has been destroyed." With a resounding crash, Kurta crushed the wine goblet in his grip. Though he had not held his home planet in high regard, this was indeed a provocation. Just as Kurta was poised to reassert his dominion over the universe, he found himself confronted with such an affront. Who dares to do this? Two Super Saiyans. What? Kurta's demeanor shifted dramatically. Super Saiyans, with tails like monkeys and golden hair. They must indeed be the legendary Super Saiyans. After destroying your home planet, they did not flee, but instead ventured to a nearby planet, seemingly intent on lingering. A silence enveloped the room, during which the soldier's anxiety grew palpable. Kurta's temperament mirrored that of Frieza's, volatile and unpredictable. In such a situation, one could scarcely guarantee their own life. After all, he was not a trusted confidant or elite warrior. Suddenly, Kurta erupted into laughter. "Excellent, your report was timely. You may leave." After his bout of laughter, Kurta dismissed the soldier, who exhaled in relief. Though no rewards were bestowed, at least his life was spared. With the soldier's departure, the vast chamber once again descended into silence. After a considerable time, Kurta inquired of his attendant, "Where is Jinyu now?" The aide stepped forward to respond. "Not long ago, Captain Jinyu reported that he was en route back. Considering the time, he should be nearing our location." "Is that so?" "Excellent. When Jinyu returns, have him come to see me immediately. Also, alter our course. We are setting off towards the home planet." "Yes." Chapter 93. All villains. The Kurta king arrived swiftly, likely because their original location was not far from the home planet, Salodice mused. The spacecraft soared above Salodice and Bedak before landing on a nearby plane. The hatch opened, and a throng of soldiers poured out, forming an impressive honor guard. Then, Kurta the king emerged, followed closely by Romo, Jinyu's form, exuding an air of grandeur. "Oh, are you the Super Saiyans?" While Kurta attempted to project an imperial presence, Bedak had no interest in wasting time on such theatrics. Having learned of Molu's general appearance from the Great Kaishin, he needed only a glance to ascertain that the being emanating an aura far surpassing Kurta's was indeed Molu, thus rendering further dialogue unnecessary. With a resounding explosion, a golden aura erupted as Bedak transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly advancing to Kurta's front, striking with a powerful fist. In a flash, Molu moved to intercept Kurta, crossing his arms to block Bedak's punch. Disengaging, Bedak returned to his original position, while Salodice narrowed his eyes, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. Are you not Molu?" Salodice held skepticism. He could hardly believe that the Molu who had once dominated the cosmos would willingly serve one of inferior strength. Although outwardly resembling Molu, internally indeed. "Well said." Molu abruptly assumed an exceedingly awkward posture, his voice resonating with an unexpected confidence that belied his villainous nature. "I am the captain of the Jinyu force, Jinyu." The forehead of King Cooled suddenly beaded with a drop of cold sweat, the size of a pea. This subordinate, summoned by his deceased son, possessed impeccable abilities and unwavering loyalty. Yet, he could not help but ponder how his son felt when confronted by such a character. Similarly, the expressions of Salodice and Bardock were evidently awkward, particularly Salodice. As a time traveler, Salodice had long witnessed the Jinyu Force's absurd dance in the anime. But witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. Who could possibly find such an embarrassing stance impressive? A being like Magoro harbored no loyalty to King Cooled. It was I, Lord Jinyu, who would replace Magoro and pledge allegiance to King Cooled. With a snap, Jinyu produced a cane from seemingly nowhere and snapped it in half. You unruly monkeys, obey the will of King Cooled. I shall annihilate you completely. Magoro, Jinyu, erupted with fury, charging towards Salodice and Bardock. However, before they could make a move, an unseen force halted Magoro, Jinyu, in his tracks. An orange figure appeared beneath him, delivering a powerful spinning sidekick that sent Magoro, Jinyu, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, a blue figure awaited above, ready to strike down with both hands clasped together in a hammer-like fashion as Magoro, Jinyu, descended. Another figure wielding a great sword had also been poised for this moment, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of energy as Magoro, Jinyu, fell. Fortunately, Magoro, Jinyu, was no ordinary foe. Recovering from the rigidity, he unleashed a torrent of energy. Though he was pushed back to the side of King Cooled, he was ultimately spared from being cleaved in two, accompanied by an inexplicable sound effect. The time-traveling Trunks completed the Super Saiyan God ceremony. He headed to other timelines, unlocking his potential with the aid of old Kaioshin, alongside the future Gohan, who had entered a mysterious mode. There was also Charlotte, who had advanced beyond Super Saiyan Blue, and the Supreme Kai with the body of Majin Buu. The four of them, exuding a murderous aura, stood beside the transformed Salodice and Super Saiyan 4 Bardock, now cloaked in an extreme rose gold hue. The pinnacle of combat strength in the City of Time had assembled, with the exception of Trunks' partner, Pasley. Cold sweat trickled down Magoro, Jinyu's face, genuine fear now evident. Having seized Magoro's body and familiarized himself with it, and after absorbing the life force of numerous planets and replicating a multitude of abilities, he had learned to sense energy. Each of the 6 individuals before him was formidable, surpassing his own strength. Though King Cooled could not sense energy like Magoro, Jinyu, he could feel the oppressive pressure and murderous intent radiating from the 6. It was too perilous. He must flee. This thought surged within King Cooled's mind. However, would there be an opportunity? The answer was evidently negative, as Salodice coldly launched a ki blast that obliterated the ship carrying King Cooled and the minions accompanying him. Shall we decide who will face Magoro by rock, paper, scissors, or shall we all attack together? Chapter 94. Jinyu. There's no way to win. I don't understand. A battle of equal strength ensued. On Salodice's side, Charlotte and Magoro, Jinyu, engaged in a seemingly balanced confrontation. In fact, it appeared that Magoro, Jinyu, was subtly gaining the upper hand. Yet, in stark contrast to Charlotte's relaxed demeanor, Magoro, Jinyu, wore an expression of grave concern. The scion before him, although temporarily at a disadvantage, was still able to counterattack, making a swift victory impossible. Even though his opponent was not the weakest, he was evidently not the strongest either. Defeating the current adversary was one matter, but how to handle the ensuing situation? An idea struck. As the captain of the Jinyu force, who had traversed the universe for years, Magoro, Jinyu's combat experience was forged from encounters with formidable foes across difficult planets. He possessed the body-switching technique and the abilities inherent to Magoro's body. Perhaps within this dire predicament, there lay a chance for a turnaround. As Magoro, Jinyu's fighting spirit surged alongside his escalating energy, Charlotte's face displayed the wildness characteristic of ancient scions, shifting from a casual stance to a serious one. What's this? Finally ready to engage in earnest combat? Magoro, Jinyu, responded with a solemn expression, adopting a familiar stance of his own. Scion come. Boom. The two figures clashed once more, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Salodice waved his hand, conjuring a verdant barrier to shield against the swirling sand. Mr. Salodice, will Charlotte prevail? Future Gohan expressed concern for Charlotte, who had previously been at a disadvantage. That kid is hiding his true strength. There's no need to worry, Bardock reassured, his face devoid of anxiety. He was well aware that Charlotte had mastered a transformation even beyond Super Saiyan Blue in the days following his rescue. Though it was not a lasting form, it allowed him to match his opponent. Yet, they could not afford to be overly complacent. While the essence of the soul was not Magoro himself, the opponent was quite familiar with Magoro's body. Should he seize the opportunity to unleash Magoro's abilities? victory would become exceedingly challenging. The Supreme Kai's perspective differed. While he did not believe Charlotte would lose, he also doubted that the victory would come easily. Regardless of whether they felt a tinge of worry or were at ease, the tension on their side was far from palpable. In stark contrast, King Cooled exhibited noticeable agitation. After Jinyu had taken possession of Megoro's body, he had assumed that a mere Super Saiyan would pose no threat. Yet now, looking at the battlefield, even though Megoro, Jinyu, had just increased his power, his adversary kept pace effortlessly, with 5 more individuals lurking menacingly. No, I must escape, King Cooled resolved. He intended to seize the moment while the attention of the 5 was fixated on the battle. The loyalty of such a powerful subordinate could never outweigh his own life. Whether his home planet was destroyed or his imperial status over the universe was compromised, he would do whatever it took. Swiftly, King Cooled began to stealthily maneuver toward the ship. Although Salodice and Bardock were primarily focused on the fight between Charlotte and Jinyu, they were not oblivious to the movements of King Cooled. Though subtle, his actions did not escape their peripheral awareness. Whoosh! After exchanging glances, Bardock swiftly departed from his position, appearing before King Cooled. Disposing of a few remaining minions with ease, Bardock revealed a grin that King Cooled perceived as exceedingly perilous. The next instant, bam! The fist of Bardock struck heavily against the small abdomen of the Kuerda King, followed by a swift kick that shattered one of the king's legs. Let us not forget, Bardock is indeed Bardock. His animosity towards the Kuerda King and the Frieza father-son duo far exceeds that directed at Salodice. Upon noticing the king's attempt to flee, he was determined not to let him escape. However, the Kuerda King seemed indifferent to his own injuries, even disregarding Bardock standing beside him. He was merely struggling to crawl towards the spaceship, holding on to the hope of departing this place. If he could just reach that spot, boom. A key blast erupted from Salodice's hand, striking the spaceship and causing a complete explosion. Subsequently, Salodice stood alongside Bardock, arms crossed, confronting the Kuerda King. Where do you think you're going, former Cosmic Emperor, Kuerda King? The emphasis on King dripped with mockery, a smirk adorning Salodice's face. Seeing the destruction of the spaceship and the vanishing of his hope for escape, the Kuerda King's face was contorted with fear, despair, and a hint of regret. Why had he brought Jinyu to this place? It was merely the destruction of his home planet. Had he not come, perhaps Bardock scoffed and prepared to strike. Please, I beg you, spare me. The Kuerda King caught a glimpse of Jinyu, who was attempting to intervene but had been intercepted. Survival seemed hopeless. Damn, wild monkey. Come and die with me. The energy that had gathered in the Kuerda King's palm dissipated as Salodice grasped his wrist. Simultaneously, Bardock lifted his leg and shattered the king's wrist. How disgraceful, Cosmic Emperor. Salodice shook his head, turning to Bardock. Shall we finish him off? Bardock nodded, extending his hand to unleash a key wave aimed at the Kuerda King. The once formidable ruler of the cosmos perished in that instant. Nearby, Jinyu, who had been intercepted by Xiaoyuot, stood frozen in shock at the scene, even oblivious to the punch that struck him squarely in the face. The atmosphere grew tense. Not wishing to take advantage of the moment, Xiaoyuot withdrew his fist and leaped back. Maoyuo, no, Jinyu, you need not face a battle you cannot win. Salodice spoke with a hint of derision, attempting to persuade Jinyu to surrender. Waking from his stupor, Jinyu took a deep breath and shook his head. He was now enveloped in despair, feeling that everything was futile. He had not been by Frieza's side when he fell, nor had he protected the Kuerda King. With his allegiance gone, what was the point of continuing the fight even if surrender offered a chance at survival? I cannot comprehend this. I cannot win. Chapter 95. The Fall of Jinyu in the Infiltrated City of Time. With Jinyu's roar, he unleashed the full power of Maoyuo's body. Xiaoyuot, witnessing this transformation, inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, preparing to confront such an opponent with all his might. The aura enveloping him deepened in color as he focused his thoughts. Evolution, deep blue. This was the power Xiaoyuot had attained after narrowly escaping death. With this strength, he believed he would not falter against the enhanced Morin Buo. Salodice assessed the situation accordingly. Indeed, despite his desperation, Jinyu could not achieve any significant results, even with the intention of fighting to the death. No matter how he attacked, Xiaoyuot countered effortlessly and retaliated with swift strikes. However, as the battle wore on, Xiaoyuot perceived a rapid depletion of his strength. Was he still unable to adapt to this new form? Then he would need to resolve it swiftly. With this thought, Xiaoyuot's aura surged once more. engaging in an offensive that sent Jinu's attack careening back. He then swiftly moved to intercept Jinu's descent, extending his right hand upward. Energy converged. Wild Cannon. The defining trait of Xiaoyuo's ultimate move was its rapid charge. In an instant, the Wild Cannon was fully charged and surged towards Jinyu, who had lost his momentum. There was no time to retaliate. But Jinyu was, after all, a seasoned warrior. Unable to evade, he decided to gamble. If he lost, he would merely meet Frieza in the afterlife. However, if he succeeded as the Wild Cannon collided with his body, Jinyu spread his arms wide, aiming at Salodice. And with a manic laugh, uttered a single word, change. As Jinu's action and voice resonated, a golden light burst forth from Maluo's body, hurtling towards Salodice. Oh, a smile crept across Salodice's lips. So this is your plan? What a pity, you've miscalculated. In an instant after Jinu's declaration of change, Salodice grasped the essence of Jinu's soul as effortlessly as if it were a glass orb. Out of respect for your loyalty, even when your master intends to abandon you, I shall share a piece of information. Your Frieza is, in fact, not dead. The light representing Jinu's soul struggled, but Salodice simply shook his head gently and tightened his grip. Crack. Like a mirage, Jinu's soul dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, Maluo's body fell to the ground like a tattered rag. Gazing at Maluo's form, Salodice was struck by a thought. Great Kaishin, would you care to absorb Maluo? The Great Kaishin hesitated upon hearing Salodice's suggestion. Observing his uncertainty, Salodice elaborated. What you are using now is not your original body, is it? While it retains some of your divine power as a Kaishin and the strength of Morin Buo, it lacks in certain aspects. Absorbing Maluo could restore some of your power. Indeed, this was true. However, the Great Kaishin was still hesitant. After contemplation, the Great Kaishin ultimately set aside his doubts. Having heard of the troubles facing the Time Kaishin, he resolved to assist the City of Time. With his strength dwindling and knowing he was not absorbing a virtuous being, but rather a nefarious one, enhancing his power in this manner seemed not a bad course of action. Thus, Jinu's soul was extinguished, and Maluo was absorbed by the Great Kaishin using Buo's abilities. Hastily concluding the event, the five Scions departed the main timeline of the seventh universe, returning to the City of Time. As for the Great Kaishin, he remained momentarily in place, preparing to journey to the Kaishin realm to enlist the aid of the Kaishin there, searching the universe for remnants of Maluo's soul within Jinu's former body. In the words of Dejiao Wangshan, although the form may not be his own, it does not preclude the possibility that Mo Luo could once again cultivate his original magical power. Thus, vigilance is warranted. Let us set this matter aside for the moment and continue to follow Salodice. Upon returning to the City of Time, the sense of ease and joy that Salodice had felt after resolving one predicament was swiftly overshadowed by a sudden gloom. There was a strange aura within the City of Time. Chapter 96, Former Time King Ios. Oh no, my dear, you are in danger. Within the City of Time, apart from those permitted by the Time King, only the gods who are aware of its coordinates can enter. Generally, the gods do not frequent this place lightly. More importantly, the aura of my beloved is unusually heightened, as if she were in confrontation with this strange presence. Without a moment to ponder further, Salodice swiftly flew towards the source of the aura, namely the Time Repository. Yet, upon his arrival, that aura had vanished, leaving only his beloved sitting on the ground in a duck-like posture. What happened, my dear? Sensing her weakened state, Salodice hurriedly approached and utilized his restorative abilities while inquiring about the incident. Foolish uncle, you have returned. Even after the restoration, the voice of the Time King remained somewhat feeble. Yes, my predecessor, Lord Ios, suddenly appeared in the Time Repository and absconded with numerous time-space scrolls, leaving this behind. Salodice furrowed his brow as he accepted the invitation letter his beloved had handed him. A cross-time martial arts tournament? Indeed. With Salodice's support, the Time King sat upon a stone bench and continued to elucidate her knowledge of the situation. Lord Ios believes that the current increase in time-space is excessive and must be curtailed. Thus, this cross-time martial arts tournament has been organized, and we have been granted an invitation. If you wish to thwart my actions, have your beloved participate in this tournament. After delivering this message, Lord Ios departed. Salodice, gripping the invitation letter, began to pace back and forth. If I recall correctly, my dear, your predecessor had assisted you significantly in the past, had he not? The Time King nodded. Yes, I do not understand why Lord Ios would suddenly harbor such intentions. Logically, after bestowing this divine position upon me, he should have withdrawn from these matters entirely. Salodice snorted softly, halting his pace. I see. I shall participate. He made his decision, though a sense of unease lingered within him. It felt as though this situation was far too illogical. By the way, foolish uncle, it seems Lord Ios seems to be somewhat off. When he helped me seal Demigula, he expended considerable divine power, and after relinquishing the position of Time King, he should have had little power left. Yet, just now, during the theft of the time-space scrolls, his strength appeared to surpass mine. The unease in Salodice's heart deepened. Something is amiss. Where is Pasali? Just as Salodice inquired, a beam of light illuminated the time repository, revealing Pasali, who was returning with significant injuries. Oh no. Time King, Mr. Salodice, you are also here. Demigula has escaped from the rifts of time. Damn it. Salodice could no longer contain his rising anxiety and cursed aloud. Troublesome events were converging simultaneously, and this was not good news for him. Chapter 97. The crisis approaches. Salodice's resolve. Fortune seldom arrives in pairs, while misfortune rarely comes alone. This saying, which he had heard countless times before his journey, was once again validated. This time, the bearer of bad news was Tawa. The moment Tawa emerged from the purplish-black vortex into the city of time, the expression of the Time King was one of palpable tension. Tawa, why are you here? Salodice shook his head, grasping his beloved's hand to convey a reassuring warmth. The mark on my sleeve has not yet faded. You came through that, did you not, Tawa? Tawa cast a peculiar glance at their tightly clasped hands, but refrained from jesting. Indeed, that mark allows me to locate you nearby. However, we must discuss something else. It appears we need to join forces once more. The matter of Demigula? Tawa shook her head. If it were merely Demigula, I would not have needed to rush here. The situation is far graver. Graver? If there existed a matter that Tawa deemed necessary for their united effort, one that surpassed the threat of Demigula, it could only be. Could it be Mycocapula? The pupils of the Time King constricted sharply. Too dangerous. Yes, Mycocapula has vanished from his seal. The most troublesome aspect is that I have searched the Dark Demon realm thoroughly and found no trace of him. This was a significant predicament. Just the simultaneous assaults from former Time King Ios and Demigula, given the current manpower in the City of Time, Salodice still held confidence in managing both. However, Mycocapula. Even from behind the seal, he could sense the terrifying remnants of power beneath that aged form. Merely Mycocapula's escape made Salodice hesitant to claim he could handle the situation, let alone the multitude of troubles that still awaited resolution. Was he to face once more the anguish and despair of the past? No, absolutely not. Unconsciously, Salodice tightened his grip on his beloved's hand. No matter what, he could not endure another such experience. After all, they had miraculously crossed the threshold of life and death, reuniting in a new world with entirely new identities. He would risk his very life too. Foolish uncle, what is wrong? The tension he exuded prompted the Time King to inquire. Salodice inhaled deeply and shook his head. It is nothing, merely a sense of complication. Tawa, how long has Mycocapula been free? Tawa, not withholding information, directly answered Salodice's question. After you dealt with that buffoon Zaha, I returned to the site of Mycocapula's seal, based on the residual magical energy. It seems he has been free for about 2 or 3 days. In other words, it had been over 10 days since then. Let me think. Salodice furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite his escape, he could not find any trace of Mycocapula in the Dark Demon realm, nor had there been any activity for over 10 days. What was Mycocapula planning? Wait. One thing is certain. The frail body could not fully harness the formidable power of Mycocapula. This implies that for Mycocapula to unleash his full strength, he must regain his peak condition, having failed once in the past. If he had any lingering thoughts now that he had escaped, he would undoubtedly not attempt it in a diminished state. The desire to restore his youth would undoubtedly lead him to seek the Dragon Balls as the most expedient solution. Within the boundless time and space, although the Super Shinran is singular, the Earth Dragon or the Namekian Dragon Balls certainly exist in multiplicity. Thus, it is highly probable that Mycocapula has ventured into an unknown time-space to search for the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Tawa, I have decided to agree to our alliance. Casting a deep glance at Salodice, Tao's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed somewhat upon receiving an answer. A prudent choice. I shall return to monitor the entire Dark Demon realm, and the moment there is any sign of movement, I will come back to inform you, so we can eradicate Mica Capula together. However, Salodice shook his head. Mica Capula is unlikely to return to the Dark Demon realm for the time being. Monitoring is of little consequence. We have matters to attend to on our end, so I cannot keep you for tea. Tawa said nothing further, merely nodded, and turned to return through the unsealed vortex back to the Dark Demon realm. Also, thank you for your assistance thus far. Waving a hand in acknowledgement, Tawa departed. Once the vortex vanished completely, the God of Time spoke up. Foolish uncle, have you reconsidered joining forces with Tawa? If we cannot handle Mica Capula, I could request the Grand Priestess assistance. Before Tawa, Salodice would certainly not show weakness. Yet, before his beloved girlfriend, it was a different matter. Embracing her, Salodice sat upon a stone bench and slowly articulated his thoughts. Even if we summon the Grand Priest, what of it? It would merely entail continued sealing. If Mica Capula escaped once, he could certainly do so again. If we cannot resolve these troubles entirely, we would merely be postponing the crisis. Collaborating with Tawa may indeed present an opportunity to completely eliminate this danger. However, sealing him again could buy us some time. With foolish Uncle's talents, perhaps by then he could turn his beloved girlfriend's face towards him. Gazing intently into her eyes, Salodice spoke with conviction. I do not wish to defer the problem to the future. Even you, who wield the power of time, cannot foresee what lies ahead, can you? So, what do you intend to do? Foolish uncle, you wouldn't he possibly? Behind that resolute facade, the God of Time could undoubtedly discern the underlying concern. Breaking free from Salodice's embrace, her voice brimmed with disbelief. Foolish uncle, you cannot possibly be contemplating confronting Mica Capula with self-detonation as a solution, can you? Salodice's tone suddenly softened. Little demon, you should know me. I never wish to tread the same path again. Last time, I could not protect you. This time, I would give my life to ensure your safety. And what of me? Setting aside whether self-detonation could indeed resolve the issue with Mica Capula, even if it were to result in mutual destruction, what would that achieve? Foolish uncle, you have lost me once. Have I not also lost you? After finally reuniting and being together, you cannot bear to lose me again, nor can I endure the pain of losing you. No, absolutely not. Essentially, both Salodice and the God of Time are stubborn individuals. Once a divergence arises, neither would yield. Salodice is unwilling to entrust the safety of his regained beloved to an uncertain future or some unknown individual. The God of Time refuses to watch her foolish uncle stake his life once more for her sake. Their steadfast gazes locked in a fierce stare, neither party willing to avert their eyes for even a moment. Ultimately, Salodice sighed and rose to his feet. Mica Capula is not likely to appear swiftly. We have some time. If you wish to take action, do so, but first, we must resolve the troubles with Ios and Demigula. Perhaps new opportunities will arise. Grasping the invitation, Salodice turned to leave the time repository. This invitation specified that at least 3 participants are required, and thus Salodice must seek assistance. He has already selected Badak and future Wufan. At this moment, Xiaoyuo's strength surpasses that of future Wufan. However, with the immense troubles facing the City of Time, formidable allies are essential for stability. If Badak is brought to resolve the issues, it is inevitable that Xiaoyuo remains behind. Shortly, Xiaoyuo's twin brother Jiren will arrive, and together they should be able to withstand any challenges, especially since he can lend his girlfriend's earrings to them. The fusion of the earrings into Beijite is indeed unparalleled. The combination of Xiaoyuo and Jiren may not fall short by much either. Coupled with the great Kaishin, who is currently assimilating the power of Maoyuo, and the duo of Pasalai and Telank, Salodice can proceed to tackle the troubles without concern. While Salodice prepares to seek out Badak and future Wufan for the cross-time martial arts tournament, the God of Time departs the City of Time, heading to the palace of the Omni King to seek the Grand Priest. Foolish uncle, I shall never allow you to sacrifice yourself. Chapter 98. The venue of the cross-time martial arts tournament. The uninvited mysterious figures. This cross-time martial arts tournament, hosted by the former God of Time Ios, features remarkably simple rules. The preliminary round consists of a timed survival battle. On a stage prepared in advance by Ios, 3 golden fairies are released. Capturing one is deemed a victory, granting qualification to advance. Even after all the fairies are captured, one team can still qualify. But that necessitates the complete annihilation of the remaining teams. To be candid, Salodice has no desire to squander time on such a meaningless skirmish. Unfortunately, until the rules of the tournament were fully announced, Ios did not make an appearance. Her absence implies that Salodice cannot directly resolve this inexplicable dilemma by dealing with the source of the problems. Reluctantly, Salodice had to quell his mounting anxiety and unease, joining the multitude of familiar and unfamiliar contestants entering the arena. The number of competitors is not insignificant. However, to be honest, even without the pressure of time, Salodice does not wish to waste moments on these individuals. The Jinyu Force, the Gula Mecha Team, Mecha Frieza, King Cooled, Metal Gula, and Bojack. Aside from these relatively weak adversaries in Salodice's eyes, even those who seem unfamiliar do not exude a formidable presence based on their perceived energy. If one must speak of it, apart from the team cloaked in black, who has been fixated on him, another team of deceased individuals with a halo above their heads possesses some level of competence. However, since a rapid route exists, Salodice prefers not to waste time clearing out the minions. Long before the rules were declared and the golden fairies showcased to the contestants, Salodice had already affixed his energy as a locator onto one of the fairies. At this moment, Salodice can sense that the designated fairy is nearby, even drawing closer to him. Almost immediately upon entering the preliminary stage of the tournament, Salodice captured the fairy and returned to the initial preparation platform. Shortly thereafter, the team cloaked in black also returned to the platform. Following them was the team of deceased individuals with halos. Next, a group led by Zite and Jiren also emerged with a fairy. Finally, the ensemble led by Wu Fan, Buo, and Xian Yinbua appeared on stage. However, the progression of this competition does not seem to unfold smoothly. A pair shrouded in a purple-black mist arrived on the platform. Salodice cast a glance and felt a wave of confusion. Among the two, the larger figure evoked no sense of familiarity. The smaller figure exuded an aura that vaguely reminded Salodice of Tua, yet it was not solely the staff that evoked such familiarity. This sensation felt somewhat misplaced. As Salodice pondered the identities of the two enigmatic individuals, the person resembling Tua shifted their gaze towards a group shrouded in dark cloaks. Surrender the Dark Dragon Balls. Chapter 99. Two Tuas? Little one, lend me your strength once more. Salodice quickly discerned that the individual was not Tua, or rather, not the Tua he was familiar with. The method of verification was straightforward. Salodice promptly activated the mark left by Tua, still lingering on him. Communication was seamlessly established, and upon learning of the presence of someone resembling himself, Tua hurried to the scene after leaving a brief remark. The foundation of cooperation is mutual trust. I do not wish to jeopardize the hard-earned trust we have built, which could lead to a cessation of our collaboration. Tua arrived swiftly. It was evident that prior to his arrival, Tua had been engaged in other matters, yet upon hearing of this situation, he was able to set aside his previous tasks. Naturally, Salodice harbored doubts. It seemed that concealing actions related to the former Kaioshin of the Time Realm would not undermine their foundational trust, as their collaborative goal was solely to confront Mechi Capula. Putting aside this uncertainty, Tua's arrival brought Salodice a sense of joy, though he could not articulate the source of this emotion. Little one, it appears the situation is quite complex. Tua's sudden appearance undoubtedly garnered the attention of all present, including the two hidden figures in the mist. In the moment their gazes met, the female figure's demeanor shifted, causing Tua to grow serious as he spoke softly to Salodice. That woman, she appears to be me? Oh, so it is the fallen version of myself? Although Tua's voice was low, it was clear that the two mysterious individuals were not weak. Within this proximity, hearing clearly was not a challenge. Upon realizing her identity had been discerned, the mist surrounding her dissipated. Indeed, it was as Tua had stated. With the mist cleared, the appearances and auras of the two mysterious figures were now distinctly visible. While there were slight differences compared to the Tua beside him, the fundamental traits remained consistent. Moreover, Salodice began to suspect the identity of the individual accompanying the other Tua. That must be Mila, right? Ah, little one, you are quite perceptive, affirmed the Tua at his side. Though he did not fully grasp the situation, Salodice sensed the aura of Mechi Capula emanating from them. You must have noticed it as well. He nodded silently. He could never forget the essence of Mechi Capula. Since they bear the essence of Mechi Capula, this should fall within our collaborative scope, right? Little one, lend me your strength once more. Salodice intended to comply, his energy surging, ready to confront any foe. However, the The subsequent events caused both him and Tua to momentarily relax their vigilance. From the group, cloaked in black, two individuals emerged, unleashing a palpable aura characteristic of Super Science, confronting Tua and Mila on the opposite side. If you wish to take the Dark Dragon Balls from Lord Ios, you must first get past us. The other Tua, floating in the air, displayed an air of nonchalance, using her staff as a makeshift seat while crossing her legs. Mila, I'll leave this to you. Indeed, it was Mila. She approached silently and engaged with the two figures in black cloaks. Mr. Salodice, that person, the silent observer, Wu Fan, stepped forward. It appears to be you from that time, doesn't it? It seems these individuals are all under Lord Ios' command. Badak, do you not find the other fellow exceedingly familiar? Badak crossed his arms, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What a peculiar sensation, to address someone so respectfully as Lord. Clearly, Badak was not pleased with this situation. Then Badak, Wu Fan, you handle those minions of Ios, while we will manage Tua and Mila here. Let us go. Wu Fan was not purely a warrior. If possible, he preferred to let the opposing factions settle their differences before he stepped in to clean up the aftermath. Yet, since Salodice, their leader, had determined the course of action to engage both sides simultaneously, he would not shy away, for the blood of the Scions flowed within him. The three exchanged glances and split into two groups, plunging into the imminent battle. Badak and Wu Fan intercepted the cloaked figures, while Salodice shielded the advancing Tua behind him, preparing to confront the other Tua and Mila single-handedly. Little one, you remain as gentle as you were during our previous encounter in the evil god realm. Tua chuckled at Salodice's actions, directing her staff toward him. Then I shall support you from the back. The other Tua, upon noticing this, covered her mouth and laughed. I can't believe you're effortlessly protecting me like that. Though I've aided you considerably, you haven't forgotten about the system you implanted in me, have you? Salodice merely responded with a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. How revealing this was. Initially, he had pondered why Tua oscillated between seeking to exploit the system to ensnare him while simultaneously offering her unwavering assistance. It all made sense now. Although the Tua standing behind Salodice did not comprehend the specifics of the system, she understood the implications of their exchange, covering her mouth with a smile. Is that so? Upon aligning with Mechi Capula to gain the powers of a demon god, have you become a fool, blinded by strength? The other Tua's expression darkened as she aimed her staff at Tua, unleashing a bolt of dark purple lightning. Boom! A fierce rose gold aura crackled with electric arcs as Salodice activated his ultimate rose gold transformation, effortlessly dispersing the lightning. After dissipating the lightning, his fist was intercepted by Mila, who had crossed her arms. Though the purple-black aura enveloping Mila was slightly inferior to Salodice's, it was still formidable. Seeing her attack thwarted, the other Tua retreated slowly, conjuring a purple-black vortex from which emerged a mask-wearing, crab-headed figure. Observing the tail swirling behind the masked creature and its battle attire, Salodice's smile deepened with intrigue. He glanced back at Badak, who was engaged in combat with another version of himself, this one donning a red scarf and devoid of a black cloak. So now there are three Badaks. What a uniquely clever design. Chapter 100. Ios appears, retreats in an instant, the platform, now a battleground, echoed with the sounds of fists and feet colliding, while energy blasts soared through the air. The masked Badak was drawn into the fray alongside Salodice's Badak, while Wu Fan single-handedly held off the remaining cloaked figures, including the one-armed Wu Fan. Salodice, with a mighty kick, sent Mila sprawling into the distance. At this juncture, many past events had become clear. The attempt to implant a system that would govern oneself, embodied in the current figure of Vosala, also known as the demonic Tawa, rendered any previous assistance irrelevant. Vengeance could be pursued with unbridled fervor. Several luminous spears shot forth, and before Mila could recover from the forceful impact of an ace kick, she found herself pinned against a towering stone pillar, rendered immobile. With a disdainful snort directed at Mila, Sui turned his gaze towards Mushintawa, extending his hand with a downward thumb, then swiftly slashing at his own neck. Your useless Mila is utterly powerless. You are next. The expression of Mushintawa darkened as she brandished her staff, unleashing a barrage of black-purple lightning towards Sui. However, a verdant barrier sprang up at his command, effectively absorbing the lightning strikes. Though Sui exuded confidence that even without the protective shield, the lightning posed no threat, the inherent nature of electricity still carried a numbing sensation. As the lightning collided with the barrier, a cloud of smoke obscured Z's vision. Yet, even without sight, he sensed Mosin Toa advancing towards Milaj. In a flicker of movement, Mosin Toa attempted to break the seal binding Mila, but seized her wrist, preventing her progress. "Damn it, let go of me," she cried. Salodice merely chuckled coldly, delivering a brutal punch to Mosin face, then following up with a kick that sent her crashing towards the other Toa. Spitting on Mila's face, swiftly maneuvered, pinning Mosin Toa down on the platform. "Since we are both Tawas, I shall leave this one to you. Do you have any use for Mila?" Toa smiled, crouching to pat Mosin Toa's face, then squinting at Salodice. "This fellow certainly has ties to Mdichinopola, and like me, is a Towa, so he may yet prove useful. But what purpose does Mila serve?" Salodice shrugged, allowing Toa to ensnare Mosin Toa with her magic. At that moment, a chilling and haughty voice pierced the air. "Freeze!" A colossal barrier enveloped the entire platform, ensnaring not only the combatants, but also the onlookers. Subsequently, the former king of time, emerged gracefully from a shadowed corner. Pausing beside Salodice, he scrutinized him from bottom to top. King's eyes are commendable, but alas, before the entire world, you and Kiyin shall only be a pair of star-crossed lovers. Shaking his head, Engu prepared to continue his advance. Within this barrier, time itself had come to a standstill, allowing only him to move freely. In this state, neither the two Tawas demanding the return of the stolen Dark Dragon Balls nor the competitors present possessed any power to resist. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. With such strength, one could reshape the world to their desire. However, no, such thoughts were forbidden. This power was meant to protect the world's safety. Is that so? Thus, you steal the time scrolls and injure my little demon, ostensibly to safeguard this world? In that moment, S expression turned to one of sheer shock. Why? The voice was unmistakable. At such close proximity, the sinister undertone could only belong to you. Yet, why was he present within her temporal barrier? Oh, it must be because the temporal power lent to me by the little demon still lingers within me. You were unaware of this, weren't you? With a grim expression, Ayavu leapt back, but the barrier remained unchanged. Sao, however, moved with ease, his face adorned with the manic smile he wore before every battle. "I heard from the little demon that your temporal power should be nearly depleted post-retirement. I find myself curious as to how you managed to injure the little demon and seize those time scrolls." The hostility in his tone was palpable, and before he could finish speaking, Engu raised her hand, pointing a finger at unleashing a flurry of small energy blasts that shot forth with incredible speed. Boom! The energy blasts converged on Sao, engulfing him in an explosion that sent thick smoke billowing into the air, which was promptly frozen in time by the barrier. As Engu prepared to unleash a more powerful energy blast, a fierce wind erupted from the smoke, dispersing it to reveal Sao, shrouded in a rose-gold aura. Through the flames, Ayavu realized the previous energy blast had failed to leave a mark on him, prompting her to swiftly retreat to create distance. As the king of time, even with renewed strength, she preferred to avoid close combat. Yet, Thaisu shadowed her every move. Frustrated at her inability to shake him off, Anosu turned to deliver a sweeping kick. Salodice raised his right hand, colliding with her leg, unmoved. "Could you take this a bit more seriously? Such power doesn't even warm me up." S face darkened further, yet she remained still, adopting a defensive stance as she watched Anisu warily. With a sudden surge of speed, Salodice unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes upon Anisu. She crossed her arms in front of her, being pushed back repeatedly by his relentless assault. "It seems you enjoy being a punching bag. I wonder how long you can endure this posture." As his punches accelerated, the intensity of his attacks grew fiercer. Inevitably, prolonged defense leads to vulnerability. Under the torrent of strikes, S guard began to falter, creating an opening. What a plethora of flaws. Noticing her defenses crumbling, Seisu shouted. His right fist enveloped in a nearly tangible aura, arcing down heavily onto S' face. In a flash, he appeared behind the immobilized thing, raising his leg like a battle axe to bring her crashing down from the air. With outstretched hands, countless energy blasts erupted like a meteor shower, bombarding Thu relentlessly. "What is the matter? Are you still unwilling to unleash your true power against me? Then let this be your end." As the barrage of energy blasts ceased, Salodice clenched his fists at his waist. Hiya! A surge of energy expanded violently. Crack! Under the mounting pressure of Salodice's aura, the frozen barrier began to crack. Breaking through the smoke, he slashed downward with a hand imbued with energy. But just as Salodice's hand descended, the already fractured barrier vanished without a trace. Freed from the constraints of the barrier, the smoke dissipated, revealing that Salodice had already vanished. With a flick of his wrist, Salodice dismissed the energy blade, smirking. It seems she has escaped. Chapter 101. Pursuing the liberation of temporal power. Breathing heavily in the dimly lit palace, I gasped for air. Unexpectedly, the young boyfriend of Qian Jiang possesses such formidable strength that even the power of Shiji may not match him. Although now he stands against Qian Jiang. Witnessing her find such a haven brings a sense of solace. Even if one cannot comprehend their own actions, it matters not. AIS has always distinguished personal emotions from greater principles. Furthermore, the stance shared with Qian, both junior and friend, is fundamentally aligned, with the conflict arising merely from differing methods. To battle each other for the sake of a noble cause does not diminish the joy one feels for a friend's good fortune, and conversely, this holds true as well. Embracing this mindset, AIS treaded deliberately towards the throne, thoughts swirling about the course of action to undertake next. Indeed, the temporal barrier is a most vexatious entity, making direct entry impossible even with instant transmission. It took considerable effort to carve out a breach, yet fortunately, it seems you remained unaware, allowing me to seize the opportunity. AIS's musings were interrupted by a sound, and upon surveying the surroundings, he discovered a figure with a foot resting upon his throne. The rose-gold aura and the sinister smile unmistakably belonged to Salodice. After AIS's retreat, the demon god Taoa swiftly escaped the scene, as he claimed that those endowed with demonic power, while still influenced by the effects of the initial power of time, possessed some capacity for resistance. Taoa's flight likely stemmed from the time stasis created by AIS's freezing maneuver, preparing an escape as soon as AIS departed and the freeze was lifted, abandoning Mila and the masked Bedak in a hasty escape. Unable to apprehend Taoa, he had no choice but to take Mila with him, seeking information through her. Salodice, having confirmed that Bedak and future Wufan could contend with the black-robed subordinates of AIS, utilized instant transmission to pursue him. Prior to engaging with Jaha, despite Salodice's mastery over the manipulation of energy surpassing even the esteemed Elder Pabala of Yadalate Star, he could not execute this technique. However, following his confrontation with Jaha and fully recovering from an overload state, the barrier obstructing Salodice's use of this ability vanished entirely. Just as he attempted to use instant transmission to pursue AIS, Salodice discovered that his capability for instant transmission seemed even more extraordinary than what he had learned. Yet, none of this bore significance. The mere act of tracking AIS was a blessing. With a swift kick, Salodice shattered the throne and advanced toward AIS. I have no desire to question what you regard life as, nor to chastise you for the madness that led you to such thoughts. I am not interested in being a paragon of justice. I have come solely to settle a debt for the injury inflicted upon my beloved. So, have you come to your senses? Salodice's pace was deliberate, yet the very air of the palace felt stifled under the murderous intent he exuded. AIS, in turn, felt a chill envelop her. By the way, there is one matter I believe you will find perplexing. Why the little demon opposes you and stands against your actions. Allow me to enlighten you. Long before we arrived in this world, the little demon and I harbored a profound belief that no deity holds the right to stand above others, treating lives as mere pawns to be weighed on a scale. This conviction has endured through millennia, yet I suspect even if I articulated this, you would remain oblivious. As Salodice closed the distance between them, AIS could wait no longer. With each step Salodice took, she sensed his aura intensifying. Should he reach her side unchecked, time's power, unleash. Transforming from a diminutive lowly form into a statuesque woman, AIS surged forward at her utmost speed towards Salodice. Oh, are you coming towards me instead of fleeing? Salodice laughed. Reminiscent of a vampire villain from another realm, matching her speed to close in on her embrace and intercept her attack. Chapter 102. The arrival of Qian and Maers in the primary time-space, the realm of the god of destruction of the seventh universe. This seldom-visited planet welcomed its guest. The god of time, Qian. Oh dear, it is the esteemed god of time. A most honored guest, my apologies for the lack of a grand reception. No sooner had she set foot on this land than the god of destruction's attendant, the angel Wace, approached to greet her. However, it was rather unfortunate that Byleth was currently slumbering. Kyan shook her head, indicating she was not there to seek Byleth. I have come to take someone away. Take someone away? Wei's curiosity piqued. I wish to take Mayer's. He should still be with you, yes? As she spoke, Kyan presented a bundle of scrolls. Weiss accepted and unfurled the scroll. The contents were not overly extensive, and Weiss quickly perused the information. What has transpired? Upon finishing the scroll, Weiss' expression turned contemplative. The scroll did not elaborate on specifics, but merely contained the Grand Priest's permission for Mayers to assist Kyan in addressing the current dilemma. Kyan's demeanor soured as she recounted the events. Initially, she had sought the Grand Priest's intervention to resolve the ongoing chaos, but as Salodice had surmised, the Grand Priest had no intention of intervening. Fortunately, the Grand Priest did not turn a blind eye. He assigned the only available member of the angelic race, Mayers, to assist Kyan. Yet, the Grand Priest had also cautioned that since the angels had established an absolute neutrality rule, they would not interfere in cosmic affairs. Even sending Mayers to assist would only allow him to ensure the safety of Shurji or guide its combatants in their training. Could the Grand Priest be compelled to intervene in battle? Certainly, as long as the Omni King issued the command, nothing would pose a problem. However, if one could summon the Omni King, why would they need the Grand Priest's aid? Alternatively, possessing such overwhelming power to subdue the Grand Priest would make seeking his assistance unnecessary. Thus, Kyan could only depart the Omni King's palace with a flicker of hope granted by the Grand Priest. Your boyfriend possesses latent powers that even I cannot discern. So there is no need for you to worry excessively. But, what is that? It did not surprise Kyan that her foolish uncle harbored potential beyond even the Grand Priest's comprehension, and she was well aware of the circumstances. As for what her uncle had acquired, Kyan, Wei's gentle call interrupted her thoughts, prompting Kyan to emphasize the current situation as a response to Wei's previous inquiry. I see, Kyan, please wait. I shall fetch Mayers for you. Wei's demeanor mirrored that of the Grand Priest, remaining unperturbed by the knowledge of the troubles plaguing the infinite time and space. He politely requested Kyan to wait while he went to summon Mayers. It was a rather fortuitous turn of events. Previously, Meyer, as an apprentice angel, was interning within the galactic patrol of the Seventh Universe. When the headquarters was unexpectedly assaulted by the King of Kurd, the demon Moro was released. Upon returning from an external mission, Meyer swiftly eliminated the Kurd military subordinates engaged in the act of obliterating evidence at the headquarters. He was about to pursue them when he was intercepted by Whis, who brought him back to the realm of destruction for a temporary standby, following the orders of the Grand Priest. This is precisely why the Grand Priest had sent Cain with the scroll to the Seventh Universe. Shortly thereafter, Whis brought Meyer to this location. Unlike the angels known to Cain, Meyer appeared to lack an attitude of absolute neutrality. Upon grasping the situation, he expressed an eagerness to set off alongside Cain. In the Palace of Ios, it was less a palace and more a ruin engulfed in raging flames, the aftermath of the battle between Salodice and Ios. Was Ios truly strong? In the vast expanse of time and space, Ios could indeed be considered a formidable being worthy of the divine name. Yet in the presence of Salodice, he was insufficient. The opponents, Rose-Black Goku and Zamasu, Golden Metal Cooler, and the seemingly superficial Black Gold Frieza, alongside Zaha wielding the omnipotent crystal, each surpassed Ios, and Salodice easily overcame them all. Thus, facing Ios now naturally established a crushing dominance. After liberating the power of time, was this the extent of his capabilities? The searing energy blade severed Ios' final resistance, its edge poised at his neck. Was this to be the end? Salodice, before meeting his demise, asked, "Could I trouble you with one last request?" Salodice nodded. "Considering you assisted my junior, speak your mind. Please convey my apologies to Cain. I never intended to harm her. It was a matter of necessity." "Very well, I shall relay your message." Suddenly, beneath the sword raised by Salodice, his young girlfriend with a pot-lid hairstyle, resembling a member of the angelic race, appeared. Upon seeing her block the sword, Salodice understood that any intention to eliminate the person before him would yield no results, thus reluctantly retracting his energy blade. "Little demon, how did you?" Cain gently shook Salodice's hand. "Uncle, let me handle the next steps. Senior Ios, I wish to speak with you further." Chapter 103. The shattered dark dragon balls. At this juncture, what more is there to discuss? I have already lost. Whether to be killed or imprisoned matters not. Ios felt no joy at Kane's intervention to prevent Salodice from striking him down. Not to mention the unknown angel who had accompanied Kane, even Salodice, who would surely stand by Kane, filled Ios with a profound sense of helplessness. Thus, for her, her aspirations had become unattainable. Yet Kane, undeterred by Salodice's anxious demeanor, stepped forward to grasp Ios's hand. "Senior Ios, I shall not slay you nor imprison you. You merely played a rather unamusing jest, hosting a cross-temporal martial arts tournament. Did you not?" "What do you mean?" Ios asked, puzzled, while Kane merely smiled gently. "Senior Ios, you did not cause significant harm. It was but a minor injury that would heal in minutes, was it not? Yet I wish to know where the Ios, who once held profound respect for every life, has gone. So much time has not diminished your tenderness." Ios gazed at Kane's sincere expression, wanting to sigh, yet suddenly his countenance froze. Indeed, when did it begin? Withdrawing from Kane's grasp, Ios stood, staring blankly into the searing flames, as if within the fire lay all he had experienced since relinquishing his role. After a long pause, Ios extended his hands, the power of time swirling about him. Salodice furrowed his brow, his energy blade reappearing, slicing through the void towards Ios. "There is no need for that. I harbor no malicious intent." Salodice glanced at his young girlfriend, receiving a nod in response. Only then did he lower his hand. Yet the energy blade remained unsheathed. Perhaps it was after seizing these, borrowing their power to restore my time abilities, that such thoughts began to form. "Dark Dragon Balls." Kane exclaimed upon witnessing the 7 Dragon Balls materialize in Ios's hands. As the Kaioshin of time, Kane was acutely aware of the unique nature of these Dragon Balls. Crafted by the fallen Namekians under the guidance of Mechikabura, they bore similarities to ordinary Dragon Balls, but contained demonic power, capable not only of wishes, but also of enhancing one's strength. Though Salodice was unaware of this distinction, he recalled that the Dark Dragon Balls were precisely what the Demon Taoist sought at the venue. After relinquishing my role, I traversed numerous timelines, witnessing the emergence of many malevolent beings surpassing the gods. Even though benevolent individuals or destroyers of equal strength thwarted these villains, I feared that stronger evils would arise in the future. Recently, Kane, you informed me of a malevolent being threatening Lord Beerus that had emerged in a certain timeline, confirming my fears. Thus, I ventured into the demon realm to steal the Dark Dragon Balls, seeking to acquire formidable power to assist you. Yet unexpectedly, as Kane absorbed Ios's narrative, realization dawned upon her. No wonder Mechikabura did not appear in the demon realm after escaping. It was because Senior Ios had stolen the Dark Dragon Balls. What? Mechikabura escaped? Ios appeared exceptionally astonished. Yes, I initially intended to inform you. But after our last communication, I could not reach you again until you manifested in the realm of time, seizing numerous time scrolls. At that moment, I had no opportunity to inform you. Salodice interjected. Are the Dark Dragon Balls of significant importance to Mechikabura? Both Kane and Ios nodded in agreement. The Dark Dragon Balls contain a portion of Mechikabura's power. If he possesses them, he need not seek Dragon Balls across other timelines to restore his youth and can further enhance his strength. I had been pondering why Mechikabura did not utilize the Dark Dragon Balls, even though Tawa aimed to eliminate him. Yet Mechikabura should not have felt the need to evade Tawa, even in his recently liberated state. Salodice cared not for the speculation and doubts regarding his girlfriend. His focus remained solely on the significance of the Dark Dragon Balls to Mechikabura. In that case, he thought, and acted upon the notion. Salodice brazenly seized the Dark Dragon Balls from Ios's grasp, enveloping them in energy. The surging energy flared to its utmost, showcasing Salodice's power at its peak. With his left hand clenched, formidable strength concentrated upon the 7 Dark Dragon Balls, erupting instantaneously. Crack! Despite the Dark Dragon Balls harboring demonic power and possessing wondrous effects, they remained mere objects, incapable of withstanding Salodice's might, and thus began to fracture. A gleam of triumph appeared in Salodice's eyes as a torrent of power surged forth, annihilating the Dark Dragon Balls entirely. Ios was taken aback by Salodice's actions, yet Salodice paid him no heed, focusing intently on capturing the demonic energy emanating from the shattered Dark Dragon Ball. As the energy sought to break free from Salodice's grasp, he swiftly activated the seal he had developed on the planet Yadalat, gradually refining it thereafter, transforming this demonic essence into a tangible orb. which he then tucked away within his robes. This was indeed a source of reassurance. This power must not return to Micacapula, lest Chapter 104, the Divine Technique, come to fruition. Following Salodice's shattering of the Dark Dragon Ball, matters began to improve. The casual persuasion among close friends concluded swiftly, and Io's resolved to temporarily integrate his ex-Neo team into the time patrol of the City of Time, joining Kane to confront the calamity that loomed over the entire Dragon Ball realm. Naturally, the Transcendent Martial Arts Tournament would continue. However, with Io's decision made, Kane, who had received considerable assistance from this senior figure in the past, believed that even if Salodice harbored lingering doubts, he would refrain from further interference. Io's would remain there until all matters pertaining to the tournament were resolved, before subsequently rejoining the others in the City of Time. As for Salodice and his companions, they took the lead and returned to the City of Time. Currently, the whereabouts of Micacapula remain unclear, and Demigra's location is also unknown. Thus, aside from the weaker Time Patrol members who are unable to participate, all others within the City of Time are engaged in a singular pursuit, training. The Great Kaioshin is both restoring his former divine power and assimilating the strength gained from consuming Moro. Bardock senses that the path ahead of Super Saiyan 4 is still long, albeit somewhat nebulous. Future Gohan possesses a deeper latent potential that even the old Kaioshin could not activate, despite employing the potential development ritual. Time Patrol Trunks and Future Trunks proceed in divergent directions. One chooses to grow stronger in the guise of a god, while the other strives as a human. Charlotte, along with his twin brother Jeffret and Paisley, have congregated for training, having opted to pursue their journey in the Super Saiyan Blue form. However, Salodice suspects their gathering is largely due to the fact that they do not belong to the Saiyan lineage of this era. Meanwhile, Salodice and Meruz engage in their training regarding the technique of Ultra Instinct on the back mountains of the City of Time. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball realm, Salodice has been perplexed by Ultra Instinct. Unlike in the anime, where the body and consciousness separate, allowing each part of the body to instinctively assess danger without the brain's command, Salodice had already achieved this prior to his journey. After completing his training with Rose Gold, Salodice regained mastery over his body akin to that before his journey. Is Ultra Instinct truly such a simplistic matter? During that fateful battle across time and space, Salodice had posed this question to Whis, yet Whis had not responded directly, merely offering a cautionary statement. Mr. Salodice has already taken a step into this threshold, but your body is still insufficient to fully harness this divine technique. It is better that you remain unaware for now. Otherwise, bodily collapse is no jest. As Mr. Salodice's strength increases gradually, perhaps you will eventually master it on your own. Regardless of Salodice's persistent inquiries, Whis remained tight-lipped, and thus Salodice ceased his questioning. Yet now, faced with Micacapula, whom he knows he cannot defeat with his current strength, Salodice disregards Whis's warning and seeks to comprehend Ultra Instinct from Meruz, who, despite being an apprentice angel, has mastered it. In the refreshing breeze of the mountains, Meruz responds to Salodice's confusion. In truth, Mr. Salodice has indeed achieved the threshold of Ultra Instinct. What astounds me further is that Mr. Salodice has manifested Ultra Instinct even amid intense emotional fluctuations, directing this divine technique towards a different evolution. According to Meruz, Ultra Instinct thrives best under a serene mindset and is not merely an offensive technique, but one that emphasizes evasion. However, in Salodice's hands, even this nascent form of Ultra Instinct has undergone significant transformation. There is no necessity to maintain a tranquil demeanor. Indeed, the more intense the emotional upheaval, the more it flourishes, and the body's instinctual judgments have shifted focus from mere danger to identifying the opponent's vulnerabilities. Perhaps for Mr. Salodice, this variant of Ultra Instinct is more suitable than the original, as he is not of our angelic lineage. As for the threshold that Mr. Salodice wishes to fully transcend, it is indeed as my elder brother stated. At that time, his body was insufficient to support such a breakthrough. However, the present circumstances are different, and thus I shall convey to Mr. Salodice the key to surpassing this threshold on behalf of my elder brother. The distinction between complete Ultra Instinct and its incomplete variant lies solely in the fact that complete Ultra Instinct not only enables the body to exert 100% of its strength, but also transcends boundaries, maximizing the efficacy of each exertion. Should Mr. Salodice achieve this, he will have successfully crossed the threshold. Chapter 105, Ultra Dynamite. In the entire Dragon Ball realm, nearly all timelines have simultaneously become serene and harmonious. Within the City of Time, ordinary Time Patrol members lament the boredom brought about by a lighter workload, while the top-tier warriors are increasingly devoted to their training. Everyone understands that this is merely the calm before the storm. The disappearance of those nefarious villains is certainly not due to anyone defeating them all at once or a sudden moral awakening. It is simply that Micah Capula or Demigra, or perhaps the two, have once again joined forces, scouring the infinite timelines for those villains who can serve their purposes. Salodice, of course, is no exception and is acutely aware of this fact. Moreover, he understands better than most the terrifying potential of Micah Capula. Even after mastering Ultra Instinct, Salodice does not believe he can contend with Micah Capula. Thus, upon learning of Micah Capula's escape, he had already resolved to prepare. Yet he requires time to perfect the techniques he has conceived for that decision. Therefore, at this moment, Salodice is within the hyperbolic time chamber of the City of Time. Once the door to the chamber closes, Salodice immediately employs the technique of creating clones he learned on Yadalat, manifesting a duplicate indistinguishable from himself. This clone possesses identical thoughts and memories to Salodice, understanding, of course, why he was created. Nodding to Salodice, the clone promptly closes its eyes and ignites all the energy contained within its being, as envisioned by Salodice. In mere moments, a searing flame, unmatched even at the core of a star, ignites upon the clone. Excellent. Witnessing the initial phase of this technique being effortlessly achieved, a hint of joy graces Salodice's countenance. However, this moment of joy swiftly transformed into a long sigh, as the doppelganger dissipated amidst the fervent flames, shaking its head in resignation. Indeed, this was not an endeavor to be taken lightly. This was the technique conceived by Salodice to confront Meichi Capula, inspired by the iconic move of the superhero Teluoe Oatman, known as the Ultraman Bomb. It entailed igniting all of one's energy to the fullest extent, thereby triggering a violent and terrifying explosion that would drag Meichi Capula into an abyss from which there would be no return. As Salodice anticipated, this maneuver was far from simple. His mastery over energy manipulation was unparalleled. He could effortlessly replicate techniques like the Kaioken after a mere glance. If one were to liken the energy within Salodice to a glass of ordinary water, most techniques would merely involve dividing and transferring this water. Even techniques that inflicted bodily harm were merely variations of heating the water to a boiling point before executing the same division and transfer. Given Salodice's physical resilience, enduring such steam would only result in mild scalds, akin to his previous encounter with Jaha, from which he could quickly recover after a brief respite. Yet, this technique was entirely different. The Ultraman Bomb required transforming one's energy from water into magma, or even more perilous forms, followed by igniting it before detonating it in proximity to the enemy. While altering the properties of the energy and igniting it was relatively effortless for Salodice, combining both aspects posed a challenge equivalent to the amplification he experienced when transitioning from his normal state to the ultimate rose gold form. It was for this reason that Salodice ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber to master this technique. Come on, continue. One doppelganger after another was birthed, only to perish in the uncontrollable energy. Initially, Salodice would sigh at each failure, but he gradually became numb to the setbacks, never once contemplating giving up. This was not merely about the survival of worlds or the belief in justice. It was simply the words of Bardock and the others, that they would unite their strengths. Indeed, Jiren and Kakaluo were correct. Besides his second nephew, he must also account for his elder nephew Raditz. Even in the face of protecting three individuals, with the combined might of Bardock and himself, it was not an impossible task to survive the chaos that Meichi Capula would unleash, even without the assistance of future Gofen and others. But he could not abandon Xiaoyao. It was unthinkable to allow his beloved to relinquish her position as the Kaioshin of time, permitting Meichi Capula to obliterate countless timelines. No, if he were to insist. Perhaps it could be achieved? Salodice had never doubted the place they held for each other in their hearts. Yet he feared that such insistence might lead to a lifetime of guilt for Xiaoyao, which was not the outcome he desired. Thus, the only course of action left for him was to eliminate Meichi Capula completely. Time and again, he experimented, only to be met with failure, and fatigue began to seep into Salodice. Perhaps a brief respite was in order. He suddenly recalled a time before he lost Xiaoyao, when she had playfully posed a question reminiscent of a television show. "Uncle, Which will come first, tomorrow, or the future? At that time, Salodice had been oblivious to the deeper meaning of her words. It was only after losing Xiao Yao that he understood tomorrow would always arrive. But there would be no future for them together. Until the reunion in the Dragon Ball world, the future had re-emerged. Salodice certainly wished to live, and he yearned to witness their future together. Yet, with Mechi Capule's emergence from confinement, it might signify the potential disappearance of that future. Once, he had glimpsed tomorrow first. This time, Salodice would not allow history to repeat itself. If the future was destined to remain unseen, he would ensure that at the very least, she could witness the dawn of tomorrow. In this ethereal white landscape, Salodice conversed with himself, responding to the question from his past life. If he could perfect this technique and use it to vanquish Mechi Capula, he would pave the way for his beloved to step into the light of tomorrow. Embracing this thought, Salodice resumed refining his technique once his energy had returned to its zenith. Chapter 106. Mechi Capula and hiding a reservoir of immense power accumulated. On a certain earth, the storm subsided, the clouds dispersed, and the dragon transformed into 7 beams of light, scattering to various corners. Yet, basking in the rejuvenating sunlight that illuminated this planet was not Salodice, who longed for a mutual demise with Mechi Capula. Under the influence of the dragon's power, the rejuvenated Mechi Capula wore a satisfied smile as he inquired of Demigra, who stood behind him with hands at his sides. Demigra, how goes the preparations of the Dark Army? Demigra extended his hand, conjuring his staff, gazing into the crystal ball atop it, and respectfully replied to Mechi Capula. My lord Mechi Capula, everything is proceeding smoothly. The villains recruited from various timelines have undergone successful enhancements, and the demons have absorbed your gifts, gaining tremendous power. At your command, we can launch an assault on the city of time. Mechi Capula neither affirmed nor denied, merely responding with a syllable before redirecting the conversation to Demigra. Demigra, during the time I was sealed away, you undertook similar endeavors, did you not? Demigra found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to interpret Mechi Capule's statement, hesitating in his response. I do not question your intentions. Your audacity to carry out a venture akin to mine without my demonic powers is commendable. Thank you for your praise. Demigra bowed his head in gratitude. Mechi Capula shook his head. Let us not dwell on this. We should return to inspect the Dark Army. Yes, my lord Mechi Capula. With that, the two departed this timeline, returning to their lair, a palace imbued with the essence of the demon realm, yet entirely fashioned in imitation of the place where the Omni King resided. In the plaza outside this palace, numerous villains from various timelines congregated. Yet aside from a select few of the most powerful standing at the forefront, all exuded an aura of deep purple and black, their eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. The formidable villains at the very front, however, upon catching sight of Mechi Capule's presence, immediately bowed in deference. My lord Mechi Capula. Without a word, Mechi Capula strolled past each individual, surveying the Dark Army he had begun assembling upon his release. The First Legion, composed of a vast number of metal gula, was commanded by Black Gold Frieza, with the actual leadership resting upon his lieutenant, Golden Metal Gula, along with King Khalid and the cosmic pirate Zild as advisors. The Second Legion consisted of the most vicious scions selected from various histories, led by none other than King Vegeta, who had mysteriously vanished prior to the assault on planet Vegeta. As for the Third Legion, it lacked a formal commander and was directly overseen by Mechi Capula himself. Filled with notorious figures who had undergone violent transformations or had received demonic powers, significantly augmenting their strength. Supercell, who had once battled Salodice in a life-and-death struggle. The immensely enhanced Majin Buu, who had repeatedly subdued Xiaoyuot. The likes of Bojack, who had crossed paths with Salodice. The illusion demon Hildegang. And the notorious Super 17 and Super Yixing Long from GT, among countless others. As for the Fourth Legion, Mechi Capule's voice rang out, Forgive us, my lord. We have failed to reclaim the Dark Dragon Balls. The commander of the Fourth Legion is none other than the recently arrived demon gods Tawa and Mira. Surprisingly, Mechi Capula neither reprimanded nor punished them, lightly glossing over their inadequacies. I have sensed that a portion of power has been sealed by the force of transcendence. Have you not consistently underestimated the bearer of that force? Lord Mechi Capula interrupted Tawa, turning to issue orders to Demigura. Once the other demon gods return, we can formally declare war on the city of time. I must prepare further, and I entrust all matters here to you. Yes, Demiguras slightly bowed, watching as Micah Capula's figure vanished into the palace, then straightened to gaze at the boundless dark army. The calm before the storm seems poised to reach its conclusion. Chapter 107. The shattered time chamber. Within the time chamber, Salodice lay in a pristine environment, recuperating. How long had he been there? Salodice could hardly recall, only remembering his continuous attempts to create the ultra bomb, resting when physically weary and practicing the supreme intent when mentally drained. The cycle repeated, fraught with failures, until now. Salodice's heart suddenly grew anxious. Just one final step remains. This time, it must succeed. It absolutely must. Encouraging himself, Salodice rose and summoned a doppelganger, making a gesture of assurance. The doppelganger grinned maniacally, gradually igniting. The flames enveloping the doppelganger were not as fierce as during his initial attempts. Even when Salodice placed his hand upon it, he felt no warmth, signifying that despite its fiery state, the doppelganger had fully contained its power. Excellent, just like that. Now to detonate. Following the thoughts in Salodice's mind, the doppelganger clenched its fists at its waist and roared. The flames, seemingly superficial, surged to an extreme temperature, warping the surrounding space. Boom. Salodice activated his shield. This explosive force surpassed even his ultimate technique, the gigantic Kamehameha. He had no doubt that taking this blow at close range, even with the limited energy contained within the doppelganger, could reduce his very essence to microscopic particles. Indeed, the explosion's power was horrifying. The time chamber's space could not withstand it, fracturing and leading Salodice back to the City of Time. Gazing at the desolate scene of the City of Time, Salodice felt a rising sense of concern, lamenting his own destruction of the time chamber. The buildings remained intact, showing no signs of invasion. Yet why was there not a soul in sight? Mr. Salodice, has your training concluded? The voice belonged to Myers, tinged with a hint of relief. Oh, it seems I have completed it. Where are the people of the City of Time? Myers extended a hand, presenting a temporal scroll. Fortunately, it is not too late. Lord Kyan has taken the Time Patrol to respond to Micah Capula's declaration of war. I am not entirely clear on the specifics. You can see for yourself, Mr. Salodice. Salodice nodded, accepting the scroll and promptly unrolling it. The images displayed were of Time Patrol members engaged in fierce combat against countless metallic gula, psiots, and various monstrous beings. Each adversary exuded a dark purple aura, their eyes glowing red, exhibiting an extremely ferocious combat style reminiscent of the enhancement magic Tawa had once bestowed upon him. The battlefield appeared brutal. I apologize. I am constrained by orders and unable to intervene, forced to remain within the City of Time. Myers' voice conveyed a sense of unwillingness and regret. Salodice, however, shook his head. There is no need for apologies. I never accounted for your strength in the first place. After all, is that not the nature of the angel race? Utter neutrality. Well, I suppose I have no standing to criticize you. With that, Salodice grasped the scroll and immediately vanished from the City of Time. Ultimately, he did not participate in this battle for a noble cause. It was merely to ensure his beloved could witness both tomorrow and the future. What right did he have to condemn others? Chapter 108. Beyond Super Saiyan 4. Bardock and Bardock. 1. Time regresses slightly. This is when Kyan and Eos had just brought the Time Patrol members to the realm transformed by Micah Capula, the former stronghold of the demon gods. Upon arriving in this space altered to resemble the demon realm, the group became scattered due to Micah Capula's prior machinations, each engaging in battle alone. Bardock surveyed his surroundings, lips curling in annoyance. Like Salodice, he was not one to seek to save the world. His involvement in this conflict stemmed solely from his connection to Kyan, the goddess of time, who was Salodice's girlfriend, alongside his desire to challenge stronger foes. Now separated from the others, he felt a pressing need to leave. What if Kyan were to come to harm? Just as he resolved to depart, he sensed a presence. Who goes there? Although he could not detect the enemy's energy, his battle-hardened instincts warned him of a gaze watching him from the shadows. With a shout, Bardock summoned a figure from the darkness. With a similar crab-like head and nearly identical battle attire, save for the color scheme, the mask evoked an inexplicable aversion within Bardock. Despite the inability to sense his opponent's energy, he recognized this as another version of himself, the one he had previously clashed with. So it's you. We didn't settle our last encounter. The masked Bardock remained silent, unleashing a dark purple aura that erupted violently, assuming a combat stance. Bardock mirrored his actions, elevating his energy to the maximum, his red hair transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying energy wave that reshaped the uneven terrain. It seems your power has increased since our last encounter, but it's still insufficient. Sensing the strength behind the masked Bardock's punch, Bardock smirked, meeting force with force, pushing the masked Bardock's fist aside and landing a blow to his chest. Yet, the masked Bardock appeared unfazed, akin to a wild beast. Seizing Bardock's still extended arm and attempting to throw him off, Bardock planted his feet firmly, engaging in another test of strength with the masked Bardock. Huh. As his aura expanded, Bardock roared, pulling the masked Bardock towards him. He raised his leg to intercept the masked Bardock's kick. The collision sent them both reeling back before they surged forward once more, fists, elbows, knees, and heads striking in a chaotic exchange. In their previous encounter, the masked Bardock's fighting style had been mechanical and rigid. This time, Bardock felt as though he was battling a frenzied version of himself. However, despite the similarities in their combat styles, Bardock was superior in both strength and speed, as he deftly sidestepped the leg of the masked Bardock, which swung down like a battle axe. A powerful elbow strike landed heavily against the abdomen of the masked Bardock. In the next moment, Bardock flickered and appeared behind the masked Bardock, bringing both hands together to deliver a crushing hammer blow. The impact caused the masked Bardock to lose balance, crashing heavily to the ground and creating an enormous crater. Seizing the opportunity, Bardock spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy blasts that rained down, igniting a series of explosions. With one final strike, a brilliant blue light coalesced in Bardock's hands, and a terrifying energy wave surged forth, directed at the rising smoke. The moment it descended, the energy wave expanded dramatically. However, this force, Bardock sensed that his energy wave had indeed struck the masked Bardock. Yet it was gradually being repelled. This adversary, a manipulated version of himself from another timeline, concealed other powers as well. Mixed with the golden and purplish-black flames, a voice tinged with agony dispersed the dense smoke, revealing the silhouette of the masked Bardock, with golden hair cascading down to his waist. It was the Super Saiyan 3 version of the masked Bardock. The energy flames continued to swell as the masked Bardock exerted force with both hands, explosively shattering the energy wave launched by Bardock before vanishing from sight. Bardock furrowed his brow and turned, executing a sweeping kick that collided squarely with the forearm of the reappearing masked Bardock. The nearly identical attacks clashed once more, but this time it was no longer a one-sided suppression by Bardock. Although the Super Saiyan 3 masked Bardock lacked the strength of the Super Saiyan 4 Bardock, the enhancement of his ferocity rendered him a formidable opponent, resulting in a balanced confrontation, with the masked Bardock's power even on the rise. Fists and feet relentlessly collided as Bardock gradually abandoned his notion of a quick resolution, immersing himself fully in this battle. The ground, previously smoothed by their initial confrontation, became increasingly pockmarked, resembling the surface of the moon. Wow! The ever-strengthening masked Bardock suddenly unleashed a speed surpassing that of Bardock. Dodging a heavy punch swung with all his might, and struck an elbow into Bardock's ribs from the side. Despite the pain, Bardock pressed on, delivering a more ferocious punch toward the masked Bardock. According to Bardock's expectations, this punch, aimed at another self who fought in a similar and even more feral manner, should have provoked a reciprocal attack. Yet, the masked Bardock's form suddenly froze in an odd position, his upper body tilting sideways as his lower half hesitated to execute a kick. This momentary stasis lasted only an instant. Just as Bardock's heavy punch was about to land on the masked Bardock leaned back, evading the blow and simultaneously creating distance for a counterattack. Before Bardock had time to ponder the masked Bardock's previous moment of stasis, another figure broke through the darkness, entering the battlefield. Upon looking up, he saw yet another crab-headed newcomer, the ex-Neo Bardock, a subordinate of IUC. It seems you are in quite the struggle, my alternate self from another timeline. The ex-Neo Bardock greeted Bardock before soaring to his side, adopting a battle stance against the masked Bardock. In the City of Time, the two Bardocks, already quite familiar with one another, found no hesitation in collaborating. After all, their common enemy was yet another Bardock. Bardock versus Bardock versus Bardock. The tension was palpable. Chapter 109. Beyond Super Saiyan 4 Bardock, and Bardock 2. One Bardock alone was sufficient to match the masked Bardock, let alone the addition of the ex-Neo Bardock. Although the ex-Neo Bedak had not mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 nor possessed the enhancement of ferocity, the power gained from the Dark Dragon Balls was more than adequate to bridge the gap, allowing him to engage in the battle in his Super Saiyan 3 form. As fellow Saiyans and Bedaks, how would the two fare against an equally matched opponent? The answer was apparent. Under the combined assault of the two, the masked Bedak found himself in a desperate situation, forced to respond defensively and unable to mount a counterattack. The tide of battle had turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Yet the course of events seldom unfolds so smoothly. The demon god Mira had joined the fray. Without any verbal exchange, Mira, wielding power far surpassing that displayed during the martial arts tournament, intercepted Bedak's heavy punch aimed at the masked Bedak and kicked toward the advancing ex-Neo Bedak. Standing silently alongside the masked Bedak, Bedak and ex-Neo Bedak exchanged a glance, comprehending each other's intentions, and rushed toward their respective foes. Bedak continued to face the masked Bedak, while ex-Neo Bedak engaged the demon god Mira. Apart from the roaring flames and the sounds of fists and feet colliding, this dimly lit space was devoid of any other noise. Punches, kicks, knee strikes, and elbow jabs. Even without ex-Neo's assistance, Bedak pressed on, pouring all his strength into the fight. Regarding the masked Bedak, he harbored a singular thought. He believed that no matter which timeline he originated from, he would not resort to such mechanical attacks as before, nor would he exhibit that inexplicable stasis during battle. Thus, there was only one possibility. The masked version of himself was being controlled. And what entity wielded that control? Just as his attacks had indicated, Bedak speculated that it was likely that very mask. The arrival of the demon god Mira further solidified this conviction. The same purplish-black flames, identical crimson glimmers in his eyes, and a similarly ferocious fighting style. Yet Mira's movements were fluid and natural. Coupled with that moment of stasis, it became clear that the target of his attack was indeed the mask. A prime opportunity. Taking advantage of the instant the masked Bedak grasped his feigned kick, Bedak concentrated all his power into his hand, delivering a fiery punch that soared past the now defenseless masked Bedak's face. Crack! The mask splintered with the sound, but it did not shatter entirely. Fortunately, Bedak had anticipated such a situation. This strike was merely a probing attack. Having confirmed that the cracked mask could hinder the masked Bedak, the subsequent attacks were set in motion. With a slight forceful pull, he freed his leg from the masked Bedak's grip and struck again at the masked Bedak's abdomen, surging energy flooding into the masked Bedak's body, rendering him once again rigid after just regaining his composure. In his left hand, a blue light shimmered, representing Bedak's most powerful attack, aside from the Saiyan Soul. The Final Spirit Cannon. The point-blank Final Spirit Cannon wasted not a single ounce of energy, crashing into the already cracked mask. Crack, crack, crack. The relentless energy barrage caused the fissures on the mask to multiply, and under Bedak's full-force assault, the mask finally shattered completely. Gasping for breath, Bedak paid no mind to the now silent masked Bedak, his gaze fixated on the demon god Mira. Though Mira had become significantly stronger than before, the situation remained evenly matched under the full might of the ex-Neo Bedak. Upon witnessing the scene, Bodake refocused his attention on the fallen fake Bodake, approaching in hopes of awakening the unconscious figure. However, the moment Bedak's hands made contact with the counterfeit version, an astonishing phenomenon transpired. Without any magical influence, he instinctively perceived the experiences of this alternate self from another dimension. In that realm, devoid of the presence of Salodice, the circumstances were far less formidable than his own, lacking even the strength of a battle power of 100,000. Yet, this version of himself still stood defiantly against Frieza's assault on planet Vegeta, resisting to the bitter end, even though it was a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, like his own spirit, he unleashed a final energy blast, embodying the pride of the Saiyan race. Remarkably, this alternate self was fortunate enough to survive the explosion of planet Vegeta, inexplicably returning to the past, where he was referred to as Planet Plant. With the assistance of the inhabitants of Planet Plant, he recovered from his grievous injuries, barely touching the threshold of 1,000,000 in battle power, and encountered the legendary ancestor of the Frieza clan, the cosmic pirate Zeld. In a fierce confrontation with Zeld, he awakened his potential after witnessing the peril faced by the young inhabitants of Planet Plant who had aided him, ultimately overpowering Zeld in his Super Saiyan form, thus giving rise to the legend of the Super Saiyan. Following this alternate self wandered the cosmos, only to encounter Tawa and Mira, who captured and transformed him, leading to his eventual status as the masked scion. The memories continued until he shattered the mask, prompting him to awaken. Like Bodake, the masked Bodake also experienced Badak's memories. You are far luckier than I, achieving your current state without external aid, the awakened masked Bodake remarked, struggling to sit up. You must have seen from my memories, right? Due to their unauthorized modifications to my body, I am now riddled with injuries. There is but one matter I must entrust to you, who bears the name Bodake as well. Without needing to speak, Bodake understood that the masked Bodake sought vengeance against the demonic Tawa and Mira for their unwarranted alterations to his being. The masked Bodake grasped Badak's hand tightly, his expression twisted with pain. My strength and my convictions are all entrusted to you, my alternate self. Before Bodake could respond, the masked Bodake collapsed, his life force extinguished. Yet, even in death, a brilliant white aura ignited around him, flowing into Badak's body like a mighty river interspersed with golden starlight. After a long moment, Bodake exhaled a deep sigh. I understand now. In the name of Bodake, I shall utterly vanquish those two. Rising to his feet, Bodake clenched his fists, feeling the essence of the masked Bodake fully integrate into him, transforming the aura that enveloped him into a tangible force. Chapter 110. Bonds across time and space. As Bodake engaged in battle, Salodice harnessed the power of the time scroll to arrive on the battlefield. Perhaps due to the preemptive interference orchestrated by Mechikapura or other unknown factors, Salodice found himself unable to reach his beloved as anticipated. Instead, he faced a multitude of imposters. So many fakes. I have no time to play with you. Get out of my way. Within Salodice's line of sight were numerous Vegeto, Gogeta, and Gotenks. However, upon closer inspection, Salodice, who had previously encountered Gogeta and fought alongside Vegeto, could discern that these beings were mere facades. Ah, the great Salodice. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? The imposter warriors parted to reveal Darius. You worthless fool. Do you truly believe these imposters can stand against me? I shall repeat myself. Get out of my way. I have no time for games. Darius, leisurely toying with the fruit of the tree of might, appeared quite relaxed. Now, do not be hasty, dear Salodice. Allow me to introduce you to my warriors. Indeed, these fellows are not the true fusion fighters, but I advise you not to underestimate them. These warriors possess souls from other worlds, much like yourself, and have been endowed with a system gifted by Lord Mechikapura, allowing them to grow to a power that rivals the gods. It is quite a pity, really. A pity for what? Although he voiced such a question, Salodice understood that there was no way these imposters would yield a path for him. Thus, combat was inevitable. The adversaries aimed to delay him, and he would seize this opportunity to gather his strength and obliterate them swiftly. Did Darius perceive Salodice's intentions? It was uncertain. Darius maintained his languid demeanor, taking a bite of the tree of might fruit. It is indeed a pity that Lord Salodice did not accept the system bestowed by Lord Tawa. Facing Salodice now would be daunting, given that it matched the godly powers of Mechikapura. Such a confrontation would undoubtedly be troublesome. Salodice merely scoffed, even without the little demon. And regardless of the world's fate, Salodice would never consent to accept that accursed system. Even if Mechikapura genuinely wished for him to become his subordinate, could he still remain true to himself while being cultivated by such a system? Moreover, although their last meeting was ambiguous, Salodice could sense Mechikapura's insatiable desire for the power of transgression that resided within him. It was clear that accepting such a thing would reduce him to mere fodder for Mechikapura's command. The idle chatter came to an end. Thump, 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 thump. The sound resonated in Salodice's ears, interrupting his preparations for action. Reaching into his robe, he retrieved a portable capsule, pulsating like a heartbeat and emitting a soft glow. Suddenly, a vision flashed through Salodice's mind. It was during a life-and-death battle that he had encountered a person guided by a mysterious force across time. It is he. Just in time, he will be of great assistance. Activating the capsule, a small, gem-like sword materialized in Salodice's hand, accompanied by a cloud of smoke. This gem sword, Zurlrich, was a gift from his grandson, whom he had fortuitously met and bore no actual blood relation to. With this artifact, he could summon him to this place. The time scroll revealed that not only the high-tier warriors from the City of Time, but also those powerful fighters summoned by his beloved and those from various timelines were entangled with Mechikapura's minions, scattered across this dimension, engaged in life-and-death battles, and would be unable to assist him in forging a path forward. At this moment, the gem sword emitted a sound, likely reminding him of this almost forgotten ally. With this thought, Salodice tightened his grip on the gem's sword, channeling his energy into it, tracing a brilliant arc. In an instant, the fabric of space was rent, revealing a violet fissure through which distant voices echoed. "You shrimp," as the sound emerged. A golden radiance enveloped the area, causing even the counterfeit warriors and the leading Darius to involuntarily shut their eyes, shielding their faces with their hands. "Still so vibrant, aren't you, Beijite?" As the light receded, there appeared beside Salodice a Beijite who was nearly indistinguishable from the true, fused warrior, save for the absence of earrings. Although not the authentic fused warrior, this Beijite was certainly not one of the imposters that Salodice faced. This being was born from a different dimension, a manifestation of Beijite's divergent personality, separated from the invincible, fused warrior. "Well, you called upon me, so it must be to deal with some troublesome adversary, right?" As fellow scions, how could we not feel excitement in the face of a formidable foe? The alternate dimensions Beijite greeted Salodice, casting a glance at the still-dazed counterfeit army and the leading Darius. "Are these your opponents?" Salodice nodded. "The situation is somewhat complex. Your arrival is indeed a great help. These are mere imposters of the fused warriors. While they lack the true power of their originals and are mere puppets controlled by the system, they can still impede my progress. You can handle them, can't you?" Unlike their previous encounters' relaxed atmosphere, Beijite sensed Salodice's anxious demeanor and set aside any inclination for jest, adopting a serious attitude suitable for genuine combat. "Are the imposters referring to that Zamasu fellow? But they seem somewhat different, don't they?" Salodice shook his head initially, then nodded. "That interpretation is somewhat accurate. A group that has borrowed the appearance of the fused warriors, yet their powers are entirely distinct. We can discuss it further once this predicament is resolved." He paused, adding, "If I am still alive by then." Beijite nodded, stretching his body. "For you to say such a thing, it seems the trouble we face is indeed formidable. In any case, we just need to defeat all of these foes, right? I leave it to you." Upon hearing Beijite's agreement, Salodice felt his restless heart settle slightly, unleashing a white aura as he prepared to depart in search of his beloved. As for whether Beijite could handle the current imposters, Salodice harbored no concerns, given Beijite's power, which had once surpassed his own, even if it had plateaued at that level. He would undoubtedly not falter against these trivial adversaries. Moreover, being a new warrior miraculously born from the unparalleled fused warrior, how could he remain stagnant at any level? Witnessing Salodice's attempt to leave, Darius' expression finally shifted from ease to tension as he gestured for the frontline imposter warriors to intercept, while he stealthily retreated. A golden beam shot forth from Beijite's hand at an incomprehensible speed, swiftly decapitating the leading imposters. "You face me." Beijite positioned himself between the departing Salodice and the counterfeit army, engulfed in a blazing golden aura, proclaiming his declaration of war. "Such formidable reinforcements, yet it matters not. This will activate the insurance provided by Lord Micacapula. My subordinates, charge forth and eliminate that one." Although he declared this, Darius seized the chaos of the advancing imposters to swiftly retreat in the direction that Salodice had taken. With a light shout from Beijite, a surging wave of golden energy halted the advance of the imposter army before he leaped gracefully into the air, landing elegantly before the still recovering Darius. A golden energy sword materializing at his fingertips pointed directly at Darius' throat. "Where do you think you're going? My grandfather entrusted me with the task of blocking all of you here. It would be unfortunate if you managed to escape." Darius' facial muscles twitched slightly. Since acquiring the power bestowed by Micacapula, he had also learned to sense energy. The presence of this seemingly genuine Beijite felt hazy in his perception, suggesting only one possibility: this being's power vastly exceeded his own. However, since he was now faced with an opponent, there was no choice but to engage. A surge of purplish-black golden energy erupted as Darius' transformation into Super Saiyan 3 completed, his hair cascading wildly to his waist. "Oh, a Super Saiyan 3? Without a moment's hesitation, Darius leaped backward at great speed, commanding his vast army of imposters to attack together, attempting to intercept Beijite. Yet, they could not land a single hit. Whether it was the counterfeit Beijite attempting to engage in close combat, or the barrage of energy blasts from the imposter Gogeta and the imposter Gotenks, their attacks all missed as Beijite moved with the leisurely grace of a park elder on a stroll. "Got you." After a round of attacks, Darius positioned himself behind Beijite, reaching out to ensnare him from behind in a grappling hold. I don't quite fancy that position. Beijite's voice rang out as he slightly turned, his hardened elbow colliding with Darius' face, which had yet to retract its triumphant smirk. He then spun around, delivering a kick that sent Darius crashing into a nearby blood-red crystal, creating a massive rock formation. Continuing the iconic movements, Beijite deftly avoided the oncoming imposters, soaring into the air, his fingers shimmering with firefly-like light as he unleashed a volley of energy blasts. 10-finger energy bullets. Enjoy this. With Beijite's exclamation, 10 energy blasts rained down upon the imposter army, igniting a series of violent explosions. Following this, Beijite brought his hands together into a hammering form, striking down an advancing imposter attempting to seize him, deftly dodging a subsequent rainbow-hued energy sphere with a boxing-style duck, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent another approaching imposter into a rare 360-degree spin. Flickering away, Beijite evaded the descending ring-shaped energy attack, a technique from the imposter Gotenks known as the Super Golden Shining Sweet Ring. While being struck would not inflict any significant harm, it would certainly leave him somewhat disheveled, so he preferred to evade it. Next, Beijite raised one hand, directing it toward the imposter army, unleashing a devastating explosion attack reminiscent of Vegeta's technique, its power undeniable. Under this assault, the imposter army suffered considerable losses. But there are so many of them. How long will this take? Beijite lamented. It appeared that he would need to employ a broader technique. Muttering to himself, he began to gather energy within, preparing to unleash a force substantial enough to rival the size of a star, followed by a torrential rain of energy blasts. Wangzi Zhanfa, similarly derived from Beijite's techniques. While this maneuver proves ineffective in battles of equal standing, an abundance of energy blasts becomes futile if they cannot breach defenses. Yet, in the current predicament, the situation transforms entirely. Although Beijita has yet to unleash his full strength, these imposters, even in their normal state, are easily vanquished. With such a multitude of adversaries amassed, the Wangzi Zhanfa emerges as the optimal solution. Explosions, 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 and more explosions. Having studied in other realms, Beijita has mastered a magic known in that world as the second law, which, although it does not enhance his power ceiling, grants him an infinite energy far surpassing that of the artificial beings. Therefore, undeniably, the vast army of imposters has dwindled significantly under Beijita's relentless barrage. As for the remaining foes, even counting them on one hand becomes feasible. The utterly ferocious imposter Beijita and Wujita, enveloped in purple flames, prepare for the true battle ahead. A smile unique to Science graces Beijita's face upon witnessing the clash. Chapter 111. Returning their own tactics, the annihilation of imposters. In a remarkable twist of fate, after Beijita dispatched the multitude of imposters, Daliesu regained his composure, emerging from the rocky ground. The rapid resolution of the army within such a brief span seemed logical, yet somewhat astonishing to Daliesu. After all, imposters are merely that, imposters. Even with the power of the demon god, Wutian Kasi fares better. The successful replication of warriors as formidable as Beijita and Wujita is a miraculous rarity. Daliesu cast a glance at the 4 imposters currently confronting Beijita, having activated their ultimate transformations. Thankfully, such miracles are not impossible, as these 4 warriors are indeed the embodiment of such marvels. Super Saiyan 4 Wujita and Beijita, Super Saiyan Blue Wujita and Beijita. Though they may lack the overwhelming power of their originals, they are certainly far from being trifling opponents. Ah, you are stronger than I imagined, Daliesu. To recover so swiftly after taking one of my strikes is impressive. A mocking smile graced Beijita's face upon seeing Daliesu emerge. Daliesu's expression twitched, yet he did not advance immediately. Instead, he reached into his bosom and produced a fruit from the spirit tree. Initially reluctant to consume this fruit, he reconsidered. You wouldn't allow me to escape so easily, would you? Of course not. Having made a promise, I shall not permit any of you to interfere with what my grandfather intends to accomplish. Beijita's voice remained calm, devoid of much fluctuation. Underestimate us at your peril. Little one. Daliesu bit into the spirit tree fruit fiercely. Boom. The golden aura was entirely supplanted by a dark, purple-black hue, expanding violently and whipping up debris around him, while crackling blue arcs of electricity flickered into existence. Oh, things are becoming slightly more interesting. Sensing the surge of Daliessu's power, Vegeta finally assumed a stance worthy of the escalating strength, alongside the remaining 4 imposters, prompting him to take the matter more seriously. With a sudden burst, Daliessu created a small crater beneath his feet and began to move rapidly around Vegeta, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The 4 imposters exchanged glances and simultaneously charged at Vegeta. A silvery radiance enveloped Vegeta's golden aura as Daliessu and the imposters descended upon him like a tempest. Yet all their attacks were deftly evaded by Vegeta. As the saying goes, a single surge of energy can exhaust itself, even in their frenzied state. The 5 would lose their initial fervor when their assaults failed to connect. A flaw. Vegeta astutely seized the opportunity, launching an energy blast at his feet, obscuring himself in the rising smoke. Among the 5, the imposter Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, skilled in sensing energy, was the first to detect Vegeta's absence. With agility, he maneuvered through the smoke, manifesting a purple-black energy sword in his right hand, and struck towards the seemingly empty space behind him. Clang! Vegeta's figure fell precisely within the sword's reach, yet he remained unfazed, brandishing his own golden energy sword, which shone brilliantly, parrying the blow and severing the energy blade completely. Impossible. Unlike the other imposters, these 4 maintained their sanity amidst their ferocity, and upon witnessing their sword shattered, they gasped in disbelief. Without hesitation, Vegeta conjured another energy sword in his left hand, slicing through Daliessu's signature technique, the deadly energy ring, cleanly in 2. Within less than a minute, the imposter Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta lay lifeless, yet the remaining 4 displayed no emotional response to his demise. Seizing the moment, the imposter Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta prepared his attack, channeling energy for the ultimate Kamehameha. What should have been a gold and blue energy wave transformed into a pure purple-black beam in the hands of the imposter. Vegeta raised his eyelids. His hands spread wide, gathering energy in a similar manner. There is no reason for imposters to triumph over the originals. But this is not the time for such an outcome. Vegeta's power and mastery over the ultimate Kamehameha far surpassed that of the imposter, obliterating the foe without a moment's pause. The ultimate explosive Kamehameha. The attack from the imposter Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta followed swiftly, but Vegeta anticipated it, countering with his own ultimate explosive Kamehameha, shattering the incoming strike. At that moment, the full might of the imposter Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's Kamehameha reached Vegeta. Would he be struck? The answer was a resounding no. Vegeta's body arced gracefully, allowing the Kamehameha to pass harmlessly above him. He gathered energy in his hands, swiftly closing the distance to the imposter Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. The point-blank Kamehameha collided with the still-firing imposter, engulfing him entirely. Now it is your turn, Daliessu. Vegeta intended to utter this phrase, but Daliessu's sudden roar and rush caused him to retract his words. TCH. Has that fruit's power driven him completely mad? Raising his left hand to deflect Daliessu's claw-like assault, Vegeta endured a flurry of punches and kicks until he finally delivered a side kick that sent Daliessu airborne. As Vegeta prepared for the final blow, he observed Daliessu's body contorting grotesquely, followed by a chilling wail. Daliessu's form swelled like a balloon. What a filthy spectacle! Vegeta stretched and prepared to depart. Regarding the grandfather who entrusted this task to him, despite lacking any blood relation, Vegeta felt a lingering concern. Should he survive this encounter, it would be intriguing to witness that ever-confident grandfather utter such words. The adversary must indeed be a formidable one. Such worries persist. Wait a moment. This immense and malevolent energy, though unfamiliar, unmistakably belongs to a Saiyan. Soon, Vegeta discerned the true identity of the newcomer. A Saiyan with hair cascading nearly to his waist, his physique as colossal and muscular as that of Broly. The swirling mix of red and dark purple energy enveloping him clearly indicated that he was not a benign presence. Although I doubt you will respond, I shall still inquire. Who are you? Unfortunately, Vegeta misjudged. Kamba, you are formidable. Come, let us engage in battle. Chapter 112, The Sinister Saiyan, Vegeta vs. Kamba. Kamba, in a historical timeline from the past, was a king of the Saiyan race who believed that Saiyans should bring chaos and slaughter to the universe, taking pride in evil. He once battled the ancient Super Saiyan god and triumphed through his innate malevolence. Now, endowed with even greater power by Mechikabura, he serves under him. Vegeta, of course, was unaware of Kamba's past. Nevertheless, the palpable red-black malevolent energy emanating from Kamba was sufficient for Vegeta to realize that this new adversary was no ordinary foe. Although this is not my grandfather's task, it is evident from your energy that you are allied with those earlier foes, are you not? Vegeta halted, adopting a serious stance, enveloped in a flowing crimson aura. Upon witnessing Vegeta's posture, Kamba's pupils constricted sharply, and a surge of fury arose within him. Roaring, Kamba charged at Vegeta with the momentum of a meteor. With arms crossed in front, Vegeta slightly crouched, allowing Kamba's powerful blows to fall upon him. Such a heavy attack. Is this merely his baseline strength? Reflecting on Kamba's might, Vegeta's body moved without hesitation, leveraging Kamba's forearm to spin around and deliver a swift kick to Kamba's back. While a typical warrior might have reacted by dodging or blocking, Kamba was not so easily deterred. From the depths of his malevolent energy, two enormous claws of the same hue surged forth to converge upon Vegeta. With a slight frown, Vegeta did not flinch but accelerated his descent, slipping through the closing claws, lightly tapping Kamba's shoulder before swiftly distancing himself. He then turned and unleashed a ki blast at the approaching malevolent claws, obliterating them. Seeing this, Kamba let out another roar, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts in all directions to confine Vegeta's movement, while simultaneously launching two crescent-shaped malevolent energy slashes toward him. Vegeta manifested a ki sword, slicing through the ether to sever the malevolent slashes into fragments. With each failed attack, Kamba's anger intensified, his black hair transforming to gold as his brow jutted out, eclipsing his eyes. Super Saiyan 3, albeit slightly different, Vegeta mused, yet he remained steadfast, choosing not to alter his stance but to further unleash his power. The two expanding auras collided, creating a tempest capable of uprooting boulders. As Kamba, still in a fury, descended to the ground like a wild beast, he charged at Vegeta. In an instant, the afterimages of his fists and feet danced in the air, sending tremors through the surrounding space. What happened? Is your strength merely this? Vegeta's hook punch pierced through Kamba's barrage, striking him squarely in the face. Following this successful hit, Vegeta flickered and appeared behind Kamba, executing a wrist lock to pin him to the ground. What happened? Is your strength merely this? You wretched fool! Kamba shrieked, summoning two malevolent claws once more to knock Vegeta off him, rising to meet Vegeta's gaze directly. Although he made no move, Vegeta sensed a primal power brewing within Kamba's body. Could it be? With a sudden surge, a blazing red flame akin to a lotus of fire erupted from Kamba. Super Saiyan 4 Malevolent Enhancement. Unlike the typical scorching heat of a Super Saiyan 4, Kamba's aura radiated a chilling and sinister energy, leading Vegeta to ponder whether this was due to the essence of malevolence. It seems this is your full strength then? Very well, I shall match you with my own. Vegeta exited his Super Saiyan God state, his body shimmering with a silver radiance, dazzling and brilliant. This is my utmost power. Kamba, prepare for your defeat. With a casual motion, an invisible pressure of energy collided with Kamba. In the state of Super Saiyan 4 Malevolent Enhancement, Kamba's formidable defensive capabilities rendered Vegeta's strikes ineffective. Upon realizing this outcome, Kamba wore a satisfied smile and charged at Vegeta once more with the ferocity of a beast. However, this time, Vegeta did not confront Kamba head-on. Like a graceful dancer, he navigated Kamba's attacks with a seemingly leisurely yet swift rhythm. Regardless of how Kamba accelerated his punches or summoned two malevolent claws to strike simultaneously, he failed to even graze Vegeta's attire, and occasionally, Vegeta would shatter the claws with ease. You cannot strike me with mere brute force. While evading, Vegeta taunted Kamba. Such power is indeed impressive, but regrettably, relying solely on brute strength will never inflict any damage. Oh, have you increased your speed? Alas, that too is futile. Finally, under Vegeta's continuous verbal provocation, Kamba, in a fit of rage, amplified his energy, enveloped in a layer of purple-black flames, becoming ferocious. After completing his transformation, Kamba leaped into the sky, raising one hand as a massive black-red ki blast rapidly formed, ominous arcs of electricity swirling around it, signifying its perilous nature. If you possess the capability, evade this super malevolent wave. However, its range will encompass this entire vicinity. As Kamba's hand moved, the super malevolent wave descended with astonishing speed. Vegeta, sensing the terrifying power contained within, understood Kamba's words were not mere bluster and thrust his hands forward, pushing against the super malevolent wave. Such a thing. Watch me send it back to you. A brilliant and scorching silver radiance intensified, showcasing Vegeta's escalating power. What? Although the shift was slight, Kamba could perceive his super malevolent wave inching back. Damn you, mortal. As a royal, Kamba had always believed he should be the strongest Saiyan and, having triumphed over the ancient Super Saiyan god, was even more convinced of this notion. Though devoid of a tail, Kamba was certain that the opponent before him was also a Saiyan. How could a non-royal Saiyan possibly push back a super malevolent wave unleashed with all his might? This should not occur, and it absolutely must not happen. The fury surged within Kamba, who summoned an endless stream of power to attempt to suppress Vegeta in their struggle. What a nuisance. Sensing the pressure emanating from the super evil wave, Vegeta frowned. Since he could not push it back, a long golden energy sword manifested from his hand once more, slicing upward and astonishingly cleaving the super evil wave in two. Die. As he crossed over the severed super evil wave, Kamba swung his fist, filled with wrath, toward Vegeta's face. You cannot evade this. Listening to Kamba's taunts, Vegeta subtly shook his head, adopting a bridge pose to evade the punch, subsequently performing several flips to distance himself and soar into the sky. Kamba yanked his fist from the ground and turned around, only to find a key blast had been unleashed from Vegeta's hand, hurtling towards him. As he sidestepped to evade, Kamba was about to counterattack when Vegeta's voice interrupted, stating, "That's how you should attack." Just as the imprint of white boots struck Kamba's face, disrupting his movements, Vegeta's words echoed. The mask shattered. Is the liquid at the corner of my mouth blood? My teeth feel loose. Am I injured? I, the king of the evil Saiyans, Kamba, am I hurt by such a mere mortal? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. The rage intensified, fueled by the blood flowing down, completely consuming the remnants of rationality lost to savagery. Unconscious, small, evil ki blasts erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. Have I gone completely mad? I truly do not comprehend, but let it end like this. With Vegeta's intent, the sky opened a rift akin to a grand door, from which a man almost identical to Vegeta suddenly burst forth. Hey, just this once. Understood. Just this once. Let us act quickly, Alter. Receiving Vegeta's response, the man known as Alter nodded in satisfaction and swiftly maneuvered through the storm of small evil ki blasts, arriving before Kamba. He unleashed a punch that appeared calm but contained terrifying power, interrupting Kamba's actions, and then swiftly flipped back into the doorway, closing it behind him. Final. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Vegeta spread his arms wide, gathering all his strength, then brought his hands together at his waist in a flower-like formation, pushing forth. The ki wave, interwoven with gold and blue, crackling with arcs of electricity, collided with Kamba with an unstoppable force. Struck by this blow, Kamba's reason, previously consumed, abruptly returned amidst the pain that spread through every cell. This is impossible. I, defeated by such a mortal? As the realm around him diminished, Vegeta gradually withdrew his attack, reverting to his normal state. Is this your last words? How utterly dull, yet it has allowed me to fully unleash my potential. You were indeed a worthy adversary. Vegeta remarked, gazing at the spot where Kamba had vanished. Speaking of which, my grandfather's departure should have been in this direction. Reflecting briefly on the prior events, Vegeta determined the direction and erupted into a brilliant white flame, soaring away from the battlefield that had witnessed an earth-shattering clash. Chapter 113. Cain and Ios. It was the night when Ios had just brought her Exneo team to the City of Time, preparing for a battle that might not be long but would undoubtedly be exceptionally fierce. Cain, you seem quite fatigued. Ios, restored to her former demeanor, held a cup of tea, her gaze piercing as she observed Cain, who had burrowed under the covers, not displaying any intention of sleeping, appearing deeply troubled. Cain merely stared at the ceiling, letting out a long sigh. As a longtime confidant of millions of years, and a guiding mentor who led her to become the Kaishin of time, Ios knew Cain well, and it was not difficult to deduce her state of mind. While preparing adequately for the upcoming battle is indeed commendable, one must not overexert oneself. Your incessant traversing through time and space to seek powerful warriors has led to this state, has it not? If this continues, your body may collapse before the battle even commences. Ios, Cain's soft voice resonated. You know, If it weren't for that foolish uncle, I might not be so desperately preparing as I am now. Why? That fellow possesses such latent power and cares for you so deeply, with his assistance. You shouldn't have to go to such lengths, should you? Ios found it peculiar, understanding the relationship between Salodice and Cain that had endured through 2 lifetimes. And she was well aware of Salodice's strength. Ios, it is precisely because I know that foolish uncle cares for me so much that I am driven to prepare with such fervor. Cain sat up, sharing her thoughts with Ios. That foolish uncle understands my character well. I would never abandon my duty as the Kaioshin of time due to a disparity in strength or shy away from fighting Mikakapura. Furthermore, since that foolish uncle has encountered Mikakapura before, he is fully aware of her power. So he would undoubtedly go to any lengths to find a way to defeat Mikakapura for my sake. And perhaps a deep concern emerged on Cain's face as she articulated her suspicion. Perhaps he might even consider dragging Mikakapura into self-destruction. Ios was taken aback, hastily inquiring, "Is that truly a possibility?" Cain nodded silently. "That fellow is the bearer of the power beyond. As long as he can buy enough time. A character like Mikakapura can easily surpass, and even if things become dire, the Grand Priest and the Omni King would not stand idly by, would they? This is not worth it. Since the day we reunited, or rather, since I realized that foolish uncle had come to this world, I knew that the countless years had not diminished my longing for him. The time he spent was far less than mine. And how could the guilt of not being able to reach out to help during that time lessen? Moreover, that foolish uncle is also skeptical whether the Omni King and the Grand Priest would intervene in this matter, making it hard for me not to think this way now. Is that so? Ios's silent expression clearly conveyed those 4 words, and the room fell into a quiet stillness. After a considerable time, Ios managed to force a somewhat strained smile, offering comfort to her exceptional junior. Perhaps in such a pressing situation, that fellow's training will yield extraordinary results, allowing him to surpass Mikakapura, just as he has in every previous battle, though he may occasionally walk a fine line, yet ultimately triumph and return unscathed. I hope that is the case. Well then, I shall take my leave, Ios-senpai. I need to rest. For tomorrow, I must continue searching across various timelines for warriors willing to assist us. Very well, I shall join you in cooperation tomorrow. Chapter 114, Super 1-Star Dragon vs. Super 4 Gogeta, a lopsided battle. Under the dim light, the palace crafted in the image of the Omni King resembled a beast ready to devour. From the maw of this beast emerged a shadowy figure, intercepted by another crimson figure. It has been a long time, 1-Star Dragon. A crimson figure emerged from around the corner, adorned in a distinctive vest that unmistakably indicated it was a product of the Mei Da Ma Xing rinse fusion technique. Coupled with the revelation of his dark identity, it was evident that this was none other than Wu Ji-ta, who had previously clashed with Chao Si Wu Ji-ta. "Wu Ji-ta, you scoundrel!" exclaimed Yixing Long, recognizing his adversary, his expression brimming with fury. Wu Ji-ta, however, wore a relaxed demeanor. "There's no need for such harsh words, my old friend. Shouldn't we at least greet each other? By the way, weren't you supposed to be white? How did you end up looking like this?" Suddenly, Wu Ji-ta feigned enlightenment. "I see now. You must have been digging for coal somewhere and returned without a bath. Right? You bastard." Yixing Long was about to unleash a torrent of anger, but suddenly recalled something, calming himself. "Perfect. I'm no longer the fool you used to toy with. Before I accomplish the tasks assigned by Mei Chi Ka Pula, let me stretch my body with you." Wu Ji-ta displayed a keen interest. "Is that so? Then allow me to see what progress you've made. I might as well take advantage of this moment. For soon I shall send you to the depths of hell." A sense of vengeful exhilaration was already evident on Yixing Long's face, reminiscent of an elderly man sporting a goat beard. Although he hadn't been slain by Wu Ji-ta, the indignation of being mocked by a mere firework imitation of Kuei Pai Qigong was far worse than death itself. Raising his hand, a multitude of small energy blasts erupted simultaneously from Yixing Long's fingers, striking Wu Ji-ta and producing a cacophony of explosions. "Ah, how delightful. Just as you said. You've certainly made progress. The pressure is far more enjoyable than before." As the smoke cleared, Wu Ji-ta revealed a countenance reminiscent of someone who had just found relief after 3 days of constipation, swaying his body and tail while pointing to his untouched left shoulder. "But I told you last time, aim for my left shoulder. The right side feels rather imbalanced from the massage." Yixing Long's nostrils flared. Despite his enhanced power from Mei Chi Ka Pula's modifications, he could not fathom why. "Of course, it must be because my previous attack was not executed with full strength. Regardless, this opponent had effortlessly dealt with his past self, even with his power increased. It was only natural that Vegeta could maintain such a relaxed expression while deflecting his small energy blasts. Determined, Yixinglong resolved to unleash a stronger attack, ensuring that Vegeta would not retain that infuriating countenance. With that thought, the 7 Dragon Balls embedded in his chest radiated a crimson glow, forming a red negative energy orb that resembled a setting sun. Ascending into the air, he directed the negative energy orb towards Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to one of intense focus, unleashing a torrent of energy as he kicked towards the orb. Fool! Do you think you can easily return my negative energy orb like last time? Go to hell, you bastard! Yixinglong clasped his hands together, and as the orb collided with Vegeta, it erupted violently, yet no terrifying aftershocks ensued. At last, I can cleanse my shame. Huh, what are you laughing at? Yixinglong asked, astonished as he followed the sound. Vegeta sat cross-legged atop a massive stone, sporting a puzzled expression. How can this be? Vegeta rose, exhaling a long sigh. Although my power has increased, my mindset and awareness seem to have deteriorated even further. I merely evaded with instant transmission. There is no need for such astonishment. Well, enough of this. Let's finish this here. Quit boasting. Yixinglong erupted into a burst of extreme speed, launching a punch at Vegeta. But remember this. No matter how strong you become, Vegeta will always be above you. Yixinglong's fist never grazed Vegeta, who countered with a familiar elbow strike to his face, following with a similarly familiar kick that sent Yixinglong flying away. This time, however, there was no building to catch him. Vegeta vanished from sight. Catching up to the airborne Yixinglong, with his left hand shaped like a blade, he struck down fiercely at Yixinglong's back, then pressed his right hand against Yixinglong's face, forcing him into the ground. The final blow, Vegeta performed a backward somersault, landing with arms outstretched, then bringing them together in a flower-like formation. 100 times. Big Bang. Kue Pai Qigong. A blue energy wave, as robust as the Yangtze River, surged forth, overwhelming Yixinglong, who had just pulled his head from the ground and was still reeling from dizziness. This time Vegeta, aware that the fusion time would shorten due to a significant power boost and no need to purify the negative energy, easily triumphed over the now far weaker Yixinglong without exerting full effort. Shaking off his hands, Vegeta's gaze fell upon the distant palace, seemingly further away due to the battle. I wonder if the 2 lords of the time Kaishin and the others have already entered. I must hurry. The they Vegeta referred to were 3 other powerful beings, summoned like him by Kai-In and IOC from various timelines to assist against Mei-Chi Kapula. Like Vegeta, these 3 were also encountering either old foes or challenging new adversaries on their way. As for Salodice, amidst the chaotic battlefield, aside from the initial wave of imposter fusion warriors who had come to ambush him, he faced numerous distractions from lesser foes. Until now, he had yet to locate his little girlfriend. Fortunately, he stumbled upon Badaka and Badaka X Enio, who were engaged in battle with Mila. What direction would this war take next? As Salodice beheld the reinvigorated Mila, his sense of foreboding deepened. I must hurry and reach you, my little demon. Chapter 115. Chaolan Vegeta vs. Zamasu, the long-awaited fusion of earrings. The environment here is truly unsettling. Hey, you over there. Don't you feel the same? 2 voices overlapped, nearly identical, with one slightly deeper and richer responding affirmatively. Indeed, staying here for too long gives me goosebumps. Before the time Kaishin arrives, let's renovate this place. I concur. As the voices subsided, a brilliant light dispelled the cold and darkness, banishing the stench of blood. This was the result of 2 energy blasts unleashed simultaneously by the speakers. Beneath the radiant glow of the energy blasts, the 2 speakers revealed their forms. Neither imposter fusion warriors nor the miracle-born inheritor of the name Vegeta, but 2 genuine Vegetas from different timelines. Humans. In the wake of the explosions, an enraged voice rang out. Ah, isn't this the Lord of the Gods? I didn't expect to find you here. Apologies for accidentally causing you harm. One of the younger-looking Vegeta stepped forward to confront the source of the furious voice, the masked fusion Zamasu. This individual has long been my rival. Allow me to handle this. The valiant Vegeta stepped forward, his hands clenched at his waist, emanating a flowing azure aura, while the other figure behind him merely shrugged. We must swiftly eliminate this foe. Despite the special Patera earrings bestowed by the Lord of Time, our fusion is time-limited, and further battles await us. I am aware. Sensing the gravity in the demeanor of Super Blue Beijite, the other Beijite chose to remain silent, floating backward with arms crossed. Do not even think of escaping. Super Blue Beijite's form, like a wraith, shadowed the advancing Zamasu, blocking his path. I have stated before, your adversary is me. With his pursuit obstructed, Zamasu halted, his halo swelling as he unleashed a multitude of black and red blades of judgment towards Super Blue Beijite. Mere humans who can only mimic the divine should not attempt to command the great deities. After 2 encounters, I have grown weary of your incessant prattle, O Divine One. Beijite retorted, activating his shield to deflect Zamasu's assault. In an instant, he vanished, his deep blue fist piercing through Zamasu's chest. I am immortal, human. Such attacks are ineffective against me. Before Zamasu could finish his declaration, the wormhole he summoned to escape was obliterated by Super Blue Beijite's energy blast. Retracting his fist, Beijite delivered a powerful kick that sent Zamasu's head spinning in a full circle, following up with a relentless barrage of strikes. You, who merely steals the strength of others, cannot boast here. Return to the depths of hell. Like a tattered sack caught in the wind, Zamasu was sent soaring by Beijite's hook punch, only to be met with a flash of golden light as Beijite's signature energy sword pierced through the newly created hole in Zamasu's chest, anchoring him in place. Zamasu extended his trembling hand, which seemed on the verge of disintegration, grasping Beijite's energy sword, intent on shattering it as he had done before. Regardless of the likelihood of success, it no longer mattered. Beijite withdrew his hand, maintaining the energy sword, bringing both hands together above his head. A longer, more radiant energy sword materialized, descending with ferocity. Let me send you to your demise once more. Cursed human. Zamasu was cleaved in 2 by the strike, yet did not perish. Leveraging his immortality, he transformed into 2 identical Zamasus, racing towards Beijite. In his estimation, Beijite's attack must have drained considerable energy, requiring a brief moment to recover. This would be the perfect opportunity to defeat the one who has bested him twice. However, Beijite's power far exceeded Zamasu's expectations, showing no signs of fatigue. The moment Zamasu charged forward, Beijite leaped upward, causing the 2 Zamasus to collide. Subsequently, Beijite grasped his right forearm with his left hand, extending his right palm towards Zamasu. This is the final strike, destruction. The intangible attack struck both Zamasus, and in an instant, they dissipated like sand swept away by the wind. Swiftly resolving the matter with Zamasu, Super Blue Beijite turned his gaze towards the distant other Beijite, but found him absent. Where has that fellow gone? Just as Super Blue Beijite pondered, a violent tremor and the roar of Beijite echoed from the palace's entrance. Has he encountered a troublesome opponent as well? Chapter 116. The imminent final battle, the rebellious emperor. Within the vacant palace, only a few floating, icy flames emitted a dim light. From the throne, Micah Capula observed the battle beyond the palace through his staff, suddenly addressing Demigra, who stood by his side. Indeed, these failures from various timelines proved to be of little consequence. Demigra, you should now comprehend that regardless of their power or enhancements, their destined defeat is inevitable. To achieve our goals, we must rely solely on our own strength. Yes, master. Demigra, also gazing through his staff at the external conflict, bowed in agreement. Despite suffering heavy losses, the Dark Army under Demigra's command ultimately began to falter against the relentless assault from the warriors summoned by the 2 Kaioshin from different timelines. The battles among the high-tier fighters were decidedly one-sided. There was no need to elaborate on Kamba, Super Saiyan 1, or Zamasu. The demon gods Tawa and Mira did not even have time to fuse before being overwhelmed by Bardock, Salodice, and the arriving Tawa. The Golden Metal Gula and the transformed King Cold, who attained a golden form, proved to be no match against the full might of Super Saiyan 4 Beijite. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, despite receiving unprecedented enhancements, merely struggled for a brief moment against Super Blue Vegeta before facing defeat once more. As for others like Cell, Majin Buu, Shrag, Bojack, Evil Containment Wave, and Herdigang, they contributed little against the likes of Charlotte and her companions. Now, the only remaining villains from various timelines are Frieza and King Vegeta, still guarding the palace's periphery. Micah Capula understood that the true battle was about to commence. Will you be concerned? Even when faced with this gradually reassembled elite force, Micah Capula felt no trepidation. Individual warriors are no match for me. Even Salodice, with his transcendent power, cannot last several rounds against me, bolstered by the absolute confidence that comes from reclaiming my youth and peak strength. In such battles, relying on numbers cannot bridge the gap. Only a handful of fusion warriors can contend with or surpass me in direct combat. However, Micah Capula had no intention of engaging the fusion warriors directly, setting aside time constraints. He had prepared a special technique specifically for the fusion warriors that had appeared and those that might emerge. As long as this technique exists, no matter how powerful the fusion warriors are, they cannot pose a threat to him. Thus, there is no need for the fusion warriors to worry. Furthermore, regardless of what transpires in the universe, the angelic race will remain neutral, never intervening. This time, failure is not an option. Yet, as Micah Capula ceased to focus on the external conflict, a slight shift occurred at the palace's perimeter. Frieza and King Vegeta, serving as the final obstacle, were the only high-end powers remaining on Micah Capula's side in this battlefield. Even the hastily enhanced Black Frieza could contend evenly with Salodice before the conclusion of their fierce battle. Now, under Demigra's concentrated enhancement, having compensated for his flaws, Frieza undoubtedly stands as the third strongest on Micah Capula's side. King Vegeta, too, was not significantly inferior to Black Frieza. Neither Tawa, who initially brought King Vegeta under her command, nor Demigra, who currently directs the Dark Army, anticipated such an outcome. Initially, they believed King Vegeta, after his transformation, would merely serve as a minor leader within the Dark Army, unworthy of their attention. Only after King Vegeta endured an overwhelming amount of malevolent energy from Kamba did the attention of others shift towards him. He was subjected to an extensive transformation involving the essence of spirit tree fruits, altered by the power of the demon god, which was far more brutal than the modifications experienced by Masked Bardock. A multitude of cells, harvested from the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, was implanted within him. Every conceivable enhancement that could be applied to a Saiyan was executed on King Vegeta by Tawa and Demigra, and to their astonishment, he withstood all of it. Not only that, but King Vegeta also managed to manifest the results of these surgeries with an efficacy exceeding 102%. He could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 4, akin to Broly, and even augment this form with the sinister energy derived from Kamba. Most remarkably, despite the potential for frenzied violence, King Vegeta remained merely slightly unhinged rather than losing his sanity altogether. This very ability to endure and excel in his transformations is what allowed King Vegeta to be reintegrated into active duty. However, the reason behind King Vegeta's extraordinary aptitude remained known only to Micah Capura within the Dark Legion. This King Vegeta had mysteriously vanished on the eve of Frieza's decision to annihilate Vegeta Star in the timeline of Salodice. As the holder of the power of transcendence, King Vegeta served as one of the two primary training partners for Salodice, thus inevitably being influenced by the transcendent power that Salodice unconsciously radiated. Yet, neither King Vegeta nor Bardock, who had ascended to Super Saiyan 4 and perhaps even had the potential to progress further, were aware of this fact. Nevertheless, Bardock continued to train diligently, taking immense pride in his identity as a Saiyan warrior, gradually harnessing the effects of this transcendent power. In stark contrast, King Vegeta remained oblivious to this matter, limited by his narrow perspective, and only began to realize his potential following the modifications. It was only after the completion of King Vegeta's transformation that Tawa and Demigra were informed by Micah Capura about this development. Naturally, King Vegeta remained unaware of this information, fostering within him a lingering ambition. Stealing a glance at the malevolent gaze of Black Gold Frieza, who frequently regarded him with ill intent, King Vegeta let out a cold snort, silently admonishing himself to restrain his impulses. He resolved to wait until the conclusion of this grand battle. When Micah Capura ascended to the throne of the Kaishin of Time and created a new world to commence the fulfillment of his ambitions. At that time, not only would Black Gold Frieza be dealt with, but even Micah Capura, along with the god of destruction Beerus, who once humiliated him by forcing him to kneel, and the attendant who looked upon him with pity, would all meet their demise. Without the need to rely on others, he would truly become the Saiyan King, reigning over the world and indulging in destruction and slaughter at will. Envisioning the scene after his ambitions were realized, King Vegeta felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, dismissing the malicious gaze of Black Gold Frieza from his mind. Chapter 117. Disparities among Sovereigns. the assembly of the final battle and moments of pride and fulfillment, individuals often overlook the most perilous details. King Vegeta, do you not agree? Immersed in his own world, King Vegeta abruptly turned to face Frieza. What do you mean by that? Maintaining an air of regal elegance. Frieza approached King Vegeta step by step. Oh, nothing of great significance, merely a gentle reminder. King Vegeta was far from being a fool. He understood that serving in the Dark Legion did not guarantee a friendly relationship with Frieza. Leaping back a considerable distance, King Vegeta enveloped himself in a fierce aura. Frieza, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance. Engaging in a confrontation will yield no benefits for you. Observing King Vegeta's defensive stance, Frieza halted, donning a signature smile that reeked of insincerity. There is no need for such wariness. King Vegeta, are we not colleagues now? Outside the palace. Apart from the 4 fusion warriors who had arrived first, the elite forces from the timeline of the Time City began to converge. The ancient pride of the Saiyans. Bardock and Bardock X Neo. The remnants of warriors from the future timeline, Future Gohan and Future Gohan X Neo. The twin brothers from ancient times, Charlotte and Jeffret. The absolute ace duo of Time City, Paisley and Trunks. The Grand Supreme Kai of Universe 7, resurrected in the form of Majin Buu. And the Scion warrior Salodice, who possessed transcendent power, along with the 2 Kaishin of time. Initially, Salodice held a pessimistic view regarding the prospects of this battle, but with the arrival of Vegeta, summoned by his call, everything changed. Salodice could not foresee, but he was certain that merging with this Vegeta would yield an unparalleled power. Unless 10 or 8 Mikakapura were to unite and fuse, they could never hope to rival the warrior that emerged from this fusion. Thus, Salodice harbored no desire to linger in his lover's embrace before facing death. Instead, after confirming that everyone understood the ultimate adversary and their intentions, he grasped his girlfriend's hand, meeting her with a resolute gaze, and led the way towards the palace. The corridor of the palace was long, starkly contrasting with the chaotic and brutal battlefield outside, presenting an unsettling quiet that left the recently battle-worn individuals feeling uneasy. However, this tranquility did not last long, as the sound of footsteps soon shattered the stillness. Salodice-san, it has not been too long since our last meeting, and here we are again. Frieza? Although Salodice anticipated Frieza's potential appearance in this gathering of both notorious and lesser-known villains, he was taken aback to see the Frieza from his own timeline here. Yet, upon witnessing the black and gold figure, Salodice felt it was to be expected. First, you make a deal with that scoundrel Zaha, and now you are serving Mikakapura? Oh ho ho ho, Salodice-san, your words remain as sharp as ever. However, to say I am serving him is not entirely accurate. I merely sought to obtain my future power. I have no intention of serving someone like Mikakapura. You see, I have brought you a token of allegiance. As he spoke, Frieza slowly drew forth his hands from behind his back, using telekinesis to levitate a still-breathing, twitching body towards them. King Vegeta? Dad? Both the 4 fusion warriors with Vegeta's essence and Salodice, along with the 2 Bardocks who had lived on Vegeta's star during King Vegeta's reign, easily recognized the identity of the dying figure. Indeed, it is King Vegeta. Although his strength has risen to a level that would require considerable effort for me to defeat him now, he remains as short-sighted and self-important as ever. His desire to wait until Mikakapura completes his plan before instigating rebellion is strikingly similar to when he worked under me, foolishly believing he possesses the qualifications for such defiance. However, as soon as Salodice recognized King Vegeta, he decisively approached him, employing telepathy to delve into his memories, which corroborated Frieza's claims. My unpredictable rebellion is unlike that of such a fool. From the very beginning, I never intended to offer anything for Mikakapura. Therefore, Salodice-san, could you kindly overlook my current grievously wounded state and allow me to depart from here for the time being? Salodice, with a cold smirk, exposed Frieza's intentions. You wish to leave temporarily, only to return after we determine the victor against Mikakapura and tidy up the aftermath, do you not? Oh dear, have I been seen through? Yet I have no intention of concealing this fact. Frankly, whether it be you Science or that Mikakapura fellow, I harbor disdain for both. Reaping the benefits while others fight is undoubtedly the best option for me. Thus, Frieza, with a feigned smile, observed Salodice. Just as Salodice prepared to confront Frieza, Kane stepped forward, tugging at his sleeve. What is it? Foolish uncle, please listen to me. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Salodice displayed a hint of reluctance on his face. yet ultimately nodded. I understand. Frieza, you may leave, but only this once. Frieza nodded. Ha ha ha, a truly wise choice. Well then, farewell, esteemed scions and deities. Salodice, however, continued to fixate on Frieza's energy until he had sufficiently obscured his perception before turning to depart once more. In truth, Kane's thoughts were quite simple. Regardless of Frieza's intentions, he would undoubtedly choose the method most suitable for achieving his goals. This implies that if I managed to reach a stalemate with my Capula, Frieza would likely refrain from intervening, only swaying to the other side should one party falter. Hence, let that fellow Frieza be. Chapter 118. Finally encountering my Capula for Frieza. He had no desire to partake in this battle. Should my Capula emerge victorious, it was certain that Salodice, the wild monkey who had humiliated him repeatedly, would lose his life. Yet this did not wholly align with his interests. As a grand cosmic emperor, how could he continually serve beneath others? Thus, to some extent, Frieza preferred the outcome of my Capula's defeat. Naturally, should both sides annihilate one another, that would be the most favorable conclusion. Therefore, after confirming that Salodice and his group understood his intentions and agreed to a temporary truce, he chose not to leave, but instead retreated into the shadows once more. Soon, Salodice and his companions finally stood before my Capula. Contrary to expectations, there was no immediate confrontation. Seated upon his throne, my Capula appeared unfazed, exuding an air of superiority as if regarding the assembled company with disdain. It seems my subordinates have caused you little trouble, my Capula. After all these millennia, do you still cling to your vile ambitions? Ios, in comparison to Kane, exhibited a more assertive demeanor, chastising my Capula with a frigid tone. Yet my Capula remained unmoved, merely emitting a low, mocking laughter. Vile ambitions? Ultimately, this is merely a contest between us, and I have found myself the loser. How can it be deemed vile? Had I emerged victorious, it would be you who would be described with such a term. This is merely a struggle against the divine and cannot be labeled as vile. Kane stepped forward closely behind Ios, her voice gentle yet resolute. To aspire for greater strength, to seek a higher status, to endeavor for freedom, none of these aspirations can be considered vile when challenging the divine. Even in defeat, we deities would commend such courage. However, your tumultuous quest for power has disrupted the tranquility of countless realms, and you plan to obliterate all temporal order following your victory. How can that not be termed vile? My Capula merely shook his head. It seems that after all these years, Ios, your protege remains as steadfast as ever. Yet I never intended to persuade you to surrender. I merely wished to extend a greeting. Ios retorted with a cold smile. I believe we lack the rapport that warrants such greetings, my Capula. You have no escape. Cease your pretense. No escape? My Capula suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha, ha, ha. It is you who have no escape. Without the Angel Clan. Do you truly believe these scions can defeat me? Do not underestimate the power of the scions. Regardless of the ferocity of the conflict between gods and demons, it is irrelevant. However, if one were to belittle the strength of the scions, Bardock and Bardock X Neo simultaneously unleashed their energy, declaring their displeasure. You have been incessantly barking like a dog, my Capula. Is it that you are but a fool who spouts so much nonsense? Salodice, somewhat irritated by the atmosphere, spoke with coarse language. Yet my Capula displayed no emotional fluctuation towards the dissatisfaction expressed by the two Bardocks or Salodice's crude remarks. Holder of the power of transcendence, I truly wish your tongue could be cleaner. Salodice slightly lifted his eyelids, but continued with the same choice of words. What kind of clean language is needed for a mutt like you? I care not for your motives or what you intend to do to this world. As long as you wish to harm my little demon, you are less than a stray dog in my eyes. If I could, I would shove a pile of filth into your incessantly rhetorical and fallacious mouth. Damned be your ancestors. While cursing my Capula, Salodice launched a ki blast at him. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Ha ha ha, how impatient. My Capula remained unperturbed, his form dissolving into darkness. While another figure obstructed the ki blast, the explosion illuminated the newcomer, Demon God Tawa. Just a slight difference? Salodice furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of confusion. Chapter 119. Super Demon God Tawa versus Ultimate Super Saiyan Bardock. Regardless of how one perceives it, this must indeed be that Demon God Tawa. Therefore, little demon, while my Capula has not yet fled, take everyone and pursue that scoundrel. I will handle this one. I have a score to settle with this wretched creature. Salodice tilted his head defiantly, his face etched with a ferocious intent to kill. Since arriving in this world, I have been repeatedly toyed with. Now is the perfect opportunity to settle the score. Hey, Salodice, may I take care of that woman? Just as Salodice prepared to gather his energy to confront, Bardock interjected. The version of me from another timeline was taken by this woman and forcibly altered beyond his physical limits. I promised him I would seek revenge on her. Besides, your most pressing concern should be addressing that arrogant Micah Capula, who dares to belittle the Psiots, right? Taking a deep breath to calm his agitation, Salodice nodded. No problem, Bardock. Bardock moved his body, the joints creaking ominously. Stop worrying about me and hurry to chase that scoundrel. Show him the might of the Psiots. Make him understand he is unworthy of looking down on us. From Bardock's tone, Salodice sensed his determination and chose not to say more, merely extending his fist. Leave it to me. After their fists met, Salodice did not linger, swiftly catching up with the group led by Cain, who had already made their way towards the palace. Meanwhile, Bardock's battle commenced without uttering a single word. The power entrusted to him by Masked Bardock had propelled him to the brink of Super Saiyan 4. And should he take another step forward, it would lead him to an entirely new realm. It is easy to imagine just how formidable Bardock had become. Yet, even Bardock found himself at a disadvantage in the initial clash. The reason being that the demon god Tawa he faced was no longer the one seen at the IO's martial arts conference. Previously, while the demon god Mira had been thoroughly defeated, he had not been entirely destroyed. The most crucial core had remained intact. After Salodice and Bardock parted ways, Tawa quietly retrieved this core and integrated it into her own body, becoming the fully merged super demon god Tawa, now possessing the combined might of both Tawa and Mira. Elevated to a new level. Though Bardock was unaware of these intricate details, did it truly matter? The roaring energy waves clashed with crimson lightning, each canceling the other out as Bardock relentlessly pursued the retreating super demon god Tawa. Is retreat all you can do? Super demon god Tawa paid no heed to Bardock's taunts. If Mira had been the primary entity in their union, the fighting style would lean more towards that of a warrior. However, with Tawa at the helm, her approach was decidedly more magical. Even as Bardock charged toward her with increased speed, Super Demon God Tawa remained unperturbed, conjuring a violet-black vortex to shield herself, teleporting Bardock above her. In that moment, she unleashed a barrage of red-black energy spikes directly towards Bardock's landing point. How vexatious! Bardock crossed his arms before him, forcefully igniting a fierce blaze of energy that halted him mid-air, successfully blocking Tawa's assault. He began to flicker in and out of sight, making it difficult for Super Demon God Tawa to lock onto him for her next attack while he gathered his strength. An opening, you wretched woman. Bardock's figure appeared before Super Demon God Tawa, unleashing a ferocious punch fueled by raw power. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Bardock's punch shattered Tawa's hastily erected shield. With no other option, Super Demon God Tawa was compelled to engage Bardock in close combat. Once this rhythm was established, those annoying techniques of hers would be rendered ineffective, wouldn't they? Bardock's fierce onslaught came like a tempest, leaving Super Demon God Tawa struggling defensively until Bardock delivered a knee strike to her side. In pain, Super Demon God Tawa's expression twisted as she was forced to retrieve her staff from the void, swiftly wielding it to summon a magical array. A violet-black pillar surged forth, transporting her to a distant location. This time, Super Demon God Tawa refrained from targeting Bardock, instead unleashing countless red lightning bolts indiscriminately in all directions. Frowning, Bardock continued to evade while crossing his arms again to block the bolts he could not dodge. Although this was a non-targeted area attack, it remained a battle of equals. Even if it did not inflict significant damage, it prevented Bardock from closing the distance to mount an effective offense. As he pondered his strategy, a lighter-colored violet-black vortex suddenly appeared above Bardock's diagonal position. If I recall correctly, your name is Bardock, right? Charge forward. I will take the brunt of that woman's attack. This voice jolted Bardock's memory. It belonged to Tawa, who had connections with Salodice. It seemed she was an ally. Then Hawa. After a moment's thought, Bardock chose to trust this voice, disregarding the relentless lightning strikes. It soon became evident that Bardock's choice was wise. The lighter-colored violet-black vortex intercepted the lightning entirely, clearing a path for Bardock's advance. Allow me to show you this. Bardock's right fist, glowing blue, struck Super Demon God Tawa's abdomen. unleashing a shockwave that sent the rigid Tao flying. As he turned partially, a surge of blue energy erupted from Bardock's left hand, completely engulfing the airborne super demon god Tawa, the spirit of the Scionts. Yet, this alone would not suffice to vanquish that woman. One more shot. Tawa's voice resonated again. Without a moment's hesitation, Bardock sprang into action, single-handedly lifting the blue energy ball crackling with arcs of electricity and forcefully directing it towards super demon god Tawa. In the end, the wrathful spirit cannon. After unleashing two powerful finishing moves in quick succession, Bardock found himself panting heavily. Surely this would be sufficient? After Bardock uttered this question, Tawa emerged from the vortex, her expression grave. Perhaps it is enough, but what of that old woman and that little brat, Salodice? Chapter 120. The forbidden fusion Salodice determined resolve this place seems different from before, doesn't it? Pursuing the trail of Mycocapula, they arrived at this realm filled with seven-colored auroras. The previously silent Super Blue Vegeta among the four fused warriors spoke up. The other three fused warriors echoed his sentiments. I can't shake this feeling of unease. Lord Time Kaioshin, do you know where we are? Before Kane and Ios could respond, Mycocapula's voice rang out in this space. There is nothing particularly special about this place. It is merely a beautiful scenery I have preserved. Do you not find it fitting for your burial ground? The four fused warriors exchanged glances, observing the stationary Mycocapula, and advanced together. Summoned here, the four fused warriors were prepared to confront Mycocapula's astonishing power, a fact established from the outset. Although among the four, each preferred to fight individually. The repeated warnings from Kane and Ios regarding the consequences of a victory for Mycocapula, combined with the palpable aura of Mycocapula they sensed now, led the four fused warriors to forego any notions of a game of rock-paper-scissors to determine who would engage first. Thus, they surrounded Mycocapula, and just as Kane was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed that Mycocapula was not in the least bit flustered. Instead, he leisurely stroked the staff in his hand, seemingly mocking their approach. After countless millennia, your vigilance has diminished significantly. Do you not find it strange? Knowing full well that the combined strength of the four of you could defeat me, why do you assume I would surrender so easily? The unease within the four fused warriors intensified, and they exchanged glances before raising their hands to gather their most powerful techniques, determined to end the confrontation swiftly. However, Meichi Kapu La remained entirely unperturbed. With a mere flicker of his form, he manifested three doppelgangers, and along with his true self, extended his staff towards the four fused warriors, intoning in unison a phrase in the language of the demonic clan. Prohibit. Subsequently, for spheres of violet-black luminescence enveloped the four fused warriors. Before the warriors could amass their strength, a mysterious force acted upon them. In the blink of an eye, the four fused warriors vanished, replaced by four Sun Wukongs and four Vegeta's, totaling 8 corporeal forms. Salodice felt an alarm ringing within him, realizing that the battle had not even commenced yet had already reached a perilous juncture. Initially, upon encountering the renowned, yet seemingly illusory Sun Vegeta, he had quelled his desire to rely on self-detonation to take Meichi Kapu La along with him. After reuniting with his beloved girlfriend, this inclination intensified. The title of unrivaled in the world, Supreme of Dimensions, belonged to the four fused warriors. Such an assembly, he believed, could not only contend with Meichi Kapu La, but also face the Grand Priest without incurring a humiliating defeat. He was confident that the newly formed warrior from his fusion with Vegeta possessed strength surpassing even that of Vegeta and Vegeta. Even if the four fused warriors could not resolve the situation before their time limit expired, as long as he fused with Vegeta, all would be well. In a mere instant, Meichi Kapu La could be vanquished by the full might of that fused warrior. Yet, Meichi Kapu La had extinguished this hope before it could even blossom, employing a technique that prohibited fusion. Hey, Grandpa! From afar came the voice of Vegeta, whom Salodice had just recalled. With no time for further contemplation, Salodice unleashed his full power, adopting the extreme rose gold form. Raising his hand to hurl several spears of sealing light along with energy blasts that obscured Meichi Kapu La's vision, before turning to fly towards the approaching Vegeta. There was no time for words. The situation was dire, and they needed to fuse once more as they had done previously. Vegeta's gaze swept over Meichi Kapu La and the surrounding circumstances. Noticing the 8 corporeal forms exchanging glances before retreating to evade the attacks casually flung by Meichi Kapula, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly approached Salodice. Truly, a troublesome adversary. Although he had previously stated they should refrain from fusing, there were no alternatives now. Vegeta descended to the ground, standing beside Salodice, preparing to initiate the fusion dance, but was unexpectedly kicked away by Salodice before he could react. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Just as Vegeta was bewildered by Salodice's actions, Salodice, with a fierce expression, shouted at Kane and Ios. "Little demon, Ios, quickly, while there's still time. Find a way to send Kakarot, Vegeta, and this Vegeta to another place, anywhere will do. This battle can no longer accommodate fusion. We cannot allow them to be involved any longer." Ultimately, the benevolent deity who had endured countless millennia, Kane and Ios did not hesitate, immediately channeling their full strength to activate the power of time. A grand door composed of clocks opened behind the flying Vegeta. Meanwhile, Salodice moved swiftly, continuously disrupting Meichi Kapula's actions while tossing the 4 Sun Wukongs and Vegeta through the grand door. After accomplishing this, Salodice finally exhaled in relief. Was the outcome merely to send those individuals away? Such a tedious endeavor. As the bearer of transcendent power, I had anticipated a bit more cleverness from you. Though fusion was prohibited, with their assistance, you could have endured a while longer, couldn't you? After dismantling the disruptive attacks thrown by Salodice, Meichi Kapula leisurely mocked Salodice's prior actions. Salodice, however, ignored Meichi Kapula, discreetly glancing at the slowly closing clock door before resolutely addressing Kane, whom he shielded. "Little demon, whatever transpires next, you must ensure your safety and avoid being caught in the crossfire, understood? You foolish uncle, what do you intend to do?" Kane discerned the resolve in Salodice's words, her heart gripped with fear, only to be startled by Salodice's fierce gaze. There are no more words to be said. There are no alternatives now, are there? Chapter 121. Accompany me to hell for a spin. Salodice's ferocious gaze was something Kane had only witnessed once before, in a world, on a planet, in a nation where rivers of blood flowed in the aftermath of such a look. Later, she found herself in the Dragon Ball realm. Hence, Kane understood that this gaze signified Salodice's intent to fight with his life on the line. Even after being the Kaioshin of time for countless millennia, she remained the same powerless girl, the one who needed protecting from the fool of an uncle. Was there truly nothing she could do? Just as Kane succumbed to despair, Salodice activated the residual power of time from his battle with Zaha, merging it with Tao's magic, elevating his speed to its utmost limit once more. "It may not be effective, but it was worth a try," Salodice murmured, his form flickering around Meichi Kapula, launching the most ferocious assault he had executed since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Yet, it bore no fruit. Although Meichi Kapula could not keep pace with Salodice's velocity, Salodice's strikes failed to inflict even the slightest damage. Cursed wretch. Onlookers would not permit Salodice to engage Meichi Kapula alone. They too unleashed their utmost strength, collectively charging at Meichi Kapula. "You insignificant pests need not interfere." With a mere wave of his staff, Meichi Kapula sent the advancing warriors flying far away. Only the evolved, deep blue form of Charlotte managed to withstand the impact, albeit with sheer willpower, extending her hand to unleash a key wave that barely qualified as an attack. Bearer of transcendent power, if you cannot muster a more intriguing assault, this game shall conclude here. Meichi Kapula languidly cast a spell, vanishing from sight and positioning himself high above, gazing down at Salodice and the 2 Kaioshins of time. "Game, huh? You truly underestimate me, you scoundrel. Let us see what you're made of." Without utilizing the power of acceleration to pursue Meichi Kapula, Salodice inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. Surrounding the rose gold aura, silver particles gradually emerged and expanded, ultimately enveloping the aura entirely, the searing heat finally eliciting a serious expression from Meichi Kapula. "This is the Zai Zai Ge, the technique of the Grand Priest from 10,000 years ago. No, wait, it differs slightly. Back then, the Grand Priest's expression was more serene, quite discerning. You wretched cur." Salodice opened his eyes, filled with murderous intent, his clenched fists cracking ominously. This was indeed not the ordinary Zai Zai Ge of the angelic race. To maintain the Zai Zai Ge state, one must relinquish volatile emotions and uphold a tranquil mindset, which meant abandoning my rose gold form would be akin to starting anew. Thus, after completing my training in Zai Ge, I made slight modifications, allowing me to harness its effects even in times of heightened emotion. I call it emotional Zai. As the echoes of the voice faded, Salodice's figure swiftly appeared before Meikakapula, delivering a heavy swing aimed directly at Meikakapula's face. Meikakapula furrowed his brow slightly, finally choosing to acknowledge Salodice's assault. He sidestepped to evade the attack, while simultaneously sweeping his staff horizontally. Salodice, maintaining the fist-swinging posture of his upper body, mysteriously floated upwards, executing a somersault in midair that positioned him behind Meikakapula, transforming the punch into a knife-hand strike. Meikakapula's frown deepened, his voice tinged with a hint of anger. As the bearer of transcendent power, do not overreach. He wielded his staff like a spear, thrusting it forward with such precision that it not only intercepted Salodice's hand strike, but also rendered Salodice's follow-up assault utterly ineffective, forcing him to adopt peculiar stances to evade, inadvertently creating distance between them once more. However, Salodice was not merely evading, as his body moved instinctively. The energy within him surged and coalesced into a sword of energy several meters long, clashing with the staff that Meikakapula swung in retaliation. With a crack, the energy sword shattered after a brief stalemate. Yet, Salodice had not anticipated victory with this maneuver. As his right hand wielded the energy sword, his left hand gathered a significant amount of energy, forming an energy blast that struck Meikakapula. What does it matter if you gain ground, you filthy scoundrel? Upon witnessing the billowing smoke, Salodice did not assume his strike had succeeded. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Meikakapula in a slightly disheveled state, though he had not sustained any significant injuries. No, there was indeed some damage. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Meikakapula's mouth, a mere gum injury. Yet it was a tangible mark of harm. Truly, as the possessor of transcendent power and embodying the essence of freedom, even amidst our vast disparity in strength, you have managed to inflict a wound upon me, albeit minor, that I can recover from swiftly. Salodice elevated his stance, aligning himself with Meikakapula's height. It seems you are not invincible after all. This brings me some comfort. Meikakapula lifted his eyelids and, with a tone meant to reassure, replied, "It's nothing of consequence. But I assure you, your luck will not hold for long. I will eliminate you swiftly." Suddenly, Meikakapula's voice boomed, and a torrent of demonic energy erupted from his being, enveloping him in a dark red blaze. With a speed that left Salodice scarcely able to react, he wielded his staff once more as a spear, thrusting it into Salodice's abdomen. Unexpectedly, Salodice did not attempt to break free. Instead, he grasped his own arms firmly, his fingers digging into his muscular flesh. Meikakapula felt an ominous premonition rise within him, and with his free hand and legs, he unleashed a flurry of attacks to dislodge Salodice. Yet, no matter how Meikakapula struck, Salodice remained steadfast, his temperature escalating as he glanced back at his little girlfriend and at Bardock, who had just arrived on the battlefield, inquiring about the situation. "Hey, Bardock, thank you and Jiren for your care thus far. From now on, I entrust the little demon to you. Uncle, don't." Slightly turning his head, he met Kane's gaze, revealing a gentle yet resolute smile, before turning back, transforming that smile into his usual maniacal expression. "Hey, Meikakapula, though traveling with a scoundrel like you sickens me. Ultra dynamic." As Salodice shouted the final syllable, the already intense flames, hot enough to surpass the core temperature of a star, surged to an even greater fervor. Perhaps others might not comprehend, but Kane, who had always watched various anime and special effects with Salodice in their previous life, understood the significance of this combination of English words. Ultra dynamic was none other than the Ultra Bomb, a self-destruct technique. "Uncle, how can you leave me behind? If you must die, take me with you to hell." At that moment, Kane could no longer concern herself with the duties and responsibilities of the Kai of Time. All she knew was that the one she had loved across millennia of separation was now risking his life for her, and after this, she would lose him once more. Such a fate must not come to pass. The power, the heat, there was no time to halt it now. If it must end in death, so be it. She would die alongside him. "You cannot advance." A rough yet strong hand halted her momentum. It was Bardock, who seized Kane, soon followed by Ios, who grasped her other hand tightly. "Salodice intends to self-destruct and take that scoundrel with him? If that is the case, you absolutely cannot die. If you go to your death, then Salodice's demise will be utterly meaningless." Under Bardock's reproach, Kane's body became rigid. In that instant of paralysis, Salodice's menacing voice reverberated through the peculiar space. "Come with me to hell, you scoundrel." There was no explosive sound, no waves or heat radiating outward. Yet the explosion was contained within an incredibly small area, continuously occurring. "Let me go? I have yet to ascend to the throne of the Kai of Time. Only a fool would let you go. Come die with me." Even as his body disintegrated into dust, Salodice instinctively uttered one last taunt. His thoughts lingered on a peculiar notion. This was his first time self-destructing his original form. Would his soul survive such an explosion and drift to the underworld of this time and space? With that, Salodice completely lost consciousness, leaving behind the ongoing explosion. Kane, witnessing this scene, felt her body lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. "Uncle, you foolish fool, you irresponsible wretch. Why must you once more sacrifice your life for me?" Chapter 122. Not a moment was spent mourning Salodice's death, who arrived at the battlefield. "Is it over?" Bardock gazed at the gradually ceasing explosions, feeling an inexplicable sense of confusion. A war repeatedly emphasized as exceedingly perilous concluded with Salodice's self-destruction, taking down the formidable Capula. What comes next? In a daze, Bardock experienced a feeling of bewilderment and unreality for the first time. Shouldn't he have been there to protect this fellow? After all, he was the elder brother. Yet, he had only just dealt with the obstacles in his path, arriving on the battlefield merely to receive the charge of his sister-in-law, then witnessing his brother-in-law as self-destruct in exchange. How was he to explain this to Jiren? Wait, that matter could wait. Was there still an enemy? It is worth mentioning that previously, Salodice spoke of another individual called Demigula, aside from Capula. There is no need to fret over subsequent matters until everything is concluded. The paramount concern now is to eliminate these two scoundrels. Indeed, the mention of Demigula should allow for a slight release of the vexation that arises from witnessing the demise of one's beloved brother-in-law while feeling utterly powerless. No, it is not merely a feeling of anger. There is also a lingering sense of weakness that, although rapidly recovering, still persists. Damn it! Is Capula not yet dead? Even after Salodice unleashed such a formidable self-detonation, that wretch still lives? Ha 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 ha. Amidst the dissipating smoke, as Bardock perceived, there stood Capula, whose body lay in tatters yet continued to cackle maniacally, alongside a fully revitalized Demigula. "Oh, the bearer of transcendent power, you have underestimated your opponent. Although your self-detonation was indeed powerful, ultimately, I am superior. Now that the bearer of transcendent power is dead, and if the angelic race chooses not to intervene, then the throne of the Time Kaishin shall be unimpeded in its acquisition. Once I amalgamate the powers of time and demon, the entire world shall be under my dominion. Time Kaishin, behold the despair I once endured." Despite his shattered form and overwhelming weakness, Capula still managed to counter the freezing technique executed by Ios, who was attempting a final resistance, encasing both Ios and Kai-In within the temporal barrier. Had Bardock not maintained his Ultra Super Saiyan 4 form, he too would have been trapped within that temporal prison. However, it mattered little. A mere Super Saiyan 4, although slightly different, was inconsequential compared to the bearer of transcendent power. With that thought, Capula disregarded Bardock, who was contemplating strategies, and focused on restoring his body while receiving the portion of demonic power he had originally bestowed upon him. "Demigula, indeed, you are my most loyal student. Well done. I am honored by your praise, master." Demigula's demeanor was remarkably graceful as he bowed in response to Capula. Yet, immersed in the exhilaration of narrowly escaping death and the impending success of his plan, Capula failed to notice the sinister smile that crept across Demigula's face as he lowered his gaze. "If my master truly wishes to reward me, then why not? Demigula, what do you desire as a reward? Even a fraction of the temporal power that is soon to be mine could be yours. Feel free to state your request." In high spirits, Capula remained blissfully unaware of any potential treachery and instead made a promise. Upon hearing this, Demigula's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Given your generosity, master." Without warning, Demigula plunged his staff into Capula's body. This sudden turn of events left Capula no time to register the renewed weakness and pain coursing through him. He mechanically turned his head to gaze upon Demigula, who stood behind him, disbelief etched across his features. You see, I merely wish to request all of your demonic power. Your life, your knowledge, and most importantly, your future. After all, without me, you would simply be dead, would you not? Nonchalantly, Demigula responded to Mei Chi Kapu La, who was gradually revealing his true age as a result of having his recently regained strength siphoned away. Soon after, Mei Chi Kapu La lost all his power. He did not perish at the hands of the millennia-old Grand Priest, nor was he taken by Salodice, the bearer of transcendent power. This once great demon, who sought to reclaim his dominion over the world, thus transformed into the very nourishment that betrayed his own student, vanishing from existence. Truly, as a master, you have hoarded your demonic power, but it matters not. Fear not, my master, your wishes shall be fulfilled by me. Whether it be the power of time or the dominion over the world, I shall accomplish it all. However, before that, let me eliminate these insignificant pests. Casting his gaze upon Bardock and the still unconscious Science alongside the Grand Kaioshin, Demigula extended his staff, now adorned with crystalline tips pulsating with purple-black lightning. Vermin, perish. The converging purple-black lightning coalesced into bolts as thick as barrels, descending upon the unconscious individuals below. At this moment, conserving strength would be wise. Bardock was acutely aware of this truth. Yet, how could he stand idly by as his comrades faced death in their unconscious state? Accelerating to his utmost limit, Bardock intercepted the strike with crossed arms just before the thunder fell. Having absorbed all the power and life of Mei Chi Kapu La, Demigula was indeed at least equal to the latter at his peak. However, this casual strike was sufficient to send a paralyzing feedback throughout Bardock's body. Oh, you managed to withstand my attack. It seems you are not an ordinary pest. Observing that his lightning did not fell Bardock, Demigula raised an eyebrow and summoned even more ferocious lightning. Freeze! Just as Demigula was about to unleash a second bolt, Kai-En and Io simultaneously broke free from the temporal barrier that Mei Chi Kapu La had previously countered, launching their freezing attack at Demigula. Although they could not counter in time due to their ongoing lightning assault, Demigula, having fully absorbed Mei Chi Kapu La's power, now stood significantly above the combined might of the two Kaioshin. Even the joint freezing technique of Kai-En and Io's merely delayed Demigula's actions momentarily before being completely dispelled. Useless, Time Kaioshin, your powers now merely serve to provide me with an opportunity to further evolve and grow stronger. Nevertheless, that brief delay was sufficient, at least for Bardock. In a flash, Bardock unleashed all his strength, coalescing it in his hands, and miraculously caught the descending lightning, hurling it back at Demigula. At that moment, a diminutive blue figure interposed itself before Demigula. I apologize for my tardiness, but given the dire circumstances, I can no longer abide by my father's commands. Chapter 123. An inevitable conclusion? The final trump card. Mr. Mells? Kai-En stared in astonishment at the blue figure that had arrived just in time, her voice betraying her concern. If you strike now, Mells did not turn around. His gaze remained calm as a still lake, fixated on Demigula, whose demeanor had shifted to one of gravity due to his arrival. I have witnessed every aspect of this battle. Mr. Salodice's decisiveness compelled me to act. I can no longer stand idly by as these fiends usurp the throne of the Time Kaioshin, bringing calamity upon this world. Therefore, even if it means defying my father's orders and established rules, I must intervene. So that is it. Demigula's previously grave expression suddenly transformed to one of understanding and relief. Initially, I was perplexed as to why the Angel Clan would suddenly breach their own established rules to arrive here. It turns out it was merely your impulsive action. As someone who has fully harnessed the power of our teacher, if it were not for the presence of the High Priest, you would merely be an ordinary angel. Even if we entertain the notion that you could defeat me, how can you be certain that before you conquer me, your kin would not retrieve you for punishment? Meyer's expression remained utterly impassive as he brandished his staff, assuming a combat stance. Can you accomplish this? Only by attempting will you discover the truth. Indeed. Let us engage in this trial. Demigula confidently initiated his offensive, unleashing a torrent of poisonous thorns, thunder, and flames upon Meyer. This was Demigula's fighting style. As one who considered himself the most noble of mages, he would never resort to close combat, which he deemed barbaric and perilous unless absolutely necessary. For others, such an assault might present challenges, but for Meyer, who had mastered the essence of free will, such attacks were hardly troublesome. Like a dancer, He elegantly maneuvered through the gaps between each strike, wielding his staff as a weapon, aiming directly at Demigula's face. Demigula furrowed his brow and retreated sharply. But Meyer relentlessly pursued him, each strike aimed at Demigula's vital points, rendering him unable to cast spells in time. The disparity was too vast. Other than his initial offensive, Demigula found himself bereft of any opportunity to counterattack. The elegance of a mage was long forgotten as he retreated in disarray. This ends now. With continuous pursuit, Demigula found himself with no further retreat. Just as Meyer's staff was about to descend upon him, another figure appeared, effortlessly pinching Meyer's staff between two fingers, halting his movement with a calm voice. Father? Though unafraid, Meyer could not conceal the disappointment that flickered in his eyes upon seeing the newcomer. If only his actions had been swifter, if only his father had arrived a moment later, he could have eliminated this threat to the universe. While the interruption of his strike did not create any grand spectacle, it contained a terrifying power rivaling that of a destroyer. If only this blow could land. Alas, such hypotheticals were futile. His father's strength far surpassed his own. Compared to him, Meyer's power was but a mere fraction. Before his father, he felt utterly powerless. Meyer, you have violated the codes of the Angel clan by recklessly engaging in this battle. Come with me to face your punishment. The high priest's voice was devoid of emotion, as if the one facing reprimand were not his own child, as though the cosmos were entirely detached from him. Meyer opened his mouth, wishing to voice something, but ultimately sighed deeply, acknowledging with a simple yes and allowing the high priest to escort him away. From the moment he arrived until his departure, the high priest did not cast a glance at anyone else on the battlefield. This oversight plunged Demigula, who had been preparing for a decisive strike, into a state of overwhelming elation following his initial shock. Ah, this is splendid. With the Angel clan's impulsive actions out of the way, the god of time, you shall ultimately surrender your divinity and powers to me. Hey, over there, Bardock, it's me. A fragmented voice, identical to his own, reached his ears. Bardock turned his hesitant gaze toward Bardock X Neo, who remained on the ground. Seizing the opportunity while Demigula reveled in his narrow escape from calamity, he hurriedly assisted Bardock X Neo to his feet. What a disgrace. We were utterly defeated without even the strength to retaliate. Bardock X Neo grimaced at the face that mirrored his own, acutely aware of the dire circumstances they faced, and grasped Bardock's arm tightly, delving directly into the matter at hand. But we still have a chance to showcase the pride and strength of the Scions, the pride of us Bardocks. What do you mean? Bardock furrowed his brow at the words from his counterpart from another timeline. Previously, you accepted the power of the other versions of ourselves controlled by that mask, advancing the Super Scion 4 form, correct? This implies that if you combine it with my strength, there might be potential. However, if that is the case, you would be no different from that individual. Is there any other choice left now? Is there still time for hesitation? Facing Bardock's uncertainty, Bardock X Neo's voice grew frantic. Although he could still be called Bardock, in reality, he had long discarded his past as a lower-class warrior. Even if he still held the right to represent the name Bardock and prove their might. You still have Kine and Kakarot to protect, don't you? You are far more suited to survive than I am. Having arrived at this juncture, what reason did Bardock have to refuse? Thus, for the sake of his wife and children, to ensure they could live in a world akin to the past, to honor the trust entrusted to him by Salodice before his self-detonation, and most importantly, to demonstrate the pride and strength of the scion named Bardock, let chaos ensue. Chapter 124, Earth-Shattering Explosion. The Heart and Mind Breakthrough to Ultra Super Scion 4. You must win, Bardock from another timeline. Rising slowly, Bardock did not look back, but inhaled deeply. I can sense your conviction. I comprehend your resolve. Clenching his fists, the joints of Bardock's hands cracked ominously. It is time. With no roar, no howl, Bardock ascended into the air, enveloped in an aura of energy, standing parallel to the self-satisfied Demigula. What a commendable scion, Demigula scoffed, surveying Bardock with disdain. To transcend one's limits in such dire straits. Yet to vanquish me with this newfound power is an impossibility. Bardock's expression remained serene, akin to still waters, but even a person bereft of all senses could perceive the turbulent waves stirring beneath that calm surface. Can you accomplish this? Only through attempting will you know. Demigula shook his head, extending his staff toward Bardock, unleashing a nearly corporeal bolt of dark purple lightning that struck Bardock. No matter how much you enhance your strength, you still fall short compared to those who wield transcendent power, not even allowing me to move. What? The lofty remarks had not fully escaped his lips when the smoke produced from the clash of lightning and flesh dissipated with Bardock's wave of his hand. Do not underestimate the might of the Scions. An explosive surge of golden energy erupted forth, colliding with Demigula's astonished visage. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his neck contorted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Demigula regained his composure. Quite impressive. I retract my previous statement. You have earned the right to truly engage in battle. The dark purple energy surged, and Demigula swung his staff. With a thunderous crash, Bardock plummeted to the ground as if struck by a falling meteor. Amidst the splintering of stones and the radiance that illuminated the surroundings, Bardock found himself once again suspended in a position parallel to Demigra. Behind him, a shadowy visage of a colossal ape with blood-red eyes roared ominously. Without any forewarning, Bardock unleashed his power to its utmost limit. Like phantoms, multiple images of Bardock encircled Demigra, delivering strikes with fists, legs, knees, and elbows. Despite being a pure warrior who had absorbed the strength of his alternate selves from parallel dimensions and surpassed the limits of his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Bardock had yet to master the art of creating clones. These were merely afterimages born from his incredible speed. Demigra was acutely aware of this fact, and with a slight glow emanating from his staff, he activated his spatial teleportation ability, evading the nearly simultaneous barrage of 4 attacks. As the afterimages dissipated, Bardock's form lingered for a moment before locking onto Demigra's position. He swiftly turned, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts while continuously altering his position. Arriving behind Demigra ahead of the energy blasts, he swung a fist imbued with surging power. Demigra remained unperturbed, a purplish-black shield illuminated, clashing with the ferocious punch. And the subsequent energy blasts seemed to vanish into the void without causing a ripple. In accordance with his usual combat style, Bardock would typically retreat to reassess his strategy against such a shield. However, this time, he harbored no such thoughts. Such a scoundrel, such a wretched being, such a pest should be subdued with even greater power. Embracing this conviction, Bardock's strength surged even further beyond its limits. With a roar, the barrier shattered like glass, replacing Demigra's elegant sneer with astonishment. Die! This brief moment of shock would not last long, and Bardock knew he could not afford to accumulate power for a formidable attack. Thus, he unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon Demigra, followed by a torrential downpour of strikes. As the final energy blast left his hands, Bardock crouched, propelled himself into the air, and, like a beast, rained down a chaotic flurry of punches and kicks upon Demigra. In battles of equal caliber, a continuous barrage of energy blasts rarely inflicted significant damage, let alone. Consequently, the moment the energy assault ceased, Demigra broke free from the paralysis induced by the explosions, swiftly wielding his staff to deflect Bardock's onslaught. The ground shook with successive impacts, distorting the very fabric of space itself. Seizing an opportunity to aid Bardock in creating sufficient space for him to unleash a decisive blow, Cain wiped away her tears and turned to the ashen-faced Ios. Is there anything we can do now? As deities, it was indeed a disgrace to entrust the task of protecting this world to mere mortals. Ios responded with a wry smile, regaining his resolve. Let us freeze him. Even if Demigra's demonic powers are formidable, the combined strength of the 2 Time Kaishins should create a brief opening. Nodding in agreement, Ios and Cain closed their eyes, silently gathering their temporal energy. There would only be one opportunity. Even if Demigra had not concealed more of his power during his battle with Bardock, their close-quarters combat was evenly matched, with neither landing a decisive blow. Should they fail to create enough of an opening, allowing Demigra time to react, he would undoubtedly shake off Bardock's grasp and eliminate the 2 of them, whom he deemed as mere nuisances. As Time Kaishins, they lacked the destructive power of a god of destruction and would be swiftly vanquished. Thus, this freezing must occur at the most opportune moment with maximum effort. They hoped Bardock could create such an opening. Unbeknownst to Bardock, who was fervently channeling his rage into his strikes against Demigra, the 2 Time Kaishins were quietly gathering their strength. Exhaustion? Inability to inflict damage? Such thoughts were extraneous and should be cast aside. With each confrontation, the composure and elegance on Demigra's face diminished. Can he truly continue to amplify his power? The strength Bardock wielded had far surpassed earlier levels. Had he not been exerting himself fully before? No, that was not the case. Regardless of the perspective, Bardock's strikes were infused with rage, indicating he was repeatedly surpassing his limits. Even without transcendent power, he had achieved such heights solely through his scion blood. Demigra had indeed been concealing his own strength, but having initially approached the battle with a mindset to toy with his opponent, he now required time to unleash his full power to defeat Bardock, who had transformed from an insect to a rival. Even if it were but a fleeting moment, amidst this unrelenting onslaught, he could not find the necessary gap. Thus, he resolved to maintain the current state of affairs, convinced that Bardock's body could not withstand this endless escalation of power. Chapter 125. Frieza's decision failed resurrection of Salodice? Oh dear, so that wild monkey's attack was ineffective? How troublesome. Frieza, distanced from the battlefield, suddenly donned a troubled expression. While the thought of that monkey's demise brought him some satisfaction, the current circumstances posed significant complications. Even as a malevolent cosmic emperor, or rather, precisely because of this, he would never wish to be subjugated to another villain's reign, only to be granted a universe to govern. An emperor's territory ought to be claimed by their own hand, and all within it should be determined by them alone. Hence, both Mechikabura and Demigra must perish. In this universe, no, in this world encompassing all universes, there should only be one pinnacle of evil. For that, the power of that wild monkey is essential, though it is indeed repulsive. With a pair of crimson eyes twinkling with newfound determination, Frieza soared towards the battlefield at full speed. This distance should suffice. That wild monkey must endure longer than when he previously resisted me. How vexing. Suddenly, Frieza appeared to recall something, letting out a derisive laugh at his current intentions, relying on a wild monkey who had once resisted him in a parallel dimension to buy time. All for the sake of resurrecting the monkey who had humiliated him. How unworthy of an emperor. Nevertheless, at this juncture, it was a decision that could not be avoided. Like magic, 7 Dragon Balls, distinctly different from ordinary ones, materialized, floating in the void above Frieza's fingertips. Now let us see. Come forth, Shenron. Mechikabura. In a realm devoid of darkness and light, a chaos that should have remained eternally silent erupted with a roar, transforming into a state of confusion. Who, then, is Mechikabura? A sudden manifestation of purple-black lightning struck the source of the sound, illuminating the peculiar chaos with a radiant rose-gold glow. Indeed, I should have perished alongside my Capula. But here I am. The rose-gold light gradually dimmed, revealing the figure enveloped within. It was Salodice. However, at this moment, Salodice was clearly not in a living state. Resembling a mere specter, a gentle breeze could easily disperse him without raising any eyebrows. Was this the afterlife? What was that entity that fell moments ago? Without reason, Salodice instinctively knew that without the descent of that purple-black lightning, he would never have regained consciousness, nor would he possess this current form. Yet, how blissful it would have been to remain without awareness. In that state, he would not have to fret over whether the world of the living evolved in the manner he desired after his demise. But now that he had regained his self-awareness, how could he not be concerned? I must find a way back. Without hesitation, Salodice instinctively sought to gather energy. However, cursed be it, he possessed only awareness, devoid of any power. What significance does such a life hold? Unable even to vent his anger, Salodice's already flickering form dimmed further. I am incapable of fully resurrecting that individual. Hey! Frieza gazed at the demon realm dragon hovering above, which was quite pleasing to his eyes as a malevolent cosmic emperor, but it offered an unsatisfactory response, twisting his expression into a grimace. The black-red energy wave in his hand flickered like fire, seemingly ready to launch at the dragon at any moment. Explain yourself in detail. The demon realm dragon visibly writhed uneasily. Despite being far superior in divine power to the dragons summoned by the Namekians, which could bestow even greater strength upon Frieza, the dragon was still just a dragon. Aside from the ability to restore multiple universes through thought, what dragon possesses formidable strength? Nevertheless, the demon realm dragon's temperament was undoubtedly tinged with the essence of its realm. Before Frieza could launch his energy wave, it transformed back into a demonic glow, vanishing from sight. Damn it! Frieza's expression contorted further, and in an act of frustration, he unleashed his energy wave upon the ground, leaving behind more scars. If that wild monkey cannot be resurrected, relying solely on that red-haired one leaves me with no chance, even with the remaining rabble. Must we accept this reality? The entire world is governed by that ancient relic from who knows how long ago. That little fellow, Salodice's death differs from yours. He transformed both his soul and body into fuel in an attempt to perish alongside Mycocapula. It is impossible to resurrect him with just the power of the demon realm dragon. However, your actions are not entirely without merit. At least they help me conserve the energy needed to awaken the little fellow's consciousness. Tua. Hearing a seductive voice from behind, Frieza furrowed his brow and turned around. You are not. Did I not perish? No, I am not the Tua you encountered. There is no time for explanations. Are you interested in collaborating and lending me your strength? Our objectives should align for now. Demigura must die, correct? Frieza narrowed his eyes, hesitating for just a moment before swiftly making a decision. What do you propose? Tua's tightly furrowed brow relaxed the instant Frieza posed his question. Truly, as a cosmic emperor, your decisiveness in such moments is commendable. Now, do you recall the purpose of the battle against Zaha not long ago? You mean the Omniversal Crystal? Although I learned afterward that it was destroyed by the wild monkey, did it not? Tua shook her head, dismissing Frieza's inquiry. It is understandable. Even without the little fellow's interference, the Earth Dragon's 2 resurrection attempts had nothing to do with you. Moreover, this time has not reached the point where the Super Dragon appears. It is normal for you not to know, even if an ordinary dragon is defeated. As long as the creator of the Dragon Balls reinvigorates their power, resurrection can easily occur. Not to mention the existence of the Super Dragon, the Omniversal Crystal. Though a failed prototype, possesses power akin to that of the Super Dragon. How could it be completely destroyed by the little fellow's attack? It merely lost its shell. As for that power, could it be? Frieza's expression shifted as numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, culminating in a cold smirk. According to your words, his power originally surpassed mine, and now he possesses the Omniversal Crystal. Resurrecting that wild monkey would undoubtedly increase our chances of defeating Demigura, but what then? This does not align with my ultimate goal. It seems our collaboration is destined to falter. Hearing this, Tua's expression darkened once more. Frieza, is this truly the time to ponder future matters? To be frank, we have neither the time nor the capacity to consider what lies ahead. Chapter 126, The Completed Resurrection and the Unexpected Situation. Still within that space devoid of light and darkness, Salodice found himself suspended in a struggle of thought, which suddenly materialized into substance, a familiar yet lonely sensation coursing through his consciousness. This is a burgeoning life. Has the physical form returned? Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat, initially faint, grew strong and resonated like thunder in this space. This power, after achieving the rose gold form, the Scion bloodline's ability to enhance combat power upon the brink of death should have ceased to function. What? No. This sensation is less about an increase in power and more about a fundamental leap in life itself. Super Scion Rose Gold, powerful among the gods. And if combined with the divine technique of Zamasu, while still not reaching the level of an angel, would at least stand a fighting chance against a destroyer, even one like Bylus. However, in the end, that is merely power. Even the weakest destroyer utilizing the technique of destruction against oneself would inevitably lead to one's demise, with no second possibility. Yet now, in this moment of regaining a physical existence, everything feels entirely different. It is not a mere feeling, no. It is a profound understanding and certainty that even if all 12 existing destroyers unleash their destruction upon him, it would bear no effect. Of course, if energy blasts formed from destructive energy were to strike him, they would still inflict normal energy blast level damage. Salodice even vaguely sensed that the ability of the Omni King to erase universes may not take effect on him. Moreover, Salodice bit his lip, and with a fierce and sharp energy blade extending from his fingertip, he swiftly severed his left arm. Before the pain from the wound could register, a brand new arm sprouted forth, sending the severed limb tumbling away. This was not a result of Salodice using the healing ability granted by Belungia. Rather, his body naturally restored itself to a perfect state in an extraordinarily brief span of time. What has transpired within me? Before he could delve deeper into the changes within, Salodice slapped his forehead. It is not the time to delve into the reasons. The priority should be to swiftly depart from this perplexing place and venture into the Magia, to ascertain whether the aftermath of my self-detonation aligns with my expectations. Achieving a conclusion that, while imperfect, is nonetheless tangible. The original demon, Buoyu, possesses the capability to transcend dimensions. Although the peculiarities of this space remain unclear, it should not be able to confine me. With that thought, I unleashed my energy. To be on the safe side, Salodice activated the rose gold transformation, an overwhelming aura converging in an instant like a flowing river into his clenched right fist, resonating through the space above. The attack, although lacking any extraordinary techniques, was delivered with full force, causing only a slight fissure in this realm. Had my power not inexplicably surged, that punch might have been insufficient. Fortunately, I am still capable of inflicting damage upon this space. If one punch is inadequate, then I shall deliver several. Exhaling, the brilliance upon Salodice's fists flickered, tracing arcs as they struck, and the space, already subtly cracking from the initial blow, could not withstand this flurry of assaults, shattering like glass. Upon breaking the constraints of space, Salodice's expression darkened. This energy, Mica Capula, has not perished. Instead, it has grown stronger? No, this is not Mica Capula, while it resembles him. It lacks the essence of decay. Rather, it embodies the vitality reminiscent of Frieza. Could it be Demigula? What is happening? Through the fractured space, Salodice distinctly perceived a river flowing and branching continuously. This river resonated with the remnants of the power of time within him. Undoubtedly, it is the river of time. The energy of Demigula, so akin to that of Mica Capula, is perceptible through the river of time. If my perception has transcended time, why can I not pinpoint any other individuals I know? No, it is not that I cannot sense anyone. There exists an energy that is somewhat similar to mine, but wilder. Bedak? This energy belongs to Bedak. Yet, it swiftly vanished from my perception, eluding capture. Was it merely a fleeting surge? If so, does that mean Bedak is clashing with Demigula? If Bedak can only briefly unleash his strength for me to sense, he must be at a disadvantage, potentially facing annihilation at any moment. I must act quickly, but how to return? Thoughts racing, Salodice blinked and conceived a plan. I shall attempt to harness the power of time. Has that wild monkey been resurrected? At this moment, Frieza, unable to maintain even the black gold form, gasped heavily in his ordinary final form, incessantly questioning Tawa, who had closed his eyes, pouring power into the staff. There is truly no other option left. The dark purple light upon the staff gradually dimmed, and Tawa opened his eyes, his oddly colored yet exceptionally beautiful face etched with despair and helplessness. The power of the omnipotent crystal was indeed transmitted through the ritual. Logically, one should now be able to sense it. However, I cannot feel it at all. And the communication magic lingering on the little one cannot connect. Has the little one returned to his original world upon dying? Yet, he should have retained the imprint here. What is going on? The original world? Frieza keenly grasped the critical point in Tao's words. It seems that wild monkey. But that is a matter for later. After a brief pause, Frieza resumed his questioning. You, woman, have you also run out of options? No, all methods have been exhausted. If one were to insist, we could breach that battlefield and bring the old woman assisting Bedak, the Kaioshin of time, Kayinla, to see if they can sense each other. After all, however, should that occur, Bedak would likely be defeated in an instant, and even if we could guide the resurrected little one back here, it would only be to collect our remains. Tawa, unable to maintain her composure, collapsed onto the ground, her voice barely audible. At that point, it would be too late. Chapter 127. The future and the present. Should I say it has been a long time since we last met, or that this is our first encounter? Upon hearing that familiar yet somewhat ambiguous voice, Salodice's entire being momentarily froze in astonishment, the surging power of time gradually coming to a halt. Turning around, the words that escaped his lips were filled with both affirmation and bewilderment. Me? In his line of sight stood a figure bearing an identical visage, brimming with nostalgia. This place, since I obliterated it years ago, evokes a sense of reminiscence. Oh, do not be so surprised, even now, or should I say, at this moment. You might find it astonishing that we are both capable of such feats as time travel. Salodice parted his lips, uncertain of how to begin his inquiries. The one before him, perhaps a future version or a parallel self, harbored a power that eluded his perception, yet instinctively warned him that should that power be unleashed, he would be easily obliterated like a mere foot soldier of Frieza facing a god of destruction. Let us use you and I to differentiate ourselves. You are marveling at my strength, which could also be deemed self-aggrandizement, but that is inconsequential. Although time is somewhat on our side, considering the perilous states of Bedak. The little demon, and others, you must be anxious, correct? Thus, I shall clarify, your assumptions are slightly misguided. I am not a parallel version of you, but rather your future self. The future Salodice snapped his fingers, and a plush sofa appeared beneath him at that moment. You may question why, if I truly am your future self, capable of traversing time to this juncture and wielding a strength unimaginable to you now. I do not simply travel to an earlier point in time to eliminate Demigula and Mycocapula. This requires some explanation, and while it is a simple matter, it will take a moment. Please, take a seat. By the way, would you like some cola? Before we entered the world of Dragon Ball, it was our favorite beverage, wasn't it? Ice-cold cola, here you go. Given the circumstances, whether or not the other is indeed my future self, I can only tentatively choose to believe it. With that thought, Salodice relaxed and sat on the sofa, which the future version had conjured, accepting the ice-cold cola that appeared out of thin air and gulping it down. To be honest, the entire principle of this situation is overly complex, and after all these years, I still haven't grasped it fully. However, apart from this place that you will soon destroy, we cannot coexist. Otherwise, the weaker version of you would be replaced by me, causing time to spiral into chaos, complicating the issues that the little demon must address. Moreover, Salodice glanced at his future self, seemingly recalling something, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, unless the outcome results in only my survival, accepting the assistance of my future self equates to denying my own existence, which is hardly a pleasant notion. Thus, I specifically chose this moment, not to offer you assistance, but merely to grant you an opportunity to face that scoundrel Demigra ahead of time, sparing Bardock from being resurrected once more. The future Salodice and Salodice simultaneously finished their cola, carelessly tossing the bottles into this present Salodice's realm, which he still could not fathom. If you wish to escape this space solely through sheer force, at your current level, even with the power of time, you would inevitably find yourself lost beyond the 12 universes. Bardock would not endure until that moment. This is something I later heard from that foolish woman, Tawa. However, you possess another method to break free from this space, which only those who have truly died can access. Salodice was perplexed, for apart from the residual power of time within him, he had no other force applicable to direct combat. As for the method, the future Salodice shook his head. You can inquire about the specifics with Tawa later. For now, I will simply share the conclusion with you. Consider this, despite being labeled a failed product, the omnipotent crystal is still an artifact of equal standing to the Super Dragon Balls, and its activation and usage are far more direct than summoning the dragon. How could it be so easily destroyed? It was merely the shell that was shattered by our past selves. The true essence of the omnipotent crystal now resides within you. Naturally, as your future self, I also possess this artifact. By guiding you with my omnipotent crystal, we can swiftly activate the power within yours. Rising to his feet, the future Salodice's palm glowed with a clear, amber-like crimson light, which gradually entwined around his right hand. Accompanying this spectacle, a similar luminescence emerged in the palm of Salodice, transitioning from faint to radiant. The subsequent events require only a wish to the omnipotent crystal. With your current strength, while you may not yet reach the level of the Grand Priest, you are at least on par with a stronger angel. Defeating Demigra should pose no issue. As for what follows, you shall gradually improve. The future Salodice nodded in satisfaction, the familiar yet immense power of time surging within him, merging with the crimson light, causing his figure to vanish from this realm. Salodice turned his head, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Is this demeanor of my future self truly so relaxed? Is this merely a warm-up? The staff in Demigra's hand was entwined with a purplish-black energy, aimed at Bardock, who was kneeling on the ground, utterly exhausted, wiping away the blood seeping from his wounds. Demigra took a deep breath. Nevertheless, I have somewhat adapted to the colossal power I have just acquired. As a reward for this, I shall not hold you accountable for the injury you inflicted upon me. Just as the energy coiling around Demigra's staff began to swell, Frieza's iconic battle cry erupted, and multiple discs whirled and spiraled towards Demigra, compelling him to halt his execution of Bardock and to conjure a protective barrier. Frieza? I had expected the esteemed Emperor of the Universe to be somewhat wiser. Chapter 128. The imminent second deathmatch, Salodice returns. Frieza, setting aside his entanglements with the Scionce and his misdeeds across the cosmos, could undoubtedly transform into his black gold form without relying on external forces, thus deserving the title of Emperor of the Universe. However, even the Emperor has his limits. Even Black Gold Frieza, even with Tawa's assistance. Even when launching a surprise attack, when faced with Demigra, who had fully mastered the power of Mechikabura during his warm-up with Bardock, could only instinctively defend against such an attack. Is there still hope? From the moment the attack commenced, the answer was already known to be negative. The haughty Frieza felt the same. This surprise attack was merely a mocking blow, akin to the foolish actions of the scions he despised. Could a victory be achieved through such a feeble ambush? Impossible. With such thoughts, Frieza resolved to make one final effort before facing his demise. After all, even if he did not intend to, he should at least inflict some wounds upon this individual who treated him as a mere pawn, just like anyone else. Therefore, even if it meant teaming up with the wild monkeys he loathed, so be it. Ah, such vexation. While Frieza's thoughts spiraled, Tawa, who had risked enhancing Frieza with the brutalizing magic, now displayed an unusual demeanor, praying for a miracle as if she were a young girl once more. Unbeknownst to her, it had been ages since she last exhibited such behavior, having journeyed from a timeline where she met a fatal end to this seemingly different beginning. She sought to alter her fate and survive, only to find her efforts thwarted once again. At this point, after her futile prayers, Tawa's mind drifted to two rather absurd thoughts. That little fellow, could my vague feelings for him be what they call love? If so, does my longing for someone else's future husband render me shameless? Intelligent beings often exhibit double standards. Had it been anyone else, perhaps that would be the case. However, since I am the one involved, I can only find joy in being cherished by a beautiful woman. Salodice? Tawa, of course, recognized the owner of that voice. Surprise? Joy? Disbelief? Relief? Observing Tawa's ever-changing expression, Salodice, guided by his future self's instructions, returned to the demon realm, yearning to offer her a radiant smile. Yet, sensing the faint presence of his friends around him and witnessing Bardock's continued struggle, his expression swiftly shifted from genuine joy at returning to the world of the living to a dark countenance laced with anger. Even outside matters of love, particularly when it comes to enemies, Salodice felt it was only natural to desire to vanquish them. And those who have harmed my friends deserve to perish. The sky above, Demigra, was roused from his contemplations of the future by the energy that Salodice inadvertently radiated, and upon seeing that resurrected visage, a flicker of terror crossed his face. A being slightly weaker than himself is not frightening. Having acquired the power of the demon god from his master, he could easily withstand non-lethal damage and eliminate such individuals. Madmen are not terrifying either, as most lack the capacity to harm him at this moment. However, this man who returned from true death was entirely different. He was a madman capable of inflicting harm upon him, someone who would resort to self-detonation as an attack on the demon god without a second thought. Even in his current state, stronger than the teacher who once could be injured by explosions, this perverse individual evidently possessed enhanced strength, for reasons unknown to Salodice. As if he had caught wind of Tawa's thoughts, he too sensed the fleeting notions within Demigra's mind, but chose to disregard them. Those trivial matters could wait. Tawa, I implore you to lead everyone and the little demon away from here. They cannot endure any more aftershocks. Tawa, however, did not respond directly. Will you win? Salodice cast a subtle glance at the lingering crimson hue in his palm, his voice unwavering. At the very least, he would not concede defeat. Tawa, having received his affirmation, nodded in response, while Salodice turned his gaze towards the ever-shifting thoughts of Frieza. I propose that you assist Tawa by taking care of the scion you despise most. I suspect you would not consent to that. So what do you think of joining forces with me, the scion who has humiliated you? Frieza chuckled dryly, his demeanor a blend of dissatisfaction and mockery. Your body betrays no fear. Rather, it radiates anger and confidence, Mr. Salodice. I believe you do not require the meager assistance of Frieza, do you? Salodice remained non-committal, merely stating, then act as you please. Just refrain from attacking my friends while I am engaged in battle, before he gradually ascended, confronting the now composed Demigra. Would you care for a conversation before the battle begins? Noticing that Salodice had no immediate intention of attacking, Demigra could not suppress his curiosity. Salodice nodded. There are indeed a few words I must express, Demigra. This chaotic farce has led to you being the ultimate adversary, which, while unexpected, ultimately makes sense upon reflection. Oh. As Salodice gathered his strength, he continued with casual indifference. Since the moment I became aware of Tawa's existence, I anticipated that our paths would eventually cross. However, I did not foresee that there would be two Taoa, nor that a being of immense power like Mechikabura would be at your disposal. It is quite vexing. I had assumed I would gradually navigate the main storyline, only to find myself entangled with the demon realm. Very well. I have said all I wish to convey in passing. Whatever you wish to say holds no interest for me. In any case, the magic you have been weaving since our first encounter should be nearing completion, correct? For a fleeting moment, Demigra's regained composure was replaced by panic. Yet Salodice merely began to assume his stance. There is no need to wear that expression. Your magic is indeed effective. The Ultra Bomb technique has been sealed by you. However, regrettably, since the moment I returned, I have had no intention of employing that technique again. All I desire is to use my fist to deliver a fatal blow to you, you wretched bastard.